You are clearly a third-rate student majoring in electrical engineering at a university, but you crossed over to become a miscellaneous disciple in the alchemy room of the immortal cultivation world. In just 2.5 years, you created the first fully automatic alchemy lathes in the immortal cultivation world, taking the first step in the industrial revolution of the immortal cultivation world. At this moment, you are looking at a bunch of brand new standard flying swords. Frowning, the well-forged sword embryo only has its form without its soul, and the key to refining lies in engraving the device patterns. Device patterns ultimately have a similar charm to integrated circuits, the difference being one is a spiritual circuit, the other is an electrical circuit. In this world, alchemists usually use a carving knife to manually engrave patterns on artifacts, while advanced alchemists condense their divine consciousness and use their divine thoughts as a knife to engrave patterns on artifacts. You originally wanted to replace manual carving with stamping, create a master pattern of the artifact patterns, and use a stamping machine to imprint the patterns from the master pattern onto the sword. However, this plan was quickly rejected by you for 2 reasons. First, the artifact patterns are too small, and the precision of stamping is far from sufficient. Second, the refined iron sword blank that has been forged is extremely tough, making it difficult to successfully stamp the patterns. After pondering for a moment, a flash of inspiration struck, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Lithography machine." This was undoubtedly a crazy idea. In his previous life, the lithography machine was considered the pinnacle of human intelligence. However, in this world of cultivation, if only borrowing its principles, it seemed not difficult for a cultivator with divine consciousness to create a replica. Later, after several days of hard work, you finally completed the construction of the lithography machine. After all, it was a machine made in a rush, so when debugging it, the intense light leaked out almost set the cave on fire. You couldn't wait to move the lithography machine to the mountaintop. Tonight, you will accomplish an unprecedented feat in the world of cultivation. After placing the sword embryo, with a single thought, the lithography machine emitted a scorching light, illuminating the thick dark clouds in the sky. Although the bright light was fleeting, it still caught the attention of the entire sect. Is it a sign of rare treasure when there are natural anomalies at birth? The treasure of a fart? You don't even bother to see where it came from. That direction is the Emerald Bamboo Peak where Madman stays. What is he up to again? The sect is in danger. At this moment, a girl practicing on a cushion opened her eyes, looked into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking, but with a somewhat worried expression. She murmured softly at the corner of her mouth, "Brother Su Yun." At this time on the Chuizhu Peak, after the heat dissipated, you took out the flying sword and carefully examined it for a few moments, nodding in satisfaction. Using the light engraving machine to refine the lower-grade spiritual weapon, it was indeed like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The remaining sword embryos were processed in the same way, and a night of strange flashes erupted on the Chuizhu Peak. The refining speed was more than 100 times faster than manual refining, showcasing the advantage of industrial production. Of course, in terms of quality, pure handcrafting has its advantages. The higher the level of the magical instrument, the more the craftsman needs to pour their heart and soul into it in order to be full of spiritual charm. This spiritual charm is very mysterious and not something that industrial products can possess. As soon as it dawned, you quickly put the lathe and lithography machine into the Qiankuan bag. After all, the core technology must not be learned by others. Then you loaded dozens of flying swords and prepared to go to the market town at the foot of the mountain to exchange for some spirit stones. General disciples trade the items they need here, before going down the mountain. According to the usual refining efficiency, you took out 6 flying swords and handed them to the steward's senior brother. Flying directly on the sword to Luoyun town, you took a stroll in the market and indeed found quite a few interesting things, but due to a tight budget, you couldn't buy anything. After walking around for a while, you stopped in front of a stall, where 2 shiny hollow tubes were placed on the ground. "Senior brother, what is this?" you asked with a bow. "This, junior brother, this is the leg bone of the dark sky crane. The dark sky crane is a second-order spirit beast. It requires participation of foundation building disciples to successfully hunt it. I obtained this leg bone, but unfortunately it broke into 2 pieces. I will sell it to you for 5 pieces of low-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, you sneered in your heart, thinking that you could fool me. Although a second-order spirit beast is worth more than 100 low-grade spirit stones, the majority of its value lies in its inner core. The remaining valuable parts are the fur, blood essence, and meat, with this leg bone being considered mere scraps. However, you still pretended to be very interested, picked up the leg bone and examined it carefully. The outer diameter of the leg bone is 1/3 of an inch. The inner diameter is about 1/4 of an inch. The texture is hard, better than refined iron by 1 level, and extremely lightweight, with natural spiral patterns on the inner wall. Goodness, there are rifling marks. Then you pretended to praise. Not bad, a good blowpipe. What? Blowpipe? The stall owner was completely dumbfounded. Otherwise, what else can this thing be used for besides being a blowpipe? This question directly stumped the stall owner, who remained silent for a while, as if it really had no other use. Finally, he helplessly compromised. Then, Junior brother, how many spirit stones do you think are appropriate? I'll at least earn some hard-earned money. About this much. Suyun directly touched the half-spirit stone from his chinkuan bag. This. Half a block? That's it. In the end, the stallholder tearfully sold 2 bone tubes that would otherwise have been smashed in his hands. Suyun secretly rejoiced and called out that he had earned it. These 2 bone tubes could be of great use. Shortly thereafter, Suyun found another desired material, a Jurong stone. Julang stone belonged to the second-order materials, and its value was far greater than an unusual first-order smithing material like fine iron. Risu is a pure water single spirit root. The flying sword refined for her has a place. Grinding the Jiwan stone into powder and mixing it into the fine iron, and then inscribing the water attribute surprise wave weapon patterns. It could have at least a 30% increase in water attribute feats. The flying sword that was refined was at least a mid-grade spiritual weapon, and if it was engraved with more patterns, it would even have the possibility of being a top-grade spiritual weapon. In the past, with Suyun's strength, engraving 2 or 3 artifact patterns on the artifacts was already the limit. Nowadays, with the help of photolithography machine, it might not be difficult to come up with 10 or 8. Bargaining. In the end, Suyun spent 8 lower-grade spirit stones to take the Jurong stone. The remaining piece of spirit stone was also exchanged for purple pottery clay, just in case. With a tight hand, there was no need to stroll any further, and Suyun was about to slip away when he was inexplicably stopped by a few people. Boss Chang Yang. He's Suyun. Crazy Su. I didn't expect to actually meet him here. Just your name is Suyun ah. The person in the lead didn't wear the uniform of the sect. I don't know what his status is, but the brocade clothes and fancy clothes, followed by a few minions, perhaps some kind of family's son, a dude face. Chen Yang? This person Suyun has an impression. It is the so-called outstanding disciple who usually receives special guidance from the elders together with Rizu, and it is heard that he has always adored Rizu, and he often heard Rizu complaining that this person is pestering her like a dog skin plaster. 3rd level of Qi cultivation. 5 elemental miscellaneous spirit roots. However, Chen Yang only looked at Suyun with contempt before averting his gaze and saying in a cold voice, "Go! Why waste time with such people?" A few people left, and Suyun secretly kept an eye out. Chapter 5, Sword Delivery. After returning to the cave and taking a short rest, Suyun continued to put in his work. There is so little time left that every moment should not be wasted. Placing the lathe, Suyun first hammered the Jurong stone into a fine powder, and then according to the ratio recorded in the canonical books, divided into 2 portions and mixed with the fine iron, melting into 2 alloys. The 2 will only be the difference between the content of Jurong stone. Those with a high content of curved wavestone have excellent toughness and are suitable for sword bones. Those with a low content are hard and are suitable for sword blades. Then, according to the sword molds made earlier, the molds were reprinted and the iron was burned to pour the sword bones. After 3 days and 2 nights of forging after cooling, the sword bone had already taken shape. The fine iron added to the Jurong stone naturally showed a water wave pattern, and also came with a kind of elegant aqua blue color. Only the finished sword bone was good enough to look at, and then, Suyun was ready to engrave the weapon pattern on the sword bone, after which he would pour it again and cast the part of the sword blade. Getting out the pen and paper is the job. To be honest, this was the first time Suyun had tried such a complex artifact pattern. Each artifact pattern needed to be matched reasonably and must not clash. Otherwise, not to mention the input of spiritual energy to directly self-explode was possible. Moreover, laying out the spiritual lines was extremely complicated, and it wasn't easy to cram so many artifact patterns onto the compact sword bone. In my previous life, I designed circuit boards with the aid of PCB design software, and I'm so used to it that I don't realize how painful manual wiring can be. Not to mention that the artifact pattern of a magic weapon could be more than half a star more complex than a circuit. Baldness inducing. So on for another 5 days and nights. After much deduction, the final design was determined, with 11 artifact patterns tucked into the narrow sword bone. Then, when the zoning of the wear pattern is reproduced on the purple clay plates, there are 20 or so purple clay plates, adding up to an area of 1 square foot. There was just enough purple clay left over to cover the light path of the photolithography machine tightly to prevent light leakage. However, Suyun already had a wealth of photolithography experience, and the entire process was very smooth and perfect. Then came the pouring of the blade, the forging, and the opening of the edge, and these processes took only 2 days. Holding this watery blue female model long sword, Suyun's heart was unspeakably pleased and satisfied. This was a new type of flying sword never seen before in the immortal cultivation world. And that's not even the final form of the longsword. The hilt of the sword is left with a mechanism that opens to reveal a hidden compartment. Suyun took out the spirit cores he had prepared long ago. This spirit core was the purest one he had selected from the few spirit stones he had, and the quality of the spirit core he refined was definitely superior. This is the finishing touch. Embedding the spirit core and opening the array eye, the spirit power naturally flowed to the artifact pattern on the sword, and in an instant, the surface of the longsword surfaced with a glistening light, like a moon halo masked on the moon, only it was a clear and elegant light blue color. The flowing light glittered, and it had a few moments of the divine charm of a high-level magic weapon. With this spirit core, even without using up a bit of one's own spirit energy, one could perform powerful feats and sword techniques, giving one a significant advantage in a competition. But whether the sword is good or not, you won't know until you try it. As Suyun was a 5-element miscellaneous spirit root, he still knew some basic water attribute sword moves. Looking for a piece of open space, looking for a boulder, a move swinging water sword struck out, sword chi raging away. Looks like a soft wind in weak water, but actually hidden killing opportunities. After a boom, the boulder was broken into pieces. This was only when Suyun used his own weak spiritual power. If he used the thick spiritual power of a peak chi cultivator in the spirit core, I'm afraid that defeating a late-stage chi cultivator would be a breeze. Suyun estimated that the increase effect of this sword was close to double, and it was already considered a top-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, the removable design of the spirit core is really convenient and the battery life is worry-free. If not for his strapped pockets, Suyun would have to string 100 or 80 spirit cores up. But if you really want to load that many spirit cores, a long sword becomes a spear. Turn off the spirit core, the flying sword becomes no different from an ordinary spiritual weapon. Even if someone deliberately probes, they cannot find out what the role of the spirit core. Collecting the long sword, Suyun was in a rare relaxed mood and took a small nap for a good night's sleep. The next day, Suyun would have to start preparing his means of dealing with the external examination. In the remaining 2 months or so, it was almost impossible to significantly increase one's cultivation level, so there was only the path of relying on external objects to take. Although the purpose of the examination is to compete with the cultivator's own strength, it has never prohibited the use of various types of magic weapons, because even if the magic weapon is strong, it also needs the user to have enough strength to play out the battle. Otherwise, one move will be drained of spiritual power. But also talk about what battle. But the advent of the spirit core will turn that upside down. Just as the sky dawned, Suyun rushed out to deliver another batch of formulated flying swords. He needed spirit stones to refine more spirit cores. But before that, Suyun was prepared to personally deliver the flying sword to Ri-Su. But after arriving at the female disciple's residence and asking around, he realized that Li-Su had long since stopped living here. Now if you want to find her, you can go to the drill hall. Moreover, a group of outside deacon disciples were also preparing something else at the martial arts field. The venue here was for the second round of the examination, a one-on-one fight, which was used to determine the top performers of the examination and obtain the qualification of the inner sect. Of course, disciples with excellent performance also had the possibility of being seen by the elders to be included in the inner sect. Just stopped by to deliver the standardized flying sword. Arriving at the venue, at a glance, there was a large number of people. The 6 deacon brothers and sisters of the outer sect were all present, and there were even a few rookie disciples at the 9th level of chi cultivation. They were the heavenly prides who had a high hope of being chosen to enter the inner sect, and all of them were the children of immortal cultivation families, and a lot of other outer disciples came as well. Even if it was setting up the martial arts arena for the outer sect examination, there was no need for so many people, but there was no sign of Rizzo in the crowd. Squeezing through the crowd, Suyun found senior brother Zhangli, arched his hand and smiled. Senior brother Deacon, I've come to deliver the second batch of flying swords. Ahem. Zhangli looked flustered, looked at the bystanders for a few moments, and pulled Suyun to an unoccupied place before settling down and saying, Okay, how many handles this time? Or 6. Not bad. Your refining standard has improved quite a bit. Take it. 7 spirit stones. Saying that, Zhangli carefully touched out 7 lower grade spirit stones and stuffed them into Suyun's hand. I can give you 1 more spirit stone. You can't say that I have ever treated you poorly, huh? Thank you, senior brother. Zhangli was a bit strange. Suyun could also guess 2 or 3, but did not care too much, arched his hand and thanked him before turning to ask, Senior brother, why is the battle so big today? You don't know? Zhangli was first surprised, and then it was a sudden realization. There's nothing else going on today, but Elder Yun Mu will be coming over to set up the protective formations for the martial arts arena. Our Elder Yun is one of the top formation masters. Observing her set up a formation is a rare opportunity. It will be very beneficial to cultivation. Suyun's heart is happy. Formation and refining the road was originally thought. This is really a good opportunity to learn. Today is considered to be here. And at this time Zhang Li added with emotion. Elder Yun also received a new personal disciple. At a young age, she has the cultivation of the peak of Qi cultivation. I'm afraid she can sit firmly at the top of this examination. By the way, it seems to be called Li something. Li Su. Su Yun was a little stunned with surprise. At first, he only knew that Li Su had joined the inner sect, but he had never thought that he had become a pro-disciple who was even more honored than an inner sect disciple. Yes, that's her. She should also be there today, so we'll be able to catch a glimpse of her. Looking forward to it. Hearing this, Suyun Duan arched his hand. Thank you for reminding me. In fact, her name was on the list of sword refining that you gave last time. Senior brother. And the flying sword has already been refined, so I'll personally hand it over to her later on. Forget it. A pro-disciple still needs an inferior spirit weapon that you refined? Zhang Li waved his hand helplessly, with the look of a man who had been there before. I also know that you want to take the opportunity to climb into a relationship with the pro-disciple, but I advise you to give up. You won't be able to get any favors. Thanks again, so I won't bother senior brother. Suyun bowed and was about to leave after thanking him, and don't want to explain too much. Zhang Li shouted behind him. Then I won't count the spirit stones for this one given to her ha. Returning to the martial arts arena, the waiting feats, he didn't stay idle and began to survey the outer disciples who had arrived. There were many outer disciples, and Suyun lived alone in Sueju Peak, and seldom dealt with people, so he didn't know many people, let alone knowing their strength. But from the fluctuation of spiritual energy, most of them were in the middle stage of practicing Qi. With the help of the spirit core, when the examination was conducted, not to mention ranking, at least passing was not a problem, and he was quite relieved. A little while later, a commotion suddenly came from the martial arts arena, and Suyun followed the crowd's gaze, only to see a flying boat flying from the direction of the inner gate, shaped like a green bamboo leaf, the ship's body glittering, actually carved from the whole piece of jade. 4 people stood down at the bow of the boat, which showed how big the cuirass was. The visitors were none other than Elder Yun Mu and her 3 personal disciples. At this moment, the deacon brother let out a shocking roar. Greetings to the elder. Greetings to the senior uncle. All the disciples in the room bent down to kowtow and shouted out in unison. Greetings to the elder. Greetings to the senior uncle. Suyun sneaked a glance up. Lai Su although standing at the end, but is already given enough rehearsal, and she is changed into the white Taoist robe of the pro-disciple. Also after combing and dressing, the beauty is even more so. It is not too much to say that it is the immortal posture and jade color. The 4 clear color of the woman. Are all the appearance of the country? Rizu in which surprisingly cannot benefit. Lack of maturity. The one who attracted the most eyeballs was naturally Elder Yun Mu. Relying on the aura of a strong man was enough to overwhelm the entire scene. Moreover, she herself was born playful, with a tall figure and a royal posture. But she gave off a feeling of purity and coolness, or out of the dust. But to Su Yun, it was still Rizu who was more important. He was expecting Rizu to seek him out from the crowd of outer disciples, but it didn't turn out as expected. All disciples, please rise. A word that was like a voice from the heavens spread throughout the entire arena, causing no one to dare to disobey. Chapter 6 Women will only affect my refining speed. After the crowd of disciples recovered their normalcy, they began to whisper, this is Elder Yun's new personal disciple. Ah, truly extraordinary. Lai Su, this little Nini is usually inconspicuous. I didn't expect to be accepted as a personal disciple. I think it's also average, a female cultivator said sourly. That's because she's low-key. I couldn't get through a single move in her hands. So what? I'm completely superior in terms of body shape, okay? The female cultivator puffed out her chest, displaying the only advantage she held. Ah yes. Bake or you. Suyun naturally didn't care about gossip. He was concerned about 2 things. One was Ri Su, and the other was the formation that Elder Yun was going to set up later. And Yun Mu was unwilling to delay much, and after letting the crowd exit the martial arts arena, he began to set up the formation. Suyun raised his spirit and paid full attention to observe Elder Yun's formation process. The battles of the outer sect competition were not very powerful, but formations would be deployed to isolate the attacks and prevent accidental injuries to the onlookers, and more importantly protect the well-being of the contestants. Swords in the competition. It is inevitable that there is too much weight. Life and death in a split second. Relying on the referee to come down to the field to save the day is simply too late. So there were array means that could activate a protective light shield when a player was about to receive a fatal blow. It allows disciples to fight without fear and play at their truest level. But Su Yun had rather overestimated his own level. Cloud Elder array attainments are extremely high. The speed of the array is very fast. Before and after only a few breaths. No procrastination and hesitation. Visible on the array of control. The control of spiritual power has reached the degree of ease of use. It's hard enough to understand the slightest bit of it, let alone read the skin. But it is not all unproductive. Su Yun felt a kind of will in the dark. This is a wonderful feeling. Like the inspiration to do multiple choice exams. Although you can't understand the topic, but you just know what to choose. Perhaps it would be beneficial to go back and digest and absorb it. Thereupon, they were in no hurry to leave, and Elder Yun looked down at the disciples below with downcast eyes and said aloud, "This seat wants to test this formation. Can any outer disciple be willing to come down and fight?" After saying that, Yun Mu used his eyes to point at Risu behind him, and after Risu was surprised for a moment, he respectfully arched his hand and leapt down, just happening to fall into the martial arts arena. Risu began to operate his gong method. The expression on his face faded and became expressionless, and then he drew out a pale blue longsword, which was clearly a mid-grade treasure weapon. I'll go. A mid-grade treasure weapon. To be treated like this just after being accepted as a pro-disciple. It seems like Elder Yun thinks highly of Lai Su. I'm afraid that Rizu's qualifications are even better than the other few protégés. Even if Rizu is good-looking, her qualifications are still so good. Her future is immeasurable. It's a pity, but it's under the fourth elder's door. What's the word? This fourth elder but cultivate the heartless road. You just look at those few pro-disciples. Good-looking is good-looking, but cold as ice. It's just that they're heartless and uncaring. Hearing the murmur, Su Yun's expression stagnated. Then he saw Rizu pulling out a mid-grade treasure weapon. His face eventually hung up with sad thoughts. Even if his own spirit core magic weapon had some notable features, it was still far from being able to withstand the level of a mid-grade treasure weapon. Su Yun smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that this sword cannot be sent out. But for half a day, no one dared to take the field to meet them. Rizu's gaze swept around. Finally she saw Su Yun. Her mind fluctuated slightly. Some watery light flashed in her eyes, but her eyes hastily avoided it again. Somewhat avoiding it. However, it also made Yun Mu notice something and frowned. It was only after a long time that someone dared to go on the field to spar with Risu. Risu's expression became determined to fight that person. The powerful strength shocked the entire audience. The strength displayed by Lai Su was just as good as that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Su Yun smiled faintly. So it is good. It is also regarded as Li Shu entrusted out. In the future will be able to peacefully do their own things. Then he retired in silence. Returning to his cave, taking out the long sword that he had not given away, Su Yun sensed the hidden flow of aura on the sword, and the watery feeling calmed his mind and see. Since he was using the sword himself, the size of the hilt could be slightly modified, and after spending a few hours, Su Yun expanded the spirit core compartment at the hilt to hold 4 spirit cores. You can quadruple the power or quadruple the range, and the whole thing is super doubled. After a busy period of time, the earlier bit of gloom has been left behind. Women! It will only affect the speed of my refining. After giving the long sword an arbitrary name Bibo, Su Yun inserted it in the place where the spiritual chi of the cave was the densest, and adjusted the spiritual power output of the spiritual core so that it was consistent with the speed at which the spiritual core naturally absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In this way a fully automated warming of the file can be realized. How scary is a sword of self-discipline? Chapter 7 The first shot in the immortal cultivation world. A sword alone was not enough. Su Yun had even crazier ideas. As the saying goes, a gun is fast at 7 paces, and a gun is fast and accurate at 7 paces. Compared to the swords and knives commonly used by monks, thermal weapons are not only powerful and easy to use, but can also achieve the strange effect of surprise and defense. The ceiling is also extremely high, poor for precision strikes, rich for fire coverage, and with a variety of playstyles, there's always a way to send the enemy packing. Taking out the Xian Tian crane leg bone that he had gotten last time, Su Yun's divine sense was fully open and began to investigate the 2 bone tubes of different lengths. The Xian Tian crane was a kind of large crane spirit beast. The mature body size of several thousand pounds was there, just relying on the 2 slender leg bones to support it, so it could be seen that the bone tube was strong. These 2 bone tubes were just the straightest section in the middle of the leg bone, with jagged breaks at both ends, not cut, and broken entirely by brute force. Even so, not a single crack was seen in the bone tube. However, jade could not be made into a weapon without being cut, and even the strongest material needed to be tempered. In the way of refining weapons there is a spirit injection method, although it is an unusual means, but dealing with the second-order spirit beasts of the animal bone is enough. After the injection of the biological material can also have the qualities of natural ore. Strength is even more It's just that this method requires the refiner to run the spell day and night, and there's no room for coquetry. In this way, it took more than half a month. In the end, one long and one short two bone tubes were quenched like white jade, vaguely with some translucent texture, and the strength was not inferior to some third-order heavenly materials and geomaterials. Suyun used 4 times the spiritual power of the Blue Wave sword to perform his strongest sword skill, sea breaking, and I'm afraid that its power could reach the full force of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but it still couldn't leave the slightest damage on the bone pipe. It's done. With a barrel, building a gun is mostly successful. However, with Suyun's current ability, it was already impossible to process the bone tube, so he simply retained the irregular notches in the 2 sections of the bone tube, which was instead stronger when embedded in the fine iron components. According to his previous life's crude understanding of firearms, combined with the refining insights, Suyun roughly sketched out the design. There may be differences in the details, but the functional structure is not far off. The long one has a bone tube used for a bolt-action sniper rifle as a long-range sniping mass murderer. The shorter ones are made into automatic pistols and used as long-range weapons for everyday use. It still used the refining technique to forge all kinds of fine iron parts, but the gun parts were far more delicate than the flying swords, so they could only be hardened by hand to ensure precision. So on for another 3 days, assembling the gun and engraving the artifact pattern that increased its strength. The strength of the gun could be increased by a few more points as long as it was infused with spiritual energy. Completion of the 2 firearms body silver white. There is no peculiarities. Sniper rifle shape and the famous 98K similar, but also a few inches longer. Equipped with crystal stone grinding scopes, can really do 800 meters away from the head to hit. Pistol is modeled after the Desert Eagle refining. The caliber of the sniper rifle with the same. The simple design has a natural beauty, while the black muzzle indicates its deadly nature. Suyun named the sniper rifle Silver Moon and the pistol Wolf Tooth. This is the sense of ceremony belonging to the refiner. What really determines the power of a firearm, though, is actually the ammunition. Bullet charges have evolved over the centuries, from black powder to nitrocellulose to the latest composite firing charges, all in the direction of fast burning and no residue. Now that he had arrived in this cultivation world, Suyun had a more optimal solution that belonged to him. It is the old, unimproved spirit cores of the past. The power of an uncontrolled explosion of a spirit nucleus is something Suyun has experienced, not to mention using it to make a bullet charge. It is more than enough to make an artillery piece. As for the part of the bullet, it still adopts the hardened fine iron, with the force of a big brick flying, without any fancy stuff. The ordinary solid bullet can also have a not bad killing power. As for what size to split the spirit stones into, there was no other way but to try them one by one. The 7 spirit stones on hand should be enough. 5 more days of liver. Originally, he thought that a tenth of the size of a spirit stone should be about the same, but it turned out that he had still underestimated the power of a spirit nuclear explosion. Although the Silver Moon did not blow up, but with his current strength, a few hundred pounds of strength completely could not suppress the huge recoil of the Silver Moon when it struck. The whole person flew backwards out of more than 10 feet, and hit the mountain before stopping. Falling down in a heap, gradually reduce the dose, or equivalent. Cycle test more than 30 times before roughly grasping the most suitable spirit core size for the 2 guns. The spirit stones that were blown up alone were 2, and the elixir used for healing also used up an entire bottle. The good news is that the results were very satisfactory to him. Through the test, Suyun also roughly established a mathematical model, and when his strength increased later, he could replace it with a larger equivalent of ammunition. The finalized bullet consists of a fine iron slug wrapped around a spiritual core at the end, with a simple structure and a simple path. Sniper bullets have the length of the middle finger. Pistol bullets the length of the little finger. The tail of the spirit nucleus are only the size of a bean grain, emitting a light white light, coupled with the linear shape of the bullet head, and fireflies have a few similarities. Beautiful and darkly murderous. It can be the ultimate in violent aesthetics. It took half a month and used up 2 spirit stones to rush out 2 shapes of bullets, 20 rounds each. With a hot weapon at his side, Suyun felt doubly at ease, and his phobia of insufficient firepower dissolved by half. However, after this period of refining, the drawback of one's own lack of strength became more prominent, and one's own cultivation was in dire need of improvement. Calculating the time, the rest of the systematic flying sword can also go to the delivery, and incidentally go to purchase some pills. The remaining month just need to feel at ease to cultivate. The strength can be enhanced how much? Can only say that as much as possible. Listen to God's fate. Delivering the remaining 7 flying swords, Zhengli also gave only 1 more spirit stone. Suyun felt that he had lost money, but it was barely enough for now. As a true sense of kryptonite player, spirit stone means strength. It seems that when the examination is over, money-making should also be included in the schedule. now with 11 lower-grade spirit stones in his pocket. Acquiring some basic cultivation pills should be enough. In fact, in addition to having spirit stones as their monthly salary, outer disciples would also be given a certain amount of auxiliary elemental pills and violet spirit pills, which belonged to the cultivation resources distributed by the sect. Pills, like heavenly materials and treasures, were also divided into 9 orders, and the 2 types of pills given out to outer disciples were the least first-order pills. The auxiliary Yuan Dan could be used to increase the speed of cultivation, and the purple spirit Dan was the healing elixir that Su Yun had taken earlier. However, in the past, Su Yun was obsessed with refining weapons and did not pay attention to his cultivation, and all of the auxiliary elemental pills were taken and replaced with materials for refining weapons, not leaving a single one behind, which caused his cultivation to lag so much. Su Yun decided that in the future, cultivation and refining, both hands should be grasped and both hands should be hard. The imperial sword arrived at the clan's Dan room, and just after landing, he smelled the pungent fragrance of medicine, which was refreshing. As the examination was approaching, this place was also crowded. In the center of the huge courtyard was placed a bronze giant tripod, as tall as a small 3-story building, rumored to be the sect's town treasure, a solid extreme treasure, a half-step immortal artifact's existence. Only the former sect master at the early stage of Yuaning had driven it and used it to refine an elixir to break through the realm. The former master took it and died. The furnace has not been used since. However, although the giant tripod is large, but compared with the tall and imposing buildings of the Dan room, it will be much inferior. The most central 9-story Dan tower is more than 50 feet high, and an elevator apartment in the previous world is almost the same. The rest of the 1 and 20 feet high buildings abound. Dan room and refinery room are extremely important institutions of the clan, but the refinery room is really down and out. Although Su Yun had been kicked out of the refining room a long time ago, he had been to most of the places in the refining room and could only say that the refining room exuded a sense of poverty inside and out. Even though both spells and pills were important to cultivators, pills were consumables with a far greater demand than spells, and most people believed that spells were just external objects, and that pills were the real thing in terms of cultivation enhancement. Therefore, just in terms of the number of disciples under its banner, the Dan room was several times that of the alchemy room. Not to mention its performance. This also led to the fact that within the sect, the status of alchemists was much higher than that of refiners, and Su Yun's status in the refiner are considered a younger brother, belongs to the real brother in the brother. Chapter 8, The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix. Stepping into the Spirit Dan Pavilion, Su Yun was more or less uncomfortable. He seldom went in and out of this kind of high-spending place. There is a rule in the Dan room. As long as the Dan room disciples have completed the monthly alchemy tasks, the rest of the time they can make their own alchemy and put it for sale in the Spirit Pavilion, or take on the commission of making alchemy for others. The Spirit Dan Pavilion was the place for disciples to trade pills and herbs, and thus had many counters set up for displaying items, as well as a place to receive the pills dispensed by the sect. However, the sect has to charge a certain amount of stall fee, but at the same time, it will also protect the rights and interests of both buyers and sellers, so the disciples are also willing to come here to trade. Seeing someone come in, a female disciple of the Spirit Dan Pavilion greeted her. This person's face was yellow and thin. Her hair was withered. She looked a bit weak, and she completely lacked the aura of a cultivator, but her eyes were very translucent and carried sincerity. This senior brother, is he here to receive the pills dispensed by the sect? She arched her hand and politely said. Her voice was nice. Su Yun Duanjing arched his hand and explained the purpose of his visit. If you are purchasing your own pills, please come this way. Dan Room's senior sister led the way, while also set up a close relationship. The examination is imminent. Senior brother need what pills to come to me is, in addition to the common pills, I have a lot of pills that are not available elsewhere. The duo walked for a long while before stopping at a remote corner deep in the Spirit Dan Pavilion, where the counter was covered in dust and looked like it hadn't had any business for a long time. Su Yun instantly had a feeling of being duped and asked sardonically, Senior sister, you don't have any pills to buy here either. Senior brother, don't panic. Saying that, senior sister actually unraveled her brown Dao robe and lifted the lapel, revealing the close-fitting clothes inside, and the outline of her dry and thin body was unobstructed. Nothing to see here. And on the inside of the Taoist robe hung several strings of bottles and jars with strips of cloth, porcelain and jade bottles colliding with each other and making a tinkling, crisp sound. Su Yun inexplicably had a vestigial feeling of being pestered by the film seller under the flyover, and for a moment it was difficult to hold on to himself, and he almost clammed up. He was also not a superficial person who judged people by their appearance, but this person was indeed not quite normal, which had the appearance of a female cultivator, which could only be said to be unseemly. Seeing Su Yun's embarrassed face, the senior sister hurriedly assured. I, Wenbai, use my head to guarantee that I'm a proper Dan room disciple who has paid the stall fee, and the pills I sell are also fair and square. Su-yun did not want to dwell too much, directly asked for 3 bottles of auxiliary elemental pills. Auxiliary elemental pills belong to a spirit stone, a bottle of cheap pills. By this kind of pills and no possibility of being cheated. Wenbai looked strange, but doing business was quite painful, and he moved nimbly to pull out 3 porcelain bottles. Su-yun carefully opened the porcelain bottle. The familiar fragrance of the medicine came out. The odor also seemed to be a little more pure than the average elixir, which would indicate the excellent quality of the elixir. His impression of Wenbai had slightly changed, but that was all. Then why don't you take a look at the other pills I have here? Senior brother? Wenbai said while weighing the 3 spirit stones paid by Su-yun. Purely self-researched. Not available anywhere else. Who? Then disregarding Su-yun's opinion, he started to pull out the elixir from the bottles and jars with his hands. His slender fingers were like 2 chopsticks. Forgetfulness pill. Take one and you can randomly forget a part of your memories. Sorry, no need. Ha! Su-yun was helpless. Isn't this a ing poison? And also, this is the ultimate bliss pill. After taking it, it's as if you've arrived at the Western Heaven's ultimate bliss world, roaming the sky with immortals and gods. It's so grand. It's great for quenching the heart and mind. Isn't that poisoning seeing the villain? Grain-repelling elixir. Senior brother definitely needs it. An essential elixir for cultivators. I have a variety of flavors to choose from here. That's fairly normal, but doesn't have to be. Wenbai then recommended several more types of elixirs. What kind of Bone King Dan? Frying Blood Dan? Rotting Wood Dan? The names alone sounded strange, and there was even an erotic prop like the Ecstasy Dan. Sure enough, he still looked away. This person is not reliable at all. The whole a female hooligan. Su-yun was searching for an excuse to leave when Wenbai actually smiled first and said, since senior brother is not interested, then wait for the next time. When I refine other fresh elixirs, then I will give you a recommendation. Hearing her say this, Su-yun in turn was a bit embarrassed, especially after noticing the gloom in Wenbai's eyes. Smiled and nodded. I guess it's only a moment's delay, and there's nothing to lose, so I can't think too badly of people. Then next time for sure, Su-yun said out of politeness. At that moment, a group of 3 people somehow wandered into this remote corner, and when they saw them, they sized up the duo with unkind eyes. Why are these 2 together? In broad daylight. They are even dressed in revealing clothes. Could it be that they are practicing illicit affairs? The person who spoke had a sycophantic look, like a mercenary villain. At those words, Wenbai hurriedly pulled on his clothes, but the disgust in his heart didn't dare to be expressed, so he had to turn sideways. The companion on the man's side was puzzled and asked, Senior brother, what's so special about the 2 of them? These 2 are our Lokian sex renowned crouching dragon phoenix chicks. A madman in the refining room and a freak in the Dan room. So they can make a pair. He laughed as he spoke, as if he was showing off his extensive knowledge. Then in front of Su-yun and Wenbai, he eloquently talked about the deeds of the 2 of them that were widely rumored in the sect. Su-yun didn't care about his own affairs, but after hearing about Wenbai's story, he was in awe of her. Vim-bai was jokingly called Vim Morning, which is a kind of contemptuous name, and was applied to Plague Morning, meaning an ominous person. She wasn't in this debilitated state when she was initiated 6 years ago, but was a youthful young woman in her prime, and was later chosen to go to the Dan room because of her natural talent and high level of enlightenment. After that, I do not know for what reason, began to try to refine the so-called self-created elixir, and to test the medicine. Over the years, the body was destroyed by the poison, and only now this sickly appearance. The freak in the mouths of the people is actually a pioneer of innovation like Shin Nong in Su-yun's eyes. Su-yun suddenly felt good about Wenbai and persuaded, Senior sister Wenbai, don't pay attention to the naysayers on the sidelines. We're both tech geeks. I get you. And pass an encouraging look. Upon hearing this, Wenbai was also puzzled and smiled somewhat bitterly. I'm used to it. It's actually fine if you want to join them in mocking me. Now Su-yun didn't know how to answer. How much did Wenbai suffer in the end? At this moment the long-winded man interjected. Ha ha ha, these 2 are a perfect match. Let's go. Senior sister 1. Su-yun chose to ignore the trio and made an inviting gesture towards Wenbai. I'm suddenly interested in your pills. How about we find a place where there are no barking dogs to talk in detail? As soon as he heard that there was business, Wenbai also changed his humble posture at the beginning, pursed his lips and nodded heavily and smiled. I know a quiet place. Follow me. The 2 of them then walked out of the spirit pavilion as if they were oblivious, back and forth, drawing curses from the ignored trio. However, even if they were to make another demon, Su-yun did not care. After a short flight, the 2 of them arrived at a valley not far from the Dan room. which was the location of the clan's medicinal fields, the Spirit Medicine Valley. There were quite a few outer disciples in the valley who were tending to the spiritual fields, while Su Yun and his duo found a mountaintop with a wide view and sat opposite each other. Wenbai even generously took out a pot of wine and prepared to have a little drink. For the first time, Su Yun tasted the wine of the immortal cultivation world. This wine is different from Mao Zi and Wu Zi. The degree is very low, very refreshing, rich in pure aura. Drinking is full of enjoyment. Wenbai then once again pulled out the strange pills she had refined and introduced them to Su Yun one by one. At this point, Su Yun would not feel bored, but instead was full of curiosity, looking forward to what other bizarre and strange pills Wenbai had. Although most of Wenbai's pills were impractical, it was only through a meticulous understanding that he felt more and more powerful. The way of alchemy and refining is different. Not what herbs haphazardly whip up to be able to become a Dan. Cannot become a Dan of the medicinal formula to let the former head of the Dan cannot be refined, and finally will only be left a pile of charred dregs of the medicine. From this perspective, Wenbai was able to create so many kinds of pills on his own, so at least he knew the medicinal properties of various herbs like the back of his hand, and his alchemy skills were definitely too good. But you shouldn't have tried the medicine recklessly and gotten into this mess. You mean the ugly look, right? How can you know the medicinal properties of the elixir without trying? Wenbai looked in the direction of the spirit field and inexplicably said in a quiet manner, "There are some things you can only do on your own. No one will help you or can help you." Afterwards, Wenbai turned her face into a smile. "Forget it, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Drink." The sound of the Celadone wineglasses clinking was nice. In his previous life, although Su Yun did not understand pharmacology, but also know that pharmaceutical companies do experiments will be used, mice, monkeys and other mammals to do clinical trials. Perhaps this experience in the world of immortal cultivation is also feasible. Then I have a suggestion. You might want to try catching some monkeys, white apes to test the medicine for you. Upon hearing this, Wenbai snorted. How can a lowly beast like a monkey with undeveloped spirit be the same as a human? It had to be said that Wenbai's smile was as delicate as a young girl's despite her decaying appearance. It doesn't hurt to try. Well then, I'll go catch some wild monkeys sometime. Between the talk and laughter, not much time, half a pot of wine was drunk by the two of them. Wenbai waxen face turned red, vaguely have some blood color. Perhaps this is the reason why she loves to drink. The clouds in the sky come and go. The two talked a lot, and Wenbai has heard of the name Su Crazy, also know a little about his deeds. You didn't get chastised for blowing up a building in the smithy? How can this was not directly driven to the Tsueju Peak, but also punished me for refining 50 magic weapons without compensation. Why are there other people's names on your potion vials? The Spirit Pavilion requires that pills be signed, and although I'm confident in my alchemy abilities, I guess, when others come to collect the pills, they ask to change them as soon as they hear that I made them. So I came up with this little trick. Your Tsueju Peak land boundary is big or not? In recent years the harvest of the Spirit Medicine Valley is not good. The medicinal herbs have risen a lot. I want to borrow your precious land to plant a little. The land is definitely enough. It's just that the aura is a bit thinner. Planting medicinal herbs below the second rank is not much of a problem. It wasn't until dusk that the two of them became disenchanted. For the first time since he had been busy for so long, Su Yun was so relaxed and cozy. At the end of the day, Wenbai pulled out 2 bottles of pills. You are a newly promoted disciple who has just joined for 3 years. These pills of mine can help you pass the examination. Take it. Wenbai was afraid of Su Yun's misunderstanding and explained again. Don't worry. They are all unusual pills recorded in the pharmacopoeia that can briefly increase strength without harming the foundation. Even if your cultivation is low, with these pills, it's not a big problem to pass the first round of examination, so you can stay in the sect. Having an errand in the outer sect can be much more comfortable than being a loose cultivator. Su Yun recognized some of the pills, and these 2 bottles were not cheap second-order pills. The Spirit Gathering Pill, which could quickly condense one's spiritual energy and briefly raise 1 or 2 levels of cultivation, was usable up to the foundation establishment stage. The Barrier Breaking Pill, which had similar functions, was even more powerful, so there was only one of these pills in the bottle. Su Yun was suffering from shyness and wanted to shirk, but Wenbai suddenly said, the Barrier Breaking Pill can only be taken once in 24 hours, so I gave one. You can't think I'm being petty, haha. You go, I should go back too. Then I'll make up the spirit stones later. What spirit stone or not? I just don't want you to be expelled from the clan. I still want to be friends with you. Friends? Su Yun's heart was touched, and he poured with tears. Chapter 9 Farming and Immortal Cultivation. Returning to the cave, it was already late at night, and the drunkenness had not subsided, so he simply lay down and slept straight away. The next day, at sunrise, Su Yun was awakened by a knock on the door outside. On weekdays, in addition to Zhang Li's senior brother, Only spicy women will come here, and everyone else will only be able to avoid it. Then who else will come? Opened the door to observe, only to find that the visitor was none other than Wenbai, whom he had just met yesterday. She changed her hairstyle, her dry hair was coiled up and looked less scruffy. She gently waved and said, "Remember? I talked about planting elixirs yesterday. I brought the seeds. Is that okay?" When? Of course. Sueju Peak territory is huge. Suyun also did not expect Wenbai to be so strong in execution. And Wenbai, seeing Suyun's sleepy look, reminded in a joking tone, "Time is running out. You can't slack off on your cultivation, or else you'll be expelled from the clan. Where will I go to grow herbs? Ahahaha, cultivate later. I'll show you around first." Suyun scratched his head and snorted. Although this place is called Sueju Peak, it is more than just a peak. There are several hills. One was the cave where Suyun resided. Covered in green bamboo and most tranquil, one had been leveled by the spirit core and piled with messy rocks, and one had been shot full of holes during the debugging of firearms. So much for there being two more intact hills. After following Suyun around, Wenbai was able to completely understand why he had been driven away from the mountain gate. Such a destructive force was truly amazing, and she had chosen where to start a spiritual field. Of the two remaining hills, one of them was a gently sloping area that was just right to be opened up into fields, and there were spiritual springs trickling down at the top that could be used for watering. The other mountain was rocky and jagged, shaped like a broken sword, and the top of the mountain was a flat stone platform. For some reason, the aura was a bit more abundant than the other places, and it was also the place where Suyun used to meditate and cultivate, which was why he didn't give up the scourge. This is it. Wenbai didn't hide his fondness for this place. Aside from the lack of aura a bit, can't pick any faults. This is very good. If you like it, it's fine to open a cave residence next to it, so that you don't have to run back and forth in order to take care of the medicinal herbs, Suyun casually mentioned. His character was not as withdrawn as the previous Suyun, but he hoped that Sueju Peak could be more lively. Really? Wenbai especially felt joy. In the past, other people could not wait to drive her away and drive her far away, but there were still people who were willing to be neighbors with her. After all, it's your realm. I won't live there for nothing. When the spirit medicine is harvested, I'll share 10% of your profit. No, 20%. Talking about money is tacky. So can you use the bamboo here? I'll use it to build a fence. Sueju Peak. The specialty is bamboo. Take it as you need it. After all, after taking someone else's elixir, Suyun couldn't be petty. What else do you need? Just give me the word. Wenbai made a thoughtful gesture. I need you to go cultivate. Wenbai is his old mom's heart out, and Suyun didn't want to delay. He flew to the top of the stone platform of Broken Sword Mountain with his sword, and began to collect his thoughts and quiet his mind, making preparations before cultivation. This place was across the mountain from Wenbai. She was using the fire attribute technique Fiery Palm to cauterize the weeds. Her movements were sharp and her control of the technique was extremely subtle, burning the weeds clean while the soil was still in a wet state. This one-handed operation directly made Suyun look mesmerized. Turning back, he could find Wenbai to teach him the techniques of using spiritual power, which would be very beneficial for refining weapons. However, Wenbai's way of farming is too primitive, basically slash and burn, although it is a tradition that has been inherited to this day. But backward traditions are not precisely used to subvert? Otherwise, where is the progress? Perhaps when he was free in the future, he could introduce advanced scientific farming methods into the immortal cultivation world. Over there, Wenbai was busy, and Suyun had already adjusted his state and began to start practicing according to the memorized Dharma. Cultivation was nothing more than absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth and refining it into one's own spiritual energy, while constantly breaking through bottlenecks and strengthening one's physical body and divine soul, in order to pursue the legendary immortal realm. Relying on it is what is known as a spiritual route. Spiritual routes were a whole system including the dantian, meridians, and chi points, and in Suyun's understanding, the dantian was the power source, the meridians were the wires, and the chi points were the nodes where the wires intersected, and the so-called spiritual route qualification. To use an analogy, the various sizes of meridians are like atoms inside a magnet. The movement of electrons around the nucleus of the atom to form an electric current, the electric current to form a magnetic field. So each atom is a small magnet. Their magnetic poles in different directions, and the more the direction of the magnetic poles of the small magnet is singular, the stronger the external manifestation of the magnetic field. Similarly, the spiritual root attributes have 5 elements of 3 variations, namely wood, fire, earth, gold, water, wind, thunder and ice. The more consistent the attributes of each meridian, the higher the qualification, both in terms of the speed of cultivation, or strength, will be more powerful. Well, easy to understand. Through the operation of the practiced cultivation techniques, the spiritual chi is attracted to the heaven and earth, so that the spiritual chi constitutes a large and small circumference cycle in the human body's meridian system. And during this process, the spiritual chi is gradually condensed, and ultimately converges into the dantian to form the spiritual sea. Raising the level of cultivation was to continuously expand the spirit sea, and when quantitative change reached qualitative change, there were 9 realms: chi cultivation, foundation building, virtual dan, Jin dan, Yuan yin, transforming into a god, returning to the virtual world, merging into a body, and crossing over to the tribulation realm. Of course, each realm had its own unique characteristics, more than just the difference in the size of the spirit sea. Suyin first attempted to run a large circumference cycle for an hour before finally sighing helplessly. Although he had been mentally prepared, after he really started cultivating, Suyin realized how poor his qualifications were, and it was not unfair to be assigned to the refining room with a lower threshold. Suyin's problem lies in the fact that his spiritual root attributes are too mixed and his meridians are blocked. So naturally the speed of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is too slow. Even the concentration of spiritual chi in a place like Sueju Peak where spiritual chi is scarce is more than enough for him. This is like using a funnel to scoop up porridge. A spoon down, no matter how to stir, can only slightly dip a little rice soup up. Even if the aura is rich, porridge boiled very thick is only the difference between more sticky rice grains. Luckily it was prepared with auxiliary pills. The auxiliary elemental pill contained a strand of refined and pure spiritual energy that could be directly absorbed to speed up some cultivation. After taking 1 capsule, it takes a day to digest and absorb it, and it can make the cultivation speed twice as fast as the original one. And taking more is not beneficial. Suyin estimated that at this rate of cultivation, by the time the examination began, he would only be able to raise his cultivation to the 4th level of chi cultivation, and at most touch the threshold of the 5th level of chi cultivation. And naturally, he wasn't willing to do that, and began to use his little brainchild to increase the speed of cultivation. Normally there are roughly 3 ways. One is to improve the qualification, easy to cut down the marrow from the source to solve the problem. However, it is not easy to cut down the marrow, and I have only heard of some ancient treasures that have such an effect. The second was to take a large number of elixirs. Aside from the auxiliary elemental pills, there were pills that boosted cultivation, and the only drawback was that the price wasn't too beautiful. The third is to enhance the concentration of the surrounding aura. Directly cook the porridge into dry rice, so that the concentration of the aura to the extent that you want to pour directly into the body. But obviously, all 3 of these Suyin can't do it yet. With the current means, it's enough to cope with the examination. Suyin had no choice but to comfort himself with this in order to cultivate at ease. In this way, more than half a month passed. Suyin touched the threshold of the 4th level of chi cultivation, and a breakthrough was imminent. Chapter 10, I Have a Friend. Although it wasn't a breakthrough to any great realm, Suyin had still made full preparations, pouring out a yuan drawing pill at Wenbai's place. The leader pill belonged to the 2nd order elixir, which could briefly accelerate the flow of spiritual energy in the body, better impacting the shackles of the dantian spiritual sea. If you take this pill, the breakthrough will naturally be worry-free. Soon, it was a smooth advancement to the 4th level of chi practicing. Moreover, Suyin was pleasantly surprised to find that after the flow of spiritual energy within the meridians was accelerated, the speed of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was much faster. Put it this way, Suyin suddenly had a bold idea. The normal cultivation pathway is that the aura enters the body and is incorporated into the spirit sea after the great circumference cycle, and the process is cyclical and smooth. If the aura was not incorporated into the sea of spirit after condensing through the great circumference and continued to flow through the meridians, the pressure of the aura would increase, the flow rate would naturally speed up, and the speed of absorbing heaven and earth's aura would also be much faster. It's like the difference between naturally aspirated and turbocharged. Maybe it's feasible? To be on the safe side, Suyin still looked for Wenbai, who was at least an expert at the 9th level of chi cultivation. After briefly explaining his thoughts, Suyin was severely disliked by Wenbai. Do you know how dangerous your idea is? Constantly condensing spiritual energy but not incorporating it into the spiritual sea. If it's light, you'll damage your meridians, and if it's heavy, you might directly burst them. There's no such thing as messing up the path of cultivation. If you're not careful, you'll make a mistake and be doomed. Today's cultivation methods are summarized by the practice of hundreds of millions of cultivators, so you can just follow the cat's lead. Don't mess around. Why? I just casually asked. Suyin had no choice but to concede, but pressed on with no intention of giving up. He had his own ways to neutralize the risk. He thought of capacitors and AC circuits, and by connecting a capacitor in series, he could share most of the voltage. Perhaps something could be intervened in the meridian that could withstand the spiritual pressure instead of the meridian. Soo-yun immediately thought of the spirit core. There was already a circulation of spiritual chi in the spiritual core, and the circulation in the meridians formed a nested structure of large and small circulations, which might be able to enhance the meridian's carrying capacity of spiritual chi, which was equivalent to an additional cache of spiritual energy. Picked a piece of Empyrean core with the best texture from the Bibbo sword. Soo-yun pondered how to embed the spirit core into his meridians. This was a new field that had never existed in the immortal cultivation world. It was just that he suffered from an extremely shallow understanding of spirit roots and had to ask Wenbai for some more advice. However, what Wenbai could teach him was nothing more than the understanding of spirit root meridians at the cultivation level, while what Soo-yun wanted to know was at the anatomy level. There was no choice but for Soo-yun to figure it out on his own. There was still a month of time left, and now that his cultivation at the 4th level of chi practicing was sufficient, he had no worries. As long as the conception can be accomplished, but cultivation does not have to be rushed, and it will advance by leaps and bounds later. In one of the sect's remote boundaries, there was a dilapidated house called the Good Deeds Room. The building was dusty and pitch black up and down, without a hint of color, giving it an eerie feel. The so-called Good Deeds Room, in fact, is to take care of the aftermath of the place, is one of the few sects, more miserable than the refining room of the institution. Cultivation world is full of crises. Disciples are often lost. Unusual disciples' corpses will be placed here. If there is no family or friends to help bury them, they will be thrown into the burial pit, and rejoin the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Of course, if someone was willing to help with the aftermath, the body wouldn't have ended up in the Good Samaritan house. Entering the house, an extremely gloomy-looking disciple greeted him, with dark circles under his eyes and a look of death. I'm afraid that he has become like this because he has been impregnated with death for a long time. The voice that spoke was also breathless and had an unkind undertone. Who is it? What are you doing in the Good Samaritan's room? Soo-yun made a sad expression and lamented. I have a friend who unfortunately perished recently, and I have come here to bury him. Name? A casual acquaintance. I don't know the name, but I can recognize it at a glance. The other party didn't say anything and led Soo-yun inside. With a flurry of selection, Soo-yun chose a fresh male corpse with a similar cultivation level to his own, and after faking a cry, he smoothly took the corpse away. Avoiding Wenbai and quietly returning to the cave, Soo-yun first refined a set of surgical knives according to the memories of his previous life and simply built a dissection table. Then he kowtowed respectfully to the corpse 3 times. No offense. No offense intended. Thank you for giving your life for the great cause of science. Immediately after that, Soo-yun stripped the corpse of its clothing, and after doing a good job of psychological construction, he made the first cut at the location of the lower abdomen. After a person dies, without the spiritual power to protect the body, an unusual blade can also cut through the skin. Soo-yun's primary objective was to find out the dantian, but after separating the small abdomen, there were only ordinary internal organs inside that Soo-yun could recognize, and there was no dantian, and the meridians and chi points are the same. Although Soo-yun has long known the location of the large and small meridians and chi points, but on top of the corpse, there is no corresponding physiological structure to be found. Is there no entity? Soo-yun entered the meditating internal vision state and could still clearly sense the existence of the dantian, meridians, and chi points. If none of these things exist materially, then they can only be on the level of the divine soul. It's a lot harder to transform the divine soul level. With Soo-yun's cultivation nowadays, he was far from reaching the level of being able to gain insight into the divine soul, and it was at least Yuaning cultivators who could initially come into contact with the subtleties of the divine soul. Simply put, it's 1 degree of latitude short of a descending blow belonging to his. Originally, he thought that the meridians, like the blood vessels and lymph, were pipes with solidity, and it would not be difficult to transform them. But, however, Soo-yun would not give up lightly. He found the directing vein behind the corpse, which was one of the largest meridians in the human body. Holding out both palms, the left hand was infused with spiritual energy at the waist level and the right hand was stroked on the back of the neck. With the infusion of spiritual energy could be felt coming from the right hand, only much weakened, but the meridians were actually open after death. Similarly, a meridian test on the arm led to a consistent conclusion, but after chopping off the arm could no longer conduct spiritual energy, as if the meridians had disappeared, and the same conclusion could be drawn in other parts of the body. As soon as the limbs were detached from the body, they would lose the ability to conduct spiritual energy. In other words, the meridians disappeared. In this way it is clear that the divine soul of a human being must be attached to a certain location in the torso, and then from that location it extends out to the limbs, like the roots of a tree, to form the meridians and chi points in various parts of the body. Suyun guessed that it was the three parts of the dantian, heart and brain, which corresponded to the so-called lower dantian, middle dantian and upper dantian, which acted as the medium for the divine soul to connect with the physical body. The lower dantian governs cultivation, the middle dantian governs life, and the upper dantian governs sanity. Specifically how? Suyun does not want to explore. He is not deranged to the extent of preparing multiple corpses through the controlled variable method to do research. And as time advanced, Suyun realized that the same meridians, in the same locations, the ability to conduct spiritual energy was decreasing. Eventually, after a day and a night of research, the meridians on the torso also disappeared, unable to conduct a single trace of spiritual energy anymore. Perhaps it was because this senior brother's divine soul had completely dissipated, and his spiritual roots naturally ceased to exist. After burying this senior brother with care, Suyun erected a monument to him and offered incense to thank him for his contribution. However, Suyun still needed corpses to study the method of accessing spirit cores into the meridians. He came to the good house again. It was still the same disciple on duty, and when he saw Suyun, he felt puzzled. What are you doing here again? Suyun could only harden his head and smiled sarcastically. Actually, I have another friend. Chapter 11 to the Worms. Although the disciple on duty was still skeptical, but after all, the dead are the greatest, he still relieved. Please also be sad. Just sent one today. You see if it's your friend? Coming to the corpse, Suyun touched the body still warm. Should have just passed away not long ago. The cause of death was being stomped on by a spirit beast and exploded his head. This kind of thing happens all the time in the Imperial Beast Room where spirit beasts are kept. It's not easy to recognize without the face. See if it's your friend? Yes. Yes. Suyun said with some excitement, and then realized that he shouldn't be so joyful, and then looked for a remedy. Ooh, it's him, his figure, I can recognize him at a glance. Why did you just leave like that? Condolences. The disciple on duty patted Suyun on the shoulder, and then signaled for him to take the body away. And Suyun took out the prepared shroud, loaded the body, carried it and left. Returning to the cave, Suyun first tested whether the meridians were smooth. As a result, this corpse's meridians were smooth to the extent that Suyun was shocked. It was actually no different from a living person. It should have just died not long ago, so it was like this. And because he didn't have a head also existed meridians. It was sort of able to sidestep Suyun's beginning speculation. Subsequently, Suyun took out his spirit core and pondered for half a day without knowing how to connect the spirit core to the void meridians. The flow of spiritual energy within the spiritual core is unique, only positive and negative poles, while the human body's meridians are connected in all directions. The intersection of the formation of many chi points, although the macroscopic view of the flow of spiritual energy in only one direction, but there are too many changes in the subtle changes. The slightest loss will be 1,000 miles. He had no choice but to first comb through the meridians and chi points in his body, meditating and visualizing internally, then replicating the meridians and chi points onto the paper. So 2 days and 2 nights passed. Looking at the manuscript paper spread all over the cave, Suyun called out his brain pain, although he has already done his best, but the meridian routes that can be reproduced are only the main Qi Jing and the 8 veins, and the subtle meridians can't be reproduced in the slightest. The feeling of the subtle complexity of the meridian seemed to be something that could only be imagined, not conveyed in words, let alone expressed in drawings. 2 days of busy work, and in the end, it's all for nothing, and it's so anxiety-inducing. Coincidentally, that's when Wenbai suddenly came over and knocked on the door. Suyun also thought about taking a break and changing his brain, opening the door to welcome the guest. Senior Sister 1, what can I do for you now? Outside the door, Wenbai probed his head and tried to say in a low voice, these days you are secretive and do not cultivate. Did something happen? No. Didn't this just break through? Just came back to refine some magic weapons to see how much the increase in strength helps in refining weapons. Suyun casually found an excuse to pass it off. Oh, Wenbai resumed his big grinning stance and laughed. I thought it was because you heard those rumors and deliberately avoided me. Rumors? Well, yes. Afterwards, Wenbai briefly recounted the matter. Roughly, the last time in the Spirit Dan Pavilion offended the long-tongued man a few of them, so that soon the clan spread rumors of Su crazy and one morning unclear. The evidence is that Wenbai also moved to live in Sueju Peak. If you care, I can move back in. Wenbai still asked cautiously. What am I afraid of as a big man? On the contrary, you are a girl's family. I feel quite guilty for letting you be humiliated. Ha ha. In Suyun's perception, women in the immortal cultivation world all cared more about their reputation, and he was afraid that Wenbai would have something to mind. It's all right then. Who cares? Wenbai spread a smile. Let's go. Take a look at your spirit field. I've hit a bottleneck and want to do some farming work to spread my mind. In his previous life, Soo-yun had this habit of fiddling with flowers, fruits and vegetables when he was stressed or in a bad mood. In the midst of small, tedious labors, he will feel inner peace. Arriving at the spirit field, the sight before him caused Soo-yun to marvel. Although it had only been a few days since he had been here, the changes in the spiritual field were not insignificant. The seedlings that had just sprouted are now knee-high, green and watery. This herb grows so fast. That's not true. These are not the weeds of the mortal world. Can be spiritual medicine? Growth is naturally fast, but the accumulation of medicinal power, or need a few years of time. Wenbai is good at this. So he explained to Soo-yun, the herb seedlings are still fragile and are having a bug problem lately. Why don't you come and experience getting rid of the bugs? Soo-yun was thinking of doing just that, and the two of them hit it off right away. As Wenbai said, above the emerald roots and stems of many herbs, tiny transparent bugs and insects crawled, densely packed, the same as aphids, but on closer inspection, they were very different. This little bug has a body form similar to that of a sesame seed, is transparent, fluoresces with a light blue color, and extends countless tiny filaments that are rooted into the rhizome. This thing is called a spirit-swallowing insect, and these threads are its tentacles, used to absorb nutrients and aura. Don't look at how small they are now. When they grow up in the future, they can be troublesome, not to mention parasitizing herbs, spirit beasts and even cultivators are their parasites. So strong? It was Soo-yun who had underestimated it. He had thought that this little bug was no different from an aphid. I've seen a cultivator who was parasitized by a spirit-swallowing insect. It's scary. As he spoke, Wenbai showed a horrified look on his face. After that person died, a spirit-swallowing insect as big as a fist was taken out from his body. The tentacles had infested all his limbs and bones, connecting to his spiritual roots and sucking out his spiritual energy. That person died of spiritual energy exhaustion. Sucked to death alive. What did you say? Connecting spiritual roots? Soo-yun grabbed the key word and pursued. Right. Wenbai did not expect Soo-yun to react so much, crying and laughing. In fact, you don't have to be so afraid. The spirit-swallowing insect larvae are not scary, even if they are being parasitized. The internal vision will be able to detect their presence, and they can easily be killed. I'm not in fear. I'm just a little excited. If the spirit-swallowing insect was able to connect to the spirit roots, then wouldn't one's problems be solved? Have to marvel at the wonders of nature. Really ghostly work also. Then I'll teach you how to remove the spirit-swallowing insects, said Wenbai, handing over an embroidered silk scarf. If you're afraid of inhaling spirit-swallowing insects, use the silk scarf to protect your mouth and nose. Still thinking that her words had scared Soo-yun, she thought of ways to reassure him. And Soo-yun thought that this was a standardized operation for removing spirit-swallowing insects and didn't think much about it. Directly covering his mouth and nose with a silk scarf. Hiss, it smells so good. It smells exactly the same as Wenbai's, with a faint grassy aroma. Only then did Soo-yun realize that this silk scarf was not taken out of the chinkuan bag, but rather she had placed it close to her body. Some intentionality. In order not to hurt the herbs, you need to gently apply spiritual power to force the spirit-swallowing insects away. And then, Wenbai didn't care about the silk scarf, but began to demonstrate in earnest. As Wenbai operated his spiritual power, an invisible spiritual power fluctuation radiated out, and the spirit-swallowing insects on a plant of chungmu grass transformed into flotsam and fled. This scene reminds Soo-yun of the street in front of his house in his previous life. Every year in April and May, there is a sky full of willow flakes. Other people think that the willow flakes are very annoying, while Soo-yun thinks it is very beautiful. The same goes for the spirit-swallowing worm in front of me. Immediately after, the beauty of the illusion. When by a fire to swallow the spirit worms are burned. Cleaning up the spirit-swallowing insects was very simple. One look would be enough. About a morning's work, the spirit-swallowing insects in the spirit field were cleaned up, except for the few that Soo-yun secretly hid. Chapter 12, Bitter Weakness of the Flesh. Afterwards, she tried to learn more about the spirit-swallowing insect from Wenbai, but was told that she was not sure either. And the exact words were, as long as you know how to get rid of it, it's fine. What do you care about the rest? But now that we've found a viable direction, it's necessary to probe deeper. Luckily, there was a library, or bookstore, within the sect, which did not only contain feats, but also all sorts of canonical books, which could be described as all-encompassing. The original Soo-yun spent a great deal of his time soaking in the book depository, and if he ranked a list of academics, he would definitely be at the top. The imperial sword flew to the Tibetan cabinet, to the crowded realm, and, as expected, gossip about him and Wenbai came overwhelmingly, like mosquitoes, in the ears, buzzing. To be reasonable, the gossip of two outer disciples should not get so much attention. but he and Wenbai belonged to the category of different, like Shugo in the village, or Yutie and Guiying. Of course, there must be someone behind the scenes to push the envelope. Mastering the traffic code belongs to B. However, there was no need to care as his ears were calloused. Suyun entered the book depository and went straight to the spirit beast area. What Suyun didn't know was that someone saw him out and about and flew off to report to someone. On top of the book couch, it was filled with all the books Suyun could find on spirit beasts, herbs and insect pests, and although most of them had already been read, he still wanted to flip through them again so that he wouldn't miss them. On the books that recorded the way of grass and wood, even if they mentioned the spirit-swallowing insect, it was only a few strokes and a light description. It's also true that this kind of small, harmless and inconspicuous bugbear is the only thing that no one pays attention to, and other books, it is rarely recorded. It seems that no one to swallow the spirit worm as a spiritual beast. Even the inclusion of the most complete types of spiritual beasts beast scripture note did not write about it. No wonder that previously did not know that there is this kind of spirit worm. However, the Emperor's heaven was not to be denied, and eventually Suyun actually found a relevant record about the spirit-swallowing insect in a medical book. The disease caused by the infection of the tunicates is known as phthisis. The book contains a detailed account of the habits, likes and dislikes, physiology and even describes the entire process of growth from larva to adult, complete with illustrations. It was not easy for someone to study bugs like the spirit-swallowing bug that did not infect mortals and could be easily dissolved by cultivators. After memorizing all the knowledge about spirit-swallowing insects in his head, Suyun walked outside in a relaxed mood. According to what was recorded in the medical book, what Suyun envisioned was completely achievable, so naturally he was overjoyed. However, only adult worms could satisfy his needs, and the spirit-swallowing worms were slow-growing, taking a few years to grow into, so the ones he had just caught couldn't be counted on. We can only go to the forest and try our luck to see if we can meet a spirit beast infected by the spirit-swallowing insect, which is manic yet bone-thin and easily recognizable. After exiting the book collection pavilion, Suyun went straight to the forest near the clan's premises, where a large number of wild spirit beasts were active right outside the clan's protective formation. However, there was no shortage of second or even third-order existences among them. If in the past, Suyun would not have the backbone to go to such a dangerous place, but now he had a spirit core magic weapon to rely on, and he had also taken the time to refine some gadgets for his body these days. Suyun rode his sword to the primed Song mountain range without realizing that there were several people trailing behind him. When he reached his destination, Suyun landed on the side branch of a large tree and was just about to look for spirit beasts infected by spirit-swallowing insects when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from behind him. Immediately afterward, 4 people flew out and surrounded Suyun with swords drawn. Suyun, goodbye. Suyun's expression stagnated. Chen Yang? Apart from Chen Yang, the remaining few people were the ones who had spoken out against him and Wenbai at the Spirit Dan Pavilion. A short one, a fat one, and a skinny one, but none of them were weak. They actually colluded. As I recall, there is no enmity between us, so why are we treating each other like this? The blame is only on you for getting too close to Lai Su. Chen Yang's expression was cold. I only realized not too long ago that senior sister Ri Su's difficulty in advancing an inch in the emotionless Tao was actually because of you. Come on, what exactly is your relationship? This is not for you to worry about, Suyun said in a cold voice. Ha! Chen Yang shook his head disdainfully, but that doesn't matter anymore. Following that, he said aloud, in order for senior sister Li Shu to write her heart and break her love, the Falling Cloud sect will not be able to keep you. And this is what the 4th elder wanted. But she was in the way of being an elder and couldn't do anything about it, so I took the initiative to help out and relieve her of this worry. What? You want to kill me? Suyun's spiritual energy flowed slowly, ready to meet the battle. If you are willing to voluntarily quit the Falling Cloud sect and let me teach you a lesson again, I will keep you alive. Chen Yang let out a cold shout. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Suyun bent down slightly and fished out some metal devices from his Qiankuan bag. Then I am offended. And then in passing, he threw out 3 metal orbs. Since the spirit stones on hand were not generous right now, the spirit core ammunition still had to be left for the examination. So Suyun refined something else with some easily accessible materials, like the 3 fragmentation grenades thrown. The ingredients for the preparation of the internal black powder were easy to obtain in the immortal cultivation world, and the main thing was that they didn't want spirit stones. It's not very powerful, but it's useful. After throwing the grenade, Suyun nimbly turned around and fled. The mechanical countdown timer bracket in the grenade made a subtle clicking sound of metal on metal, while Chen Yang's few people were surprised. 3 flashes of firelight flashed, countless broken pieces shot out, and dense blood splatters instantly exploded on the 3 people other than Chen Yang. The power of the broken piece was enough to penetrate the protective spiritual power of a chi practitioner cultivator. Even if it wasn't fatal, it could still injure them quite badly. And Chen Yang's body flashed with a faint golden light. Safe and sound. It was with a defense magic weapon. However, he was still flashed by the strong light, his eyes blurred, and a buzzing ringing in his ears. His defensive spells just blocked the flying broken pieces. When they recovered, they realized that Su Yun had long since slipped away. Chen Yang burst out. Su Yun! He captured Su Yun's movements with his divine thoughts and chased after him with his sword, and the other three followed one by one. The difference in realms was still too great, and Su Yun had difficulty escaping their pursuit. Threw some more grenades along the way, but they had defenses in place, and it was hard to work again. Being so entangled was not a solution, so Su Yun had to pull out a big guy. After placing a large metal box in the path, quickly escape. A white smoke then spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it filled 10 feet away. The pursuing four flew into the smoke. Chen Yang sneered. What's the use of using these blindfolds? It's not like they can escape my divine thought lock. And after Su Yun glanced back, he frowned and accelerated to escape. Simply because it's not a smoke bomb that lets off white smoke. It's a terrifying thermobaric bomb, or cloudburst bombs. These dusts are flammable and explosive metal powders such as magnesium and aluminum, which cause violent dust explosions and instantly consume large amounts of oxygen, producing violent air shocks. Suddenly, a fire cloud ignited behind Su Yun, followed by a violent shockwave, and his escaping figure was a little unsteady. However, this warm pressure bomb was extremely shoddy, and only briefly stunned them, lying in various parts of the forest, their entire bodies scorched. But Su Yun did not dare to stay longer and hurriedly left. These small things could only have a surprise effect, and if they hadn't been so gullible, Su Yun really wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Moreover, it was not possible to use gun means now. Yun Mu was aware that Chen Yang had come over to look for trouble, so silencing him was not a good idea either. The good thing is that this kind of thing can't be brought to the forefront either, so go back to laying low and there should be room for more. After escaping far away and ensuring that he would not be chased, Su Yun searched around the forest and failed to find any spirit beasts infected by the spirit-swallowing insects, and only casually grabbed 5 wild center-parted chickens before heading back. This is an even more commonplace spirit beast. The first rank is not even counted. Named for the 2 handfuls of center-parted black hairs on the chicken's crown, the size is about the same size as a goose, and mortal hunters will often go hunting for this kind of spirit beast. This kind of chicken can't fly, is good to keep, and has a tenacious vitality, so it's perfect to be used as a medium for cultivating spirit-swallowing insects. After waiting for 2.5 years, you will be able to obtain an adult spirit-swallowing insect. Returning to the cave, Su Yun looked at the corpse of the unknown senior brother and made a mistake. Without a mature body spirit-swallowing insect, the research of accessing spirit cores into the meridians was forced to be put on hold. But this senior brother's corpse couldn't be wasted either, and without making the best use of what was there, the senior brother's spirit in heaven wouldn't be at peace. And for Su Yun to accomplish his great conception, it was not enough to know the knowledge of the human body at the level of the cultivation system, but he also had to have enough understanding at the level of the physiological structure. As the scalpel went deeper, and observation with the naked eye combined with divine sense probing, Su Yun felt more and more that the human body could be described as a skillfully crafted work of art, with muscles, bones, joints, and organs all having their own unique characteristics. However, like jade, paintings, calligraphy, and ceramics, works of art would always give people a sense of fragility and fragility. A physical body without spiritual power is like a plate of loose sand. It doesn't even need the wind to blow it. It will all fall apart after 2 steps. The flesh is bitterly weak, and as the shell that carries the divine soul, the physical body shouldn't be so fragile. After spending 2 days meticulously completing the autopsy, the corpse brother also completed his mission and was buried with the last one. Sorting out mapping the anatomy of the human body took another 3 days. Chapter 13, 30 days to the final battle. The rest of the day was kind of busy, and no one came looking for trouble, and it was like that incident was in the past. Right now, Su Yun was using the ideas of electronic technology to reorganize the artifact patterns. The more he delved into it, the more Su Yun felt that the learning of the Tao of refining weapons was as vast as a sea of smoke. Even the most complex chips only had 8 basic logic circuits, but there were more than 1 million variations of artifact patterns, and the use of different combinations and different artifact refining materials could lead to even more variations. If it was combined with modern technology, it was impossible to imagine how far refining could be developed. And the first thing Su Yun wanted to delve into was to replicate common circuits with aura lines, laying the foundation for the electrification and intelligence of the magic weapon in the future. It's annoying enough what with all the digital and analog power, not to mention the large-scale integrated circuits, chips and whatnot. After traveling 1,000 miles, Suyun felt that he had only just landed the first footprint. During this period, Suyun also developed the first automated device in the immortal cultivation world, the automatic fluorite lamp. Suyun used a mineral black ink jade that could change the conductivity of aura under light to act as a sensor for detecting light, and then used a simple logical aura path to determine whether it was night or day. Fluorite lights turn on automatically when the sun goes down and turn off at sunrise. This was a crude attempt by Suyun. Moreover, Suyun also discovered that not only spirit stones could be refined into spirit cores, some ores that contained a small amount of spiritual chi could also be made into spirit cores, except that spirit stones were the optimal solution. In this way, some magic weapons that consumed less spiritual chi could be replaced with such spirit cores, greatly reducing the cost. So, Suyun made 10 or so automatic fluorite lamps, lighting up the entire night of Tsueju Peak, just like Tesla lighting up the night of the World Expo, both of which had epical significance. Although the immortal cultivation world also had spells and formations with intelligence, either the user left a wisp of divine thought inside, or the immortal weapon gave birth to a spirit, which were all fundamentally different from automated spells. However, most of the automated fluorite lights were removed after Vim White complained that they were too bright at night and shook her eyes. Of course, doing research is about gradual progress. In his spare time, Suyun will go to feed the chickens, go to the spirit field to weed, or when he is read by Wenbai, he will cultivate for a few hours to sort of consolidate his cultivation. The days are quiet and full, and with Wenbai, they get along well, and both are quite comfortable. In this way, the day of the outer gate examination arrived. As a hurdle that all new disciples need to pass, its importance is no less than the qualification test at the time of entry. Spiritual root qualification determines whether you can become a cultivator or not, while the level you reach after 3 years of cultivation determines how far you can go in your cultivation journey. Qualifications are important, as is enlightenment, hard work and even chance. Early in the morning, Suyun walked out of the cave, ready to greet Wenbai and go to rush to the examination. But he didn't expect that Wenbai had already waited for a long time at the entrance of the cave, with a dinner plate in his hand. Suyun, have some breakfast before you go. Eat enough to get on the road. Suyun sweated. Senior sister 1. This is unlucky, isn't it? Ha ha, eat first. Saying that, Wenbai carried the meal tray into the cave and placed it on top of the stone table. This is a healing meal that I have formulated through my understanding of the Dan Dao. It can temper your spiritual state and will be helpful in your examination. There was a bowl of clear porridge and 3 small dishes on the dinner plate. Simple but not simplistic, all of which were cooked with ingredients rich in aura and looked appetizing. Senior sister 1, thank you for your trouble. Suyun did not know what to say, so he could only thank him most sincerely. Look at what you said. It's too raw. Senior sister is exempt. Just call me Wenbai from now on. As he spoke, Wenbai handed his chopsticks to Suyun, and since crossing over, Suyun hadn't eaten any more meals. All of them were made up with the pesca pills, and his mouth was faded out of the bird, so he didn't bother to be polite. He took his chopsticks and started feasting. I have to say, Wenbai's cooking is also a masterpiece. The color and flavor are just right. Perhaps cooking dishes and refining elixirs had similarities, both of which required sufficient knowledge of the raw materials, and also the ability to precisely control the fire. It smells so good. Eat more if it's delicious. I have more there. Wenbai was happy himself when he saw Suyun eating so well. Next time I'll come and do some dishes for you. There's a lot of food on my old home side. As he spoke, Suyun had already figured out what to cook. Aha, Wenbai nodded serenely. But the prerequisite is to pass the examination first. Naturally, no problem. Suyun had enough confidence that he would never let down Wenbai's good intentions. After having a full breakfast, Suyun defends his sword and prepares to rush to the examination. And when he is leaving, Wenbai does not forget to read a few sentences. Always remember, the barrier-breaking pill must not be used until the critical moment. You must keep your cards. Don't take too much of the spirit-gathering pill at once either. It's too much. Got it. Leaving Tsueju Peak, Suyun Guanxi, although barring that, Wenbai was so concerned about his test in order to have a piece of land to grow medicinal herbs, but the feeling of being able to be missed is also quite good. The strength was raised by 1 layer, but the speed of the Imperial sword flight was more than 50% faster, and Suyun arrived at the gathering place of the outer gate examination half an hour earlier than he had predicted. But no one would pinch pennies on such an important day, and the assembly square was now packed. There were thousands of outer disciples in the Falling Cloud sect, and there were as many as 300 newly promoted disciples who needed to participate in the examination, and now they had already come. However, Suyun had thought that his arrival would be the center of attention, or rather the object of everyone's counting. However, Not many people paid attention to him. The attention of the crowd was in the center of the square, where there were two figures surrounded by clusters. It was none other than Li Su and Chen Yang. They also left large gaps around them, as if the bystanders had intentionally made them available. Have you heard? In addition to senior uncle Li Su being enrolled in the inner sect before the examination, this Chen Yang has also worshipped the third elder. The people around them began to discuss some gossip. In that case, our falling cloud sect has produced two proud sons of heaven this time? Of course, there were also people who were unconvinced. Chen Yang counts as a part of the pride of heaven. Although his cultivation has also reached the 9th level of chi cultivation, it is nothing more than relying on his family's background and piling it up with heavenly materials and treasures. How can he compare to senior uncle Li Shu's natural talent and intelligence? And I've also heard the third elder had no intention of accepting a disciple. It was the Chen family's late Jindan stage strength family head who personally paid a visit. And only then did he make an exception to admit Chen Yang into the inner sect first. Look at Chen Yang's tail up to the sky. It's too inviting. Seeing Chen Yang, Su Yun had a grim look on his face, but when he looked at Li Su, he could not help but frown and eventually sighed helplessly. For some reason, Rizu suddenly turned back, her eyes searching for something, and when she finally found Su Yun, her eyes widened and she actually walked over quickly. Due to Rizu's remarkable position, a large gap was given up around her, so much so that Rizu looked like she was in a bubble. Coming towards Su Yun's side, the bystanders wondered what was wrong with Rizu and murmured, "What is Uncle Lai doing? Who is it looking for? It can't be to get to me." Only Chen Yang knew the reason for this and looked grim. Chapter 14 Large-Scale Melon Eating Scene. Rizu eventually stopped in front of Su Yun. "Holy, why him? Crazy Su? I heard that they seem to know each other. Amazing. Climbing into a relationship with a prodisciple. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a Tang prodisciple be related to Crazy Su?" But Su Yun had no fluctuations within his heart. "Lai Su, have you been well lately?" Su Yun casually struck up a conversation as usual. "It's good." But Li Su's eyes were filled with worry and apologies. "Brother Su Yun, I'm sorry for what happened last time. It's me who harmed you. My master said that he won't target you again in the future. But, no matter, it's not your fault." Su Yun smiled unconcernedly. "You are now a personal disciple. Naturally you can't help it. Listen well to your master's words. Cultivate hard. I will also feel relieved. Other than that, there's no need to say." Hearing Su Yun's concerned words, Lai Su nodded with a bitter smile, something seemingly hidden under her eyes. "Then you take care of yourself in the future as well. Like a goodbye." At the end of his words, he turned around and returned to the front of the line, standing with some other outstanding disciples. Su Yun eyed Risu's sight, but it met with Chen Yang. Chen Yang's vicious eyes did not begrudgingly landed on Su Yun, but turned to show disdain and turned around to speak to Risu. "Senior sister Rizu, do you still want to make contact with that Su Yun? Could it be that you?" Rizu grimaced and didn't say a word. Chen Yang then became complacent and smiled coldly, turning his head back with disdain. Seeing this scene, Su Yun didn't think that Chen Yang could endure past the defeat he suffered last time, and his heart rose in alarm. And just then, there was a clamor from the disciples at the back, and Su Yun thought that it was the elders coming, but it turned out to be a single figure of a woman appearing in the sky. Went by. Naturally, the warm morning instantly became the focus of everyone. After Chen Yang this rendering, "To the mouth of the melon how can not eat? What is she doing here? Wasn't she a disciple from the previous term? No need to come to the examination again? Don't build it. Maybe it's here to cheer up Crazy Su. Then will the Dan poison in her body emanate? I'd better hide far away." Wenbai landed on the ground and withdrew his sword, and the crowd naturally made a path that led in the direction of Su Yun. The strange demeanor of the crowd made Wenbai momentarily puzzled as to what had happened, and their unkind glances and non-committal words made Wenbai walk more and more out of breath, and her head was gradually buried lower and lower, fearing that someone would denigrate her looks and say that she was ugly. Without lowering his head for a few steps, Su Yun's smiling voice appeared in front of him. "I'll venture a guess. You're here to find me." Wenbai looked up only to realize that it was Su Yun who had wordlessly walked in front of her. A moment of panic. "Ah, yes. You dropped something." Saying that, Wenbai's hands were in a frenzy as he removed the Qiankuan bag from his waist, and then rummaged for something. Not finding it, he removed another Qiankuan bag, and only then did he hunt for what he was looking for, which was the very same BB bow sword that Su Yun had refined. "You're too careless, aren't you? Coming to take the test and you can forget your own saber? The bebop sword. Thanks a lot." Su Yun also suddenly felt embarrassed. He usually kept by bow inside the cave and let it warm itself up to come. He had not cared for it for so long that he had forgotten to bring it for the examination. Moreover, in Su Yun's opinion, the things he relied on were actually two hot weapons. namely the silver moon and the wolf's teeth. But forgetting about Bibbo was indeed a big mistake. No amount of means to save your life is too much. Not right. Suyun realized afterward that Bibbo was clearly placed inside the cave. What are you doing in my cave? Though it's not unwelcome, huh? Just wanted to ask. Wenbai stammered, squirming half a day or said, see, your cave is so dirty. Just think of cleaning to clean. That's all, but did not mess with your things. Ha ha ha, thanks a lot. Suyun had wanted to clean it too, but was too lazy to move. It doesn't affect anything anyway. This scene was seen by Rizu, who frowned slightly, her face relieved. And right at this moment, a vast and mysterious aura came from above. It was the Xian clothes and white hair sect leader stepping into the air, accompanied by a group of Jindan elders with imperial swords. No one knows the name of the master. Is this a Yuaning level powerhouse? Stepping through the air, terrifying as it is. Suyun marveled at this. Wenbai, how much do you know about the sect leader? I heard that the sect leader was already at the 3rd level of Yuaning consummation 100 years ago, and then he closed the door and did not come out, cultivating intensely. Now that he has suddenly come out of seclusion, he must have broken through to the mid-Yuaning realm. That's all I know. Wenbai chimed in with a low voice. But your luck is too good this term. The sect leader actually came to the outer sect examination in person. Could there be any benefits? Suyun asked curiously. Could it be that in order to celebrate the breakthrough, spirit stones are to be given to each disciple? It's vulgar. Can't you feel the chi emanating from the sect leader? This time, I've been lucky. I feel like there are vague signs of impacting the peak of chi cultivation. Wenbai was overjoyed. It turned out that the master released his breath in order to let the disciples have some sense, and Suyun thought that the master was trying to make his appearance more forceful. I did feel that scent just now, but that's all. Oh, I almost forgot that your cultivation is too low, so naturally you can't get the benefits. He. Shrimp and pig heart now. As the sect leader and his entourage approached, the crowd of disciples all knelt down. After delivering the meet and greet gift, the headmaster opened the door, his words spreading across the entire field along with the thick spiritual energy. All newly promoted disciples, quickly follow me to the Forbidden Land to participate in the examination. Suyun said goodbye to Wenbai and flew up with the crowd. Wenbai watched Suyun fly away with his sword, and silently recited under his breath, you will definitely be able to. Chapter 15, The Sect's Forbidden Land. A line of hundreds of disciples followed as much as they could, but there were differences in cultivation, and the speed of the imperial sword flight was uneven, so much so that the line was stretched to several miles. But what they didn't know was that the examination had actually begun. The divine sense of the sect leader at the front was wide enough to cover the entire group, and then a wave of spiritual energy spread out. Suyun realized that his spiritual energy had become much more sluggish, thick as mercury, and the speed of his imperial sword flight had instantly slowed down, while the other disciples around him were the same. Some people whose realms were even lower than Suyun's were even nearly unsteady and almost fell off the flying swords, and if one wanted to reach the previous speed, the spiritual energy consumption directly doubled. Good fellow, is the assessment starting right now? Previously, there was no such thing as an examination presided over by an elder. The corner of Suyun's mouth curled up. Sure enough, it's still the sect leader who plays with flowers. But this can't be difficult for me. Suyun made a small jump directly in the air, then collected the standardized flying sword under his feet, and after briefly vacating the air, he switched to the Bai-Bo sword and proceeded to fly. This operation, Newton saw all. Forget it, Newton has seen it all. And the ban set by the sect leader was only for cultivators and did not affect magic weapons. Therefore the spirit power operation of the spirit core within the Bibbo sword was still silky smooth and not affected in the slightest. And with 4 spirit cores driving it, even if only 2 of them were full of spirit power, coping with the royal sword flight would be as easy as blasting a mosquito with a cannon. So Suyun raised his head in the crowd's astonishment and overtook the car in succession, going from the end of the group all the way to the front of the center before stopping and maintaining the same speed as the large group. Actually, even catching up with the first tier isn't that hard, but then it would be too eye-catching, and there are times when it's better to keep a low profile. Crazy Sue, isn't he only at the 4th level of chi practicing? How come he's still so fast in such a situation? Yeah, not high on drugs. It overtook me at the 6th level of chi practicing. Humph, it's just for the sake of a moment's popularity. Wait until the official examination, without the pills available. Let's see what he can do. But the journey to the Forbidden Land is more than a few hours. Leisurely half a day will pass. Only 2/3 of the way. The entire line of outer disciples lengthened to more than 10 miles. And most of them were somewhat unable to support themselves and began to take pills to replenish their spiritual energy. Suyun was firmly in the 2nd echelon position, and was still calm and relaxed, with an abundance of spiritual energy. To know, Next to him are disciples with superior qualifications. To the late stage of chi cultivation, they cannot say that their faces do not change, just do not need to take chi replenishing pills yet. Soon, the sect leader and the 5 elders led the leading group to the boundary monument of the Forbidden Land. It was said to be a boundary monument, but in fact, it was more like a huge tower through the sky pestle there, straight into the clouds, up to the top. It was not too much to say that it was a pillar of the sky. The boundary monument was square and dark, all natural. The deep and unknown material surface was engraved with huge symbols of unknown origin, and had an old aura that spanned billions of years, and there were 13 such giant monuments around the Forbidden Land, and only 60% of the disciples who had caught up behind them were left, and 40% had completely fallen behind. The disciples who have not arrived will be removed directly, and the rest will prepare to enter the Forbidden Land. The sect leader didn't seem to have a moment's tolerance, and even the surrounding elders looked at each other in disbelief, momentarily unsure of the reason. But none of them dared to have any objections. Also, the matter of recruiting a new batch of disciples is put on hold. Yes, sect leader, second elder Zheng Qingzhenren, who was in charge of the disciples' affairs under the sect, responded. Furthermore, the rules of this examination have changed. Do as I say. Since the specifics of the examination had yet to be announced, Su Yun flew to the foot of the boundary monument, and his attention was all drawn to the giant monument, not only because of its black, rough and hard appearance, but also because of the majestic atmosphere it emits, like an old man walking from the ancient times, full of vicissitudes and missions. Su Yun could not even see through the grate of this giant steel. Just what kind of strong person could refine such a 13-sided boundary monument? And although the Falling Cloud clan in this place is quite powerful, but put on the continent, just a corner of the third-rate sects, used to carry out the disciple assessment of the Forbidden Land, why need to use to such a large sum of money? It's elusive. Chapter 16, Roll Up. And at that moment, the sect leader and the elders also ended their deliberations, and the sect leader himself announced the rules of the test. All disciples listen to the order. Prepare to enter the Forbidden Land. There is a change in the rules of this examination. The examination area is 20 miles deeper into the Forbidden Land on top of the original. Each disciple needs to obtain a second-order Spirit Beast Inner Dan or 10 first-order Spirit Beast Inner Dawn for a period of 7 days. And those who have not accomplished this are considered to have failed the examination. In addition, you must form a team of at least 2 people, with all team members passing, to be considered passed. When the rules were first announced, the room erupted into chatter. In the past, the test was to require that 1 first-order Spirit Beast Inner Dan be obtained within 3 days, but nowadays this difficulty is more than 10 times higher? Not to mention the fact that the test site is 20 miles deeper into the Forbidden Land, and there are few spirit beasts that are below the second rank. So let's not talk about hunting spirit beasts. You might even lose your life. No wonder the sect leader demanded that we must form a team. Alone, I wouldn't dare go to such a dangerous place. It's been rolled since the outer gate? Su Yun was surprised, seeing the disorganization of people's hearts. The sect leader said without anger, "If there is any intention of cowardice, you can leave now." Instantly, the discussion on the field subsided. No one dared to leave, and everyone was not willing to stop there. Isn't immortal cultivation to go against the heavens and rise to the challenge? After waiting for a few moments, the headmaster raised his arm and called out, "Formation up!" Then a huge translucent light curtain appeared steeply between the monuments of all walks of life, enveloping the sky and covering the earth at an unknown height. This barrier had always existed. It was only at this moment that it became visible under the manipulation of the sect master. The palmist then made a point in the air, and a vertical fissure appeared on top of the light curtain, more than 10 feet long and 1 foot wide, as if it might heal at any time. After the identity jade tags used to form teams were distributed by the third elder, the sect leader shouted loudly, "All disciples, speed in!" Under the order, the disciples scrambled into the rift and entered within the Forbidden Land, while Su Yun was at the end of the group, observing for a moment. He had a feeling that the purpose of the prohibition's existence was not as if it was to prevent outsiders from breaking in, but rather as if it was to prevent whatever was inside from coming out. Eventually, he also flew into the Forbidden Land with the crowd, and he had just passed through the light curtain for a few moments when the rift quickly closed, which reinforced his judgment. This examination, it seems, is not simple. Entering the Forbidden Land, the test was considered to have begun. Chen Yang, who was 1 step ahead, found the short, fat and thin trio and began to combine some things. "You guys are just willing to be set up by that crazy Su? I heard that the elders and even the headmasters never come into this Forbidden Land, which means that we can use some means to our heart's content." Chen Yang made the movement of wiping his neck. The most wimpy one of the 3, the fat man, resisted. But within the Forbidden Land, there are many disciples. If we are seen killing our fellow disciples, I'm afraid that we won't be able to take it in our stride. What killing a fellow disciple? It's clearly that his cultivation was not good enough to defeat the spirit beasts. The Forbidden Land is dangerous, and even more so this year. It's not uncommon for one or two to be killed or injured, and no one will be held accountable. Chen Yong continued to flirt, and we only need to severely injure him, and there will be spirit beasts that will help us finish him off. It's also not considered to be killed by us. The three had been a bit hesitant, but after hearing that there was no need to take responsibility, they looked at each other. But some of his tactics are not good to deal with. Chen Yang chortled coldly. Last time I was backstabbed by his little trick. This time I came prepared. Besides, he's only at the 4th level of chi practicing. Our hard power is far above him, so can we let him get the better of us again this time? The three of them then changed their attitudes and gritted their teeth to reveal a look of downright cruelty. Last time I was backstabbed by his little trick. This time I must return the favor twice as much. Since that's the case, let's teach Crazy Sue a good lesson. We have to give him a taste of bitterness. Seconded. Seeing that the treacherous plan succeeded, Chen Yang smiled sorrowfully. Gentlemen, we might as well do this. Chapter 17, The Sword Test. However, Su Yun entered the Forbidden Land and was helpless for a moment. Numerous disciples around them had begun to form a group, but Su Yun didn't have any acquaintances other than recognizing Lai Su. Su Yun was ready to go and find Li Shu to form a team, but she had already formed a 2-person team with a female disciple, and after seeing herself, she looked around, then frowned lightly and left decisively, heading deeper into the Forbidden Land. He followed Rizu's gaze and saw Yun Mu with an icy face outside the formation. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Su Yun then tried to find other people to team up with, but none of them agreed. No one was willing to accept him. The reason is not hard to guess. One is that he is not strong and will only be a drag, the other is that he has a bad reputation as Crazy Sue. As such, Su Yun thought to first get enough inner Dan, and then with the capital into the group. Anyway, it is just a mixed qualification to pass the examination. Then looking around, Su Yun suddenly noticed Chen Yang's 4 people, sneaky and glancing his way from time to time, definitely holding back. It's better to go first. Unsurprisingly, not long after Su Yun had just flown out, the 4 of them all followed, and for a moment, Yu chased after them. A mere 4th level of chi cultivation. How dare you show off your skills? Humph. Want to escape? Chen Yang only slightly used more spiritual energy and caught up with Su Yun. Not to mention the one under his feet was a lower-grade treasure weapon. The speed of Imperial sword flight was naturally not slow. Su Yun used his afterglow to see the 4 people who were catching up, but he did not panic in the slightest. He was only using his own spiritual energy to fly with the sword, but he did not use the spiritual energy in the spiritual core of the Bai Bo sword at all. With that, Su Yun pressed down. His upper body was almost parallel to the sword, while the spiritual energy in the 4 spiritual cores was building up. Then the spiritual power of the 4 spiritual cores surged out, and even the person with the sword flew out 100 meters in the blink of an eye. And even more so, it made a booming sound of breaking wind. And this is not the limit of the spirit core's spiritual power output. It can only be regarded as mid-range. When his cultivation goes up in the future, and he can bear the huge impact when his flesh breaks through the sound barrier, he would like to try to see what kind of smooth feeling it is to fly at full speed. Su Yun then came with a flying sword pressure bend, almost a right angle turn, and flew in the direction of the depths of the Forbidden Land, getting rid of the 4 people's tail in a few breaths. This maneuver of Su Yun's had shocked Chen Yang, and now he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. There will be a long time to come. Su Yun, you wait for me. Anger could only be turned into a vibrating roar, startling a flying cloud. Su Yun didn't have the effort to tangle with them. Soon after, Su Yun began searching for spirit beast targets. However, his combat experience was really a bit low, so he planned to find a first-rank spirit beast to practice on first. Moreover, without being familiar with the environment, Su Yun did not dare to go deeper into the Forbidden Land, so he had to head towards the outer area in the direction of the other boundary monument. After spending 3 hours wandering around, he hadn't found a single suitable first-order spirit beast, and was either being rounded up by other squads. After roughly tallying the data in his mind, Su Yun then realized that this was a trap set by the sect master. Along the way, he ran into a total of 35 spirit beasts, 30 of which were all second-order spirit beasts, and only 5 were first-order spirit beasts. And this was still the periphery of the Forbidden Land where the spirit beasts were of a lower level. According to this ratio, it was the first-rank spirit beast inner pills that were scarce, and to collect 10 first-rank spirit beast inner pills was even more difficult than obtaining a second-rank spirit beast inner pill. This was forcing the disciples participating in the examination to face the second-order spirit beasts head-on. And second-order spirit beasts were the equivalent of the existence of a human Foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking about this point, Su-yun realized why the sect leader would suddenly add a round of examination. Disciples like him who could barely reach the middle stage of chi cultivation coming in would more than likely be giving away their heads. However, to be on the safe side, there was still a need to find a first-rank spirit beast first now, to use to test his strength, and to stabilize everything with one hand. After wandering around the wild area for a while, he was able to find a suitable spirit beast for him to fight in close quarters. This was a rattling water crocodile, large in size, with a full body length of more than a zhang, covered in brownish-green patterns, shaped like a rotten leaf, often attacking passing spirit beasts by the water ponds and streams. If it weren't for divine sense, you wouldn't be able to spot it with just the naked eye. The strength was considered moderate amongst first-order spirit beasts. This kind of naive spirit beast with only brute strength was most suitable for testing strength. Su-yun first performed a fire dance sword technique using only his own strength at the 4th level of chi practicing. Bai Bo was a water-attributed spiritual weapon, and it would not increase when used to unleash sword moves of other attributes, thus reflecting Su-yun's truest strength. After luck, blazing tongues of fire blossomed on the blade, and as the long sword danced, the tongues of fire transformed into flaming sword chi to attack the rattling water crocodile. In an instant, the sword chi collided with the ringing water crocodile. Heat waves spread out along with the muffled sound of an explosion, and the surrounding one-person high weeds were uprooted, making a momentary sound. When the water vapor dissipates, this move of fire dance sword technique successfully evaporates the water stains on the rattlesnake crocodile and enrages the rattlesnake crocodile. Not to mention injuring the rattling water crocodile, it couldn't even break the defense, and the only one who broke the defense was Su-yun himself. Is my own strength really so miserable? Although the rattling water crocodile was considered a thick-skinned existence amongst first-order spirit beasts, Su-yun's performance was still a little too bad. But it's good to know the bottom line, to know the shame. After dodging one of the rattling water crocodile's tearing attacks, Su-yun leapt up and performed another fire dance sword technique in the air. Only this time, he used one of the spirit cores built into the sword. After this sword stance was catalyzed by the thick spiritual energy, the power was worlds apart, and the sword chi extended to one zhang. Even if it wasn't a water attribute sword move, this sword still had the power of a strike from a late-stage chi cultivator. The sword chi struck the backbone of the rattling water crocodile, and it instantly let out a hiss, its rough crocodile skin being slashed open with a bone-deep gash, accompanied by the charred brown color of burning. Borrowing the lag of the sword dance, Su-yun swung out 3 more swords consecutively, utilizing 2, 3, and 4 spirit cores respectively. The killing power of one sword was even greater than the other, and since it did not require Su-yun to run his own spiritual energy, the articulation between the sword moves was extremely smooth. The wounds cut by the sword chi became deeper and deeper. The rattlesnake crocodile made a final struggle, and finally directly twisted and leapt high into the air, wanting to gnaw off Su-yun in one bite, but it was greeted by the last quadruple strengthened sword chi. The mouth part was already its weak point, and when it hit the 4th sword chi, half of the rattling water crocodile's head was cut off, and the last 2 parts of its body successively crashed into the swamp, splashing up a large area of mud, and dying. This was considered to be the first time that the spirit core enhanced Bibbo sword was put into actual combat, and the power displayed was a complete surprise to Su-yun. Not to mention that this wasn't the full power of Bibbo. The 2 spirit cores in it weren't full of spirit power. Using the water attribute sword technique, the power could be doubled again. Then came the delightful process of licking the bag. However, spirit beasts and cultivators are not the same. The skin and flesh of spirit beasts remain strong after death, and it took Su-yun a while to dig out the inner elixir. Cultivators mainly rely on spiritual power to protect their bodies, and after death, the spiritual power dissipates, and their bodies are still considered mortal. If you want to categorize them, spirit animals refine their bodies, while cultivators refine their chi and gods. Of course, body-refining cultivators are also there, but is the existence of a phoenix feather? Because the journey of body refining is arduous and difficult, and the same cultivation is not an ordinary cultivator's rival. Belonging to the effort is not pleasing to the eye. If any child said they wanted to become a body-refining cultivator in the future, they were going to be beaten by their mom. Chapter 18, Playing with Snakes. Digging out the inner Dan. The remaining crocodile bones would have little use. After all, it was only a first-order spirit beast. The leather and bones could not be used for refining weapons, and the meat had no edible or medicinal value. However, after this battle, Su-yun had the confidence to be able to touch base with a second-order spirit beast, and none of his true cards had been used yet. I think it is still necessary to complete the assessment task as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Chen Yang and a few of them, it may not be able to cause any trouble. Finding a good direction, Su-yun went straight to the depths of the Forbidden Land, but because of the fear of flying spirit beasts circling in the air, so he had to shuttle between the forests with his sword. The speed is to be a little slower, but better than safe. As he gradually went deeper, Suyun realized that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had steeply become much denser, and the grass and trees were all more lush. The large tree here was already more than 10 feet tall and could be encircled by 5 people. But vaguely, Suyun heard the sound of a giant tree tipping over. The sound came from the northwest, and at the same time there was also the soft sound of clashing gold and stone breaking through the air. A battle must have broken out between the cultivator and the spirit beast. It's a good opportunity to watch and learn. Suyun deliberately suppressed his speed and meandered around to the place where the fight was taking place. And just as he got close, he was forced by a sudden sword chi to burst back several feet in the air before dodging it. Below, 2 female disciples were tangling with a snake-shaped spirit beast, and the sword chi just now was nothing more than an accident. Second-order green viper. Upon seeing the spirit beast in front of him, Suyun could not help but gasp out in shock. The green viper is a kind of extremely rare spirit beast. In the first stage of the time is not the general chi cultivator can deal with, and in front of this, the length has been a few feet, water bucket thick and thin, the scales on the body of the ebony, with a metallic luster, next to the branches of the tree are still hanging just faded down the snake molt, which is the sign of the advancement. It was a green viper that had just been promoted to a second-rank spirit beast, because the green viper has just advanced not long ago, and molting is its weakest time. The two can form a stalemate with it. If the green viper gradually regained its strength, they can only become a pile of poop that the green viper pulls out in the morning. Moreover, once they were undefeated and were eaten by the green viper, absorbing their spiritual energy, their strength would be accelerated to recover, and they would then be even harder to deal with. Perhaps attracted by the sudden appearance of Suyun, the originally balanced situation between the 2 women and 1 snake was broken, and the green viper instantly gained the upper hand, and with a sweep of its huge tail, it sent both of them flying. Suyun's quick eyes and hands, imperial sword close to catch one of the beautiful one. The other person's strength is slightly higher, is already practicing chi 7th layer, rely on their own then stabilize their shape, not to fall into a dog's. Lose decency. You guys run. This green viper has already advanced to a second stage spirit beast. The 2 of you are no match for it. Su crazy. The female disciple in her arms realized that the man in front of her extended a helping hand, so she hurriedly changed her words. Suyun? Precisely. But this is not the time for idle chit-chat. You guys hurry up and go. As he spoke, Suyun put down the female disciple and drew his sword to block in front of the 2. Crazy Su is indeed crazy. A mere 4th level of chi practicing is still showing off in front of cultivators at the 6th and 7th levels of chi practicing. The other person didn't seem to appreciate it and didn't believe what Suyun said. If it wasn't for your inexplicable appearance, we might have all beheaded it. At this time, the green viper on the opposite side saw another person coming and raised its guard. Not striking out rashly, but coiled its body into a heap, making a defensive stance. The tough-talking female disciple walked over with a disdainful face, pushed Suyun away, and said to another disciple in an almost commanding tone, "Ah Zhu, form a formation. Ah Chu, piggy." Suyun inexplicably had some good feelings about this person, because he had a big fat cat in his previous life, called Pig. "Ah Lien, I'm coming." Azu could only pick up the flying sword that had fallen aside, run a few quick steps, and form a 2-person sword formation, twin chop, with the other person. This sword formation is a sword formation that can be practiced by disciples of the outer sect, and after casting it, offense and defense are integrated, and the power can be achieved to the extent that 1 plus 1 is far greater than 2. It's not so hard to practice, it's hard to have friends. The higher the tacit understanding of the formers, the stronger the power. If they were dealing with an unusual second-order spirit beast, they might still have a fighting chance, but the one in front of them was a green viper. Sword shadows constantly surfaced in the duo's sword formation. Then the sword shadows turned into sword chi and shot out, hitting the green viper with nails and clangs, making a great sound. However, after a fierce attack, the green viper still didn't even have a scratch on top of its scales. After realizing that the 2's attacks were painless, the green viper's body moved, twisting a few times in place, like a spring full of strength, and then bouncing up in the air, opening its bloody mouth and attacking the 2 from the sky. The duo seized the road and fled, the sword formation instantly collapsing, while the green viper pounced, its huge body slithering for a distance of 5 or 6 feet before coming to a stop. Something's not right. This snake is too much stronger than just now. Ah Lien seemed to have realized the problem and subconsciously looked towards Suyun. Suyun was most annoyed with this kind of dead-heartedness that would not shed tears without seeing the coffin, and said in a helpless tone, "You guys just happened to stumble upon the green viper when it was at its weakest strength, and after molting its skin, its strength gradually recovered. And you guys are definitely not an opponent. It's better to cut the crap and get lost." Then Su-yun purposely made his words heavier. Once this snake launches its attack, it will not stop until it dies. What about you? Aju asked anxiously. I'll lure it away. As you all know, although my cultivation level is low, but my escape is a masterpiece. I'm sure I can get rid of it. Su-yun persuaded while watching out for the green viper. The duo pondered for a moment and seemed to think that it made sense. Just now, Su-yun flew at the forefront of the group with his cultivation at the 4th level of chi practicing, so he must have some unique means. Then be careful. Su-yun, don't try to be brave. Just hurry and escape later, Asa said worriedly, before being pulled away stiffly by Alien. Run! Run! Don't turn back! Su-yun had just shouted a few words when the green viper couldn't wait to launch its attack, and its moves remained the same. Spirit beasts were in the end spirit beasts. Although they were strong, they were less spiritually intelligent and could only use some dull means of attack. Su-yun flew up with his sword, and with the speed of the Bibbo sword, he easily defused the attack. As long as you weren't thinking about hunting green vipers, it was actually quite easy to escape. However, Su-yun was prepared to hunt this second-order green viper. Su-yun could understand the green viper so well, precisely because the green viper was the dream beast in the heart of every refiner. It's all over the place. Scales are a good material for making armor. Lightweight and even stronger than hardened iron. Snake bones have excellent toughness and can be used to make crossbows and arrows. Snake blood can be used for quenching, making iron even stronger. Snake bile is the main medicine of several second-order elixirs. Even snake meat is a rare delicacy. Of course, what Su-yun coveted the most was the green viper's scale armor. After the green viper's several attacks fell short, its anger increased, and it seemed to have gotten smarter, starting to climb the giant tree as a way to close the distance between it and Su-yun. Su-yun carefully guarded himself, waiting for the right moment. At the same time, he paid attention to the movements of the two of them, confirming that they had already run far away, and should be able to take action at this time. This green viper had no weaknesses in its entire body, and only its large open mouth was its weakness. Only for ordinary cultivators, a viper's fanged mouth could be much more dangerous than a body that was invulnerable to swords and spears. No one dared to launch an attack on a weak point within the distance that the green viper could bite, and the long-range sword chi that was sent out could be blocked by the snake with a twist, so how easy was it to attack the green viper's soft spot? However, Su-yun was the one with the gun. At this time, the green viper climbed up the crown of the giant tree and had reached the same height as Su-yun. The skin under its scales began to wriggle. The fluctuations traveled from the head to the tail, bringing up a burst of metal friction cackling sound, which was creepy, and the trunk of the giant tree was squeezed to the point that it was nearly broken. The coiled body of the green viper then stretched and catapulted over, while the tree was snapped off by the huge force. Unperturbed, Su-yun pulled out his wolf's teeth, drew his gun and shot. However, the 3 shots in a row all fell short, hitting the scales of the green viper, still unable to break the defense, and could only slightly change the green viper's stance in the air. As for Su-yun, his feet had already left the Bibbo sword, and he was barely able to avoid the green viper's attack by utilizing the gun's recoil. Since the Bibbo sword had a built-in source of spiritual energy, it was still able to fly under the control of divine thoughts and even perform sword moves even if it was not in contact with Su-yun. The Bibbo sword then flew below Su-yun and managed to catch him. This was not a flying sword. It was clearly a green demon's flying skateboard. This was something that could only be done by a Void Dan cultivator who had opened up his inner sanctum and warmed up his innate magic treasure. The original magic treasure can then be used remotely. However, in order to kill the second-order green viper, perhaps one could only take a risk. At this time, the green viper had lost its offensive power in the air and was falling straight down. Su-yun, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and made a sharp turn, while exchanging the wolf's teeth in his hand for a silver moon. A few feet long iron rod stabbing you in the throat isn't scary? Not to mention that this was a spirit weapon firearm that could fire. Su-yun was waiting for the green viper to bite back when it landed on the ground. This is the usual means of attack for snake-like spirit beasts. Never doubt the flexibility of their necks. In only a few breaths of time, the green viper crashed heavily to the ground, and as Su-yun expected, the green viper's neck lengthened violently. Its bloody mouth opened wide, its 2 white fangs blotting out venom, and its tongue wriggled, bringing up a fishy odor and biting at Su-yun, who had descended from the sky. One bite would completely encompass Su-yun. Su-yun cannot help but be a little nervous. If this miss, he will become a corpse. Still, he tried to get as close to the green viper as he could until his tongue was about to lick him before he struck Silvermoon. Silvermoon's voice was sharp and urgent as he fired, but a tremendous amount of energy erupted from a single point, and for an instant, the world seemed to go silent. Immediately afterward, the recoil caused Su-yun to fly out 5 or 6 feet backward, and it was only when he restood on the Bibbo that he stabilized his body. Below, The green viper was letting out a whimpering cry of grief as the bullets rattled around inside the snake, like a juicer, churning the flesh and blood wildly, and there was even the muffled sound of nails thumping, the sound of the bullets hitting the inside of the scales. Eventually the green viper's mouth oozed tainted blood mixed with crushed flesh and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, the tainted blood gushing into a puddle and no more sound, due to the fact that the green viper possessed impenetrable scale armor, so much so that the power of the bullets were all taken down by it, and if it were any other second-rank spirit beast, it wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it with a single blow. That's why some things may seem strong on the surface, but they can actually be easily crushed from the inside. After Su Yun landed on the ground, he cautiously made up a few swords, thrusting out the green viper's fishy red eyes and confirming that it had gulped down its breath before he began to make an incision from the upper jaw to take out the inner elixir inside the skull. The inner elixir of a second-stage green viper was black and oily, the size of a watermelon. As for the body of the green viper, fortunately, Su Yun was prepared, looking for Wenbai to borrow a larger Qianquan bag with a space of 2 zhan square, able to completely fit this green viper. This trip has been very rewarding. Afterwards, after simply cleaning off the blood stains on the ground, Su Yun was ready to leave this place of wrongdoing, and just as he flew up with his sword, he bumped into Alian and Aju face to face. Chapter 19, Forming Teams and Groping Fish. Su Yun, what happened? Just now we heard a loud explosion. Just came over. Azu's gaze sized up Su Yun and then looked at the mess in the forest. Facing the sudden concern of outsiders, Su Yun was more or less a bit uncomfortable and made an excuse. It's not a big deal. It's just that the green viper released a big move. A move that compresses air to produce an explosion. Then, green viper it ran away? Azu was a little uneasy, afraid that the green viper would suddenly come out from nowhere to sneak up on them again. It was lured away by me. This place is absolutely safe now. Su Yun patted his chest and said, "You're lying," Aline said in a hushed tone. She then looked at the jungle behind her and analyzed. There's still a faint aura of blood here, and you're not injured, so it can only be the blood of the green viper. Moreover, the surrounding woods have not been destroyed. The green viper has never left this place at all. Now that I think about it, it's no wonder that I inexplicably felt that the explosion just now was somewhat familiar, because it was the same loud noise that often comes from Yurtsueju Peak. I'll go. Are you Conan? Facts speak louder than words. Su Yun couldn't excuse himself by finding another reason. He could only acquiesce. Then a hand pulled Aju over and whispered, "This companion of yours has quite a deep heart. It's better to have less contact with her. Otherwise be counted by people do not know." Su Yun, I appreciate your good intentions, but, we are close friends, said Aju, imploringly glancing at Alian with some other implications. Su Yun was speechless. So, I wish the two of you happiness. Su Yun then prepared to bolt. Wait a moment, Elaine stopped him, a wave of indifference in her eyes. I don't know why you're hiding, but everyone has secrets, and I don't mean to make things difficult for you, but, we found this green viper first. Nice guy, you're asking me for favors? Why don't you say I saved your life? Sorry, can't understand what you guys are saying. I didn't mean anything by it. Ah Lin still put on that smelly face. I guess with your reputation, no one would want to team up with you, right? But our team is willing to take you in. You need to help hunt second-rank spirit beasts together. We only need the inner pills. The rest is yours. She then went on to add, we have never trusted men, but have chosen to trust you, and we hope you will cherish that trust. Let's just say, this guy is a pain in the ass. Azu could only speak kindly from the sidelines. Don't care. She's just like that in person. Her words are not pleasant to hear, but we want to pull you into a team because we recognize your strength. There are teammates who can also take care of each other. Thinking about it was no disadvantage. Su Yun reluctantly agreed. The three of them then took out their jade cards and injected their spiritual energy, causing the cards to sense each other, and the teammate relationship was even established. What's more, this kind of contract can't be erased, which means the three of them are tied up and can't break away from the team. If one doesn't pass, all don't pass. Within the Forbidden Land, the spiritual chi was lush, and the last thing that was lacking was powerful spirit beasts. Soon, the three of them sought out a new target, and as luck would have it, it was a sword ridge tiger that had barely reached the second rank. As the name suggests, the sword spine tiger has a backplate shaped like a long sword on top of its backbone and a pair of large, long, powerful teeth. Strength and speed were moderate amongst the second-rank spirit beasts, and the only thing it lacked was a bit of defense. The three of them circled around with it for more than 3 hours before they managed to wear it down, and there were several times when Alian was almost pierced through by the bone plates on the back of the sword spine tiger, and even then, she had sustained a considerable amount of injuries. Then Su Yun's paddling was discovered. In fact, he wasn't considered paddling. He would also activate the spirit core in the Bai Bo sword to strike at critical moments. only that he deliberately used the swinging water sword. The sword chi wasn't very obvious to look at, but it contained a dark force, belonging to another sense of true paddling. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't know how many times to die. While Lian was meditating and regulating her energy to heal her injuries, she still disliked a few words on her lips. Suyin, why don't you use that powerful means of yours? Otherwise why would we be in such a sorry state? Suyin also had no choice but to make a gesture of exertion, swallowing an auxiliary yuan dan, pretending to meditate to restore his spiritual power. But in reality, he was borrowing the rich spiritual power of the heavens and earth within the Forbidden Land to cultivate. With a difficult tone, he said, I'll only be at the 4th level of chi practicing, and with such strength in myself, how can I easily make use of life-preserving means like the ones at the beginning? The cost is extremely high. This is true. The bottom card is not easily shown. At what cost? Elaine, also aware that she was being a bit unreasonable, moderated her tone. The price is to consume a large amount of spirit stones. Suyin intentionally said, very serious. In fact, this large amount is only about 1/20th of a spirit stone. At that, Lian was silent for a moment and passed a look to Zhu. Afterwards, Zhu began to rummage through the Qiankuan bag, and felt out no more, no less, the whole 10 spirit stones, wrapped in a handkerchief, and handed it to Su Yun. We are also just ordinary outer disciples, working as an errand boy in the sword pavilion on weekdays. We can't save much spirit stones, these are already our entire balance. I don't know if it's enough. Zhu was afraid that Su Yun wouldn't say yes, and then said urgently, we only hope that you can strike once when we are unbeatable. Just once. As you can see, decapitating this sword ridge tiger is already all we have. The sword pavilion, precisely the department that Lai Su used to work for, belongs to the clan's security force, responsible for guarding all parts of the clan, as well as going down the mountain to carry out delegated tasks. The qualification requirements for disciples are the highest, and the cultivation resources are sufficient, but the treatment of spirit stones is very general, and staying within the clan, there would be no other opportunities to earn spirit stones. Looking at the 10 spirit stones that Azu carefully held in her handkerchief, Suyin inexplicably thought of his long-past grandmother in his previous life, who also wrapped her money carefully in her handkerchief and then drew out a bright red bill from a pile of woolen bills and took it to the young Suyun to buy snacks. At this time, Suyin was not to say that he was weeping, but for a moment, he could not bear to pit their spirit stones. Just this much spirit stone, totally not enough. But seeing as you guys are quite sincere, I'll help you out for free. Just once, haha. Do we have to consume that many spirit stones? Azu looked embarrassed. These aren't much, but you'd better keep them, or else we'll be uneasy inside. No harm done. Suyun waved his hand in a light and graceful manner. Thank you, Suyun. You're much better than what the rumors say. Azu nodded and thanked. When we successfully pass the examination, we will definitely repay your favor when we get out. What happens in the future will be discussed later. Suyun waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and then began to dive into his cultivation. The auxiliary elemental pill that he had just taken couldn't be wasted. It was late at night, a time when it was time for people to rest, but for spirit beasts, it was the active stage. Azu first looked out for the two of them, and then Suyin finished his cultivation and began to protect the two of them. They almost used all their means when dealing with the sword ridge tiger. Lian was more heavily injured. Zhu was not lightly injured either, not to mention that their spiritual power was nearly depleted. The two of them recuperated for a whole night before they recovered to their full strength. Fortunately, although the hissing and roaring of the surrounding spirit beasts, but it is good that there are no spirit beasts over to chatter. Otherwise Suyun's Chinkuan bag will not be able to fit. Chapter 20, A Random Finger. Early the next morning, the three of them set out on the path to find the next spirit beast, and without realizing it, they stepped into the depths of the Forbidden Land, close to the boundary of the examination range, and further inside, the core area of the Forbidden Land that was blocked by layers of prohibitions. Several layers of light curtains descending from the sky overlapped each other, and looking at them made one's heart tremble, not knowing what kind of horrible things were inside. And here, although the spirit beasts also abound, but confined is suitable and not easy, this place has even begun to appear third-order spirit beasts. That is equivalent to the human void Dan level of spirit beasts of cultivators. There were some strong existences that Suyun did not dare to touch even if he possessed a great killing weapon such as the Silver Moon. In front of absolute strength, Suyun might not even have a chance to strike. Not to mention that a place like the depths of the Forbidden Land was sufficiently treacherous in itself, with poisonous insects and grasses everywhere, and a careless mistake could result in a light loss of spiritual energy, or a life-threatening situation. As a result, the trio traveled with difficulty and caution. Why don't we return to the outer area? It's too dangerous here, Azu said with some concern, and Su Yun and Lin were in agreement. The The periphery is also mainly second-order spirit beasts. Those spirit beasts that are relatively easy to deal with, like the Sword Ridge Tiger, must be the object of competition among the disciples. That way it is inevitable that they will still have to fight with the other disciples, and it is not worth the loss. So it is better to take the risk than to take the risk like this now, Lian calmly said. Suyun felt that she was right and agreed. In the periphery you still have to take the initiative to look for spirit beasts. Unlike here, where the spirit beasts come to the door on their own. Like that red-eyed ape. Right next door to the giant tree where the three of them were hiding. There was a red-eyed ape hanging from a branch with one hand, looking at the three of them intently with reddish eyes, greed in its eyes. Red-eyed ape. The two women were frightened and immediately took a defensive stance. Red-eyed ape body is huge, nearly a zhang high, proper second-order spirit beasts, and the beginning of spiritual wisdom, belongs to the most difficult to deal with one of the spirit beasts. It even has the habit of teasing the prey, which is worse than directly by the spirit beasts not on the raw, especially for the female monks, which means, inconvenient to say, even if it grew white fur, it couldn't hide its big chimpanzee nature, and the animal's skin was still black. Don't panic, Suyun thought to himself. I have a gun and I'm still afraid of you, red-eyed ape. This kind of spirit beast was mainly strong in being partially spiritually intelligent, devious and cunning, using the advantage of the jungle to make people unable to defend themselves, but its strength and speed were not outstanding. However, this kind of spirit beast does not produce inner Dan, and there is no available place on its body, but being entangled in it is like a gangrene on the bone. However, I have heard that some powerful families will keep some red-eyed apes in captivity, which will be used to labor instead of domestic servants, planting some cotton and so on, but in front of the eyes, it can only fight with it. I'll attract its attention. You guys take the opportunity to attack. Lian was extremely dedicated and took the initiative to step forward, but Suyun could only say implicitly, no offense, but shouldn't this kind of beauty plan work be done by a beauty? As he spoke, Suyun glanced at Aju, being praised for her beauty. Azu blushed a little, but nodded her head to indicate her willingness. Let me be the bait. Your battle strength is to outshine mine. In that case, I'll protect Azu and leave the attacking to you. Lian was inevitably upset and said in a conspiratorial manner. Without even listening to Suyun's opinion, Lian pulled the beauty Aju to fly away with the sword. What made Suyun even more speechless was that the red-eyed ape did not go after them, still hanging on that tree with his eyes staring straight at him, salivating, and Lian realized at this time that something was wrong. There was no movement of the chase behind her. What's going on? I'm not following. Red-eyed apes are supposed to love chasing and teasing fleeing targets. Hurry back. Suyun won't be in danger. The duo reversed their direction, ready to go and receive Suyun, when they heard a startled howl not far away. Ah, it's so big, so disgusting. By the time the two of them saw Suyun's back, followed by that familiar short and sharp boom, only slightly less powerful than the one they had heard earlier, Suyun knew that the two of them were not far away. So he took the gun from the Qiankuan bag very quickly, and after firing it, he collected the gun even faster, and collecting things would have been a matter of thought, but his posture hadn't changed over yet, so much so that he was now moving as if he were pointing a finger at the red-eyed ape, whose head had burst open, red and white, and whose body was kneeling on the ground, too dead to be seen. Second-ranked red-eyed ape and a single finger. Is this Suyun's true strength? Azu could not help but cover her mouth and marvel. Lian didn't make a statement, but her jaw dropped and admiration for Suyun was born in her heart. Even an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't do it to kill a second-rank spirit beast with a single move. The red-eyed ape's body then lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Only after killing the red-eyed ape did Suyun's anger calm down for a moment or two. The image he had just seen was simply spicy and indescribable. I'll have to go back and wash my eyes. What kind of move are you doing? Elaine asked, still curious as she approached. Just a random finger. Not enough to matter. Suyun prevaricated. Let's go. The smell of blood will attract other spirit beasts. Suyun didn't want to disclose it, so it was not good for them to ask more. However, since they knew Suyun's hidden strength, both of them straightened their backs quite a bit and no longer cowered. But Suyun, on the contrary, became a bit more cautious. Exposing his bottom in front of others is just as hard on him as exposing his bottom. After fleeing the scene of the crime, the three vaguely heard the sound of a fight not far away, and unusually noisy, perhaps a large number of people. Take a look and go? Based on the principle that it was stupid not to look at something lively, Suyun intended to go and join in the fun. And where there are many people, it is instead safe. It is not because there are many people who can protect themselves, but because Suyun slipped away quickly. Dead road friends do not die in poverty, but we have second-order inner pills. What if we get robbed? From the sound of it, there are quite a lot of them. Azu's brows knit tightly. Very worried. He. Su-yun gave a smile full of unconcern. With me, Su-yun, can the onlookers still think that we can hunt for second-order inner pills? Good point. With a configuration like the three of them, one at the 4th level of chi practicing, one at the 6th level, and one at the 7th level, it would be hard enough to defend themselves, not to mention hunting second-order spirit beasts. So the three of them hit the ground running and headed for the place where the battle was taking place. When they arrived at the scene of the battle, the magnitude of the sound far exceeded Su-yun's expectations. If Su-yun's trio was playing the daily book, then their team was playing the weekly group book. There were actually 11 cultivators in their group, all of them at the late stage of chi practicing, and there was even a strong person at the 9th level of chi practicing. Although the 9th level didn't seem to be much different from the 7th and 8th levels, the real difference in strength was at least double, and the spirit beast that was being surrounded by them was a second-ranked fire cloud turtle. Turtle armor from top to bottom from the fire red gradual change to green and black, born with cloud pattern, full of spikes like stone pillars. The body size is large, more than 3 feet, shaped like a small moving volcano. The fire cloud turtle was one of the few spirit beasts that could unleash a spirit beast technique at the 2nd rank. It counted as 1, and the Shin Tian crane counted as 1. The so-called spirit beast technique, and cultivator's Gongfa sword technique is almost the same, but it is the spirit beast borrows the heaven and earth mystery to comprehend by itself, with the most primitive and powerful power. The spirit beast with the spirit beast technique is a powerful existence. Cultivators refining the inner den of such spirit beasts have a chance to master their spirit beast techniques. Although the odds are extremely low, the success of 100 miles, but the cultivators are still rushing. Other spirit beasts drop materials. This kind of spirit beast drops skill books. As such, the inner elixir of the fire cloud tortoise was extremely valuable, enough to be exchanged for more than 10 ordinary second-rank inner elixirs. But it wasn't easy to hunt the fire cloud turtle. A move of flame trample with dual attributes of fire and earth had been a nightmare for countless cultivators, and its defense was also amazing, even stronger than the green viper. Below, under the dominance of that 9th level chi practicing powerhouse, the battle entered a white-hot level, with the crowd divided into a clear division of labor, with 7 people fighting the main battle, 2 people ready to take over at any time, and 2 people high on pills to regulate and recover their spiritual energy. Using wheel tactics and fire coverage, they beat the fire cloud turtle to the point where it could only passively defend itself, but unbeknownst to them, a crisis is looming. Chapter 21, Fire Cloud Turtle. The three of them lay on their backs on the branches of the giant tree, watching the battle below through the gaps in the leaves. What kind of spirit beast is this? It looks so majestic and domineering, Azu asked curiously. You don't even recognize the fire cloud turtle? Don't you even read books? Su-yun was somewhat surprised. Usually busy with cultivation, my insights are indeed a bit shorter. Azu graciously admitted her shortcomings, and Su-yun also realized that except for skilled workers like refiners and alchemists, most of the other disciples were focused on improving their strength and would not delve into books other than Gongfu to learn about spirit beasts, spirit medicine, and ores. Otherwise, the group below wouldn't have attacked the fire cloud turtle so mindlessly. The quality of education in the immortal world has a long way to go. Remember to read more in the future. Look at this group of them, attacking indiscriminately without the slightest understanding of the characteristics of the fire cloud turtle will surely lead to a big mistake, Su-yun said with a grave expression on his face. Alian was good at reading people and noticed Su-yun showing a heavy expression, but since teaming up with her, Su-yun had always been calm and collected, but their combat was methodical and pressed the spirit beasts down. Could there be anything else fishy? Have you noticed that the black part of the fire cloud turtle's back armor is gradually being eroded by the fiery red color? And with it being attacked to such an extent, its aura is rising instead, Su-yun said in a calm tone. Right. I realized just now that this turtle shell is like an iron ingot that is being gradually burned red. It's becoming even hotter. Azu was surprised. They say it's an iron ingot, but it's actually more like an active volcano that's ready to erupt. Su-yun observed the situation while taking out the Baibo sword, ready to run at any time. 5 of them have fire attribute spiritual roots, 4 have earth attribute spiritual roots, and all of them are attacking with these 2 attribute techniques. And the fire cloud turtle happens to be able to absorb the earth and fire attribute auras that they have transformed into, and it won't be long until enough energy is accumulated. That's when the fire cloud turtle will erupt. And what happens when? Explodes? Aiju stammered and asked. The mountains and rivers crumble, the earth is filled with fire, and once the flame trample comes out, with their strength, there is only one end. Su-yun was unhurried and uttered the last word, death. Then they must be saved. As she spoke, Azu had already made a move and was ready to go down to warn them. Forget it. Su-yun had a cold face. If you kill them halfway, do you think they will believe what you say? It might even think that you are trying to steal their prey and attack you. That being said, he couldn't just let things go on like this. He needed to at least get them to stop attacking. Otherwise the flammable and explosive fire cloud turtle would always be a hidden danger. For the fire cloud turtle to unleash the spirit beast technique, Flame Trample, it needed to gather earth and fire attribute auras under its feet. And based on the frequency of their current attacks, it should only take less than 2/4 of an hour for the red color of the fire to spread to its feet. But at that moment, a sword move that had missed the mark flew towards where they were hiding. And Azu and Alien couldn't help but expose their tracks in order to avoid it. Azu simply shouted at the top of her voice, "Run! The fire cloud turtle is about to erupt. It's dangerous." The people who were fighting passionately could not help but be wary when they saw the sudden rush out of Aju and Alien. And the two who were responsible for the feint broke away from the battle and stopped in front of Aju. "The two of you appeared when we were about to successfully hunt a spirit beast. Could it be that you are thinking of sniping and fishing?" The sword in the speaker's hand pointed in Aju's direction, his threatening intent on display. "I advise the two to stop. With your strength, you are by no means our opponents." Another person helped out. Azu panicked and explained, "We're just trying to warn you. If you guys don't stop, the fire cloud turtle will go berserk. You'll die then." Alarmist. Fire cloud turtle? You want to fool us by making up a random, powerful name? Isn't this just an ordinary turtle spirit beast? Let's see us burn it. The man with the sword blurted out. "Let's go." It seems Su-yun was right. These people are bullying and greasy. Not worth saving. Lian shook her head helplessly. At this time, the disciple who was leading the group at the 9th level of Qi practicing noticed the situation over here, and after letting someone take his place in the attack position, he arrived in front of the two women, and he was polite, arching his hand and saying, "Underneath Ming, do the two senior sisters want to join our team? We're really just here to remind you that this fire cloud turtle is dangerous. It's better to leave quickly." Seeing that the person in front of her was even now still holding forth, Aju couldn't help but feel a little indignant. "Dangerous?" Fong Ming smiled and said, "Sisters should be misunderstood. I am not talented. From the Cultivation family, since childhood familiar with reading a variety of canonical books, the spirit beast quite some understanding. This spirit beast is just an ordinary Xuanwu turtle, just skin and flesh thicker, and shrimp and crabs in general. From the green and black to red, it is not far from death." Hearing this, Su-yun was all happy. "It is indeed not far from death, but it is you who will die." Although the fire cloud turtle and the Xuanwu turtle that did not change color are somewhat similar, but the attributes of the two are not the same. The fire cloud turtle earth and fire dual attributes, Xuanwu turtle earth and water dual attributes, even can be mixed up, is really ridiculous. In Su-yun's opinion, this Fong Ming was just an uneducated second-generation ancestor, a little learned, but not much, so he silently counted the time in his mind. And Su-yun directly flew his sword to the place where the battle was taking place, holding his hand on the hilt of the sword, sitting dangling on the sword, sneering, "Unusual shrimp and crab? You guys are thinking of burning it, aren't you?" Hearing a voice above them, the crowd looked up. "So crazy? That's not surprising then. So it was you who swindled these two junior sisters? Getting them to stop our hunting operation so that they can fish in troubled waters and reap the benefits. Good calculation." When Fong Ming saw Su-yun, he revealed a relieved expression. "The two junior sisters. You all know the reputation of this crazy Su. You can't trust half of what he says." At this time, Alian's heart could not help but begin to weigh. On the one hand, there is a pride of the 9th level of Qi cultivation with outstanding talent, who comes from an immortal cultivation family. On the other hand, there is a madman of the 4th level of Qi cultivation, who has a bad reputation and a thick skin. Su crazy. To be reasonable, a normal person should choose to believe the former. But Elaine inexplicably felt that Su-yun was the one to trust, and Aju didn't even suspect Su-yun in the slightest, retorting, "Su-yun, he doesn't need to do such a villainous act. You guys have to believe him. You guys look at this fire cloud turtle's unabated vigor. How does it look like it's about to die? And, what with the flames and the trampling? It's holding back a big move." Azu did her best to repeat Su-yun's words. "If he doesn't believe it, then forget it. Let's go," Alian said as she pulled Aju. But Aju still didn't have the stance to go. "Good, crazy Su. To be able to fool him, you still have some skills." Fong Ming didn't expect that after his good words, they still chose to trust a madman, so it was inevitable that his heart was upset. "In that case, why don't you verify it? However, crazy Su, you have to come down first. This Gongzi is most disgusted with being looked down upon." Fong Ming's eyes went cold. Su-yun was unmoved. "What do you care?" However, Su-yun's eyes stared, and at this moment, he had something else on his mind. Once the fire cloud turtle erupted with a spirit beast technique, it would enter a prolonged state of weakness, which could be exploited organically. In short, They needed to be lured away so that they could think of a way to deal with the fire cloud turtle and profit from it, and most of all, they couldn't be allowed to continue attacking the fire cloud turtle anymore. You don't know what's good for you. Fong Ming angrily pointed at Su Yun, and then flew up with his sword, directly above Su Yun, glaring angrily. It seems that you are looking down on me. Fong Ming. Su Yun was not slow and stood up straight on his sword, stretching. Not only do I look down on you, I also look down on everyone in your team. It takes 11 people so long to hunt a second-rank spirit beast. It's better to waste your own cultivation and go down the mountain before it's too late. Don't disgrace the Falling Cloud sect. Lian was momentarily puzzled. This Su Yun is crazy. What's the point of all this nonsense at this time? I don't know. Ju shook her head. Although his behavior looks ridiculous, there must be a reason for him. Then, Su Yun even made a move that made the crowd outraged. Su Yun pinched his spell and made a water bomb technique. This move had no lethality and was used to give newcomers who had just practiced chi to practice using jutsu, and it was more of a taunting act if used to attack, bearing you with water. Chapter 22, Flame Trampling. 11 rounds of water bomb technique. Not a single person from Fong Ming's squad was washed by Su Yun. Crazy Su. Truly crazy. Fong Ming was burdened with a single attribute fire spirit root and casually operated his spiritual energy to dry the water stains on his body. You'll pay for this. Catch up to me first. Saying that, Su Yun accelerated and fled away. Fong Ming was naturally unconvinced. A mere 4th level of chi cultivation. How dare you show off? His cultivation reached the 9th level of chi cultivation, and the flying sword under his feet was a lower-grade treasure weapon with a violent fire attribute, so he flew at an extremely fast speed, almost catching up with the mid-range of the Bai-Bo sword. Su Yun pressed his speed, and Fong Ming formed a situation of you chasing me. Moreover, Su Yun's flight path was mostly around the people fighting below, and every time he passed by, he nourished a few water bomb spells to interfere with their attack on the fire cloud turtle. Fong Ming did not know why Su Yun's speed was so amazing, but what he thought was that Su Yun's cultivation was only at the 4th level of chi practicing, so his speed would definitely not be able to be maintained for long. But after meandering for nearly a quarter of an hour, Su Yun's speed did not decrease. Su Yun also dejectedly said, "That's it? Why don't you all go together? Walking one dog is walking. Walking 10 dogs is also walking." Finally, Fong Ming was not tired of it and shouted to the crowd below, "Stop attacking the Xuanwu turtle. First capture this guy. Crazy Su. At all costs." The crowd below had long hated Su Yun with a passion, so they rallied and attacked him with all sorts of detours and encirclements. Su Yun was barely able to cope with it with the explosive speed advantage of the Bai-Bo sword, and at this time, the fire cloud turtle below, although it did not suffer from the attack now, but it had already accumulated enough energy earlier, and it was transferring spiritual energy to its feet to forcefully catalyze the spirit beast technique. Oh no! Su Yun hurriedly flew toward Aju and Alian and roared, "Go!" Only at this moment did Aju and Alian completely understand Su Yun's intentions, and without hesitation, they fled with their imperial swords. Seeing Aju and the two of them leave, Su Yun then pulled up his altitude and accelerated in a straight line to fly away from this area. Soon, the crowd all flew away from the woodland where the fire cloud turtle was located. Right after the several people at the very end of the team flew out about 100 feet away, a low beast roar was abruptly emitted behind the crowd. Oh, then there was an earth-shaking boom, followed by a violent tremor spreading from the location of the fire cloud turtle in all directions, and for a moment the earth tumbled, the layers of rock cracked, and the giant trees tumbled outwards one after another. What followed was a searing hot aura that burned everything in its path. Turning everywhere, it went into a sea of fire in an instant. Immediately afterward, the boulders that were blasted up into the sky transformed into dots of meteorites, scattering in all directions towards the forest, sparks raining down. The few people at the end of the group were caught by the waves of air and lost their balance in unison, falling from their swords and sustaining minor injuries, but it was better than being blasted to cinders by the flame trample. When the tremor subsided, the area of 1 mile in circumference had already been turned into an inferno on Earth, with thick smoke rolling around, fiery red magma flowing between the cracks in the rock layer, and many of the spirit beasts that had been caught in the wave had only their bones left to burn. Oh my god! Azu was so surprised for a moment that she couldn't close her mouth. Is this really just a second-order spirit beast? Even a third-rank spirit beast doesn't seem to have such amazing strength. Su Yun appeared behind Aju in a ghostly manner, holding his hands, standing on top of the flying sword in a calm and relaxed manner, actually having a dusty temperament, explaining, spirit beasts with spirit beast techniques naturally can't be generalized with ordinary spirit beasts, not to mention that they also absorb so much of their attacks. It's not strange that they can have such a lethal power. At this moment, Fong Ming's face was horrified, and at the same time, he was also a little afraid that if he hadn't run after Su Yun, his group would have been buried here. Looking at Su Yun again, Fang Ming realized that this Su crazy in front of him was a bit puzzling. Those annoying moves just now were actually meant to save lives. Nope, he definitely didn't have good intentions. Fang Ming thought as he did. However, in front of outsiders, out of the face and ego of the immortal cultivation family, Fang Ming would not admit that he had misidentified the spirit beast, not to mention that he would not give Su Yun the credit for escaping from death. The young head of the immortal cultivation family. His knowledge could not be defeated by a countryside village boy at the 4th level of chi practicing? He could only harden his head and coldly grunt to find a remedy. I didn't expect that this Xuanwu turtle had actually mutated and become the legendary volcanic Xuanwu turtle. Such a once-in-a-thousand-years thing actually made me stumble upon it. Fortunately, I was wise and decisive enough to have everyone give up attacking this volcanic Xuanwu turtle. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If it wasn't for this crazy Su messing up, I might have found the end long ago. However, the others were not stupid. It was obvious that it was Su Yun who had taken the trouble to use extraordinary means to save them, and the crowd only felt that Fang Ming was so unashamed. However, due to Fang Ming's background, no one dared to come out and say something fair. Earlier when Fang Ming had recruited them, they had also thought that it would be better to have their backs against a big tree, and had only agreed to form a team in order to pass this extremely difficult examination. But he hadn't thought that before he could hunt a few second-order spirit beasts, he almost lost his life. You both have water attribute spiritual roots, so you can use the cloud and rain technique. Su Yun turned his head to look at Aju and Alian. The two nodded, but neither knew why Su Yun suddenly brought this up. Why? Because keeping forest fire safe starts with me. Su Yun then took the lead, lending his Bai-Bo sword to make use of the water attribute technique cloud and rain. This technique mobilizes the surrounding water vapor and creates rainfall. The three of them cast spells together, and soon the clouds churned and a light rain fell, and then the rain increased, and the edge was that the disciples in Fang Ming's squad who knew the cloud and rain decree also began to cast spells. It didn't take long for the fire started by the flame trampling to be extinguished and the magma to stop flowing and turn into black ropey rock. Near dusk, the setting sun was slanting, and after the rain stopped, a rainbow actually grew above the jungle, spanning the sky in a beautiful way. If not for the fire cloud turtle still wailing in the back, Su Yun would have the leisure to properly appreciate the, let's go find other second-rank spirit beasts. Now that Fang Ming was fully jealous of the fire cloud turtle in his heart, he didn't dare to stay here for a long time, so he gathered his team and prepared to leave. And while his team members kept their mouths shut, they still bowed end over end in the direction where Su Yun was. This behavior angered Fang Ming. Who are you worshipping? I was the one who led you to hunt 5 second-rank spirit beasts, and after one loss you guys are going to be ungrateful? Ha! Fang Ming angrily revived his sleeve. Without me, you guys alone want to obtain a second-order inner elixir? The truth was, however, that Fang Ming still had some organizational skills, and being able to lead this group of people with varying strengths to hunt several second-order spirit beasts was not useless. Still, a brainy disciple explained, we're worshipping the rainbow for good luck. Rainbow. Fang Ming secretly gritted his teeth more vigorously, but he couldn't say anything. Go! The 11 people left one after another, and Su Yun waved goodbye. Be careful guys, don't look away again. Su Yun decided to disgust Fang Ming with another wave. Fang Ming should have heard it. His speed steeply accelerated a lot, quickly disappeared from view. Su Yun, then let's go quickly as well. This fire cloud turtle is not to be messed with, Azu said with some afterthought, so nervous that she tugged on Alian's hand. And somehow, Su Yun had become the backbone of the squad. Go, why should we leave? Su Yun looked downwards at the fire cloud turtle that was still furious and hissing at the three of them, and laughed. Now is the time when the fire cloud turtle is at its weakest, so take advantage of its sickness and kill it. Chapter 23, Seeing Rizzo. Azu couldn't help but be delighted. Su Yun, is there a way to deal with it? There is. Su Yun deflated, looking towards an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the big pit, but someone will have it easier. Although this person was hiding, but her pure water attributes spiritual power fluctuation. Su Yun was more than familiar with it. Who else could it be? Lai Su. When he had performed the cloud and rain skill just now, Rizzo had touched the hinterland of the battlefield through the feet that could conceal his figure in the rain, only to disengage the feet and release his spiritual fluctuations only now. Come out. Saw the hem of your skirt. Su Yun shouted over there. Elaine was a bit puzzled, but still subconsciously on guard. Then, 2 figures, one white and one brown, emerged from behind a huge fallen tree. The woman in white was naturally the recently popular pro-disciple Li Su. The brown-clothed woman looked unfamiliar, but her cultivation level was already at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, so she was probably Li Su's good friend. Although she was dressed in a brown robe, Her face was exquisite, her gaze was cool, her eyebrows were heroic, and she was full of a noble aura. So her identity must also be unusual. Su-yun, still using this trick? When we used to play hide and seek together, you swindled me like this. Ri-su's expression was hard to figure out. It was clearly a fond memory, but the smile wasn't very obvious. It seemed a little too bland. But you still fell for it. Su-yun, still slightly embarrassed, smiled and let it go. As for Su-yun's involvement with Lai-su, Zhu and Lian had naturally heard about it, and they couldn't help but step back, not wanting to get involved. One was a supreme genius who had advanced to the peak of chi cultivation at only 16 years old, and had been accepted as a personal disciple at the outer gate. One is the Su crazy who looks like a weakling on the surface, but his real strength is unfathomable, able to kill a second-order spirit beast in a single move. It's true that a monster's friend is also a monster. Let me introduce them first. They are Zhu and Lian, teammates who just made friends. Su-yun still felt the need to explain. Teammate. I was worried that no one would be willing to team up with you. Rizu hesitated slightly. That's good. While saying that, Rizu took out a fist-sized spirit beast inner Dan from his Chinkuan bag, golden yellow in color. It should be the inner Dan of the thunderstruck bird. Take it. I guess you wouldn't be able to beat a second-rank spirit beast. Rizu reached out to hand over the inner elixir, but Su-yun clearly sensed the detachment. Rizu looked at Zhu Lian again and then said, since you guys have already formed a team, this inner Dan is even to help you guys out. Su-yun, his strength is not good, so you guys should be more patient. Zhu Lian nodded her head obediently as she was surprised. So there would be 2 second-order internal elixirs, and there was a high hope of passing. Su-yun frowned. Rizu, what are you doing? Lai-su bitterly smiled, stuffed the inner Dan into Su-yun's arms, forced his heart to endure the reluctance, and ruthlessly said, I have thought about it, brother Su-yun. In the future, I will devote myself to cultivation, and the past dust and past events will be like clouds of smoke, dispersed. This is good for both you and me. There's only so much I can do to help you. Thank you for all these years. Su-yun casually pawed the shocking Thunderbird inner Dan a few times, then threw the inner Dan back as a ball and coldly said, if this is compensation, it is not necessary. Naturally, he could understand Rizu's plight, but it was really a bit hurtful for her to do so. Su-yun wasn't trying to figure anything out. The woman next to Rizu heard Su-yun's words and momentarily felt that he had quite a backbone, but still helped Rizu to persuade him. Su-yun, I've often heard Rizu talk about you, and I know that you're not as bad as rumors say, but I also know that with your strength, you definitely won't be able to pass the test, so don't be so stubborn. Su-yun had wanted to cooperate with Rizu to kill the fire cloud turtle, take the materials himself, and Rizu take the inner elixir, but since it was already like this, he had no choice but to say in a strong tone, in that case, then I don't want this Thunderbird inner Dan. Take that fire cloud turtle's inner Dan and give it to me. Yun Yao was displeased. Hey, Su-yun, aren't you imposing? I deduced that with Yun Yao and I's strength. We can't kill it yet. Rizu frowned tightly, actually looking serious. Su-yun shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Lai-su was determined to make amends to make up for the deficit within him. However, if Rizu kept apologizing in her heart, I'm afraid it would be a hindrance to cultivation. Ai Su-yun smiled hopelessly and sighed. That's because you didn't find the right method. What else is better than a clumsy bastard shell? In order to attack the fire cloud turtle, in addition to not being able to use fire or earth attribute feats, one would have to use a bit of technical skill. In modern warfare, a rocket hitting a tank, even if it can't break through the armor and destroy the tank, it can still kill or injure the living forces inside the tank, relying on the shockwave. But the fire cloud turtle is after all a second-order spirit beast. Relying purely on shockwaves is still almost interesting. Perhaps resonance can be the immortal world, which does not have the physical probability of wave, does not know the physical mechanism of resonance, but it does have the means to use vibration to attack. For example, the metallic gongfu yellow bell, or the water attribute gongfu sea tide. Seeing that the crowd was in the clouds, Su-yun explained, there is a powerful water attribute technique, sea tide born, known as the gentle blade, which can shatter the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. You should know it. Follow the method I told you, and you can easily deal with the fire cloud turtle with this move. Rizu immediately raised an objection. I can naturally think of what you can think of. The sea tide shang may be able to deal with ordinary spirit beasts, but it's no good against the fire cloud turtle. The vibrations simply can't penetrate its back armor. Fire cloud turtle's turtle shell is not made of strong interaction force material. Vibration wave conduction in no problem. The main thing is that we do not know its resonance frequency yet. We can only test it step by step. Su-yun stroked his chin and pondered. What strong? What force? What is the resonance frequency? The more Yun Yao listened, the more confused she became. She felt that Suyun was not wrong to be called Su crazy, saying some inexplicable things. It doesn't matter. Just need to cast as many waves sea tidal life as possible within one breath. Saying that, Suyun looked at Risu and asked, with your strength, how many waves of sea tidal wave sang can you cast in one breath right now? Sea tidal wave, as the name suggests, it is to use spiritual power to mimic the tides of the sea in nature, inspiring waves that appear calm on the surface, but are actually surging in the dark, containing dark power with the power of destroying the world. When it was in its best condition, it could probably be cast more than 100 times a breath. Rizu pondered. Right now, I can probably cast it about 90 times. In the cultivation world, one breath is roughly equal to 3 seconds. One breath 90 times. The frequency is around 30 Hz. The resonance frequency of the human body is between 4 and 12. And the shell of the fire cloud turtle is similar to a large cavity. The larger the volume, the frequency should be lower. 30 Hz is more than enough. Enough. Su Yunwei was elated. Just start attacking at a speed of 3 times a breath. Then gradually speed up your attacks until I tell you to stop. Understand? Due to being overly excited, Su Yun's tone inevitably sounded a bit like he was ordering people around. And Ri Su first froze, then nodded dully. Aha, I'll listen to you on all counts. At this moment, she seemed to have completely forgotten the determination she had just made with great difficulty. It was only at this moment that Yunyao understood why the fourth elder was targeting Su Yun, because Su Yun's position in Rizu's heart was too heavy, and it was inevitable that he would become attached, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. The only thing that can be done is to cut off this emotional tether completely and detach from the mortal world. Chapter 24. What? My strength is exposed? With that, Rizu took out his own medium-grade treasure weapon, the Tsan Chi, and his expression was tense, with a great tendency to give his all. Seeing this, Su Yun smiled and reminded, at first, you only need to cast it with a specific frequency. There is no need to use too much spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Rizu only nodded, her eyes deep, and while casting the spell, her eyes also flicked to Su Yun from time to time, as pastimes surfaced in her heart. In the past, when he was in the village, Su Yun was known as the king of children, taking care of Lai Su in every way. Thus, in the heart of the young Rizu, Su Yun was a heroic being, as great as his father who could hunt and his second uncle who was good at making toys. Later, the village suffered a change. The two crossed thousands of miles, seeking immortal fate, along the way difficult and dangerous obstacles, but also Su Yun will be Li Su protected behind, to resolve the crisis again and again. Only, everything changed after entering the Falling Clouds sect. Su Yun was not well qualified and had to go to the refining room, while Li Su was burdened with a superb spiritual root and was naturally the key cultivation object of the sect, so that the gap between their cultivation levels grew wider and wider. It's like one person is on the sunny side of the road, and one person is forced to grope through the thorny forest, and they will naturally drift apart. From then on, knowing that cultivation was hopeless, Su Yun began to indulge in refining weapons, and gradually became what everyone called Su crazy. And now, even more so, it will drift apart. May peace be with you, Lai Su. Your sea tides are not too stable. Is there something on your mind? Su Yun noticed that the raging waves below were a bit messy, so he asked, to trigger resonance, the first requirement is a stable frequency. No, Rizu flatly denied, then fixed his mind, discarded distracting thoughts, and began to wholeheartedly cast Sea Tide Born, and the waves below became stable. However, Risu did not use much spiritual energy to cast the spell, and at this point, the attack was painless. As if it was giving the fire cloud turtle a hydrotherapy treatment, it was like a pile of boulders on the shore, allowing the tide to strike it and still remain firm. There was even a murmur of enjoyment. Rizu then gradually increased the frequency. Su Yun also seriously counted silently. 2 Hz, 3 Hz, 5 Hz, 6 Hz. The fire cloud turtle below began to become a little agitated, pacing in all directions, seemingly trying to escape from the waves, but the tides followed him like a shadow, and there was no way to avoid them. Until the fire cloud turtle let out an earth-shattering wail and began to frantically flee, knocking down countless giant trees along the way. 10 Hz. Su Yun understood that the time had come. Rizu, at this speed, full output. Ri Su frowned. His entire body's spiritual energy worked crazily, and the spiritual energy of the peak strength of the 9th level of Qi cultivation surged out like a sea, and the waves below instantly surged up several feet high. And the giant tree was impacted so much that it began to sway with the ebb and flow of the tide. Originally as stable as Mtitai's fire cloud turtle could only follow the waves at this time, as small and fragile as floating weeds in the current. It was only then that Su Yun saw the power of a mid-grade treasure weapon, and the degree of increase to water attribute feats was far from what his by bow sword could compare to. Although Hai Chao Shan was still unable to directly injure the fire cloud turtle, the resonance triggered by the violent impact was enough to be fatal. Soon, a flowing red color began to appear in the current, and the fire cloud turtle's neck could no longer brace itself as a thick liquid trickled out of its mouth and passed away completely. It worked! That's great! Rizu spoke in a slightly faded voice, even as she grew farther away. Looking back, Suyin realized that Risu was so deflated that she had fallen from her flying sword, and both the formulated flying sword and the Tsang Chi had fallen with her. The situation was critical. Su Yun didn't even think about it. He directly controlled the Bai Bo sword to fly out and catch Lai Su, while he himself quickly switched to the standard flying sword and flew over to hold her, helping her to barely stand still on the Bai Bo sword. Brother Su Yun, I have already done my best. Can only help you up to this point, and after that, I will go my own way. Before Li Su completely fainted, she mouthed this. Hey, you little ninny. At this time, Su Yun was holding Rizu in his arms, and he was very self-blaming inwardly, and he did not expect that Rizu would be so hard-selling, releasing the sea tidal wave birth 30 times with full force within a breath, and even lasting for a few breaths. It would be strange if it didn't empty Rizu's spiritual energy. However, what Rizu just said could not help but make Su Yun's heart mixed. Feeling like she owed herself something, Su Yun turned back, intending to ask Yun Yao for some elixirs to restore his spiritual energy, but instead, he saw 3 faces filled with disbelief, more or less with shock. There's no need to be so shocked to see Rizu emptying her spiritual energy. Whoever has an elixir to restore spiritual energy, let's have one first. Yun Yao took out a second-order yuan replenishing pill and threw it to Su Yun while asking cautiously, actually, you are a Void Dan cultivator. You lied to us, and even more so, you lied to Lai Su. Only cultivators above the Void Dan cultivation level can command a magic weapon through the air. It also has to be an intrinsic magic weapon. No wonder you were able to defeat a second-ranked red-eyed ape with a single finger, and you were also able to defeat a second-ranked green viper on your own. Ah Lian began to re-examine the man in front of her. Your so-called huge cost doesn't really exist, because it's actually you who's hiding your strength. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao was even more shocked. A single finger seconded a second-order red-eyed ape, and he was also able to easily defeat the green viper, which was rumored to have impenetrable defense. My guess was indeed correct. No. Yun Yao suddenly had an even more terrifying thought. You hid your cultivation to the 4th level of Qi practicing, but the elders, and even the sect leader didn't manage to detect it, which can only mean that your cultivation is even higher than the sect leaders. So, who are you really? Taken from your body? Or were you commissioned by someone to secretly protect Rizu? In that case, it seems that Rizu must have a great deal to offer as well. Listening to Yun Yao's deception there, Su Yun was dumbfounded. Come on, teenage girl, can you not have such a big brain? It seems that Yun Yao is more or less dabbling in middle age, but shouldn't the priority right now be to house Rizu first? Listen to my cunning, racking my brain to explain to you later. Su Yun brought Risu to a tree cave that was 10 feet in the air. There was no aura of spirit beasts inside, and it was very safe as it was covered by leaves. Afterwards, he used his Qiankuan bag to collect the corpse of the fire cloud turtle, and then he began to think about how to clear up the misunderstanding. Since it was inconvenient to display his gun magic weapon right now, Su Yun had to make up an excuse that seemed outrageous but was actually reasonable. The old grandfather in the ring. I used to pick up a ring, which hosted the remnants of an old grandfather's soul, who had been betrayed by his closest disciple, and had long since lost the desire to live, and had wanted to guide me in my cultivation, inherit his mantle, and pass away peacefully from then on. But my predecessor realized that my qualifications were just too poor, so I had to try to survive on my own. Senior allowed me to dive into learning the art of refining, and when I refined a body for him in the future and resurrected it in this way, I was promised a great deal of benefits. It also promised to come to the rescue for me in times of crisis. Well, that's it. Su Yun smacked his lips and observed the change in their expressions. Believe it or not, I do. Really? Yun Yao would be skeptical. She was not bad at detecting words and colors because of her family environment. He saw that Su Yun was able to say this calmly and looked like he was not lying. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yun had long practiced the skill of not blushing when lying. Simply put, cheeky. Then invite Senior out. I want to thank him in person for saving my life, Azu exclaimed. And Elaine's angle of concern was rather unique. Then why doesn't the Senior let you lose the ring and find another good man? Su Yun had a black line on his face. That's why he's a senior. It's not like he's buying food from the market. However, Senior's divine soul is weak, and he has struck out one after another in the past few days. So I'm afraid he won't be able to show himself. Yun Yao slowly nodded her head, although she didn't exactly choose to believe it either. But she had to remain in awe even if she didn't believe it. Su Yun was helpless. They really believed such outrageous words. Chapter 25, Goodbye, Rizzo. In the past 1 hour, Lai Su also did not see to wake up. The forest is already a pitch black. Su-Yun near to find some firewood, set up a fire, and cut some green viper meat, skewered and began to barbecue. The seasonings are just simple. Salted salt, chili powder, and cumin powder. The only thing that can save from weakness is meat, besides Snickers. Looking at Rizzu's pulse, she was also about to wake up, just in time for the delicious roasted snake meat. Even though the green viper was a ferocious second-order spirit beast, it was still a snake by nature, and the snake meat was light orange-pink in color, tender and slag-reducing, with a protein content that was 4 times that of beef, while it was also rich in oil between the muscle textures. Racked over the fire, roasted to a nourishing oil and sprinkled with a simple seasoning, the surface was lightly charred and browned, soaking up the flavors. Su-Yun first tasted a mouthful for Rizzu, a mouthful of oil, fat flavor, but also rich in spiritual chi. Then that what Wagyu beef at least 1,000 times better. That smells good. Don't you all eat it? No no no. Yun Yao, who was sitting with her legs clasped, waved her hands repeatedly, expressing her inability to accept. This is a highly poisonous green viper, eh? I don't dare to eat it. Zhu and Alian hesitated and successively cut a piece and started to taste it in small bites, fearing that they would eat something strange. But when they chewed it, their eyes instantly glowed with gold. This snake meat is actually so delicious. I thought it would have a fishy odor. So marvelous. It even has the wonderful use of restoring spiritual power. Alian couldn't help but marvel at it as well. But Yunyao still couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart, swallowed her saliva, and took a Pyrrhic pill to top it off. At this time Rizzu also woke up leisurely. In front of him, Su-Yun was roasting something by the fire. The dancing orange-red flames shone on his face, bright and dark. The crackling sound of burning wet wood resounded in his ears, and his nostrils were filled with a nice roasted meat scent. Risu instantly have a kind of feeling like a world apart. This moment, just like the other time, before the two of them rushed in the cave to hide from the rain, is such a scene, obviously very hard, but still very happy. It's just that there's no going back to the old days. Wake up. Su-Yun sprinkled the seasoning while whispering, I remember you used to like grilled fish the most. Here, try it. Rizu, who was still a bit weak, nodded slightly and took the roasted meat, taking a shallow taste. Yummy, but it's not fish. Ha ha, as long as it tastes good, and it will help you recover. The rest is not important. Although Su-Yun was 100% sure that this snake meat had 100 benefits and no harm, he was still afraid that Lai Su would have something in mind and refuse to eat it. The others were tacitly silent. The rest of the roasted snake meat was eaten by Lai Su, and then began to meditate and regulate. With the recovery of spiritual energy, her face also became red with the naked eye. The chi and blood are not separated from each other. After recovering his spiritual energy, Rizu got up and glanced out. The night was now deep, and in the darkness, the light from the fire in the tree cave looked like an island. You're not thinking of leaving now, are you? It's nighttime now. Su-Yun recalled the bits and pieces of his childhood and couldn't help but grin playfully. I remember once when I was a kid we played outside too late and didn't go back when it got dark. In the forest you were so scared that you peed your pants, and then you didn't dare to go out at night. Embarrassment exposed. Lai Su's small face reddened, unconvinced. Saying ugly things about me is right. Come on, hurt each other. Didn't you have to wet the bed when you were little? Once you pissed on your father's face and he chased you around and beat you up, and the whole village watched. One time you said you'd take us to pick honey, but it turned out it was a hornet's nest. When you were running away you fell and got stung into a pig's head. Ha 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 ha. It's funny to think about now. And, when I used to play house with my buddies and I was the mother and asked you to be the father, you said you wanted to be the big yellow dog. And you said that a home wasn't complete without a dog. Ha ha ha, you're still citing one, aren't you? Village life is very interesting, hey. Tell me more, Yin Yao said with her chin in her hand, a look of longing in her eyes. After that, Rizu was inexplicably active, and for the rest of the night, Rizu talked about things she had experienced with Su-Yun in the past, from his childhood life in a small mountain village to what he had seen and heard on his journey to seek immortality, as well as some of the embarrassing things that had happened to Su-Yun after joining the sect. More than a decade of the duo's time condensed into an evening of gossip. Su-Yun also had not been so cozy for a long time. For some reason, sleepiness surged, actually slowly fell asleep, and had a dream. In the dream, the village they were in wasn't massacred, so he and Lai Su didn't escape from the mountain village to seek immortal destiny. Later, the two families set up a doll marriage, childhood sweethearts into a married couple. Husband and wife live in harmony, men farming and weeding days of hardship but also cozy. Then a son and a daughter were born. The son as mischievous as the father when he was a boy, and the daughter as beautiful and gentle as her mother. The two have not stepped into the immortal way, always are mortals, well in a life of smooth, peaceful old age, and finally buried in full coffins, descendants filial piety, will come to worship on New Year's holidays. The grave grass also grows very strong. This dream generation is pulled straight through. It's really as if you've lived your whole life. Perhaps this was the original Soo-yun's deepest desire. But time has changed, and he is not the same Soo-yun. Early in the morning light was bright, and the sunrise spot shone through the leaves into the tree hole, which was a bit crowded for 5 people, but just right for the 3 of them now. Ah-ju and Ah-lien were practicing diligently. Soo-yun was lying down, rolled over, and looked dully at the spot where Risu sat on the ground last night. Rizzo did leave after all. Silently. Last night it was as if Risu was saying goodbye to Soo-yun, saying goodbye to her past self, and after that, she was just the personal disciple of Yunmu, the 4th elder of the Falling Cloud sect, and Soo-yun's senior uncle. After getting up, Soo-yun stomped out the embers of the fire and stretched, and as Zhue Lian also ended her cultivation, Azu suddenly handed over a piece of letter paper. Here, Risu Li's? Looks like she doesn't have no conscience at all. See for yourself. Receiving the letter paper, Soo-yun couldn't wait to flip through it. There were only a few words on it, and they weren't Rizu's handwriting. I'll take care of her. Don't forget, Yun Yao. Fire then leapt out of Soo-yun's fingertips and burned the letter paper. And when the wind blew, the ashes completely dissipated into the air. By the way, she still left you this inner Dan of the surprising Thunderbird, and this elixir, which can detoxify the residual medicinal power of the Anshan incense, which we've all eaten. Ah-ju carefully handed over the items to Soo-yun. The inner Dan you guys and keep it, so you all passed the test. Go find a safe place to hide and wait for the end of the test. Soo-yun was surprisingly calm. What about you? Not with us? Let's part ways on this. I'll go further into the depths of the Forbidden Land to take a look. It's dangerous for you guys, Soo-yun said as he plucked away the leaves and looked toward the light curtain in the distant prime. Really don't need our help? Azu bristled. We're still more or less powerful. We're not that bad. You just have to protect yourselves. Although Ah-lien did not know what Soo-yun's intentions were, but since he had given his word, it was not good to go and force the issue, so he pulled a Zhu and passed a look, telling her that there was no need to say anything more. Well, then, take care and see you in 5 days. Ah-lien and Ah-ju made an end-to-end hand salute. Soo-yun arched his hand in response. Only after the duel left did Soo-yun let out a long sigh. Goodbye. I don't know who I'm talking to. Maybe it's Rizu, or maybe it's the same Soo-yun as before. Chapter 26. The parting of ways with Rizu in every sense of the word still made it difficult for Soo-yun to calm down inside and wanted to take a break alone. For him, spiritual stones are the panacea for psychological trauma. Although he already had the green viper inner Dan and the fire cloud turtle inner Dan now, there was never too much of a good thing. After all, it is a kryptonite game. Having spirit stones means having strength. Hunting more second-order spirit beasts and taking them to sell them can earn a lot of spirit stones. The clan also did not stipulate that you cannot hunt more spirit beasts. Not to mention that this is the external examination. Outside the examination there is still spare power of the disciples of the Phoenix. There is such a strength of the disciples also do not care about this spirit stone. However, to Soo-yun, what was running all over the ground was not a spirit beast. It was clearly a large amount of spirit stones. Out of the Forbidden Land. Where else can you find such rich spirit beast resources within 1,000 miles in a radius? It belongs to the wool gathering of the clan. It's a little easier to move around alone these days. Soo-yun's planned route was to walk along the forbidden area outside the core area of the forbidden area. On the one hand, he could cross the territories of various spirit beast groups, looking for the most suitable hunting target. After all, the Chenkuan bag space is limited, and needs to be carefully calculated. On the other hand, he also wanted to peep into the core area of the forbidden area in the end. There is what is the mystery. So Soo-yun was almost flying against the multiple prohibitions outside the core area, and was vaguely able to see the scene inside. Unlike the broad plains or hills on the periphery, the terrain in the core area was steeply elevated, with heavy mountains, but it was lifeless, and there was not even a trace of life, and the black and messy mountains and rocks inexplicably gave people a depressing feeling. Upon closer inspection, the scenery inside was inexplicably a bit bizarre. There were mountain peaks going up and down, and falling boulders flying towards the sky. There were several mountains fused together, indistinguishable from each other. The sky was twisted like Van Gogh's Starry Night. And there were places with strange perspective relationships, like Picasso's abstract paintings. The whole thing is like shattering, kneading and finally screwing space together. This was clearly beyond Soo-yun's cognitive ability, and looking at it a few more times, it was as if the divine soul was going to be sucked in, causing a splitting headache. Retracting his gaze, he rubbed his head before slowing down a little. So what is sealed within the Forbidden Land is such a grotesque piece of existence. But he still didn't understand why there were heavy restrictions when there was nothing alive inside. But of course, it wasn't something he should consider. After flying through the forest tops for several more hours, Su-yun did not find any suitable prey, either too strong or too big to be optimal. Eventually, a melodious clear cry entered Su-yun's ears. Well, a good sound is a good spirit animal. Following the sound, Su-yun saw that between the dense jungle of giant trees, there was actually a lake. The water quality was clear and transparent. The bottom of the lake was sunk full of withered branches and rotten leaves, and reflected the emerald-green canopy. Thus the entire lake presented an eye-pleasing yellow-green color, the hue of the summer and autumn. In the water, the roots of the giant tree were intertwined, and the spirit fish were shuttling between them, a black mass, and it was they that fed the flock of Xian-tian cranes that were resting not far away. The Xian-tian crane, as its name suggests, has most of the feathers and down on its entire body in greenish-black color, with only the plumes on its wings in black and white, plus a handful of ethereal and spiritual white feathers sprouting from the top of its head. Xian-tian crane is a group of spirit beasts. This group of 11 pairs of black silk long legs can be greedy Su-yun. It would be a shame not to use it for a gun barrel. However, facing a flock of Xian-tian cranes, Su-yun did not dare to act rashly in the slightest. Although the wingspan of an adult Xian-tian crane can reach 2 zhang, the body part is far less robust than that of the fire cloud tortoise and the green viper. However, like the fire cloud tortoise, the Xian-tian crane is also a kind of spirit beast that can perform spirit beast techniques at the second stage, and it is a wind-attributed spirit beast. When the wings flap, it can send out countless wind feather blades, swift as the wind, shadow invisible, can easily cut off the stone, and compared to the sword chi promoted by the Foundation cultivator is not much better. A group of Xian-tian cranes launched an attack at the same time. Even if a Void Dan powerhouse came, they couldn't benefit, and they couldn't get close within 100 meters. Of course, defense and attack often cannot be balanced. Xian-tianhe does not have any means of defense. As long as it can get close to the body, will be able to easily kill it. It might be a bit difficult for unusual cultivators, but Su-yun was someone with long-range firepower. The Silver Moon was equipped with a scope, so it could be accurately sniped even outside the range of divine sense, guaranteed to be one shot. However, it must be prevented from being discovered by Xian-tianhe, or the consequences will not be good. With Su-yun's current strength, a single shot of wind plume blade would be enough to take his life. And he also belonged to the category of small brittle skin that had an extremely high output but shattered at the slightest touch. After searching around the lake for a while, it was only then that Su-yun found an excellent sniping spot. It was a distance of 5 miles from where the Xian-tian crane was perched, but between the countless tree trunks, there was just enough to leave a line of openings where the Xian-tian crane walked around, enough to complete the sniping operation. This distance had already exceeded the original world record for sniping distance in the original world. But for the current Su-yun, the precise control and algorithmic ability brought about by his divine sense was enough for him to achieve this feat. Su-yun set up his gun on a thick branch and confirmed the exact distance between the point of impact and the target with the scope scale, according to the data obtained during the test shot. With the speed of the Silver Moon's discharge, the height of the drop at this distance was no more than 3 feet. Then carefully observe the amplitude of the leaves fluttering in the distance, used to calculate the wind speed. Fortunately, it is in the forest. The wind is not big. Su-yun was originally worried that there would be an unpredictable turbulence, but this time it is 9 out of 10. After comprehensive consideration and then a series of subtle adjustments, Su-yun held his breath and fired the first shot of the Cultivation world's new concept of combat-style ultra-long-range sniping. One must know that the killing distance of the shot was far beyond Su-yun's divine sense range. Although the means to kill the enemy at a distance is not rare in the Cultivation world, such as imperial flying swords within the range of divine sense to take someone's life or vigorously perform a miracle, throw a big stone to the distance, smashing one or two of those kinds of death. But this is all fundamentally different from sniping in terms of combat philosophy. With a burst of gunfire, the tree trunks around the muzzle were blasted out of a gaping hole by the white flames, and a hardened fine iron bullet whirled and broke through the air, spanning a distance of hundreds of feet in less than a breath of time, piercing through a Xian-tian crane. The leaves along the way were blown by the waves of air and sashayed down. A commotion was sparked within the Xian-tian crane tribe, and they all came forward to check on the condition of their companions. And Su-yun took advantage of the fact that they hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem to add 2 more shots. 2 bullets hit the same unlucky man, and that's when the cranes feel the fear, and fly away from each other in great distress. If they swore to stay by their companions, Su-yun wouldn't mind massacring them. Only after the Xian-tian crane flock had completely scattered and flown away did Su-yun go over and prepare to collect the loot. The items in the Qiankuan bag had already been redone stacking, able to maximize the use of space, and then loaded with these two Xian crane, almost just filled. Well, space utilization guru. The two Xian cranes that were sniped were both adult individuals. The size was similar to what Su Yun had expected. They were both pierced through the abdomen. The skin and flesh were torn open in a horrendous gash that was deep enough to be seen through the bone. What a horrible sight it would be if that gun hit a human being. Chapter 27, Picking Up the Big Bucks. Avoiding a long night's sleep, Su Yun had to seize the time to lick the bag. For one, the Xian crane flock might suddenly turn back. And secondly, the blood that flowed from this lake would inevitably attract other bloodthirsty spirit beasts. With a movement of his divine mind, he easily put the corpse of an Xian crane into his Qiankuan bag. But when he was ready to receive the second Xian crane, he found that the Qiankuan bag was unresponsive. And with a probe of the divine mind, there was obviously still a surplus of space within the Qiankuan bag. Although Su Yun's low-ranking Qiankuan bag at hand could not be put into a living creature with conscious activity, but this thing was obviously dead through awe. Stabbing the Xian crane with the sword, there was no response. It was indeed dead, and after a few more tries, it still couldn't be collected. Could it be that the Xian crane had swallowed some living creature with consciousness and was still alive after entering its stomach? Using a standard flying sword to slice open the belly of the Xian crane, he stirred it up and found nothing more than some half-digested fish. In the end, Su Yun had to put the blame on the fact that the person who refined this Qiankuan bag had falsely labeled the capacity. Unable to do anything else, Su Yun had to take a great risk and split the Xian crane on the spot. Su Yun first cut off the wings on both sides. The wing plumes could be woven into not cheap fabrics worth some spirit stones, and this pair of wings could easily be included in the Qiankuan bag. And then from the joints cut off a complete pair of crane legs, the length of nearly 10 feet. The surface of the distribution of black velvet feels silky and delicate. Hydrophobic effect. The whole step in the water will not be soaked. 2 feet long crane claws curled together. Nails dark gray, emitting a metallic cold light. Looking sharp, Su Yun had a sudden thought and took out his standardized flying sword and touched the crane claws, not realizing that scratches appeared easily on the refined iron body of the standardized flying sword. The crane claws are actually so hard. As they say, only magic can defeat magic, so maybe the crane claws can be used to cut through the leg bone osteotubes, since the form of the crane claw was not suitable for refining into a magic weapon, and thus the crane claw was generally treated as a marginal material. It was surprising that such an excellent material was buried. After storing the crane legs, Su Yun directly made a cut at the white hair position on the top of the Xian crane's head, so that he could take out the Xian crane's inner dan. Xian crane inner dan is only the size of a grape. Like a ghostly green glass bead, the inner spiritual energy is abundant. This Xian crane should be very healthy in life. When Su Yun was about to flee from the crime scene, he was suddenly attracted by a flash of strange reflections, which came from Xian's dissected head. In the center of the Xian crane's skull, near the esophagus, there was a colorless and transparent octahedral crystal stuck. Su Yun was astonished for a while. This head is still encrusted with diamonds? Or is this the crystallization of Xian crane's wisdom? Picking out the crystals and surveying them with the naked eye, he didn't see a thing. There were too many transparent minerals in the octahedron. It was not easy to distinguish them with the naked eye alone, but when he used his divine sense to probe, he was instantly shocked out of a cold sweat. After his divine sense penetrated deep into the crystal, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and he only saw a chaotic space, which could not be probed to the bottom at all with his weak divine sense. This is a space crystal. No wonder the Qiankuan bag can't put away this Xian crane body. This kind of material was expensive and rare, and the worst quality belonged to the fifth order heavenly materials. Qiankuan bag this kind of magic weapon belongs to is the most inferior space magic weapon. Lower grade spirit weapon grade, only need to use to the size of the sand grain space crystal stone. Even so, Light Su Yun owned that 1 square foot space of the Qiankuan bag to be more than 20 spirit stone. When by borrowed the 2 square feet of space, selling price directly on the hundreds of price and space size is exponential relationship. Among bean-sized fifth-order space crystal could be used to create a storage ring with dozens of feet of space, which was worth a lot of money. A proper luxury. But the one at hand is not only very pure, but also the size of a peanut meter. According to the canonical records, space crystals are only produced in the space turbulence of the outer heavenly realm, and then with the meteorite falling on the continent of the immortal cultivation realm. And also some will come to the immortal cultivation realm from the space rift. This space crystal stone was stuck in the throat of Xian crane. Most likely it was mistakenly eaten in while foraging for food. But spirit beasts can't go in and out of the forbidden system, which means that this space crystal stone was produced in this forbidden area. But if a meteorite had descended, someone would have sought it out long ago. Could it be that what is sealed within the Forbidden Land is a spatial rift. There were not many spatial rifts in the immortal cultivation world, but each spatial rift was a well-known and dangerous place on the continent. I just never knew that there was another one within the Forbidden Land of the Falling Cloud sect. It has been heard that the rules around the space rift collapsed, the living souls were devastated, and there was not an inch of grass within a radius of thousands of miles, which was quite consistent with the scenery within the forbidden area, although there was a prohibition to isolate it. But this spatial rift was close at hand. It was still enough to make people's hearts fearful. If the prohibition failed, the entire Falling Cloud sect would be reduced to a deadland, and the appearance of this space crystal stone cannot help but make Su-yun anxious, since the space crystal stone has flowed out of the space rift to outside the core prohibition, indicating that the prohibition has already appeared a gap. This forbidden land was not as peaceful as it appeared. On the other hand, harboring a treasure is a sin, and a heavenly treasure of this level would be coveted even by the sect leader. If he was targeted by a sect master or elder with bad intentions, he, a mere outer disciple, wouldn't even have the slightest room to resist. Su-yun placed the space crystal stone close to his body and only prayed that when the time came, the sect leader and the elders would not use their divine sense to carefully probe him. At this time, there were faintly the low roars of ferocious beasts roaring around the lake and the sound of giant trees toppling over. Su-yun sacrificed his bow sword and cleaned up the mess before fleeing at speed, and he chose to act cautiously is undoubtedly correct. Just as he had just left shortly, that piece of lake at the rise of a sky-high column of inflammation, that the flames as if Zhu out of the world, have burned the sky and boiled the sea of the might of the power. This pillar of inflammation comes from the red inferno dragon lizard, and this power has properly reached the level of the third order. As long as a spirit beast was promoted to the third stage, the strength of its flesh would see a leap, and a spirit beast like the red inferno dragon lizard that was good at both offense and defense would not even be able to benefit from Silver Moon. On the contrary, the red inferno dragon lizard could spray Su-yun to death with a single bite. And the appearance of the red inferno dragon lizard was just the beginning of everything. That group of Xian Tian cranes also turned back, and also brought a helper, a third-order Xian Tian crane, and I don't know whether it came to avenge their companions or to defend their territory. Third-order Xian Tian crane wingspan has been 10 jiang of huge, and a small passenger plane then not much worse. A cry spread miles, and it is obviously in red inferno dragon lizard bar, who are not convinced. As the two fought fiercely, the other second-order spirit beasts could only avoid the front line for the time being. For a while, tongues of fire erupted, gas blades shot, giant trees fell in pieces, and dirt and rocks were thrown into the sky in the chaos, like dark clouds covering the sky. Su-yun did not expect that some residual blood fumes could turn things into such a situation. Perhaps this pool of deep water was not calm to begin with, and what Su-yun had done was merely to cast a wriggling earthworm into the water, and the subsequent water waves attracted small fish to eat the earthworm, while the big fish came in order to prey on the small fish. Since it was the first time he had seen such a spectacular battle scene, Su-yun could not help but look at it a few more times. However, he found that in his field of vision, there seemed to be a piece of space that was distorted, and the range of the distortion was getting bigger and bigger. Not good. Su-yun was shocked to realize that this was a spirit beast technique emitted by Xian Tian crane. The air blade had a shadow and was invisible, but fortunately, it could refract light and produce a visual effect like a spatial distortion, which allowed Su-yun to discover a little bit of clues. Due to the extremely fast speed of the air blade, Su-yun's body subconsciously tilted backward before controlling the bow sword to urgently steer towards the downward direction at its maximum output before carrying him downward to avoid the situation. Immediately afterward, in but a split second's effort, the chi blade swept past less than a zhang above Su-yun. The power of the chi blade was somewhat weakened as it spread to a width of 10 or so feet after a long flight. Nonetheless, Su-yun's face was cut raw by the airflow brought up by the wind feather blade. If Su-yun was dodging with his imperial sword, he would not have been able to quickly adjust his body posture and change direction at all. Hitting the air blade head-on, the whole thing cracked right off. This wave was kind of a fluke. There's nothing like a fight between gods and goddesses and a disaster for the little ghosts. However, due to the excessive acceleration, Su-yun was almost pulled downward by the bow sword, so much so that he could not regain his balance at all now, and he had no choice but to take the initiative to invoke more spiritual power to protect his body and prepare for a hard landing. Su-yun fell all the way down, through layers of leaves buffer, and finally still in the mud smashed out a big pit, fortunately unhindered. Just spiritual energy some disorder. This is a lesson learned, and it's better to play it safe in the future. After regulating and calming his spiritual energy and checking that the space crystals were not left behind, after flying for half an hour in a row, Su-yun settled down. Now that he was harvesting such a supreme treasure as the space crystal stone, he had to beware of enemies in the shadows. In addition to guarding against attacks by spirit beasts, The original plan to surround the core area of the Forbidden Land had to be cancelled. This Forbidden Land was far more treacherous than he thought, and this trip to the test was already so rewarding that it couldn't be risked and wasn't worth it. His own means of attack is excellent, but his ability to protect himself is worrying. Even if he escaped the attack of the spirit beasts, if he is a little careless, and then be backstabbed by the old six, it will be a big loss. Suyun chose to directly live until the end of the examination. Of course, one could not go in the dangerous depths of the Forbidden Land. Suyun found the right direction and flew towards the entrance of the Forbidden Land based on the curtain of light hanging down from the sky and the boundary monument in the distance that went straight into the sky. Along the way, it was inevitable that he encountered some less powerful fallen second-order spirit beasts, and it was only a matter of one shot. But out of prudence, he let it go with tears in his eyes, until he flew into the outer area. A strange spirit beast broke into his field of vision, and Suyun concealed himself in the canopy and began to observe. This spirit beast that hissed in the forest was just an ordinary first-rank spirit beast, a warthog, but it had a thin description. Its ribs were well-defined, its eye sockets were deep-set, and it was nothing but skin and bones, while it was so irritable that it had to top everything it saw with its fangs. So much so that 2 of its fangs were crippled and its face was covered with blood. The symptoms are like an epidemic, that is, infected with etiolated worms. Chapter 28 Spirit-swallowing insect becomes a body. After following and observing it for a moment, Suyun decided to capture it, as capturing a living specimen of the spirit-swallowing insect was of great significance to the research on connecting human meridians from the material level. Many major scientific breakthroughs originated from a chance discovery, such as the apple to Newton and the wild tares to Yuan Shinon. This warthog was weakened to such an extent that Suyun first trapped the warthog with a move of the wood attribute technique vine entanglement, followed by a stab of his sword. But the warthog whimpered a few times before it stopped struggling and drank its fill. Suyun dragged it into the grass, skillfully cut off the fur, and began to carefully dissect it with a small knife to prevent harming the spirit-swallowing insects that were parasitizing the warthog's body. Soon, Suyun saw the spirit-swallowing insect's translucent tentacles that were flushed with blue color coiled between the deep red muscles of the warthog, densely packed and even more in number than the capillary network. Moreover, since it was an adult spirit-swallowing insect, the tentacles were also divided into tiny white hairs, which could not help but make Suyun think of the mycelium of a fungus spreading around. This warthog is like dead wood infested with fungus that is gradually decaying. While the meridians of spirit beasts were far more crude than those of humans, Suyun did not expect to learn about the way it connected to its meridians by dissecting the warthog that was parasitized by the spirit-swallowing insect, as long as he could remove the spirit-swallowing insect in its entirety. Although the spirit-swallowing insect looks floppy, but after all, it is a spirit beast. The body strength is not bad, but also has a strong regeneration ability. As long as you can find the head, lifting the main tentacles can be pulled out by a handful. After finding a new host, other tiny tentacles naturally regrow. Immediately afterward, Suyun followed the direction of the tentacles and drew out the cocoon, finding the main body of the spirit-swallowing insect in his brain, a grape-sized, translucent and furry ball of flesh. Suyun inexplicably felt that this spirit-swallowing insect was still somewhat cute. Of course, being parasitized by it wouldn't make it cute. Subsequently, Suyun caught the meatball and pulled it, but it wasn't as easy as he expected. The adult spirit-swallowing insect's tentacles were rooted too deeply, and forcibly pulling them out would inevitably hurt the root. Suyun had no choice but to offer his spirit core and slowly release a stream of spiritual energy. The spirit-swallowing insect had the habit of tending towards spiritual energy. In this way, the spirit-swallowing insect was attracted by the external spiritual energy, which was able to loosen its tentacles a bit. Then, Suyun waited for the opportunity to vigorously perform a miracle and still pulled out the spirit-swallowing insect in one piece. The moment it came out of its body, the spirit-swallowing insect curled up and curled into a ball of fur, and although it had numerous tentacles, it was only the size of a fist when curled up, and could easily be stuffed into the porcelain vase in which the elixir was placed. Moreover, Suyun was also surprised to find that the spirit-swallowing insect could actually be placed into the storage space, which indicated that the spirit-swallowing insect did not even have the most basic intelligence and did not have a consciousness. The saying that everything has a spirit says that all the thousands of living beings can gather aura and give birth to spiritual wisdom. And whether or not it has a spirit, or whether or not it has a subjective consciousness also affects whether or not it can be included in the storage space. This in turn made Suyun thought of the quantum effect of the thin thought. Whether the object can be included in the storage space and the electron's double-slit interference test is the same thing. Our subjective consciousness affects the objective facts, of course, the subtleties of which Suyun was naturally unable to comprehend yet. One could only say that the spirit-swallowing insects were even lower than what Suyun thought. probably belonging to the same level as bacteria and viruses, all following the most basic instincts. But simple is good. If the spirit-swallowing insect had a spirit, Su-yun wouldn't dare to hit it. It is to act as a medium between the spirit core and the human body. After using a spell to clean off the blood-stained aura on his body, Su-yun continued to rush. On the third day of the examination, it was nightfall, and the lone moon was high in the sky. Su-yun was back near the location where he had dumped Shenyang in the first place. From a distance, he unloaded the multiplier on the silver moon, spooked his head out from among the foliage, and began to observe the situation on this side. The multiplier was able to somewhat make up for the shortcoming of his lack of divine sense probing range. Patrolling around, did not find the whereabouts of Chen Yang and the others. It seems that they are not so stupid that they will wait for rabbits at this place. And this place is very close to the boundary monument. When the prohibition is opened again, it won't take a quarter of an hour to fly out. The spirit beasts wandering around are also not enough to be feared. And if necessary, they can be killed silently with the Bai-Bo sword. And with all the hills and ravines here, there are many natural caves that make it easy to hide as well. The most dangerous place is the safest place. As long as Go is in the cave, there is no fear of them finding up. Soon, Su-yun found a hidden cave, and after setting up the most basic concealment restrictions, he set up the fluorite lamp and the previously refined timing device, counted the days, and began to think. His biggest dependence on surviving in the immortal cultivation world was the scientific knowledge and rational thinking he possessed. And if science and technology could be perfectly integrated with immortal cultivation, he was afraid that he would have a great deal of success. However, the cultivation world does not have the slightest scientific background, and it is a hard and arduous road to establish a complete scientific system, or even an industrial technology system. So Su-yun began to deduce the plan for future development bit by bit. It roughly follows the progression of scientific development on Earth, climbing the tech tree step by step to create a complete system. At the same time, as a huge golden sword blade fell from the sky, a second-ranked Kuei-ox was decapitated by the golden light and then collapsed with a bang. Up to this point, Chen Yang and Shorty Fatty Slim's group of 4 had also hunted down enough second-order Endodons. With Chen Yang, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and with the help of a lower-grade treasure weapon, they were in the end more relaxed than ordinary disciples. And with the combined efforts of the 4 of them, they had already hunted and killed enough second-order spirit beasts on only the 3rd day. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Chen. Now that the 3 of us have passed the examination, if Mr. Chen has any use for me in the future, just ask. The thin man fawned. Right. The simple fat man chimed in. The test is so difficult this time. I'm afraid less than 30% will pass. But fortunately for you, Mr. Chen, if there's anything you want to do, just tell us. It's hard to talk about orders, but don't forget, we have a common enemy. Su-yun. Chen Yang retracted his lower-grade treasure weapon and said viciously. His anger was not in the right place when he thought of Su-yun's complacent appearance. But since we let him escape last time, we haven't encountered him again, and we don't know where he's hiding. What a shrunken-head turtle, Shorty said sorrowfully. We are in the depths of the Forbidden Land. With Su-yun's strength of the 4th level of Qi cultivation, I'm afraid he only dares to hang around in the periphery. There is no hurry. We still have 4 days. We will go to squat near the exit. I don't believe that he won't show up. Chen Yang said. After digging up the inner elixir, we will go and catch him. We can't let him off easily. After pocketing the inner Dan, the 4 of them agreed that they were ready to return to the outer area first, and search around the area centered on the place where Su-yun escaped last time. But when he just flew out for a while, he didn't meet Su-yun, but instead met a group of people who fled in a hurry, a clear color of late-stage Qi practicing disciples. If Su-yun was present, he would have recognized that these people were the same group of people he had saved in passing from the feet of the Fire Cloud Turtle. A group of late-stage Qi cultivation disciples with notable strength swept past around the 4 of them one after another, and all of them panicked. Chen Yang was momentarily puzzled. Could it be that there was some kind of powerful spirit beasts infesting the area? He stopped one of them and asked, "Why are you all fleeing so hastily like this? Is there a high-level spirit beast out there? Run away. It can be even more terrifying than a high-level spirit beast." This person struggled to slip away, but was caught in Chen Yang's death grip on his wrist, and couldn't help but explain in detail. It's Fong Ming. Fong Ming has gone crazy and is slashing at everyone he sees. Several disciples have already been injured, and for some reason, his strength has actually risen like crazy. We can't even beat him, and we don't dare to surround him for fear of hurting him, so we can only flee. Fong Ming? Just that Fong family young master, Chen Yang said with a playful smile. On weekdays, this group of family disciples were mostly in a competitive relationship. Not only did they represent themselves, but they were also burdened with their family's face. And coincidentally, The Chen family and the Feng family had a worldly grudge. Thus Chen Yang and Feng Ming had always been at odds with each other. Seeing an opportunity to suppress Feng Ming, Chen Yang naturally would not miss it and asked in detail, "Crazy? How crazy?" Ever since Feng Ming was defeated at Su Yun's last time, he has been harboring a grudge, eager to prove his learning, and began to show off like crazy. Later on, somehow, he started to become manic, his mouth often gnashing his teeth and chanting Su Yun's name, saying words of unknown significance. Until today, he became completely insane and lost his mind, killing people on sight, and his strength abruptly increased by a notch. Su Yun, it's Su Yun again, Chen Yang coldly grunted. However, to actually be able to suffer in front of Su Yun and be forced into that position, this Feng Ming isn't much better. Ha, I'd like to meet him and taunt him well. Take care then. This disciple forcibly broke free from Chen Yang's bonds and managed to escape. This kind of fight between the children of the world's families was not something that an ordinary person like him could get involved in. Just 100 feet away, Feng Ming had already chased after him, only to see his cloak of hair, eyes red, blood vessels rippling and bruised all over his body, no longer the image of a fluttering gentleman. And his cultivation realm had actually soared to the peak of the 9th level of Qi practicing, infinitely close to foundation establishment. However, his use of spiritual energy had no rules to speak of, wantonly venting. Strangely enough, even with such consumption of spiritual energy, his spiritual energy was still abundant, with no sign of abatement at all. Completely odd. Under his breath, he gritted his teeth and chanted, Su Yun, Su Yun. Chapter 29, The Bewitched Man. Ha ha, the heavens have helped me. When Chen Yang saw this, he made a mental calculation and a smug snort appeared on his face. In this case, this Feng Ming could be utilized. Now that Feng Ming has somehow lost his mind, why don't we have a dogfight while he's still awake? Ha ha, let's just wait and watch the show. The short man in the trio understood. Mr. Chen, are you saying lure him to Su Yun and use Feng Ming's hand to deal with Su Yun? Kill him with a borrowed knife. Ha ha, what a good use of a sword to kill. This Gongzi likes it. Chen Yang clapped his hands, as if in his eyes, he had already seen the sight of Feng Ming decapitating Su Yun with a sword, his head falling to the ground and spilling blood on the spot. Then his eyes turned to Feng Ming, and he struck out a spell on his hand, invoking his spiritual energy. Chen Yang was a metallic single spirit root, although the quality of the spirit root was not as pure as that of Lai Su, but after all, he was a single spirit root genius, and his spirit power was considered to be thick amongst the cultivators at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. He made a move of golden mango thrust, randomly sending out golden sword Qi the size of a bamboo leaf from his fingertips and shooting it at Feng Ming, not to injure the enemy, but only to pull in the hatred. I will restrain Feng Ming, you and others quickly go and find Su Yun's movements. As he spoke, he touched 3 talismans from his Qiankuan pouch and handed them out. This is a talisman to hold back the machine. If you find Su Yun's movements, immediately transmit the order. The charm of the drawing machine. The 3 of them were all shocked, and their hands that received the talisman paper were slightly trembling. Dealing with Su Yun actually used such a large stroke. The pulling machine talisman is a kind of summoning talisman, in which a divine thought of a cultivator of Jindan realm or above is condensed, and after launching it, even if different talismans are separated by thousands of miles, they can still communicate with each other with their divine thoughts for a few breaths of time. Refining these talismans is extremely exhausting. Even with Jindan cultivation, you can only refine 5 pairs or 10 at a time. As a result, few people refining. The price remains high. A pair can be sold for hundreds of lower-grade spirit stones. Why are you still dawdling? Chen Yang let out a rush and then met the maddened Feng Ming. The 3 of them flew apart, and the thin man thought for a moment before chasing after the group of disciples who had just fled. They had seen Su Yun and might be able to know his movements, and at this time, Chen Yang had already lured Feng Ming to the forest, where the huge trees were dense and easy to maneuver around. Feng Ming, Feng Ming, I didn't expect you to have today. I really want your family to see you like this as well. Su Yun. At this time, Feng Ming was unable to even utter a clear sentence. His sanity had been confused to the extreme. His heart only had the idea of killing, and when he saw a living thing, he struck out to attack. Since the fire attribute technique was originally very dry and intense, it fit in with Feng Ming's current state, so that the technique he performed was a few points stronger, but only lost some of the rules and regulations. While facing the crazy Feng Ming, Chen Yang was still emboldened. His purpose was only to hold back, so he was fighting and retreating. Even if the current Feng Ming's strength was higher than his, he could easily deal with it. So, it was 3 days. Damn, it's taking so long to find someone. The long battle of attrition had left Chen Yang physically and mentally exhausted. The qi replenishing pills he had with him had been consumed for the most part, and there was only one day left for tomorrow. If he still couldn't find Su Yun, the effort of the past few days would be wasted, and he would even keep being pestered by the crazy Fong Ming. With a sword breaking through the fireball spell inspired by Fong Ming, Chen Yang finally sensed the fluctuations coming from the machine drawing talisman. He retreated to the back of a boulder and activated the machine drawing talisman, and then through his divine thoughts, he connected to the other end of the machine drawing talisman, and started communicating with his divine thoughts. Found Su Yun? I didn't find it, but I learned from the earlier group that Su Yun had teamed up with two women, and based on the description, I recognized them, and now I'm trailing one of them named Aju. Following her will definitely lead me to Su Yun. Stay close. Remember to mark along the way. Roger that. Now that time was limited and there was no other way, Chen Yang searched for the precise location based on the chi pull, and after fighting all the way, at this time, the two of them were already very close to the location marked by the pulling chi talisman, and it was less than an hour's journey. After that, the charming charm was completely ineffective and turned into a piece of waste paper. Then boom sound. The boulder was Fong Ming's sword broke open. Chen Yang dodged in time, was not affected. At the same time slightly provocative said, want to know where Su Yun? Come with me if you want to. Su, Cloud. Hearing the familiar words, Fong Ming let out a hiss, and his strength even skyrocketed another notch. Having broken through to the foundation establishment cultivation level, Chen Yang didn't know what kind of means Fong Ming had used to actually be able to increase his strength by such a huge margin, and after several days of consecutive engagements, his spiritual energy didn't show the slightest sign of depletion. However, the more this happened, the more excited Chen Yang became. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Ha ha, very well, that's it. When the time comes, you must let Su Yun die without a corpse. Chen Yang then retreated in order to advance, taking Fong Ming in that direction as fast as he could. In the cave, after 3 days of ambling and pondering, after stretching his muscles and bones, Su Yun only felt a sense of relief. 3 days of contemplation, a lot of planning done, but hopelessly, everything fell into the same starting point, which was resources. Lots of them. Without enough aura materials and spirit stones, it would not be possible to complete various experiments and verify various ideas, and many plans could not be implemented. It's as if it was the large-scale use of coal that fueled the first industrial revolution. Let's find a way to earn spirit stones first. And these past few days, the outside of the cave was surprisingly calm. Not even a passing spirit beast. It's also time to go out and explore the situation. After revoking the prohibition, Su Yun offered his standardized flying sword and flew out of the cave, using his scope to look in the direction of the exit. However, there was not a single person over there. It was reasonable to say that it had all come to this point in time. There should be quite a number of disciples who had completed the examination waiting at the location of the exit. It seems that this test didn't go well for everyone, and I don't know where Azu and Alin are. Just then, several figures suddenly flew out of the woods. All three were masked, not showing their true colors. Robbery. Hand over the inner elixir you hunted. Another person reminded after seeing Su Yun's face. Boss, don't you recognize him? He is Su Yun, with only a strength of the 4th level of chi practicing and being alone. No one must be willing to team up with him, and looking at him, how could he possibly take out the inner pills? Su Yun how could I not recognize him? The robust man called Boss snapped his head and said, I'll just go through the motions. Looking at him, perhaps he is hiding in a cave near here, thinking to muddle through until the end of the examination and save his little life. The only woman among the three spoke out. Her voice was bewitching, with a mature flavor, belonging to the older part of the newly entered outer disciples, with a strength that could barely reach the 6th level of chi practicing. Let's not waste our efforts on him, either, so we don't scare the pants off him and cause a scene. The robust man felt reasonable and cursed at Su Yun. Little brat, roll aside. And naturally, Su Yun didn't want to get into trouble, nodding and obediently obeying. In his heart, he was sighing. It seemed that the reason why no one appeared at the entrance was found. Dare I say it, they are all in a hurry. The examination was nearing its end, and a large number of people had yet to pass the examination before thinking of snatching the inner elixir harvested by others. It was important to know that it took 10 first-order inner elixirs to pass the test. Many thanks to the several senior brothers and sisters. Su Yun smilingly arched his hand, then reversed his direction and slowly flew away. Later, suddenly, as if she had discovered something fishy, the woman stopped Su Yun with a drink and began to survey him with interest, her eyes sweeping up and down. Su Yun was alerted. His divine thoughts had already penetrated deep into the Qian Kuan bag. As long as his mind moved, he could offer up the Bai Bo sword, and he was fearless in either escaping or fighting. Why don't you see the slightest panic when you meet someone who stops you? Oh, this Su Yun sighed in relief, thinking that she had discovered the space crystals hidden on her body. This beautiful and generous senior sister. As you just said, I'm hiding in a nearby cave, preparing to endure these 7 days, just to save my little life. The big deal is to be expelled from the clan and become a loose cultivator. It's better than to lose my life here. There's no need to panic when there's nothing you all need. Naturally. That's how we swingers roll. Ha! Beautiful and generous. You brat is a smooth talker. The woman was amused by Su Yun. You haven't even seen my beauty yet, said the woman as she began to undo the mask on her face. I'll give you a glimpse of my face. The mask came off and Su Yun was able to see the woman's true face. He froze for a moment, then said expressionlessly, or you'd better put it on. Chapter 30 Eating. How to say. This woman has a good body, the front and back, and her face seems to be more mature than her body, has a kind of windy beauty. But Su Yun's words angered the woman. Her face instantly changed, deep wrinkles squeezing out between her brows. What do you mean by that? Humph. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to pull myself away if I look at it a few more times. As she spoke, Su Yun deliberately blocked her eyes with her hands, and made a very struggling look. Quick, put it on. Ah, the eyes are going to be blinded by beauty. You're too good at talking. The woman smiled and put on her mask, instantly looking better. Yin Yang, don't dilly-dally with this brat. We're still short 3 first-order internal pills, the stout man urged. Let's go. Su Yun. See you again sometime yo. Yin Yang waved her hand with her orchid finger. The three left to find the next mugging. And Su Yun couldn't help but think of Wenbai when he saw Yin Yang's face like this. Although Wenbai hadn't aged to such a degree, the situation should be similar. If Wenbai detoxifies the Dan poison and recuperates, she should be able to regain the appearance of a young girl, right? Her bone phase is very good, and her original appearance is certainly not bad. Originally, Su Yun was planning to surrender the inner elixir of the Green Viper as a proof of passing the examination, but now that he thought about it, it would be better to surrender the inner elixir of the Xian Tian Crane. Although the inner elixir of the Xian Tian Crane has a certain chance to let a person realize the Spirit Beast technique Wind Feather Blade, but due to the Xian Tian Crane is a flock of people, reproduction ability is also strong, so the inner elixir of the Xian Tian Crane is not as rare as the Fire Cloud Turtle, and the inner elixir of the Green Viper is almost the same, so it's not a loss to give it out. And the inner elixir of the Green Viper and the Snake's Bile are both good antidotes to poison, so leave them to Wenbai when the time comes. After coming out and wandering around for a while, Su Yun realized that he still preferred this vast world outside. Harboring in a low cave was really too suffocating, but then he worried about the dark threat. At this time, the moon is dark and the wind is high. The sky is covered with dark clouds. The whole forest is covered with fog. Somewhat eerie. Everywhere as far as the eye can see is silent. But who can be sure that under the silence is not a dark current? And just at that moment, a firelight was seen in the distance cutting through the mist and rising up into the sky. Amazing sword technique. This move was only an unusual outer door fire attribute sword technique, but the power displayed by this sword from afar was far from what ordinary chi practicing cultivators could match. Just by looking at it, it was as if one could feel the burning heat of the sword chi. Its power was no less than the swinging water sword executed by the Baibo sword's 4 cores in full power. Foundation building cultivator? Only foundation stage cultivators have such ability. When did a foundation stage cultivator come out of the outer disciples? Could it be that he broke through inside the Forbidden Land? In Su Yun's impression, there were less than 10 disciples at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and the only one at the peak of the 9th level of Qi cultivation was Lai Su, and she was a water attribute spirit root. The closest person was that pure fire spirit root Fong Ming, with a cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi practicing, to be able to cross a large realm in a short period of time. Could it be some kind of miraculous encounter? Su Yun deliberated for a moment, but decided to go over and take a look. It was only the flying sword under his feet that was replaced with the Bibo sword, always ready to run away. The amazing red sword technique actually has such power. Is this the strength of the foundation stage? Just now, Chen Yan was lucky enough to dodge the sword and broke out into a cold sweat. He half squatted on the ground panting heavily after extinguishing the ignited corner of his clothes. Chen Yang struggled to support, all the way to follow the spiritual power mark left by the thin man. A few times nearly landed on the road, only to lead Fong Ming over. Spiritual power nearly depleted. The last Qi replenishment pills were also swallowed into the abdomen, while Fong Ming did become more and more courageous. Could it be that we're about to lose all our efforts? Chen Yang pinched his bottom card. If he still couldn't find Su Yun, he could only use his bottom card as a way to get rid of Fong Ming's entanglement. And at that moment, a rustling came from the surrounding forest and a tall, thin figure scurried out. He heard the commotion and came over. Mr. Chen, are you alright? Cut the crap. Where are they? Chen Yang tightly squeezed the longsword in his hand, his tone urgent. The thin man was also quite surprised when he noticed Fong Ming's display of strength at the Foundation establishment level, and subconsciously retreated a few steps before settling down and saying, "Come this way." The two of them, one in front of the other, were bouncing and leaping on the hills and rocks, followed by a Fong Ming whose breath was rampant. Right in the cave in front, only those two female disciples who were with Su Yun were seen. One of them was injured quite badly. No sign of Su Yun. On the way, the thin man informed the situation. "Su Yun is not here?" At those words, Chen Yang's heart sank, but then he thought of a possibility. His face clouded over. One of the women is still injured. Could it be that they have met an untimely end, and Su Yun is dead? At this time, Chen Yang had an unspeakably complex emotion in his heart. If Su Yun was already dead, he was naturally happy, but the planning of these few days was considered a mispayment. However, it was worth it in the end, and although he didn't see Su Yun being abused with his own eyes, the result wasn't unacceptable. It's rather cheap for him. Let's go. Let's take a look first. Chen Yang's heart imagined the image of Su Yun being torn and chewed by the spirit beasts, and eventually his corpse was left without bones, so his words were light-hearted, and his feet were even more windy. When he arrived in front of the cave where Aju and Alian were hiding, Fong Ming was still destroying and releasing his sword moves at the back and had not chased after him, so Chen Yang took advantage of this opening and stood tall, teasingly looking at the two women by the fire inside the cave. There was a not-so-deep gully among the low hills, and right on the opposite wall was a cavern in the proximity, in which the duo had set up a simple stove and were simmering herbs. Due to the amazing sword chi that had just rushed to the sky, Aju had long been on guard, but only because of Alian's injuries, she was unable to shift quickly. Aju had just carried the sleeping Alian on her back, when two people appeared in her liberalized divine consciousness, standing on a hilltop overlooking her. Looking back, among the two, Aju only knew Chen Yang. This person usually acted quite high profile, and also had friction with Su Yun. The whole sect was known. She naturally recognized him. She couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Why did Chen Yang come to me? Where is Su Yun? Chen Yang looked downward with contempt. Su Yun. As soon as she thought of the stakes, Aju pretended to be unfamiliar and purposely grunted coldly. I'm not familiar with Su Yun, and with his strength, he probably died in this forbidden land long ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang no longer hid his joy. Ha ha ha, good death. It's really heaven's help. Azu didn't understand what Chen Yang was laughing at. Bewitched? Seeing Chen Yang's smug face, Aju held for Su Yun. What? Are you happy that Su Yun died? Ha ha, more than happy. Simply very happy. Chen Yang clasped his hands and laughed wildly. I will go back and feast the world. Celebrate this matter. Aju listened, feeling puzzled. That's a seat? Chapter 31, Saving Lives to the End. Just then, the thin man suddenly alerted with a startled voice. Fong Ming is coming over. Behind the duo, Fong Mingzheng stabbed his sword, bringing up gusts of scorching wind. Go! Chen Yang lightly droned. The two each jumped away, allowing Fong Ming to pounce and plummet toward the rocks of the mountain, and for a moment they met Azu's four eyes. It's Fong Ming? How did he become like this? And how is his cultivation? At the early stage of Foundation establishment, seeing Fong Ming showing his teeth like he was about to bite, Aju was horrified and subconsciously rose up with his sword, escaping into the air with Alian, and the shallow consciousness still remaining in Fong Ming recognized Aju and said vaguely under his breath, it's, you guys, and, Su Yun. Fong Ming crashed into the mountain rocks, raising a burst of rubble and dust, then rushed out from the smoke and dust, like a strange walking species, climbing along the mountain wall, and finally leapt up, accumulating spiritual energy in his palm, and used his fiery palm to attack the two people above him. Azu brought Alian to avoid in a hurry, although dodged the frontal palm wind chi energy, but by the blazing palm burst triggered by the wave of air to the wave, both fell off the flying sword. Seeing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but clap his hands. Jia 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 jia, the evil water leads to the east. In this way, it also got rid of Fong Ming. Wonderful, wonderful. But soon, Chen Yang abruptly looked horrified. His eyes widened and his pupils dilated, full of disbelief. His head turned hard and looked in the direction where the boundary monument was located. It was only because of the intrusion of an uninvited guest into his divine consciousness. Su Yun. Isn't Su Yun dead? Then who is this person? The thin man looked over and only saw a figure dashing towards the bottom of the cliff, so fast that only a blurry shadow remained. Idiot, he is Su Yun. Su Yun is not dead at all. Chun Yang cursed furiously in anger, but then, his face turned cold, and he laughed fiercely. Humph, came just in time, stepped through the iron shoes without looking for a place. I have a good search. I did not expect you to find the door by yourself. Let's just watch the fire from the other side of the river and let them two dogs bite their heads off. and Su Yun only glanced at Chun Yang a few times with his afterglow during his high-speed flight, knowing that he definitely didn't have good intentions, but not knowing why he had appeared here. He didn't even know what was happening. He just came over and saw Azu and Alian being shot down, and rushed over to save them without even thinking about it. I'm about to pass the test, so I can't lose my job. Azu and Alian is still a distance away from the landing. Su Yun exceeded them and flew to the bottom of the cliff first, but due to the speed, nearly crashed into the cliff, and finally it was even more than 4 cores in full before stopping the body. The initial estimate, overloading at least 5G of the cultivation world. In the place of immortal, there was no possibility of standing firmly on the sword, and Su Yun did not feel good either. He was almost squatting on the sword. His muscles felt like they were being torn apart by gravity. He then used his divine sense to lock onto the duo above him, and realizing that Alian was in an unconscious state, he flew up and caught her first, followed by a leap in the air while the Baibo sword was being imperialized by him through the air to receive Azu. Catch! On this side, Su Yun was holding Alian and was falling down, while Azu reached out and held the Baibo sword, stabilizing her body. Su Yun controlled the flying sword into a flat flying stance. Azu jumped on it smoothly and started to fly on her own with the sword, and then her face showed a suspicious look. This sword isn't your innate magic treasure. If it was an intrinsic magic treasure, other people would not be able to command it at all. Or what? I never said it was and this is not the time to talk about it, okay? As he spoke, Su Yun's feet had landed on the ground, and although this height and speed wasn't enough to injure him, his legs were still tingling from the weight of the 2 men pressing down on him. Azu landed with the flying sword, handed back the Bibbo sword, then went to find his own standard flying sword, then came over and asked, I've tried, and I can't command it through the air. It's just a normal flying sword, so how did you do it? Just like that. Su Yun didn't care. It was inevitable for Azu to be curious about this kind of thing, but he couldn't tell the secret either. It was a good thing that when he first designed the flying sword, he had left his mind in it, and only by knowing where the trick was could he manipulate the weapon pattern through his divine mind, and thus control the spiritual output and spiritual direction of the spiritual core, and in this way, reach a variety of operations. Just one secret technique. It's not convenient to tell. Well, everyone has secrets. Azu had the sense not to go deeper. However, all of this was seen by Qin Yang above. Imperializing a magic weapon through space. Su Yun is actually a Void Dan cultivator. At this moment, he panicked. How did he provoke the Void Dan cultivator? However, he was still skeptical. How can Su Yun look like he's just a scumbag at the 4th level of Qi practicing? Could it be that he's hiding his cultivation? And what is the purpose of hiding one's cultivation to blend into the ranks of the outer disciples? And even the sect leader failed to see the matter of his hidden cultivation. Could it be that? Even more horrifying thoughts grew in Chen Yang's mind. Could it be that Su Yun's cultivation realm is even higher than the sect leaders? Chen Yang shook his head repeatedly, shocked yet incredulous. And at some point, his body was already drenched in cold sweat. The skinny man beside him was even more frightened and his legs were weak. The cultivation level is even higher than the sect leader. This all makes sense. No wonder he's emboldened. No wonder he flies so fast. No wonder. Mr. Chen, let's run away. Before Su Yun realizes that it's us who are counting behind his back, the thin man caught Chen Yang's hand and shook it for a while. No, can't go. Chen Yang could only force himself to stay calm. If Su Yun's cultivation was higher than the sect leaders, if he offended him, the entire Chen family would be buried with him. But he still didn't want to believe it. My intuition tells me that it's definitely not the case. Su Yun is just Su Yun, a piece of trash who only deserves to be a handyman in the smithy. Be careful what you say, the thin man hurriedly reminded. Look again. Chen Yang trembled as he crouched behind a rock, his mouth chanting, look again. If Su Yun suppressed his cultivation and blended in, he must have some purpose, and will never be easily exposed. At least up to now there is no sign of exposure. And as the thin man silently retreated behind him, he glared at him with contempt when he realized that Chen Yang had somehow stepped on his inferior treasure weapon, ready to run away at any time, but still chose to stay, silently thinking of lines in his mind to beg for mercy. I was coerced by Chen Yang. He is the mastermind. Elder, spare my life. And at the bottom of the cliff, Su Yun only felt that he was in trouble. Fong Ming from above made a sword move that fell from the sky and landed at the bottom of the valley. Su Yun dodged out of the way before recognizing him. How did Fong Ming become like this? Su Yun asked anxiously. And it seems like it's coming at me. I don't know. Just now, first Chen Yang suddenly appeared, and then Fong Ming ran out madly, and his strength even skyrocketed to the early stage of foundation establishment. Ju shook her head to explain, then timidly said, Su Yun, you should have a way to deal with him, right? Su Yun shook his head. At this moment, Fong Ming did not attack. But when he saw Su Yun, he instantly revealed an extremely maniacal expression. His eyes were wide open. His reddish eyes seemed as if they were going to burst out, and the corners of his eyes had already begun to blot out blood, which flowed all the way to his mouth along with the grooves formed by the twisted facial skin. The mouth was opened and closed, sending out mosquito fly-like words. Su Yun, I so hate to you die. A clownish, ghoulish smile followed. Chapter 32 Air Combat. Su Yun had never seen this kind of situation in the canonical books, although there had been a small friction with him once, but even if Fong Ming held a grudge and his mind was immature, it was impossible for him to be dumbfounded by hatred and go crazy like this, and his cultivation had also skyrocketed so much. It didn't make sense, and even infecting the spirit-swallowing insect couldn't be like this. There must be something fishy going on. Therefore, Su Yun did not intend to fight hard at all, and the 36 stratagems were the best plan. You take Alian and go first. I'll stall him. Saying that, Su Yun had already begun to think of countermeasures, his eyes looking around, searching for favorable conditions that could be exploited. When he raised his eyes, he saw Chen Yang above him, who was catatonic behind the mountain rocks. Chen Yang is in. Then, however, without waiting for him to make his next move, Fong Ming rushed over across his messy steps, and with the strength of a foundation establishment on his side, a single foot would be able to step on the ground and make a large crater with a popping sound. Su Yun even had to temporarily avoid its front and fled upwards with his imperial sword, and as Fong Ming's attack fell short, he struck a few explosive fireballs upwards, the explosions sealing Su Yun's path. Su Yun was astonished. He did not expect that the madness to be like this, but the combat quality was actually still there. But the good thing was that Fong Ming didn't go after Azu and the girls, as if he was the only one in his eyes. Not sure it counts as a good thing either. Airwaves burning hot. Su Yun for a moment actually cannot find a gap to break out. And below the Fong Ming has already held the sword to play a move amazing sword technique. This sword then just from a distance to see that sword power is even more. The potential to Su Yun a blow to kill. Unable to avoid, Su Yun had no choice but to replace the Bibbo sword under his feet with a standardized flying sword. Holding the Bibbo sword in his hand, he held it in front of his body. The 4 spiritual core's spiritual power was fully opened. In an instant, 3 torrential currents shaped like water dragons spread out from the sword. The currents entwined around Su Yun's body, eventually forming a dense water dragon shield. The amazing red sword chi slammed into the water shield. The strength was counteracted by the dark currents in the water shield, and at the same time, the heat was also isolated. Water overpowered fire, and it was considered to be a successful defense against the attack. However, Su Yun was far from as easy as it appeared on the surface, although he did not need to use his own spiritual energy to perform feats with the Baibo sword. Unlike flying with a sword, performing feats was extremely consuming of his divine sense, especially when the 4 cores were fully open. With his current strength, controlling such a huge amount of spiritual energy was really a bit overwhelming. Su Yun estimated that with a few more full-strength strikes, he would fall into a sleepy state. His consciousness would be sluggish, and he would not be able to use his divine thoughts, and by then he would be the fish on the chopping board. Must run away quickly. And Chen Yang, who was secretly observing, saw that Su Yun actually caught a sort of amazing sword technique of foundation establishment strength, which strengthened his inner judgment, and he could not help but sit on his butt on the ground as his legs went weak. Escape before Su Yun notices us. The thin man trembled. Immediately after, he met Su Yun's gaze looking upwards. His heart instantly sank and he paralyzed to the ground. It's over. And Su Yun actually had something else in mind when he looked at the two of them. Ha! Melon eaters, ha! I'll let you eat your own melon. With that, Su Yun flew towards Chen Yang, and when Fong Ming saw Su Yun trying to escape, he followed with his imperial sword. At this time, how could Chen Yang care about so much? As he lifted up the thin man and threw him towards Su Yun. I was coerced by him. He's the mastermind. With that, he used all his strength to escape with his sword. Aha! The thin man staged a trapeze, screaming and then slowly lost his voice. Both eyes rolled over and passed out in the air in shock. Su Yun agilely avoided him, then chased after Chen Yang. For a while, Su Yun, Chen Yang, and Fong Ming formed a situation where you chased me and I fled in the air. Fong Ming at the end kept pinching out various feats with his hands, attacking Su Yun, who was faster than Chen Yang, so he flexibly maneuvered and directed all the attacks towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang cried and mourned, wanting to die. In this way one would still have to be distracted from defense, and it would be even harder to change the situation. Being completely taken by Su Yun, he thought, Su Yun, you are so vicious. You actually borrowed a knife to kill people. Even if you kill people, you still have to kill your heart, nah. But he didn't dare show his resentment at all. So it was a stalemate for more than half an hour, when Su Yun steeply realized that something was different. At this moment, Chen Yang's spiritual energy was not at the bottom of the barrel in order to defend against Fong Ming's attack, but it was not much either. While the trailing Fong Ming's aura remained unabated, which was a sign of abundant spiritual energy, he had also wanted to consume Fong Ming's spiritual energy through delay, after which he would naturally be able to escape with his life. But now it seemed that Fong Ming's situation was just too odd for this plan to be useful. Looking at Fong Ming, I'm afraid it's not going to stop until he's dead. At the same time, Chen Yang was on the verge of breaking down inwardly, and had the intention to fish out of water. Even if he was no longer defeated, he still had to disgust Su Yun. Su Yun, you bully people too much. Su Yun argued reasonably, what do you mean I'm bullying people too much? It's clearly Fong Ming who is attacking you, right? Chen Yang nearly lost his mind and directly launched an attack at Su Yun, shooting out several solidified golden auras. However, with Su Yun's speed, he naturally dodged with ease. In air combat, speed is the greatest advantage. Moreover, due to the three people's commotion was too big and too noticeable, many disciples who were hiding came out to join in the fun, and it was a fight between people without any grudges, so they were not afraid that they would draw fire to themselves. At this time on the canopy of a giant tree, a Zhu just helped a Lian to lean against the trunk, then noticed three familiar figures. Subconsciously Royal Sword flew up, ready to go to help Su Yun, but saw that Fong Ming's every move is amazingly powerful. I fear that I cannot catch it, and go will just be a drag. Then he had to fly back again. Coincidentally, after just a moment of showing his head, he was spotted by Chen Yang. It's these two women. Chen Yang suddenly had a plan. Ha ha, just by killing your teammates, you won't be able to pass the examination and will be expelled from the sect no matter what. No matter what your plans are, they will all come to naught. Immediately, Chen Yang abruptly turned and flew towards Zhu. Not good. Su Yun lagged behind some before realizing the difference, and could only turn to follow. Since he didn't realize it at first, he flew out far in a breath, and Chen Yang pulled away from him. Now even if he strongly supported his body with all four cores to chase after him, he was still a bit overwhelmed. Seeing that Chen Yang had already reached a range where he could attack Zhu, with no choice but to pull out his wolf teeth, Su Yun locked onto Chen Yang and fired a shot. Of course, what he was aiming at was not the vitals, but the flying swords at Chen Yang's feet. Only seeking to slow down Chen Yang's speed, Chen Yang only heard a popping sound, followed by a huge shock coming from his feet, and then he realized that he had disconnected from his flying sword, followed by losing his balance in the air turbulence. Only then did he realize that his flying sword had been attacked by Su Yun with unknown means, and was out of control, falling downwards. Su Yun, Chen Yang roared. Then he offered his last resort, a precious 5 Thunder Seed. The 5 Thunders was a disposable magic weapon that could only be refined by a cultivator of the Jindan realm with lightning attribute spiritual roots, with a grade of medium-grade treasure artifact, containing heavenly thunder, and having the power of an all-out strike by an early Jindan cultivator. It was a means of saving his life given to him by Chen Yang's family. After the activation of the 5 Thunders then transformed into a dazzling blue-white ball of light, flying towards Zhu, extremely fast, with only subtle thunder arcs on the surface, seemingly insignificant in power, but actually containing killing opportunities. At this time, Azu's eyes had long been drenched in tears, glistening under the illumination of the points of light, while her mood had fallen to the bottom. She had heard of the 5 thunderbolts before, and naturally she knew its power, and she couldn't even keep her bones when she took a hit head-on. With Azu's ability to take one person with her, there was no way she could escape, whereas if she had left Alien alone she would have actually had a chance to escape, or at least save her life, but she wouldn't have done that. The 5 thunderbolts were only less than 10 feet away from her, and Azu had to protect herself in front of Alien, invoking all her spiritual energy for defense, even if it was to no avail. I'm sorry, soon. Chapter 33, Dust in the Fireworks. It's too late. Suyin said in his heart that it was not good. Even if he caught up, he wouldn't be able to take the two of them with him at all, and there wasn't any way he could block 5 thunderbolts' attack. This could have the power of an early Jindan cultivator's full force strike. 2 big levels crossed in the middle, and you might as well get hitched yourself. In desperation, Suyin had no choice but to make up his mind, leaping up in the air and using the standard flying sword to replace the Bai-Bo sword for imperial flight, followed by imperializing the Bai-Bo sword with all 4 cores on full power, flying towards the 5 thunderbolts at maximum power. The lightning released by the 5 thunders was naturally attracted to the metal, and soon an arc of electricity was pulled out between the Bai-Bo sword and the ball of light. While the Bai-Bo sword was only a top-grade spiritual weapon in the end, and its body was already cracking under the lightning strikes. Luckily, the Bibbo sword eventually carried it and did not disintegrate, smoothly inserting itself into the ball of light, and then reversing its direction, bringing the 5 thunders high into the sky. Suyun's current range of divine sense was only about 20 feet. In an instant, the Bibbo sword flew out of his range of divine sense, but at the last moment, Suyun forcefully lifted the output restriction on the 4 spirit nuclei. This was the backhand he had left behind, which would allow the spirit nuclei to overclock, and to maximize the spirit power output at the cost of eventually blowing up, only to see that the Bibbo sword was carrying the 5 thunderbolts so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye. The speed even surpassed the speed of sound, but since the 5 thunderbolts were constantly ionizing the air in front of them, so much so that there was no sound barrier appearing, the two turned into a stream of light and flew up 1,000 meters in a matter of seconds. After a short overclocking, the spirit core was so precarious that it only lasted less than a breath of time, blowing up before the 5 thunders exploded, thus detonating the 5 thunders. The 5 thunderbolts exploded with a loud bang, and in this instant, the bright light emitted even surpassed the moon in the sky, shining through the thick foliage and into the forest. With it came churning thunder and lightning, slicing through the air and shattering the clouds in a high-altitude battle of silver dragons. Heavenly thunder hooked to earthly fire, and there were also countless thunderbolts falling on the ground, and for a while there were flames and booms. Everyone who saw this scene was in awe. In the face of true death, even Chen Yang, who had fallen into the forest, was terrified afterward. Suyun didn't make a move against him, but almost got himself killed himself. If the 5 thunderbolts were to detonate at the location where Aju was, not even he could be spared. In the end, he had underestimated the power of the 5 thunderbolts, but even so, it was still defused by Suyun. At this time, Chen Yang has been as good as dead. All of his own schemes have fallen through. He is lying flat in the pit he smashed out, no light in his eyes. Suyun was equally grief-stricken. Looking at the embers blown out of the sky, he couldn't help but wail, "My Bibbo sword! Suyun, watch out behind you!" Suddenly, Azu let out a cry of alarm. It was only at this time that Suyun remembered that Fong Ming was still behind him, and that he had not been affected by the waves, and that the heavenly boom had only caused him to be delayed for a moment, and that he was now launching another attack. The current Fong Ming was wrapped in fiery red blazing aura, and his fists gathered thick spiritual energy, as if it was a meteorite falling from the 9 heavens, smashing towards Suyun. Suyun was not yet flustered, but when his mind moved, he realized that his flight speed was as slow as a grandmother's crutches. It couldn't be helped. Having gotten used to flying at high speeds with the Bibbo sword, now that he could only use his own strength, the difference was really not small. But with his current speed, he could not avoid the attack at all, seeing that the fist was getting closer and closer, and if he didn't do something, he would only be buried here. After a short period of thought, Suyun frowned and touched the silver moon, locking Fong Ming and triggering the trigger. Boom! A gunshot rang out deafeningly, and immediately afterward, Fong Ming's body stagnated, spraying dark red blood, internal organs, and broken meat from his back, and the aura on his body gradually dissipated as he fell downward lifelessly. Under the moonlight, there was only a deathly silence, announcing that the farce had come to an end. The remnants of Fong Ming's fist wind blew a thick smell of blood, causing Suyun to burst into nausea and dry heave. It's the mental discomfort that comes with killing someone. Aju came over and sweetly patted his back to comfort him, but at this time, a cry came out of nowhere. Suyun is killing people, murdering fellow disciples. Hearing this, Chen Yang fell into an insane frenzy of laughter. Ha ha ha, Suyun, you killed someone. No matter what, you will be expelled from the sect. Your plot to blend into the sect has been exposed. Ha 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 ha, can you still exterminate everyone present? Can you still exterminate the Falling Cloud sect? I won in the end. Ha 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 ha. Immediately after, in one call, all the other disciples around flew out with their swords and began to denounce Suyun. All sorts of speculation went on for a while. They didn't even know the inside story, only knowing that it was Suyun who ultimately killed Fong Ming with his own hands in full view of everyone. Not far away, Rizu and Yunyao had been attracted back during the chase, but only arrived now. What happened to him, Suyun? Rizu asked uncertainly. Yunyao's delicate body was attached to Risu's body, raising her eyebrows from the side, playfully encouraging. If you're so concerned, go ask yourself. With a small hand, Rizu pushed Yunyao away, slowly shaking her head. People have their own destinies. What a good one. People have their own destiny. At this moment, only Azu was comforting Suyun. It's okay, they're slandering. I can testify for you. Azu's good intentions. Suyun heartily appreciated and returned a smile. Abruptly, a sentence that sounded like a voice from heaven resounded in everyone's ears. Have you made enough noise? This examination ends early. All disciples returned to the entrance quickly. Those who possessed such thick spiritual energy could naturally only be the sect leader. The crowd only shut up when the headmaster appeared. A melodious bell then echoed within the Forbidden Land, signaling the end of the examination. It was only then that the sect leader appeared at the location of the boundary monument with a group of elders, and before the people arrived, their voices had already arrived, so it was really a means to pass through the heavens. However, a questioning could not be avoided even with a clear conscience, so Suyun had to endure the pain and take out the silver moon, wolf's teeth, as well as the rest of the ammunitions and spirit cores. Seeing this scene, Azu realized that there was no such thing as an old grandfather in a ring, and that Suyun was relying on these strange magic weapons. It was that long iron rod that had just blasted Fongming with a single blow. Suyun dismantled the two firearms, leaving only two bone tubes that would not attract suspicion, and his biggest secret was actually on top of the spirit core. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothes and bundled the gun parts, the remaining ammunition and the two spirit cores together, then put the cores into overclock state before throwing them into the distance with a forceful toss. The out-of-control spirit core creates a violent explosion, and at the same time detonates the remaining ammunition, lighting up the night sky once again. The crowd took it as the residual power of the five thunders and did not care. The current him was once again the Suyun with ordinary qualifications and a meager cultivation level. Although 3 months of hard work had all gone to waste, Suyun pulled himself together. The gun could be rebuilt if it was gone. The spirit core could be refined again if it was gone. And even the Bibbo sword, which was originally made for Rizu, did not fit his 5 elemental spirit root attributes. Next time, he would definitely refine himself a top-quality flying sword with 5 elemental attributes and a full spirit core, if there's still a chance. In fact, Suyun did not know what would await him. Moreover, what he was most worried about now was the space crystal. It would be too much of a loss if it was seized. But there doesn't seem to be much that can be done to keep the space crystals. Let's leave it to God. Just as Suyun raised his head to admire the little sparks left from the spirit explosion and the molten essence iron, he only saw Chen Yang flying out of the forest at a rapid speed, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and darted towards the entrance. Master! Master! The apprentice is coming! The apprentice is here! Suyun just watched him leave, then turned his head to Aju and said, "Go!" Chapter 34, Right and Wrong. By the time they were out of the Forbidden Land, there were already about 10 disciples registering their assessment results with the inner disciples on duty. Those that came out now were naturally those who had passed the examination, and the school bully always loves to hand in his papers early for the same reason. The scum in the back, even if they can't do the questions, will still have to struggle for a while longer in the exam room. And in the sky above, Chen Yang was hanging on third elder Wang Ming's thighs and crying bitterly. The third elder was a black line on his face. He had never been so humiliated before. Even the sect leader had a grim expression on his face, but he didn't get angry to his face, and Aju hurriedly carried Alian to the inner disciple in charge of treatment. It was a big sister who looked like she had plenty of milk and was very reliable. Suyun. Just at this moment, someone called Suyun's name. This gentle voice line Suyun is more than familiar. Turning his head to look, Wenbai was waving his hand on the ground, smiling. His face seemed to have grown some meat. His complexion had improved. At least not as sickly as before, and it seems to have been carefully dressed. Hair is no longer casually coiled with a cloth belt, but combed into a bun, inserted a wooden hairpin, looking much more energetic, and Suyun had never been so happy. Running over and giving Wenbai a big hug. "Thank you for coming." After separating, he pulled Wenbai's dry and thin hand and took the opportunity to stuff the space crystal stone into her hand, before feigning intimacy and whispering softly, "Take this and quickly return to Tsueju Peak. Hide it well." Then with an embarrassed snort, he said, "You go back first. Ha ha, there are still some things over here. OMG. So it's an act." Wenbai was more or less disappointed in her heart, but the feeling of a deer in the headlights was real just now, and her face was a little hot. She covered her face and said, as if acting, "Then I'll go back first and make you a nice table." Then Wenbai's small orchid finger aworked, carrying the skirt, gleefully jumped on the flying sword. Imperial sword fly away. Anyone who looks at it will only think that she is a young girl in love with spring. Come over to meet the assessment of the end of the sweetheart. Having just flown out not far, Wenbai slapped his head and complained to himself, "Why did I forget to ask about the test results? Forget it. It's good that it's still alive." Think. She also heard that this examination is extremely dangerous, because of the worry to come over. As for Su Yunton did not pass the examination, can still live in the Tsueju Peak and so on, it seems to be not so important. Looking at Wenbai's faraway back, Suyun did not know if Wenbai would be tempted by the space crystals and take a private secret, but Suyun chose to believe it, without any reason. And then, Suyun looked around and realized that the attention of the sect leader and the elders was all on Shen Yang, and temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. There are only a few disciples participating in the examination who are paying attention to this side, including Risu and Yun Yao, relatively speechless. However, In this moment of effort, a change occurred abruptly. Suyun only felt that there were several condensed and practiced divine thoughts focusing on him, and in this instant, he felt that his divine soul was being stripped out for them to see. The thought of being as humble as dust inexplicably welled up inside, and cold sweat swished out. Listening to his ears, it turned out that Chen Yang had already told the facts of the crime, that he had mutilated his fellow disciples. He was emotionally charged and spoke with spittle. This person disguised his cultivation and blended into the ranks of the outer disciples, and when he was surveyed by Fong Ming and I, he tried to kill and exterminate me, but fortunately I managed to escape. Many disciples can testify. Nice guy. I can't believe not one word of this is true. Suyun is also helpless, but the facts speak louder than words, and no one can come and say white is black. Soon, the sect leader flew above Suyun with 5 elders, each with a thick breath and a sense of oppression pulled in. Moreover, every face was tense, scrutinizing Suyun with their respective means, as if the person in front of them had not killed an outer disciple, but their master. If it was really as Chen Yang said, Suyun was a supreme powerhouse who suppressed his cultivation, and even the sect leader couldn't see his true cultivation, the situation could be serious, and it could be an extinction for the entire Falling Cloud sect. Moreover, within this forbidden land, there were indeed existences that were of interest to even Yuaning and even God transformation powerhouses. Only, how does the Suyun below look like a strong person? Not that the spiritual power fluctuation, but Suyun lacks a strong person's temperament and mood. Moreover, even if such a level of powerhouse suppressed his cultivation, solving these chi practicing stage disciples was as easy as pinching a few ants. Chen Yang had no possibility of escaping. You are Suyun? The sect leader did not need to open his mouth as a thick voice resounded throughout the room. Greetings to the sect leader. Suyun respectfully knelt down and bowed deeply before shouting with a loud, bottom-heavy voice, appearing to be unafraid. Chen Yang stood behind the third elder and felt that this worship also had his share, so he began to flaunt his power and took it upon himself to act as a mouthpiece for the crowd above. Suyun, you mutilated a fellow disciple. What crime should you be held responsible for? For Chen Yang, Suyun naturally would not be polite and sneered. I was acting in self-defense. So what's the crime? On the contrary, it is you who released that 5 thunderbolt that is intentional murder. I even suspect that it was your means that made Fong Ming turn into such a murderous maniac. No matter what, in the end, it was you who personally solved Fong Ming. Everyone can be watching. It's impossible for you to get off the hook. Chen Yang doggedly pointed at Suyun's nose. Shut up. The sect leader suddenly became angry at this moment and gently slapped Chen Yang on the ground. Why didn't you say something so important? Chen Yang was defenselessly slapped down from a high altitude, and I don't know what means the sect master used, but he actually couldn't call on his spiritual power to protect his body, so he was smashed to death on the ground, and it was only after a few moments that he shivered and climbed up, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was a lesson for him from the master. Why? Chen Yang's eyes widened as he looked at the blood on the ground listlessly. He couldn't figure out why the sect leader would treat him like this. Even his master, the third elder, didn't know why the sect leader was angry and just helplessly shook his head inside. Seeing Chen Yang in such a sorry state, Suyun was inwardly delighted, itching to mock a few words on the spot, but he couldn't lose his decency. Tell me what's going on. The sect master's attitude towards Suyun was much gentler. Suyun began to think back to what he had just said. I'm afraid that the only thing that could make the sect leader care so much would be the matter of Fong Ming's madness. Back to the sect leader. Suyun dignifiedly arched his hand. The matter is like this. So Suyun told everything about his conflict with Fong Ming over identifying spirit beasts, as well as the fact that Fong Ming had gone berserk and attacked people and had a huge increase in his cultivation level. Upon hearing this, instead of questioning it, the sect leader looked grave, and proceeded to ask, what unique changes did Fong Ming have before and after that? In addition to an increase in his cultivation? His eyes are red, his breath is disorganized, and he seems to have a deep obsession. Suyun spoke truthfully. In that case, old one, take them to the precepts hall. I'll have to ask questions later, the sect master said in a breezy manner. The grand elder came out from behind the queue, coldly looking down at the 2 below, and gently returned. Yes, preceptor hall? Hearing this word, Chen Yang was horrified and uncertain, his eyes dodging as he cried out, Master, save me, self-inflicted evil, be good. The third elder, who was already displeased with this disciple of his, said indifferently. However, when he looked at Suyun, he still frowned. Suyun was clearly not at fault, and he didn't know what the sect leader's intentions were. At this time, the originally calm Suyun could not help but panic. Even if I am innocent, I cannot escape? Generally only disciples who have made a big mistake will be brought to the discipline hall to be punished. The great elder Liaoi cultivates the way of killing, ferocious to the extreme. but also has the title of Iron Face Yen Luo. No one knows what kind of punishment will be. In the past, disciples who had been punished could still be cured of their physical injuries, but the wounds of the mind could no longer be recovered. And those who had been punished invariably suffered damage to their minds and their realm fell to the ground. The crowd of disciples present were silenced, fearing that they would be implicated. Rizu and Yunyao also just showed some worried looks. But what no one could have imagined was that at this moment, a Zhu actually came out to speak for Su Yun. She flung herself on her knees and pleaded, "Sect leader, I can prove that in the whole matter. Su Yun was not at all at fault. I will investigate this matter myself. Old one, go." Having said that, when the sect master saw that someone had come to put in a good word for Su Yun, instead of relenting his anger, he revealed a meaningful smile. Immediately afterward, two thick chains, rusty and covered with sticky blood, stretched out from Grand Elder Li Zhao's sleeve. Binding the two of them, they dragged them to the sky, and then a group of people went straight to the preceptor's hall. When the sect leader and the elders left, Rizu went limp and squatted on the ground, burying her head into her body and sobbing, "Why? I don't even have the courage to stand out. Why? I would be so upset." Yunyao had a helpless face and patted Risu's back to comfort him. "No one can help him. That is the sect leader's own order. Believe me, this bastard Su Yun will be fine." Chapter 35, False Alarm. Several hours later, located in the hinterland of the sect, the precept hall was made of huge stones, shaped like a fortress, and filled with a solemn and intimidating aura. The square in front of the hall had already gathered quite a few disciples who had come to watch the show. The changes that had occurred in this examination were simply too shocking and inevitably drew attention. "Have you heard? This examination Su Yun killed someone. What's wrong with killing? The immortal cultivation world is a commonplace, and there have been cases of infighting in the past, but we haven't seen such a big battle. What do you know? This time, it's the sect leader personally handling it. In the past, this kind of matter would be handed over to the deacon brothers to deal with on their own, and the elders wouldn't even bother. I heard that." Chen Yang sued Su Yun, saying that he is an immortal cultivation powerhouse who suppressed his cultivation to blend into our clan. Just him? A great immortal cultivator? Where does Su Yun have the slightest bit of an expert demeanor? You don't know. I was there at that time. I saw it for real. Su Yun secured the early stage foundation establishment strength Fong Ming in a single move. So strong? He's only at the 4th level of Qi practicing. I've been calling him Su crazy. He won't retaliate against me. If Chen Yang's words were true, how could he have been captured and received a slap from the sect leader? He's clearly slandering and framing. Su Yun is just a complete and utter rookie. Ah yes. I even think that Su Yun didn't have the ability to kill Fong Ming at all, but rather Chen Yang secretly used a trick to kill Fong Ming and then frame Su Yun. After all, he even used such a dangerous contraption like the Five Thunders. What else would he not dare to do? There were many different opinions at one time, but more are gloating. After all, Su Yun and Chen Yang's reputation is not good. And in the crowd, Wen Bai, who had hurriedly arrived, was also there. She clenched her fists and silently prayed for Su Yun. "You mustn't be okay." At this moment, in one of the halls at the very core of the precepts hall, it was empty. The great elder had taken Chen Yang elsewhere after dropping him off here, and then left him out to dry. The sect leader and his party did not show up for a long time. What kind of treatment is this for a prisoner? Shouldn't they be tied up and nailed to a post? So, Su Yun got bold and slipped around the hall. After slipping around a few times, he heard footsteps coming from behind him, and when he looked back, it was the sect master. "Forgive me, sect leader." The sect leader appeared behind him silently, and Su Yun hurriedly got down. When it is time to concede, he should concede. After all, in front of a Yuaning cultivator, he was an insignificant weed that would be gone after a single step. "Get up," the sect master said with kind words. Su Yun felt surprised, but when he looked up, he saw the face of a kind old grandfather. He didn't expect the sect leader to be so amiable when he didn't release his qi. "Thank you, sect leader." Su Yun hurriedly climbed up and patted the dust on the corners of his clothes. Thereafter, the grand elder also walked in. He was already vicious looking and big, and with his cultivation of the way of killing, his aura was even more chilling. However, it seemed that one could sense that the grand elder did not have any malicious intent, and behind him was only the 5th elder, Li Qingran, and the 2nd elder and Rizu's master. The 4th elder were not there. The 5th elder was sweet looking and did not look like she was hundreds of years old at all. She even smiled at Su Yun. However, Su Yun recoiled with a shiver. Who didn't know up and down the sect that the 5th elder of the Division Sword Pavilion was a notorious sword nerd, extremely belligerent, and was the most powerful elder? A sword will be pure to pure. People are also straight to the point, but killing and decisive. Offending her is bound to have no good end. Never let her harmless appearance fool you. Immediately after that, the Grand Elder suddenly threw out a body from his sleeve. And the sleeve was presumably his spatial magic weapon. Suyun took a look and realized that it was none other than Fong Ming who he had pierced through with a silver moonshot. Seeing this, there seemed to be an intention to ask for punishment, so Suyun emphasized once again. Sect leader, 2 elders, disciple did not intend to kill a fellow disciple. It was indeed Fong Ming who fell into insanity and wanted to put me to death. And only then did disciple step in to kill. The one who really got up the murderous spirit was that Chen Yang, who wanted to use the 5 thunderbolts to blast my teammates to death. The sect leader pushed his hand, signaling that Suyun did not need to say anything further. I know. Chen Yang's 5 Thunderbolt Sun was still personally refined by Lao San, and it was only because I sensed the 5 Thunderbolt Sun sent that I accelerated to the Forbidden Land. And you didn't mean to kill Fong Ming. I naturally know that. Upon hearing this, the stone in Suyun's heart finally fell to the ground, so he smiled and said, the sect leader is clear. But, clang. All of a sudden, the sect leader then drew his sword and launched an attack, the blade of the sword carrying an extremely solid killing intent stabbing towards Suyun's neck. So fast that Suyun could not even realize what was happening. The tip of the sword was already against his neck. If you were a great power that suppressed your cultivation, even if your strength was higher than mine, this sword would be enough to blast you to death, the sect master said with sharp eyes, regaining the biting aura from earlier. But in the twinkling of an eye, the sect leader looked warm again and put away his sword. It's a good thing you're not. Scared. Still, okay. Suyun smiled sarcastically. Having said that, he was actually already trembling in his feet and his lapel was drenched in cold sweat. For a moment, he felt the purest killing intent, and for just a moment, it was as if he had already died once. This sort of mind condenses my lifelong cultivation. If you were a cultivation powerhouse, you would have already been aroused by my killing intent and started to fight back. Now I'll be able to believe you. What Chen Yang said is all false. You're really just a 4th level chi practicing, mediocre, useless disciple, high or low. Although he was excluded from suspicion, Suyun couldn't be happy. The master has played too big a game. If I don't get the weight right, I'll be moving my head. In the end, one can only weakly reply, happy. The sect leader then patted Suyun's shoulder with a gesture of an elder caring for his juniors. Then tell me how you killed Fong Ming with only a cultivation of the 4th level of chi practicing. And I heard that you were able to defend your weapon through the air. And that you also easily defused the full force of Fong Ming's foundation establishment cultivation using the basic technique Water Dragon Shield. With your current realm, even if you were to rely on external objects such as spells, talismans, or even pills, you wouldn't be able to do that. Hearing this, the first thing Suyun did was to be happy. It seemed that his biggest secret hadn't been revealed. Earlier he was worried that when he was in the Forbidden Land, the sect leader had secretly probed him with his divine thoughts. And then some headaches. Master, how did you rule out the correct answer in the first place? How do you expect me to make it up? Moreover, the fact that it was a matter of fact that the person who saw it was not only Chen Yang, so it could not be refuted. And at the same time, the 5th elder also showed interest. Right. Suyun, how did you do it? Back then, when I was at the 4th level of chi cultivation, I could only manage to defeat my senior brothers and sisters who were at the 9th level of chi cultivation by crossing the level. Isn't that right, Grand Elderly? At that time, you were also my defeated opponent. Oh, Li Loathing's old face reddened with shame. However, he then asked seriously, with senior sister's natural talent you can still only do so much. With you being at the 4th level of chi practicing, how can you possibly kill a foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suyun had no choice but to harden his head and compensate for the smile. It is true that certain out-of-body objects were used. Chapter 36, He Who Is in the Forbidden Land. The Grand Elder instantly grunted. Sect leader, I told you, it must have used some unknown means of magic weapon or talisman. So it seems that I am the one who is short-sighted. The sect master frowned. Why don't you take it out? Used up. Suyun dryly laughed. The sect leader's expression became a bit hard to figure out, and eventually turned into a breezy smile. I was originally thinking that if you really have uncommon strength, I would accept you as my disciple. Hearing this, Suyun was stunned for a moment. The strength he had shown actually made the sect leader have a mind to take on a disciple? Then he respectfully said, thank you for your love, sect leader. But Suyun really doesn't have that qualification. It's just, the sect leader waved his hand, then summoned Suyun to Fong Ming's mutilated corpse, and with a twist of words, are there any other people who have symptoms similar to Fong Ming's? Does Chen Yang count? Suyun said tentatively, he looks pretty crazy too. Chen Yang doesn't count. From what the 3rd elder said, he's always been like this and can't be disciplined. Suyun thought back more carefully, but it seemed like Fong Ming was the only one. Then there's no one else. Seeing that you have the corpse of the Xian Tian crane in your storage bag, and that the Xian Tian crane only frequents the depths of the Forbidden Land, you should have been there. Can you find anything unusual? The sect leader said with a smile as he looked at Su Yun's eyes. This glance gave Su Yun the feeling of being seen through. As expected, it was difficult to have secrets in front of a strong person. Fortunately, the space crystal shifted. However, Su Yun could only say some well-known words. I discovered that a spatial rift was sealed within the Forbidden Land. You're quite knowledgeable and know about the spatial rift. The sect leader laughed and then said with his hands in frustration, do you know that that area is known as the Forbidden Land? Far from being because of the spatial rift, it is because of his existence. That place is what is called a true Forbidden Land for high-ranking cultivators. There can be a more dangerous existence than a spatial rift? Su Yun was uncertain, but he also knew that since the establishment of the sect, there was an iron law that the sect leader and elders were forbidden to enter the Forbidden Land. And it seems like the sect leader has always cared a lot about Fong Ming's madness. After a little thought, for a moment, Su Yun was shocked. Could this be the real reason why Fong Ming went crazy? And, even you, the sect master, might be affected? If the master of this strength of strong people also become Fong Ming, that crazy appearance, strength also greatly increased. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Not to mention the clan. Thousands of miles around must be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Rather sensitive. Sect master meaningful smile. Then a hand. Do not know what kind of means. The ground above the Ming's body instantly into pieces. This is considered to be the form of God is destroyed. Other than that, it is not convenient to inform. You go back. The sect leader waved his hand, signaling that Su Yun could leave. By the way, do not say anything to anyone else. This matter is only known to me and a few elders. And then you. Su Yun heart thumped. Is it possible to get on the thief ship? But no matter what, it was better than being punished. Su Yun left the hall in an uncomfortable manner after paying his respects to the sect leader and the two elders. In the past, disciples would go in vertically and come out horizontally, and he was considered to have set a precedent. After Su Yun left, the headmaster stifled his wrists and sighed. This son's mind is mature and his thoughts are clear, but it is a pity. He has said that he is relying on external objects. This time, you really looked the other way. The Grand Elder tried to find reasons to comfort. The sect master frowned and shook his head in bewilderment. If it were you, would you give your own evening treasure to be destroyed? Destroyed? The Grand Elder came to a realization. I told you when the 5 thunderbolts became the submother thunder. There were clearly 2 explosions at that time. He's a refining room disciple, isn't he? The sect master then asked. Yes, the Grand Elder said with certainty. The third elder said that he is quite talented in the path of weapon refining and is also obsessed with weapon refining. So the third elder also gave him the Tsueju peak. And having a peak all to himself is a treatment only available to inner sect disciples. That makes sense then. The sect master smiled with satisfaction. What secret is he hiding? What he destroyed was the magic weapon. But magic weapons and whatnot, after all, they are things outside of the body. The Grand Elder was not dumbfounded. This is where you are narrow-minded. The sect master stroked his beard and said in a high and profound manner, what can be used by oneself as part of strength? Refining weapons, pills, or even any means to the extreme should not be underestimated. But his own qualifications are too poor. 5 elemental miscellaneous spirit roots. Nah, you're wrong again. When did qualifications have a necessary correlation with strength? Pure single spirit root or not? 5 elemental miscellaneous spirit root or not? It's actually all the same. Don't just look at the immediate. The Grand Elder was non-committal. Then he changed the topic. However, there are several second-order spirit beast inner dawn within his Qiankuan bag. And even the inner dawn of the fire cloud turtle. This score is more than enough to pass the first round of examination, and is even unrivaled. If he also uses his what's his name tactic in the second round, I'm afraid that winning the second round's top spot won't be difficult. At that time, according to the rules of the sect, they will also be enrolled in the inner sect. The eldest elder tangled 2 or 3. Still said, first, in the view of the others, Su Yun cultivation qualification is indeed shallow, difficult to convince the public. Secondly, he killed Fong Ming, but we can't truthfully explain the reason, so still will be in the inner sect. I'm afraid it will lead to criticism. Moreover, in this inner gate, there is no lack of Chen family and Fong family members. If Su Yun enters the inner gate again, I'm afraid that things will continue to happen. Nah. The sect master nodded and said, that's true. Then expel the Chen and Fong clansmen. Master, think twice. Oh, play around a bit. I have my own decision on this matter. The sect leader had a deep look on his face after the joke. After all, Su Yun, however, did decapitate him, which means that when Fong Ming died, he did not manage to successfully transfer to Su-yun, which means that the unusual him could not in the slightest immerse Su-yun's divine soul. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder only realized Su-yun's extraordinary nature as an afterthought. Bring the rest of the elders here, the sect leader continued. I closed the end of the retreat and found that there are abnormalities in the Jindi Divine Monument. Unsurprisingly, the spatial rift has spread again, and sure enough, a spatial seal has been loosened. I'm afraid that this is just the beginning, and if we don't do something about it, the immortal cultivation world will be a bloody storm again. Chapter 37, The Chair of the Sisters of Mercy. And shortly after Su-yun walked out of the hall, he heard a mournful scream, coming from the direction of the prison cell, which could be described as a long, lingering sound. It sounded familiar. It was Chen Yang's voice. The screaming is really miserable. Su-yun is really happy. Following the sound, Su-yun found Chen Yang and peeked through the doorway. In the center of the prison cell, Chen Yang was bound to a chair fused from a pile of spirit swords and shaped like an iron throne, his face pale, his body covered in bruises and intertwined with a mixture of blood and sweat. He was wailing in agony, not forgetting to gnash his teeth and greet Su-yun in between. Ah! Su-yun, I want you to die. I'm going to make you pay back 100 times over. I'm going to make the world feel pain. Seeing this scene, Su-yun only felt that Chen Yang did not deserve any sympathy in the slightest, and that he had brought this upon himself, but at the same time, he was also shocked by the Grand Elder's ruthless tactics. Chen Yang's body was sliced out by countless tiny swordchi with densely packed mouths that were deep enough to be seen on the bones, and at the same time there was also a wave of what attribute spiritual power that rapidly healed his injuries. Week after week, this was simply the cultivation version of the lingering death, even 100 times more terrifying by 1,000 times, and it would last for 7 whole days. The generation is simply pulling out all the stops, and it's already starting to hurt like hell. This Grand Elder is also too hard on his disciples. Su-yun could not help but shake his head and stagger, due to the fact that the hall of the Precepts Hall was equipped with a prohibition that could isolate divine thoughts. At this time, when the Grand Elder came out to send a message to the other elders, he saw Su-yun flying over to me. He said coldly, "What? You want to try my thinking chair too? Thinking chair? That's right. This chair is my well-designed instrument of punishment, full of sword intent, chopping both the flesh and the soul, physical and spiritual double torture, double the pleasure, and the chair is infused with my pure wood attribute spirit power, which has amazing recovery power, so it can still leave no after effects." Wonderful! Your wood attribute spirit power? Su-yun was quite surprised. The wood attribute was the main vitality, and the feats corresponding to the attribute were mostly healing means, with attacking techniques only accounting for 30%. I just didn't realize that the Grand Elder had a fierce face, but he was actually a devilishly fit, devilish-faced angel who could add blood? But Great Elder, you clearly cultivate the way of killing. How could it be a wood attribute spirit root? Are you thinking that wood attribute cultivation is not good for the way of killing? A rare flash of calm appeared on the Great Elder's ferocious face. Everything has two ends, life and death. And when you comprehend life, you naturally comprehend death. Saying that, the Grand Elder tugged up a weed growing between the stone cracks of the wall with his mind, and in his hands, the weed went from verdant to withered and dry, and then began to rejuvenate itself from the roots until it blossomed into a small yellowish white flower. Then the flower was twisted away by the Great Elder and rubbed into pieces. And the healing attribute of this wood spirit root has a heavenly benefit that will give me more chances to comprehend the way of killing. As for the reason, Su-yun naturally understood. Kill someone, save them, and then kill them again, and you're stuck with a bug. Of course, this pondering chair of mine is also of heavenly benefit to the tortured, the Grand Elder said with a smug face, and with his looks, he looked like he was in need of a beating. There's a hell of a benefit. Su-yun could not help but retort. For one thing, the fleshly body breaks down without damaging the foundation, and it also has the effect of tempering the body. Secondly, the sword intent in here is from the 5th senior sister, in which the subtleties of the sword path are absolutely beneficial, especially for sword cultivators. This chair is called the Chair of Contemplation. Naturally, it is necessary to contemplate in order to see its mysteries, in order to get the benefits of it. But the reality is that the people who sit on this chair, there has never been anyone who sincerely repents. And in the end, what you get is only pain. And look at this Chen Yang. He doesn't have the slightest intention to repent, so naturally he's going to have to endure far more torture than anyone else. Thinking about the chair, Sakichi Su-yun praised from the bottom of his heart. Worthy of the means of the elders. One can only say that no one knows the good intentions of the Great Elder. However, if the Grand Elder could have been a little kinder, he wouldn't have gotten such a bad reputation, and ultimately got the title of Iron-Faced Yama. The Grand Elder clasped his hands and looked down at Su Yun. He was a head taller than Su Yun, with a stout and oppressive figure. So, how long are you going to watch? Do you still want to go up and sit down? Let me deliberate. Su Yun stroked his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Although the process is painful, but it can quench the flesh. It is also considered a means to enhance the strength. As for the sword intent contained herein, it does not have much effect on him. He is not a sword cultivator. He just knows some basic sword techniques. The rumors were right. You really are crazy. The Grand Elder snorted and said with a hum. You actually really want to go up and sit down. This thing is a form of punishment, after all, and you think it's for anyone who wants to use it? Hearing this, Su Yun frowned and his eyes began to dribble. You don't still want to make mistakes on purpose. Get the hell out of here. The Grand Elder grabbed the back collar of Su Yun's clothes and lifted Su Yun, ready to throw him out. Great Elder, wait. Su Yun, who was being held, said with a well-behaved face. What other bull asterisk. The Grand Elder topped his smelly face and said impatiently. Su Yun rummaged around in his Jianquan bag for a while, and touched out a Xian Tian crane inner Dan. This is my result from this examination. Please forward it to the second elder on behalf of me. I remember that it is he who is responsible for the disciple examination matters. You have a big face. The Grand Elder had a black line on his face, and then, he kicked Su Yun out. Su Yun threw down the inner elixir. The Grand Elder still caught it with one hand. The corner of his mouth picked up and laughed. This doll of yours is really still a bit interesting. And after Su Yun fell off the high wall, he flew up with his sword in a smooth manner, and in the twinkling of an eye, he saw the bustling crowd in the square in front of the hall. What a hoot! The people below were naturally the first to spot Su Yun. Look, that's Su Yun. He actually flew out on his own with his sword, unharmed, and actually not tortured. Ha ha, am I right? Su Yun doesn't even have the strength as rumored. It's all planted by Chen Yang. Crazy Su is still the same Crazy Su. Kai Chicken 1. I still feel that the Grand Elder is biased. Although it was Chen Yang who framed Su Yun, isn't Su Yun responsible? Why didn't Chen Yang frame me? In any case, this time, I'm standing for Su Yun. Chen Yang is ruthless and has laid a deadly hand on his fellow disciples. However, on the contrary, this matter of Fong Ming going crazy is fishy. Your point of view I find it difficult to agree. Chen Yang and Fong Ming, two people have always been at odds. Perhaps the two had a dispute. A moment of impulsiveness on the head, brewing a tragedy is also possible. People which is easy to crazy, think everyone is Su crazy but this Chen Yang really has malicious intentions, and he's thinking of killing two birds with one stone and planting evidence to frame him. It's a good thing that it's the Great Elder who is so clear-sighted. As soon as he came out himself, the square raved, and sure enough, the gossiping began again. Su Yun then began to hunt for familiar faces. Su Yun saw one by with just a glance. Her skinny figure was obvious in the crowd. However, what he did not expect was that a Zhu assisted Alian and also appeared in the crowd. Chapter 38. A small gathering at Sueju Peak. Soon, the four people gathered together, and since they were hanging out with Su Yun Wenbai, a Zhu Alian naturally suffered a lot of criticism. These two people I know, both call them a Zhu and Alian, do not know the specific name, the two people usually inseparable. However, they were not like this before. Now how also degenerated to the extent of hanging out with Su Yun? What exactly do you think this Su Yun is capable of? So many female disciples are sticking up to him. Maybe it's where. Great. He. Someone opened up a yellow mouth. Forgive me, getting too close to me is just like that. Su Yun spread his hands and said helplessly. Seeing that the dust had settled and a conclusion had been reached, the onlookers all began to leave the field. Let's go. Let's also change the place to catch up again. Just go to my Sueju Peak. The four of them then flew towards Sueju Peak. After a night, it was early in the morning. The vermilion sun was rising from the sky, and under the haze, the mist lingered in the mountains. The scenery was magnificent. Moreover, the speed of the imperial sword flight was not fast, and the breeze was quite comfortable. Although the process was a bit convoluted, the result was pleasing, and Su Yun couldn't help but be in a good mood. Flying into Sueju Peak, the four of them sat around the stone table, and Wenbai made a pot of spirit tea. Let me introduce them. They are Zhu Alian, my teammate within the Forbidden Land, the Jianghu called Zhu Lian Bijie. The two of them share the same mind. A handful of two-person sword formation is invincible. At those words, the two of them were ashamed for a moment. Their strongest move didn't even manage to break through the Green Viper's defense. Su Yun turned to introduce Wenbai. She is Wenbai, an alchemist, a rare alchemy wizard in the ancient world. Nicknamed Dan Formula Creator and Dan Realm Divine Farmer. When did I get these nicknames? Wenbai cried and laughed back. Su Yun smiled cheekily. Just made it up. When introducing someone, You have to tell them how great they are. Ha ha, looks like the rumors about you guys are true. Azu covered her small mouth and laughed. And Alian gave Aju a blank look and said, forgive me, too, Aju sometimes just doesn't think straight when she talks. No harm. Wenbai laughed generously. Rumors and whatnot. We have long since stopped caring. But it is Alian, you look at the first recovery from serious injuries. You still need some elixir conditioning. I happen to have a newly developed warm tonic elixir. You take it and try it. Your good intentions are appreciated. But this small injury is harmless. It will soon be healed. And such an expensive elixir will not be blessed. Alian couldn't help but swallow her saliva and nervously said, compared to Wenbai and Su Yun's bit of gossip, it was clearly Wenbai's own reputation that made people more scrupulous. The potions she makes are still scandalous. Su Yun saw Alian's hesitation and blocked his mouth, leaning close to Wenbai to whisper, have you done clinical trials on this elixir yet? Wenbai replied in a whisper, listen to your opinion. This time I did not try the medicine myself, and I did not manage to catch the white ape, but I tried it with the chickens you raised, and the chickens were not poisoned, and they do have a good healing effect, up to the extent of being able to revive a severed limb of that kind. Su Yun was overjoyed. Then wouldn't there be unlimited chicken legs and wings to eat in the future? This elixir is quite expensive. Wenbai's face darkened. Ha ha, it's good if you can't die from eating it. Su Yun then took the elixir on his behalf and handed it to Alian. This elixir, don't worry to eat it boldly. Eat something wrong despite looking for me. With Su Yun as her endorsement, the resistance in Alian's heart also dissolved a lot, accepting the elixir and then arching her hand to say thank you. At this time, Wenbai then came to his senses and said with an ineffable smile, then, Alian, after you've taken the elixir, I'd like to trouble you to exhaustively record your body's reactions and feelings, the elixir's onset of effect time, as well as the way in which the medicinal power works. Saying that, Wenbai touched out a page of paper and handed it to Alian. The detailed indexes are on this paper. Just follow them. Labor, as if it's against the money for this elixir. Not to mention Alian. At this time, even Su Yun faces some Bungbu live. Dare Wenbai is looking for people to try drugs for free. However, having already received the elixir and taking the shorthand, Alian had no choice but to agree to this matter with a stiff upper hand. Then he pulled Aiju up and said, thank you, senior sister Wenbai. Then he also made a deep bow to Su Yun. We came this time not only to worry about your safety, but also to say thank you. Listening to Aiju, when I was injured and unconscious, it was again you, Su Yun, who saved the two of us from danger. This favor, the two of us will definitely repay. But I don't like to owe people favors, so if there's anything you need us to do, please feel free to order. Now, to be honest, Su Yun saved people without even trying to return the favor, but looking at Lian's appearance, if she didn't ask for something, she definitely wouldn't feel at ease. At this moment, Ju came out to help round up the situation. Ha ha, Su Yun, please forgive me. Lian is just like that. Her nature is straight. However, Su Yun, don't be polite. As long as it is something we can do, we will do whatever we can. Well, then carefully help Wenbai fill out the medication record. This, Aju and Alian looked at each other. This doesn't count. It's clearly me who has been favored by senior sister Wenbai. It's only right to do this. Alian shook her head. Hearing this, Su Yun pondered for a moment before revealing a grave expression. In that case, I happen to have a tricky matter here that needs your help. Say, Elaine was instantly interested. Then I'll ask you two to keep an eye out for some rare and precious refining materials for me in the future, and inform me of the relevant information. This is a long time of hard work. It's not easy. Su Yun finished with an arch of his hand. That means being a scout for you. Right. Yes. That's the idea. But there's no need to deliberately poke around. Just keep an eye out during the day. Good. In fact, in Lian's opinion, being Su Yun's scout was actually equivalent to committing oneself to being a slave and a servant, which was worth the kindness of saving his life several times. Moreover, being Su Yun's henchman didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least the person had strength and was upright and affectionate. Just come to Tsueju Peak to find me when you have news. Seeing Lian's painful promise, Su Yun did not intend to be polite. Refining materials, this kind of thing, in addition to those common road goods, a lot of them are unattainable. Of course, not necessarily the kind of things on the auction level. Su Yun cannot afford to buy. Some rare but inexpensive items are also available. These materials are produced in small quantities but have limited uses and are therefore not expensive. Good point. Azu's eyes on the side smiled into a crescent moon. You're just talking about random things. Not that she thought too much about it. But, Su Yun looked at the two. Suddenly thought of the doubts that had been there. There is something I want to know. It seems that everyone calls you a Zhualien. What was the original name? Upon hearing this, Lian was not angry. Names are received by our parents, and now that we have been kicked out by our families, our names will be returned. Besides, aren't there many masters who only have Taoist names? For example, Second Elder Zhangqing Jinren. Makes sense. And Aiju and Aline sound great too. Afterwards, Aiju and Alian said their goodbyes and left Sueju Peak in pairs. The peace of two people was restored on this Sueju Peak. Wenbai packed up the teacups while cheerfully saying, "Look at this situation. You have the residual power to save people, so I guess the test can be passed easily. Ha ha, the pills I refined are not bad, right?" She thought that it was her own elixir that helped Suyun pass the examination and was extremely satisfied inwardly. No, no, no. Suyun shook his finger. Although your elixir is good, it's more on my own. Oh. He didn't tell the truth for fear of spoiling Wenbai's fun. Come on, with your strength at the 4th level of Qi practicing, who would believe it? Wenbai arrogantly raised his head and shrugged his nose. And you were still able to get out in one piece this time when you got involved in a fight between the children of a family like Chen Yang and Feng Ming. It's totally a stroke of luck. You can't do this in the future, said Wenbai, a little coy, and his voice became a little smaller as he spoke, causing me to worry so much. In short, don't try to be strong if you don't have the strength. In the end, Wenbai tooted his lips and looked angrily at Suyun. Alright, listen to you. Suyun didn't know how to explain, so he could only respond. Wenbai seems to have her own conclusions. She thought that Suyun was the scapegoat caught by Chen Yang. The only words about his strength is probably taken by her as rumors. There was no telling how surprised Wenbai would be when he knew his true strength later on. Suyun was already looking forward to it just thinking about it. Come on, go to my house. Great luck. Chicken today. The chicken you raised is still very fatty. Wenbai greeted Suyun. I haven't eaten the chicken legs I cut off last time. After all, it's your chicken. Thought I'd wait for you to come back to eat it together. Why don't I come and cook? I can cook chicken. Suyun began to drool at the thought. It had been too long since he had eaten the flavors of his hometown. What kind of cassoulet? Spicy chicken, chicken casserole, and nod chicken. Chapter 39, Harvest. Followed Wenbai to her cave. It was said to be a cave house, but unlike the natural cave that Suyun lived in, the Wenbai cave house was a cave chamber artificially carved out of the mountain wall, and then a wooden structure vestibule was erected. It was built in the air and had wooden trestles built to connect it to the ground. The two of them walked up, but it had the feeling of a visit to the door. Been neighbors for so long. I've never been here before. As soon as he entered the door, there was a medicinal scent that hit his face. Fresh and light, with a faint floral scent vaguely, the same as the smell of Wenbai's body. A window hole had been cut in the wooden wall by the door, and the window was supported by sticks, and on the rim of the window were a few flower pots with good-looking herbs, most of them topped with flower bones, and an occasional small white flower blossomed out and hid behind the foliage. Uncontested and unobtrusive. It must be said that a girl's abode is to be cleaner and tidier than a man's. The house is not large, but it is well organized, with few furnishings, a bed and couch, a medicine cabinet, and a waist-high purple copper Dan furnace placed behind a screen. Inside the cave where the furnace is placed, there is also a patio that leads to the top of the mountain, which can be used for ventilation and lighting. After a few brief scans, Suyun spotted the fluorite lamp he had given to Wenbai, which was serving on the ceiling. Sit down for a while, I'll go fetch you something first, Wenbai greeted with a smile. Suyun would not feel constrained, but the only thing in the house that can sit on is the warm white bed and couch, and it seems inappropriate to sit on it, so he simply stood by the window and looked at the scenery. A moment later, Wenbai took out a formation disc, and after operating it for a few moments, he gouged out the peanut meter-sized space crystal from the dark compartment in the center of the disc. Your stuff, put it away. I'm using a formation disc that isolates divine thoughts to keep it well. She incidentally handed Suyun the array disc as well. Thanks. Suyun felt the marvelous spatial fluctuations coming from the crystal, but his mind was extremely calm. He had never worried about Wenbai coveting his things. However, out of curiosity, Suyun still asked, do you know what this is? Of course, space crystals. Wenbai covered her mouth and laughed. You're not still worried that I'm going to snatch it from you, are you? No, Suyun said sheepishly. I had wanted to show off. I didn't think you knew. Ha ha ha. Wenbai did not reply, but turned around and brought Suyun inside the cave chamber. Immediately after that, Wenbai used his spiritual power to ignite the alchemy furnace, then uncovered the lid and set up a large black pot. The Dan oven stir-fry is still pretty creative. Afterwards, Wenbai took out the ingredients and a bunch of kitchen supplies from within his Qiankuan bag, and Suyun began to take charge of the spoon, while Wenbai played on the side. Although it was still morning, Suyun still cooked a whole chicken leg as big as a pig's leg, a few simple dishes, spicy chicken, chicken casserole, and a big dish of chicken. Each one was a good downer. So the two of them drank and drank well into the night. Suyun told his trip to the Forbidden Land in his story, but Wonbai thought he was bragging. In the end, Suyun borrowed some of his drunkenness and said with great ambition, Wonbai, just watch. One day I will ask for the entire cultivation world. With my Tao. Good. Wonbai raised his glass boldly. In the future, I will also become the topmost alchemist in the cultivation world, and at that time, I will see who still dislikes my pills. If you want it, I won't even give it to you. Under the moonlight, the two strangest people in the Falling Clouds sect were ungrateful and spouted out crazy words, and if there was a third person there, they would have laughed at them, right? Early the next morning, the first rays of the morning sun shone through the wooden windows. Suyun woke up in Wonbai's bed. He first panicked for a while, and then after realizing that the two of them had their clothes intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he didn't turn into an asshole. He took advantage of the fact that Wonbai hadn't woken up, and grayly hid back in his cave. After slamming the spring water to dissipate the residual alcohol, Suyun began to organize the harvest from this trip so that he could return the Qiankuan bag he borrowed from Wonbai as soon as possible. The biggest harvest, needless to say, naturally is the space crystal stone, but to refine it into a space magic weapon, it still needs a lot of auxiliary materials. The bigger the space crystal stone is, the higher the grade of the materials needed. With Suyun's current financial resources, he could not afford these materials for the time being, and the refining plan could only be put on hold for the time being. The rest were various spirit beast corpses and inner elixirs. The green viper's inner elixir and snake gallbladder should be left for Wonbai. The snake's scale armor should be kept for other purposes, and the snake meat can be kept in a small piece for Wonbai to taste, and the rest of the snake can be taken for sale, and the entire body of the fire cloud turtle was a treasure, except for the inner Dan. Everything else could be taken and sold, and it was definitely rewarding. As for the Xian Tian crane, for Suyun, only the inner Dan, crane legs and crane claws were useful. 2 Xian Tian cranes would be an equally sizable income. Sword spine tiger, tiger bone aphrodisiac, also for sale. That's all it's worth. Making a plan, Suyun began to move. He came to the open space in front of the cave, took out the green viper, and began to pry the snake scales with his flying sword. As long as he found the right direction, prying off the scales wasn't difficult, and at most, he needed to dispose of the adhering snake meat. Soon, there were more and more black snake scales on the ground, and pools of blood accumulated on the ground. The strong smell of blood attracted Wonbai, and she was so shocked that her jaws couldn't even close when she saw the green viper that was being disintegrated by Suyun. It's the green viper. It's exactly the green viper that I hunted in the Forbidden Land. I told you about it yesterday. Suyun smiled triumphantly. So, what you said is true. Since Wonbai had also just woken up, she thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. Suyun had pulled out a few more spirit beasts and directly piled them into a small mountain. Fire cloud turtle, the Xian Tian crane, and that what's his name tiger. None of them are ordinary second-rank spirit beasts. I told you, I didn't lie. Hearing this, Wonbai only nodded woodenly. So, you really are so strong, that I worry about you for nothing. Her bright eyes were a bit forlorn. Originally thought that we are all the way. Did not think that you are actually in hiding? Really, for the fellow disciples sidelined, really only I am one of them. Even the pills I gave you cannot use. Suyun saw the calculations in Wonbai's eyes, so he comforted. It's just that I have some unique means. My own strength is actually very weak. If you don't believe me, you can strike at me right now. Kill and seize the treasure. I don't even have the slightest ability to resist. What nonsense! After hearing Suyun explain in this way, Wonbai was angry and wanted to laugh. I just somewhat feel cheated by you. It's just that you don't believe it yourself. Blame me. Come on, get over here and help. Oh, Wonbai's original little bit of sadness was now gone. With Wonbai's help, the progress of prying the snake scales was much faster, and as an alchemist, she knew the characteristics of various spirit beasts, as there were a lot of alchemy herbs produced from spirit beasts. Just after noon, the large green viper was half stripped of its scales by the duo. Just then, a strong aura came from the sky, and the person who came was at least an elder of Jindan strength. In fact, deliberately releasing the breath was not a provocation, but on the contrary, it was a very polite behavior, signaling that he had come over to visit squarely and without sneaking around. At least within the clan, the duo on Sueju Peak stood looking in the direction where the breath was, and it was only when the second elder who was flying with the sword appeared in the field of vision that they bent their limbs and respectfully said, "Greetings, second elder. Be excused." The second elder didn't stay in the air to condescend. Instead, he landed in front of the duo, leveling off with them. He first looked at Wenbai and frowned to indicate that he didn't recognize him. Then he turned to Su Yun, and after carefully sizing him up for a few moments, his frown deepened when he saw Su Yun's pickled appearance covered in dirt and blood. Su Yun, I have come this time to inform you of something. Chapter 40. Su Yun arched his hand and listened quietly. Wenbai, however, could not help but be a little worried. What could there be that would require an elder to personally come over to inform Su Yun? Could it be that the sect leader was still investigating the infighting within the same sect? The results of the first round of examination have been released, and you're the only one who hasn't come to confirm the results yet, causing me to have to come and run in person. I forgot about this yesterday after drinking all day. Thank you, second elder. Su Yun thanked him as he began to wonder. This second elder did not open the door. I wonder if the great elder had forwarded the inner elixir. And Wenbai looked at Su Yun's side face. His face couldn't hide his surprise. Just this kind of small matter needed the elder to personally come over to inform? This examination into the Forbidden Land disciples totaled more than 183. The loss of the person counted on the Upper Ming, 11 people. Seriously injured 25 people. The final passer, 30 have 3. Hearing these numbers, Su Yun was a bit surprised. This pass rate, it was quite a bit lower than what he had expected. Wenbai is even more so. This session of the newly promoted outer disciples have more than 300 people. The results of the final through the examination to stay only 33 people, and the rate of loss is so high, enough to be up to the past several sessions of the sum. She wondered if there was any hope that she could pass if she was the one taking this test. The two looked at each other, both seeing incredulity in the other's eyes. Immediately afterward, the second elder continued. Su Yun, you submitted as second order Xin Tian Crane Inner Dan, and you are clearly among the 33. But, the second elder inexplicably sold out again, making people's hearts thieving. After hesitating for a moment, the second elder continued. However, there are 33 passers, and the second round of the competition is again a 2x2 battle. So I get a turn? Straight into the finals? Su Yun disliked the second elder for being slow to speak and took the initiative to grab the conversation and ask. The second elder said nonchalantly, after the sect leader and all the elders have discussed, it has been decided that your results will be retained, and you can continue to stay in the outer sect, but you will be disqualified from participating in the second round of the examination. After all, with your current situation, the impact might not be too good, and in order to prevent you from having the possibility of being chosen to join the inner sect, it would have to be so. Okay, thank you elder. For this result, Su Yun is not surprised, although he has been acquitted, but still inevitably subject to suspicion. If selected into the inner door, I am afraid that there will be a lot of people not convinced. The man who killed his fellow disciples was actually chosen to join the inner sect? I'm afraid the implications of this are as bad as the Headset sisters' bailout. At this time, the second elder turned around to leave, but twisted back to add. Furthermore, due to that incident with Feng Ming that occurred during this examination, thus the second round of examination will not take place until 7 days later. But the second round of examinations has nothing to do with disciples. But be sure to come over and watch the battle. After the words, the second elder left with his sword. Greetings, second elder. After bidding farewell to the elders, Su Yun coldly came up with, is the sect going to close down? Wenbai was confused. You see the collapse of any business begins with a decrease in recruitment. The sect recruited so many interns, only to modify the assessment criteria on the fly, resulting in only 1/10 of them staying in the end. And then after that it's time for layoffs. Then it defaulted on employee wages and the top brass rolled up the money and ran away. What? The more Wenbai listened, the more confused he became, not knowing where Su Yun came up with such strange vocabulary. What are you talking about? Telling a bloody history. Finally, Su Yun said seriously, what I mean is to leave a way out. It's good to make more preparations. There was a spatial rift hidden within the clan's Forbidden Land, and even more dangerous existences, but the sect master chose to conceal it, which was not a good sign. Subsequently, the two of them went back to their hard labor, and it was not until the evening that the Green Viper was split up. A bunch of scale armor was pocketed by Su Yun, and the fresh snake meat was split into small pieces, waiting to be bought by a person with a destiny. Take it. Su Yun stuffed the Green Viper inner Dan and snake gallbladder to Wenbai while hitching a piece of snake meat. Take it back and taste it. It tastes best when roasted. Wenbai was caught off guard. The pile of things she was holding in her arms was so high that it blocked her face. After she maintained her balance, she poked her head out from behind the topmost snake meat. Her face accidentally stained with a splash of blood. You're giving me all of this? This is the Green Viper's inner elixir and snake bile. It's worth several hundred spirit stones. Right. The Green Viper inner Dan and snake gallbladder is a good antidote to poison. you surely know it better than me. If you take it and refine it into a potion, it might be able to resolve the Dan poison in your body and restore your chi. Su-yun smiled and said. Wenbai looked blankly at Su-yun for a while, then her Jew lips slightly opened, gave a shallow smile, and said in a gentle tone, good. As for the remaining few spirit beasts, it would be much easier to deal with them. After Su-yun removed what he needed, he would just pack the entire rest, especially the fire cloud turtle. There was nothing to be done about it anyway, so selling the whole thing might fetch a high price. Hearing Su-yun say that he was going to Lokyun town to sell materials, Wenbai planned to accompany him. On the one hand, the two of them had a care, and on the other hand, he was going to use the inner elixir of the green viper and the snake's gallbladder to refine the elixir, and he also needed a few herbs that complemented the medicinal properties, which Wenbai didn't have, and he needed to go to the procurement. Early the next morning, the two met to walk together. Now that Su-yun didn't have the Bai-Bo sword to rely on, his flight speed was slow, but he wasn't in a hurry, and he talked and laughed with Wenbai along the way, enjoying himself. By the time he entered the boundaries of Falling Clouds town, the sun was already a bit scorching, and all the clouds in the mountains had dissipated. Looking from afar, today's Lokyun town was actually bustling with activity. The spacious streets were jammed with people, but most of them were mortals without spiritual power fluctuations. Approaching the market town, Su-yun descended downward while asking curiously, why is it so lively today? Wenbai used his white fingers to straighten his windblown hair and said, you don't know. Every time the outer disciple examination is held, there are mortal forces from all sides that come over to seek the assistance of the immortal master. The outer disciples who failed the test and were eliminated in our eyes are towering immortal masters to most mortals. But if you can invite one back, you can walk horizontally in all 10 miles and 8 villages. So it is. Su-yun couldn't help but lament that after staying in the immortal sect for a long time, he had forgotten that even in this immortal cultivation realm, the vast majority of people were mortals, and there was not a single person in 100 who possessed a spiritual root. And as he was burdened with 5 elements of miscellaneous spiritual roots, he was considered to have barely reached the threshold of cultivation. However, although the unsuccessful disciples are reduced to casual cultivators and lose the cultivation resources supplied by the clan, they are also considered to be demobilized and re-employed, and can lead a more nourishing life than most mortals. At this time when the two of them landed, Wenbai suddenly shook his head and denied Su-yun's words. Not really. If that were true, then there wouldn't be this grand situation where a single immortal is hard to find. Once you've seen the immortal path's wonders, who's willing to be with mortals again as a caretaker's beater? Whether one seeks the immortal sect again or becomes a casual cultivator, most still have to continue to embark on the path of cultivation instead of being a parasite. Eventually Wenbai asked a question that went straight to his soul. If it were you, what would you choose if you were eliminated? Shallow substitution. Su-yun also feel that the immortal path is interrupted is really not willing, and seek immortality is for the free and easy. If you still choose to give a person as a doorkeeper, is not it a loss of the original heart? Understood, but if it were me, I might choose to set up my own mountain gate and start my own inheritance, and then I'll ask you to be a guest elder, so you can't refuse. Su-yun joked, if the treatment is better than the Falling Cloud sect, I'll come. Wenbai casually responded. She didn't take it to heart, she just took it as a joke made by Su-yun. What she didn't know was that what Su-yun said was not false. Chapter 41, The First Merchant Under Heaven. Subsequently, the two of them walked past the plaque of Falling Clouds town, and soon a group of people surrounded them, all dressed in damask and silk. Although they were mortals without any fluctuation of spiritual energy, they must have been rich and powerful. They sized up the duo for a moment, and then shifted their gazes to Su-yun in unison. One of the old men spoke up. This immortal master, would you like to take on the role of an offering? Immortal master, how about coming to my house as a doorkeeper? I'm the head of the Li family in Qingzhou, and I've come to ask for immortal master's help. The various treatments are definitely far better than other families. Immortal master, look at me. What the others promised, I fulfill all of them, and my daughter is now at the age of maturity. Seeing that the immortal master is of a similar age, I can betroth my daughter to you. The person who spoke also pulled out a portrait. The person in the portrait looked a bit like a lady of the house, but even so, Su-yun was not happy. Do I look so much like an eliminated disciple? Why don't you ask her? Why don't you ask her? The one who's snickering over there. One of them waved his hand and said, Immortal master underestimated us mortals. Although we don't have much immortal means, we can still judge the strength of a cultivator through spiritual pressure. You, immortal master, naturally, your spiritual pressure is far inferior to the one next to you, but rather similar to those immortal masters who have failed their examinations. I passed the examination, so you guys disperse. Su-yun did not want to delay and spoke bluntly. Immortal master, You're joking, aren't you? So angry. The duo walked into the town and walked around the stall area, noticing that the stalls were filled and even lined up in a fiery manner. This scenario reminds Soo-yoon of the flea market during the college graduation season in his previous life. And at that time he would always go to his schoolmate's booth Taba. Since there were no stalls, Soo-yoon could not set up a stall to sell anything. This was a rule set by the sect. Otherwise, wouldn't it be chaotic if each person went their own way? Go to the store and take a look. Maybe someone will acquire it? Helpless, Soo-yoon had no choice but to come up with this plan. The stores in Lokyun town have to pay the rent to the clan regularly. And merchants, they definitely want to make money. Going to the store to buy and sell things is definitely not as cost effective as directly setting up a stall to trade. However, the store was also large in volume, so it might be possible to eat what Soo-yoon had on hand at once, and it would be a way to avoid a lot of trouble. Wandering around, most of the store's business is okay. People come and go. There is only one door to door. The store name is also made very arrogant, the world's first business. What a big mouth. How dare you take that name? Could it be that there is really something unique about it? When Bai became interested in this store, and I've never seen this store before, so I guess it's newly opened. The two of them hit it off immediately, crossing the threshold one after another and stepping into the store. The wind they brought up blew the wind chimes hanging in front of the door, and the tinkling sound of the chimes spread throughout the store. As soon as he entered the door, Soo-yoon realized that the aura inside the store was a bit richer than the outside world's heaven and earth aura, and the aura went straight into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making people only feel soothed. Looks like the store has a bit of a reputation. Only the store was deserted, not to mention the customers. Boss? Here. There was a small person bouncing around behind the tall counter, and even when he jumped up, all he could see was 2 small hands. It was only a moment later that she came around from behind the counter, a little girl half her age. But she spoke in a not-so-small tone of voice. What do you want to buy? The things in my world's #1 merchant aren't cheap. Just about anything costs hundreds of spirit stones. Mortal? Soo-yoon was astonished. This little girl in front of him had no spiritual power fluctuations. She couldn't be the shopkeeper. Could she? What's wrong with mortals? I just haven't started cultivating yet. If you want to buy something, just buy it. Don't nag. The little girl began to put a face to the duo. When Bai, on the other hand, was amused by the little girl's quirky little adult appearance. At this time, from the inner hall came out a white-haired, green-shirt cloth-clothed old man. Although he had a head of Chinese hair, but hale and hearty, and the folds on his face were not as many as those of the yin-yang that he encountered last time. The spiritual power fluctuations on his body were hidden, and he couldn't see his specific cultivation level, so he must have used a means of restraining his breath. Forgive me, gentlemen, that's just the way our shopkeeper is. I wonder what you two would like to see. The old man shook his hand and said, this little girl is really a shopkeeper? However, as the old man was so respectful, Soo-yoon could only arch his hand and return the greeting. We are here to sell something. I wonder if you accept spirit beasts here. Collect. Please move to the backyard. The old man made an invitation gesture, then greeted the little girl. Mu Ling, bring the account book and come to the backyard. Okay, Qian Lao. Although Mu Ling was impatient, she obediently returned to the counter and began to rummage through the account books. Immediately, several people came to the backyard. In the courtyard, there was a small piece of open space, paved with green stone slabs, and Soo-yoon visually estimated that this place could barely accommodate the spirit beasts to be sold. Mu Ling held the account book that was wider than her body, collapsed her face, and paced to Qian Lao's side. Qian Lao, it's not that I'm talking about you, doing business with anyone and everyone. When will we, the #1 merchant in the world, be the #1 in the world? If we spend half a day's effort to collect a few first-rank spirit beasts, it's really a waste of effort. Hey, to do business, it's definitely about accumulating less to make more. Then he bent down to Soo-yoon. Please. Soo-yoon smiled helplessly and waved his hand at the duo. Rao, please step back farther. Che pretending. Mu Ling gave Soo-yoon a blank look. Retreat again. Back. When they retreated to the edge of the compound, Soo-yoon's divine thought moved, and a whole fire cloud turtle fell heavily into the compound. The greenstone slabs instantly shattered, and even the roof tiles shook. Second-ranked fire cloud turtle. What a dominant turtle. Without waiting for them to slow down, Soo-yoon took out as many other split spirit beasts as he could, crowding the small courtyard to the brim. The bones, flesh, and skin of the green viper. There are also 2 Xian Tian cranes and a sword ridge tiger. All of them are of the second rank. Surprised, Elder Qian weakly shook his head and said, it's a pity that none of them have inner pills. Their value is greatly reduced. That's all. Do the math. Soo-yoon clasped his hands. At the same time his heart began to mine the value of these things according to the approximate market price. If the offer was reasonable, it could be sold. Qian old hand holding a ledger and brush, one by one counting the things on the ground. A moment later, he closed the ledger. According to the past purchase price, these things together 985 spirit stones, plus some additions, a total of 1000 spirit stones. The two guests, I give the price is still appropriate? This old man Qian was generous. The offer was close to 20% higher than what Su Yun had predicted. He looked to Wen Bai, who also nodded his head in acquiescence, feeling that it was cost-effective. Alright. With that, old man Qian waved his hand, and the space ring on his finger lit up, collecting all the things on the ground. A space ring? It seems that these two are not simple. Only space crystals with more than 10 feet of space can be made into a ring, which can be valuable. And then, Elder Qian took out 10 glittering spirit stones, translucent and pure, on which the spiritual chi flowed, vigorous and thick, far superior to the inferior spirit stones, and all of them were 2 circles larger, as big as the size of an egg. This is a mid-grade spirit stone? The knowledgeable Wen Bai couldn't help but be surprised. In a remote place like the Falling Cloud sect, all that ever circulated were lower-grade spirit stones, and middle-grade spirit stones could be considered rare. Su Yun's eyes were looking straight. The amount of spiritual chi in a medium-grade spirit stone was 100 times that of a lower-grade spirit stone, comparable to a peak void Dan cultivator. How strong this thing must be to refine it into a spirit core. Chapter 42, Bloodbath. However, for the sake of trading convenience, it still needed to be exchanged into lower-grade spirit stones. Labor, please exchange the 5 middle-grade spirit stones for lower-grade spirit stones. Good point. This old man Qian was also generous, and even took a Qiankuan bag with 1 zhang of space, and filled it with 5 medium-grade spirit stones and 500 lower-grade spirit stones, and threw it to Su Yun. After confirming this, Su Yun arched his hand in farewell. Little friend, in the future, if you need to buy or sell anything, just come to our world's #1 merchant. My master and servant will be waiting here from now on. Old man Shan returned the salute. Su Yun paid attention to the goods in the store again. Most of them were finished products such as pills and magic weapons. There was no need for refining materials, so he left with Wen Bai. After the two left, Mu Ling grabbed the ledger and after carefully checking it, she stomped her foot and complained, Qian Lao, your price is high. No matter, it's worth it to make friends with this little friend. Elder Qian stroked his beard, his eyes slightly closed as if he was pondering. How is it worth it? It's just 2 outer disciples. A handful of them. Mu Ling closed the ledger and sulked with her beak. It is precisely because they are outer disciples, thus worthy. Elder Qian stroked Mu Ling's little head and explained with a light smile. Old man's eye for people can't be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if an inner disciple could take out these things, but the one who made it is only at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. I think he is the only one among the 33 passers of this examination who is a mid-Qi cultivation disciple. Su Yun, the younger generation is fearful. The younger generation is fearful. Che, 80% of them are just lucky. Maybe they got these things by picking up the pieces. Oh, think of it as an investment. It doesn't matter if you lose money. If you make money, it's a great benefit. Out of the store, Su Yun was in a good mood. For the first time he saw so much money. According to his previous income, full count, it would take 10 years to earn this much, and having gotten his hands on medium-grade spirit stones, Su Yun plotted to procure some materials for refining medium-grade spirit cores. While there were many stalls today, the materials for refining the new flying sword could also be sought out. Come on, let's go shopping. What blood spelling? Wen Bai was uncertain, so he was pulled away by Su Yun. The two of them first went to a medicinal herb store. Wen Bai frequented it from time to time and was familiar with the owner. There were concocted medicinal herbs here with a full range, enough to satisfy Wen Bai's needs. The elixir that Wen Bai was going to make was called Xianmei Poison Cleansing Elixir, using the inner dan of the green viper and the snake's gallbladder as the main ingredient, supplemented with second-order medicinal herbs such as Qinghuichao, Schwesher Fa, and Ziyun sand, etc., and refining it with a gentle fire to condense its essence, and it would be ready in 7 days. A pair of medicinal herbs came down and cost more than 100 spirit stones, and Su Yun generously paid for it. As for procuring the refining materials, Su Yun decided to go to the stalls to poke around. Unlike pills have a fixed formula, refining is a matter of chance. Follow the principle of natural creation. As far as possible, the use of heavenly materials and treasures itself to design the magic weapon, so as to give play to the material 10% of the spirit of the rhyme. In short, for this vinegar, this dumpling was made. Thus, the world's magic weapons, excluding such inferior goods as the standardized magic weapons, can be said to be 10 million magic weapons, each different. Su Yun took Wen Bai for a stroll, only to be pleasantly surprised. This senior brother, How do you sell this spirit drawing gold? Elder brother has good eyesight. This is a third order spirit drawing gold. An excellent material for artifact patterns. I was born to die to extract it from the Yanlong pit. It's not too much to charge you 50 spirit stones, is it? But this is only as big as half a fist. And you, senior brother. But you have the strength of an early stage of foundation establishment. How difficult is it to take out a piece of spirit drawing gold? Don't come with this. 50 spirit stones. Not even one less. Although Suyun felt that it was a bit expensive. This third order weapon refining material like spirit drawing gold could not be found. And this small piece was enough to be used for a long time. The artifact patterns of the medium grade spirit cores would still need to be filled with it. And I'm afraid that ordinary second order materials wouldn't be able to withstand such a majestic flow of spiritual energy. Finally bit the bullet and bought it. Senior brother is rather atmospheric. This outer sex senior brother with foundation establishment strength weighed the 50 spirit stones on hand in a cloth bag. Beautifully. And then mysteriously took out a dark red ore. I have another treasure here. Do you want to take a look? The stone was globular in shape, with a numbskin full of diamond-shaped crystal clusters, partially blemished and wrapped in a black stone skin, the whole looking like a spoiled lychee fruit. Earth fire bile? Senior brother is erudite. This thing is something I managed to pull out of the lava with great difficulty. It's perfect to take it to refine fire-attributed magic weapons. The foundation establishment's senior brother bragged for a while. Although the earth fire gallbladder is good. But senior brother this one is too poor in quality. It can only be regarded as a second order material. 20 spirit stones I'll take it. Even if it's second ranked, it's still an earth fire guts. How about 50 spirit stones? Too expensive. Don't. Having said that, Suyun still longed for this earth fire gallbladder and was thinking about how else he could haggle. At this moment, Wenbai suddenly interjected. Suyun, I seem to have heard that there was a clan mission some time ago, where the third elder had a group of outer disciples whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment level to go forward to the Yanlong mining pit to collect the earth fire guts. Then he smiled evilly. However, how do I remember is that disciples must turn in all of their earth fire gallbladders. I wonder where did this one come from? Senior brother? You this. The foundation building senior brother instantly had a tense face and his eyes fluttered. Suyun understood and said, so it seems that the third elder's place has better quality. Let's go to his place and beg for it. Let's go. Wait. The foundation building senior brother had a black face and his veins bulged. 20 is 20. Take it away. 40. Suyun compared 4 fingers. This operation caused the foundation building senior brother to be stunned. How come there was still a price increase? Then Happy nodded and said, okay, deal. I'm talking about hush money. Wenbai froze, not expecting Suyun to be even more detrimental than her. She was thinking of a discount. Suyun actually wanted a white whore. However, in the end, Suyun still paid 20 spirit stones to close the deal. This way both sides felt that they had earned. In fact, Suyun earned more. Fortunately, this foundation establishment's senior brother was not a disciple of the refining room. Otherwise he would have known that there was no difference in utility between the second order and third order of a material such as earth flame gallbladder. It was just that the second order one had more impurities and was a little bit more troublesome to deal with. A reasonable price should be around 40 spirit stones. Earned him for this wave. The foundation building senior brother's side was ready to close the stall and quickly slip away, while Suyun was attracted to a stall not far away. The place was surrounded by people, making a lot of noise, and you could faintly hear words like space crystals and Thousand Peaks Desert. Let's take a look. Suyun took Wenbai with him and squeezed in after 1,000 years of hard work. On the stall surrounded by the crowd, there was a large piece of ebony ore, round and clanking, strewn with air holes, with a general form somewhat similar to a potato, larger than a fat man, and probably weighing thousands of pounds. As you can see from the obvious fusion crust and gas marks on the surface, this is a real meteorite. The person who sells the ore, it is a grey-robed male disciple of the inner door. His face is stern and cold, holding his hand, standing upright. There is a steady as Mount Taishan's momentum. Suyun could not see its strength, but from the strong spiritual power fluctuations, it was at least late-stage foundation establishment, or even had void Dan cultivation. One price. 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a piece of broken stone. What gives you the right to sell it for so much? Many people scoffed. Just by virtue of the fact that I am a void Dan cultivator who risked his life to retrieve it from the Thousand Peaks Desert. As he spoke, a strong aura spread across the field from him, and the spiritual airflow that was like substance blew a grey robe. Then, a crystal-clear emerald-colored flying sword pierced out from the void, more than 3 feet, and flew up and down around him with great momentum. Is this the original life magic treasure that was sacrificed from the Dantian inner sanctum? Suyun looked on, straightening his eyes. Chapter 43, seemingly gambling on dogs. but actually winning hemp. Even if you're a Jindan realist, this thing shouldn't be sold at such a high price. The person who spoke aggressively did not wear a sect uniform and looked like he should not be from the Falling Clouds sect either. Otherwise he would not dare to speak out against the inner sect members. Then the inner disciple's gaze condensed, and he used his spiritual power to make a sound, which had the effect of deafening. I don't mean to use my cultivation to suppress people. I just want to show that this piece of meteorite iron is not easy to come by. This meteorite iron was produced from outside the heavens and fell in the Thousand Peaks desert, and I fought for several days before I crushed the many spirit beasts and brought it out. As you all know, the space crystals used to refine space spells are produced in this heavenly meteorite. This meteorite iron is quite peculiar. My divine sense can't penetrate halfway into it, but I've tried. This meteorite iron can't be put into a spatial magic weapon. There must be a spatial crystal inside. If it can produce high-grade space crystals, this 1,000 spirit stones would be considered cheap to be right. Then why don't you shatter it yourself and look for the high-grade space crystals you mentioned? This inner disciple was momentarily dumbfounded. At this time the onlookers also instantly understand the situation. This is not the equivalent of gambling. Suyun couldn't help but shake his head. The meteorites that fall to the continent every year are uncountable, and there is not one in 10,000 that can produce space crystals, and even if there are, they are mostly deposits the size of fine sand. With the volume of this meteorite, it would be okay to produce a dozen or so grains, and it would be worth no more than 100 or so. However, this person does not seem to be able to understand the way of refining weapons, and the most valuable thing about this piece of meteorite iron is instead the meteorite iron itself. Meteorite iron variety. Although all are iron, but the internal alloy containing different substances, the aura contains a subtle difference, so that the different meteorite iron is the difference between the mud. This kind of black clanking, divine sense and cannot be probed into the name of the Tianqian iron, is not mortal, proper third-order materials, just produced from outside the sky. No, not many people. Suyun is also in a biased refining books have seen. Maybe this person took it for one of those black, ordinary meteorite irons. At this point, there were already quite a few people leaving, while more people chose to continue to spectate and eat melon, wanting to see which fool was willing to fall for this. This inner disciple also shafted, reiterating over and over again, 1,000 spirit stones, not a penny less. And Suyun was only craving for this piece of Tianqian iron. It didn't need the space crystal stone as an addition. If it was hard to say, 1,000 to buy this piece of Tianqian iron might not be a loss. After all, the price of something like Tianqian iron, which had a market but no price, depended entirely on the role it could play. For those who could not refine weapons, it could be considered worthless, but for Suyun, 1,000 was worth it. Once he thought about it, he asked one by to stand guard in place, while he himself turned around and jogged all the way back to the world's first merchant. Qianlao, the river and lake saved the day. He, little friend, what's so anxious? Old man Qian came out from behind the counter and said in a pleasant manner, "Can I pawn something here with you?" Saying that, Suyun took out the valuable fire cloud turtle inner dan from within his Chin Kuan pocket. Since the fire cloud turtle inner dan thing was extremely precious and unattainable, Suyun didn't want to sell it directly, so he thought of trying to see if he could pawn it and redeem it later. Fire cloud turtle inner dan. It's a good thing. Its spirit beast skill can be fierce to the extreme. Elder Qian first couldn't stop measuring the inner dan, and then slightly nodded his head and looked at Suyun. Then how many spirit stones does little friend want to pawn? No more. No less. 1,000. Elder Qian was very painstaking and then touched out 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Suyun frowned. Just give lower-grade spirit stones. This old man Qian is really luxurious, and he can even shell out large amounts of medium-grade spirit stones, handing over the money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other. Suyun left in a hurry. Elder Qian shouted from the back, "Don't you need a voucher from the old man?" "No need. I trust you." Suyun shrugged it off from afar. At this moment, Mu Ling poked her head out from behind the counter. "Elder Qian, why do you follow him in everything? We're not a pawnshop here. What's wrong with befriending people and doing what you can? You can learn more," Elder Qian said as he looked at Mu Ling with a doting face. "Shay, I think you are. This time it's 80% that you've looked away." Mu Ling spat out her little tongue and made a face. Returning to the stall, Wenbai gently waved his hand towards Suyun. "What are you in such a hurry for? It seems like no one has the will to buy this big stone. The night is long. The night is long." And then, Suyun stepped out of the crowd and bowed forward. "Disciple Suyun of the outer sec refining room. I have seen senior uncle, Wang Fu." Wang Fu verbalized back, completely unconcerned about the outer disciple. However, he then inclined his head and squinted at Suyun, questioning, "What? Do you want to buy this meteorite iron of mine?" "That is exactly what I intend to do." Su Yun returned with an arch. Just you? Wang Fu didn't hide his contempt at all. Can a mere outer disciple take out so many spirit stones at once? If senior uncle Wang Fu was interested in selling it, I will have enough spirit stones, Su Yun said while stroking the meteorite iron. When his hand touched it, it was smooth and cool to the touch, and there was a slight flow of aura. As expected, it was Tianxian iron. At this time, Wang Fu suddenly frowned, seemingly a bit skeptical. Onlookers feel that this meteorite iron is not worth the price. Why do you still want to buy it? Didn't you say? There might be high-grade space crystals in here. So I thought of betting on it. Let's bet on the dog like this law. Su Yun deliberately acted like a thug. In that case, I won't ask too many questions. Please. Wang Fu's eyes were slightly closed and he extended his hand. Disciple's cultivation is not refined and his strength is limited. So I still need to labor on senior uncle to help carry it. This way please. Su Yun cupped his fists. Without another word, Wang Fu operated his spiritual energy and carried the meteorite iron on his shoulder and left. Following Su Yun. After the three left, the people by the stalls couldn't help but start talking. Who is this guy? Forgot his brains on the way out. Spending so much money to be such an asshole. His name is Su Yun. It can't be that crazy Su, the one who blew up the refining room among the outer sect's newly promoted disciples. Yes, I've heard about it. He's been making a lot of noise lately. Rumors are flying all over the place. I don't know if they're true or not, but he actually passed the difficult outer sect examination. You're all missing the point. The point is, why is he so arrogant today? He bought 1,000 spirit stones without even blinking. However, his cultivation is only at the 4th level of practicing Qi, and the female companion next to him is only at the 9th level of practicing Qi. Su Yun to go to the place, naturally, is the world's first business. The three of them entered the store one after another. When Mu Ling saw Su Yun, her face changed and she copied her hand. Su Yun, how come it's you again? Ha ha ha. Su Yun also felt oddly embarrassed and snorted. Borrowing your backyard for a while. Little friend, use it. As he spoke, Old Man Qian's eyes swept over Wang Fu's body. Wang Fu's strength of Void Dan failed to attract his attention, but it was the meteorite iron carried on his shoulder that made his eyes light up. Thank you, Elder Qian. It's still you who is generous. Unlike someone. After a mouthful of words, Su Yun led the way inside. As for Wang Fu, when he passed by Qian Lao, he suddenly messed up his footsteps and almost planted himself on the ground with the meteorite iron, only because he detected a fleetingly strong aura emanating from Qian Lao. The Void Dan cultivator's perception was already much stronger than Su Yun's, a Qi practicing cultivator, so much so that he was the only one who noticed the clues. Such an aura was no better than the elders or even the sect leader, and Wang Fu felt that Qian Lao seemed to be reminding him. He couldn't help but start thinking about where this Su Yun came from. If he was an ordinary outer disciple, how could he have such a high-ranking person to help him? Wang Fu was carrying something and couldn't free his hands, so he could only nod his head and smile as a sign of humility. Elder Qian also just nodded his head kindly. When Su Yun passed by Mu Ling stretched out her pink fist and tried to hammer Su Yun, but Su Yun twisted to avoid it. Then Su Yun didn't hold back and took the opportunity to backhandedly ick Mu Ling's head. Seeing this scene, Wang Fu's eyes widened. Sure enough, Su Yun's relationship with this high-ranking person was not ordinary. Chapter 44, Humanity. Backyard. The lapis lazuli slabs here had been crushed by Su Yun with the fire cloud turtle earlier, but Wang Fu still carefully put down the meteorite iron. Su Yun instantly felt that Wang Fu was a man of honor, so he painfully paid 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, polite words were still to be said. Many thanks for the favor. Senior uncle. There is no need to be so polite. I usually do not like to be called as a senior uncle. Call me a senior brother is enough. Wang Fu could not help but feel some scruples, so he lowered his stance. Then, senior brother Wang? Su Yun was unsure, guessing that the change in Wang Fu's attitude was rightly attributed to the money received. Money, what a great thing. When Wang Fu left, he didn't forget to respectfully salute and bid farewell to Elder Qian. When Wang Fu left, Su Yun immediately began to take action, pulling out the furnace he carried with him and finding a flat place to set it up. When by, come give me a hand. Is this going to melt it now? Yes, the space crystals must be plucked out to make it easier to take them away. The strength of the duo was far inferior to the Void Dan's Wang Fu, and the duo combined their efforts to barely lift the meteorite iron and stuff it into the furnace. However, Su Yun's furnace is not big and can only stuff half of it in. Fortunately, the center of gravity is in and does not overturn the furnace. Su Yun then began to inject spiritual energy, and the temperature within the furnace gradually increased. After an incense burner's effort, the furnace was already churning with heat waves, and if it was fine iron, it would have already turned into molten iron and flowed out. But this Tianxian iron was motionless, and it hadn't even burned red yet. Is this a third-ranked weapon refining material? With Su Yun's current cultivation level, handling third-order materials was really a struggle. I also have a fire spirit root. Let me help. Without saying a word, Wenbai mobilized his spiritual energy and injected it into the furnace. Wenbai's strength is far greater than Su Yun. With a steady stream of spiritual energy into the furnace issued a hot white light. The original colorless Tianxian iron began to appear dark red. Seeing that there was a show, Su Yun was overjoyed. Work harder. Okay. The two were inexplicably enthusiastic. At the same time, the master and servant were sitting in the hall, watching Su Yun and Wenbai in the backyard being busy there. Elder Qian, do you think they will be too unseemly? We are a merchant store, not a blacksmith store. Mu Ling said with her head propped up with her hand on the table, somewhat dumbfounded. The scene in front of her couldn't help but make her wonder who was the owner and who was the customer. Elder Qian found it amusing instead. Ha ha, for the two young friends to be so spontaneous. They are indeed extraordinary. Which is extraordinary? It's obviously thick skin. Mu Ling hugged her chest, her head tilted to the side with a defiant face. Another incense stick of time. The furnace has long been white hot. The cut of meteorite iron exposed on the outside has also been burned red, but there is still no iron flowing out through the infusion port. Due to the prolonged full output, both of them were overwhelmed, huffing and puffing and panting heavily. Su Yun, why don't you rest for a while? My cultivation level is higher than yours. I can still hold on. What a thing to say. It's so close to being clinical. Ah, a man can't say no. Elder Qian, who witnessed this scene, could not help but fall into deep thought. The spiritual energy that Su Yun operated was sluggish, thin, weak, and very refuted, with a very limited degree of condensation. The strength displayed was indeed only at the 4th level of Qi practicing, and was not even considered mid to upper class among cultivators at the 4th level of Qi practicing. Could it be that I've been looking the other way too? AI. Just as well. Elder Qian couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then, with a slight point of his toes, he leapt to the side of the two of them, and with a casual stretch of his hand, a scorching spiritual energy surged into the furnace. This spiritual energy is enough for you to completely refine this piece of heavenly Xian iron. The sudden help made Su Yun strangely embarrassed. He also did not expect to trouble others so much. Sorry old man Qian, for troubling your old man so much. No harm done. Elder Qian waved his hand carelessly, then quietly watched the duo busily from the side. Soon a small stream of searing hot iron gushed out of the outlet, already incandescent, with very little consistency, flowing as merrily as water. Su Yun hurriedly pulled out a clay grinder and caught the iron water, then quenched and cooled it down with the water attribute gong method to form an iron ingot. As this cycle repeated itself, the pile of slate-sized heavenly Xian iron ingots on the side grew bigger and bigger. In this way, an hour passed, the last drop of iron water flowed out, and a large piece of meteorite iron was smelted and smoothly put away into the Qiankuan bag. After counting, the 20 kilograms a piece of heavenly Xian iron ingot was 201, with half a piece more. When the furnace had cooled down, Su Yun probed his head and scrutinized the bottom of the furnace. Space crystals? This kind of subtle existence produced under such a harsh environment in the heavenly outer space, naturally was not afraid of being scorched by such a small temperature, and would ultimately remain in the depression at the bottom of the furnace. Only at the bottom of the furnace, there was a layer of dark impurities interspersed with densely packed shiny crystals. There might be money to be made. Although they were all sand-sized crystals, most of them could only be used to make a Qiankuan bag with a space of 1 zhang, and the value of a single grain was no more than 10 lower-grade spirit stones. But the number of space crystals produced was far greater than Su Yun expected, counting down to 120 grains. No loss, even a small profit. There was a gamble involved, but he got it right. After clearing away the impurities, Su Yun put a handful of space crystals in a small cloth bag and handed it to Elder Qian. Elder Qian, I wonder if this is enough to redeem my fire cloud turtle inner Dan. Enough is completely enough. There is still affluence. More spirit stones will be replenished to you later, Chen Lao said after roughly glancing at it. In the trade, the consumption of primary Qiankuan bags is not small. With so many space crystals, the price can even be a few % higher. So bossy? It turns out that in the eyes of the big brother, a primary Qiankuan bag of 1 or 20 spirit stones is of the same nature as a plastic bag in a supermarket. However, Elder Qian, I can't ask for the extra spirit stones. We borrowed your precious land to do such a rough job, and we are still bothering you to come out and help. It's already more than enough of a disturbance. Good. After handing back the fire cloud turtle's inner elixir, Old Man Qian looked up at the sky. It just so happens that it's noon. You two stay and have a light lunch before you go. Still keeping them for dinner? At this time, Mu Ling could not sit still. huffed and puffed and hopped to the backyard, picked up a broom, and began to drive the two away. Ha ha, well, little Mulan, don't you remember what I said? The first rule of doing business, the customer comes first. Qianlao pacified Mu Ling, with the vestigial feeling of a grandfather teasing his granddaughter. It was not at all the so-called master-servant relationship in Qianlao's mouth. Then he smiled kindly at Su Yun and the two of them. The two of you take a short rest, I will go and cook. How about I come? Su Yun volunteered, although I'm not much of an immortal chef, and I don't have much of a grasp on fire and ingredients. When I was in my hometown, I cooked for my friends, and they would all compliment me on my cooking skills. Good. Elder Qian didn't refuse either. Elder Qian then pointed a direction and Su Yun went over alone, leaving Wenbai and Mu Ling to play. Since Muring was only mortal and still growing, the kitchen was well stocked with ingredients and had a full range of stoves, pots and pans, even burning firewood. Su Yun had a vestigial feeling of dreaming back to his childhood mountain village, even though this memory did not belong to Su Yun. Rolling up his sleeves and looking at the ingredients, Su Yun thought about the dish he was going to make. Classic Sichuan dishes of huipot pork, shredded pork with fish, eggplant with minced pork, and a big one, boiled fish. These were all home-cooked dishes, but they were also Su Yun's favorites, and he hoped they would like them as well. Cooking smoke is few and far between. The entire town of Lokyun only wafted up this one cooking smoke. Greenish-gray smoke straight into the sky, gradually dissolved in the breeze. Due to the unevenness of the backyard's lapis lazuli, a small square table was set up within the store's hall with 4 wooden chairs. Half an hour later, the 4 dishes on the table can be described as color and flavor all kinds of not missing, especially boiled fish, dripping with a drift of hot oil, can be said to be full of fragrance. Mu Ling, who was holding chopsticks, saw 4 unheard of dishes and subconsciously exuded curiosity, but then she thought that this dish was made by Su Yun, so she purposely pouted. It looks ordinary, which is better than the rich old man's. Su Yun also has self-awareness. These dishes are completely made in accordance with the practice of the previous life. Pressure did not use any immortal chef means, no technology and no ruthless work, but it was the flavor that Su Yun was most familiar with. Taste it. You'll smell real good if you eat it. Mu Ling didn't believe it. With a critical gaze, he chucked a piece of back to the pot, chewed a few bites, his little eyes lit up, and chucked another piece, one after another. It's not good. I'm just hungry. Mu Ling's stubborn demeanor amused old Qian for a while, and he himself picked up his chopsticks and tasted a few bites. Quite emotional. Not bad. I've been off the mortal coil and into immortality for so long that I've even forgotten what earthly flavors are. This mouthful, it reminds me of the past. This feeling, long gone. Onions, I added onions. Ha ha, it's good if you like it. I was afraid that you two wouldn't like my shoddy craftsmanship. Su Yun scratched his head and laughed. I didn't say I liked it. Mu Ling's mouth was stubborn, but the chopsticks in her hand did not stop, especially the spicy and flavorful boiled fish. Even if it's hot and steamy, you still can't get enough of it. Mu Ling was taken lightly. The human fireworks are the most appeasing to the mortal heart, and how could an immortal not be conquered by the taste of this mouthful? After a simple meal, cleaning up and packing up, Su Yun was not in a position to disturb again. Before leaving, the master and servant stood at the door. Qianlao still had his peaceful smile on his face. As for Mu Ling, she didn't need to look at anyone squarely, her mouth chanting, "Don't come in the future. You are not welcome at the #1 merchant in heaven." Then the conversation turned. However, if you want to come to cook, it is possible. Coincidentally, we lack a cook here. We cannot let Qianlao do everything, right, Mr. Qian? Ha ha ha, wait for the day I can't think straight. Su Yun casually waved his hand and glanced at the plaque of the world's first merchant. His heart was still quite grateful. Then he made a respectful bow and bid the two farewell. Goodbye, Sister Wenbai. Get lost. Su Yun. After leaving for a long time, Wenbai was still snickering. This little Mu Ling is quite interesting. You are right about that. Su Yun frowned. But I just don't understand. Elder Qian's strength is unfathomable. So why hasn't Mu Ling started her cultivation yet? It's impossible that she doesn't have a spiritual root. Right. If it wasn't for Su Yun's reminder, Wenbai really wouldn't have thought of this. Qianlao was really too approachable. So much so that Wenbai really felt that he was going to be a guest at an ordinary house. In that case, they should be of great importance. Not practicing cultivation is definitely a consideration. They came to Falling Cloud Town. Perhaps they also want Mu Ling to worship Falling Cloud sect blah. Whatever. Su Yun put his hands behind his head and looked around while smacking his lips. Us little farts. What do we care about a great family with a deep background like them? Why worry about being the richest man in the world when you make 3,000 a month? Re-entering the stall area, Su Yun found that the eyes of the crowd looking at him had changed. and even some of the outer disciples who had set up stalls began to actively solicit business from him. A few moments of absence, and you've risen so high in status? This senior brother. Take a look at the freshly baked, hot foundation establishment pill. Only 100 spirit stones, a must-have for foundation establishment. Senior brother, why don't you prepare a few pills first? A brown-robed disciple patted Suyun's shoulder, pretending to be familiar with him. At this moment, Suyun sort of understood. Dare these people to see that he threw away thousands of dollars to buy a piece of broken stone, thinking that he was a fool with a lot of money. Wrongdoer. Unbeknownst to him, he earns hemp. But the tiny foundation establishment pill actually dared to increase its price to 100 spirit stones. Although foundation building is the long-cherished wish of countless cultivators, this foundation building dan is a second-order dan that is no longer common, and does not have the effect of increasing the success rate of foundation building, but is only used to consolidate the cultivation after the completion of foundation building. Hold out for 10 spirit stones. Suyun pointed at himself and said with cold eyes, do you think I'm stupid? On the side, Wenbai covered her mouth and giggled out loud. Only then did the man selling pills notice Wenbai, who was blocked by Suyun's figure, and abruptly his face changed. Wenbai? At once, as if he had seen the plague, he rolled up his swinging cloths and slunk away. What? He seems to be afraid of you? Suyun felt puzzled. Wenbai seemed to be very proud and said, you're not in the Dan room, you don't know. I'm a famous and ruthless person in the Dan room. I dare to feed any pills into my stomach. Ha ha, heard something about that. But then, Wenbai's eyes dimmed, lost in thought as he looked at the fleeing back. But what you don't know is that they generalized and rumored that my elixir was poisonous. And over time, no one dared to ask for the elixir that I refined. But they also took advantage of the fire and bought my pills at a low price to take them and sell them at a high price. At those words, the relief on Suyun's face came to an abrupt end. Then you can't condone them either. But at least, someone wants my pills. If I don't go through them, I'm afraid no one will dare to buy my pills. And they're also afraid that I'll fish out of water and end up with no spirit stones to earn. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. In all this time, it's still the first time you've dared to buy my pills. Wenbai revealed a bitter smile. Suyun, on the other hand, was indignant. I'll help you with this matter. Next time they ask you for pills, don't give them. Wenbai looked at Suyun and froze before nodding slightly with a smile. Good. Subsequently, Suyun strolled through a few more stalls, and without exception, they all raised their prices to death. It was only after Suyun relied on his full knowledge to tell the origin, characteristics, usage and market price of the materials that he was able to acquire the materials he needed at the right price. In order to match the earth fire gallbladder, Suyun had purchased all the third-order weapon refining materials, and the final refined finished flying sword was expected to impact the extreme spirit weapon. This was considered the limit of what Suyun's current cultivation level could refine. His plan was to refine a sharp weapon with 5 attributes and install a medium-grade spirit core, and then he would be able to possess a notable battle power. That was why he had purchased all 5 attributes of third-order weapon refining materials. They are earth fire guts, dusty sand, blue crystals, acacia wood core, and dragon's beard gold silk. They were all materials that had a strengthening increase in spiritual power, only that they had different characteristics and took a lot of effort to refine. In the end, Suyun replenished some consumables and was ready to hit the road back home. A look at the purse. Only 98 lower-grade spirit stones were left. The middle-grade spirit stones were untouched. After leaving the town, the two of them flew away back and forth with their imperial swords. There were a few people who passed a glance to each other, after which they followed in unison. Chapter 45, Mysterious Drawings. Not long after leaving Falling Cloud Town, Wenbai noticed something strange. There's a tail. Well, it's those people who were just in the stall area. I'm afraid they're here to rob the money, Suyun said calmly, but his mind was running frantically, thinking of countermeasures. Although it is in the clan territory, but after all, it is far away from the mountain gate. There are inner disciples patrolling within the town of Falling Clouds, but it is not easy to say in this road. The few people trailing behind were able to make this move. Either they were eliminated disciples, or they were not from the Falling Clouds sect, so they could pat their asses and walk away after making a wave of fortune. And the sky was the limit. Suyun somewhat regretted that he had not prepared some means to come out. Should have known the reasoning that wealth is not exposed. Hey, I didn't have to worry so much when I was poor. You go first. Saying that, Wenbai made a sharp stop in the air and turned to the rear. I'll hold them off. You go. If you have the chance, go back to the town and look for the disciples of the Preceptor Hall. Suyun also stopped and flew to Wenbai's side. How can I let you face this kind of thing alone? Ha, big deal. When you beg for mercy later, kowtow a few more times. Ha, Wenbai was stunned at first, then chided. You actually still have the heart to joke. Staying green is not afraid of having no firewood to burn. If it's seeking wealth, giving it to them is. If it's killing people, they will have to fight to the death. Suyun stood with his hands behind his back. However, within the territory of the Falling Cloud sect, I don't believe that they still dare to kill. Seeing the duo stop, the three people in the back looked at each other in dismay, and eventually also slowly slowed down and came in front of the duo. Who is it? What do you want? Wenbai asked vigilantly while his imperial sword blocked in front of Su Yun. The person in the lead was a flower-armored old man, but his cultivation had just reached the 9th level of chi cultivation, and the two middle-aged men behind him were only at the 5th or 6th level of cultivation respectively. What do we want to do that you don't know? The flower-armored old man was puzzled. We are asking for your help in refining magic weapons. Refining a magic weapon? This time it was Su Yun's turn to be filled with confusion. You guys sneakily followed me here, and it turned out to be for me to refine a magic weapon? At this point, Wenbai still had not relaxed his guard, but looked to Su Yun for advice, while Su Yun stepped forward and confronted the three. Sneaky? The old Taoist extruded a smile. An arch, oh, Taoist friends forgive me. Your clan is not a rule. Cannot help outsiders refining magic weapon. We also had to avoid people's ears and eyes, tailing you too, but also for the Taoist friends to consider it. After thinking carefully, Su Yun recalled that the refining room did have this rule, but on weekdays he didn't leave the door, so he didn't have the chance to violate it. But how do you know that I am a refiner? Su Yun stared. Just now in the bazaar. See you Taoist friend to all kinds of refining materials like counting. That must be a refiner undoubtedly. The old Taoist laughed and said, the folds on his face squeezed together. Looking kind. You also know the clan rules. Why are you still looking for me? Su Yun cocked his head in doubt. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. The old Taoist owed. I'm not hiding it from you. We are a casual cultivator. It's not easy to find a refiner, so I took the liberty of disturbing you. Su Yun looked at the flying swords that several people were stepping on under their feet. Although they were not standardized flying swords, their grades were not high either. They were all lower grade spiritual weapons, and they were even a lot shoddier than the standardized flying swords that Su Yun had refined. However, Su Yun could understand how difficult it was for casual cultivators, even for the Falling Cloud sect, a clan that was still considered to be in the top tier. There were only 20 or so disciples in the refining room. To become an artifact refiner, it was difficult to do so without a lineage of masters. Moreover, there is a clear division of classes of refiners, and only refiners who are able to refine high-level magic weapons can gain the respect they deserve, or else they are not too far from ordinary blacksmiths. I'm afraid that in the entire continent, there aren't many refiners. Thinking of this, frustration surged in Su Yun's heart, inevitably recalling the time when he and Li Su took the qualification test back then. Li Su was burdened with the absolute purest water spiritual root, while Su Yun was the most refuted 5 attribute miscellaneous spiritual root. If not, Li Su insisted on working with him, based on Su Yun's qualification. He simply did not meet the qualification requirements for entry. Su Yun is just the add-on. So much so that Su Yun became the only disciple in the Falling Cloud sect with a 5 elemental spiritual root, and any other disciple with even the worst qualifications would at least have a 3 spiritual root. If, at that time, he hadn't been able to join the Falling Cloud sect, not to mention becoming a casual cultivator, he probably wouldn't have even had the chance to step into the immortal path. In the end, he still took advantage of Rizu's favor. Su Yun slowed his breath and said calmly, then why did you guys think I would agree to help with the refining? In fact, the old monarch doesn't have a clue in his heart either. There have been several refiners who have rejected our request before. Then the old Taoist said with a smile, but I see that you have a good face. You must be a kind person who is willing to help others. Su Yun, what's with the moral abduction? Stretching his hand, Su Yun lost his temper and asked, say, what is being refined? And look, the old Taoist took out a yellowed volume of animal skin from his storage pouch and presented it to Su Yun with both hands spread out. This is a drawing that my master and disciple accidentally obtained, and the drawing seems to be a pass token for the secret relics, as the old Taoist said. On top of the small square table-sized animal skin scroll, there was depicted a kind of disc similar to a warrant, and the labeled artifact was only more than 4 inches in diameter, but the artifact pattern on it was finely stroked and extremely complicated, taking up the vast majority of the surface of the diagram. Moreover, even though it was only one artifact pattern, its complexity was far superior to even the 11 artifact patterns on the Baibo sword. Su Yun did not see the actual purpose of this artifact pattern, but it seemed that there were many aura lines that did not serve a purpose. Rather, it was like a means of encryption, in line with the old Taoist's deduction that it might be some kind of pass token or secret key. However, the animal skin scroll had a number of holes and the wear pattern was not complete. With all these deficiencies, I can try to deduce them. Then thank you. Fellow Taoist, the old Taoist cupped his fists and saluted. In fact, I still have the other half of the drawing, which states a certain location that should be a relic left behind by a great power. Perhaps a good chance. By the time the refining is completed, the two of you can be informed of the location as part of the reward. A relic? Su Yun instantly raised his interest. An existence such as a relic or a secret realm was invariably a chance that cultivators fought for. Generally, they are means left behind by high-level cultivators to save their lives or to continue their inheritance when they are approaching the end of their days or facing a great calamity. Or simply the cave of a great power that became an unoccupied relic after the owner fell. It's opportunity, but it also comes with danger from many directions. All I can say is do your best. And not too soon. No matter, even if it's 3 or 2 months, it's all affordable to wait. Poor Taoist Zhang Fui. I'll be waiting for the good news in Falling Cloud Town. A trip out, and somehow picking up a business deal, regardless of what happens to that so-called relic. It's no loss to go or not to go. After bidding farewell to Zhang Fui's master and disciples, Su Yun and Wenbai stepped up their efforts to rush towards Tsueju Peak. But fortunately, the road behind them was smooth. Now that Wenbai has gathered all the medicinal materials for the Xuanji poison cleansing pill, he will start preparing to refine the pill. And Su Yun will also start refining weapons. Without the core technology in his possession, he can't feel at ease anywhere with just his own strength. After agreeing with Wenbai to go together to watch the battle when the second round of examination started, Su Yun listed the materials he harvested today one by one within the cave. The main thing was that the 215 Sky Xian iron ingots, after melting away the air holes, the remaining volume was not very large, and it was estimated that the density was probably more than twice that of fine iron, and the rest of the materials and spirit stones were piled up in just a small stack. It had to be said that if it wasn't for the trip to the Forbidden Land, one wouldn't really have the money to buy so many high-grade materials. Other than the clan's Forbidden Land, other places with such rich spirit beast resources were invariably treacherous places. There won't be such a good chance to earn spirit stones in the future. Looking at the floor of materials, Su Yun began to plan. He had a lot of ideas in his head, but realizing them was more or less difficult and not a day's work. Thus he had to chart a course to complete the vision step by step. The first and foremost goal was to first refine a medium-grade spirit core out of a medium-grade spirit stone, before the soldiers and horses move. The energy issue should always be considered as the first step, but the spirit power of the middle-grade spirit stone is 100 times that of the lower-grade spirit stone. Quantitative change causes qualitative change. Just relying on the spirit drawing gold is not enough to ensure the stability of the operation of the spirit nucleus, and the entire pattern of the instrument has to be redesigned. Su Yun also decided to include a prohibition to prevent prying divine thoughts. The amount of work that goes into this can be staggering, not to mention that this was only the first step. After that, there were still guns to be recast and new flying swords to be refined. Liver pain. Shutting the door behind him and lighting up the fluorite lamp, Su Yun ambled over and began to calculate and design. Due to the need to incorporate the prohibition of isolating divine thoughts, it was necessary to divert a small amount of spiritual energy to supply the operation of the prohibition, which was a subversive change to the structure, and could be said to affect the whole body in one go. After the ground was piled up with needed manuscript paper, Su Yun was able to complete the design to his satisfaction, so it was a day and a night. In the second step, due to the majestic spiritual power of the medium-grade spirit stones, in order to meet the needs of various situations, it was necessary to increase the precision of the spiritual power output, and there were only a few gears on the old version of the spirit cores, which could not meet the demand at all. If the original design was used on a medium-grade spirit core, the lowest grade of spirit power output would be enough to directly burn a top-grade spirit weapon like the Bibbo sword. In order to solve this problem, Su Yun thought of a wonderful idea, that is, in addition to the spirit stone to build a spiritual power cycle, used as a transit and buffer, constituting a double cycle. Similar to infinity, the size of the internal and external cycle can achieve dynamic balance, simply changing the amount of spirit force within the small cycle, and then outputting spirit force from the small cycle. It was almost infinitely adjustable, with the minimum value being 0, and the maximum value depending on the upper limit of the amount of spirit force in the small cycle, as well as the upper limit of the tolerance of the artifact pattern filler material. Su Yun set the spirit power threshold of the small cycle to double the amount of spirit power of a lower-grade spirit stone, and at that time, he would just be able to use an empty spirit core as a material to build an external cycle. After quantitative calculations, with the tolerance strength of the artifact pattern material, spirit drawing gold, with full output, it would be able to empty the spiritual energy of a lower-grade spirit core within a breath. This was a terrifying figure. Such a power output of spiritual energy was almost comparable to the full output of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. After that, It was time to try to add the ban on isolating divine thoughts to the design plan of the spirit core. Prohibitions were different from artifact patterns. They were complete formations that could be run by inputting spiritual energy, and they could also retain some spiritual energy for long-term operation. The formations were of different shapes and variations. The small ones, such as the Jianyan formation disk that Wenbai borrowed, and the big ones, the mountain protection formation of the Falling Clouds sect. The difficulty of integrating the prohibition of isolating divine thoughts into the spirit core could be imagined as it needed to be shrunk several times. Formations could be shrunk, but the heavenly materials and treasures used in the keynotes could not be shrunk. The formation's realization of its function mostly depended on these heavenly materials and treasures. With Suyun's shallow knowledge of formations, he only knew the three most basic formations for isolating divine thoughts, of which the simplest structure was the three talents hidden heart formation. The range of effect was not large, but it could make the items within the formation disappear under the divine sense of outsiders, and it was just right for hiding spirit cores. This was the time to test Suyun's stacking ability. Otherwise you end up making a spirit core mounted sword that looks like a hammer. In the end, on the day before the second round of the examination, Suyun completed the drawing of the design, and even had an abundance of time to do so. Without a second thought, Suyun added a miniature spirit gathering array into it to speed up the speed at which the spirit core recovered its spirit power on its own. And as long as it wasn't used continuously at a high intensity, there could even be no need to replace the spirit core. The final version of the drawings had a thick pile, and after repeatedly deducing and confirming that there was no error, Suyun memorized it in his head, and then a fire, along with the previous drafts, burned it all, tidying up his disheveled appearance after continuously staying up all night, and then adjusting slightly. Suyun pushed open the door, but I saw a person sitting on the stone bench at the door. Looking at the clothes, it was Wenbai. Hearing the ringing, Wenbai lightly hummed, then slowly turned her head. Now she regained her color. Her cheeks are full and even. Her skin is like condensed fat. Even if her face is plain, it is like smearing light makeup, as if it were an unbloomed lotus flower bone. A pair of bright eyes still. Eye waves flow. Soft bright hair cloaked, silky smooth, seems to flow in general, is reflecting the golden color of the sunrise. Only then did her body rise with the turning of her head. Her hands clasped together in front of her body as she took a few steps out to Suyun. Originally a bit stooped and dry and thin body is now out of the pavilion, like a dry flower branches sucked full of water. With a rich body and female soft curves, really is a willow waist and lotus face, immortal posture and jade color. This glance is a glimpse. Suyun nearly didn't recognize her, and it was only when he saw her familiar eyes that he was sure it was her. Wenbai, is this your original appearance? Suyun suppressed the throbbing in his heart. The Xuanhe clearing pill has such a miraculous effect. Congratulations to senior sister Wenbai. Not really. After regaining her appearance, Wenbai's voice seemed to be a little gentler or become more feminine. The change in appearance was also affecting her personality. After detoxifying the poison, the originally shackled realm is vaguely loosening a bit. So I'll strike the iron while it's hot and utilize the residual body-quenching effect of the elixir to impact foundation establishment. In the end, I lived up to my expectations and succeeded in building the foundation. It's sort of a blessing in disguise blah. After building the foundation, it will no longer be a mortal body. Transformed. The lifespan greatly increased. There has been the posture of an immortal. No wonder it will be so stunning. Then you're a real little fairy now, Suyun said with some embarrassment. It's really hard to be calm in the face of such a warm white Could it be that I wasn't before? Wenbai stood on her tiptoes and pouted. It used to be, but in the process of descending to the earth it was face first. After saying this, Suyun subconsciously dodged for fear of being hammered. As expected, Wenbai cupped his fist and tried to hit Suyun, but he didn't expect him to anticipate it and pounced. Humph, then we'll fight next time. But Wenbai so move. Bring up a share of fragrant wind blowing to the face. Less a point of the flavor of the medicinal herbs. More of a young girl's fragrance. Chapter 46, When Big Beauty. The smell of herbs on you is gone. Suyun sniffed carefully a few more times. Once the Dan poison is dissolved, the residual medicinal power is discharged out of the body, and the odor naturally disperses. Wenbai propped up his waist and said in a bad mood, but what do you want to do with your nose so close? Suyun noticed more offense, and with an apologetic face, he scratched his head straight. It's not early, so quickly go observe the second round of examination. Although Suyun did not have the qualifications to participate in the second round, the second elder had named him to watch the battle, so it was not good to go late. You still remember this It's been days since you closed the door. I was ready to smash the door. Wenbai huffed and poked Suyun's forehead. The elder appointed. If you don't go, do you know how serious the consequences will be? Looking at the sun, Suyun didn't dare to delay, stepped on the flying sword, and rushed to the martial arts field with Wenbai. Today, above the martial arts arena, the situation was unprecedented, due to the fact that the sect leader had come out for the first time in 100 years and would be there to watch the battle. So many senior inner disciples had come over to observe. There was a circle of stone platforms with staggered heights placed around the martial arts arena to serve as audience seats. The Falling Cloud sect's more than 1,000 outer disciples and more than 100 inner disciples had almost filled the seats, leaving only sparse vacancies. On who would have thought that this was just a competition for the newly promoted disciples of the outer sect? Even the inner sect competition had never seen such a spectacle. Su Yun and Wenbai came a little late and were looking around for a location, which naturally attracted the attention of quite a few people who were interested. This guy Su Yun, after not seeing him for a few days, how did he change another female companion by his side? And the person who spoke only then carefully surveyed Wenbai beside Su Yun, and immediately his eyes went straight. Which female disciple is this? Actually has such amazing beauty. More people's eyes were attracted to Wenbai. Poise, delicate figure. And Elder Yun Mu's side of those disciples is not much better than and there isn't that kind of arrogance that rejects people outside of 1,000 miles, like a girl next door. It's simply my dream couple. I'm afraid that in terms of beauty, she can be ranked in the top 10 in the sect. Even top 5 is possible. This skin, this body. I'm a little in love even as a fellow female disciple. Hearing that many people were talking about her beauty, Wenbai was at a loss for words. She was used to being called ugly and sickly before, but now that she had regained her looks and was being praised for her beauty, she was a bit uncomfortable. He then daintily hid his imperial sword behind Su Yun. This action, moreover, ignited the emotions of the crowd below. This crazy Su, how on earth did he do it? Beautiful women are sticking to him one by one. Where exactly am I losing? Right, garbage 5 element spiritual root, a mere 4th level cultivation of chi practicing. I'm afraid it's the bottom of the list in the entire outer sect. No, there's something familiar between this female disciple's eyebrows. Someone suddenly realized something was wrong. This great beauty seems to be Wenbai. I'm also a Dan Room disciple, and I remember her appearance a few years ago. It's a bit of a match with now. Wenbai. Warm morning? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and then more people recognized Wenbai. A look of surprise spreading across the faces of the crowd, and the occasional person's face reddened with shame. Gorgeous transformation. Love her even more. I used to call her a warm, ugly woman. She won't be cynical about me for that. Finished. I also. Then my image in the heart of one big beautiful girl is not a drop. Look at you guys. You can only judge people by their appearance. Once she was ugly, she was bad-mouthed. And now that you see that she's pretty, you're greeting her like this. It's really a shame. In my opinion, you all are not as good as that Su Yun, but she never leaves her. Bah, just him? At this moment, I think he should be worried about being kicked away by Big Beauty One. What kind of young talents do we have in the Lock-in sect? Su Yun, you don't deserve it. Su Yun, the hatred of taking your wife is not shared. Big Beautiful One, is this treacherous villain Su Yun pinching any of your handles? Say it, we'll back you up. Down with Crazy Su and Free Goddess One. Su Yun, the wind of public opinion changed, inexplicably pointing the finger at Su Yun again. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to properly theorize with the crowd when he was tugged on the cuffs by Wenbai from behind. Su Yun, don't pay attention. He, how can one not care? Su Yun thought for a moment with a wry face, since everyone is so enthusiastic. Then he gently patted Wenbai's shoulder before asking in a low voice, do you have any self-created elixirs that are beauty-enhancing? Asked by this inexplicable question, Wenbai mumbled for a moment before pondering. There are many. Ice-clearing jade marrow dan, chi grass dan, 3-flower rejuvenation dan. All of these can revitalize the blood and clear away the dirt, double replenish the chi in blood, improve the skin's aura, and regulate the internal energy, which is considered to be able to beautify and nourish the face. Right. Why are you asking about this? These pills don't help in raising strength, and I haven't refined them since I tried them. What's the grade? All of them are of the 2nd rank. Of course, with my current caliber, if I spare the ingredients, I can also refine pills of the 3rd rank. That means it's useful for foundation establishment and even void dan cultivators. Are the materials rare? They're all common 2nd and 3rd order herbs that can be bought at an ordinary pharmacy. How long does the medicine take to work? It works in half an hour, but the medicine lasts for a month at most. After a series of fuming questions, Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, wonderful, simply the perfect item. Merchandise? Wenbai's eyebrows flicked up, a little confused. Su Yun understood, and then turned back and raised his arms. All eyes to me. I'm announcing something, especially the senior sisters and female uncles. You must listen carefully. Ahem. Simply cleared his throat. Everyone, in the past, Everyone said that senior sister Wenbai was a freak who tested poison on her body. Saying that the pills she refined were poisonous before she got herself into that state is just ridiculous. It was obviously because she was suffering from a vicious disease that she turned into that appearance, and then she used her own refined pills to regulate it step by step. And the medicinal power was so thick that she was able to eradicate the roots of the disease overnight and restore her appearance. Now even more beautiful. Hearing this, even Wenbai admired Suyun's ability to turn black and white upside down. Immediately following Suyun with a smile on his face, he stated his original purpose. Doesn't everyone want to have the same type of elixir as senior sister Wenbai? The bottom was first quiet, then some people began to whisper. But no matter what, Wenbai, a living signboard, stood on top of the flying sword. There was no reason not to be moved. A moment later, a female voice cried out loudly, "What kind of elixir is it that has such a marvelous effect?" After seeing the person's appearance, Suyun was a little sweaty. It was actually a Zhu who was chiming in. He really didn't look for a Zhu to be a trustee. But how can you not take advantage of such an opportunity? Naturally, it's an original elixir created by senior sister Wenbai. Taking it for a long period of time, it naturally has the effect of shedding one's bones and glowing one's face. Then, where can I buy such a marvelous elixir? Azu was surprisingly sold out. Her eyes were on the verge of drilling fire out of them. Then, Suyun asked Wenbai in a low voice, "How long will it take you to refine a furnace of these types of pills?" "1 day is sufficient." Wenbai also understood Suyun's calculations, but she was still a little worried. "But isn't this considered cheating them? You also know that I didn't take those pills to become beautiful, but originally had pretty good looks. And of course, the credit for advancing to foundation establishment." "Don't worry." Suyun held Wenbai's shoulders and soothed him. "Are those kinds of pills the real deal?" Wenbai nodded. "The medicinal effects are definitely fine. That won't be enough. We just need to get our reputation out now. It's not like we want to maliciously inflate the price of the elixir, but we want to make good products that touch people's hearts and are generously priced." Suyun looked at Wenbai's eyes and said sincerely, "What's more, it's all owed to you by everyone. Many people are eating your pills and relying on you to earn spirit stones, yet they still scold you and dislike you. So don't have any mental burdens." After thinking about it, Wenbai nodded his head heavily. This was not only a good opportunity to earn spirit stones, but also an opportunity to do justice to his own elixir. Is it not the long-cherished wish of every alchemist that the elixir he develops can be recognized by others and even recorded in the Dan Dao canon? As for past injustices, she honestly didn't care too much. Wenbai lowered his head and contemplated for a moment before holding his chin and said, "In terms of cost, the herbs in a furnace don't exceed 20 spirit stones. And with my current 60% pills completion rate, I can probably refine 20 pills. There may be slight differences between different pills, but it's roughly this number. This is fine for you to control yourself." Suyun shallow laughed. What he wanted to do was to get the sales out. Then Suyun took a deep breath, used his spiritual power, and said aloud, "1 month later, Yulingdan Pavilion will officially open for sale. All kinds of pills are available. Value for money, first come first served. Then I'll buy 10. Azu coaxed. "Me too." With Aju taking the lead, more female disciples began to echo. "It can turn a crow into a phoenix. This elixir is so magical. Then I'll buy it and try it too." For a moment, the crowd in the arena was seething. It is not true that women can hold up half the sky, not to mention that the female disciples of the Falling Cloud sect only accounted for 30%, and the enthusiasm is already so strong. In addition to strength, female cultivators also cared quite a bit about their appearance. Looking good. If they were looked upon by any heavenly pride, it would be a rare chance. Let's go around the arena and publicize the elixir." Suyun pulled Wenbai and flew right above the martial arts arena. It was fine on the edge, but now that he was pulled to the center of the field by Suyun, Wenbai was inexplicably a bit uncomfortable, his face slightly red. "Come on, show." Suyun stepped back, allowing Wenbai to become the absolute center of attention. "Pills? Good Lu. I'm good at this." Saying this, Wenbai excitedly put on the modified Taoist robe he used to wear when peddling pills, which had cloth sewn inside to hang bottles and jars. Then she started pulling out bottle after bottle of pills. "What for? What for?" Suyun was sweating for a while. "Showing off your beauty, of course." "Ah." Wenbai blushed immensely, her body shrinking into a ball, her face swishing red. "No, it's not good. And I don't know how. I will. Follow me." Suyun pondered for a moment, recalling those ancient-style dance movements he saw in his previous life when he swiped short videos of beautiful women, and began to dance on his sword. Seeing that Suyun had shamelessly started to dance, Wenbai was not in a position to hide. "If we are talking about the art of dancing, I actually learned in my childhood." "Then, please start your performance." Su-yun raised his eyebrows and flirted with a smile. Yeah. After gracefully smiling and nodding heavily, Wenbai reached out and twisted his orchid fingers, making a starting motion, and then it started to flutter. At first, she couldn't let go and seemed to be squirming, but in reality, she held it. The shy gesture caused the hearts of the disciples below to surge and roar. Soon, Wenbai gradually into a good situation, a person and a sword flying in the air, dancing spiritually, as if a person's sword is one, between the knitted brows and a smile, thousands of fangs. Even in the not-so-good-looking brown Dao robe, the swaying figure was already enough to move people, and even Su-yun was caught up in it. If Wenbai changed into a neon dress, with a damask poncho, to such a flying sword dance, I am afraid that Dunhuang murals and the flying goddess will be ashamed of themselves, right? Soon a dance was done and the venue applauded. Senior Sister 1. I would like to call you the strongest dancer. Sister is so beautiful. Love, love, love. I want to be as beautiful as Senior Sister 1. Seeing that the purpose of publicity has been achieved, it's time to cash in on the traffic. If you senior sisters want to be as beautiful as Senior Sister Wenbai, then buy it. 1 month later, Spirit Dan Pavilion. See you there. Many male disciples were not convinced at this time. What about us male cultivators? We want Senior Sister Wen's pills too. Good to say, good to say. Senior Sister Wenbai refines all kinds of pills, from first to third order. There are pills recorded in the pharmacopoeia, as well as pills created by Senior Sister Wenbai herself. Definitely a must-have item for killing people and traveling at home. Su-yun said in an extremely provocative tone. The people in the field ate it up. 2. The main stage was then handed over to Wenbai, who was asked to display the elixirs and dictate the medicinal effects of the various elixirs. The elixirs for toning the face would be the Ice Clear Jade Marrow Dan, the Chi Herb Dan, and the 3-Flower Rejuvenation Dan. There is also the Improved Foundation Establishment Pill, which cultivates the foundation and can be used to recuperate after failing to build the foundation in order to impact it again. True Wood Nourishing Yuan Dan, a third-order elixir that heals wounds while also restoring spiritual energy. The medicine acts quickly and is not resistant. At the same time, the inner disciple who was on duty at the side of the field, responsible for maintaining order, witnessed this lively scene and could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Coincidentally, the disciple in charge of controlling the entire situation was none other than Wang Fu, who had sold the Tianqian meteorite iron last time. Wang Fu, do you really not care about this situation? If the sect master elder comes over later and sees such a farce, he won't condemn us, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Fu frowned in contemplation. The last time he met Su-yun traveling with Wenbai, he was also warned by a strong person who hid his cultivation, and when he came back he went to ask around and investigated Su-yun. Naturally, he was aware of all the rumors about Su-yun, whether it was killing Fong Ming, who possessed the strength of foundation establishment, or those entanglements with the fourth elder's personal disciple, Lai Su. It was all a sign that Su-yun was not an idle generation. In the past, when Su-yun blew up the refining room, instead of being expelled from the clan, he was even given a mountain peak by the third elder, which was a treatment only available to inner disciples. Wang Fu even personally went to see the list of the outer door examination. Among the 33 people, the lowest strength and the least qualified Su-yun was actually at the top of the list. It was also heard that someone had seen the second elder heading in the direction of Tsueju Peak. Therefore, Wang Fu inevitably had scruples for fear of offending Su-yun. And now, it seemed that this Wenbai was able to get so close to Su-yun, so naturally he was not ordinary, not to mention her looks. Just based on the fact that she was able to refine a third-order elixir with the strength of a beginner at foundation establishment, and created so many of her own elixir formulas, one can see the leopard's eye in the middle of the tube. She was a rare genius of the Dan Dao. Thinking about it, finally Wang Fu calmly said, "Let them go. I'll take the blame if something happens." After all, there were people who were not convinced. A female inner disciple at the peak of foundation establishment, probably out of jealousy, said in a bad mood, "Humph, it's just claptrap. The outer disciples are just like this. Deliberate. Don't blame me for not warning you," Wang Fu said with a pinch of salt. "That's right. Don't disturb my selection of pills." Another person chimed in. "Che one by one. They are all mesmerized by this Wenbai." The female disciple rolled her eyes. At this moment, several vast auras came from above. Chapter 47, Yi Bu Xiao. Seeing the sect leader and a group of elders come out, the entire room was solemn and began to salute and greet them. Even Su-yun and Wenbai fell into the field, half kneeling and raising their hands above their heads in an arch. Although Su-yun and the sect leader were considered acquaintances, the proper etiquette still had to be followed. Today, the master and the 5 elders are all here. The row cannot be said to be not big, as a few people fell from the venue around the rise of several stone platforms. In the air as an audience, the master in the center, the rest of the separation of the left and right. In fact, they had already reached the top of the venue, and it was the palmist who chose to watch from afar when he saw Soo-yoon pulling some new tricks. Be excused. A single word spread across the room like a warm spring breeze. The disciples felt that the sense of oppression dissipated. It was a few strong people who had collected their aura. With that, the sect master didn't announce anything about the examination, but instead looked downwards and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, to be able to concoct a third-order elixir at such a young age. Even amongst the inner sects, you are amongst the best. When the time comes, I'll also come to hold the show and taste what these unseen and unheard of pills taste like. With the cultivation of the sect leader's yuaning, the medicinal effect of a third-order elixir can be described as minimal, and he even wants to buy it to taste it. I'm afraid that he really wants to treat the pill as a sugar bean and taste it. But when these words came out, everyone in the room was nonplussed. Wenbai had actually received such unstinting praise from the sect leader. I'm afraid that Wenbai's pills won't be able to be bought even if he snatches his head by then. Even Wenbai felt flattered, thus unconsciously reddening his face. Soo-yoon then borrowed the slope and said aloud, "Sect leader, you can taste it now, just take it yourself." Good. Wenbai was surprised to find a gentle force coming from the pill bottle in her hand, and with a smooth release of her hand, the pill bottle slowly flew up and landed in the palmist's hand. Opening the jade bottle, the sect master took out a tender yellow-green, vaguely translucent elixir, sniffed it carefully, and asked, "What is this elixir?" "Sect leader, this is the true wood-nourishing Yuan Dan, a healing third-order elixir." Wenbai didn't dare to be slow and shouted back, "True wood-nourishing Yuan Dan, not bad. The pure wood spirit chi lingering on it and the quality of the elixir is like jade. It's really top quality." The sect leader held the elixir between his fingers and briefly tasted it. Then a mouthful of the elixir was consumed, and joy gradually appeared on his face. The medicinal power is rapid and gentle, and it goes straight into all the limbs and bones. In addition to healing, it even has the effect of embracing. Under the fine taste, the wood aura contains a strand of dry and intense fire aura, the effect of the finishing touch, so that the medicinal power to a higher level. This is the essence of this Dan Na, to be able to create such a Dan formula on your own. The headmaster's face showed disappointment, and there was a light glittering in his eyes. It's been a long time since the Falling Clouds sect has produced such a Dan Dao wizard. Seeing that the sect leader had broken the mystery in the potion in a single word, Wenbai had a look of obeisance on his face. "The sect leader has praised me too much." Cough. "And you, Soo-yoon?" The elderly, kind voice of the sect leader came from above again. Soo-yoon looked up incredulously. "Why is there still something about me?" The ensuing words of the sect master even made the crowd in the arena drop their jaws. "Soo-yoon, although your qualifications are poor and your cultivation is meager, but, right, you have a bright brain. Ah, all kinds of words and techniques. Soo-yoon, in fact, really do not know how to boast cannot boast. And what is the pause in the middle? Ah." Soo-yoon felt like his shoes were being gouged by his toes. The sect leader then said, "At the same time don't have a wise eye, so that a vicissitude of the sea will not be buried." Ha, there is a merit. A few elders didn't even manage to discover Wenbai, a Dan Dao genius, and it was almost buried. The words were clearly tinged with blame. Immediately afterward, the sect leader resumed his solemn demeanor and announced in a serious tone, "From now on, Wenbai is incorporated into the inner sect, and I will personally pass on the Dan method." Upon hearing this, the joy in Wenbai's heart could not be hidden, revealing a delight he had never felt before. "Many thanks, sect leader." Although it was only a personal transmission of the way of Dan Dharma, the sect leader was also considered half of her master, which had a different meaning. As for Soo-yoon, just be a warm white Dan servant. Dan servant. Soo-yoon sweated. He had only heard of sword servant. Where was there any Dan servant? Could it be that he was asked to follow Wenbai and test the medicine for her? The status is outer sect, but the treatment remains the same as inner sect disciples, the sect master added, followed by a look of satisfaction. In this way, the benefits for Soo-yoon were also arranged, killing two birds with one stone. Wonderful. Upon hearing that there were benefits, Soo-yoon instantly smiled with joy. "I should have said so earlier. Don't say it's a Dan attendant. Betting is even possible. Moreover, in the future, there would be no need to fulfill the refining targets given to outer disciples by the refining room, so there would be plenty of time to do one's own thing." "Thank you, Master. Alright, take your respective seats. Today's assessment is the topic." The sect leader casually returned the pills and began to sit upright, taking out the aura that a sect leader should have. Soo-yoon looked around and found two connected empty seats in the forward position, so he flew over with Wenbai. Just after taking his seat, Soo-yoon frowned as he noticed that there were quite a few unkind gazes in the crowd. They were all clear gray robes, and they were actually some inner disciples. They haven't offended them either. Anyway, it's good to be careful. Just as Su-yun was adjusting his sitting position on the stone chair, he only heard a commotion behind him. Yi Bu-xiu, the Grand Elder himself. He's actually here as well. Isn't he out practicing? It's that legendary clan chief with early Jindan strength. The one who will likely be promoted to become an elder in the future. Yi Bu-xiu, why didn't you notice him earlier? Why is he heading over towards Su-yun? Hearing the murmur, Su-yun looked back to see a plain-robed man slowly striding across the stone platform. His gaze indeed heading this way. He was not wearing a clan uniform, but a set of flexible and convenient cultivation robes, and he did not release spiritual power fluctuations around his body, and he should have begun to put on a hood, not revealing his face, so that he was not recognized. Now take off the hood. Handsome face see the light. Ah, bun hair. Face cold. Features clear contours. Is the kind of content of Zero Kuan. Su-yun will feel handsome, that kind of masculine type. To Su-yun's surprise, behind his back was a cloth-covered longsword, which was 3 times longer than an ordinary flying sword, and was about the same as a 13 or 14-year-old child. In theory, cultivators above Void Dan would sacrifice their own magic weapon as their own life magic treasure, storing it in their Spirit Sea inner mansion and using spiritual energy to contain it in order to unite the human weapon and achieve the realm of the weapon following the heart. Moreover, it wasn't like there could only be one instinctive magic treasure that could be sacrificed. As long as the cultivation level was sufficient, 3 or 5 pieces would be fine. However, it was rare to see someone like Yi Bu-xiu carrying his sword behind his back. No more than that, it can be placed in a storage magic weapon. Wow, so handsome. At this moment, Wenbai came in coldly. Yi Bu-hu usually only appears in the rumors. Few people have seen his real face, and now at a glance, it's really as amazing as the rumors. Su-yun glanced at Wenbai with a crooked head and muttered, "What? He's not the idol of all your female disciples, is he? Then I don't know. But haven't you heard about him?" Wenbai covered her mouth and laughed. "Then let me tell you about it. Rumor has it that Yi Bu-xiu is a disciple from the Yi family, one of the top families on the continent, and that he was at Foundation establishment strength when he entered. Mind you, he was only 12 years old at the time of his initiation." Su-yun couldn't help but spit out. "Is the ing means of fetus teaching the means of imparting cultivation techniques? Speak properly. Why are you still cursing?" When Bai gave Su-yun a glance, Su-yun pouted her lips in defiance, and then when Bai continued, "Then Yi Bu-xiu advanced to Void Dan at the age of 18, peaked at Void Dan at the age of 36, and now he has even become a Jindan realist at the age of 50, advancing so quickly. Yi Bu-xiu, it's really all year round." Su-yun skimmed his lips and shook his head. Was the immortal cultivation world so rolled? Wenbai ignored Su-yun's tirade and said excitedly, "If it was just about strength, it wouldn't be so prestigious. But he's a war hero. While Yi Bu-xiu cultivates, he also likes to travel around and practice chivalry. He once traveled to the spatial rift in the Haiyun continent alone and found numerous heavenly treasures for the clan. There has also been a stunning battle record of destroying an entire evil cultivation sect with the power of one person. Just in the last few years, he's killed 5th-order spirit beasts that plagued the party with his Jindan strength, and that's equivalent to the existence of a Yuan-ing cultivator." Listening to Wenbai talk about the sky, Su-yun sweated. "You really know him quite well." At some point, there was a whiff of cha lemon in the air. "Ha ha ha, it's just that I happened to see a biography of Yi Bu-xiu compiled by someone." Saying that, Wenbai's divine sense probed into his Qiankuan bag and found a small, thread-bound pamphlet. Su-yun took the booklet and curiously flipped it open. The first half of the booklet records a variety of large and small deeds, travel secrets. The second half of the booklet is an atlas, depicting the deeds of the scene. The characters are exquisite, the scene painted, looking like so. I do not know this booklet is written by anyone. The immortal world is doing the same thing with the rice circle? After casually flipping through the pages again, he saw a line of small words at the end of the book, and Su-yun couldn't help but have a black line on his face. Compiler Yabu. Here, someone is Yi Bu-xiu himself. Su-yun showed the small letters to Wenbai. "You should know what ingredient he is, right?" Seeing the words, Wenbai covered her mouth and laughed. "I know, but Yi Bu-xiu cultivates the way of the sword, and must hold sincerity and keep the truth in order to utilize the strongest sword intent. There is no need to doubt the authenticity of the contents of the pamphlet. Yi Bu-xiu is just a bit narcissistic and flamboyant. I don't like people like that." "Ha ha, that's fine then. I don't like it either." Or rather, Su-yun did not like the rice circle. However, Yi Bu-xiu's fan head was actually himself, which was something Su-yun did not expect. "Then what do you keep the booklet for? If it wasn't for the fact that the booklet was distributed for free, I wouldn't have wanted it." Wenbai looked at Su-yun with a smile in his eyes and said, but then I found out that it also recounted some of my travels. And there are pictures of the scenery of various parts of the immortal cultivation realm, so it's of some use. Suyun casually flipped through it again, nodding slightly in agreement. At this time, Yi Buxiu also approached the two of them, moving slowly and appearing polite. Opening his mouth also appeared gentle and elegant, with an indescribable noble aura. If my senior nephew likes it, I can give you a spirit injection edition, the so-called spirit-infused version, which was infused with a strand of his spiritual mark, was similar to the book signing in his previous life. Yi Buxiu's tone was kind, and Suyun had no choice but to treat him respectfully. Many thanks, Chief. So how many books do you have left? Upon hearing this, Yi Buxiu frowned. There are still dozens of books in my ring? Why is senior nephew asking this? Truth be told, I have heard of the chief's glorious deeds, so I want to collect a few more copies, so that my family members, and even their children and grandchildren, for generations to come, will be able to have the opportunity to admire the chief's valor. Suyun respectfully said. Upon hearing this, Yi Buxiu looked satisfied and said with a joyful smile, in that case, it's all sent to you. Immediately afterward, Yi Buxiu took out a stack of booklets from his own spatial ring, used his mind power to make them float in the air, and began to condense his divine thoughts, one by one, marking them with spiritual power. Suyun's attention, on the other hand, was on top of the ring between his fingers. Space rings are not cheap. Yi Buhu, this exposed space crystal is the size of a green bean, looking like a diamond ring, obviously showing off. Senior nephew, keep it. Yi Buxiu waved his hand and a bunch of booklets flew into Suyun's arms. Thank you, senior uncle. Suyun laughed, then turned around and held the booklet to Wenbai, biting his ear. When you sell the pills in a month, take these and sell them as well. It will definitely make a huge profit. Wenbai covered her mouth and snickered. Aha, listen to you. Although the duo spoke in a low voice, it was pressurized that they could not hide it from the Jindan strength of Yi Buhu, who said unhappily, I normally hate liars the most. Didn't you say you wanted to take it to your family? Yeah, customers are my family to me. Respect each other as guests, and vice versa. Suyun said forcefully, that's fine, but Master Nephew Suyun, accepting this favor, labor please give up your position and go to the back. Yi Buxiu said unhappily. Suyun puzzled, a seat is just a seat, it's nothing special. If Yi Buxiu wants it, then give it to him, as you wish. Senior uncle. Suyun pulled up Wenbai's small soft jade hand. Wenbai, let's go. Just as he made a forward stepping motion, Yi Buxiu crossed one arm between the two of them. Yi Buxiu looked at Wenbai and said, Senior sister Wenbai, the Fangfan's beauty is really admirable to me. I wonder if I can enjoy the outer sect examination with you. Wenbai did not feel flattered, but instead looked at Suyun blandly and smiled. What do you think? I think. Suyun had a black face. On the surface, they are in a casual relationship, but in reality, they are. Wenbai was also important to Suyun, or at least a confidant, but you can't be green on the surface either, lest gossip be spread. And this Yi Buxiu knew that the relationship between the two was not normal, but also came to intervene. All 50-something years old greasy uncle, and when by first time meeting said adoration, is not a prodigal son is what? The real thing is not shaking the blue lotus. Suyun then had a plan in mind, and turned to an outer disciple sitting next to Wenbai, and ordered him, get up, can't you see that the chief wants to sit? You, the man immediately wanted to flip out with Suyun, but because of Yi Buxiu's presence, he had to hold his tongue and give up his position. Chief, please, Suyun said smilingly. Yi Buxiu frowned, only feeling that Suyun being here was really defeating the mood, and then a careful thought. Although this Suyun Fong is out of some wind, but it is all a fox and a tiger, but it is just dipped in the light of Wenbai. Suyun was not worthy of Wenbai at all, and was just Wenbai's Dan attendant, just as well. Yi Buxiu stroked his hair at his temples and graciously sat down in his seat. At the same time, Suyun silently exchanged places with Wenbai, separating between the two. Immediately after, Yi Buxiu squeezed out a smile, his head handsomely turned, looked to his left and said, Senior sister Wenbai, which newly promoted disciple are you most optimistic about? Turning his eyes, he saw Suyun's big face. Yabu. Chapter 48, The Immortal Sword asks the heart. As far as I'm concerned, the top seed is definitely Li Su, with a cultivation level at the peak of Qi cultivation, but also with a medium-grade treasure weapon, and a mature heart that is far from being comparable to an ordinary disciple. Suyun analyzed the situation, and Yi Buxiu's expression was getting more and more twisted, very angry but still smiling. Master Nephew Suyun is right. And then the second and third seeds are Alian and Aju respectively. Suyun followed the conversation. Yabu. He crossed over to Suyun and glanced at Wenbai. realizing that Wenbai was looking at Su Yun's eyes and snickering, with a look like there was absolutely no room for anyone else in his eyes. Yi Buxiu had a bad taste in his heart. He was so handsome and his cultivation was so high. Why couldn't he attract Wenbai? At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, or rather it was Wenbai's appearance that caused a slight ripple in his heart that was already as tranquil as water. Past acquaintance of the woman, there is no lack of talent, the world's pride of the generation, but no one can give Yi Bohu such a feeling. Yi Buxiu is a person who cultivates the way of the sword, the most is able to know people's hearts. Wenbai in his eyes, like a pure diamond, does not contain a trace of impurities, is burdened with a great color. Dan Dao talent is outstanding, but without a trace of delicate and barbaric. In short, it's nothing like those s out there. But then look at this Su Yun, giving Yi Buxiu the same feeling. For the first time, Yi Buxiu wondered if his sword heart wasn't pure enough. He subconsciously chimed in. Pour alien en ajou. Su Yun stretched out his finger and pointed in two directions. These two people's cultivation strength is not outstanding. Why did senior nephew make such a statement? Yi Buxiu said in disbelief. Because they are my friends. Su Yun giggled. Ya boo. Chief, why are you carrying your sword on your back? Su Yun asked immediately afterward. Speaking of his sword, the corner of Yi Buxiu's mouth hung up with a smirk as he said smugly. Don't you think that it's cool to carry a sword on your back? Su Yun cheaply said. Handsome or not, it's up to the person. Yi Buxiu? Su Yun then said something else, so that Yi Buxiu didn't have a chance to hook up with Wenbai. Then his purpose was achieved. However, Su Yun found that although Yi Buxiu this person was arrogant and conceited, he was not a bad person. There was no bending or twisting things, he was just too straightforward to be annoying. At this point, the field, seeing that the time is almost up, the inner disciple who took charge of the coaching saw the bronze bell at the edge of the field with spiritual power, and the thick and distant bell sounded 3 times, and the second round of examination began. A wave of aura then swept through the room, and the entire room fell silent. The master rose from his seat and turned his back, his words like aphorisms. Since my ancestor built the clan, the Falling Cloud sect has been over 1,000 years old, with countless disciples, and the 3-year period of examination has never been broken, and I have also entered the Forbidden Land to try out, and I have also practiced my skills with my fellow disciples, but coincided with 1,000 years of unprecedented changes, so the difficulty of the test is adjusted upward, and will not recruit new disciples. The reason, it is difficult to say, will be clear later. All the disciples here will have to take on heavy responsibilities in the future. Time is running out. Whether it's the inner sect or the outer sect, I hope that all of you will cultivate diligently and cherish what you do. When the sect master finished his speech, there was not the enthusiastic applause that should have been heard, but a bewildering silence, and everyone was too stunned by the sect master's words to speak. Only then did it rustle with the sound of talking. Could it be that the sect is about to have a great calamity? But the sect is peaceful, the sea is clear and the river is calm. Even the aura of heaven and earth has not shown signs of agitation or exhaustion. Where is the great calamity? What if we have offended some great power and someone is looking for revenge on the clan? I can't. Anyway, it's better to be cautious. The atmosphere of what should have been a lively scene dropped to freezing point after the sect master's words. Su Yun, as one of the few people who knew the inside story, he did not expect that the situation had become so serious that it caused the sect leader to say these words. At this time, or the great elder from the side to find complimentary said, all disciples, do not panic. Everything is as usual. The head of the door is just trying to wake up everyone. Always maintain a sense of crisis. Live in peace and think of danger. In order to have a great action, let the test begin. He then gave the second elder, True Lord Zhengqing, a wink. The second elder got up and summoned a huge screen, more than 10 feet long and 3 feet high, on which was an ink landscape, which could be described as fine brush strokes and magnificent. No less than 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The screen hangs in the air, the ink on it haloed and changed, a moment of treacherous clouds, and finally slowly emerged a line of Thucydides's ink strokes, which is the directory of this examination. At this moment, Su Yun's focus was all on the screen itself. The unusual weapon refining texts that Su Yun had read had never recounted the refining method of such a magic weapon, so he had to do everything he could to brainstorm several feasible technical routes. If we could refine it, wouldn't we have an ink movie to watch? When the time comes, you can show Vim White something new. It was just that none of these methods had a high requirement for divine sense, so Su Yun had no choice but to give up. At this time, Wenbai suddenly said excitedly, Su Yun, there's your name. My name? Su Yun was momentarily surprised. Don't I not need to participate in the second round? Only when he came back to his senses did Su Yun see that his name was listed first above the screen, and against it is, Li Qingran. Early on, A disciple noticed something fishy and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This crazy Su is going to fight the fifth elder? Ha ha ha, even the sect leader can't stand to watch. He's going to have the fifth elder teach Su-yun a good lesson. Fifth elder. Fifth elder. The chants gradually spread throughout the room and the atmosphere came alive again. Maybe people don't share their sorrows and joys. And Su-yun just thinks it's noisy. He had a black face. No wonder the second elder had to let me come to watch the battle. So he was waiting for me here. Next to Yi Bohu is even more suspicious. Could it be that this Su-yun really has some peculiarities? The hall of the sect leader. Elder does not need to be so attached to the mediocre generation. Wenbai instead covered her mouth and laughed lightly, jokingly saying, "Don't worry, with the strength of the fifth elder, you won't be in pain." Su-yun, when did Wenbai learn to say witty things? At the same time, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the coaching disciples in the arena. Momentarily unable to comprehend the intentions of the sect leader for such an arrangement, he could only harden his head and announce to the entire audience. First match, outer disciple Su-yun versus fifth elder Li Qingran. Please enter both players. The entire audience was instantly abuzz. Such a scene was a rare sight. Immediately, Li Qingran, who was watching the battle from above, made a light leap, as if she had lotus under her feet. Her toes pointed in the air a few times, and then she landed in the field lightly, and her silken robe in turquoise color fluttered and fluttered, which set off Li Qingran as if she were a fairy descending to the world. Su-yun couldn't help but be amazed by this. Although Li Qingran is a noble elder, she is not at all serious. With a light smile, and her appearance is no different from that of a woman in her early 20s. If not for her superior strength, outsiders might mistake her for an ordinary female disciple. This is to name and criticize a certain elder with the surname Yun, who is not as strong as the fifth elder and still likes to pretend to be X so much. Su-yun was angry just thinking about it. And right at this moment, Li Qingran's right arm was stretched out. Her small arm was exposed outside the sleeve, slender and white, not full of muscles as Su-yun thought. Immediately afterward, a long sword with a wooden scabbard weaved out from the void, from top to bottom, first the tip, and finally the hilt, until it was steadily grasped in Li Qingran's hands. The appearance of the sword was plain, but the flashy light on it flowed unceasingly with a compelling aura. It was precisely the rumored fifth elder's original magic treasure, a half-step immortal artifact's Kaiyang sword. Seeing this, everyone in the arena was shocked. Holy crap, the fifth elder even pulled out his own life magic treasure. As far as that goes, where did Crazy Su get such a big face? It's been a long day. Afterward, the fifth elder's eyes condensed as he stared at Su-yun, his voice icy cold. Su-yun brat, come and meet the battle. It was as if her eyes also had sword intent, so maybe Li Qingran's eyes could really kill. With just one glance, Su-yun felt a refreshing icy cold, as if there were countless ice needles sticking into his body. His blood froze, his mind stagnated, and then he turned into an ice sculpture and was blown to pieces by the cold wind. This is clearly not a physical cold. Feeling the slight tremor of the seat, Wenbai realized that it was Su-yun who was trembling all over and frowned in comfort. Su-yun, are you alright? Why are you trembling? Li Qingran's glance was directed at Su-yun, and the onlookers would not be able to detect it. And Su-yun forcibly suppressed the trembling of his body, and said bitterly, I also just want to see the, bah, I don't want to tremble either. Nay, the body is not under control. But next to him, Yi Bushio's face was shocked beyond words at the moment, looking at Su-yun in horror. He naturally knew what kind of tactics the fifth elder had used. In terms of sword Dao talent, Yi Bushio boasted that he could not compare to Li Qingran. In terms of sword Dao, the fifth elder was still his half-master. When he received this move, Cold Sword True Intent, his whole body was almost paralyzed and he was unable to move. But this Su-yun was still able to sit up straight. This move was made by combining Li Qingran's ice attribute spiritual power with pure sword intent, and it had the effect of testing the heart in a silent manner. The firmer the heart, the lesser the impact it would suffer. So much so, Yi Bushio was even more puzzled as to what exactly Su-yun was. Seeing that Su-yun did not see any relief, Wenbai got up and took Su-yun's arm. Or I'll assist you off the field. Don't! Su-yun politely refused. Although he was thick-skinned, he could not afford to lose this person. Fixing his mind, Su-yun tremblingly got up and took one step at a time, walking towards the field. When the bystanders saw him in this state, they naturally sneered. Ha ha, this Su-yun isn't even on the court yet and he's already trembling. It's simply ridiculous. Probably already pissed his pants. Ha ha, or you can smell it. Only Yi Bushio knew how amazing Su-yun's performance was. He glanced at Wenbai, and seeing the worry in his eyes, he suddenly doubted himself a little. Am I really inferior to Su-yun? Not as good as a mere disciple? However, the pure heart of the sword told him that there was no doubt about his devotion to Wenbai, and if he did not follow his heart, he only feared that his immortal path would be damaged. It seems that you are qualified to compete with me. Hearing Yibu Xiu's sudden popping out, Wenbai frowned and moved his body in a direction away from Yibu Xiu. I thought to myself, stay away. Stay away. I can't get Su Yun into trouble because of me. Su Yun naturally didn't know about the cold sword true intent or the trial, but only knew that he was in a terrible state. At the same time very upset with the poem's arrangement. What was wrong with directly letting a peak Jindan elder come and give himself a downward spiral? Or is this pre-test entertainment? Playing him like a monkey? The more he thought about it, the more unconvinced he became. Su Yun held his strength and his steps became more and more steady. And when he walked past all the spectator seats and arrived at the round martial arts arena at the very center, the icy cold stinging pain in Su Yun's body only disappeared and was successfully overcome by him. But without realizing it, cold sweat had soaked his lapel. And then Su Yun casually wiped the sweat on his forehead, lightly leapt up and steadily landed within the martial arts arena, pretending to be relaxed and arching his hand. Disciple Su Yun, greetings to the fifth elder. Snap. He was greeted by a few claps from Li Qinran, and a slightly cool smile. Very good. Such a resolute mind is rare. Su Yun's somewhat miserable face smiled faintly. It's saying that I have thick skin. That's right. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the face to stand above this martial arts arena in full view of everyone. Although my cultivation is meager, I will never run away from a battle. Give instruction. Fifth elder. Li Qinran felt a bit stunned, but didn't care much about it, then guffawed. Then you have to catch this sword of mine. After saying that, Li Qinran gripped the hilt of the sword. His wrist movement lightly vibrated downward, but a huge force erupted. The scabbard detached from the sword, and in a swift manner straight into the ground for more than a foot. Several cracks spread from the center, and half of the venue shattered apart like a spider web. The long sword Li Qinran was holding in her hand had a blade like autumn frost, with a cold light, and the material of the sword body showed the most rustic metal white, which could be described as going back to the basics, and was a perfect match for her true sword intent. And along with the sword blade coming out of the body, there was also Li Qingran's rising aura, which itself was like a sharp sword, with the aura of piercing through the sky. Immediately after that, Li Qinran stood steadily. Her dress was windless and automatic. Her left hand raised her sword finger and placed it on the tip of her nose. Her right hand holding the sword swung back, and a sword roar broke through the air, resonating throughout the entire arena. And then he pointed his sword toward the sky. Spiritual energy and sword intent were then condensed on the sword. At that moment, the sky and the earth changed color. With Li Qinran as the center, a spiritual vortex was formed. The black clouds were low pressure. The wind and thunder gusts, and even began to diffuse a cold air, which made people unable to stop shivering. And all the disciples present could not help but feel a compelling pressure, as if a sword was hanging from the top. And the wanton sword intent made people feel chilled. Wenbai couldn't help but stand up, his pupils widening, revealing his inner trepidation. The fifth elder didn't suppress his cultivation. With this sword, it is simply impossible for Su Yun to catch it. He will die. Then began to shout, "Deacon brother, terminate the game." However, at this time, the few deacon disciples on duty had already ducked far away, their eyes equally filled with shock. Seeing this, Wenbai had no choice but to hiss towards Su Yun. "Su Yun, admit defeat. It's useless." On the side, Yibu Xiu similarly stood up straight and clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes reflecting the duo in the distance as he said in a thin voice, "When the fifth elder makes a sword strike, he never stops, but you don't have to worry about it. The elder has a sense of propriety." Upon hearing this, Wenbai regained his senses. The fifth elder was not someone who acted carelessly. She must have her reasons. But Wenbai was still as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing in place with fine steps. It wasn't just Wenbai. The rest of the disciples were also shocked beyond belief and fearful by the scene before them. How exactly did this Su Yun offend the fifth elder? What monstrous offense has he committed? The fifth elder has brought out his full peak Jindan strength. If this sword cuts down, is there any left in this martial arts arena? Why don't we avoid it for now? Don't be in a hurry. The martial arts arena has a defense formation. The attack can't hurt us. This is the full strength sword of the sword idiot fifth elder. Can this formation block it? Yeah. Even the sect leader might not be able to come to the rescue in time. Bugger off. Gradually, some people flew away from the martial arts arena, and some of the inner disciples had to avoid them for the time being. Only the sect master was stroking his beard from above with a smile on his face. It seems that senior sister's sword Dao has refined again. At the same time, Su Yun was mortar and pestle in place, as if he had lost his mind, with only the imposing Li Qinran in his mute eyes. In his eyes, there was only heaven, earth, and Li Qinran who stood between heaven and earth. The extreme sword intent seemed to have severed his five senses and even his emotions, and Su Yun was in an ethereal state. "Su Yun, This sword of mine is called Asking Heart. Fail to catch it, die. If you catch it, you live. Chapter 49, Watching the Battle. Immediately after that, Li Qingran's sword power climbed to the extreme. As if there was only this one person and one sword left in heaven and earth. The sword was so strong, but Li Qingran's movement of the sword was light, as if he was waving a reed at random. Immediately after, an extremely condensed invisible sword chi took away all of its might and rushed straight at Su Yun's heavenly aura, and he did not even have the ability to dodge. The sword chi passed through Su Yun, instantly abetted the vast majority of it, and then dispersed and disappeared, and at once, the wind and waves were calm, as if nothing had happened. Even so, the residual sword intent spread out, causing most of the people present to wear pained expressions. Most of them were pale and bruised, their bodies warring and twisting into a ball, wailing. It seems like there are countless ants crawling in my meridians and veins. This person was in so much pain that he began to claw at his skin, scratching out a lurid wound that was a bloody mess. Some even directly grabbed the ground with their heads, and did not stop even when they hit their heads so hard that they bled. Someone kill me with a sword. Can't take it anymore. Even those who were slightly more relaxed covered their chests with their hands and nestled in, their faces horrified, and the degree of pain is unrelated to cultivation, making it difficult to figure out. Even Wen Bai and Yi Buxiu could not be said to be unaffected. Both had a palpitating feeling, as if a knife was stirring in their hearts. Moreover, they had only endured the aftermath of this sword, and it was hard to imagine what kind of pain Su Yun, who had been hit squarely by this sword, was experiencing. Wen Bai looked into the field and realized that Su Yun was still standing straight, and then he saw Su Yun stretch out his hands. Nothing happened. Is this sword crooked? Su Yun looked at his hands incredulously, and then touched his face. The head is still there too. In contrast, the many disciples around them looked like they were in a swarm of demons, and like a group of brats being punished in hell. I'll be damned. It really hit the wrong way. You actually caught it. Congratulations. Li Qingran on the opposite side of the room stood with her sword in her hand, her eyes full of smiles. Let's just say, Fifth Elder, it's too obvious that you're letting the cat out of the bag. This sword of yours is called Asking Heart, so you ask instead. Su Yun said with a smile. Asked. Li Qingran smiled lightly and returned lightly, before silently taking the sword back into the Spirit Sea internal mansion. Seeing that Li Qingran had lost the will to fight, Su Yun became angry. What? Out of the sword and want to run? Even if you're an elder, now that you're coming down to fight, I'm still going to fight you. My turn. Although he was a bit of a vegetable, he had the courage of an ant. Said. Su Yun lifted his sword forward. The refuted 5 elements of spiritual power began to operate. An ordinary water attribute sword move swinging water sword shot out. Seemingly weak, but weak. The sword chi was dispersed with a wave of Li Qingran's hand. Good guts. Still want to fight? Battle. Su Yun's mouth smiled as he confidently said. He also knew that there was a difference between his strength and Li Qingran's, but when he fought with a Jindan real person, it was not ashamed to lose even more miserably. But instead, if he was instructed in 1 or 2 strokes, it would definitely be a great benefit. Thus Su Yun was free of worries and drew his sword for another series of sword strokes. Li Qingran used his mind power to pluck a thatched leaf from the mountains outside the field, injecting spiritual power. The soft thatched leaf instantly branched out, and the sharp blade looked a bit like a sword. The two tangled in this. Su Yun was putting in his best effort, but Li Qingran had not even used his spiritual power, and with a simple sword swinging move alone, he beat the crap out of Su Yun, howling low on the ground. Again, after being sent flying, Su Yun climbed back up and switched to a new method of response, trying to crack Li Qingran's attack. That's the standard. Admit defeat before it's too late. Thus, Su Yun was knocked down and got up again, and in only a few dozen breaths of time, his body was already covered in skin and flesh, and blood was spread on the spot. At this time, the crowd present also pulled themselves out of the pain, and when they saw Su Yun in the arena letting out a wail, their hearts instantly balanced a lot. Good job, Fifth Elder. Beat the hell out of him. Under the sword's might, Su Yun is in a worse state than us, so I'm relieved. And after observing for such a long time, Yi Buxiu was sure that Su Yun was not affected by this sword in the slightest, and was even able to fight with clear thoughts. That can only mean that. The thought horrified him so much that he didn't blink in amazement, and then he fell backward in his seat in a weak heap. Under the questioning heart sword, it's actually still so easy. Is he taking it easy like that? It's obviously already wailing in pain. Wen Bai's brain was blank for a moment, not understanding the situation, only knowing that Wen Bai was now in pain and that he was heartbroken. He's clearly asking for a fight himself, just looking for a punishment. Yi Buxiu didn't have the good sense to say. Then a momentary gloom crossed his eyes and his tone was low. Questioning heart sword, the strongest move of the Fifth Elder. is a divine soul attack. Even if the sect leader came, he wouldn't be able to defend against it. The more tainted a person's heart is, the greater the engagement of the divine soul is, the more painful it becomes. On the contrary, the purer the heart is, the more calmly it can be. And Suyun, this is not affected in the slightest. It can only be to the purest and purest. Asking heart. Wenbai was unsure, but knowing that Yi Buxiu was praising Suyun, she hid her mouth and smiled. It's worthy of him. Upon hearing this, Yi Buxiu stood up in a daze, frowning at Suyun who was being abused, and after pondering for a moment, he turned his head to Wenbai and said, "Please tell Suyun that in this aspect of mind, it is he who has won, but I will not concede defeat so easily. I will keep quenching my sword heart until my sword heart is clear and my thoughts are clear. Of course, also tell him that strength-wise, I've already beaten him by too much. Let him make sure to cultivate hard, or else he will be equally unworthy of being my opponent." After saying that, Yi Buxiu took out an unusual flying sword from his spatial ring and flew away with his sword without any hesitation. Looking at the distant white clothes, Wenbai smacked his lips and thought in his heart, is this the man's desire to win or lose? But she never thought that jealousy would happen to her. Anyway, this guy isn't bad. It's just that it's a bit too direct to say you admire him right after meeting him. Is the sword heart through and through just a ball to the end? At the same time, the sparring match in the field had already entered the end. Suyun was sent flying by a sword and fell to the edge of the martial arts arena. The standardized flying sword in his hand broke into 3 pieces, and he could not get up again. Even after being injured like this, he has not activated the Array's protective light shield. The Fifth Elder's technique is really precise and ruthless. Fifth Elder, I admit defeat. Suyun trembled and waved his hand, blood blotting out from the corner of his mouth. But he also gradually raised a smile as if he was very relieved. At first he also thought it was because he had awakened some unbeatable attribute and fell in love with the feeling of being abused. Only later did he realize that although the Fifth Elder had struck viciously, and his sword had split his flesh, he had not injured the root of the matter, but instead was using his sword intent to quench his physique. It can be painful and enjoyable, if not for the fact that Suyun's strength was too low and was already exhausted after a few rounds. Otherwise he would have wanted to receive a few more rounds. At this time to hide for a long time of coaching disciples also bumbling back to the martial arts field. Although the originally formulated system of the competition by the head of such a mess has been fragmented, but the process should go or to go. The second round of the outer sect examination. The first battle. The Fifth Elder wins. He looked at the Fifth Elder as if asking for advice. For Li Qing, however, today is also considered to be enough to play. She casually reached out. The hand of the thatched grass instantly frost, shaped like a white practice. The wind blew. Will be turned into flying ash. Scattered. Let's go. Ref, I'll forfeit. Greetings to the Fifth Elder. The deacon disciple bent down and arched his hand. Before leaving, Li Qingran flew over, stretched out her slender jade hand, gently nodded on Suyun's forehead, and said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to your future performance, yo." The coldness of Li Qingran's fingers instantly refreshed Suyun. "Thank you, Fifth Elder. Then I won't get up to see you off." Suyun twisted his body and rolled over to lie flat on the ground, watching Li Qingran leap back to the floating stone platform above. The deacon's son then recruited a few people to carry Suyun back to his seat, with Wenbai taking over from the side. Once Yi Buxiu left, the 2 seats were just wide enough for Suyun to lie down. The stone chair pinched, so Wenbai let Suyun rest on his lap. Such a move is simply enviable. Suyun, on the other hand, was still immersed in that last finger on his forehead, which clearly had a pure sword intent. Unfortunately, geese pass without a trace, and this finger disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving behind only a little chi. But this hint of sword intent was enough for him to properly comprehend. For a moment, he was refreshed. This feeling of enlightenment allowed him to gain a lot, and some of his past difficulties in cultivation were also enlightened. When he came back to his senses, Suyun realized that he was enjoying the warm white knee pillow, and his heart suddenly raced. "Here, open your mouth." Wenbai, seeing Suyun's wretched appearance, both heartbroken and complaining, took out a true wood nourishing yuan dan that had been publicized by the party and handed it to Suyun's mouth. "You're really daring, actually fighting the Fifth Elder like you don't want to die." Swallowing the elixir fed by Wenbai, Suyun suddenly felt a warm current circulating in his body, healing his injuries, while his spirit energy, which had been depleted by most of the time, gradually filled up. "Elder, you must know how to be gentle." But just after the words were said, Suyun regretted it. Although the elixir fed by Wenbai was of the 3rd order, healing the injuries of the district chi cultivator was more than enough, but the wound that had quickly grown well opened up again in an instant, once again emitting a piercing pain that went straight to the bone marrow. Suyun sucked in a breath of cool air as this unexpected pain stirred his nerves again. "Ha, see, You think the fifth elder's sword intent is a joke? I'm afraid that when sword intent attaches to a wound, it won't heal for 3 to 5 days. Wonbai shook his head helplessly. Suyun then remembered that the great elder's pondering chair used the sword intent of the fifth elder. And I am afraid that being tortured is this feeling. The two powerful forces of destruction and healing fought within him, and pain was the only product of that. He clenched his teeth. So be it. So much for laying on your lap a little longer. At those words, Wonbai's face was inexplicably hot, cupping her face with both hands and no longer ignoring Suyun. And Suyun then rolled over and looked towards the martial arts field. In the martial arts arena, the formation began to operate, and when the originally broken ground was intact again, it ushered in the second group of contestants, the disciples who were properly participating in the examination. The two of them, a man and a woman, both had the strength of the 8th level of Qi cultivation, and among the 33 people, they also belonged to the middle to upper level. Though they had both suffered just now, there were no after effects after the effects of the questioning heart subsided, and the duo remained in a state of abundance. The two bowed to each other and then began to fight. After the momentum, the two people in a lightning fast momentum to run to each other. Just a photo is the means frequently, and the strength of the exchange of similar far more than just a one-sided hanging rich ornamental. The atmosphere on the field was instantly ignited. Even Suyun was sitting up in shock from a dying illness. The moves used by the duo were those feats from the book depository that were open to external disciples, and Suyun would also know them, but the techniques they used were extremely pure, and their control of their spiritual energy could be described as exquisite, and was far from being comparable to that of Suyun. Although in the case of utilizing the Baibo sword to perform these techniques, the power was far greater than the two, but it was merely a forceful brick flying, far from relying on the comprehension of the Gongfu. After observing the cultivators sparring, Suyun realized his own inadequacy. Even if he was burdened with spirit cores, he could only catch up a little in terms of spirit power. His own strength was lacking, and his comprehension of spiritual energy and gong methods was insufficient, so he could still deal with clumsy spirit beasts. But if it was a fight with a frontal cultivator, it didn't curry much favor. The gap in cultivation was too large, and the comprehension of the techniques was difficult to reach, and even the disadvantages of divine sense strength, body protection, spirit power and reaction speed could not be compensated for, not to mention the fact that higher-ranked cultivators also had innate magical treasures and divine aptitudes. But Suyun, as an engineering student, on second thought, his mind sprang up with all kinds of strange visions, and instantly felt that he was on the line again. The strength of divine sense is not enough, and it can be replaced with the help of sound, light, electricity, radar and many other means. Protective spiritual defense is low. Then arm your entire body with a mechanical exoskeleton, commonly known as a mech. Not fast enough to react. Maybe a sensor can make up for it. Even the comprehension of feats could be resolved through deep learning. Constructing large-scale spiritual power lines to simulate the execution of a gong method. As long as they were released enough times, they would be able to break through the true meaning of the gong method and reach the peak of the realm. It's an exciting idea. However, trying to realize these ideas at this stage was even more difficult than Suyun relying on his own qualifications to cultivate up. So Suyun lay back on the warm white knee pillow at ease. Hey, 10,000 feet high, one step at a time blah. In short, neither cultivation nor refining could be left behind. Wenbai does not know what Suyun went through the heart of the process. Just feel funny, giggle, laughed a few times. A moment of floral branches fluttering. A different look from Sun's point of view. Are you not in pain? Wenbai was concerned. It hurts. It really hurts too much, Suyun said truthfully, but one is already numb. Such pain was still inferior compared to the earlier glance from the fifth elder. At this point in time, the competition in the field has entered a white-hot stage. Due to the similar strength of the two, the slightest negligence will be snowballed, in which the female disciple has fallen into a disadvantage. In the end, the male disciple took the female disciple's head with a sword and hit the protective light shield, ending the fight. Suyun couldn't even help but applaud. He didn't think that he could learn so much from observing the outer sect bouts. As for the next players, both of them were familiar faces to Suyun. The man was one of those three people who had been hanging out with Chen Yang, the short man at the 8th level of Qi practicing. The other person is Lai Su. The white dress is still the same. The temperament is still so dusty and delicate. After getting on the court, Rizu's eyes looked at Suyun with a clear and cold look, unable to see a trace of emotional fluctuation, completely like looking at a stranger. This feeling could not help but make Suyun think of that equally high and cold elder Yun Mu. Not bad for a master and disciple. And then Risu slowly turned his head and drew his sword to make a stance to meet the battle. Pro-disciple Risu to outer disciple Li Hong. Battle! With a command from the deacon disciple, a cold light rose from Rizu's Tsang Chi sword. A sword swung out, and in a few moments it expanded into an arc of light blue light, only a few inches wide, but with a range of several feet, and still spreading, making it impossible to avoid. Li Hong held his sword to block, but the sword chi was like water, easily crossing over the long sword against his body and striking it. A light shield instantly appeared and he was defeated. Chapter 50, People and Events. When this sword came out, even the sect master couldn't help but praise it. To have such enlightenment at such a young age. Senior sister Yun Mu, it looks like you've taken in a good disciple. Elder brother is being overly complimentary. Junior apprentice Lai Su is still far from it. Yun Mu looked downward and said with a deep look in his eyes, to fix this emotionless Tao of mine, there's still a lot of 7 emotions and 6 desires she has to cut off. Below, Ri Su had a despondent face and held her sword as she went down, while Su Yun was amazed at her progress. This sword should be an inner sect technique, or even an elder's personal technique, so subtle that Su Yun could not see through even a trace of the true meaning of it. The barriers between the inner and outer doors are not insignificant. However, Rizu had refined, and Su Yun was naturally happy. In the next game, but only one person was on, Su Yun looked at the screen and realized that the absent person was none other than Chen Yang. According to reason, although Chen Yang was punished, but one size does not fit all. According to the results he passed the examination after all, and should have the qualification to participate in the second round, and the examination was postponed for a week. Maybe it was to take into account Chen Yang's situation. At this point the deacon disciple came on and explained the reason. Third elder's personal disciple Chen Yang abstained due to family matters. Outer disciple Wu Feng won without a fight. Ha ha, Wu Feng was overjoyed and began to show off to all the disciples in the room. Understood. It drew a wave of contempt from the crowd. You're still so proud of winning without a fight. Get off. Shame on you. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant in the next round. It was only right for the onlookers to be red-eyed. After all, the rewards handed out at the end would be different when they made it to the second round. The subsequent bout Su Yun also watched carefully, and could be said to have gained a lot. Unfortunately, however, Azu and Alian were not as strong as they should have been and both failed to advance to the second round. In the end, after 4 rounds of competition, Ri Su took the top spot without a doubt, and the top 8 mighty were all the best at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, with talent and family history, including Yun Yao. There was only one person that Su Yun never expected. That person Su Yun has had a few faces. Is that the good deeds room of the duty disciple? Practicing Qi 8 layer. Today only know its name, called Lan Ji. This person looks at the hall of the seal black, deep eye sockets, a face of decline, dead, without a trace of vitality, but a bizarre stance is flexible and swift. The way to move is sinister and vicious to the extreme, so that people cannot be defended. The weapon used was also not an ordinary sword, but a long cone, like a giant needle with a handle, which bore some resemblance to a fork for pork. In the end, he defeated the female cultivator who was also at the 8th level of Qi cultivation to advance to the top 8, while losing at the hands of Ri Su. The examination is over, and the rare spectacle has come to such an end that I am afraid it will be difficult to have such a sight in the future. The disciples left individually. One Bai was taken away by the sect leader to be lectured, and Su Yun had to sit paralyzed in his seat alone and wait. The dispersing crowd was noisy, and Lanji still lifted her foot towards Su Yun after sizing him up a few times through the crowd. Brother Su, my name is Lanji. I've met before. Lanji changed from his previous deathly misanthropic appearance, and instead politely arched his hand and said. Su Yun sat up straight through the severe pain and glared at Lanji. Alert! I'm not dead enough to need a one-stop shop. Oh, Su, brother misunderstood. This Lanji is not good at socializing at first glance. So he panicked, fixed his mind before saying, I just didn't expect you to be the legendary Su Yun who is in the limelight. Today, I saw brother Su's elegance, so I have the intention to make friends. Style? Su Yun collapsed his face, referring to the wretched appearance of being hanged by the 5th elder. Or this sword wound of mine? No. Lanji hurriedly waved her hand. Naturally, it's because Brother Su doesn't lose his status as an inner disciple. To be able to gain the sect leader's favor and the 5th elder's downright guidance, Brother Su is definitely not an ordinary person. Oh, Su Yun suddenly realized. Understand. This Lanji original is climbing the generation of power. Also said what friendship, but is to come to flatter him, so as to ask for some benefits. I may have to disappoint you. It's just a coincidence. I have nothing to do with the sect master and the others. You go. Seeing Su Yun set out his face, with the intention of expelling the guests, Lanji momentarily panicked, his eyes dribbling, and finally bent down and said in a low voice, I know that Brother Su has a fondness for male corpses. As long as Brother Su can help me for a time, I promise that all the corpses in the good deeds room can be taken at will by Brother Su. Fondness my ass. What is all this weird misunderstanding? Am I that perverted? A careless, Suyun tiger body shook. This is not healed wound was torn open a few points. The pain is Suyun grimace, wailing, several breaths before slowing down. But seeing Lanji just want to do a favor. The anger subsided a few points. Asking for help. Not too shabby. Tell me about it. But I don't help people for nothing. Many thanks to Brother Su. Brother Su is truly a refreshing person. A smile appeared on Lanji's gloomy and eccentric face. But it wasn't pretty and was more or less creepy. However, Brother Su should still say the conditions for agreeing to help first. I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill them. In this way, Suyun felt that this Lanji was a bit more obedient. At least she knew the reasoning of courtesy. But if there's anything else missing, it's too much. And the only thing you can get from Lanji seems to be the corpse. Now that the adult spirit-swallowing insects have been captured, the research of accessing human meridians should also be on the agenda. And what is most needed now is a fresh corpse so that experiments can be done. But unusual corpses without the flow of spiritual energy, even if the meridians are unobstructed, it is difficult to obtain the same experimental results as a living person. And Suyun would be even more afraid to use the conclusions on himself. But he wasn't so deranged as to take living people and experiment on them. Thinking for a moment, Suyun was struck by the idea. What if it was a vegetable or brain-dead such a corpse? Excitedly, he asked, do you have any walkers there? A walker? Shock permeated Lanji's dark eyes. Yes, just living corpses. Suyun was afraid that Lanji didn't understand, and explained exhaustively, human beings, divine souls and physical bodies too. Some people die, their souls dissipate, and their physical bodies are intact. Some people's physical bodies are destroyed, and they have not cultivated a yuaning, so their souls naturally cannot remain. However, there are also people whose flesh is intact and whose divine souls have not dissipated. Only their brains are traumatized or they sleep for a long time, and there is no possibility of resurrection, and they are likewise dead people. I understand, Lanji replied solemnly, while her eyes fluttered as if she was seriously thinking about something. Since Brother Su needs it, I won't keep the secret, but I still ask Brother Su to keep it a secret for me. Lan Jidwan arched his hand with a serious expression, as if he had made a decision against his ancestor. I also ask Brother Su to follow me to the good deeds room. I have what you want. Su Yun, after dryly smiling, Su Yun helplessly spread his hands and said, look at me like this. Can I go? After surveying Su Yun's body, Lan Ji nodded slightly, took out a coffin from her storage bag, and laughed. Brother Su, how about this? You and come in, I'll carry you to the good deeds room, and then send you back later. You actually tried to lift me. Su Yun cursed in his heart, and his face was a little embarrassed. Seeing Su Yun angry, Lan Ji instead looked puzzled. Brother Su is thinking that the specifications of this coffin are not enough? This coffin is made from a whole root of small leaf rosewood, with a gilded body and luxurious interior. This is the most luxurious coffin in the entire good deeds room, which can only be enjoyed by inner sect disciples. Just now, the sect master said that you are treated in the same way as the inner disciples. That's why I took it for you to use. Oh, Su Yun at this time felt that people who have been dealing with corpses for a long time are more or less stained to be able to hold out such a netherworldly job. He turned to him and asked, is it urgent that you need help there? There's no rush. Then I will seek you out every few days. Thank you, Brother Su. Lan Ji respectfully bid farewell. Su Yun called out to Lan Ji. Wait a moment. Lan Ji turned back and asked, what are your orders? Take the coffin away. Good. Not long after Lan Ji left, Ju pulled Alian around. Su Yun, long time no see na. At first I was singing with you. Not a bad performance blah. You're resourceful. I'll give you guys a commission when the time comes. Su Yun laughed. Just, is your injury really okay? Your brown robe is turning into a big red robe. Azu saw the appalling wounds on Su Yun's body and worried. It's not fatal, but it won't be good for a while. It's just a bit of a hindrance. Su Yun seemed to have adapted to this state. As long as he didn't care about it, there wouldn't even be much pain. On the contrary, it's you guys. How come you can't even get into the top 16? Hey, Azu lovingly propped up her waist and huffed. All you know is to make snide remarks. Beware that the wind will flash your tongue, and before the old wound is healed, a new one will come back. For her part, Lian didn't have the heart to make jokes. She silently pulled out a small booklet and flipped through a few pages, her eyes fixed on the small, end-to-end words on it, and read. The last few days I've been busy with my cultivation, and I haven't gained much information about refining materials, only the following. Recently, the refining room has received a new batch of secret silver ore, perhaps to refine some large flying boat magic weapon. Although Zhang Lin, the newly promoted disciple of the Imperial Beast Room, failed the examination, he happened to pick up a piece of 5th-ranked heavenly treasure. The 3 treasures true soil, within the Forbidden Land, and after handing it over to the third elder, he was awarded a word of verbal commendation and 20 spirit stones, and then he was asked to leave the sect. In addition, due to the Red Peak Mountain being attacked by a wave of spirit beasts, the output of fine iron has decreased, and now the price of fine iron has risen by 30% in just 7 days. Stop! Su-yun cried and laughed a little, not realizing that Alian was so attached to his casual remark, but also as to go poking around, and also recorded everything in detail. Alian, there is no need to be so detailed, just pay attention when you hear relevant news, otherwise it will delay you too much and I will not feel at ease. After contemplating for a moment, Alian nodded her head and said, that's fine, then I'll prepare for closed-door cultivation with Aiju. 2 months later our sword pavilion is going to go down to the mountains to carry out the clan's mission, so I can also improve some strength as much as possible. Go on, all the best. Before leaving, Alian also handed Su-yun the notes from the last drug trial. When the two of them said goodbye, Su-yun was left alone again. The disciples who passed by him would always look at him a few times, making people's hearts flutter. As far as Su-yun's current state was concerned, if he wasn't within the sect, if a random person came to make up for it, he would have to hiccup. But as the people in the martial arts arena became less and less noisy, Su-yun's heart quieted down, laying down flat on the chair. The slight coolness stung the wound from time to time, and the scent left by warm white still lingered on the stone chair, smelling soothing. The eyes were looking at the clouds coming and going in the sky, with the occasional sparrow and crane intruding unnoticed. Su-yun spent a few hours witnessing the clouds change from white to golden and then to a fire-like red, while the sky changed from a deep blue to a distant black. Having been quite busy, the short moments of leisure are precious. If he were in his previous life, such a scenario Su-yun would definitely start thinking about the meaning of living, but in the immortal cultivation world, he had already found the answer. Being alive is all that matters. It's really good, crossing over without being returned to the marriage, and there is no father-killing hatred, not to mention being swayed by people's destinies. The poor natural talent is a little bit worse, but it's also beautiful, relaxed and cozy to the extreme. Su-yun even hummed a little song. Fake cigarettes, fake booze, fake friends fake love you, fake tenderness Just a few lines into the song, Wenbai poked his head out from above and laughed quaintly. What's the matter? Which woman did you go to mess with again? Why, it's nothing, humming some little songs of my hometown. Su-yun climbed up, propped up his body with his hands, and asked curiously, what did the sect leader tell you to do? It's been a few hours. Wenbai helped Su-yun to sit down while explaining. The sect leader first imparted a new set of cultivation techniques to me, the firewood true technique, which can be used up to the yuaning stage and is of superior quality. It is said to be the most suitable for my firewood dual spiritual roots, and is very beneficial for alchemy. So generous. It's still a true skill. Su-yun's eyes lit up. Cultivation techniques are very different from ordinary techniques. Ordinary techniques such as attack techniques, defense techniques, recluse techniques, body techniques and other strange techniques. There is no specific grade division. The same technique, Qi cultivator to perform and Jindan cultivator to perform, there is a world of difference. If we have to talk about good or bad, we can only judge it according to power, speed, divine splendor, and so on, specific feats, specific judgments. In short, the more precious the gongfu, the better it would be. And the cultivation law is the program law of cultivators' luck cultivation, which is the foundation for everything. It has a unique grade division, and the higher the corresponding cultivation level, the more precious it is, due to the different cultivation methods at different levels of cultivation. Without the corresponding level of cultivation techniques, it is difficult to catch the main points of cultivation. Take a detour. Slow cultivation is a small matter, and even easy to damage the meridians and go into the devil. The cultivation technique of each realm is like a cheat for passing the game. The technique of practicing Qi stage rank is only a cheat for the first level, and taking it to pass the second level naturally doubles the effort. And naturally, the foundation establishment stage level technique was the pass strategy for the second level, and so on. The gongfu given to Wenbai by the sect master is different, and is called the true technique of yuanying. The Zhening true technique is a trick or shortcut that allows one to pass the 5 levels consecutively, and the gong method becomes profound and mysterious when it is adapted to the differences in cultivation of each realm. And the Qi cultivation stage to yuanying stage of the gongfu are a lineage of words. The strength of the natural strength of the unusual gongfu a few points, and the breakthrough of the obstacles are much smaller. The elder is transmitting the power through divine sense, and I've already comprehended it to the 7th degree. Wenbai shook his head and said, "Moo up." The sect leader also sent me a new Dan furnace. With that, a giant tripod that was 1 person high was thrown to the ground by Wenbai, emitting a thick, muffled metallic sound. The giant tripod is 4 square, golden red color, with its own fire source, vaguely emitting a hot breath. The pattern on it is complicated, and it is not an unusual weapon pattern. It should be the mysterious pattern of the Dan Dao. 4 directions 5 elements cauldron, a mid-grade treasure artifact, used to refine pills of all attributes to gain. Wenbai proudly patted the cauldron. I'll use it to make pills for you to eat later. Okay. Subsequently, Suyun fell into thinking. Pro-transmission of the Dan Dao is such a high treatment. If the last time was really accepted as a true disciple, the treatment shall not go up to the sky. Of course, what did not belong to Suyun? He would not feel chagrined if he lost it. In the end, the sect leader even bestowed me with a cavernous paradise. Oh, at this point, Suyun didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Disciples who entered the inner sect were all given a mountain peak, and Wenbai was now an inner sect disciple. So naturally, he had one as well. But that would mean that Wenbai would have to move out of Tsueju Peak. Suyun pretended to be unconcerned. Then wouldn't you have to move away from Tsueju Peak? And the medicinal herbs you left behind would still have to be taken care of by me. Hey, what a trouble. Not oh. Wenbai's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Sect leader bestowed Tsueju Peak to me. Suyun came in fine. Went out on a trip. Home was burglarized. Seeing Suyun's green and purple face, similar to an eggplant, Wenbai laughed even more cheerfully. Ha ha. The sect leader did want to share me a mountain suitable for growing spiritual medicines, but I politely refused. I said I wanted to stay with you for a piece. Thank you. Very touched. Suyun instantly cried and laughed, but still waste energy to raise his finger and poke Wenbai brain. But are you stupid? I can move away with you. Wenbai grew his mouth in shock, froze for a while and then smiled sarcastically. Ha ha ha, then I'll go back and talk about it. The sect master will instruct me on the Dan Dao twice a month, so it's not a good idea to bother me again today. So I'll go back in half a month. If you don't mind Tsueju Peak's thin spiritual chi, it's fine if you don't move. I'm used to living here. As he spoke, Suyun tried to move his body and the pain was still bearable. Seeing Suyun trying to stand up, Wenbai hugged his arm, her vermilion lips slightly opened, and tenderly whispered, then listen to you. I've also made Tsueju Peak my home. After standing firmly, Suyun straightened his back. Go home. But I'm afraid I'll have to hitch a ride since I have no flying sword left. Wenbai took out the standard flying sword and collapsed on it first, while then helping Suyun to stand on the sword and slowly flying up. The sword was rushed, and Suyun grabbed Wenbai's lapel to prevent it from falling. Although Wenbai had tried his best to fly smoothly, there was inevitably turbulence in the air, and after a bumpy ride, Suyun subconsciously hugged Wenbai's waist. It's slim and soft and still warm. You, Wenbai blushed with shame, and then her voice was like a mosquito fly. This time is a special case. The next one will not be an exception. Oh. Then I'm holding on tight. By the way, Alian asked me to give this to you. Suyun took out the booklet given by Alian. Wenbai slowed down his speed, briefly glanced at the text for a few moments, and said with satisfaction, the records are very detailed, and they also point out the deficiencies of quite a few of the pills, which will be very helpful to me in optimizing the formula. And I'll look for them to test the pills next time. Pull back you. Suyun's face was a bit unsettled, and he was really embarrassed to trouble others again. Ha ha ha. You really believe it? Wenbai had a treacherous, cheap smile on his face, and then Suyun talked about the fact that they were going on a clan mission, and Wenbai generously offered to sponsor a batch of pills, because most of the Sword Pavilion's division missions are dangerous. It is safer to have an extra portion of elixir in your possession, and an extra portion of strength. Chapter 51, Sword and Intent. Safe and sound all the way. The flight was not fast, and it was already late at night when he returned to Tsueju Peak. Wenbai used a princess carry to place Suyun on the bed and left with instructions to recuperate and heal his wounds. Oddly embarrassing. Suyun lay on the bed, without any sleepiness and with nothing to do, so he could only strip off his robes that were already boarded up with dark red bloodstains, sit up, and begin to carefully observe the wounds on his body. The sword intent was so pure that it was difficult to dissipate for a long time, so much so that it was difficult for the wound to heal. This is not the way to do it. Suyun tried to probe the sword intent attached to the wound with his divine mind, and was instantly stung by the sharpness, and his sea of consciousness was shaken for a while before he was able to slow down. It felt like lynching a god's soul. When someone else's sword intent acted on his wounds, Suyun's heart was 10,000 times unwilling to do so, and he immediately launched a second impact with his divine thoughts. The result was naturally to strike a stone with an egg, and instead of abating, the sword intent became even sharper and more compelling. Suyun still did not give up. If 2 times did not work, then 3 times. If 3 times did not work, then 4 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. But after uncountable attempts had passed, Suyun was already pale and blurred in consciousness, nearly on the verge of fainting. Although he was in a sorry state, Suyun was not all bad, and it seemed to have allowed him to catch a glimpse of some kind of opportunity. In the dark, Suyun seemed to have realized something. Is it advisable to guide not to be easily blocked? All along he had been using his divine thoughts to directly impact the sword intent, wanting to destroy it, but since he was undefeatable, this had in turn dragged him into the quagmire. What if it's an attempt to comprehend sword intent? If it succeeds, naturally, it can be easily dissolved. Strongly holding on, Suyun used the last of his chi to condense his heart and quiet his mind, separating his divine thoughts and advancing towards the sword intent. Suyun can only be said to be a try. Although the sword intent, this thing has nothing to do with cultivation. As long as the enlightenment is enough, mortals can be cultivated. In the past there have been cases of mortal sword immortal. Just Suyun's sword law will not be a few sets, much less to study the sword road. To say that he can easily realize the sword intent, even he himself do not believe. God's mind a little closer. The sword will, that devastating sense of sharpness abruptly appeared. This time Suyun did not choose to charge head-on, but rather, as if a wave pull, try to understand the flavor of the sword intent. Time passed bit by bit, and Suyun gradually entered a state of emptiness. It was as if he had entered an infinite dark space, surrounded by sharp sword intent, like a sword shadow frozen in the air. The location where the sword shadow was located actually managed to correspond with the sword wound on his body. At the same time, sharp sword chi was visible in the space, speeding back and forth and wandering, as if it could stir him into pieces at any time. Here, up and down do not exist, the five senses do not exist, and even time does not exist. Suyun's mind then only thought about the sword. I don't know how long, it may be suddenly, or it may be a drop in the ocean. In the midst of the darkness, Suyun slowly opened his eyes. His pair of spiritual eyes were bright and translucent, and a mark was also lit up between his forehead, shaped like a small sword. The heart also gave birth to clarity. What is the way of the sword? Is the realization that cuts through everything? Immediately afterward, the smudge of sword mark between his forehead transformed into a plain white light sword that appeared in Suyun's hand. If you are in the body of a sword, you will cut it with your sword. As soon as the sword was cut out, those solidified sword intent in the dark space trembled, and then shattered and drifted away until there was no trace of it. Suyun also woke up from the arcane state. The stinging pain around his body had long since disappeared, and his wounds had completely healed under the effect of the residual medicinal power of the true wood nourishing Yuan Dan, and he couldn't see any traces of having suffered any injuries. I've come to my senses? Suyun couldn't even believe it. The heart of the wisp of the sword intention is still weak, but it does exist. A movement of thoughts can be manipulated at will. After the use of the sword intention, the whole person's temperament is to be a few points of severity. Suyun was well aware that he did not have a talent for sword Dao. Thus he could not help but think of the point that Li Qingran had made between his forehead during the competition. Just now in the illusionary realm, he also took a light sword from his forehead before cutting off the surrounding sword intent, and was able to have an epiphany. What a great gift! Suyun could not help but laugh bitterly a few times. Go back to the door and say thank you. Now that his injuries are healed, his whole body is indescribably comfortable. Suyun is in a good mood. He changes into a new outfit, pushes the door and sees that it is already dawn outside, and after taking a breath of fresh morning air, he runs his ass off to look for Wenbai, wanting to share the happy news. Still within that original cave, Wenbai had placed the 4 directions 5 elements tripod at the location of the patio and was fiercely concocting pills. Suyun hurriedly ran in. Wenbai was overjoyed, but due to the need to control the fire of the Dan furnace, did not come over to meet. Crooked head of the check Suyun's situation. See its injuries healed, only to put down his heart, the corner of his mouth down, said, you still know to come 3 days the door is closed tightly. I thought that you have been know it. 3 days. Suyun was shocked. I thought only 1 night had passed. By the way, guess what? I comprehended sword intent. Suyun was eager to share the happy news. Oh, not surprised at all. Wenbai pursed her smile and slightly inclined her head. Last night, a pure sword intent rose from within your cave, and I guessed it then. Congratulations. Ha ha, it was really a fluke. Suyun humbly said. He was not in a position to say that it was his high talent in sword Dao. After all, he had taken the benefit of the 5th elder. Right. I have prepared warming pills for you. They are on the stone table. Remember to take them. Wenbai rambled on. Yesterday, the intersex deacon brother also sent us both cultivation resources and a 4th order yin-yang bagua formation disc. I've seen the allotted pills. They're not as good as mine, so I'll take them and sell them. And if the spirit stones are there, I've also purchased them as medicinal herbs, and I'm going to refine them into pills, so we can make a big profit in a month. What do you think? May, it's all up to you. Suyun casually answered, his full attention on the array disc. Said array plate, but in fact in sewer manhole cover about the same size. Simple and heavy, dark copper color, on the gossip pattern, divided into dry, Kuan, DUI, away from the vibration, can, burgundy, Sundance 8 directions, placed in the cave, you can unfold the gathering of the spirit of the formation and defense spells, at the 4th rank, as long as enough spiritual energy was injected. Blocking cultivators below Jindan was no problem. The array disc was not a magic weapon, it was only a temporary medium used to set up an array, and although the reasoning was similar, it was vastly different. Formation focuses on the Tao, while the magic weapon focuses on the weapon. The metaphysical is called the Tao, and the metaphysical is called the weapon. The metaphysical is called Tao and the metaphysical is called Where. Where has shape and quality, precision and mysterious, array atmosphere and majestic. Everything can be array. Some advanced array everyone even do not need to array materials. Only borrow the momentum of heaven and earth will be able to start the array. Those who are proficient in formations will not have low attainments in refining weapons, while the opposite will not work. Setting up formations is mostly based on the understanding of all things in heaven and earth, the deep comprehension of spiritual power and the control of the subtle into the subtle. Formation is more like layout, and formation is a bureau. Therefore, the threshold of practicing the Tao of formation is much higher than the Tao of weapon refining, and only those with a high level of cultivation can be proficient in it. Sueju Peak hanging under the name of Wenbai, who is an inner disciple, still has benefits. This array disc is a treatment that can only be enjoyed by true inner disciples. A 4th order array disc that was personally refined by the 4th elder Yun Mu. Then I'll go set up the formation first. Suyun was like a child who had gotten a new toy, picking up the array disc and running outside. Wenbai felt funny when he looked at Suyun's cheerful back from behind. After leaving the cave, Suyun directly came to the highest point of Tsueju Peak, on top of that stone platform. This place was also considered the center of Tsueju Peak, and after setting up the formation, it could cover as much of Tsueju Peak as possible. On the horizon, today's sun is lazily rising, and its direction corresponds to Ligua, i.e., due east, placing the array disc in the right, south and north. Suyun probed into his divine thoughts and activated the array eye. With a burst of thick spiritual energy from the 4th elder spreading out like ripples, the lines on the array disc lit up steeply, and then the disc slowly floated up into the air, not stopping until it was about 10 feet away. Immediately after that, the array disc split into 9 pieces. The Taiji disc in the center stayed in place and flew around, while the parts of the Bagua pattern spread out into 8 fans, and flew to the corresponding 8 directions in the blink of an eye. However, there is still a chi-tugging connection between the blocks. The Taiji disc rotated faster and faster until a cage of pale white curved light curtain descended above the disc, enveloping the entire Tsueju Peak. A heavenly dome-like Taiji pattern appeared at the top of the light curtain, and then the trigrams of various parties appeared successively, and the spiritual energy flowed unceasingly, mirroring the Taiji pattern. A few moments later, everything was hidden in the morning sun, as if nothing had ever existed. However, the formation had been formed, and the entire Tsueju Peak's heaven and earth aura had begun to become dense. If someone rushed the formation at this time, they would still be blocked by the formation. Witnessing the process of laying the array disc, Suyun more or less realized one or two things. A strand of the 4th elder's divine thought was left inside the array disc in order to control the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation to unfold correctly. The process of laying the array disc was driven by the spiritual energy that the 4th elder had retained in it, and after the array was completed, the array would be able to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual chi on its own, and thus operate. However, in the event of a strong enemy, it would still require the input of additional spiritual energy. It was only that Suyun's cultivation level was low, and he could only survey and see its skin, making it difficult to understand its operating principles. Otherwise, how to say before entering the Golden Dan, do not realize the formation. Back to Wenbai's cave. Wenbai had already finished the refining of the furnace of pills just now, and as soon as Suyun came in, she felt out a copper plate from her coat pocket and stuffed it into Suyun's arms. This is the entry and exit token for this formation. Only one was given, so I'll leave it with you. I won't be going out for the next month. I'm going to focus on refining pills. Spirit stones are beckoning us. Touching the brass plaque, it still had the residual warmth of warm white on it. That said, I also have to step up my refining of magic weapons. See you in a month then. Farewell. Wenbai is so hardworking. He can't waste his time. He has to double his efforts. Eat the elixir before saying goodbye. Wenbai deliberately put on a scowl and pouted. I'll watch you eat it. In the face of Wenbai's way of being nice to him, Suyun cried and laughed. In fact, Wenbai does not have to pretend to be angry. He is more likely to eat the beauty trick to come. Well, What a way to take you. After taking the pills successively in the order prompted by Wenbai, Suyun felt warm all over. The medicinal power was pure and gentle. The nourishing effect was naturally nothing to speak of. And it would not even leave residual ineffective ingredients that would leave residual toxicity over time. With the 4 directions 5 elements cauldron, Wenbai's alchemy level was a whole lot higher. By the way, a man named Lanji came to find you, asking how your injuries were, and also asked me to bring a message, saying that he wanted you to go to the good deeds room to look for him again after 7 days, and that he wanted to make some preparations. Wenbai's face was worried. His eyebrows were twisted into eights. You went to the good deeds room. You won't be arranging the aftermath or something. Su-yun, he was somewhat impressed by Wenbai's imagination, but could only find a reason to excuse himself first, just looking to get him to do some favors, nothing more. Looking for help from the good deeds room, Wenbai nodded slightly, but his tone was still skeptical. But after a moment he spread his face and smiled. You definitely have your reasons. Go! Eat the seed, call me. Su-yun. Before leaving, Su-yun could not help but look at Wenbai a few more eyes. After all, when the time really busy, day and night, even under the same roof, may not have many opportunities to meet. Warm white eyes also become sticky, pulling the wire so long. Back at the cave, once the door was closed, it meant it was time to get busy. Such a scene could not help but make Su-yun think of his previous life. In the past, when he came home, the desk lamp was turned on, and he had to sit in front of the computer to work overtime for a living. It was always resisted at the time, but when it came to the world of immortality it was enjoyed. Is this the joy of cultivating immortality? Taking out the materials that had been prepared long ago, Su-yun put in his work. He had long been familiar with the method of refining medium-grade spirit cores, and had deduced it many times to ensure that he would not make any mistakes. And every step of the way, we strive for excellence, trading speed for precision. Otherwise, once the middle-grade spirit core exploded, the power of 100 times that of the lower-grade spirit core would be enough to move Tsueju Peak flat several times. After 2 days and a night of fierce battle, the medium-grade spirit core was finally taken by him. The finished medium-grade spirit nucleus was the size of a duck egg. The shell was made of Tianshan iron, black and cold. In order to match the 3 talents hidden heart formation, the shape was cool like a Mitsubishi cone, but more rounded, like a gyroscope, and the surface was covered with machine parts and wear patterns, which gave it a kind of mechanical aesthetics. Heavenly Xian iron already had a remarkable ability to isolate divine thoughts, coupled with the 3 talents hidden heart formation. Apart from him as the user, it would be difficult for other people to get a glimpse of the interior of the spirit core if they didn't know the tricks of the trade, not to mention manipulating the spirit core. With the spirit core, a new flying sword could be arranged. With the experience of refining the Bibo sword, it wouldn't be difficult this time. And Tianshan iron, this material is different from the refined iron. Do not need to go through a long time of forging quenching. Its hardness, toughness, resistance is already good. Only need to melt casting. After the molding can be won. In the past, when refiners used Tianshan iron to refine magic weapons, the engraving of the weapon pattern was a big problem, usually needing to cauterize the weapon embryo until it softened before taking the opportunity to carve a few strokes, and then continuing to burn it. At the same time, we have to make sure that the original engraved patterns are not deformed by the calcination, so the difficulty of the process can be imagined. The industry uses Tianshan iron to refine magic weapons all on a monthly basis. However, Su-yun had a photolithography machine, and this couldn't be easier for him. With a good photomask, the vessel pattern could be ablated in one go. It was simply foolproof. It was also a snap to refill with spirit drawing gold as a spiritual pathway. And thanks to the properties of Tianshan iron, the flying swords could be processed layer by layer like the production of crunchy ice cream, without affecting the overall strength. First melt and cast the sword bone that requires high unity, that is to say, take care of the ice cream stick first, and after that, you can engrave the first layer of wear pattern, then apply a layer of Tianshan iron. After cooling, then engrave the second layer of wear pattern, and so on and so forth. The number of artifact patterns that were eventually stacked could definitely be more to a terrifying level. This also facilitated Su-yun to incorporate the collected third-order materials with 5 attributes to enhance the quality of the flying sword as much as possible. In contrast to production, design is a lot of work. So, 3 more days passed. Chapter 52 dead. But not quite. 3 days in a row of racking his brains to solve problems instead of making him feel tired. On the contrary, it makes him quite fascinated. A ring of ideas, constantly trying to explore, the joy of breaking through the technical difficulties, all of which make him excited. And even addicted. There is no greater thrill in solving a problem. Looking at the completed final version of the design, Su-yun only felt that it was a work of art. a scientific product that had never existed in the immortal cultivation world. Suyun combined the concepts of modern technology and created a variety of his own refining techniques. Examples include logical auric paths, multi-layer stacking of artifact patterns, and aura line sharing. In this way, the narrow flying sword was skillfully stacked with 256 artifact patterns, and the flying sword ultimately demonstrated its power and the functions it could fulfill to an outrageous degree. None of the 5 third-order materials were wasted, and according to their respective characteristics, they were perfectly integrated into the flying sword. The earth fire bile was directly burned and melted into the heavenly shin iron. The dust sand was mixed in the form of particles. The acacia wood core was used as the hilt, and the blue crystal and dragon bearded gold wire were one set into the hilt and the other molded into the surface of the sword body. At the same time, they are also involved in the construction of the weapon pattern. Is the material of sword casting? Is also the material of the weapon pattern. Can be said to be one fish, two eat. By slightly modifying the furnace and embedding it with a medium-grade spirit core, its temperature would be enough to melt heavenly shin iron. By the time the flying swords were refined, it was already a day past the agreed time with Lan Ji. 1 day overdue, and now it was already evening. Because of a careless accident during the period, Suyun was almost engulfed by the iron water and was killed on the spot. Cleaning up the mess took a while. The good thing is, it's worth it. The body of the finished flying sword was a deep black color. Only the blade was bright enough to be used as a mirror, and the surface of the sword was vertically fused with dragon's whiskers and gold filaments. And when looked at closely there were flowing golden lines, but they were not conspicuous. The sword was 36 inches long, slightly longer, but just right for Suyun's size. The sword is not wide, slightly streamlined. The overall look of the sword body slender and elegant, like a woman's delicate figure. The acacia wood core at the hilt was also covered with Tian Shin iron for strength, while the handguard scabbard was left with a pit where the base of the spirit core was set. For a flying sword to be complete, a spirit core was essential. Gouging the piece of medium-grade spirit core from the furnace, he pressed it into the pit on the flying sword, and with a ringing of the mechanism parts locked up and began to enter the self-testing program. The spiritual energy on the spiritual core was slowly released, and the flying sword hung in the air on its own, and the originally dull body of the sword instantly flowed with 5 colors of light, which could be described as colorful black. This was the sign that the spiritual power circuit was connected. Until there was a flash at the tip of the sword, the party could learn that all the lines of spiritual energy had been traversed once and confirmed flawless. Holding the long sword in his hand, Suyun felt a warm sensation, an effect brought about by the earth fire gall. After casually waving it a few times, the feeling of being satisfied made Suyun 12 times more satisfied. Suyun estimated that this sword, by common sense, was also already an extreme spiritual artifact in existence just based on the quality of the sword. After thinking for a moment, Suyun came up with a brilliant sword name. The sword of the 5 elements is the most deadly. Let's call it the 5 elements sword. Collect the sword and go out. At this time outside has already entered the night. The sky is not even the moon. Only occasionally can see 3 or 2 meteorites into a bright line sped past. I do not know where to fall to the continent, but since he had already promised Lan Ji, he had to go to the appointment even if it was at night. The 5 elements sword flew out of the Qiankuan bag and landed at Suyun's feet. Half a foot off the ground, Suyun gently lifted his foot up and stood steadily, issuing commands with divine thoughts. The 5 elements sword started smoothly, and with surging power. It was especially light and handled naturally. It was so much better than the standard flying sword or even the BB sword. As he accelerated and flew out of the formation, Suyun could still feel the presence of the barrier, but with the token hanging on him, he was not blocked. After moving away from Sueju Peak, Suyun used his mind to control the 5 elements sword, casting a translucent shield with water attribute to encompass the entirety of the person and the sword. The traditional way of flying with a sword is to stand straight on the sword. The wind resistance is huge, and the flesh also has to withstand the impact of the airflow. The resistance and heat when flying at high speeds is not something that low-ranking cultivators can withstand. Not to mention that if you accidentally hit a flying bird, your entire body could be torn apart, killing you instantly. However, if a shield is evoked and used to ward off oncoming air currents, it is both safe and reduces wind resistance, resulting in high speeds, cranking up the spiritual power output of the spiritual nucleus. Suyun instantly felt a palpitating sensation. This was the overload brought about by the huge acceleration, while the water shield gradually appeared to deform under the action of the high-speed airflow, slowly being compressed from a muddy circle to an ellipsoid shape, shaped like a goji berry, and like a drop of water. With a low popping sound, a layer of surge waves spread out. The shield trembled violently, only stabilizing after half a breath, and the sound of the surrounding air currents instantly subsided a lot, indicating that Suyun's speed at this time had already surpassed the speed of sound. The speed of sound in the immortal cultivation world was even quite a bit faster than the speed of sound on Earth. From a distance, against the backdrop of the deep night sky, the water shield glowing with a light blue color sped by, like a ghostly shadow floating. As the speed fell back to subsonic, the water shield also produced a surge of waves and a boom that resounded through the clan. As much as he would like to keep a low profile, neither strength nor the laws of physics really allow it. After only a few dozen breaths of time, Soo-yun arrived at the good deeds room. This speed could be considered terrifying. Landing in front of the door of the good deeds room at an unusual speed, Soo-yun realized that the place was still quiet, and the sound of the broken air just now could not break the tranquility of the place. This was the first time Soo-yun had come to this good deed room at night. The old houses were even more dilapidated in the darkness of the night, silhouetted like the plaques in front of a mausoleum. A couple of wobbly oil lamps hung from the pillars, the light dull and yellow, while the wood was a stale gray, smudged with a greasy black stain near the lamps. The door is open. From the inside blowing out a burst of cold and wet breeze, Soo-yun subconsciously closed his breath, a moment before carefully breathing. Good thing in the air only some moldy and rotten smell, and not the expected smell of corpses, although it was already the third time he had come. But after all, it was a good deed room or at night, and Soo-yun was still being cautious. After entering the door is a huge and spacious morgue, and did not light oil lamps, only a few plain white lanterns standing there, divided into two sides, as if in the direction of Soo-yun. But the light in the room was so obscure that it was completely impossible to see the bodies on either side of the room. But the unknown is what scares people. The ghosts in people's hearts can't help but start haunting. After carefully walking a few steps, the creaking sound of the wooden floor continued to resound, and Soo-yun suddenly felt that he stepped on something slippery and sticky under his feet. A chill went up to the sky, and the man went numb. Perhaps hearing the ringing, a figure flashed out from behind a lantern in the distance. "Brother Soo, is that you?" Soo-yun was startled and said in a sharp tone. "Now yes, later maybe not. Sorry Brother Soo, for scaring you." Lanji's sorrowful voice was getting closer, until the silhouette came in front of him. Soo-yun could see Lanji's appearance. His hair was spread out, blocking most of his face, and he also wore a black dress, the style of which looked like a life jacket. For a moment, Soo-yun did not understand whether Lanji had merged into the darkness or whether he was originally part of it. "Brother Soo, please follow me." Lanji's gloomy face squeezed out a smile, and then led the way in front, his mouth chattering non-stop, not the slightest bit as timid as he was outside. The social fear of people actually hammered. "I knew Brother Soo was a man of his word, so I purposely set up lanterns so I could greet you." Soo-yun was a little surprised at Lanji's brain circuit, his expression blank. "Are you greeting me or trying to send me away?" "Naturally greeting. These are long bright lights. Auspicious." Saying this, Lanji led Soo-yun to a small room deep within the good deeds room. Here unexpectedly brightly lit. The room is more than 2 feet long and wide. The wall is hung with ink treasures, the center surrounded by a screen. I do not know what is inside, and it is not good to use the divine sense to peep. Impolite. And there were oil lamps in each of the 4 corners, and the oil seemed to be spiked with something, and the air was filled with the aroma of sandalwood. Lanji pointed at the screen, his expression looking rather bizarre in the swaying firelight. "Brother Soo, this is the kind of thing you need." "Something I need?" At first Soo-yun didn't react, then it dawned on him, suddenly thinking, "A walker?" Lanji nodded slightly, and then unhurriedly moved away from the screen, and mumbled under her breath, "I say Brother Soo, this is my biggest secret. Not enough for outsiders to know, haha. I am willing to tell you only because I believe in you." Seeing Lanji repeatedly emphasized, Soo-yun also cannot help but wonder what kind of living corpse inside the screen. The screen was moved away, and a bearded old man appeared seated on a futon, his hair and beard a withered grayish-white color, over a brown Taoist robe, his chest open, revealing his dry, sunken ribs. The old man was surrounded by spiritual power fluctuations, although weak, but with a smooth rhythm, obviously in a state of cultivation, which was clearly a living person. "You said he is a living corpse?" Soo-yun asked in astonishment. At the same time, alarm grew within him. It could be that Lanji, in order to accomplish his goal, went so far as to kidnap an old Taoist and destroy his mind, which he used to pass off as the living corpse he needed. "Right." Lanji nodded solemnly, and then he stared dead at the peaceful old man, his eyes seeming a little moist in the light of the oil lamp. "He is actually my master, and before I came here, had been the disciple in charge of the good deeds room, yet he was the only one. However, his qualifications were poor and he had not built a foundation for his entire life, and he had already passed away last year at the age of 150. In remembrance of him, I then used a self-created secret method to seal his soul within his physical body, and refined it into such a corpse puppet. only needing to take some pills to replenish chi on a regular basis, then it will be no different from a living person. Perhaps this is the kind of living corpse you need? After listening to the narration, Su Yun froze in place for a moment. This Lan Ji is really a good disciple. Then questioned, so you tried to sell your master in order to get me to help? What do you mean by that, Brother Su? He is my master. Lan Ji's face stiffened, and she said without any good humor, so it has to be increased, right? Su Yun looked at Lan Ji's eyes and wondered. At these words, Lan Ji was a little weak, moved away from the line of sight, and said grimly, in fact, I really cannot afford to be sorry to master. I coveted his monthly salary, so I concealed the news of his immortal death, and externally declared that he was in the death of seclusion to impact the foundation building. What you want, Brother Su, is over here. Oh, non-sale item. This one is. Su Yun looked at the old man a few more times before following Lan Ji to the next room. Have to admire that he taught a good disciple. Lan Ji is at least making him sound good. Came to the next door. Su Yun saw the layout of this room is much simpler. Only a dim oil lamp. More like a utility room. The ground parallel placed 3 by the white cloth covered corpse. Lan Ji squatted down. One by one uncovered a corner of the white cloth, revealing the appearance of the bodies. Clearly young people, 2 men and 1 woman, are unfamiliar faces. Do not know which room is suffering poor people. They were naked, but their faces were rosy, no different from normal people. Not the kind of tragic white color of corpses, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy around their bodies was even stronger than that old man's, so that whoever looked at them would think that they were sleeping, not dead. These 3 were refined by me within the last week. All picked the freshest corpses, although I don't know what you used them for. They should be able to fulfill your requirements. That's why I also specifically sought out a prettier female disciple. What do you take me for? Su Yun's entire body was choked speechless and said breathlessly, I think it is still necessary to explain the use. Be misunderstood in this way is really difficult to bandage, but also cannot say that it is used to study the human body meridians. Then borrowed the name of Wenbai. I want these living corpses because I'm going to use them to test the potion, so I can't test the poison with my body, and with the state of these walkers, it's possible that they could really be used to test the drug. Upon hearing this, Lan Ji nodded her head like she was relieved and smiled. That will definitely fulfill your request. Don't look at these corpse puppets made by dead people, but they can digest pills, so it's naturally no problem to use them to test pills. Just, Su Yun frowned at these lifelike corpse puppets, more or less psychologically burdened inwardly, feeling very diaphragmatic. Won't it be painful for these people to have their divine souls sealed in their flesh? Lan Shi Bang Bang patted her own thin chest and said, Brother Su, you can rest assured that I am naturally not any evil person, although there are evil practitioners who will capture the living, torture them to death, and then use the grievances accumulated during their lifetime to imprison their souls in the corpses, and then raise them into manipulable ghouls after 77 or 49 days. But the raw materials for these corpse puppets of mine are taken from the dead who have no chance of survival, and it is only by adopting my exclusive secret manufacturing techniques that I have been able to harbor them to look as if they were alive. Su Yun, this Lan Ji is so familiar with those evil ways, and it is really still very suspicious. And how does the word secret sound? How strange. Seeing that Su Yun's face was particularly skeptical, Lan Ji fumbled for a moment in her Chin Kuan bag and found a booklet printed with the mark Falling Cloud Sect. Flipping to the latest page and showing Su Yun the records above, there was also urgency to explain. Brother Su, these several people on the ground are all fellow disciples who recently died while going down the mountain to carry out the division's mission, with no relatives and no one to claim their corpses, confirmed by the signature of the inner door's master uncle, and handed over to me to dispose of them on my own. Although it is a bit offensive, in my opinion, when a person dies, the body is just a skin, and instead of maggots rotting and eventually turning into white bones, it's better to keep the decent appearance of the person who was alive and play some more roles. Lan Shi's point of view Su Yun naturally agree, otherwise he would not have come over to claim the body, to do experiments. As long as the deceased is treated with respect and not insulted, if he or she is still alive, he or she can rest in peace. Although this Lan Ji is a bit gloomy, she is not a pervert, she just has her own unique opinion on life and death. Su Yun reached out and closed the booklet, nodded and smiled. It seems that we are of the same path. I'll take these walkers. Tell me what you need my help with. Many thanks Brother Su. Lan Shi first bent deeply and saluted, and then her head first lifted and looked at Su Yun, revealing a wry smile. I need Brother Su to help me kill someone. Murder? Your enemies? Su Yun froze in place and couldn't help but start thinking about the pros and cons. No, it's killing myself. Chapter 53, Only One Can Live. Well, Lan Ji is really still a pervert. Su Yun subconsciously took a few steps back and pulled away, ready to say goodbye at any time. So you're amusing me, are you? There is no such intention. Lanji first defended herself sharply, and then her tone became lower and lower, sitting down dismally on the ground and beginning to speak smoothly. Brother Su, you do not know. Since I was a child growing up in the righteous village, sent away countless deceased people, but also long suffered from the death chi infiltration. Weak body is already a dying person. However, I was endowed with a spiritual root, so much so that by chance, I was almost taken over by a Yuaning powerhouse, but that Yuaning powerhouse's divine soul was severely damaged, and in the end, he was unable to survive, and died completely in my body. Consequently, my comprehension of the divine soul is also far higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. So, Lanji was stunned at first, but she also understood what Suyun meant, and then explained, that's why I want to try to take over my body and be reborn. Upon hearing this, Suyun was almost shocked to drop his jaw. A small chi practicing cultivator actually wanted to take over his body? For a Yuan-ing cultivator, seizing the body would not even necessarily be successful. Since you have obtained such a chance, you only need to work steadily and cultivate all the way, and you will certainly have some achievements in the future. Why do you still need to perform such a risky act? Still want to drag me down? Killing a fellow disciple is a serious offense. Even inner disciples are not exempt from punishment. Seeing that Su Yun was concerned about this, Lan Ji on the contrary was relieved and smiled sinisterly. Brother Su, don't worry, even if it fails, it will never implicate you. Let's find a place where no one is, just the two of us. We can do it without knowing what's going on. Right now, for example, there are no bystanders in this good house. At this moment, Su Yun could not help but begin to ponder the deep meaning in Lan Ji's words, and abruptly, his heart was startled, realizing that it was not good. He exploded back a few steps and took out the five elements sword. Who else can you take the shed and be reborn here? This person in front of him is definitely not as simple as he thought. It is possible that Lan Ji's weak body is hidden within. In fact, is that sees the body of the Yuaning power? Raising his sword and pointing at Lan Ji, Suyun stared with a wary eyebrow and said, could it be that you tricked me into coming here by trickery and want to take over my body? Lan Ji pondered for a moment and said calmly, this is also one of the plans, but it's really not my first choice. Then why call me here? If you want to die and finish it on your own. You almost swindled me. Su Yun probed the roof with his divine thoughts, seeking out the weak points of the building. As long as he realized that the momentum was not right, he would be able to unfold his shield and escape by rushing through the roof with his imperial sword. If Lan Ji is really a Yuaning cultivator to seize the body, even if he is now only the 8th level of chi cultivation, but the means that can be exerted is far from Su Yun cannot speculate. The only way to escape to have a slight chance. Lan Ji, however, was unexpectedly calm, standing up straight and shaking her head slowly with a bitter smile. It's a meaningless death if it's not by your own hand. Then he let out a long sigh. In that case, so be it. I would like to give it a try now. Brother Su, with only a cultivation of the 4th level of chi cultivation, you have gained such favor from the sect leader and the elders. I would like to see if you are truly capable, or if you have a heavenly background and an extraordinary family lineage. And then he arched his hand in front of his chest and bent slightly. Brother Su, I'm offended. After speaking, Lan Ji's figure instantly disappeared from Su Yun's eyes. What a bizarre stance. Fortunately, Su Yun had already locked Lan Ji with his divine sense and knew that he had circled around behind him, pinching the spell in his hand and preparing to launch a surprise attack. Due to the not-so-small gap in realm, Su Yun's body movements simply could not keep up with Lan Ji's speed, but his divine thoughts were connected to the 5 elements sword, and with a single thought, several water dragons surged out of the sword, and in an instant, they haunted Su Yun's body and polymerized to form a water shield, which bounced Lan Ji away and crashed into the wooden wall and made a huge hole in the wall. Su Yun took the opportunity to leap up, stepped onto the flying sword, rushed through the beams and tiles of the room, and left the building of the good deeds room, with the roar of collapsing bricks and tiles coming from behind him. Just as he was about to speed up his escape, he only saw a blood-red shimmering light floating not far away, and the color was getting more and more intense. It was a huge shroud of light that was lighting up, like a dome, covering the good house inside. There was also something vaguely flowing on top of the light shield, so much so that the scene outside was slightly distorted and fluctuated with it. So there's been such a powerful formation here all along. The aura coming from the formation was nothing compared to the one at Sueju Peak. At the same time, there was a clanging and clanging from below, and finally there was a popping sound. Tiles and blocks of wood scattered and splattered in all directions, and Lan Ji flew out from among the smoke and dust, leaving behind a trailing trail. In the twinkling of an eye, he stopped in front of Su Yun. Lan Ji stepped on the standardized flying sword underneath her body, holding his unusual long cone magic weapon in her hand. Her expression remained calm and she smiled faintly. Very good. Such strength is indeed not something that an unusual chi practicing 4th layer cultivator can have, but it's entirely dependent on that strange magic weapon you have at hand, isn't it? You can't make a water dragon shield of such strength with your cultivation alone. Having taken over you, it is mine as well. Cut the crap. That also depends on whose hand the sword is in. Su-yun didn't have the good sense to say, since Su-yun did not have more flying swords, which were especially unfavorable for fighting in the air. He turned around and flew towards the ground, and when he landed, he put his sword into his hand, and ran along with the situation, running towards the edge of the formation. He then struck a Genjin sword chi, wanting to test the strength of the formation. Metallic techniques are the most sharp. The main attack, often used to break the defense. This move Genjin sword chi, although it is only an unusual chi practice level technique, but in the 5 elements of the sword's performance, it has already had the power of the foundation level technique. The light golden sword chi was like a sword shape, like a replica of the 5 elements sword. The speed of the flying spinning was enough to create a shadow, wrapped in the sound of the wind, chopping to the already blood-red formation light screen. But even if Lingli is so, the sword chi touched the light screen, issued a short burst of muffled sound will be instantly dissolved. Only in the light screen left a circle of ripples, and then spread out. It was true that an unusual foundation establishment level attack could not threaten this 4th rank formation, unless one kept attacking and depleting its spiritual energy. But hell knows how many spiritual energy reserves there were behind this formation. Lan Ji, who saw Su-yun's thoughts, also chased after him. The corner of her mouth curled up as she teased, "If you are thinking of consuming the spiritual power of the formation so as to break it, you'd better give up as early as possible." He was standing less than 10 meters away from Su-yun, with the long cone in his hand, and did not rush to attack. Instead he explained, "This formation is called the Soul Drawing and Blood Destruction Formation. Although it is a remnant formation, it is also a 4th class level formation, relying on the blood chi of the corpses and the dissipated divine souls for sustenance. Those are the 2 things that are most in short supply in this good Samaritan house. Therefore," Lanji raised his hand and pointed at Su-yun with a long cone, "Brother Su, don't think about escaping. Today we can only live one. Actually, this is a dead end, isn't it?" Su-yun sneered, "If you kill me, you can naturally take over me, but if I kill you, I'm also obeying your wishes, and at that time, when your divine soul leaves your body, you'll still take over me." Nonetheless, Lanji shook her head helplessly. "Brother Su, I said that taking over you is not my first choice. I'm true to every word. Why don't you believe me?" Lanji's complexion changed. Her eyebrows twisted into 8s. Her expression so cold that it looked like it was going to frost over, and then she pressed on step by step. "Brother Su, please enlighten me, then fight." Su-yun was fearless. The 5 elements sword in his hand was already erupting with spiritual energy at the moment, and with just a thought, he could use it to unleash a powerful move. Su-yun took a few steps forward and first chopped out a swinging water sword, having a killing power that exceeded that of the early stage of foundation establishment, and it was just a random feint. When he ran to Lanji's right side, towards his neck, he chopped down a sword, true amazing chop. This was the strongest sword move that Su-yun had mastered now. In a flash, firelight shot out from the black sword, converging into a long flame sword of more than 10 feet, and the airwaves scorched so much that the threads of the brown robe on Su-yun's body began to curl and burn. In the face of such a blazing sword stance, Lanji simply couldn't do it without changing her face, and awe showed on her face. But when the sword light fell, Lanji used his weird stance again and dodged it with incredible speed. True amazing chop on the ground burst open, cut out a 5 or 6 feet long gully, 1 person wide. After the flying sand and stones scattered, the cracks can still be seen in the unsolidified lava. At the same time, Su-yun's divine thoughts had already captured Lanji's movements as he meandered from the side, the expression on his face gradually unfolding into excitement after his horror, and his already swift figure accelerated violently as he approached Su-yun's position of 5 or 6 meters, and at the same time, he extended his long cone, the tip of the cone emitting black gas as he stabbed at Su-yun. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to avoid it at all. Su-yun didn't dare to be careless and used a feat with even stronger defense, Deep Sea Water Shield. The ghostly blue water ball instantly wrapped around it. This move has amazing defense, and the only drawback is that you can't move. You can only be a shrunken head turtle. The moment the long cone touched the water ball, the aura exploded out, and the long cone pierced through the water ball's defenses, fully embedded in half, but ultimately subsided, and it was difficult to inch in any further, and it was bounced away by the force of the water ball. Su-yun estimated that Lanji's move was enough to kill an unusual early foundation establishment cultivator in seconds, and it seemed that he had hidden his strength during the clan competition, and due to the nature of the deep sea water shield, the stronger the attack, the stronger the rebound. Lanji could barely grip his long cone, and the force fed back to him, also causing him to lose his balance in the air. Good chance. Seeing this, Suyun directly turned defense into offense and broke the water ball. The water wave directly blew Lanji out. The person and the long cone separated more than 10 meters away, while Lanji fell on the ground. Immediately afterward, Suyun inserted the 5 elements sword into the ground, and 3 cracks spread across the ground with lightning speed, and then from between the cracks pierced out sharp stone cone thorns, and the farther the distance, the longer the cone thorns became. By the time it reached Lanji's body, an all thorn was 3 feet long. After a breath, the power of this move, Earth Prismatic Thrust, was gone, and the cone thorn slowly disappeared, scattering into thin air. But that party actually did not see Lanji's figure, and even divine sense could not capture his trace. Suyun looked around and was also hard to find. After several breaths of deathlike silence, next to the location where Lanji fell, a twisted black mist appeared, from which Lanji manifested, hunched over the messy rocks. The corner of her mouth was slowly flowing blood. The articulation of the gong method is actually so smooth and without any stagnation. Is this something that a 5-attribute miscellaneous spirit root can do? Wonderful! He smiled sinisterly before disappearing back into the black fog, which soon dissipated into thin air. Such a tactic was by no means an unusual feat. Suyun raised his spirit and directly unfolded the deep-sea water shield again and began to defend. Subsequently, the black mist appeared randomly from all around. Lanji then appeared from it to launch an attack, using the same technique, but the force was not strong. The tip of the cone was like a dragonfly pointing at the water sphere, touching it and then shrinking back, as if it was testing the weakness of the water shield. But the strength of the deep-sea shield is its tight all-around defense. But after half a quarter of an hour of deadlock, Suyun realized Lanji's intentions. Lanji's scraping attack was nothing more than to make Suyun unceasingly cast the defense shield method. Such a deep-sea water shield spirit power consumption was not low. When he couldn't support it, that's when Lanji launched her fatal attack. If he were to perform it with only his cultivation at the 4th level of chi practicing, he would have almost exhausted himself and fallen to the ground in another half a quarter of an hour. As he expected, Lanji outside also launched a psychological attack. Brother Su, I think your spiritual energy is about to bottom out. Even if you have the black sword to add to your strength and the power of the feats you perform is strong, but with your cultivation at the 4th level of chi cultivation, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold out for long, even if you keep taking chi replenishing elixirs. Not to mention that those moves you performed earlier, the spiritual energy consumption wasn't low, was it? Suyun sighed. This was not exactly what he wanted. With the spiritual energy reserve of a medium-grade spirit core, it wouldn't be a problem to live for 3 to 5 days. We'll see who can hold out first when the time comes. Lanji, this kind of grotesque recluse spiritual energy consumption may not be small. So after another quarter of an hour, Lanji realized that something is wrong. Their spiritual power is depleted most of the time. But this is only the 4th level of chi cultivation. Suyun, why there is no sign of exhaustion. The water shield is still, the power does not diminish. Lanji had no choice but to take a chi replenishing pill. At this moment, Suyun captured Lanji's decadence and realized that Lanji didn't have the strength of a yawning big brother that he thought he had, and he couldn't even break the deep-sea water shield that he had cast at will. So be it, it's time to get it over with. Suyun took the initiative to blow up the deep-sea water shield, and then the medium-grade spirit core power was turned on full blast, using the full output of a peak foundation establishment cultivator's spirit power to cast the water dragon shield. He also wanted to test where his current limits were, only to see the water flowing like a pillar on the 5-element sword. A huge water dragon that was bucket thick and 3 feet long drilled out and surrounded Suyun's body. And then the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th appeared in turn, using the thick spiritual energy of a peak foundation establishment cultivator to perform this move, coupled with the power increase of the 5-element sword that possessed 256 artifact patterns. This move was even at the level of the early Void Dance stage. Only one water dragon was able to give Suyun complete protection, and the remaining 3 roamed the space around Suyun, truly resembling a scaly dragon. Although this move is called Water Dragon Shield, the water dragon formed by the torrent is not a powerful means of attack. Looking at Lanji again, he was already so shocked by the strength Suyun had shown that he could not close his jaw, and even lost the will to fight, staring blankly at the several water dragons hovering in the air, not knowing what he was thinking. Subsequently, Suyun maneuvered the 3 water dragons and rushed towards the direction where Lanji was with an overwhelming momentum. At this point, Lanji did not resist, but dropped the long cone and sat cross-legged, with a smile on the corner of her mouth and her eyes closed, as if she was preparing for death. Boom boom boom. 3 muffled sounds erupted out, the earth trembled, and the residual shockwaves echoed within the formation for a long time, and Lanji on that side was unharmed. Lanji slowly opened his eyes, because he was connected to the Eye of the Soul drawing blood-bane formation. He naturally knew what had just happened. The 3 water dragons ended up crashing on top of the formation. He raised his head and looked at Su Yun as he got closer and closer. So he asked the doubt in his heart, "Why don't you kill me? One of us must die between the two of us." Su Yun didn't answer Lan Ji's question directly, but instead complimented. "This formation of yours is really extraordinary. Void Dan level attacks can't even shake it. Void Dan level. But you only have a cultivation of the 4th level of Chi cultivation. It seems that your background is even more frightening than I thought. No wonder the sect leader would take such good care of you." Lan Ji muttered a few more words. Only then did he wait for Su Yun's reply. "I don't kill you because you never intended to take over me in the first place, but you've just been forcing me to make a move so that you can be killed with your own hands." "Nope. I said that taking over you was part of the plan, and if you're unwilling to kill me, I did do it," Lan Ji even said in an argumentative tone at this point. "Then you can start now." With that, Su Yun dismissed the water dragon shield around his body, took a few steps forward, and sat down opposite Lan Ji. Lan Ji froze in place and looked at Su Yun in a mute manner. "Ha! What? You don't dare to get in the way of my identity background?" Su Yun sneered and laughed. Lan Ji lowered her head in shame with a disheveled look, and then Su Yun took out a jug of wine, took out 2 cups, poured them full of refreshing immortal wine, and served himself a cup, taking a sip. At some point, he also learned the habit of drinking from one bai, and then he poured the whole glass of wine down his throat, fell back comfortably, propped his hand on the ground, and said ruefully, "Actually, I guess, my strength all comes from my knowledge and ideas, not my status, position, or background. I don't have any of those. If you take over my body, you will only become that crazy Su with the worst qualifications in the clan and the worst strength in the crowd." Chapter 54, Returning to the Palace with the Corpses. Lan Ji looked at Su Yun with almost reverent eyes, but Su Yun didn't know whether Lan Ji had listened to him or not, only to see him pick up the wine cup, drink it all in one go, wipe his mouth with his hand, and kneel down to Su Yun. "Brother Su, please make sure you behead me with your own hands." Su Yun just wanted to slap Lan Ji. Why was this person so oily? Then give me a reason first. What's the mouth for? "Brother Su, I have never lied to you." Lan Ji looked at Su Yun's eyes without blinking and said, "My first plan was for you to behead me with your own hands, but you refused, so I had to force you to do it." After a moment of silence, he continued, "I grew up in a pile of dead people, infiltrated by Yin Qi. My body has long been overburdened, and my soul is also weak. If I hadn't met the remnant of that Yuaning senior, I wouldn't even be able to live now at all. He wanted to take over my body, but his divine soul was too broken and he was no longer able to return to the heavens. So he regarded me as a person of destiny and fused his remnant soul with my candle in the wind like divine soul, and his inheritance was taught to him as much as he could. Just senior is pure earth attribute spiritual root. I just ordinary dual attribute gold and wood miscellaneous spiritual root. Spiritual root attributes are different, so I can use the means is extremely limited. A heritage is considered wasted. Good fellow, with such a chance, you can be the protagonist of this." Su Yun could not help but spit. Lan Ji froze for a moment, then spoke in a low tone. "I've survived so far, but now I'm on the verge of dying, so in order to live up to senior's teaching grace, I thought of taking a risk and searched for the corpse of a fresh child with earth spirit root, and refined it into a corpse puppet for the purpose of taking over the body. After fusing the divine soul of a small child with the remnants of senior's soul, the reclaimed me should be able to possess an earth attribute spirit root. That's why I will never take over you, Brother Su, until it's absolutely necessary, because your qualifications are too poor. And even if you have an earth spirit root, you won't be able to fully utilize your predecessor's inheritance. Afterward, if you want to take over your body again, it will be as hard as heaven. You actually still dislike it." Su Yun was so angry that his teeth itched, clenched his fists, and said in a bad mood, "Then why don't you kill yourself?" Upon hearing this, Lan Ji fiddled with her wineglass and shook her head. "The method of seizing the body is inherently mysterious and unfathomable. Because I fused the divine soul of the Yuaning seniors, there is only a hint of a possibility. If it is suicide, it will definitely affect the state of mind and create a knot in the heart, which makes it difficult to be successful. And what is even more troublesome is the things that happen down the road. Changing my identity for no reason. Even if I make fewer friends, I can't avoid trouble. I may not be able to stay in the Falling Clouds sect. My cultivation is scattered after seizing my body, and it's too much of a risk to not have a peaceful place to cultivate. It would be better to find someone and tell the cause, and perhaps get assistance." Lan Ji became more and more agitated as she spoke. "But if I make a request rashly, I'm afraid that no one will agree. And if my strength is low and the secrets on my body are revealed, I'm afraid that I'll be utilized by someone with a heart of gold. Arresting me and forcing me to hand over my predecessor's inheritance might not be possible. It's not easy to find trustworthy people, Su Yun pointed at himself and asked, "Then I'm credible? You're the one who was able to resist even the fifth elder's inquiring heartsword unharmed, so you're naturally trustworthy." Lan Ji laughed. Hearing Lan Ji say this, Su Yun was a bit stunned. Was this questioning heartsword an officially certified good guy card? Then I thank you. After that, even if I change my identity, I can still ask you to utilize your relationship with the sect leader to allow me to stay in the Falling Cloud sect. And then Lan Ji smiled meaningfully. And you will also keep my secret, right? Thinking about corpse puppets, I can be the only one capable of refining them. After drinking a cup of wine and a short moment of silence, Su Yun smiled bitterly. Good calculation. If I don't agree, you also have other schemes, right? Right. Lan Ji didn't hide anything. A smile was raised on her face, but it made people only feel chills on their backs. I've already told all my secrets. If Brother Su finally rebuffs, he definitely won't be able to walk out of this soul-drawing blood-bane formation with his secrets. Brother Su, you have mind-boggling strength. Stronger than I expected. But I'm also harboring a Yuaning predecessor's crushing means. It's not certain who the deer will be. However, it doesn't matter who dies. I can be considered invincible. Lan Ji's smiling face was full of joy as she raised her wineglass to clink it with Su Yun. Brother Su, I want to be friends with you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you. Su Yun could not help but marvel at the depth of Lan Ji's city. From the moment he stepped into the good deeds room, he had already lost, and there was no benefit in fighting hard anymore. Gotta have it. Su Yun helplessly raised his wineglass and clinked it with Lan Ji. Serves you right. The two of them drank the wine in their cups. Lan Ji had a relaxed look on her face. Good wine. That's not true. This is Wenbai's homebrewed spirit wine. It's not available anywhere else. Su Yun also let go of his mustiness and accepted Lan Ji. Although Lan Ji was skillful in calculating, Su Yun felt that he was more sincere than anyone else. Lan Ji stood up and saluted respectfully. Brother Su, the wine has been drunk. Labor, please send me on my way. Good. Just you want to die so badly. Su Yun also stood up with a stretch. But this mess has to be dealt with. The open space in front of the Good Samaritan's house was shattered beyond recognition, and one of the houses had collapsed, so it was inevitable that people would see it and pursue the cause. Perhaps because the oil lamps had been tipped over. Fires had sprung up among the ruins. Holy, it's on fire. Corpse puppets. Su Yun then remembered that the 3 corpse puppets were still buried within the ruins. The 2 of them went over and extinguished the fire with their hands and planed out the corpse puppet. The good thing is that after all, it is the body of a cultivator with spiritual energy functioning, and being smashed by the bricks and mortar is not a big problem. The collapsed houses can be explained by age, but I'm afraid the battle marks in the open space in front of the door can only be solved by you, Brother Su, Lan Shi said as he fumbled around and handed over a jade tablet. This is that Yuaning Senior's clan's secret technique, the Divine Mighty Imperial Earth skill, which can turn earth and stone into flowing water, and can be used at will. When a strong person performs it, he can even overturn 10,000 hectares of land, and move mountains to fill in the sea. As a reward, generous Su Yun received the merit law with delight while also sighing at the depth of Lan Ji's calculations, which had anticipated the aftermath. What Lan Ji gave was a soul jade simplex, a treasure that could only be refined by Yuaning or higher powers, which could infuse one's own comprehension of the gong method within the specially crafted jade simplex in order to transmit the gong. Absorbing the gongfu within the jade simplification is not much different from Big Brother's direct transmission of gongfu, and it is not incongruous to say that it is a divine soul U disc. The divine soul jade slip was quite laborious to refine, and could definitely be called a generous gift. Su Yun probed his divine sense into the jade slip, sat down and started practicing, and Lan Ji, like a mortician, carefully cleaned the stains on the body of the corpse puppet, put on the clothes, and packed it in a coffin. Half an hour later, Su Yun ended his cultivation. The feeling of enlightenment made him smile. What a subtle technique! If he were to look at the Gongfu scrolls and practice, it would be difficult to reach such a point without a few years of delving into them. Moreover, Lan Ji was extremely generous, and the inheritance regarding the divine mighty imperial earth skill was extremely profound and complete, with all sorts of epiphanies available. Although there were still a large number of divine wonders in his sea of consciousness that still needed to be digested, and he was now only grasping the skinny of this divine mighty imperial earth skill. As long as Su Yun operated this technique, he would be able to mentally sense the surrounding earth and rocks, and the earth would fluctuate with him with a single exhale and inhalation. It's enough to fix the potholes in the ground around it. Slightly operating the spiritual power of the 5 elements sword to perform this technique, the ground's rubble and dirt began to soften, gradually blending into the earth, and even causing a wave of up and down undulation to rise and fall. Soon the ground was leveled as new, even newer than it had been before the battle. Those who engage in civil engineering must love this feat. Brother Su's enlightenment is really strange. even though he utilized the divine soul jade slip. It's still amazing that he was able to master it in half an hour. Lanji patted his horse's ass and said, "It cannot be done unless the divine soul is strong." Then he stepped back a few steps and gave way to a few coffins. "Brother Su, I'll take care of the other traces on my own. And next, I'll labor on Brother Su." Suyun let out a long sigh, not expecting that he would have to handily kill another fellow traveler. "How long does it take for you to take over and be reborn? So that I can come and seek you out and help you with the aftermath. There's no harm in it. I'll come to find you, Brother Su, when the time comes." After saying that, Lanji closed her eyes and stood straight, pulling down the collar of her Dao robe with both hands, revealing her white neck. Suyun took out the flying sword, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Wait, let's just say, how much can you grasp? I'm afraid that if you go down with a sword, you'll really die." Lanji opened one eye and said, "I've prepared 10,000 times. I should be 10 sure. Why? I don't mean to mistrust you either, but there is an eventuality in everything. Why don't you unlock the formation first and let me go out first?" Suyun said stiffly. After all, he was still within this formation, and if something went wrong on Lanji's side, he didn't know how long he would be trapped. Well, good. Lanji used her mind to undo the formation restrictions, allowing Suyun to pass freely, and made a pleased gesture. Suyun shouldered the 3 coffins and jogged all the way to the edge of the light curtain, took a step and was not blocked, and managed to reach outside the formation. And Lanji was afraid that Suyun would suddenly renege on his words and slip away, so he eagerly shouted a few times from behind, "Brother Su? Brother Su, do you have the means to behead me from that far away? Why don't you come out of the formation after beheading me? Don't worry, you won't survive." Suyun threw the 5 elements sword casually, and the black sword then transformed into an uncatchable shadow, first flying in circles around the range circled by the formation. This hand operation to see Lanji dumbfounded, and then he released like closing his eyes. Suyun, on the other hand, took advantage of Lanji's unpreparedness and controlled the 5 elements sword to turn at an acute angle, taking his heart straight from behind him. A sword pierced through without a trace of blood. Before collapsing, Lanji had a smile on her face and said with difficulty, "Brother Su, really good means karma." Subsequently, at the location where Lanji had fallen, a circle of blue light rose steeply, turning into a chain and binding Lanji's body, after which the chain was dragged towards the ground, taking away a blurry shadow, and there was no further movement. "Lanji really has a lot of tricks up her sleeve," one said after another. Suyun muttered a few words. Fortunately, he didn't make an enemy with Lanji. This person possesses the inheritance of a Yuan-ing cultivator. His means are endless, and his mind is extremely meticulous, so he is really a terrifying existence. Carrying the 3 barricaded coffins, Suyun stepped onto the 5 elements sword, summoned the shield, and accelerated away from the good deeds room. A person carrying 3 coffins. This situation is too eye-catching. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to return to Tsueju Peak as soon as possible. Carrying the coffin was a little slower, but it took less than half a quarter of an hour. The first thing he did when he returned to the cave was to check the condition of the 3 corpse puppets to see if they were really no different from the living as Lanji had said. The means of testing is also very simple, which is to take the elixir. There are certain manifestations of the potency of each elixir coming into play, and to see if these phenomena can occur is to know whether or not the elixir has been digested and absorbed. From there, we can determine the condition of the corpse puppets, but that would require Win White's help. Finding Win Bai, she saw the 3 corpses in the coffin on the ground and was first surprised, then puzzled, hesitating for a moment before crossing her arms and asking, "You've got to give an explanation for this. This is what I went to the Good Samaritan's office to find." It's a long story. Suyun gave Win Bai a long speech about the situation of corpse puppets, only saying that someone can refine this kind of corpse puppet that is no different from a living person, but did not disclose the matter of Lanji's rebirth by taking over the body. It wasn't as if he didn't trust Win Bai, quite the opposite. It was with complete dedication. It's just that if Win Bai knew about such complicated things, it would more or less make her worry and add to her troubles. So these corpses, no, corpse puppets, can be used to test pills. Win Bai's receptivity was surprisingly good, and didn't find these corpse puppets weird or even exciting, claiming so, but exactly how, is to find you to try it out. After saying that, Suyun was still afraid that Win Bai would be uneasy about the origin of these corpses and explained. The origin of the raw materials of these corpse puppets is in accordance with the rules of the sect, and no one was persecuted or tortured during the process. There are full guarantees for the human rights and dignity of the deceased. He. Win Bai covered her mouth and pursed her lips. With your certification, naturally I'm not worried. After saying that, Win Bai took out the pill bottle and poured out a handful of colorful pills. These pills have different attributes and their utility is easy to observe. so it's best to use them for experimentation. Soo-yun played on the side, breaking open the corpse puppet's mouth and feeding the elixir by one by. A male corpse puppet took a fiery red elixir, and immediately his face turned scarlet and his whole body rolled. This elixir belongs to the waste elixir. It has no name. The medicinal effect is very simple. That is, it can raise a person's body temperature and will not be damaged. So it seems that this corpse puppet can indeed refine the elixir. However, this was only a very elementary elixir, and if it was really to be used as a mouse to test the elixir, it would require the corpse puppets to be able to react to the subtle utility of the higher order elixir as well. Wenbai took out the second pill called Frost and Snow Lotus Flower Pill. Third order pills. The main ingredient is the Tianqi Snow Lotus, which allows a person to briefly enter the state of the subtle lotus flower true intent. Spiritual power, speed can be greatly increased, and appearance can also be reflected. The test drug was the only female corpse puppet. The elixir went into the stomach. A cool breath spread out, and then the female corpse puppet's eyebrows and whiskers turned into a translucent snow color, like a layer of frost, giving rise to a kind of dusty temperament. And her face, which was not that bad, was even better now, with a kind of icy beauty. Seeing this, Wenbai beamed. You really have a good eye. Quite good at picking. This is totally the kind of crap that Lanji pulls off. The third pill that Wenbai took out after that was the True Wood Nourishing Yuan pill, which was also a third order pill. This experiment could be considered blood money. 2 self-created third order elixirs might be able to sell for hundreds of spirit stones. The next victim was the third corpse puppet, and Soo-yun chopped off one of its arms with his sword, and Wenbai's eyes landed on top of the 5 elements sword. Feeling curious all of a sudden. Is this your newly refined magic weapon? It looks very domineering. Right. It was only then that Soo-yun remembered that he could actually get one by one of these new style flying swords as well, and by simply informing her of the method of manipulating the spirit core, she would naturally be able to appreciate the marvelousness of this sword with her enlightenment, and there was no fear that the refining method of the spirit core would be leaked, and it didn't matter if the flying sword was lost or taken by someone. Turn around and find the right materials. I'll get you one as well. This is a subversive magic weapon that I developed on my own. Saying that, Soo-yun imperialized the flying sword and flew a few circles around the two of them, while also releasing streams of light to display its characteristics like an intrinsic magic treasure. Wenbai was shocked by Soo-yun's tactics. Her eyes rounded and her vermilion lips slightly opened. She could sense that this was not the usual means of using her mind power to control things, but rather the kind that could be used to exert spiritual power through the air like an instinctive magic treasure. After the shock, there was more elation. Happy for Soo-yun. This was the first time she had seen Soo-yun's legendary means yet. Soo-yun looked at Wenbai's eyes and laughed. This sword of mine is black, so I'll refine a polished white one for you, and in the future, we'll be the black and white twins. Ha! I've received your good intentions. Wenbai raised his hands to his chest and waved his hands slightly, but the sword won't be needed because I don't like fighting and killing. That said, my current standardized flying sword has only decapitated one spirit beast. Soo-yun had wanted to say that this sword used to escape is also a thief fast, but he also knew Wenbai's nature, so he did not say much. Anyway, you can first plan, need it or not, and then say, then let's feed the corpse puppet the elixir first blah. He's bleeding out. Well, good, nodded Wenbai. Chapter 55, Human Modification. A moment after the True Wood Nourishing Pill was taken, as the duo expected, the blood flow at the severed limbs of the corpse puppets began to stagnate, followed by the growth of delicate flesh buds, twisting and writhing like worms, which began to proliferate. Nerves, blood vessels, and bones then began to grow out at a rate visible to the naked eye, eventually growing into the finished arm, which was considerably whiter in color than the skin of the other arm. After careful comparison, Wenbai nodded his head in satisfaction, although the healing speed is to be slightly slower than that of a living person, but as a corpse, it's already amazing enough to be used to test the medicine no problem. After Wenbai's professional certification, Soo-yun was also assured that he could take the corpse puppet to test the spirit-swallowing insect. I only need one. The rest are yours. Soo-yun signaled for Wenbai to pick first. Wenbai frowned and stretched out her tender onion-like fingers to point at the female corpse puppet in the center. This one can't be given to you. Feel free to do the rest. Soo-yun sweated. What do you take me for? Don't get the wrong idea that I have some weird fetish. Ha ha, have I misunderstood? Wenbai's eyes glanced upwards and snorted. Oops. It's just because there are minor differences in the physique of male and female cultivators, and to be safe, it's better to test them all. So that's it. Rigor. Soo-yun had to give a thumbs up. In the end, Soo-yun kept the male corpse puppet that had its arms cut off, and helped Wenbai carry the rest back to her cave. And after a short farewell, Soo-yun went back to his cave to start his seclusion. It was what was to come next that was a feat never before seen in the world of immortal cultivation. If the spiritual energy from the spirit core could access the meridians, it would be able to improve Suyun's extremely poor qualifications in one fell swoop. Differences in qualifications have no more than 3 implications. One is the speed of absorbing heaven and earth aura, which directly affects the speed of cultivation as well as the speed of recovering spiritual energy, and the analogy is that it affects the experience value bonus and blue recovery. As long as you can add spirit nuclei to your meridians, you can relieve the pressure of spiritual energy in your meridians, thus speeding up the speed of spiritual energy, and increasing the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth by means of turbocharging. This was a conclusion that Suyun had already verified through practice earlier. It was even possible to directly use the spiritual energy within the spirit core to cultivate. On the second hand, the qualifications were different, and the amount of spirit power in the spirit sea was also different, thus leading to the difference in the cultivator's strength. With the use of spirit cores, this problem could be solved once and for all. Thirdly, qualification also determines the smoothness and bandwidth of the human body's meridians, which affects whether or not the execution of the gongfu is smooth, and also affects the maximum amount of spiritual power that the cultivator can release at the same time, which determines the power of the execution of the gongfu. For Suyun, this point might become a shortcoming in his cultivation, but it was by no means a shortcoming in his strength. Spirit-inducing gold. This material's tolerance of spiritual power is far greater than the meridians of low-ranking cultivators. On the spirit core of the extremely small line of spirit-inducing gold is enough to withstand the peak foundation cultivator's full power when the spiritual power of the spell, if thickening the line of spiritual power, catching up with the yuaning, and even the transformation of the gods cultivators are not impossible. Suyun had also figured out to rely more on the spirit cores in the magic weapon when performing the feats. The spirit cores that access the meridians could also be used as a backup hidden energy source to drive other magic weapons in addition to being used for cultivation. It wasn't impossible to bury spirit-inducing gold lines in one's body when necessary to export the spiritual energy in the spirit core and use it to power magic weapons. After all, one's meridians were blocked and narrowed, and empty of the spirit core's strong spiritual energy. One could not execute any powerful feats. Suyun took out the porcelain vase containing the spirit-swallowing insects within his Qiankuan pocket, released the spirit-swallowing insects and placed them in his palm. The original spirit-swallowing insect was motionless, but as soon as it came into contact with the aura of heaven and earth, it became active, and its tentacles became teeth and claws, stretching out all over in the air, appearing to be very fluffy, like long hair fluffed up due to static electricity. Coming to the dissecting table where the corpse puppet was placed, Suyun placed the spirit-swallowing insect on the abdomen of the corpse puppet, and then gave the corpse puppet a spirit-gathering elixir to radicalize the spiritual energy in the corpse puppet's body, speeding up the flow of spiritual energy and allowing the spirit-swallowing insect to better search for the meridians. The spirit-swallowing insect twisted in place for a few times, and then with a sudden jolt, its tentacles paused, supposedly discovering the corpse puppet as a suitable parasitic object. Then the white silk-like tentacles tightly attached to the skin of the corpse puppet, as a support, supporting the body, and then new tentacles grew from the body, rooted into the skin, and soon grew more and more. After the newborn tentacles penetrated deeper, they directly pulled the body's meatball inside the corpse puppet's body, with the rest of the tentacles following closely behind. In a moment it was gone. The wounds healed instantly under the residual medicinal power of the true wood-nourishing Yuan Dan. Seeing this, Suyun hurriedly sat down beside the dissecting table and condensed his divine sense, directly probing into the body of the corpse puppet and using it to track the movements of the spirit-swallowing insect. Since the corpse puppet had spiritual power but no divine sense, Suyun's divine sense was not hindered in any way. Normally, using divine sense to try to gauge other people would still be resisted by the divine sense, let alone trying to pry into other people's bodies. In Suyun's understanding, the divine sense thing could be some sort of field emanating from the divine soul, following the characteristics of all fields. It can interfere, it can diffract, and it also decays with distance. However, Suyun was not proficient in the divine sense Tao, which were things that only big brothers could play around with. However, it was enough for peering inside a corpse puppet. The speed of the spirit-swallowing insect parasitization was not fast, and Suyun was prepared for a protracted battle. Since the spirit-swallowing insect had earlier broken quite a few tentacles by Suyun, it did not start parasitizing directly, but instead coiled near the Dantian location, shaped like a ball of flotsam wrapped around a ball of meat, and began to repair those tentacles that had been broken. It was a whole day of saving up for the day. On the second day, the spirit-swallowing insect seemed to have recuperated from its injuries and began to organize its tentacles, gradually making its way to the veins throughout its body. Up to this point, Suyun was barely able to keep up with the spirit-swallowing insect, although the meridians were very complicated. but following the spirit-swallowing insect's tentacles to probe. He was also able to detect the flow of spiritual energy in the human body. Probing other people's bodies is not like internal vision, cannot be accurately informed of the location of the meridians, and each person's meridian direction, distribution, are vastly different, and swallowing spirit worms can actually easily find, can be described as magical. However, even at this point, the spirit-swallowing insect hadn't established a connection with the meridians, and was only relying on the supply of spiritual energy overflowing from the meridians to grow. On the third day, the basic veins of the spirit-swallowing insect's tentacles had taken shape, though they still hadn't connected to the meridians. The intricacy of the tentacles at this point was greater than it had been when it was found on the warthog. It is true that man is the spirit of all living things, and the complexity of the meridians is not comparable to that of an ordinary spirit beast. On the fourth day, the spirit-swallowing insect branched out into countless secondary tentacles on top of the original tentacle veins, and its complexity increased almost exponentially, long exceeding Suyun's ability to comprehend. The number of minutiae is more than the number of neuronal synapses in the human nervous system, but still no connection to the meridian. On the fifth and sixth day, new branching tentacles began to grow on top of the tentacles that the spirit-swallowing insect had differentiated from, so tiny that it was almost undetectable with Suyun's divine sense. It also corresponded to those tiny meridians that he had originally been unable to sort out. The tentacles are likewise not connected to the meridians. Soon, on the seventh day, just when Suyun thought that the spirit-swallowing insects were relying on these incomparably tiny and numerous tentacles to absorb free spiritual energy to survive, the spirit-swallowing worm was finally changing. Perhaps the spirit-swallowing insect had extended a new tentacle, but with Suyun's divine sense, he could no longer detect it. On top of the traceable tentacles, pure spiritual power began to pool in. Spiritual power far beyond what it had been earlier, connecting to the meridians. Suyun opened his eyes in delight. 7 days of squatting finally brought the desired result. Suyun was naturally happy, but it wasn't ecstasy, but rather a silent joy. Hiding his happy emotions, Suyun continued to peer internally at the spirit-swallowing insect. The ponderous tentacles of the spirit-swallowing insect began to draw spiritual energy from the meridians of the corpse puppet from the tiniest of minutiae, pooling it step by step. It's like rain falling from the sky onto the mountains and forests, and after dripping between the leaves, it soaks into the soil and flows as a mountain stream. Streams jump in gullies and valleys, flow into rivers, and merge into large rivers until they run into lakes and seas. The torrent of spiritual energy that eventually formed rushed towards the spirit-swallowing insect's main body. The corpse puppet's spiritual energy was quickly drained of most of its power, and Suyun hurriedly renewed some elixirs to replenish the corpse puppet's spiritual energy. This was the disadvantage of being directly parasitized by an adult spirit-swallowing insect. The general situation was that spirit-swallowing insects grew slowly, and there would not be a situation where a large amount of spiritual energy was extracted in this way. And the next part is the best part. The light to draw spiritual power belongs to the exhaustion of fishing, not a long-term way. For qualified hosts, looking for long-term coexistence, certainly to feed back the spiritual power. Soon, spiritual energy flowed out of the tentacles intermittently in the main body, but it was chaotic and disorganized, and some of it would even clash with the spiritual energy drawn from it. Plus the tentacles extending from the main body are just a staggering amount, adding to the clutter. But the process was trial and error on the part of the spirit-swallowing insect, and as the number of attempts increased, the back and forth of spiritual energy became more and more fluid. It's almost like machine learning. After a day, there was already a stable circulation of spiritual energy between some of the tentacles, although it was only on a small scale and couldn't become a climate. But once the circulation was formed, it would grow like a typhoon afterwards. And the speed at which the spirit-swallowing insect learned far exceeded Suyun's expectations. Finally, after another 5 days, a stable and smooth circulation of spiritual energy had formed between the spirit-swallowing insect and the corpse puppet, and the spirit-swallowing insect had already become part of the corpse puppet's meridians. The price is to be eaten part of the rebate. The outflow of spiritual energy is reduced by 1 or 2%. If the spirit-swallowing insects are in the reproduction stage, this ratio will increase to more than 50%. So much so that they will eventually drag down the host, and after reproduction, they will die with the host, and the next generation of spirit-swallowing insects will then break out of the host's corpse to start a new cycle of life. Thus, solving the problem of the reproduction of the spirit-swallowing insects is the key to its utilization. Make it incapable of reproducing by simply utilizing the psychic cycles it builds. Spirit-swallowing insects are, after all, living creatures with the ability to heal themselves. Simple destruction may not work, and need to be on some means. Now that the spirit-swallowing insect was in its complete parasitic state, Suyun was ready to dissect it. Finding the tools used in the last dissection, Suyun found the location of the spirit-swallowing insect's body inside the corpse puppet and made a small incision in the corpse puppet's abdomen in order to destroy its tentacles as little as possible. And then the stent was used to prop open the trauma and obtain enough space for maneuvering. The anatomy of the spirit-swallowing insect Suyun had already been informed in the books that the organ for its reproduction was located within the body. Similar to a meat sack, Suyun used a precision carving knife to slice open the flesh ball of the spirit-swallowing insect and saw that the tentacles inside had already converged together, ultimately leaving only the thick 314 major vein bodies, attached to the sarcomeres for propagation by a grid-like tissue. It can be said that the essence of the spirit-swallowing insect is reproduction. To castrate the spirit-swallowing insect's reproductive organs as well as to preserve its ability to grow was what Suyun had to do next. The reproducing meat sacs were removed with a knife, but soon showed signs of resurgence. There is no way to stop the reproductive organs from regenerating without some means. The next time is when the refining means show their power. Simply by directing the psychic energy elsewhere, the organ cannot regenerate. The next step was to comb through the 314 major chakras for the direction of the spiritual energy, guiding it with a vessel pattern. After another 3 days, Suyun initially completed a kind of spiritual power interface that was sufficient to allow the spiritual power in the medium-grade spiritual core to flow at full power and form a cycle. This is the first human-machine interface in the immortal cultivation world that connects a person with a magic weapon. The interface device made from heavenly metaphysical iron occupied the original reproductive organs of the spirit-swallowing insects, preventing the organs from regenerating, while also maintaining the operation of spiritual energy to ensure survival and growth. Suyun tried to amputate some tentacles and found that the breaks were still able to repair themselves, as well as differentiate into new tentacles. An extra octagonal metal part, the size of a fingernail cap, appeared on the body of the transformed spirit-swallowing insect, with densely packed spirit-inducing gold contacts on it for connecting to the spirit core. The corresponding spirit core also needs to be redesigned. The spirit power output can't be as sloppy as that of the spirit core on the magic weapon. It needs to be precisely controlled, and a safety mechanism needs to be set up to prevent the spirit power from backfiring under special circumstances. After all, it is to access the human meridians. There must not be the slightest sloppiness. After another 4 days, the refining of the appropriate medium-grade spirit core was completed. Suyun refined another base for fixing the spirit-swallowing insect's body and spirit core, which also facilitated the replacement of the spirit core. After the onboarding test, between the spirit core, the network of spirit-swallowing insect tentacles, and the meridians of the corpse puppet, a stable cycle of spiritual energy had been formed, which was unceasingly alive and did not have the slightest loss. The presence of 3 different sources actually strikes a delicate balance that is ingenious. After a few more days of testing, Suyun determined that being parasitized by the spirit-swallowing insect would not bring about any other adverse effects other than being sucked of spiritual energy, and would not damage the body, much less jeopardize the meridians. Suyun made up his mind that it was time to transplant the spirit-swallowing insect into his body. Improving your qualifications is at stake. Before that, a trip to Wenbai was needed. Push open the dusty door for a long time. The midday sunlight shook Suyun for a while. After adapting, in front of the eyes of the Tsueju Peak is still a peaceful, fresh and slightly cold air poured into the cave, blowing the doorway of the vines. Suyun couldn't help but stretch. Come to Wenbai's cave. She was holding a book, counting the number of pills she had refined. Yuan Lingdan, 10 bottles, 50 grains. Ice clear calcedony pill, 10 bottles, a total of 100 pills. Frost and snow lotus flower pill, 1 bottle, 10 grains. Wenbai, long time no see na. Suyun gently waved his hand in greeting. At these words, Wenbai's pen stalled, turned his head and glanced obliquely at Suyun. His expression was tranquil, not shocked or happy. The record was then continued. Red fire skywalking pill, 1 bottle, 1 capsule. Suyun just quietly watched from the side with a well-behaved face. A table of bottles and jars was quickly inventoried. Lastly, the true wood nourishing pill, 2 bottles, 20 capsules. Snapping closed the book. Wenbai turned his head to look at Suyun, sized him up and frowned. 20 days or so. I didn't see anyone, and I shouldn't have knocked on the door. I thought you were in seclusion. But your cultivation didn't go up either. You came looking for me? Suyun touched his head in embarrassment. Su was too involved. Didn't pay attention. Forgive me, ha ha ha. During this period of time, his energies were all on the spirit-swallowing insects, so it was inevitable that he neglected the outside world. But you still have some conscience, knowing that you're coming over now to help prepare for the pill sale. Wenbai raised his eyebrows and said with a swift smile, actually, I want to come here to ask for a true wood nourishing Yuan Dan. Suyun's old face reddened and said stiffly. Wenbai huffed and puffed as she poured out a true wood nourishing Yuan pill from within the jade bottle and flung it at Suyun, saying in a bad mood, Take it you. You can go now. I'll be too busy alone at tomorrow's elixir sale. Actually, you can also go and help out tomorrow, Suyun said weakly. Chapter 56, Pain and Sweetness. Hearing Suyun's words, Wenbai clearly wanted to laugh, but he forced himself to hold it in and said in a bad mood, "You'd better. Come on. What other work is there? Let me help you." Seeing that there was a step to take, Suyun hurriedly seized the opportunity to be attentive. Wenbai crooked her neck and playfully said, "You really know how to pinch the time. The party has just been busy and is waiting for tomorrow's opening." Opening. Suyun cupped his chin and began to think of countermeasures, and couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. "Look at me when I sell goods tomorrow. He knew quite a few of those tawdry routines of bandwagons from his previous life. Noticing the smile on Suyun's face, Wenbai crossed her arms. "Turtle, what kind of bad ideas do you have in your head? It's just some normal marketing techniques. Can a capitalist thing be considered a bad idea?" Suyun said ruefully. "Capitalist? What is a capitalist?" Although Wenbai had long been accustomed to the strange vocabulary coming out of Suyun's mouth, he still asked curiously. "Nothing. A kind of pendant on a street lamp," Suyun explained without thinking. "Sounds great. I want to hang one too," Wenbai exulted. Suyun couldn't explain it well. Since Wenbai had already prepared all the matters, Suyun couldn't help much, and then he was blown away by Wenbai. "Pro go." Wenbai called out to Suyun, "Open your mouth." "Ha? What?" Suyun turned around and opened his mouth to speak when he realized that something had been thrown into his mouth, then smoothly passed by his throat and fell into his abdomen. A wave of medicinal power then spread out. It turned out that it was Wenbai who had fed him an elixir with his mind power. "What kind of elixir is this?" Suyun asked while feeling the medicinal power. This medicinal power was marvelous, though pure, if anything, and it was impossible to detect its specific effects. "I don't know either, so I'll let you try." Wenbai had a smile at the corner of his mouth and waved his head slightly. "Isn't this what a Dan attendant should do?" "Suyun, forget it. I won't tease you. This is an elixir that warms the divine soul. Look at you. Your eyes are lax and your divine soul is weak. You must have used too much divine thoughts. Pay attention to rest in the future," Wenbai said with some complaints. At this time, the medicinal power had also come up, and Suyun immediately felt refreshed and his sea of consciousness was clear. For nearly a month, Suyun had used his divine sense to probe the situation of the spirit-swallowing insects. Although the range of the divine sense released was small, it could not withstand the prolonged exertion, and not having recovered by sleeping or toning, it was indeed a bit tiring. Suyun tenderly looked at Wenbai and laughed lightly. "Okay, next time for sure." Saying goodbye to Wenbai, Suyun plunged headlong into the cave again to begin his next plan. Returning to the dissecting table, Suyun removed the transformed spirit-swallowing insect from the body of the corpse puppet, retaining only the main tentacles. With the conclusions he had drawn from his observations during this period of time, the spirit-swallowing insect had an extremely strong vitality, and as long as there was a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, the tentacles would soon be able to grow. Taking out the various components and the elixirs he needed to use, Suyun stripped off his top and lay down on his bed. Although the spirit-swallowing insect was parasitized in the dantian position when tested on the corpse puppet, the spirit nucleus, after all, has to be exposed outside the body, and it would be more or less strange if the spirit nucleus was installed in the navel position. So he decided to place the spirit core in the location of his sternum, in the same location as the energy core of the Rice Iron Man. This inevitably involves cutting through the skin and making holes in the sternum. It's easy to say, but it takes a lot of determination to really go under the knife on your own body, not to mention having to put parasites and metal components inside the body. After a long breath, Suyun took the initiative to withdraw the unconsciously operated body protection spiritual power, called out the 5-element sword, and made it fly in the air, with the tip of the sword downward, first according to the outline of the spiritual nucleus base, and then drew a bloody path on Suyun's chest as the construction drawings, and then Suyun clenched his teeth and controlled the 5-element sword to stab deeply into his chest. The strength of the human skeleton was naturally far inferior to the 5-element sword, and the sternum was easily cut open. At this moment, Suyun sort of understood what was meant by pain that went deep into the bone marrow. The pain was far beyond the last sword wound on the surface of his body. The fierce pain surged upward, making him actually unable to adjust for a moment, cold sweat swishing out. A few more swords went down, and Suyun's chest was hollowed out with a triangular bloody hole. Blood gushed out and flowed in a puddle while he still had to stretch out his trembling fingers to clip the broken meat and bone scraps inside the bloody hole. After cleaning the wound, Suyun put the magic-modified spirit-swallowing insect that had curled up into a ball into the blood hole. After a period of time to adapt and the pain subsided, Suyun seized the time to implant the spirit core base into the blood hole, and the machine bracket operated automatically. fixing the body of the demon-modified spirit-swallowing insect and connecting the spirit power interface between the two. When the base is the right size and fits the blood hole tightly, and the wound grows, it acts as a seal, replacing the skin to isolate the body from the inside and outside. So Suyun's chest had an additional inverted triangle of black iron, only a circle larger than a medium-grade spirit core, with a pit in the center to contain the spirit core. Afterwards, Suyun sat up straight, coiled on the bed, put the spirit core into the base. After a click sound of the operation of the mechanism, the spirit power of the spirit core and the base connected. A ring of luminescent material on the base emits a faint orange-red fluorescence when it comes into contact with psychic energy and is used as an indicator. Immediately afterward, Suyun set up his timing spells on the side, swallowed the true wood nourishing Yuan Dan, gathered his breath and concentrated his mind, and entered the state of internal vision. The medicinal power of the true wood nourishing elemental pill spread out, and the wound on his chest quickly began to heal, fitting tightly with the base of the spirit core, and there was no rejection. And the sliced sternum began to grow, resting against the base, jamming in dead center and completely immobilizing it. With just a thought, the spirit core began to gently release spiritual energy, stimulated by the spiritual power. The magic-modified spirit-swallowing insects became active, lazily stretching their tentacles in all directions. It was only a moment before Suyun stopped his spiritual power output again. Otherwise the spirit-swallowing insect should have grown its tentacles towards the spiritual core. Then, Suyun took a spirit-gathering pill and fully operated his own spiritual energy to perform the cycle of large and small circumference, which soon attracted the attention of the spirit-swallowing insect. At the same time, tiny streams of spiritual energy were released from the spirit core, providing the spirit-swallowing insect with an extra supply of spiritual energy to speed up without attracting its attention, only to see that within Suyun's body, the spirit-swallowing insect split into countless tentacles. Its speed was more than 10 times faster than within the corpse puppet. The fine white thread-like tentacles were almost knotted into a network of veins, surging to all parts of the body like a tidal wave of money. At first, Suyun only felt some itching, and it was hard to scratch through the skin and flesh, unable to do so. But as the tentacles increased, a sharp pain abruptly came from wherever the tentacles reached. It was a tearing pain, constant, one wave higher than the next. With Suyun's tolerance already trembling all over his body, the clenched teeth bed issued a creaking sound, the gums oozing out crimson blood. From the corner of the mouth mixed with saliva flowed out. Although he had already anticipated that the rapid growth of the spirit-swallowing insects inside his body would not be pleasant, such a level of pain still messed him up for a moment. The original adult spirit-swallowing insect's parasitization process of 10 or 20 days was compressed by another 10 times, and the drastic growth of its tentacles could be imagined. But there was no turning back, and the pain could only be endured. Moreover, with the current growth rate, there was no way that the fusion with the spirit-swallowing insect could be completed before tomorrow. The speed is not enough. After the pain, Suyun showed a bitter smile on his face and said to himself, "All have promised when by, cannot break the appointment." It was only after several attempts that Suyun raised his own arm under the intense pain, and with great difficulty took out the remaining spirit-gathering pills. There were still a dozen or so, and poured them all into his mouth and a brain. Although the effects of raising cultivation could not be stacked, and the current Suyun's realm was only at the 6th level of chi cultivation, the extra spirit-gathering pills could provide a constant stream of thick spiritual energy so that the spirit-swallowing insects could absorb it. The output of the spirit core also increased at the right time, as long as it was smaller than the attraction of the spirit energy in the meridians to the spirit-swallowing insects. Of course, the pain intensified, almost exponentially, as if the spirit-swallowing worm was eating his body. Hiss ah ah. Suyun couldn't help but scream out. The miserable screams echoed within the cave, eventually burrowing out of the cave and reaching Wenbai's ears. Wenbai, who was resting, heard the sound and snapped his eyes open. Unable to care too much, he directly rolled off the bed and flew to the front of Suyun's cave with his imperial sword, shouting, "Suyun, are you alright?" Suyun, seeing that there was no response from inside for half a day, Wenbai kicked open the door and rushed in, seeing the half-naked Suyun sitting cross-legged on the bed, wailing in pain. The bed and couch were blood-stained, and the bones and broken flesh that had not been cleaned away were still piled there. Suyun's face, on the other hand, was ghastly white, his features screwed together, his teeth chattering and stained with dark red blood, and on its chest, there was an iron-black lump that emitted a triangular circle of orange-red spectral light. Such a sight shocked Wenbai so much that she couldn't close her jaws. Her voice trembled. "Suyun, what on earth have you done to yourself?" Suyun's entire body and mind were taken over by pain, unable to hear Wenbai's words or feel her presence. Seeing that Suyun's pain did not subside, Wenbai was a bit anxious and directly climbed onto Suyun's bed, grabbed his trembling left hand and began to take his pulse. The first thing he felt was the coldness of Suyun's body, like he had soaked in ice water. But as soon as the divine thought probed in, the panic on Wenbai's face increased. Spirit swallowing bugs, an adult spirit swallowing insect. How did it appear in Suyun's body? Immediately after, as his divine thoughts went deeper, Wenbai realized that Suyun's pulse was disordered to a terrifying degree, and that there were actually three forces present in his body. In addition to the spirit-swallowing insect and Suyun himself, even the iron block on Suyun's chest was releasing spiritual energy. Moreover, Suyun had actually put all the metal parts inside his body. Just don't kill yourself. What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you tell me? Wenbai was anxious and annoyed, and couldn't figure out why Suyun was doing this, why he was putting himself in this situation. Viewing such a situation, Wenbai slapped his face to calm himself down and began to think about what pills could help Suyun. Could it be that we have to kill this spirit-swallowing insect? No. Suyun must have a reason for putting it inside his body. Acting recklessly might even harm him. Use a pain-relieving elixir? But to stop this level of pain is bound to cause damage to the body. After thinking for a while, Wenbai realized that he wasn't able to help Suyun, and couldn't help but have tears in his eyes because of his heartache and self-blame. All that could be done was to accompany Suyun to get through it. Not caring too much, she leaned up and clutched Suyun's hands, her body pressed close. Looking at Suyun's agonized appearance, she could only weep in silent heartache. In Wenbai's heart, Suyun had long since occupied that position that was most important to the woman. In this way, I don't know how many hours had passed, but Suyun, who was originally close to losing consciousness, was once again forcibly awakened by the intensifying pain. There was just a hint of warmth above the palms of the hands in addition to the dense pain. A warmth that, in the face of the pain, looked like a beacon in a hurricane that could be engulfed at any moment. Yet its light is enough to give direction to a lost ship. Snap, snap. It was like a warm liquid had dripped into the heart, and it seemed that the pain had been driven away for a few moments. Suyun tried to open his eyes. First saw a blurred figure. A moment before it became clear. The person in front of him was not Wenbai. Who else could it be? She had already cried into tears. Tears dipping out of the corners of her reddened eyes and flowing down her fair cheeks all the way to the top of her chin before dripping down onto the back of Suyun's hand. Wenbai. Suyun made a mosquito-fly-thin voice with a dry throat. Suyun. Wenbai was bursting with joy. She wanted to ask a lot of questions. She even wanted to scold him, but she realized that Suyun's suffering wasn't over. So she only asked urgently, "What do you need me to do?" Suyun didn't have the strength to move his hands, so he had to use a roll of his eyes to look at the medicine bottle next to him. Only then did Wenbai notice that Suyun had two medicine bottles poured beside him, one of which was already empty. She picked it up and smelled it, instantly knowing that what was in it was spirit-gathering pill, and within the other pill bottle was the barrier-breaking pill. A barrier-breaking pill that could temporarily and drastically increase one's cultivation level. Good. Wenbai instantly understood and poured out the elixir, feeding it into Suyun's mouth. The barrier-breaking pill took effect instantly, and Suyun's cultivation climbed to the 9th level of chi practicing. Even the pain reaches its peak. Suyun intends to make a final push. The pain caused bruises and muscle spasms all over his body, but with that light to guide him, all he had to do was get through it and the wind would calm down. So much for an hour. When the spirit-swallowing insect split its tentacles that had become so tiny that they could not stimulate the nerves, all the pain instantly disappeared in a cloud. Originally, he thought he would be ecstatic after getting through it, but now he only felt light and ancient. Wenbai. Thank you. I'm fine. Please wait for me a little longer. Suyun opened her eyes and squeezed out a gentle smile on her miserable face. Aha! Wenbai wiped a tear from her eye and broke into a smile. Suyun did not let his guard down and continued to sit in a platter and began to look within. By now, the process of fusing with the spirit-swallowing insect had actually just passed the halfway mark. Whether or not it was able to connect the meridians afterward was the key to success or failure. If it failed, all the pain suffered in front of it would be for nothing. Since the newly grown tentacles were already fine and imperceptible, all Suyun could do was wait. The medicinal power of the barrier-breaking Dan was still there. The spiritual energy in his meridians was thick. Due to the cramped and narrow nature of his meridians, there was more or less some pressure to withstand the spiritual energy of the 9th level of chi cultivation. But fortunately, it was only a slight bloating in pain. But this pain was nothing in the face of the agony that had preceded it. Suyun stopped the output of spiritual energy within the spiritual core and began to concentrate on observing the situation of the various meridians. After an unknown amount of time, within a tiny meridian, a strand of spiritual energy was vented out and flowed within the spirit-swallowing insect's tentacles. Subsequently, the spiritual energy was like a flood that broke through a layer of unspeakable shackles, and from all meridians, It blossomed at multiple points and flowed towards the spirit-swallowing insect tentacles. And where the spiritual energy flowed through, it all became part of the meridians. And now he didn't need to view the spirit-swallowing insect's tentacles through internal vision. He only needed to sense the flow of spiritual energy to know where the tentacles were. What follows is the process of building the loop. This step is made by the spirit-swallowing insect to create a cycle of sizes in an almost exhaustive way. As long as there are many attempts and countless breakthroughs are accumulated, it will be the ultimate success. As for Su Yun's realm, he was naturally unable to participate in it. After all, the complexity of the tentacles and meridians were unknown to a terrifying extent. All he had to do was to vigorously out miracles and guidance, activating the spirit core and releasing a steady stream of spiritual energy. The immense spiritual pressure caused the flow of spiritual energy in the spirit-swallowing insect's tentacles to speed up by several times. Overclocking the processor is nothing more than that. The higher the voltage, the higher the speed of the computation naturally. Moreover, Su Yun was also running his gongfu with all his might, guiding the spiritual energy in his meridians to carry out the big and small circumference cycle during cultivation. Something that the corpse puppet could not do. Taoist nature is to follow the trend. The meridians of the spiritual power is to give the spirit-swallowing insect a trend, so that it takes advantage of the trend. Naturally, the water to the end of the line. Soon the morning light rising from the horizon had shone into the cave, and floating dust could be seen floating in the air. One Bai remained on silent watch. She looked at Su Yun's calm face and her own mind relaxed. A moment later, Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as pure and bright as they had been in the past. Only now there was one more point of tranquility. Two simple words were uttered. It's done. Now the spirit-swallowing insect was already in the shape of Su Yun La. Chapter 57:4 is equal to 9. Although it was the same spirit-swallowing insect, the tentacle veins that were formed by combining with the meridians were vastly different from the ones inside the corpse puppet. The connection of the Trinity had been completed, and the spiritual energy was smooth, greatly relieving the pressure of spiritual energy in the meridians. With Su Yun's own little spiritual power, even after the increase of the barrier breaking Dan, are not enough huge spiritual lines, but also need to be replenished by the spiritual core, in order to maintain the flow of abundant spiritual power. It was almost the level of the 9th level of Qi practicing. At this time, the spirit-swallowing insect's tentacles, or what could be called an artificial meridian, as well as the spirit core, had already become part of the meridian, and Su Yun could feel their existence when he operated his spiritual energy. The broadness of the spirit-swallowing bug's tentacles was far greater than Su Yun's meridians, and the richness of the spiritual energy in the spirit core was far greater than that of Su Yun's. Between the peak of the Void Dan and the 4th level of Qi practicing, there was a difference of 2 major levels, so much so that the shortcoming in the Trinity system is himself. Su Yun tried to run the cultivation technique, at the same time increasing the spiritual power output of the spiritual core, pushing the spiritual power in the meridians into a turbocharged state. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body at a speed several times that of the previous speed. There was even a residual amount, which was not even the upper limit of what his meridians could withstand. The heaven and earth's aura then operated along with the spiritual energy, and was eventually condensed, refined, and incorporated into the Dantian spiritual sea, raising his cultivation level by a drop. Of course, it was also possible to cultivate using the spiritual energy in the spiritual core, but it was equally necessary to refine and accept it into the spiritual sea with the help of a gong method. Su Yun estimated that his current cultivation speed would not be inferior to those clan prides. Only the problem of narrow meridians is still a bit tricky. The rated strength that he can exert with his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi cultivation may only be at the 9th level of Qi cultivation at most, but that's enough to be joyful about. And as soon as he opened his eyes, he could see Wen Bai, who had waited for him all night. The belated elation finally exploded out in a concentrated manner at this moment. Su Yun subconsciously hugged Wen Bai and shared his joy. I did it! Although he didn't understand what Su Yun was doing, Wen Bai could also clearly feel that the spiritual energy fluctuations around Su Yun were much stronger, and his heart was naturally happy. But Su Yun was naked and close to her, and her face and body were inevitably a little hot. Su Yun, okay, you're hugging me too tight. Only after hearing Wen Bai's words did Su Yun notice the soft, warm feeling coming from his chest. Hurry up and let go. He then realized that Wen Bai was only wearing a liner, and the round fullness of his chest swayed slightly because of the backward movement. Previously, Su Yun has seen the appearance of Wen Bai's body when he was dry and thin. I did not expect that once the poison was cleared, the change was actually so big. Ahem. Su Yun handed over his own Dao robe and casually found a reason. The weather is chilly in the morning, so you and wear it. Looking down, Wen Bai's face became even more flushed. In the morning, he was in too much of a hurry to leave, and actually forgot to put on his coat. and because of the anxiety, actually never realized. Wenbai put on the Taoist robe in 2 or 3 times, covered her scarlet and hot face with her hands, and the hot air was bubbling on her head, and she let go only after half a day, and turned to complain. Su Yun, what in the world are you doing, causing me to worry so much that I forgot about this? After saying that, Wenbai straightened out the Dao robe that was one size too big on his body. I'm playing with something very new, Su Yun said, stretching out his left hand. Look at it again now. Wenbai went up to take Su Yun's pulse, only to feel that Su Yun's pulse was strange and different from all the pulses he had seen in the past. However, the pulse was smooth, the spiritual energy was strong, and there was no abnormality. Touch this again. Su Yun grabbed Wenbai's hand and placed it on the spiritual core at his chest. This is my biggest secret. Within this spiritual core there is as deep spiritual power as that of a peak void Dan cultivator. The utility is endless. There are also artificial meridians in there that have been modified with adult spirit swallowing worms. Feeling the cool touch on the metal components, Wenbai was shocked beyond measure, but he was unable to speak for half a day. By the way, do you have any pills there that can widen the meridians? Su Yun suddenly asked. Wenbai slowly withdrew his hand and shook his head. This kind of pills to improve the meridians are not of a low grade. With my strength I am not yet able to refine them. Not to mention that the corresponding herbs are also precious and hard to find. Just as well, when my realm rises, my meridians will naturally widen. Su Yun pondered, then raised an eyebrow and smiled confidently. Wenbai, it's still early. How about we go and spar? Cutting? Wenbai pondered for a moment, curved his eyes and smiled, clenching his fists. Although I don't like fighting, I have to teach you a good lesson today. You've caused me to worry all night. I'm going to go back and change into something that fits. So just wait. After saying that, Wenbai leaped off the bed and couch and ran out with a bounce in her bare feet, Su Yun's Taoist robe fluttering around on her like a cloak. Su Yun also cleaned up the mess in the cave in 3 tries, and after simply freshening up, he changed into a brand new set of Dao robes and walked out. He didn't bring the 5 elements sword with him, and now after placing the spirit core on his body, he had some ability to defend himself with just his own strength. A moment. The messy rocky beach that had originally been blown out by Su Yun was now covered with weeds, with dewdrops hanging on the grass blades, glistening under the golden sunrise. Su Yun and Wenbai then stood face to face, separated by a distance of about 10 meters. Wenbai, please enlighten me. Su Yun arched his hand in a rather formal manner. On the opposite side, Wenbai was relaxed and casual, smiling crookedly. Come on. She was dressed in an exquisite light gray Dao robe. The silk fabric was of superior texture and it was tailored to be very slim, lining her figure with a concave and convex shape. Instead, her hand was still her standard flying sword. You're bare-handed and empty-fisted. Are you not putting me, a Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator, in your eyes? Su Yun clenched his fists, unintentional pride flashed in his eyes, and laughed. The sword won't be necessary. I'm afraid you'll say I'm bullying you. Watch the move. Without further ado, Wenbai attacked first, and with a single point of his toes, he crushed the messy rocks under his feet, and his figure sped towards Su Yun. Su Yun also duly operated his spirit core, casting the water dragon shield with the strength of the 9th level of Qi, practicing to protect his body. For the time being, let's try to see how strong Wenbai is. Warm white sword lit up with fire. A blazing true fire sword move that indeed had the power of the Foundation Establishment stage. It really doesn't hold back. Su Yun dispatched the water dragon shield, allowing the 3 small water dragons to go forward to meet the sword, while he himself operated the water attribute footwork, treading water steps to escape from the attack range of the true fire sword. With strength comes much faster speed and reflexes. As the water dragons attacked, Wenbai did not panic, twisting his body and spinning it up in the air, controlling the tongues of fire that erupted from the true flame sword, precisely dispersing the 3 water dragons without consuming any excess spiritual energy. Such exquisite and unparalleled control of spiritual energy made Su Yun marvel. No wonder he was able to refine so many pills of superior quality. She was handpicked by the sect leader to be an inner disciple for a reason. This thing called enlightenment was also innate, and Su Yun could not envy it. The first encounter was considered a defeat for Su Yun. When Su Yun escaped, Wenbai turned his sword momentum and withdrew his spiritual power, after which he stabilized his stance and turned towards Su Yun. Humph, trying to escape, and then the white wrist gently lifted. There was a rustling in the weeds. It was a spiky vine traveling through the earth and rocks. Holy, blue and silver twine. Bah! It's the thorn vine technique. Su Yun could only leap upwards, and after eating this move, he was afraid that it would be difficult to get out. The moment he jumped up, a clump of spiky vines broke through the ground, twisting around each other and breaking upwards. After stagnation, although the attack was dodged, more vines broke out of the ground, churning the debris and soil below into a churning earth flow. Just wait for Su Yun to land and tie him up. And Su Yun would not be caught with his hands tied. He steeply thought of the secret method taught by Lanjit Divine Mighty Imperial Earth Technique, which just happened to be able to solve this move. With a slight movement of his mind, the earth and rocks within the range of his divine sense were all brought under his control. The earth and rocks flowed and churned all the vines to smithereens, and the vines dissipated in the twinkling of an eye, allowing Su Yun to land safely. At the same time, Wenbai was like stepping into silt, his calves instantly engulfed by softened white rocks. What kind of move is this? Wenbai tried for half a day, but couldn't get rid of the control, so he had to obediently bind his hands. Alright, I admit defeat. Su Yun walked lightly on the fluctuating ground and came to Wenbai, easily pulling him out. Wenbai felt slightly uncomfortable and held Su Yun's hand before stabilizing his balance. It was standing on the ground, but it didn't feel like standing on the ground at all, and it felt, well, amazing. A moment later, the ground stopped fluctuating, and even the original messy rocks and floating soil disappeared, turning into a flat stone surface. A small move learned from someone else, Su Yun explained vaguely. Involving Lan Ji, it was inappropriate to speak too clearly. I also don't know how Lan Ji's reclaiming of her body is progressing. Seeing that the day was almost over, the two of them packed up and prepared to go sell the elixir. Su Yun sorted through the list of elixirs given by Wenbai and found that most of them were those 3 beauty and skin improving second-order elixirs, and other general-purpose elixirs only accounted for less than 30%. They are all clear self-created third-order pills. There are no low-order pills of the experimental nature that Wenbai refined. It can be said to be full of sincerity. The market price of third-order pills ranged from 10 spirit stones to hundreds of spirit stones, all determined by the efficacy and cost of the herbs, and Wenbai's elixir is not available elsewhere, so there has to be some added value anyways. After a rough estimation, these pills were conservatively estimated to be worth at least 2,000 spirit stones. If they could be sold at 3,000, it would be a small profit. 4,000, it would be a big profit. Before leaving, Su Yun gave Wenbai a detailed explanation of some of his ploys. Wenbai listened. His face had a cloudy expression, but in the end, he decided to do as Su Yun said and nodded his head silently. The two arrived at the spirit pavilion, and saw that there was already a long, winding line inside. From the doorway, directly to Wenbai's remote stall in the innermost position on the first floor of the spirit pavilion, the two of them exchanged glances, and with a knowing nod, Wenbai headed inside alone. Her appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the spirit Dan pavilion. Uncle Wenbai is here. I want to buy your pills. I want to be as beautiful as you. I want to buy true wood nourishing yuan pills, as many as I can. Can you afford this kind of third-order elixir that even the sect leader praised? This young master has plenty of spirit stones. Senior sister Wenbai, hurry up and sell the pills. Seeing that the crowd was quite enthusiastic, Wenbai greeted them all the way. At ease, at ease. There was also a good sign at the door with the prices of various pills. Of course, the price was very generous, and it was completely based on the market price of an unusual elixir. A group of customers naturally have their own judgment. Even other pills of similar potency and grade would cost more than this. Not to mention the fact that Wenbai's pills have the gold standard of sect master certification, people's desire to buy Dan is even higher. When Wenbai walked a bit farther away, Su Yun sought out an inner disciple and walked over. This master, the pills that Master Wenbai refined? To fell? Su Yun carefully came to the other's ears and whispered. It's like a peddler selling movies under the flyover, or a scalper at the train station. Su Yun, I recognize you. Your senior sister Wenbai's Dan attendant. You can get pills? This inner disciple with a bandaged arm asked skeptically. Shoo. Su Yun put his finger to his mouth, pretending to be mysterious, and pulled the inner sect master to one side. Don't dare to be so loud. The pills are limited. Don't let the bystanders hear it. You won't be able to buy it by then. But his boo was intentionally loud, and he managed to attract a lot of people's attention, and his goal was achieved. The inner sect master shook his injured arm. This arm of mine has had its vitality severed. Unusual healing pills are useless. I would like to beg the true wood nourishing element pill for a try. After Su Yun sneakily looked around, he didn't directly respond to the inner disciple's claim. Senior uncle, let me tell you a secret first. Due to the rush of time this time, the number of pills prepared by Senior Uncle Wenbai is very limited. Most of them are still the ones that nourish the face and beauty. You see how so many people have come, and only a very small portion of them can purchase the elixir they need. Su Yun then looked at the inner disciple's arm and shook his head. The true wood nourishing energy pill you want. It's really not much. Senior nephew Su Yun. No. Senior brother. Let's call ourselves senior brothers. Senior brother Su. You must have a solution, right? The inner disciple lowered himself and got close to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded. Actually, senior brother, You need to use another kind of elixir for this injury, named Yuan Lingdan. It is most capable of replenishing vitality, and it is more effective when taken in combination with true wood nourishing Yuan Dan. It's just, Su Yun acted as if it was difficult. Although I have some pills here that were rewarded by senior uncle when buy, there are several intersect uncles who have asked me to purchase them at a high price, and I haven't agreed to it yet. I understand. It's just spirit stones. The inner disciple raised an eyebrow and touched out a bag of spirit stones. How much is the increase? Su Yun's eyes rolled and he extended his palm. 50%. Deal. This person was also quite bright, and after looking at the price sign, he felt that it wasn't a bad deal, so he agreed immediately. Su Yun fished out 2 pills from his Qiankuan bag. One was the true wood nourishing Yuan Dan and the other was the Yuan Spirit Dan. Handing over the money in one hand and delivering the goods in the other, the inner disciple took 2 pills on the spot, and then undid the bandage on his arm, revealing a whole arm that had already blackened and shriveled. The medicine quickly took effect, and the withered black arm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a dried mushroom that absorbed water, gradually expanding and soon beginning to emerge a blood color. In just a few breaths of time, the arm that had been like rotten wood sprang into new life. Many thanks to senior brother Su. The inner disciple was quite surprised and was about to say goodbye, and Su Yun pulled him back again and said carefully, "Senior brother, what's your name?" "Exempted from the nobility. Last name Wu." "Senior brother Wu, I saw that you are quite open, so I thought of sharing a piece of the pie with you. A deal to get rich or not?" Su Yun carefully avoided people's ears and said, "I want to offer all the pills I have on hand to senior brother. You have also seen how popular these pills are. If you buy them, you can definitely offer them at a higher price." Senior brother Wu pondered for a moment. Even if he increased the price to buy them, with the potency of the elixir, naturally, there was no worry about selling them, and he could also see how welcome these elixirs were from the coveted expressions of the bystanders. Or a 50% increase? Senior brother Wu was quite interested. 10%. Su Yun took the opportunity to raise the price again. Just as well. Senior brother Wu immediately made a decision, and followed Su Yun to a corner where no one was, and paid to collect all the pills Su Yun took out. True wood nourishing Yuan Dan, Yuan Spirit Dan, a total of 10 pills, or 800 spirit stones. Before leaving, Su Yun reminded again, senior brother Wu needs to wait for the end of this elixir sale before he can make a bid in order to sell at a high price. Understood. Farewell. Senior Wu resigned. Su Yun began to hunt for his next target again. At this time, the news that the inventory of pills was extremely limited also came out from Wenbai's side. The inventory is not limited. Most of the pills are here in Su Yun. This trick is the official low price. But hunger marketing. The goods are in the hands of scalpers' marketing techniques, and you have to let the scalpers make money as well to avoid a lot of trouble. This senior brother Wu was the first scalper cultivated by Su Yun. Otherwise, Su Yun wouldn't have been able to bid on so many goods. And then there were many people who came over to Su Yun to buy pills, but he rebuffed most of them, only looking for rich masters. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Yun had only sold out 1 or 2 pills, but in fact, they were all large batches of goods. Wenbai's side also deliberately slowed down the speed of the sale, changed the way of drawing lots, may give Su Yun to create opportunities, but also can create a damn hard to find situation. Chapter 58, Join the Glorious Evolution. In the course of the morning, most of the elixirs had been sold out, leaving only a few to be taken to Aiju and Alian, and after Su Yun had someone quietly spread the news that some people had pills in their hands, he joined Wenbai and quietly retreated. All the hilarity that followed was no longer their concern. It was time for the scalpers to come into play. The kind of price that these pills can be speculated to will also determine the pricing of the next pills. Belonging is letting the market determine the price. A price that is acceptable to the consumer is a reasonable price. And in the future, you don't need to personally sell pills, but resell them to the dealers who are known as official scalpers, which can save a lot of trouble. As long as the Dan formula was in hand and the source was controlled, there would naturally be a constant supply of spirit stones. Su Yun also plotted to sell some new-style magic weapons in due course. He had already done enough on the spirit core, not afraid that someone could pry into its secrets. The sect leader couldn't even come. After all, although the divine sense of this thing is wonderful, but extremely easy to be restrained, isolation of the divine idea of the array will be able to easily block it. Otherwise the world of immortal cultivation is not a mess. Therefore, formations to isolate divine thoughts were placed in important buildings to prevent prying eyes. It was just that the new style of magic weapon with spirit cores was too shocking, and one had to wait until he had enough strength before selling it. After leaving the Spirit Dan Pavilion, Wenbai was going to look for the sect leader, and it was also time for the semi-monthly routine instruction. Su Yun had no choice but to take the spirit stones and return to Tsueju Peak alone. Now that he was enjoying the treatment of an inner disciple, he didn't need to fulfill the performance of an outer disciple. He didn't need to help others to refine weapons, and the time that belonged to himself was going to be much more generous. There were also no suitable materials on hand to refine the other magic weapons he had conceived. Looks like there's still a need to procure another wave of materials. But before that, there was one more thing to do. After helping Wenbai to simply take care of the spirit field, Su-Yun returned to his cave and took out the beastskin scroll he had obtained more than a month ago. It's also time to drum up this drawing. The promise was 3 or 2 months, but you can't make people wait too long. The drawings were missing quite a bit due to the holes in the animal skin rolls, which should have gone through quite a few years. And since this diagram had a lot of spiritual lines that had no actual function, and was only used to increase the complexity of the artifact pattern while giving the spiritual power unique characteristics, which was considered a means of encryption, Su-Yun estimated that this disk artifact should be a warrant for the formation. As a result, it was impossible to treat it with the same eye as one would treat an unusual artifact pattern, and many of the mutilations could not be deduced, and could only be traversed using the exhaustive method. Before that, Su-Yun pulled out the Yin-Yang Bagua formation's pass token and wanted to learn it first. There were no artifact patterns or prohibitions set up on the token to isolate divine thoughts, so it was easy to peek inside. While Su-Yun was thankful, he couldn't help but spit. This elder Yun Mu. No sense of security at all. The token doesn't even isolate the divine thoughts, letting people snoop around. What to do? After using his divine sense to probe the artifact pattern structure of the token, Su-Yun reproduced it onto the manuscript paper and began to ponder over it. The whole of the Yin-Yang Bagua array token is divided into a 3-part structure: the receiving end, the transmitting end, and the key end. When the token was close to the formation, it would receive the spiritual power from the formation, used for verification, and automatically activate the token. Spiritual energy flows through the key artifact pattern, transforms, and finally enters the transmitting end with the unique characteristics of that artifact pattern, which is fed back to the array. And if the characteristics of the spiritual energy in the verification mechanism within the array can be matched, it can be released. It's actually kind of an automated feature, and the core part of the token is naturally the keyword pattern. It was just like cultivators. The differences in spiritual root attributes, realms, the techniques practiced, and even the state of mind could make the cultivator's spiritual energy fluctuations and aura very different. The same was true for the spiritual energy flowing through the artifact patterns, all of which would be endowed with unique characteristics of spiritual fluctuations. Su-Yun called it a spiritual power signal. Only this signal belongs to the analog signal. With Su-Yun's divine sense realm cannot be deconstructed, cannot be converted, encoded as digital signals, also cannot use technology to identify the signal. The verification mechanism in the Yin-Yang Bagua formation array was mostly an arcane divine thought means, but knowing how the token works, the next step is simple. Su-Yun modified the artifact pattern slightly, adding a layer of micro-miniature formation to isolate divine thoughts outside the key artifact pattern, and then using the micro-miniature spirit-gathering formation as the source of spiritual power. The amount of spiritual power that could be gathered was limited, but it was enough to support the operation of the formation. After making the corresponding purple ceramic clay photomask, Su-Yun used the photolithography machine to make 2 tokens, the material being ordinary fine iron. After the test, you can freely enter and exit the formation using both tokens. Successful refining. At this point, it was time to study the designs on the animal skin scrolls with a lot of experience. However, and the Yin and Yang Bagua array warrant is different. The pattern of the token is not wireless connection, but there is a corresponding spiritual contact, should be embedded in the token to some kind of mechanism. Some of the remnants that could be deduced were added by Su-Yun, while each of the remaining 5 remnants could be deduced with more than a dozen possibilities, and with the 5 permutations and combinations, there would be a total of 343,320 possibilities. There is only one correct one. If they were all refined, the workload alone would be astronomical. It's even more impossible to take it to the office. Thinking about it, Su-Yun was struck by a brilliant idea. Since it was impossible to refine hundreds of thousands of tokens, it would be better to focus all the possibilities on one. Su-Yun thought of the principle of the mechanical combination lock of the safe. Inside the combination lock, there are several spinning wheels, each of which corresponds to one code, and the likelihood of the code rises exponentially with each additional wheel. If a structure similar to a spinning wheel could be added to each of the missing locations, with each rotation corresponding to a different line of spiritual energy, it would also be possible to traverse all the possibilities very quickly, as long as the speed of operation was fast enough. However, the token's pattern is extremely small and precise. The whole token is only the size of a palm. The original gap is even more impossible to place down the corresponding structure. Su-Yun used the flying line technique. the corresponding position of the line lead out, connected to the rotating parts used for the violent breakthrough. The modified drawing had a double-layer structure, and without affecting the size, thickness, or location of the contacts, it was stuffed with 5 sets of wheel discs, using a gear structure to control the precision, and could be operated by inputting spiritual energy on its own. It was fortunate that there was a photolithography machine, otherwise it would be impossible for Suyun's realm to produce such a precise artifact pattern. It took a small half-day for the circular token to be finally completed. The outer shell is made of ordinary fine iron, while the internal precision mechanical parts are made of Tianxian iron, dripping with stone essential oil for lubrication, which is quite exquisite as a high-end mechanical watch. Input spiritual power. The gears inside began to click click click, rapid rotation, smooth and incomparable, without any noise, very pleasing to the ear. Beating frequency is about a breath of 300 times, even if the extreme face black, but also in half an hour to go through all the possibilities. Complete the crack. Satisfied with collecting the token, Suyun realized that 2 more days had passed, and when Bai's cave was empty, with no one in sight, with nothing to do, Suyun weeded the spirit field, fed the chickens, or summarized the refining tips, and the time flew by. 3 days passed in a flash. In the evening, warm white only imperial sword appeared outside the yin and yang 8 trigrams array, shouted Suyun to open the door. Suyun flew close and handed over the new token he had refined, allowing Wenbai to come in on his own. A smile briefly appeared on Wenbai's face, and then a thick cloud of gloom surfaced for a moment, and he lowered his head and drifted into the formation with a sad face. What? Being bullied by the sect master? Suyun said in a soft voice of concern. Wenbai slowly shook his head, and only after a long time did he raise his head and looked at Suyun worriedly and asked, Suyun, do you think that if I go on a division mission, will I be the one dragging my feet? Learning that this was the reason, Suyun inexplicably wanted to laugh that Wenbai would actually have this concern. So the sect master has arranged for you to participate in the division mission? How do you know? I'm just saying if. Wenbai's eyes widened before she realized that she had asked a very silly question and lowered her head with a blushing face. What is this talk of dragging one's feet? Suyun asked as he led Wenbai to fly towards the highest peak of Chuizhu Peak. Wenbai had something on his mind and subconsciously followed, while shaking his head and replied, I'm dedicated to the study of alchemy. I'm not good at fighting. I have an empty foundation establishment cultivation, but I can't even fight with you. So going down to the mountain to carry out a mission isn't a burden? By the time she looked back, she had already reached the highest peak of Cuizhu Peak. The view is wide open, with the vast land in the distance at your feet and the reddish setting sun floating in the mist. Suyun jumped off the flying sword right in front of Wenbai's eyes and stood on top of the mountain and rocks, set in a circle of gold by the setting sun, with a magnificent figure. The dark long sword, on the other hand, stopped in the air and flew into Suyun's hand a few moments later as if it was an instinctive magic treasure. Immediately afterward, the sword churned out strong spiritual energy, and the water waves that the sword stirred, vaguely accumulating power. This move is called breaking the sea, and it belongs to as a basic water attribute sword move. Suyun did not turn around. He was afraid that Wenbai would not recognize moves other than the fire and wood attributes, so he explained, while his left hand was behind his back, displaying a relaxed and self-effacing stance. The sword continued to gather spiritual energy, and the sword's momentum continued to climb, soon reaching the extreme point. Before activating the sword stance, Suyun turned back to Wenbai with a wry smile. According to what you're saying, I'm not even more of a liability with only the 4th level of Qi cultivation? But, Suyun's words turned, imposing. If one denies oneself, that's really a liability. After saying that, a sword chopped out. A ghostly blue sword Qi broke through the air, spreading out in the space in front of him. The sword Qi lengthened, and the color gradually faded, from the deep blue of the ocean, to the azure of the river and lake, and the azure of the mists, until it was invisible to the naked eye. However, when probing with divine sense, one could still feel its vast sword might. In an instant, the sword Qi crashed into the top of a lofty peak outside of Cuizhu Peak, cutting out a white train. Immediately after that, the earth began to tremble, and a dull boom reached the ears of the two of them, causing a tightening of the chest. And it turned out to be the opposite side of the 100-foot-high mountain that had been chopped open by a sword and was sliding down along the cross-section. In the end, huge amounts of mountain rocks poured down, and the tremor of the land mass spread throughout the entire sect's territory, stirring up countless flying birds and spirit beasts. When all the dust settled, it was already a few dozen breaths later, and Wenbai froze for such a long time. The shock brought to her by Suyun could not be calmed for a long time, which was what a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi cultivation could do. Wenbai, have you realized any truth? Suyun put away his sword and asked with a smile. Aha! Tears inexplicably seeped out of Wenbai's eyes. more or less shaken. And then he nodded his head repeatedly. I shouldn't have been so presumptuous as to lose that ambition of an immortal cultivator to go against the heavens. No, no, no. Suyun raised his eyebrows and wedged his mouth open with an expression. I actually want to say that science is the greatest power. Then pulling down the lapel of his own Dao robe, he opened up the shimmering spirit core and reached out to make an inviting gesture. Wenbai, join the glorious evolution. At the end of his words, Wenbai's side of the corner of his eye was still hanging tears, but his expression froze, momentarily puzzled. Science? Evolution? Suyun, however, suddenly laughed non-stop, just because he was happy and proud of being born on Earth. Yes, science, evolution, On that Earth where the aura was declining and the Tao did not exist, human beings created one miracle after another, like the presence of immortals and gods in the world in only a few hundred years with the body of a mortal. He has the power to move mountains and fill up the sea, and the speed of 1,000 miles in a day. He can catch the moon in the 9 heavens, and catch turtles in the 5 oceans. To the largest, the stars are visible. The universe is flooded. To the smallest, you can glimpse the atomic minutiae, quantum wonders. Many achievements were beyond the reach of even the immortal cultivation world. Weak human beings are pursuing the truth of the universe with the power of science. For a moment, Wenbai laughed along with him. That must be something very powerful. The fact that you were able to create it means that you are even more powerful. Nonetheless, Suyun shook his head. His eyes flashed with admiration, the reverence for countless scientific sages. It wasn't me who created science. I'm just a humble learner, a believer in science. Even if it is a common-sense scientific theorem, it is also the reasoning of countless forefathers and mothers who have gone before and after to work out the truth. Science is a ladder to truth, built brick by brick, stone by stone, by generations of scientists. Suyun is just the climber who picks up the pieces. And then Suyun pulled Wenbai to his side, and the two of them sat on the boulder that was perilously close to the tip of the mountain. Let me tell you a story. Suyun pointed at the collapsed mountain peak in the distance and said, how long do you think it would take a group of mortals to move that mountain? Mortals? Wenbai pondered. I did hear that in the mortal kingdom, some emperors would let their subjects cut mountains and rivers to build palaces, and even with hundreds of thousands of people, it would take at least a few years of light to complete a project. But if we were to empty this mountain, it would be at least nearly 10 years. No, Suyun shook his finger and spoke the kind of strange words that Wenbai thought he was saying. If I say that a few hundred mortals in a district can move this mountain in a few months, would you believe me? Wenbai shook his head. Then, if it was a mortal who could make an entire mountain turn to nothing in a single breath, and even raise the falling cloud sect to the ground, would you believe it? Overwhelm the entire falling cloud sect? Wenbai's head shook even more like a rattledrum. Moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. Isn't this something only immortal cultivation powers can do? It's impossible for mortals to be so capable. They can, Suyun said blandly, by the power of science. Mortal bodies compared to the gods. As if he understood something, Wenbai pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, so the iron lump on your chest, and your strange flying sword, are both means of science? Combined science and immortality. Suyun glanced at Wenbai's stunningly beautiful face under the setting sun, and then looked towards the sinking sunset, suddenly feeling cozy. His body was lazy, unconsciously leaning towards Wenbai's side. Wenbai didn't mind. His eyes flashed with light. If that's the case, then the Dan Dao is my science. If you can have such strength through science, then I can likewise become stronger by borrowing the Dan Dao. Why have you suddenly come to your senses? Didn't you shrivel up at first? Suyun cocked his head and laughed fervently. It's just that I'm worried about not having much combat experience, and I'm afraid of dragging you guys down. Wenbai was so ashamed that his face was red and his neck was thick. And he reached out his hand and drew a circle that framed the mountain that was chopped off by Suyun, and changed the topic to say, by the way, you chopped off a mountain like this, a mountain peak. There won't be anything wrong, right? It's fine. It's not Sueju Peak's mountain anyway. Suyun did not care and casually replied, it's because it's not our Sueju Peak's mountain. Still makes such a big commotion. Suyun had a black line. Also, turn around someone to pursue. I will come out to explain. No one to pursue. Then forget it. Wait, Suyun suddenly realized something was wrong. Did you just say, I'm afraid of involving you guys? There's something about me in this? I'm going. You're my Dan attendant. Can you not go? Wenbai covered her mouth and laughed. Suyun, Chapter 59, A Small Town in Autumn. And then Suyun listened to Wenbai talk about the contents of the division mission. Under the rule of the Falling Clouds sect, there is a country of mortals called Ruegua. It was the only country in the remote corner of the continent where the Falling Clouds sect was located. And if you insist on saying it, Suyun was also considered a subject of the Rue country, just that the village was so high up in the mountains and far away that no one could control it. so he didn't have much of a sense of being a subject. Recently, when the Rue Kingdom's royal capital was infested by an evil cultivation sect, countless people were bewitched, and there was also a bizarre outbreak of epidemics. The emperor sent a messenger to the Falling Clouds sect to ask for help. That's what led to this division's mission, to purge the forces of evil cultivators and return a clear sky to Ruegwa. According to the intelligence, the strength of the evil cultivators was average, and the elders in the evil cultivators sects only had foundation establishment strength. So rather than a mission, it was more like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to try out. Therefore, the clan sent out a small number of people. A senior inner disciple with early-stage void dance strength led the way. This person said that Su Yun also recognized him. It was Wang Fu who had sold him the Tianxian iron meteorite. And after that, there are 5 inner disciples. Among them, there are 2 newly promoted inner disciples. One is Wen Bai, and the second, it is still unknown who it is. As for the other 3 senior inner disciples, with the strength of the middle to late stage of foundation establishment, Wen Bai looked unfamiliar and couldn't name them. The 6 plus Su Yun, the add-on, were responsible for eliminating the cult elders and catching the mastermind behind the scenes. At the same time, there will be nearly 100 outer disciples who are responsible for killing the scattered evil sex clique, and their chi practicing cultivation will be enough to deal with them. The master to Wen Bai explained the task, in addition to fighting, is to play team doctor, responsible for refining pills, from the side to assist, but also to treat the symptoms of the epidemic on the mortal world. What Su Yun couldn't figure out was that it was again the sect leader's intention to have him, the Dan servant, accompany him, feeling taken for a ride again. However, this was good, letting Wen Bai go out alone. Su Yun did not feel at ease. The date of departure would be set a month later. Remembering what Aju and Alian had said earlier, the timing was right. They should also be participating in this division mission. It was late, so Wen Bai fought and prepared to go back to his cave to develop strength-enhancing pills. Su Yun, on the other hand, took the refined circular token to Zhang Fui to hand over, and in the meantime, he helped Wen Bai purchase medicinal materials, while he himself could also take a stroll to see if there were any suitable weapon refining materials. By this time the sun had long set, the sky was ink-colored, with only the horizon still slightly white, like the white space of a written landscape. Su Yun stepped onto the flying sword and headed straight in the direction of Falling Cloud Town. Not long after, Su Yun dispatched the water shield and slowed down to land in front of the town. At night, Falling Cloud Town was not as prosperous as before. Not many cultivators traveled there, and the streets were sort of handed back to the mortals. Perhaps it is some kind of festival. Beside the road, in front of the store, are hung with red lanterns, so that even at night, the whole town is brightly lit, as if covered with a layer of red fog. There were only a handful of people in the stall area, all of which were outer sect disciples with low realms, haggling to buy and sell some basic pills. Fortunately, Su Yun hadn't intended to purchase what he needed in this stall area. He went straight to the world's first merchant. 2 large red lanterns were similarly hung in front of the entrance of the heaven's first merchant, and a little girl in green sat on the threshold, her hand propped up on her face, her elbow resting on her leg, looking up at the candle flame dancing in the lantern. The feet in the white cloth shoes were still wiggling around, as if they were swinging with the candle flame. Hearing the footsteps in front of the door, Mu Ling followed the sound and saw that it was Su Yun. Her little face instantly bulged and she jumped up and ran back into the house. Elder Qian, that one called Su Yun is here again. Su Yun felt the resentment in Mu Ling's body. A few moments later, in the parlor of the store, the 3 of them were sitting around, each with a cup of fresh tea in front of them. Elder Qian sized up Su Yun for a while. An unbelievable look appeared on his face. The intensity of the spiritual power fluctuations around Su Yun had already reached the 9th level of chi practicing, but the aura displayed was no different from before. It was still at the 4th level of chi practicing. The realm is different, and the breath will also be different. Rather, it was like taking an elixir that forcibly boosted his strength. And there was also a piece of Tianxian iron on his chest that was equipped with a divine thought isolation restriction. However, he didn't probe any deeper, but turned his face and smiled. Little friend Su's strength has refined quite a bit again. Slight progress. Su Yun smiled kindly. He didn't directly state his intentions when he came up, but instead exchanged a few pleasantries. Elder Qian, I wonder what is the custom of hanging red lanterns all over this town. Elder Qian was first a little surprised, wondering why Su Yun did not know the custom at the foot of his clan's mountain, and then relieved. A few days ago was the Golden Autumn Festival. Autumn is the season of harvest. Naturally it's especially important for mortals. Look, don't these lanterns look like persimmons hanging high on the trees? Also right. Su Yun turned his head to look at the lantern outside the door. His mouth inexplicably flooded with the soft and tender taste of persimmons that was sweet with astringency. Even in this immortal cultivation world, Mortals without cultivation qualifications make up the majority, so walking around the world of mortals more often may be greatly beneficial. Elder Qian said calmly. Tot. Suyun respectfully arched his hand in thanks, and then glancing at Mu Ling copying her hands, still collapsing her face, she was glancing at him with slanted eyes, and for a moment he didn't know when he had offended this little ant again. Seeing this, old man Qian stroked his beard, tilted his head and laughed. You don't know, little friend Su. These days, the fresh ingredients in my kitchen have gone bad batch after batch, but I didn't wait for you. I don't know how many times Mu Ling has been talking about you. Because of this, Su Yun immediately stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Since he was asking for favors, he had to be courteous. The two of you shouldn't have had dinner yet, so I'll go to the kitchen now and make you some hometown delicacies. Who's going to eat your food? Humph. Mu Ling pouted her lips and glanced at Su Yun every now and then as if she was squeezing her eyebrows. With that, Su Yun arched his hand at Elder Qian. In that case, Elder Qian, farewell. You. Mulan was jolted. After saying that, Su Yun still walked in the direction of the kitchen. Behind his back, Elder Qian then looked at Mu Ling's cute appearance as she set her temper and laughed. Within the kitchen, it was already filled with a variety of fresh ingredients, as well as half a fan of yellow beef. Although the lower grade spirit stones were 1 to 100 against mortal silver, this was still more or less a bit of a waste of money. There was beef, chili peppers, and peppercorns, and Su Yun instantly thought of hot pot. Subsequently, for nearly an hour, Su Yun alone completed the work of frying the base, simmering the beef bone soup and cutting the vegetables for the plate, and did not use his spiritual power. Just like a mortal, the pots used for eating hot pots, on the other hand, were temporarily refined by him from purple copper, slightly compromised, and are mandarin ducks. Soon, the hot pot was set on the table. The ingredients were surrounded by a circle. The charcoal that was ignited with the fire attribute Gongfu was burning brightly. The bone soup and spicy pot base had already begun to gurgle and bubble, and the aroma had long since drifted everywhere. After Su Yun's simple demonstration, Mu Ling feasted on her food, and after gagging her, Su Yun started talking about business. He touched the list given by Wenbai, which recorded the medicinal herbs that needed to be purchased. The type, the year, and the quantity were all complete. Receiving the paper, Elder Qian roughly glanced at it for a few moments and said knowingly, "Don't worry and leave it to me. I have most of the medicinal herbs here, and the ones that are missing, I'll make up for them in other stores and hand them over to you together." Immediately after, Su Yun touched out 2 pills. One was the True Wood Nourishing Yuan Dan, and the other was the Frost and Snow Lotus Flower Dan, both of which were some superior quality pills that Su Yun had intentionally left behind. I don't know if in Elder Qian's opinion, this elixir can fetch a good price? Qian Lao picked up the 2 pills with his Nianli and placed them in front of his eyes to observe them carefully, and after a moment, he couldn't help but nod his head in admiration. Even though I have never practiced the Dan technique, among the third-order pills that I've seen, these are definitely considered first-rate as well. These are those pills from Junior Friend Wenbai's self-created Dan formula, aren't they? Even you know about it, Elder Qian? Su Yun was quite surprised and spoke in a higher tone. Naturally, little friend Wenbai's pills have been making a splash recently. It's been raised to 4 times its original price. Many people have come to my store to ask if they have it. Elder Qian handed back the elixir and said at the same time, a rare commodity, a unique elixir should be worth this price. 4 times, Su Yun realized that he was still being conservative. So let's use that as pricing from now on. In that case, Su Yun is willing to let double the profit to Elder Qian. Then how many pills does little friend have on hand? Old man Qian also displayed interest. I'm not going to hide it from you. There aren't many pills on hand, and they all still have to be left for others. However, there will be in the future. After all, cooperation is a long-term thing. Su Yun got up and respectfully saluted. Then the matter of the medicinal herbs also labored to worry more. No harm done. Elder Qian casually waved his hand. Business is business. No need to be polite. Next to her, Mu Ling shabu-shabued the fatty beef while saying in a bad mood, "Don't be thinking of empty gloves and white wolf blah blah blah. So much food can't plug your mouth?" Saying that, Su Yun gave Mu Ling a few more chopsticks of food. And then, Su Yun was ready to say goodbye, but was pulled by Mu Ling. "You want to run away just like this? You have to accompany me to spend some time." Mu Ling threw away her chopsticks and dragged Su Yun to the backyard, while Chen Lao had a look of watching the scene, following behind and walking slowly. "Listen up. I've started practicing." Mu Ling clenched her little pink fists and held her little head high. "I'm very strong. Oh, you'll have to show some strength. Otherwise don't blame me if I beat you to tears." Started practicing? Su Yun probed with his divine thoughts and did not see any fluctuation of spiritual energy around Mu Ling. Even if she had started cultivating, she was still at the most basic stage of forging her body. At most she was stronger than the average mortal. The body forging stage has never been classified as a cultivation level system. Just you. Soo-yun also wanted to have some fun with the little girl and said in a tugging tone, but if you use a little bit of spiritual energy, count me as a loser. Yeah. Watch the move. Mu-ling was very decisive. Not saying much nonsense. Striding with sparse and normal steps. Fists raised, trotting all the way over to Soo-yun's side. Soo-yun are worried that Mu-ling accidentally fell, but also had to personally coax. Little friend Soo-yun, quickly protect your body with your spiritual power, Elder Qian said in an urgent tone. These words made Soo-yun somewhat doubt his ears. Was there any need to defend against a ping punch from a child? But as the fist approached, a great sense of crisis inexplicably arose in Soo-yun's heart, as if it was the sword intent he had comprehended that was reminding him danger. So much so that Soo-yun had to take it seriously. The fist reached his eyes, and only then did Soo-yun notice the sinister and treacherous smile on Mu-ling's face as he succeeded in his treacherous plan. At this moment, Mu-ling's fist suddenly erupted with amazing speed, and compared to his previous flimsy fists and kicks it was simply like a different person. The wind of the fist had already blown Soo-yun's robe. He didn't dare to slow down, accelerating the spiritual energy of his spiritual core to increase his speed, sidestepping and barely dodging. Mulan had jumped up and landed on the ground after pouncing, and the power of his fists poured out as much as they could into the green brick floor. Boom! After an explosive roar, Mu-ling's small figure was engulfed in smoke and dust. Broken green stones flew around, and even the tiles on the eaves of the house were brought clattering by the airwaves and vibrations. Is this the kind of speed and power a little girl can explode with? Immediately after that, gray shadows scurried out from the smoke and dust, only that Soo-yun now had defenses. So naturally, he would not be that hasty again. A large and a small two began to spar with their fists and kicks, although Soo-yun was able to deal with it freely, but it was not as easy as it appeared to be. The flow of spiritual energy in his body accelerated a lot faster than the standby state, and his meridians were vaguely tingling a bit. The two were in a stalemate for a long time. Mu-ling was unable to defeat Soo-yun, and Soo-yun couldn't afford to lay a heavy hand on him, and in the end, it was Mu-ling who played a childish game, yelling that she was tired and would compete next time. Mu-ling ran over, hugged Elder Qian and rubbed her head. Elder Qian, didn't you say that my physical strength doesn't lose to late Qi practicing cultivators? How come I can't even beat him? A dregs of the 4th level of Qi practicing. Ha ha, old man Qian stroked Mu-ling's head and laughed amiably. Little friend Su is naturally not an ordinary person. It was only now that Soo-yun was confused. Elder Qian, this child is not normal. Could it be that he is refining his body? But body refining shouldn't have such strength. You're the one who's abnormal. Mu-ling first turned her head in dislike Soo-yun before continuing to bury her head back. Then Qian Lao's eyes revealed a worried look, but then it faded away in an instant and laughed. Little Mu-ling. She was born with an extraordinary bloodline. Started cultivating and activating her bloodline. So she naturally has such innate godly power. Bloodline? Some strange thoughts popped into Soo-yun's head inexplicably. If he collected some of Mu-ling's DNA, could he clone a new weird girl? Forget it. The bloodline that the cultivation world is talking about should not be the kind of genetic bloodline that Soo-yun thought. The bricks in the courtyard had been damaged quite a bit, and Soo-yun utilized the divine mighty imperial earth skill to instantly make it as good as new. Seeing this, Elder Qian's face stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, before being covered by his warm smile from an elder. Before leaving, Soo-yun and Elder Qian agreed to come pick up the herbs 3 days later, and there are still a lot of leftover hot pot base, so Soo-yun informed the cooking method, but also specifically reminded that the lumps of hot pot base can be fried before adding water when serving again. More fragrant. It is estimated that for a long time, the small yard will be wafted with the fragrance of butter pot bottom. Zhang Fui, Soo-yun muttered. His eyes kept looking around, trying to find the figure of the old man. I should have known to ask for an address at that time. Otherwise there would be no need to stumble around like a headless fly. Falling Clouds town was not big, but it was not small either, with a population of 10 to 20,000, and there were about 10 inns to stay at, and the inn this place must be equipped with a divine sense isolation array. The reason is well known. Trying to find someone is not really easy. However, for cultivators, they would not live too shabbily. So Soo-yun went straight to one of the most luxurious inns in Falling Clouds town, Drunken Moonhouse. Soo-yun reduced the flow of spiritual energy from the spiritual core, and pressed his strength down to the 4th level of Qi practicing, and when he entered the gate, a 16 or 17 junior greeted him. Guest, do you want to make a stop or stay in a store? Looking for someone? Do you have a guest named Zhang Fui here? Soo-yun politely said. This word out, the second instantly green face, stunned back a few steps, dizzy as nodding in waste. This customer, I do not know anything. You find our shopkeeper to ask it. After saying that, Junior fled away in a hurry. At the same time, several pairs of eyes looked at Su-yun. A few people were not of high cultivation and were not from the Falling Cloud sect. Su-yun was not afraid of them in the slightest and disliked them with his eyes. Walking over to the counter and inquiring from the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, may I ask if you have any customers here named Zhang Fu-yi? Who are you to him? What do you want with him? The shopkeeper's performance was no easier than the shopkeeper's. The successive dissimilarities couldn't help but make Su-yun stay mindful of the situation. And he slammed the table and said, "He owes me money." "What? He doesn't want to pay it back and is hiding?" The shopkeeper swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Fui is already dead." Chapter 60, Complications. Dead? Su-yun was deeply surprised, but must not show it, still taking out the arrogance of a debtor. Then where does he live? There won't even be something to cover the debt, right? No, the shopkeeper said eagerly, his voice lowered. "This customer. I advise you not to say that you know this person. It will invite trouble. It's okay if you don't get your money back, but don't accidentally lose your little life." "Just as well," Su-yun said, recognizing his own bad luck. "It's a pity." Against a few pairs of unkind gazes, Su-yun turned around and left the Drunken Moon building, quickly drilling into an alley between the buildings, barely wide enough for a carriage to pass through. A few tails were indeed still self-conscious enough to follow, appearing from all around and surrounding Su-yun. "Kid, quickly tell me, what is your relationship with this Zhang Fui man?" The man at the head of the group stood on the wall, copied his hands, and said disdainfully, "You should have heard it from the party. It is the relationship between the debtor and the debtor." Su-yun spread his hands with a helpless face. "Ridiculous." The female companion who was traveling with the man snorted. "Master and disciple Zhang Fui have always lived in deep seclusion and have a cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi practicing. So how could they owe money to you? A mere outer disciple of the 4th level of Qi practicing." In fact, Su-yun did not lie. He helped refine the token magic weapon. Now the token has been refined, but did not get paid. Is not Zhang Fui owed money? Not being able to explain, Su-yun didn't want to say more and directly showed his cards. His tone cold. "Say it, what do you want from me?" Rather refreshing. The man took out a yellowed paper. A handwritten notice, "Traitor Zhang Fui stole property. His crime should be punished, although the person has been ambushed, but the object is difficult to find its trace. Find back the animal skin scroll person. Reward spirit stone 10,000. Have you read it clearly?" With that, the man withdrew the bounty notice. 10,000. This was a number that Su-yun would be moved by, let alone for casual cultivators like them. Ran. "You guys must be trying to pull me in. I'll tell you what. I'll only take 10% when we finally get it. The rest goes to you." Su-yun pretended to be confused. The drawings and even the finished product that had been refined into it were all in his hands, but he also didn't know why a drawing would bring about the killing of Zhang Fui. And what exactly did the token mean? "Ha!" The man snorted coldly. "Still dare to tease us? Advise you to obediently hand over your storage artifacts for us to inspect." Su-yun looked around and realized that he couldn't see any other silhouettes besides them. So he asked, "Aren't you afraid that the fight will attract others? To deal with you, one breath of time is enough." The man's mouth curled up in a cold smile before waving his hand, signaling the remaining 3 to move. Su-yun shook his head and laughed helplessly. "Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing." Apart from the man at the head of the wall, the remaining 3 people had each performed their own feats with their full strength, with the simple aim of subduing Su-yun in one move. They were all at the late stage of Qi practicing cultivation, and the one with the highest realm was the man who hadn't made a move, at the 8th level of Qi practicing. At the same time, Su-yun had a smile on the corner of his mouth. There was not the slightest look of panic in his eyes. He moved his mind. The spiritual energy in the spiritual core flourished out and poured into the meridians. The spiritual energy fluctuation around Su-yun climbed up, and finally stopped at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. It was enough to deal with them. The man steeply realized the anomaly. This son is not simple. Retreat quickly. As he was about to escape, Su-yun executed the divine mighty imperial earth skill, and the originally solid ground exploded like a water splash, wrapping all 4 of them, as if they were sealed by dripping candle oil that way. The crowd tried to break free, but Su-yun kept injecting spiritual energy, and the strength of the flowing earth and stone was especially stronger than the solid state. Several people's mouths were also sealed. The head of the man's mouth was stuffed with stones, cheeks bulging, salivation seeped out wetly, the appearance of funny and ridiculous. In fact, this is not Su-yun intended, purely accidental. Who told him to open his mouth? Su-yun was lifted up to the height of the wall by the dirt and rocks, squatting in front of the man and stifling his laughter. "I ask, you answer." The man blinked frantically. Su-yun removed the object in the man's mouth and asked, "By whom was Zhang Fui killed?" "I don't know. I don't know. The man coughed, looking horrified, as if he had seen the devil. We only took this bounty for the spirit stones. We don't know anything else. Judging from the man's panic, it really didn't seem like he was lying, and with the strength of a few of them, they wouldn't dare to kill anyone in Falling Cloud Town. Do you know where this is? Can you recognize these clothes? Su-yun pointed at his clan uniform. Naturally, I know that I shouldn't have roughed up your sect's territory, but I can't live with the spirit stones. The man had a bitter face, squeezing out a cry-like smile and said, there are even quite a few of your sect's inner disciples who have taken up this reward, searching for the whereabouts of the drawings. Where can I receive a bounty? I'll try. Su-yun deliberately said this so as to cover his ears and get rid of suspicion. The town's bulletin board, uncover a notice can be. If you find the drawings, burn the notice. That side will naturally seek the heir to find over. The man did not dare to hide. Will know one by one, but also did not forget to pat the horse's ass. With brother's strength, maybe it can be successful. At those words, Su-yun could not help but begin to ponder. To be able to brand a divine sense imprint on a notice was at least a Jindan realist, and the beastskin scroll was actually enough to make a Jindan realist care so much. How did that allow Zhang Fui, a casual cultivator, to get it? Su-yun was a little worried about whether he could eat this drawing. Thanks a lot, dog. Oh. Su-yun sealed the man's mouth again and got up to leave. As for these people, it was better to leave it to the senior brothers in charge of inspections to punch their performance. The rock cured, living like a blooming greenish-gray stone flower in the night, only with 4 moths growing on it, walking into the busy streets, towards the direction of the Lokyun Town Square notice board for a while. On the face of a happy family of 3, the daughter sat on her father's shoulder, is looking at a large red lantern clapping happily. The couple then talked about this year's harvest, which sounded like it had been a good year with good winds and rain. When the two of them saw Su-yun in his brown robe, they put down the little girl and respectfully saluted. Greetings, immortal master. Su-yun was a bit uncomfortable for a moment, and was busy helping the two of them up. Don't be polite. It should be. The woman's face overflowed with an excited smile. Thanks to you immortal masters blessing Lokyun Town with good weather, our people are able to live a peaceful life. Quickly, little Lon, pay your respects to the immortal master. The woman pressed down on the little girl's head and taught her how to salute. Instead, the little girl frowned faintly, struggled to raise her head, and queried, isn't brother the same as us? Ran, misbehave and curtsy. The woman was a little angry. Su-yun hurriedly stopped it and laughed lightly. No harm done. Xiaolan, she wasn't wrong. In my opinion, there is no difference between immortal and mortal. I used to be immortal too, and then even went up to touch Ran's head. The two parents cried and laughed. Right, Lon, when you encounter difficulties, remember to go to the uncle in charge of inspections. They will help. Su-yun tenderly said. Ran nodded her little head and agreed. Aha! After the family left, Su-yun froze in place for a moment. He liked this feeling of peace and tranquility. You're not starting to envy these mortals, are you? A woman's voice suddenly sounded behind Su-yun. It was not someone he was familiar with, and he could not help but be wary. When I looked back, I only saw a wrinkled old woman, but wearing a bright red dress, with a straight and concave figure, not at all like an old crone. There were also fluctuations of spiritual energy around them. Who are you looking for, old woman? Granny. The woman gritted her teeth, the wrinkles on her face squeezing tighter, her youthful voice and aging features giving a sense of dismay. The woman had no choice but to put on a veil, revealing only her eyes. With this, Su-yun remembered who this person was. Yin Yang? This person was one of the 3 who had tried to rob Su-yun in the Forbidden Land, and his appearance was a few points more aged than the last time he had looked. She wasn't seen during the second round of the test, but both of her companions did pass the test. Without pleasantries, Yin Yang came up and got straight to the point. Su-yun, did all 4 of those people who just tailed you? It seems that I have underestimated you. So you are also in that drunken moon building. Releasing his divine sense, he swept around and did not find anything strange before Su-yun struck up a conversation. Where are your companions? It won't be ambushed in the distance. Don't mention those 2 bastards to me. Yin Yang was so furious that her eyes were oozing with murderous intent. In the end, when they didn't collect enough inner Dan, the 2 of them joined forces against me, causing me to be expelled from the clan. And if it wasn't for the 2 of them's bad idea to make me use secret techniques to forcefully break through my cultivation, I wouldn't have become this ghostly state due to my vitality being cut off. So, what do you want? No matter how Yin Yang sold her misery, Su-yun would not be gullible. Ha! What do I want? Yin Yang took a few steps forward, pulling in distance from Su-yun, and laughed frivolously. I've been in Falling Clouds Town since the end of the examination. and I saw with my own eyes Zhang Fui's master and disciple being beheaded by that Jindan powerhouse in front of a large crowd. It was on the busiest street in Falling Cloud Town. I also saw with my own eyes that Zhang Fui's master and disciples were trailing you and the one called Wen Bai. Originally, the first sentence was enough to shock Su Yun, while the second sentence directly enraged him. In an instant, the spirit power of the chest spirit core gushed out, running at a spirit power that far exceeded the normal bearing capacity of Su Yun's meridians. The meridians all over his body suffered a sharp pain, but fortunately it was only a short overclocking. It was still within the range of Su Yun's ability to withstand. Su Yun used this to surge in speed, choking Yin Yang's neck, and in half a breath, he held her hostage in a shadowy alley. The alley was between the two inns, and the array that separated the divine sense was enough to completely cover the alley without fear of ears through the walls. Yin Yang was pressed into the stone wall, and the softened stone swallowed her whole, leaving only half of her head exposed. Are you threatening me? If it was just a threat to him, Su Yun would not be like this, but he should never have brought Wen Bai along. Cough cough, why is your strength so strong? Yin Yang forced down the fear in her heart before coughing up a mouthful of blood and smiling miserably. I wouldn't dare. If I had revealed the news, someone would have already approached you. I just wanted to come and make a deal. Only then did Su Yun realize that he was acting too excited, so he eased his expression and said graciously, a deal? But what if I tell you that the scroll is in my hands? Yin Yang gasped out a mouthful of thick air and said fearfully, I didn't hit the drawings, and I don't even want to get involved in this. I just want to beg for a Yuan spirit pill so that I can replenish my depleted vitality. Yin Yang tried. Then I'll tell you everything I know. Su Yun questioned. Yuan spirit pills aren't expensive. Even if it goes up to 4 times, it's only 100 or so spirit stones. Ha! Yin Yang smiled like a self-deprecating smile. To put it lightly, not everyone can pull out so many spirit stones at once. Besides, when I get enough spirit stones, there will be no Yuan Lingdan on the market for a long time. And since there's no price for it in the market, I can only come to look for you in person. Upon hearing this, Su Yun directly touched out the roll of beast skin, grasped it in his hand and laughed. Then this drawing will be given to you. 10,000 spirit stones will be enough for you to acquire the Yuan Lingdan in any case, and you can even go and buy other high-grade elixirs that replenish your vitality. The Yuan Lingdan is no longer good, but it is only a third-grade elixir. The drawings are really in your hands. Not expecting Su Yun to casually pull out the drawings, Yin Yang's eyes were filled with shock. It was impossible to say that she was not greedy, but reason still prevailed. The most important thing about the scroll is the content inside. Do you think that Jindan Powerhouse would let someone who has seen the contents of the scroll live? Is it possible to get 10,000 spirit stones? You'd better be careful too. Reasonable. Su Yun untied the restraints on Yin Yang's body and apologized with an arch of his hand. Sorry for the offense. The stone wall changed back to its original form, and Yin Yang slumped to the ground, coughing several times before recovering and standing up. Tell me everything you know. I'll see if it's worth a Yuan Lingdan. Due to the fact that there were too many things involved behind the scroll, Su Yun also had to pay attention to it. What was known now was that the token on the scroll was a formation warrant for a relic or cave, and was valuable enough to allow a Jindan powerhouse to kill people within the boundaries of the Falling Cloud sect in a dignified manner. And Zhang Fui had another drawing on him that recorded the location of the ruins, so he had to find a way to get it. Originally, he was thinking of going to unveil a notice to draw on the mastermind behind the scene, and maybe he could learn some clues, but that would be too risky. Today, he has a better method. After Yin Yang took some basic healing pills, she fixed her mind and slowly spoke. I've been to the Ruwei Kingdom's royal capital, Smoky Cloud, and I've seen the royal family parade. Su Yun's face showed surprise. The Ruwei Kingdom's royal capital? It was the Ruwei Kingdom's royal capital again. What does it have to do with the Ruwei royal family? I've seen that strong man before. Although he was wearing royal clothes during the parade, he is not of the Yun clan's royal bloodline. He is the Ruwei Kingdom's protectorate chancellor, Qinzhen, the father of the Chen Yang who had a problem with you, the Chen clan's family head. Yin Yang lowered her voice and said, so that Zhang Fui really stole something from the human royal family? That is, 2 diagrams, Su Yun pursued. 2. Upon hearing this, Yin Yang was silent for a moment. The horror in her eyes increased. She didn't dare to look deeper into this point, and turned to explain. Do you think that a few cheap practicing cultivators would be able to steal the scrolls from under Qinzhen's nose? I think it's mostly an impromptu attempt to kill and seize the treasure. In the end, it's not what the strong say it is. Makes sense. Su Yun nodded in agreement. The Chen family was a nest of snakes and rats. If they could teach a son like Chen Yang, their old man was probably not very good either. That Qinzhen is not afraid of offending the sect leader and elder when he kills people within the boundaries of the Falling Cloud sect? Yin Yang shook her head and sneered. It's been nearly a month. Have you seen any action from the sect leader? I think it's mostly acquiescence. The Falling Cloud sect more or less has to sell the Chen family face. I've even heard that the Chen family has insubordination. Among the current disciples, isn't Yun Yao, who was chosen to enter the inner sect, the current little princess of the Rui kingdom? Judging from the terrible relationship between Yun Yao and Chen Yang, one can tell a thing or two. Yun Yao? The complexity of the relationship gave Su Yun a headache as he rubbed his head and asked, "Is there more?" "That's all I know." Yin Yang shook her head. "Just this?" Su Yun couldn't help but smile. "Just as well. All you need to do is one more small favor for me and I will give you the Yuan spirit pill." Su Yun moved his muscles and bones and said without thinking, "Go ahead." Yin Yang didn't seem to have a way back. Chapter 61. On the workings of space lawgivers. Su Yun then unfolded the scroll right under Yin Yang's eyes, picking more than 10 key locations and burning holes in them, so that there would be no possibility of recovery. Even using Su Yun's method and a dozen or so roulette wheels, it could not be cracked. The amount of additional computation would be astronomical. Su Yun looked around to ensure that no one was around before he took out the paper, pen and ink and flattened the animal skin scroll. The lines on it were carved with an extremely fine knife. There were tiny grooves. As long as the ink was controlled by the divine mind, it was also possible to accurately topographize it. With each topography, Su Yun dragged and added the missing parts with a pen to get a complete artifact pattern, so each topography is more or less the same, but not correct. Yin Yang didn't know what Su Yun meant, but she didn't interrupt and just let the wind out of her sails. There were only a few hundred sheets of paper in the Qianquan bag, all of which were used by Su Yun. "Barely enough. Take it. You know what to do." Su Yun smilingly handed Yin Yang a thick pile of drawings. "Shenjin wants the scroll. Then I'll give it to him." "I'll try." Yin Yang reached out to catch the drawing and curiously scanned it for a few moments before looking up to see Su Yun already stretched out and walking away, and casually threw over a lime green pill Yuan Lingdan. Not long after, Su Yun walked away and disappeared around the corner of the alley. Yin Yang froze in place for a moment, and then, all in red and hidden in the darkness of the night, she ran between the major streets and alleys, spreading hundreds of versions of the drawings everywhere. Back to Tsueju Peak, when Bai's cave door was closed, gusts of green smoke rose from the mountain connected to the patio, and a charred medicinal odor spread out. When Bai was again pouring out some new elixir, he couldn't stay idle either, so he returned to his cave and started drilling some new things. Being threatened by those few people to hand over the Qianquan bag today had given Su Yun a wake-up call. It is not right that such an important existence as a storage magic weapon is not protected in any way. High-ranked storage artifacts like spatial rings could be encrypted with divine sense, and those who weren't the owners of the artifacts couldn't even peek inside the space, let alone pick up and place items. And such as the Qianquan bag and other low-ranking storage artifacts, cannot be encrypted. At most, can attenuate a part of the divine sense probe from elsewhere, but as long as the other side of the divine sense is strong enough, still be able to clearly peep into the space within the situation. If the Qianquan bag was taken, the contents would not be preserved. If you simply add a layer of the array that isolates the divine idea, it belongs to treating the symptoms but not the root cause, preventing the divine sense from probing, not preventing the dismantling. So this can't guard the secrets inside at all. Perhaps the only way to start is with the basics of storage spells. Space is subtle, but refining storage artifacts is not difficult. Like loading a machine. No need to understand the principle of the processor, not to mention the need to be able to build their own processor, as long as enough to save up a variety of parts and components. In accordance with the established method, do not have to know the reason why you can also complete the refining. Storage spells are roughly divided into 4 parts: the storage core, the guide, the controller, and the bearer. The most crucial of these is the storage core, the space crystal. After so many times of picking up and placing items, to Su Yun's understanding, space crystal should be the space debris of the extraterrestrial domain. The broken space spontaneously produced curling in order to maintain a stable state, and in the process polymerized matter and arranged it in a certain lattice form, ultimately forming relatively stable space crystals. The larger the space debris, the greater the curvature when curled up and the higher the degree of curling. Used to refine the Qianquan bag of fine-grained space crystals, space curling rate is not high, and there will be a portion of the space is not completely curled, but a diffuse state. This part of the space to the center of the space crystals, extending outward, the curvature continues to decrease until the same as the normal space. Just like a gap in the space crystal, or a flare that connects to the outer space, the inner space is not completely closed and is in an open state. Therefore, it can only be refined into a Qianquan bag, or other closed container form of storage magic weapon, to prevent the things inside from falling out. Large enough space crystals, internal space highly curled, forming a relatively independent space. After refining into storage magic weapon with divine sense as a guide, can be in the effective range of action to choose a specific location to unfold a space gap, access to put items. Therefore, it could bind the divine sense, and its range of action was much larger than that of the Qianquan bag. Space can be completely curled up. The space size threshold Suyun does not know. Need a large number of samples to determine it. Perhaps it could also be calculated with theory, but obviously, Suyun wasn't able to do it now. While the guide functioned to guide the divine sense to connect with the space crystal stone, which was equivalent to a switch, the controller was responsible for regulating the size and curvature of the space crystal stone's internal space as it unfolded to accommodate the entry and exit of items of different sizes and maintain the unfolded state of the space, and the bearer would just be the appearance and framework of the spell. The specific working principle of the storage spell is actually very simple, and is divided into 3 steps. Expand the curled space, put in or take out items, and the space curls back. In detail, using divine thoughts and spiritual energy to activate the corresponding guidance material, the guidance material and the space crystal stone induction. Activate the space crystal stone, and then through the controller, according to the volume of the items to be stored, determine the size of the space that needs to be unfolded, reduce the curvature, through the gap to release the space, inhale the items, and finally curled back, somewhat similar to the way single-celled organisms devour food. Conversely, ditto. The volume of the item didn't change during the process, nor did the actual size of the space. All that changed was the curvature. Like a painting, the size of the paper itself didn't change, nor did the size of the figure drawn on it. Only the paper was folded. The principle was simple and easy to understand. A 3-year-old child would know it, but after all, Suyun had never refined a storage artifact before, and didn't know the specific technical details of it. He still decided to demolish one first. Vacating a Qianquan bag with a space of 1 zhang, Suyun carefully disassembled its parts one by one. The structure of a low-level storage spells guide was simple: an artifact pattern that accepted spiritual energy, and a small piece of guide material. This kind of guiding material is of various kinds. In fact, it is those substances that space fragments polymerize when space crystals are formed, and the substances that can carry space are certainly not mortal either. Different space crystals polymerize different substances, and different guide materials are chosen. For example, this 1 square meter specification Qianquan bag. Inside the space crystal substrate is Xuanmu crystal, a dark gray material. The corresponding guidance material should also use Xuanmu crystal. Most of the channeling materials are accompanied by space crystals. As for what Suyun's huge spatial crystal stone accompanying guidance material was, he didn't know yet, but it was definitely some kind of high-grade material. The controllers, on the other hand, are made from ores with spatial prowess. Low-ranked storage artifacts such as the Qianquan pouch all use no-thought heartstone, a 3rd-ranked material, and the corresponding artifact patterns were also very simple. Subsequently, Suyun sketched out a simple structural diagram and began to figure out how to remodel the Qianquan bag. To encrypt on the storage spells, the formation to isolate the divine thoughts must be there. Add it to the location of the guide, and then leave a back door for your own use. It would be simple for the spirit core if it was anti-disassembly, and it could be self-destructed to preserve the secrets of the spirit core, but it would be much more difficult to damage the space crystals. The strength of the space crystals that were born from the outer heaven starfield was ridiculously high, and there had yet to be a record of a space crystal being damaged. After all, the essence of space crystals was space, not space-attached matter. Returning to the next best thing, if they couldn't damage the storage artifacts, they could only destroy the things inside the storage artifacts. After spending an hour or two, Suyun temporarily refined a lower-grade spirit core, and then reassembled the Qianquan bag and stuffed a huge stone into it. The imperial sword then flew to the distant decapitated mountain peak, which was simply the perfect experimental site. By now the sun had risen, and the gray sections of the mountain were so flat and smooth that they were a little shaky in the sunrise. Suyun placed the Qianquan bag and let the spirit core enter the overclock state, after which he placed it into the Qianquan bag and then ran away in a puff of smoke. This feeling makes him recall his childhood with firecrackers to blow up other people's home cabbage hearts or cowdung things, all thief exciting. After escaping to a safe distance, Suyun stood on his sword and turned to look at the early morning tranquility that lasted for another breath of time. The red sun was floating above the horizon, and just in that direction, a shining white light suddenly rose, and for a moment the sun was darkened. Brightness from a point to burst out, and in the far distance of a point convergence, as if a white flame candle stand between heaven and earth, stretching 100 feet. Immediately afterward, a soft chant that seemed to come from beyond the heavens resounded through the sky, short and sharp, without a booming momentum. The entire explosion took less than half a breath, and everything was calm again. Playing it safe, Suyun waited for a few more moments before going over to check the situation. That Qianquan bag had long since disappeared. Perhaps it had blown up into powder and dissipated into the air. But the space crystals had definitely not been destroyed in the explosion. Because at the location where the Qianquan bag was placed just now, a deep downward hole appeared, just opposite to the direction of the light flame, and the diameter of the hole gradually narrowed from more than a foot downward, deepening into the interior of the mountain. After observing for a few moments, Su-Yun concluded that the rock in the hole was vaporized directly, and the space crystals were definitely accelerated to a terrifying speed in order to instantly ablate such a deep hole. According to the conservation of momentum, it was not surprising that so many stones were ejected at such a high speed, propelling just a tiny space crystal at such a fast speed. It's possible that a weapon could be developed from this, but more importantly, Su-Yun had determined that explosions could occur within the space crystals, and what he had to do next became very simple. Since the storage space of the primary Qianquan bag was not closed, it was only necessary to detonate the pre-positioned spirit cores within the Qianquan bag via the spirit power lines connecting the inner and outer spaces when it encountered forced dismantling in order to preserve the secrets within. Of course, there is no need to use such means on all Qianquan bags. Refining such a Qianquan bag is just to guard the secret that cannot be easily shown. It can even be used as a means of self-preservation in case you can't defend yourself. After spending 3 days, Su-Yun added a divine thought isolation array to all of his and Wenbai's Qianquan bags, and then modified one of the Qianquan bags into a jade and stone burning type of Qianquan bag. It was used to hold the photolithography machine, the relic token, the tattered animal skin scroll, objects like that. It was also time to make an appointment with Old Man Qian. Early in the morning, rushing before the sun came out, Su-Yun once again set foot on the land of Falling Cloud Town. Unexpectedly, the town was surprisingly lively. Inexplicably came many cultivators from all over the world. There were scattered cultivators without any sects. There were also disciples from other small sects. Su-Yun casually stopped a casual cultivator-like person and asked, "Brother, why is the Lokyun town so lively today?" The male cultivator sized up Su-Yun. Seeing that Su-Yun was a disciple of the Falling Clouds sect, he arched his hand and politely said, "This fellow Daoist, you've just come down from the mountain, right? In this Falling Clouds town. Ah, there's been a great chance of a relic secret realm that a Jindan powerhouse is interested in." "Oh," Su-Yun asked fervently. This person was 80% talking about the matter of the beast skin scroll. "Can you tell me more about it?" "That's natural. It's not a secret," the male cultivator said in an agitated tone. "This matter has to start with a reward order from a Jindan powerhouse. Then 3 days ago, the scrolls that Jindan powerhouse had offered a reward for actually appeared in hundreds overnight. And they were all different. No one knows which one is real. And just 2 days ago, that Jindan powerhouse actually directly released the second half of the scroll, which recorded the address of the ruins. The address of the relic is available, and so is the token drawing. It's only because word of this has spread that it's attracted so many people, and everyone wants to come and try their luck in case they get the right one. Many thanks, fellow Daoist, and good luck." Su-Yun laughed heartily. Looks like his ploy of throwing stones worked. By now, Chenjin should also know that it was someone who was secretly working against him, so he intentionally published the address of the relics, and then wanted to wait for a rabbit. And the person who really obtained the other half of the beast skin scroll would naturally go to the relics. And Su-Yun wanted just the right amount of muddy water. Along the way, he sought out the plaza, where more cultivators had gathered, all gathered around the bulletin board. Fixed on the bulletin board was a flattened beast skin scroll. The material, the degree of aging, and even the gaps could all correspond to the one Su-Yun had at hand, and it was indeed the other half of the beast skin scroll that was genuine. The location marked on it was based on the Rue Kingdom's imperial capital, Smoke Cloud, 3,780 miles to the west and 1,250 miles to the north, located in the middle of a large swamp. After silently noting down the location, Su-Yun was in no hurry to leave. He knew that Shinjin must be secretly observing everyone who had appeared, because the person who possessed the other half of the bestiary would definitely come to the scene and personally confirm the authenticity of the bestiary. Just as Su-Yun expected, right next to the square in an inn, in the most luxurious heavenly room, there were 2 people sitting by the window, with their full attention above the square. This place was isolated from divine thoughts and hidden, so it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Su-Yun, a voice with gritted teeth resounded in the room, and the owner of the voice was none other than Chen Yang. "Father, he's the Su-Yun who made my child suffer." Upon hearing this, Chenjin couldn't help but take a few more glances at Su-Yun, but after a moment, he instead looked coldly at Chen Yang. "You actually planted yourself in the hands of an outer disciple of the 4th level of Qi practicing at a mere district. You have truly disgraced the face of the Chen family. Just calm down, don't cause any trouble, business is business." Chen Yang suppressed his body, which was trembling from anger, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Yes, Father. Instead, there were waves in his eyes that were hard to quell. Chapter 62 Advancing in Battle. All Soo-yun had to do was to be a good eater and follow whatever the others did. There were also people who reproduced the drawings they had gotten and peddled them around. And they weren't expensive. So Soo-yun bought a few drawings. After dawdling for a long time, Soo-yun left with the exiting crowd. He didn't know where Qingjin was hiding, and that was all he could do. Hidden in the crowd, Soo-yun came to the world's first shop where the street. The flow of people here is not small. Most of them are still here to join in the fun of the cultivators. But the world's first store in front of the store is still a door can be Sparrow. The only person or Mu Ling. She sat on the threshold. The rising sun shines on her face. This is like a gelatinous skin, more white and translucent. Really like a porcelain doll. Grabbing a handful of grains in his hand, he was feeding a few sparrows down the street. But her childish face held the sadness that only adults have. Little Mulan, what's going on? Soo-yun greeted familiarly. Leave me alone. Mulan set her temper and threw away the handful of grains, attracting another large flock of sparrows, while she herself held her face in her hands and sulked as she watched the leaping sparrows. At this moment, a few sparrows that were pecking their food with their heads down suddenly raised their heads and looked at the bitter Mulan, then fluttered and flew to her shoulder, acting affectionately as if they were comforting. Mulan had to touch the sparrow with her backhand. The depression on her face slightly abated. Crossing over to Mu Ling to look inside the house. Without seeing Old Man Qian, Soo-yun simply sat down next to Mu Ling and teased the sparrow on her shoulder. At the same time, he said, there's no need to look so sad when business is bad, right? When we reach a cooperation in the future, there will still be a lot of spirit stones to make your world's #1 merchant bigger and stronger. Soo-yun thought in his heart that apart from pills, the new style of magic weapon could also be sold for a big price. We are not sad either. We are just thinking about things. Mu Ling did not even look at Soo-yun, but still had a bitter face. And after a pause continued, you don't understand the sad thoughts of a child. Seeing Mu Ling's man-child appearance, Soo-yun came to be interested and asked in a deadpan manner, tell me quickly, let me be happy. Mu Ling beamed her mouth, and after a long time, as if she had made some unimaginable decision, she nodded her head once to herself and frowned. Although old Chen Won Ti let me tell outsiders, Soo-yun, you don't seem to be too much of an outsider. Actually, I don't seem to be like the average kid. Well, look out. Soo-yun couldn't help himself. You're skinnier than the average kid. Mu Ling slapped her face and said in a bad mood, what are you doing? Talking about business. And then she looked serious. Since I was born, I grew up in a dark cave. But since I followed Elder Qian out and saw this heaven and earth, I saw the sun and the moon, the stars, and knew the alternation of day and night, and the 4 seasons of cold and warmth. Soo-yun realized after careful observation that Mu Ling was not joking, so he also put away his joking heart and listened carefully. I roughly calculated. According to the chronology of the immortal cultivation world, it seems like I'm already more than 50 years old. Mu Ling tilted her head with a confused look on her face. Usually at this age you're already a grandparent of a child. And then Mu Ling broke her fingers and began to check her math. Then nodded. Indeed, your old man still looks like a child at over 50? Development is sluggish enough. Soo-yun still couldn't help but spit out the words before reaping a blank stare from Mu Ling. Mulan's complexion darkened. I don't seem to be human. No, not exactly human anyway. Just as Soo-yun was about to ask in detail, Xian Lao carried a pair of oxen down to the water, when he was really like a grocery shopping old man, and came this way. Last time, Soo-yun casually mentioned that bovine underwater cooking hot pot is the essence. I didn't expect him to actually buy it back. Little friend Sue, here you are. Please follow me. Elder Qian reached out, welcoming Soo-yun inside. Mu Ling, put this in the kitchen. Good ow. Mulan saw the cow's entrails. One hand covered his nose, a face of disgust, but still caught the end of the rope. Put the lower water in the kitchen to carry. The whole set of cow entrails was almost taller than she was, and it was a good thing she had all the brute strength in the world. Then Xian Lao fetched a Qiankuan bag, the specification of 3 zhang space, which was stuffed with all kinds of medicinal herbs, and handed it to Soo-yun. Order it, all the medicinal herbs you want are in it. It's still the price of the appointment, and the Qiankuan bag is counted as a gift to you. Soo-yun just roughly swept a glance. The medicinal herbs in here were only a little more, and the color wasn't bad. Naturally, I trust Elder Qian. Only, in that case, I'm afraid you'll lose money. Elder Qian, there is no harm. Old man Qian stroked his beard and looked at Soo-yun with deep eyes, as if there was an abyss hidden in his eyes. The old man is considering from a long-term perspective, since he doesn't have to be concerned about immediate gains and losses. I also hope that young friend Su can walk around with my master and servant more in the future. Walking around? Soo-yun regarded it as a business transaction, so he politely said, that's definitely no problem. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Ha ha ha. Elder Qian suddenly laughed. I'm actually thinking for Mu Ling's sake. Feng, I think she already told you something. Anticipating that things were not simple, Su Yun slightly nodded his head. And then, Xian Lao stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the Mu Ling who was bouncing around in the courtyard, lively again. And only after a long time, did he open his mouth and said, Mu Ling is actually a half-human, half-demon being, and ever since she was young, she has been different from normal people, and after she started practicing, she showed even more of her unusual features. Half-human? Half-demon? This was clearly beyond Su Yun's knowledge, and he had only seen accounts of demons in ancient texts. Spiritual beasts take form as demons. Spirit beasts are born and raised. There is no complete soul, but wait until the level of the 5th stage. If the development of spiritual wisdom can also be born with the same human cultivators as the baby, so that the shape of the cultivator is no different from the cultivator, they are then called demonic beasts, or demons. But there has never been a record of a human and a demon combining to have a child. If Mu Ling had a demon bloodline, then it wouldn't be surprising that he grew slowly and was still like a child in his 50s. Yes, half human, half demon, yet non-human and non-demon. Elder Qian went on to explain. After cultivation, the bloodline awakens, and the higher the strength, the more the characteristics of the demon race will be revealed. Moreover, she was born with an inner elixir that corresponds to a cultivator's gene dan, so her strength is also far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator. Upon hearing this, Su Yun had a bit of trouble figuring it out, so he asked bluntly, Elder Qian, isn't this a good thing? Why didn't you let Mu Ling cultivate in the past? Is it a good thing? Ha! Elder Qian snorted coldly, then his face was taken over by frustration. If it's a good thing, our master and servant wouldn't have fled to this falling cloud sect. Could it be because most people still think that demons are just more powerful spirit beasts that will attract a hunt once they show their faces? Su Yun could not help but think of the hopping rabbit next door. That's not true. The demon race possesses the same status as the human race, but it's just some family feuds. Let's not talk about it. Xian Lao casually waved his hand, as if there was something sad. The sadness still came out from his smiling face. However, Su Yun vaguely guessed that Elder Qian's strength and origin were not ordinary, and such a person still claimed to be Mu Ling's slave. The things involved behind the scenes were not something Su Yun could imagine. He'd better not pry too much into what's going on in the mainland. Just then, Mu Ling had slipped back, smiling joyfully, no longer as sad as she was at the beginning. Su Yun looked at it and felt amused. Your mood shift is also too fast. Otherwise, with delicious food, who cares what kind of stuff you are nah? Mu Ling shook his head and hopped to the door to tease the sparrow again. This nature, it's very childish. And the reason she and Sparrow were so intimate seemed to have been found. However, Elder Qian, why have you started letting her cultivate now? Su Yun asked his last question. Ha ha, Elder Qian patted Su Yun's shoulder meaningfully. There are some things she has to face. The conversation then turned and led Su Yun to the counter's location. Come, little friend Su, you are a refiner. You might be interested in this piece of material. On the rosewood cargo container, a blue-violet ore was set up in a compartment, looking similar to crystal clusters, but the crystals were much more tightly packed, with short columns of crystals growing densely together. Silky arcs of electricity emanated from it from time to time, and crackling noises continued. Purple thunder crystal. Good stuff. Su Yun recognized it at a glance and instantly couldn't take his eyes off of it. Although the quality of this purple thunder crystal was only at the 3rd order level, materials with the thunder attribute were inherently scarce. Or rather, materials corresponding to the wind, thunder, and ice attributes of the mutant spirit root were scarce, because wind, thunder and ice are not the same as the 5 elements of water, fire, wood, gold and earth. The 5 elements of water, fire, wood, gold, and earth correspond to the 5 types of natural elements, while wind, thunder, and ice are a kind of potential, a kind of change. In Su Yun's understanding, pneumatic movement was wind, electronic movement was thunder, and heat movement was ice. Between heaven and earth, materials with mutated attributes were even rarer than cultivators with mutated attributes. So much so that the price of purple thunder crystals was dozens of times the price of ordinary 3rd order materials. Seeing that Su Yun liked this piece of material, Xian Lao did a favor and picked up the material, handing it to Su Yun. This piece of purple thunder crystal was just collected not long ago, and that person was in a hurry to sell it, so he only wanted to sell it for 1,000 spirit stones. So I'll just transfer it to you at the original price. A good material should be given to a person with a destiny. How can that be good? Su Yun made a gesture to push back, but still went up and hugged the purple thunder crystal. A tingling sensation went straight to the sky. Like love. When Mu Ling outside the door saw this, she gave Su Yun a blank look. Then don't answer it, Su Yun. In the end, Su Yun was still brazen enough to buy this purple thunder crystal because it was just too tempting for Su Yun. In fact, at the beginning, Su Yun had thought of using electricity as an energy source to power various electrical appliances. But in the immortal world, electricity can do far less than spiritual power to do more. But some special circumstances, electricity has spiritual power does not have the advantage, or even can only use electricity to complete. Obtaining electricity wasn't difficult. It could be done by building a generator at random. What was difficult was obtaining a stable and continuous super strong electric current. But now with the purple thunder crystal, as long as one inputs spiritual energy, there would be a constant stream of powerful electricity. There are just so many things that can be done. As a token of appreciation, Su Yun stayed behind to help with the paraboxin down the drain. There are different ways to eat different offal of a cow, and different times to shabu shabu, and there's a lot to be said for that. Another hot pot meal with more tripe, 1,000-layer tripe, even more authentic than the last one. To Su Yun's surprise, Mu Ling's appetite grew, and half of the table was rolled into her stomach. Although I have heard long ago that spirit beasts are relying on eating food with spiritual chi to obtain spiritual energy, and it is only after accumulating over time that they will gradually advance. But it was still quite amazing that so much could be crammed inside Mulin's tiny body. Su Yun was a little envious of Mu Ling. She could advance in cultivation just like humans, and like spirit beasts that eat could likewise advance. After the meal, Mu Ling pulled Su Yun to cut again. It had to be said that Mu Ling's strength had progressed rapidly. It had only been a few days. In terms of punching and kicking, she was already able to press Su Yun, who was in the 9th level state of practicing chi, into a fight. In order to regain some face, Su Yun made a small effort to use a soft water-breaking palm to send Mu Ling flying out. She slammed into the wall, unharmed and only a little sore. Unconvinced, he pointed at Su Yun and said, "You're cheating. How can you use a magic spell? You can use it too." Su Yun spread his hands and deadpanned. "You." Mulan climbed up and patted her dress, indicating that she wanted to fight again. "Continue. I have to beat you to tears today." Happy to oblige. In fact, after the fist fight with Mu Ling, Su Yun also benefited greatly. Judging from the combat skills displayed by Mu Ling, she must have received instruction from Elder Qian, in which case, Su Yun would also be able to benefit from it. You can come back often in the future. However, this time, Mulan seemed to be serious. Her little face was not smiling, and her aura climbed a lot. Her speed was faster, her punches were even more severe, and she seemed to be getting stronger the more she fought. So much so that Su Yun had to use his spiritual energy and perform some basic techniques throughout to be able to deal with it comfortably. Seeing a long time cannot take Su Yun, Mu Ling is also a little anxious. Fists and feet messy, directly by Su Yun grabbed an opening, and sent flying out, crashed into the steps, the green stone broken into several pieces. Mu Ling fell on the side. Not good, the strength is used too much. Seeing this, Su Yun was a bit anxious and stepped forward to check, while Mu Ling floated up under his eyes. Not to mention being injured, her aura was even rising. Spiritual energy fluctuations began to linger around his body, pure and restless. Su Yun burst back a few steps and looked up. Only Mu Ling slowly floated into midair and entered a rather mysterious state, and in an instant, the sky was dark and heavenly thunder was brewing in the thick black clouds. A terrifying aura radiated around her. It wasn't just Su Yun. People elsewhere in Falling Cloud Town had also noticed something strange. Why does the sky change so quickly? And it's not raining but thundering. Look over there. The crowd looked in the direction of the world's first merchant, and there were already golden thunderbolts starting to fall. The cultivator was able to know a thing or two. Such a powerful aura. Is it some strong person making a breakthrough? It's all attracting heavenly thunder. It's still golden in color. No, there are two auras, gold and thunder. I think it's more like a technique or some kind of formation performed by a combined force. At the same time, Chen Jin, who was in the inn, also detected this horrible aura, and could not help but be chilled. The small town of Lokyun is actually a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Within the small courtyard, at this moment, Mu Ling's entire body was wrapped in golden thunderbolts, living like a tumbling golden snake, and a golden aura also emerged from her eyes as she looked downwards at Su Yun, shouting triumphantly, "Ha ha, Su Yun, I've broken through chi practicing. Accept the sanction." Such a big commotion for advancing to chi practicing? Su Yun was stunned. It was true that people were more angry than people. "Ha ha, little friend Su doesn't know," Elder Qian explained from the side. Mu Ling's situation is special. If she had just advanced to chi cultivation, there wouldn't have been such a battle. It's just that she had an epiphany on how to use spirit beast techniques. Spirit beast technique? This is the third spirit beast technique that Su-yun has seen, but the breadth that Mu Ling's spirit beast technique shows can only be described as horrifying. Far from the Shin Tian Crane's wind feather blade, or even the Fire Cloud Turtle's flame trample that can be compared to the flame trample after storing up its strength, he couldn't help but wonder what breed that half of Mu Ling's demonic beast bloodline was. Little friend Su, beware, Elder Qian said as he ran his spiritual energy. The breath was equally majestic and unfathomable, not something Su-yun could understand. What does it mean to beware? Su-yun stared blankly at Elder Qian, unsure, only to see, with a casual wave of his hand, Elder Qian unfolded a party formation, protecting the house of the world's first merchant, and then trapping both Mu Ling and Su-yun inside. Chapter 63, Lively Falling Cloud Town. This is not a pit. Su-yun could not help but stifle his wrists. This scenario was simply a battle of trapped beasts, and he was the trapped beast. Above, golden thunderbolts converged on Mu Ling's body, and the two spiritual forces of gold and thunder were intertwining and fusing, with both the harshness and sharpness of metallic and the swiftness and surging of the thunder attribute. In the end, the thunderbolt actually twined into a golden dragon. Not really big, only more than a zhang, coiled behind Mu Ling, eyed Su-yun, and let out a burst of dragon roar. The golden thunderbolts attracted the thunder in the sky, and the silver snakes flew around. Under the protection of the thunderbolt golden dragon, the small Mu Ling was able to float in the air, carrying a kind of majesty, and vaguely revealing a sublime and sacred atmosphere. Su-yun, take that, catch, pick up my ass. Su-yun as a whole was just helpless. Mu Ling's utilization of his spirit beast technique was still very shallow, but the might displayed was already not something Su-yun could deal with head-on. Don't look at Mu Ling's realm to enter the first level of chi cultivation, and she didn't have much spiritual power, but when she released this move, she was actually able to borrow the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so her power naturally couldn't be underestimated. It had to be said that the demonic beast bloodline that Mu Ling was burdened with was truly terrifying as hell. At the side of the field, old man Qian, in a watching posture, spoke, "Little friend Su, you can deal with it with all your might. If you are not defeated, the old man will step in and keep little friend safe." At this point, Su-yun sort of understood that Elder Qian was trying to use this opportunity of Mu Ling's breakthrough to test himself, but having been driven to the rack, there was nothing to be done about it. If he didn't even have the courage to face it, wouldn't he lose face and be afraid that he would be laughed at by Mu Ling in the future? Drawing out the black 5 elements sword, Su-yun stood with his sword. Naturally he was small in front of the roiling thunder, but his body still stood straight. The golden dragon of thunder and lightning that was protecting Mu Ling's body circled and flew out, flying high into the sky with the momentum of a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, accumulating the power of the final strike. Seeing this, Su-yun was enlightened and had a countermeasure. The spirit core within the 5 elements sword went into its highest operating power and executed the true amazing chop with the full output of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and the fire on the sword erupted out up to a length of more than 10 feet. Elder Qian, who was watching the battle, was quite surprised and couldn't help but nod his head in admiration. Not bad. With a cultivation of the 4th level of chi cultivation to be able to exert the strength of the peak of foundation establishment, it's not too bad compared to those absolute prides on the continent. A helpless smile followed. But it's not enough. As Elder Qian had said, this true amazing slash was not enough to match the astonishing golden dragon in the sky. But Su-yun did not intend to use this move for confrontation either. He took out a large chunk of refined secret silver from his storage bag, which contained very few impurities, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was 24K pure secret silver. Under the scorching heat of the true amazing chopping flame, even without the need for a furnace, the secret silver instantly melted into a liquid state. And Su-yun's divine sense was fully open as he used his own nimbus to refine the molten secret silver into the shape he needed. It began shaped like a large blazing red net, then balled up into an arc and closed around it, eventually synthesizing into a sphere, leaving only an opening at the bottom. The remaining true amazing chop was still powerful and could not be wasted, and was struck by Su-yun towards the outer formations. Boom! After the explosion, the residual heat waves stirred in the formation. The formation was unharmed, but Su-yun was hot enough. Another water attribute technique was used to cool both himself and the secret silver sphere cage. The Mu Ling above was still on guard, and when she realized that the fire sword was not hitting herself, she was a bit puzzled. Why did you suddenly refine an iron cage if you didn't want to find a way to defend or counterattack? It's causing me to be afraid to attack with my full strength, the tone complained. Seeing that the secret silver sphere cage had already cooled down and annealed to a silver-white color, Su-yun went up to inspect it for a few moments, and then with a satisfied smile, he shouted to the top, "Just let your horse come over. Just that little long worm of yours can't hurt me yet. I have a Faraday cage." Originally, Mu Ling was still a bit hesitant, but now the last bit of worry in her heart had dissipated. No matter what, the money old man will step in when the time comes anyway. Su Yun, you asked for it. Mu Ling then wasted no time in controlling the golden dragon to attack Su Yun. I'll go. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly hid in the cage. Still unsure, he used the divine mighty imperial earth technique to make the secret silver cage sink into the ground 3 times before sinking in. At this time, the golden dragon was as fast as it could be, turning into an electric light and rushing towards Su Yun, with rolling heavenly thunder wrapped behind it, and its aura was as if the thunder pools in the sky were pouring down on the earth like that. A little golden dragon as a guide. Thousands of silver snakes followed, silver and white intertwined, like a huge fire tree falling from the sky. The golden dragon crashed first on top of the Faraday cage and exploded. A moment of thunder and lightning churning in golden light, before the bundles of thunder fell. Squeak barely. The lightning was like a chain that held the dark clouds above the Faraday cage. It was all but an instantaneous occurrence. Under the blinding light, it was already impossible to see the situation inside the formation, and there was only thunder and explosive bursts in his ears. Elder Qian stood with his hands folded, and although he frowned tightly, he did not take any action. A few moments later, the thunder dispersed, the heavy clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sunlight of an autumn afternoon lazily returned to the earth. The smoke and dust within the formation was dispersed by the wind, revealing an incandescent state of a Faraday cage with an ethereal blue deep-sea water shield. In a moment, the water shield was dispatched and Su Yun was unharmed. He looked at his feet and found that since the location where the Faraday cage was in contact with the ground was shattered and lurid fissures extended out, several feet wide, and under the sense of the divine mighty imperial soil technique, it had penetrated deep into the ground, crisscrossing the ground like the roots of a tree and exceeding the range of Su Yun's divine concepts. After all, the earth carried everything, and the secret silver withstood such a powerful current. Su Yun rightly regarded this as a precious scientific experiment and was carefully observing the results. The golden thunder around Mu Ling dissipated, no longer having the same aura as before, and her body fell towards the ground. Su Yun saw this and gently leapt up to catch her. Although Mu Ling's move, the spirit beast technique, had the subtlety of being executed with the help of heaven and earth's spiritual qi, it still emptied out her weak spiritual energy of the first level of qi cultivation and she fainted. Walking your food after a meal to make such a big commotion. You're really something. Su Yun looked at the unconscious Mu Ling in his arms and laughed helplessly. At this time, the formation was also unraveled, and Su Yun walked out of the ruins and entrusted Mu Ling to Elder Qian. Elder Qian looked at the gradually cooling secret silver Faraday cage and couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of magic weapon is this? There doesn't seem to be anything peculiar about it that can actually withstand little Mulan's golden dragon true intent? So this move is called golden dragon true intent. Could it be that Mu Ling is a dragon? Su Yun thought as such, but he can't be bothered to ask in detail. It's like asking if someone else's dog is a teddy or a 200. It doesn't seem polite. It just answered. This is called the Faraday cage, specializing in lightning, a strange magic weapon created by the Supreme Faraday Electromagnetic Heavenly Father. Upon hearing this, Old Man Shen nodded his head slightly, listening to the name. It is a party of supreme powers. It should be Little Friend Su's true master. If possible, can Little Friend Su introduce him? In Elder Qian's opinion, Su Yun possessed such strength. It was definitely not possible that he was just an ordinary outer disciple of the Falling Cloud sect. He definitely had another inheritance. Su Yun thought for a moment. It didn't seem to be wrong to say that it was his master. After all, a lot of the knowledge was inherited from the Faraday big brother, so he didn't deny it. The benefactor has already passed away for a long time. It's been almost 200 years. Ow. Condolences. Xian Lao said no more. Su Yun then retrieved the Faraday cage, and after repairing the ground with the divine mighty imperial earth technique, he bid farewell. Walking out of the backyard, Su Yun saw that the outside of the store was already crowded with people, all attracted by the commotion just now to watch the action. Among them were also the 2 inner sect inspection disciples responsible for maintaining the security of Falling Cloud Town. With mid to late stage foundation establishment cultivation, someone was fighting within the Falling Cloud Town. They were definitely going to take care of it, but they were in the way of Fang's terrifying aura and didn't dare to take offense easily, so they just stood at the front of the crowd and waited. Su Yun suppressed his cultivation and resumed his state at the 4th level of Qi practicing and walked out calmly. Seeing someone come out, the crowd instantly came alive, and one of the inner disciples with a slightly higher cultivation released his breath to suppress the crowd's agitation and asked, Su Yun, what happened inside? Su Yun's eyes were hollow as he scanned the crowd and shook his head. I don't build it. I'm just here to buy something. How could you not know? You're in there. The inner disciple couldn't help but yell. After a flash of light, I fainted and just woke up, Su Yun calmly said. However, The various types of magic weapons and pills in here are beautiful and inexpensive. Just feel its breath or vaguely signs of breakthroughs, but also experienced a great power fight. No loss. In the future, you have to come more often. Upon hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded again. Yeah, this is a store. Shouldn't stores go in and store? What's wrong with us blocking the doorway? Reasonable. This fellow Taoist at the 4th level of Qi practicing was able to walk out safely. So what happened inside must not have been a great power-death struggle. Come on, go inside and hang out. Someone took the lead, and many of the bold ones responded by walking into the store and starting to check out the merchandise. Qian Lao, who had settled Mu Ling, realized that so many guests had inexplicably come, and still greeted them politely. Suyan then took advantage of the chaos to leave. However, Suyan is now more or less considered the Red Man of the Falling Cloud sect, and his whereabouts have been captured by those who are interested. Time is still early. Suyan strolled around Lokyun town for a while longer. To his surprise, because of the matter of the map scrolls, Lokyun town is extraordinarily lively today. The stall area is full. Since many of the cultivators were scattered cultivators from all over the world or disciples of other large and small sects, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they came from the south of the sky and the north of the country. The stall area had just become the scene of an unprecedented cultivators trade fair. Even if you don't occupy a booth, you can still trade. The items traded were all-encompassing, including rare spirit beast inner pills from all over the world, and local specialty weapon refining materials. Suyun this was considered to have experienced the vastness of the immortal cultivation world. Compared to the cold words and drawings in the canonical books, it was better to see with one's own eyes to better appreciate the uniqueness of the refining materials. Listening heartstones. Inputting spiritual energy can create a huge nimbus between a pair of listening heartstones. Suyun looked at a pure white crystal aggregate-like or in surprise. Fellow Daoist eyesight. This Lisan stone is a building material used by many sects. It can be used to build magnificent buildings suspended in the air. The continent's famous upper spirit sword sect's 36 sky islands are floating in the air with Lisan stone. The stall owner enthusiastically introduced. I don't have a big piece here. I'll charge you 50 spirit stones. Good point. Buy it. Suyun said generously. The price given by the stall owner was quite affordable for a third-order material. Sea spray crystals. Suyun found another material that surprised him. The sea pearl crystal was a fourth-order heavenly treasure. Pearl-sized, rounded shape emitting a mesmerizing multicolored luster. Only produced from the 10,000-fathom abyss of the continent's extreme southern waters, and occasionally brought to the shore by the tides or deep-sea spirit beasts. It is rumored to be the inner elixir of a certain spirit animal compressed and formed under the extreme environment of heavy pressure at the bottom of the sea. It could be refined into a defense magic weapon, which was what Su Yun desperately needed. Only the price was not beautiful, asking for 300 spirit stones, but Su Yun had to endure the pain and take it. After shopping for a long time again, Su Yun searched for a large amount of materials, enough to fulfill the needs for a long time to come. Many of the materials were not expensive. They were just regional in nature and not easy to obtain outside of their origins, so Su Yun also took the opportunity to stock up on some more. The spirit stones were also spent to the tune of 7 or 8, leaving only 200 or so. Having to keep some spirit stones for a rainy day, Su Yun didn't have the intention of shopping anymore, but just casually strolled around, sort of growing his knowledge. In addition to the refining materials, Su Yun was more interested in the various types of magic weapons. Scattered cultivators can take out is nothing more than spiritual weapons, but it must be said that the types of magic weapons are also blossoming. In addition to the ordinary sword weapons, there are all kinds of strange magic weapons, defensive armor, and even flying boat shuttles such as flying magic weapons. This gave Su Yun inspiration. Since he only had one sword, it led to a greatly reduced combat power when flying. If it is refining the second flying sword, the genus is boring again. Thinking for half a day, Su Yun has an amazing idea. Go back and implement it. Thinking of this, Su Yun was in a good mood, and her interest in shopping increased by a few points. He began to carefully ponder over the refining techniques of the various types of magic weapons on the stall, wanting to benefit from them and gather the strengths of all the others. Although, in Su Yun's eyes, most of the magic weapons for sale are shoddy, but he still understands the reasoning of not being ashamed to ask questions. It's rewarding to get some new ideas and approaches. However, someone was dissatisfied with Su Yun's behavior of moving his hands on the magic weapon and impatiently chided. Fellow Daoist, don't touch it if you don't buy it, okay? If you don't buy it, someone else will. If you touch it and break it, can you afford to pay for it? Su Yun gasped and laughed, standing up and saying in dissatisfaction, how do I know if it's the magic weapon I need if I don't touch it? Brown robe, 4th level of Qi cultivation. This is a top-grade spirit weapon from me, the stall owner said in a conspiratorial manner. You can't afford it even if you measure it. Just say how many spirit stones. Although Soo-yun did not have the idea of purchasing a spirit weapon either. He also wanted to know the market price of magic weapons on the continent. In the past, he had been refining magic weapons for the clan, and there was only talk of payment, and he did not know the price of the magic weapons. 500 spirit stones. The stall owner quoted a price. No way. You pit-sized cuties. Soo-yun was all shocked. The district's top-grade spirit weapon dared to sell at this price. I see that the material cost of this magic weapon is only a few tens of spirit stones. Traitor! While he was trying to get to the bottom of the matter, a somewhat familiar female voice came from behind him. Soo-yun, the market for magic weapons is just like this. This price. It's not expensive. Soo-yun first thought that the person speaking was a trust invited by the stall owner, but when he looked back, he realized that it was a curvaceous red-clothed woman with a tall, concave and convex figure, and her chest was so full that it was crying out for attention. The face was unfamiliar, not stunning, but described as pretty, and belonged to the kind of mature royalty that winks. But this figure was familiar to Soo-yun. Yin-yang? Chapter 64, feeling like I've lost $1 billion. Precisely. Reintroducing myself, casual cultivator Yin-yang. Yin-yang crouched slightly and placed her hands on her waist, making elegant manners like a worldly woman. She had already used the Yuan Ling Dan to restore her vitality and change back to her proper appearance, not to mention changing into a new identity, which was considered to be a new person. Out of politeness, Soo-yun arched his hand and said, Fallen Cloud Sect's Dan servant who was an outer disciple of the refining room and an inner disciple of the Dan room. Soo-yun, Yin-yang, you did a good job with that last time. Soo-yun simply exchanged pleasantries. Now was not the time to catch up. Instead, he asked his doubts. How did you conclude that the price of the spell was right? At this time, the stall owner was right. This female Taoist friend is a discerning person. You come to judge. My top-grade spirit weapon 500 spirit stones expensive? This person even called me a traitor. Luckily, he's still a disciple of the refining room. He doesn't even know the market price of spirit weapons. The more he said the more vigor. And even also summoned the bystanders said, Gentlemen, this person is not that I am a treacherous businessman. Indiscriminate shouting price. We all come to comment on reasoning. I have this top-grade spirit weapon but I was born to die before I got. I cannot afford to use it. And he actually said that I'm not worth 500 spirit stones. Is this how the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect treat foreign cultivators? I'm afraid they want to use their power to suppress the price. That's right, just touching but not buying. My freshly refined spirit weapon has been tainted by his innocence. This man was just pointing at my stall, saying that my magic weapon doesn't work here and there. I'd like to see how capable he is. The other stall owners also began to drop stones. I think it's just a half-assed standard. So don't come out and embarrass yourself. Ha ha ha. The Falling Cloud sect isn't a sect known for refining weapons. What can an outer refining disciple be capable of? It's just a lie. The more the crowd talked, the more outrageous. Soo-yun listened carefully. Their caliber was surprisingly consistent. So much so that Soo-yun also had to start wondering if he was wrong. Although he himself was well versed in the way of weapon refining, he had indeed only ever understood the prices of various weapon refining materials, and had not cared in the slightest about the price of the finished product that was ultimately refined. He had helped the sect refine the systematic flying swords, and a sword was only one lower grade spirit stone's labor cost. So it was reasonable to say that a spirit weapon shouldn't be expensive. Yin-yang was caught in the middle, trying to put things to rest while also having to keep an eye on Soo-yun's face. She had to put on her shapely figure and said in a flirtatious tone, Fellow Taoists, calm down. There must be some misunderstanding among them. Then he turned to Soo-yun and whispered, Soo-yun, you've been helping the sect in refining artifacts. There are some things you naturally don't know. Unlike within clans, for casual cultivators, fewer people delve into the method of refining weapons, and looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, there are very few refiners, so the price of magic weapons will naturally be higher. Even if it's a standardized flying sword within the sect, if it's placed outside, it's still worth 40 or 50 spirit stones. Even an inferior spirit weapon can be worth this much? The cost is only 1 or 2 spirit stones. I think it's worth 5 spirit stones to top it off. Soo-yun was quite shocked, feeling like the worldview he had been holding had collapsed like that. Yin-yang couldn't help but frown. Seeing Soo-yun's performance, she also found it unbelievable and pondered. As far as I know, when your refining room refines a standardized flying sword, the labor cost is at least 5 spirit stones. Ah, you aren't taking this much? Ha, I see. Soo-yun sneered. In the refining room, apart from the teaching period in the first year, from the second year onwards, one had to complete the refining performance assigned by the sect in order to get the cultivation resources due. And it was at the end of the first year that Soo-yun was driven to Tsueju Peak, and after that it was all through the deacon disciples who traveled to and from the refining room. What kind of magic weapon to refine and how much labor fee to take were all at the behest of the deacon disciple. It is naturally self-evident where the problem lies. Good you Zhongli. Suyun was so angry that his teeth itched. Losing me to respect you so much. I treat you as a senior brother and you treat me like a grudge. Originally, he had thought that it was only his new style of magic weapon that would fetch a price. So it seemed that ordinary magic weapons were also worth a lot of money. Only now did he realize that refining was so lucrative. It felt like a loss of $100 million. Go back and settle the score with Zhengli. But as far as the situation in front of him was concerned, it was indeed Su Yun who was wrong. He turned around, bent down to the crowd and arched his hand. Gentlemen, I apologize. It was my twisted view of money. I was deceived by some treacherous people. I'm sorry for the many offenses. Please forgive me. At the same time, Su Yun had a small plan in his mind. Such a good opportunity could not be wasted. But, immediately after, Su Yun's words turned, his face showing coldness. One size fits all. Shouldn't all of you give a statement about my slander? Saying that, Su Yun drew his own 5-element sword. The dark sword body had spiritual energy flowing through it with an imposing aura, and the sharpness of the extreme spiritual weapon was unmistakable. If it wasn't for the limitations of the materials, with the might that the 5-element sword could display, it would not lose out to a treasure weapon. The stall owner was shocked by Su Yun's sudden change in attitude, especially when he saw the black sword. His legs shivered a little. How? What? Although it's in your falling cloud sect's territory, can you still kill someone in plain sight? Even the crowd of onlookers were so frightened that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Kill you? Su Yun coldly snorted. And then, the ice coldness on his face abruptly melted away, turning into a warm smile. Why should I kill you? Come, brother, take a look at this sword of mine. How is it? The stall owner was also stunned. How can someone be fierce one second and full of smiles the next? It's terrific to have an extreme spiritual weapon. Su Yun handed the 5-element sword to Yin Yang, signaling for her to show the sword to others. With pleasure. Yin Yang was momentarily puzzled, but still did as she was told, and began to change various angles, displaying the long sword in front of the crowd, her shapely figure also matching the black sword, which was somewhat of a salesgirl. Su Yun, on the other hand, explained, having an extreme spiritual weapon is nothing great, but this sword was refined by my own hands. What do you all think of my level of refining? The quality of the 5-element sword was naturally nothing to speak of, and Su Yun also controlled the spirit core, releasing a subtle amount of spiritual energy so that the sword would flow with some colorful light, and vaguely overflow with pressure. A lot of people were looking at it with their eyes straight, just about drooling. At this moment, the person who was still bashing Su Yun like a wallflower nodded his head and said indistinctly, "This fellow Daoist just pointed out the inadequacy of this magic weapon of mine, yet it makes sense. It's me who is narrow-minded. Judging from the fluctuation of spiritual energy, this sword isn't bad." The others were clear and overflowing with praise as well, and that was even with only knowing the surface, not knowing what was inside. If they knew the true power of this sword, they didn't know how shocked they would be. That's right. Su Yun retrieved the 5-element sword from Yin Yang's hand, turned his back and smiled faintly. Now the atmosphere is almost baked. Su Yun Dagger said, "My refining level you have seen. If you still recognize it, a month later, I will be in the world's first merchant to sell a number of spiritual weapons. The Golden Autumn huge benefit. The price as long as the market price of 70%. No, 60%. I also hope that you all will show more support, more forwarding. 60%? It can't be a shoddy, defective product." Someone was skeptical. "That's right. The price of magic weapons keeps rising now. Why do you still have a discount here? I'm afraid it's just some trash that no one wants." Upon hearing this, Su Yun patted his chest and packed his chest. "Don't worry. I'll use the face of the falling cloud sect as a guarantee that the spells I refine are definitely works of craftsmanship. Limited quantity. First come first served. For your own use or take it for resale. Just as well. And we'll wait for you for a month." Someone nodded in support. Many people are also impressed. After all, it is a 60% discount. The cheap is not to take advantage of. Next to her, Yin Yang was however a bit stunned as to how Su Yun had inexplicably begun to market the magic weapon he had refined. "Gentlemen, I won't see you then." Su Yun greeted with a smile and dismissed the gathered crowd. Smiling at the stall owner in front of him, he said, "Brother, forgive me. I'll leave you a priority purchase qualification at that time. Remember to come just as well. As you wish." Stretching his hand, the stall owner couldn't say anything. Only after Su Yun left did the stall owner react. "I came here to sell spirit weapons. How did I become a buyer now?" Another thought, if it's really a purchase at 60%, it's not a bad deal. After turning to leave, Suyun realized that Yin Yang had followed him and walked out for a long time before he opened his mouth and asked, "So you came over to find me? What is it that you want?" Yin Yang paid attention to her surroundings for a moment before she lowered her voice and said, "I want to warn you that you are being watched." "You said it earlier." Suyun covered her mouth and said, while her eyes couldn't help but dart around, "Don't look, and don't use your divine sense to detect." Yin Yang seemed to know the way of detection very well, and with a frank expression, she took the initiative to bring Suyun to start pretending to stroll through the stalls, and then said naturally, "You will attract their attention if you use your divine sense to probe, and they are also mostly observing with the naked eye when they are stalking. Probing with their divine sense will directly expose them. I intended to inform you, but it turned out that when I saw that you and the stall owner were in a bad mood, I was afraid that there would be another incident, which would not be in your favor, so I thought I would help you to reconcile the situation." Suyun casually picked up a bottle of elixir and sniffed it, while then said in an idle chat-like manner, "Is the person still there?" There are 5 people in total, 2 behind the wooden pillars to the northwest, 1 on the second floor of the liquor store to the south, and 2 next to the stalls on the opposite side, separated by 3 rows of stalls. Yin Yang buried her head and said. Suyun couldn't help but raise his head and swept a glance across the room without a trace, not easily noticeable. Seeing 2 men wearing short Dao robes exchanging something, the 2 of them were dressed exactly the same. Looking at the style and not like the uniform of the sect, 2 words popped into Suyun's mind: house servant. Both of them were at the foundation establishment cultivation level, so they must have come from some notable cultivation family. "When did you follow?" Suyun asked. "When I saw you in the stall area, they were there." Yin Yang suddenly frowned. "There's another person who is wearing an unusual Dao robe, but I've seen him before. He's an inner disciple of the clan, surnamed Chen. Could it be that things have been exposed?" Suyun's expression froze, and he could not help but begin to worry and fall into deep thought. As he thought back to the past, there should be no possibility of leaking information, and the only variable would be Yin Yang. Did she take it upon herself to tattle, or was she discovered when she spread the fake drawings? Suyun suddenly felt that Yin Yang's appearance was also suspicious. Could it be that she was trying to lead him into a trap? "So, you're in league with them now?" Suyun coldly tried. "Yin Yang?" Seeing Yin Yang frowning tightly, her face turning blue, looking like her good intentions had been fed to a donkey's liver and lungs, Suyun hurriedly found a way to make up for it by saying, "Ha ha ha," casually asking a question. "You can't be too careful in preventing people from doing so." Yin Yang explained with a serious expression. "If I had informed Qingjin of the news, would there have been a need for this whole mess?" "Well, I feel the same way," Suyun mused. This was what made Suyun feel strange. If Qingjin knew that the real scroll was in his possession, with the means of a Jindan realist, he wouldn't engage in these small tricks of stalking. Straight to captivity. Anyway, one step at a time. There's not much else to do when the enemy is dark. Afterwards, Suyun continued to stroll around gracefully, not the least bit flustered, only looking at Yin Yang a few times with a measuring gaze. "You're still following me, so I don't suppose you're just here to remind me of this, are you?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yang's footsteps lurched for a moment before she slowly followed, and in doing so, she lagged behind Suyun by a body length. When Suyun turned around, Yin Yang knelt on the ground with one leg, bending her torso down, and her head was buried extremely low, her long thick hair drooping down. Her posture was not low. "What are you?" Suyun felt puzzled. What is Yin Yang up to? Yin Yang clasped her hands together and raised them above her head, not caring in the slightest about the eyes of the bystanders, and exclaimed, "Suyun, please make sure to let me be your subordinate." Not to mention Suyun, the passers-by on the side could not help but feel surprised. A cultivator of the late Qi practicing stage wants to be the henchman of a cultivator of the 4th Qi practicing level? Does this man have any background? Not really. This woman looks outstanding. The body is also. Hey! By what Suyun then looked down at Yin Yang. His heart already had a plan. His face was cold. If it's just because of the favor of a Yuan Lingdan, there's no need to be like this. Help me out. You deserve it. He does not like others in front of him in a low voice. Also do not like to make things so complicated. Trust people to do things. Give money to go. Money and goods is his style of action. I just did a little thing, Yin Yang said in a low tone. Things are not troublesome, but the risk cost is high. Get up. No kneeling. Suyun helped Yin Yang up and casually waved his hand. You go. And then, with his hands behind his back, he wandered off. Seeing that Suyun did not have the slightest intention to stay, Yin Yang did not beat around the bush. Suyun, I want to hang out with you. I have nowhere else to go. Yo, you are honest. Suyun smiled back, revealing a playful expression. Go, let's take a stroll. Good, feeling like she had grabbed the straw that saved her life. Yin Yang trotted a few steps and respectfully followed behind Suyun like a servant or guard. Seeing this, Suyun didn't say much, but smiled and asked, "By the looks of it, you are very good at the way of detection?" "Yes, in the past, when I was a casual cultivator, I worked as a secret agent for someone." Yin Yang nodded her head and replied, "Before, when you were still a casual cultivator?" These words made Suyun a little confused. Hadn't Yin Yang just been eliminated from the sect and become a casual cultivator? Yin Yang nodded slightly, her red lips nuzzling before she said a little later, "Actually, before joining the Falling Clouds sect, I had already become a cultivator due to chance, and being able to become an outer disciple of the sect was more or less due to an element of luck. Unfortunately, in the end, he was expelled from the clan due to his lack of strength. No wonder you are so much older than us." Suyun nodded his head and said with a sudden realization. Yin Yang, Chapter 65, Boss Su. Yin Yang was silent for a moment, and said with a somewhat eager tone, "That's why I'm well aware of how difficult it is for loose cultivators. Unlike clan disciples or lineage ethnicities, within this immortal cultivation realm, cultivation resources are inherently limited, and most of them are again occupied by clan families. The survival of loose cultivators can be considered difficult. Thus in the secular world, killing and seizing treasures is commonplace. I have seen a group of loose cultivators fight to the death in a bloodbath over a foundation establishment pill, with no survivors. At the end of the day, they don't even know that the foundation building pill doesn't increase the chances of building a foundation." Pathetic. Hearing Yin Yang confide so much, Suyun naturally knew her intentions, especially after seeing her thirsty eyes. "I understand the reasoning, but do you have to follow me?" This made Suyun bitter. "It's just that this is the only option in front of us, and it's also the best option. In the future, it's just not possible." Yin Yang's charming eyes were slightly closed, covering her mouth with a light smile and said in a joking tone, "You have strength, and are upright, and quite handsome, so you're a good person to defect to." "Ha!" Just this delicate smile. Suyun instantly had a feeling of being taken. Yin Yang in the end is a veteran driver who has mixed with the worldly Jianghu, not something that he, a small rookie chicken who has not even been out of the clan, can wield. In my mind, I wondered how she knew I was eating beauty treats. However, Yin Yang was also honest. Even if she had her own calculations for the sake of benefits, she didn't hide them. Unlike some people, who said don't on the surface, but behind their backs, they used all kinds of tactics. Moreover, he would soon be going to the secular imperial dynasty for training, so it would be beneficial to ask Yin Yang for more experience in secular training. "Let's talk about the matter of defecting to me, but I want to know if the secular world is really that treacherous?" Seeing that Suyun did not reject it outright, Yin Yang was quite relieved and laughed. "The top is true. Unlike within the clan, the world is mixed with fish and dragons. Besides mortals, there are a large number of cultivators, scattered cultivators, clan disciples, immortal cultivation clans, and even evil cultivators. All forces are fighting each other, and it's hard to tell if the hearts of people are good or evil. It can be said that the secular is the true face of the immortal cultivation world, and that which is within the clans is nothing more than a carefully maintained illusion of harmony. Many clan disciples who enter the world to practice, even if they have quite some strength, will fall into the hands of people who are lower than their realm." After listening to the narration, Suyun was able to understand one or two things. Just like the comfortable university and the society with complicated hearts in his previous life, he also realized these truths only after he had been beaten by society. But the world of immortal cultivation would only be more brutal, whereas the society of his previous life was at least based on a stable and prosperous country. The world of immortal cultivation was a primitive and barbaric jungle, with no order, no law, and all based on strength. "Then how did you join the Falling Cloud sect?" Suyun thought that Yin Yang must be quite a tactful person. Upon hearing this, Yin Yang gave the answer with her body. She twisted her body slightly. Her concave and convex figure was on display. Her charming eyes were like silk, and she laughed. "Ha ha ha. I definitely have an advantage that you don't have. Can't learn," says Suyun. Of course, this was only one aspect of the reason. And then Yin Yang began to impart the experience that she had learned only after much trial and tribulation. Suyun walked and listened attentively, which could be considered as a great benefit. A picture of the secular world's human conditions unfolded in his mind. His impression of Yin Yang changed quite a bit. In short, she is a woman with a story, and comes with a kind of mellow that has been fermented over the years, but fortunately, Suyun is not good at this, and the wine just smells good, but it is strong to drink, and it will be difficult to feel all over afterwards. Talking to the best of her ability, Yin Yang picked up a gongfu sold at the stall and pointed at the yellow paper booklet. "Just for example, the gongfu, The gongfu circulating on the continent is inferior to the extreme. The law is not lightly passed on, and it's not easy for a casual cultivator to obtain the gongfu. Although some of the basic techniques in the Falling Cloud sect's book depository aren't considered secret, they aren't easily obtainable either. Suyin took the booklet and casually flipped a few times, but the boss on the side was not happy and said in a bad mood, "I've said that the law is not to be lightly passed on, and you're still casually flipping? Cheap. How many spirit stones? I'll buy it." Suyin also wanted to see how the feats outside the sect were. "One lower grade spirit stone." The stall owner held up a finger and said, "Rather cheap." Suyin thought that he would be viciously pitched. After buying the technique and studying it carefully, Suyin realized that this technique called Songyin fire technique was shoddy and at the same time, it was also wordy. The words and phrases were not clear, not focused, and it was quite difficult to practice. The volumes of gongfu within the sect were concise, and on top of that, there were annotations, insights, and even handwritten pointers from successive generations of masters and brothers, making it easy to practice. This gongfu can only be said to be worthy of the price of one spirit stone, and it can be practiced in retrospect. In this way, the large stall area had been strolled through, and Suyin suddenly realized that he had already reached the intersection outside the stall area. The flow of people to and from the city remained the same, in all shapes and sizes, giving the illusion of stepping into the world. "Let's go. Take you to a place." Suyin took a step in the direction of the world's first merchant. Yin Yang naturally followed behind Suyin as she did earlier, and whoever looked at her would think that she was Suyun's servant, and she didn't ask where it was going. That is, until she saw a plaque that read "The World's Best Business." She then realized that something was wrong, and began to carefully identify her bearings, and a few moments later horror arose from her heart, and she opened her mouth wide, staring in amazement at the plain and unadorned building in front of her, murmuring softly, "This is actually the place where the horrible fight just took place." The terrifying aura of that golden thunderbolt was unnerving to her now as she recalled it. Thus she stopped in her tracks and stood frozen in front of the store, a little too scornful to enter. Suyin walked up the steps and realized that Yin Yang was not following, so he hurriedly urged, "What are you doing? Come here." "Good." Yin Yang frowned tightly and hesitated, finally lifting her foot and walking slowly up the steps. Suyin in front of him turned his back and leisurely walked inside, while starting to chant, "I'm not on good terms with the owner of this store. Didn't I just say that I have a spirit weapon for sale? So I came over to find him to discuss it. When the time comes, I'll go down to the mountain to do the division quests. Someone has to help take care of things here. I can't just trouble others. If you're willing to do the job, stay in Falling Clouds and come over whenever you want. Is that okay?" Suyin looked back and frowned. "Yin Yang, talking to you." Ah, Yin Yang, who was paying full attention to her surroundings and thus was somewhat disoriented, came back to her senses only to realize with a jolt that Suyin seemed to have accepted herself. Yin Yang will certainly do her best. She then bent down and arched her hand, exclaiming excitedly, drawing a flurry of sideways glances from passers-by. "Ahem, your neckline is a little loose. Reason a little," Suyin kindly reminded, and then turned away, no longer looking. Yin Yang stood up straight and buried her head to fasten her sash. Then Suyin fixed his mind and said, "I'll say it first, you're not my slave. We're just a pure employment relationship. I'm the boss. You're the employee. The base salary is 10 lower grade spirit stones a month. The commission is calculated separately. No food and accommodation. No overtime pay. Depending on my mood there will be occasional employee benefits. Must be on call and the rest of the time at your disposal. No problem?" "No problem." Although Yin Yang did not quite understand some of Suyin's words, she still agreed with her mouth full, and then weakly asked, "Is there no need to sign some kind of contract of sale or something like that with blood as a guide?" "No need." Suyin casually waved his hand and lifted his leg to cross into the store. "I don't have this here." Yin Yang looked at Suyin's back and seemed to be thinking about something, and after a moment, she quickly followed. In the store, there were only 3 or 2 customers scattered, and the scene of the beginning of the market has long since disappeared. After all, the goods in Old Qian's store weren't cheap, and most of the people who came today were still casual cultivators, so it wasn't surprising that they were dissuaded by the prices. The current guests are also just observing and don't look like they have any intention of buying. Anyway, the store feels like a joke. After all, in this small town of Falling Clouds, the market is extremely limited, and the location of the store is not well chosen. Elder Qian Sai did not need to greet his guests in any way, and when he saw Suyin come in, he eagerly came forward. "Little friend Su, is there anything else you need?" At the same time, he noticed Yin Yang behind Suyin and subconsciously probed her. "And this is?" With just one glance, Yin Yang was like being in an abyss, not daring to move in the slightest. Her body was covered in a cold sweat, her gauze-woven red dress was soaked, vaguely showing a dark red hue. What kind of powerhouse is this old man? The aura coming out of his eyes was even more terrifying than the sect leader. Seeing Yin Yang not replying for half a day, Su-yun was stunned for a while. What was Yin Yang fuming about again? My newly recruited employee Yin Yang. What I'm about to say will be given to her later, Su-yun casually explained. So it's one of our own. Ha ha. Old man Xian collected his suspicions and turned to a warm smile. Little friend Su, please. It was the same familiar table, the same familiar tea set. Su-yun did not see the slightest difference in picking up the teapot and pouring tea, and Chen Lao pulled out the chair and sat down with a smile. Yin Yang, however, was respectful and stood behind Su-yun, not daring to take a breath. In her heart, she was even more certain of Su-yun's extraordinary status. As a junior, to be able to sit on an equal footing with such a senior powerhouse, what kind of status would it really be? But when she saw Su-yun pouring 3 cups of tea, her brows frowned, and doubts inevitably arose in her heart. Could there be other seniors present? Su-yun picked up the teacup first and took a sip, and when he turned around, he saw Yin Yang standing there frozen. So he urged, Yin Yang, what are you doing there? Sit down. Is there a nail in the chair? Me? Yin Yang wondered if she'd heard wrong, and didn't dare make a move. Who else could it be? Su-yun didn't have the good sense to say, directly getting up and pushing Yin Yang to the edge of the chair, pressing her down. Drink tea. Yes. Yin Yang sat upright and stiffly picked up her teacup, putting it to her mouth and symbolically moistening it. However, his eyes were always on Su-yun. His gaze was soft, and there was an indescribable emotion in his heart, as if in Su-yun this identity, status, honor and inferiority have become floating clouds. Su-yun didn't know what Yin Yang was pondering over, and only felt that she was being blindly polite. Su-yun then roughly told Elder Qian about his idea, which was nothing more than the same as selling pills, providing the source of goods by himself, with the world's #1 merchant being responsible for selling them, and Yin Yang taking care of some chores in Su-yun's place. Naturally, there is no problem on my side. But, Chen Lao was still a bit puzzled and asked directly, refining weapons is not the same as refining pills. Pills can produce dozens of grains in one furnace, while magic weapons can only be refined and molded a handful of times for several days or even months. He said, I don't know if little friend Su has enough sources in his hands. This Su-yun has long thought about it. He has his own countermeasures, but it is not good to explain, so he could only pack his bags and said, Don't worry, old man Qian, the source of goods is absolutely enough. If this cooperation is successful, I also have a more long-term planning. Old man Qian, you can look forward to it. Good. Then I'll wait and see. Elder Qian nodded and smiled. Su-yun got up, ready to pay his respects. Yin Yang also stood up in a hurry, under the hands and feet, bumping the table for a while. The cups clashed, making a clinking and clear ringing sound. Inside the house, a complaining childish voice suddenly came out. Su-yun, you're clumsy. What's the commotion again? I heard your voice from far away. Soon, Mu Ling's luscious figure came out from behind the wall. She was rubbing her eyes with a sleepy look and her soft hair was draped. Yo, woke up? Su-yun's face suddenly hung up a cheap smile. Just now you said dizzy. You haven't even admitted defeat yet. Quick, make it up now. I'm listening. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling's face bulged into a bun and grunted. What are you so proud of? I just broke through and my realm is unstable. When I practice for a few more days, I'll definitely be able to defeat you. Saying that, Mu Ling clenched her small fists and flashed out a few golden lightning arcs, saying disdainfully, We'll see next time. The only one present, Yin Yang, was full of shock, her mouth open, and said in an almost inaudible voice, This is... The golden lightning released by this little girl in front of her exuded an aura of bursting gold and thunder attributes, the same as the Thunderbolt Golden Dragon just now. Moreover, due to Mu Ling's special situation, it was impossible to directly judge his cultivation, so in Yin Yang's opinion, Mu Ling was also an unfathomable high-ranking person. Yin Yang looked at Su-yun incredulously. So it was Su-yun who was fighting this little girl just now. And in the end, Su-yun won. If Yin Yang had only admired Su-yun before, now there was only awe and submission. Mu Ling walked to the table, poured herself a cup of tea, gulped it down, and glanced at Yin Yang with a sidelong glance. Who is this big sister? Upon hearing this, Yin Yang hurriedly bowed her head and respectfully said, Yin Yang is now Su-yun's employee. Yin, mother. Mu Yu rolled her eyes and muttered, Surely a milk is a mother. Su-yun, ha ha, children's words. The atmosphere was awkward. Su-yun hurriedly looked for a remedy. At the same time, he went up and poked Mu Ling's head a few times. Who did you learn these messy sayings from? Just next door, Dame Wu, and Yang Wang, and Granny Zhang. They heard it when they were gossiping. Mu Ling pondered. Go less often in the future. Su Yun said helplessly. On the side, Elder Qian stroked his beard and laughed. Yin Yang stayed to one side, not knowing whether to laugh or not, so her face became weepy. After Su Yun teased Mu Ling for a while longer, he bid farewell to the two. Not long after that, Su Yun and Yin Yang arrived at the entrance of Falling Clouds Town, which was the location of that pagoda. Just stay in Falling Cloud Town. I'll come find you then. Su Yun waved his hand slightly and turned to leave. Be careful then. Those guys are gone. Behind her, Yin Yang stopped her pace and said in a deep voice. You're the one who should be careful. Getting so close to me. Beware of the Chen family coming to trouble you. Su Yun waved his hand from afar and left with his imperial sword. Good, Yin Yang said to herself. Chapter 66, One Sword, 1 second. Soon after leaving Falling Cloud Town, Su Yun opened his shield and started flying at full speed, heading straight in the direction of Chuizhu Peak. However, when he flew over a section of the valley called Immortal Crane Valley, Su Yun's sword heart inexplicably gave birth to an agitation that was very disturbing. Just then, a light blue light curtain barrier suddenly rose up in front of him. With his current speed, once he crashed into it, it would be hard not to end up in pieces, even if he realized it in time and slowed down urgently. The impact when he hit the light curtain shook him to the core. Turning back to take a look, the light curtain is more than this one. There are 6 sides. The light blue light curtain forms a regular hexagonal pillar, through the sky and through the earth, encompassing the entire valley. The scope of the large, far from the Tsueju Peak's Yin and Yang Bagwazang can be compared. There were 6 pillars of light rushing into the sky at the corner, which should be where the eyes of the 6-sided array were located. But the formation shouldn't be in this place. The location of Chuizhu Peak was far away from the main peak of the sect, and few people passed by. But it was a necessary place for Su Yun to travel to and from Chuizhu Peak in Falling Cloud Town. He instantly understood that the formation was targeting him. Not daring to linger in the air, Su Yun landed on the ground, took out the 5 elements sword, and began to stand on guard. As he expected, from all parts of the valley, several figures rushed out and surrounded him with their swords. There were 5 people in total, and 2 of them were the same 2 Chen family servants that they had seen in the stall area. A group of people with clear late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. From their faces it was impossible to tell if they were happy, angry or sad, as if they were just carrying out their tasks in a numb manner. Then, a man in a light golden Dao robe slowly flew in with a sword, carrying his hand on his sword in a brash manner. Su Yun, it's been a long time, haven't you been well? Chen Yang? Should have known it was you. Having just taken a glance, Su Yun almost didn't recognize Chen Yang, who at this moment had a face of horizontal meat, prominent eyeballs, and a fierce look that was always flowing out, as if he had been taken over by hatred. The realm had already reached the peak of Qi cultivation and was only 1 step away from foundation building. He. Chen Yang contemptuously looked down at Su Yun and laughed coldly. But your trick of evading has actually gotten so much faster again. If it weren't for this 5th order formation hexagonal immortal trapping formation, it really isn't certain that you'd be able to keep you. Su Yun secretly pondered that if it was just Chen Yang and a few of his men, it would still be possible to deal with them. So, what do you want? Naturally, I'm killing you to vent my anger, Chen Yang said with a fierce smile at the corner of his mouth, his hand squeezing tightly as if he wanted to crush Su Yun's head. Don't forget, this is in the clan's territory. Do you want to taste the great elder's pondering chair again? Su Yun grinned. Humph. The thoughtfulness chair seemed to be a thorn in Chen Yang's heart as he spoke vehemently. Su Yun, I swear that I will make you suffer 1,000 times more pain than the thoughtfulness chair. Then a cold smile spread out. In this formation, no matter what happens, people outside the formation will not be able to detect it, not to mention divine sense, and even Qi can be isolated. It will even build a false scene outside the formation, making it impossible for people to find out what's going on. Su Yun, I will let you die silently. However, to kill you, I have a justifiable reason. Chen Yang laughed fiercely and suddenly pointed at Su Yun, shouting, Su Yun, I suspect that you have teamed up with Zhang Fui and his disciples to steal the secret treasure of the Rui Kingdom's royal family, the token scroll, and today, I am going to execute you, the thief. This immortal Crane Valley is your burial place. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was cold inside. I don't know if this Chen Yang was trying to trap him, or if he really knew the truth. If it was Qinjin who had sent him here, then it would really be a nuisance. So cautiously, he asked, can you produce evidence? Evidence? What evidence do you want? Chen Yang laughed maniacally, bordering on insanity. Ha ha, nothing more than an excuse to kill you, as long as there is no evidence against me, even if things are exposed. At my father's place, at the sect leader's place, it's all foolproof, and I can't find a reason to chastise me. Catching some key words, Su Yun breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still reconfirmed. Oh, so it was all your own idea? Naturally, only with my intelligence can I come up with such a well thought out, seamless plan. Chen Yang acted as if he had it all under control, with some interest in teasing Su Yun. Hearing such an answer, Su Yun's hanging heart completely fell to the ground. As Chen Yang had said, coming to intercept him was entirely Chen Yang's own idea, not Chen Jin's authorization. In other words, Chen Jin's side didn't suspect him in the slightest, and Yin Yang didn't betray him even more. Su Yun couldn't help but put a smile on his face. You're the smartest big smart I've ever seen. Ha! Chen Yang from above coldly hummed. Complimenting me doesn't make me spare you. On the contrary, I'll make you even more miserable and desperate. Enough is enough. Su Yun waved his hand impatiently. With so many words, you might as well save more saliva for your last words. Chen Yang's eyes twisted. Don't think that if you can kill Fong Ming, you can kill me. I've already sent someone to investigate. Zhongli, the deacon disciple who led you to the door, confirmed beyond any doubt that you are the most handicapped 5-element miscellaneous spirit root, and you were still a mortal when you were initiated. Trying to disguise yourself as a mortal is simply impossible. I finally confirmed that you're just having some powerful magic weapons, pills, or talismans at hand. In short, it's just something out of body. Nowadays, I have 5 late-stage foundation establishment experts under me. It's enough to deal with you. Afterward, Chen Yang casually waved his hand and angrily said, capture him. The 5 instantly drew their swords and used various techniques to attack Su Yun. The comers were raging and squealing. On the contrary, Su Yun below was as calm as water. In the face of the 5 people who flew in, he only gently moved his thoughts. His expression was bland, but in his eyes, there was the coldest killing intent. The 5-element sword flew up from his hand and circled around him, and the spiritual power in the medium-grade spiritual core was poised and ready to be released, just waiting for Su Yun to give the order to vent it out from the spiritual power lines. Su Yun held his breath, and the spiritual core in his chest began to accelerate, and the pure spiritual energy that had been refined through countless cycles was infused into the meridians. Su Yun's cultivation level was climbing, and the strength of his divine sense followed suit until he reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation, where his spiritual power and divine sense were at their peak. When Chen Yang noticed Su Yun's strength inexplicably climbing, there was a moment of panic in his heart, but when Su Yun's cultivation stagnated at the 9th level of Qi practicing, he smiled like a self-mocking smile and chose to trust his own judgment. Abruptly, the 5 people entered Su Yun's divine sense range successively. Su Yun meditated and concentrated, releasing his divine sense with all his might, and at the same time, the 5-element sword started slowly and then accelerated violently a moment later, breaking through the sound barrier at the start, transforming into a wisp of black shadow and flying towards the 5 people. If not for Su Yun's improved strength of divine sense, he would not have been able to capture the movements of the 5-element sword, let alone control it. The 5-element sword was able to break the speed of sound when carrying Su Yun, let alone flying solo. At this point, the speed of the sword had already reached several times the speed of sound, close to 4 times the speed of sound. It's quite a bit faster than Silvermoon's bullets. Even though the divine sense of several foundation establishment cultivators were able to capture the traces of the 5-element sword, it still didn't help, and it was too late to react in the slightest to avoid it. Su Yun had long planned his attack route. The 5-element sword was like a chain of death's demand for life, wearing the 5 people through a sugar gourd. The huge impact broke through their bodies and skulls, instantly blossoming 5 blood-colored roses molded from flesh and blood, bewitching and chilling. The most powerful attacks often only need to be in the simplest and most primitive way. The only martial arts skill under the sun is speed. This move is the proper way to use a flying sword. Of course, the beauty of this move lies in the surprise. If the opponent is on guard, the power will be greatly reduced. However, Chen Yang's stagnant position was beyond the range of Su Yun's divine sense, and the 5-element sword was unable to reach it. At this moment, Chen Yang lost his colors in shock at the scene before him, and his flying sword shook and almost crashed down, stalling in place without even thinking of escaping. Su Yun called back the 5-element sword and rode the sword, first catching a falling longsword before accelerating and chasing straight after Chen Yang. Arriving in front of Chen Yang in a few breaths, Su Yun skillfully replaced the 5 elemental swords under his feet with unusual flying swords, and imperialized the 5 elemental swords to surround Chen Yang. Move and die. Su Yun didn't even need to explain too much. Chen Yang had already clearly seen the power of the 5-element sword. Su Yun, you can't kill me. And you don't dare to kill me. Do you know who my father is? He is the Rue Kingdom's protector Chancellor Chen Jin. Even the sect leader has to sell my father a point of face. Chen Yang trembled on his sword and said, I know. I also know that he is looking for this drawing. Su Yun said gently, then took out the beastskin scroll that had been destroyed from his storage bag. The drawings are really in your hands. Chen Yang's eyes were first shocked, then filled with anger. The extreme of fear is anger. Roaring, Su Yun, why do you want to go against my Chen family at every turn? Matchmaking? Ha! Su Yun inexplicably wanted to laugh. The evil one belonged to his. Then in a helpless tone, he said, I'm just an outer disciple. How can I dare to go against the Chen family which has a large family? It's nothing more than self-preservation. Therefore, you must die today. Su Yun. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and glared at Su Yun in death. If I die, I will drag you along with me. Then there was a grim flash in his eyes. Abruptly, Chen Yang fell backward and crashed down his flying sword while throwing out a light, ginger-colored talisman. The vermilion runes on it instantly lit up with red light, radiating a frighteningly terrifying aura. Seeing the situation, Su Yun controlled the 5 elements sword to stab at Chen Yang, but he saw a light golden transparent light shield emerge on Chen Yang's body, which actually instantly dissolved the force of the flying sword, but instead accelerated under the impact of the 5 elements sword and fled downwards. Defense spells. This was the first time Su Yun had seen a defensive artifact of such a grade, able to withstand the piercing of the 5 elements sword. It was definitely a treasure artifact level existence. Su Yun wanted to pursue again, but realized that his chi had already been locked by the talisman, and had to call back the 5 elements sword to defend first. The talisman thing sealed a gongfu attack inside, as well as a divine thought that was used to lock the target of the attack, with the specific grade determined only by the power of the gongfu move inside. Judging from the aura emanating from this talisman in front of him, it at least has the power of the Void Dan realm, a proper third-order talisman. Due to the locked aura, the attack was difficult to evade. The 2 spirit cores within Su Yun's chest and the 5 elements sword operated frantically, successively executing various defensive feats. Deep Sea Water Shield, Black Rock Armor, Vinewood Wall, 3000 Golden Sword Shield Technique, and True Flame Protection. Under the catalyzing of the 2 streams of spiritual energy, the moves had the strength of early Void Dan. It is a pity that the spiritual power in the spiritual core in his chest has to be exported through Su Yun's meridians. Limited by the strength of his meridians, the spiritual power is not large. If it can be directly connected to the 5 elements sword, it is more capable of doubling the power of the technique. At this time, the talisman had already burned out, and the released spiritual energy converged into a golden translucent giant sword, 10 or so feet in length, no more than a train car. The 40-meter-long sword's body slightly trembled and emitted a horrifying sword sound. Then it came straight at Su Yun. The might was able to be fully revealed, and it was clear that he had the strength of a middle-stage Void Dan. The giant sword slammed on top of the outermost layer of the True Flame Guard, emitting an earth-shattering roar, and the True Flame Guard only lasted for a moment before bursting apart, turning into a ball of flame and dissipating. But it also cut down on the might of the giant sword quite a bit. The second layer of defense was the 3000 golden swords and shields method. 3000 golden sword shadows flew and swirled around Su Yun's body, protecting him tightly. Only when the sword shadows touched the giant sword that was also metallic, they could only end up breaking apart one by one, turning into shadows and disappearing. After that, the giant sword broke through the Vinewood Wall and Black Rock Armor in turn. Only when it broke through the Black Rock Armor defense, it had lost much of its power, and was easily defended by the final Deep Sea Water Shield. And in the end, Su Yun dissolved the talisman's attack. Su Yun was finally relieved and at the same time could not help but be afraid. This was already the strongest defense he could display, yet he was only barely able to defend against the attack. Although the 5 defensive feats he had performed all had the strength of an early-stage Void Dan, 5 moves to defend against only 1 move from a mid-stage Void Dan was not something to brag about. If he was facing a mid-Void Dan cultivator and not a talisman that could catalyze mid-Void Dan techniques, then he would have already been killed by the second move. At the Void Dan realm, even if there was only a 1-level difference in realms, there would be a large gap in strength. The further back one went, the more so. It seems like we have to arrange for defense spells as soon as possible. After defusing the attack, Su Yun looked down at Chen Yang, who had stabilized himself and stepped onto his lower-grade treasure weapon, and was flying in the direction of the boundary of the formation. If Chen Yang escaped and then backhandedly trapped himself in this formation, it would really be like a beast in a cage. And when Chen Yang called Shinjin, I am afraid that he would be accounted for here. Not daring to delay, Su Yun stepped on the 5 elements sword and accelerated to fly towards Chen Yang. Even the golden sword divine symbol can't help you. Chen Yang looked back, and his eyes suddenly had only the color of death. Chen Yang fled in haste and was caught up by Su Yun in a short while. The two of them then traveled through the dense forest of the valley, one after the other. Chen Yang wanted to use this to disrupt Su Yun's bizarre flying sword attack and fight for a chance to escape. But what Chen Yang didn't expect was that he was the one who personally sent himself to the grave. Su Yun did not directly try to attack, because Chen Yang had a defensive artifact to protect his body. If he could not fight quickly, he would really let him escape. Getting closer and closer to the light screen, Su Yun saw the light screen and had a plan in his mind. He smiled faintly, shut the door and beat the dog right. I can do that too. Su Yun replaced the 5 elements sword at his feet with an unusual flying sword. Holding the sword and standing on it, the spiritual energy in the spiritual core once again worked like crazy. Su Yun's divine sense instantly expanded to a range of 100 feet in a radius. And the earth, mountains and rocks within the range corresponded to Su Yun's heart and mind. And all of them were submissive. Divine Mighty Imperial Earth Technique. Rise. After bursting out, since the edge of divine sense, the earth began to tremble. The forest churned with green waves, and in an instant, the earth and rocks tumbled. The surface of the earth lifted, and the land in the valley curled inward like the skin of a dumpling. Flocks of birds of prey fled in all directions, chirping in all directions. Giant trees began to topple and rocks began to fall. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang was not only fearful, but also more desperate. The earth was like a tsunami wave pressing towards him, enough to destroy his last hope. The unwillingness in his heart, the grief and indignation, only turned into a roar. Su Yun. The shouts echoed through the gradually closing sphere and soon traveled no further. Chapter 67, Killing and Taking Treasure. It was pitch black within the hollow of the huge stone sphere, and something was constantly falling from the dome, and every now and then an earth-shattering boom could be heard. In the midst of the chaos and noise, Su Yun's divine thoughts clearly captured Chen Yang's figure. He didn't have to rush to attack anymore, but instead, he flew closer with his brows locked tightly, simply because he was feeling pity for Chen Yang, and after a moment, he laughed bitterly. Ha, why would I feel pity? I'm sorry that it's me you've met. What nonsense. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Chen Yang, who had lost hope of survival, was now left with nothing but endless anger. I don't believe that you can still remain unharmed after killing me. When my father realizes that I'm missing, he'll surely set off the entire Falling Clouds sect to find my trail. Upon hearing this, Su Yun smiled faintly. Then I'll raise your ashes as well. In the air, the 5-element sword in Su Yun's hand emitted vibrations and could not wait to rush towards Chen Yang. As soon as he let go, black shadows shot out. Dang! After a muffled sound, golden light flashed, illuminating Chen Yang's terrified and miserable face. But the black sword was once again bounced away, unable to break through the shield of the defensive spells on Chen Yang's body. However, there were only a limited number of times a defense spell could work, and this was the second time. Let's see how long you can resist. The descending Su Yun stepped on the picked flying sword. Emboldened, pure curiosity. Can I ask you what the defensive magic weapon on your body is called? Su Yun, don't bully people too much. Chen Yang ran his messy and disorganized spiritual energy and flew over regardless, determined to die with Su Yun. Su Yun stood tall and said softly, the third sword. The black body of the 5-element sword was like a phantom in the darkness of the night as it rushed towards Chen Yang once again, and the golden light appeared once again, bouncing off the attack. However, after this attack, Su Yun's divine sense captured a slight cracking sound. It's over. Su Yun murmured softly like he was relieved. The 5-element sword once again launched a shuttle attack. The speed didn't need to be too fast and easily went straight for Chen Yang's heart. Bloodlight exploded in the darkness. After he whimpered a few times, his eyes grayed out. Unwillingness and resentment stagnated on his face. No more life. The body and the sword plummeted downward, landing in the middle of the dense forest. The 6 people who had come to surround and kill him had all perished by now. Su Yun used the divine mighty imperial earth technique to spread the earth that was balled up. Under the slanting sun, half of the valley was in the shade, and the forest could no longer be restored to its original form. So Su Yun had to disguise it as a disaster site after a subsidence had occurred, which should not make people suspicious. In the end, Su Yun pocketed Chen Yang's lower-grade treasure weapon as well as a 10-jiang space Qiankuan bag, which contained large amounts of spirit stones, pills, and some magic weapons with different uses and talismans. However, the remaining magic weapon talisman was no more than the golden sword talisman of the party. Otherwise Chen Yang would not have left it in the Qiankuan bag, so much so that it will never be used again. Of course, Chen Yang's most powerful treasure should be the 5 thunderbolts used up in the Forbidden Land, but unfortunately, it was used up so easily in the Forbidden Land. Su Yun couldn't help but sigh. The wealth of a cultivation family's son is just magnificent. As for the exact number, Su Yun didn't have time to count it. He also found a string of necklaces around Chen Yang's neck, dangling a small golden sword, which was already covered in cracks, with not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy left. This defensive artifact could only withstand 3 attacks, and now that it had been broken beyond repair, it was possible to dismantle it and study it. Take it away. Of course, the most important object on Chen Yang's body belonged to a hexagonal copper mirror-like array disc hanging on his waist. which could be held in one hand, and was silver-gray in color, not shiny, and gave people a feeling of antiquity. On the surface, in addition to the intricate decorative patterns, there were 3 circles of rotatable machineries, with a fine structure that Suyun's current ability was unable to explore the subtleties of, and the edges were marked with abbreviated text to be used as a guide. After pondering for a few moments, Suyun comprehended the method of controlling the array disk. The different directions of rotation of the 3 circles of the wheel could enable or disable the different functions of the array. It can be said that any mortal can use this array disk to set up an array. Moreover, the array disk didn't seem to be able to be put into the Qiankuan bag, in which space crystals should have been added. Finally, Suyun turned the array disk to the gear that retrieved the array, and in an instant, the light pillars in the 6 directions disappeared, and the light blue barrier began to collapse, revealing the original deep blue color of the sky. In just a few breaths of effort, 6 large silver-white pillars flew over upright from all directions. Each one was comparable to the doorposts of the main hall, which should be the eye of the 6 square immortal trapping formation. The 6 pillars were lined up in a regular hexagonal shape, slowly rotating around Suyun. There are not obvious streams of light implicated between the different pillars, which appear to be separate, but are in fact a whole. There was thick spiritual energy flowing inside, and it was unknown who had injected it in, whether it was Chenjin, or the person who had laid the formation, casually taking a party of 5th order formations to a junior who has yet to build the foundation. The Chen family really has a big heart. Suyun sighed. The formation that was originally used to trap and kill him had now fallen into his hands. However, this formation was not something that could be exposed, and even more so, it could not be used easily, or else it would be traced by the Chen family, and everything would be revealed, and then what he would usher in would be the retaliation of the entire Chen family. Subsequently, under Suyun's control, the 6 pillars were stowed away by the storage space that came with the array disk. As for Chen Yang's corpse, it was burned clean by Suyun with a fire. As the remaining fire dissipated, there was no more Chen Yang in the world. The remnants of the ashes were incorporated by him into the earth and returned completely to nature. The remaining 5 bodies were disposed of in the same way, but the belongings they left behind will be much shabbier in comparison. The only thing that is still worthwhile is the extremely high-quality spiritual weapon they have in their hands, but the good thing is that it is not a unified standardized model, and there is no special marking, so it is easier to get out of their hands. In this battle, the harvest is quite rich, and Suyun also enjoys the fun of licking the bag for the first time. Again, the consumption is actually not small. By this moment, the spirit power of the medium-grade spirit cores on the 5 elements sword had been depleted by most, and that move alone, the divine mighty imperial earth technique, had used up 20% of its spirit power. Although the divine mighty imperial earth skill was good, to roll up the earth in 100 feet radius, the spiritual energy consumption was really terribly high. This battle was only a quarter of an hour before and after, but the consumption was so horrifying. In the future, if they encountered difficult opponents, they would have to be prepared to fight a protracted battle. Still need to have more medium-grade spirit cores. However, what was scavenged from them was actually all lower-grade spirit stones, and if they wanted middle-grade spirit stones, they had to go to Old Man Xian to exchange them. After confirming that there were no traces left at the scene, Suyun rode his sword and fled the scene at speed. When he returned to Chuizhu Peak, he just happened to see one by watering the medicinal herbs in the spirit field while the sun was setting. Every morning and evening, when the yin and yang meet, is the perfect time to water your herbs. Seeing Suyun come back, Wenbai waved his arm from afar, his wet fingers shaking out a series of crystal water droplets, which looked exceptionally good under the light of the setting sun. As if adding a circle of golden glow to Wenbai, the hem of the Dao robe bounced with the swinging of his arms, adding to Wenbai's vivacity and cuteness. Flying into the spirit field, Suyun leapt to the ground, handing over the Qiankuan bag containing medicinal herbs. Elder Qian helped to arrange it. I didn't check it in detail. See if it's the ones on your list. Receiving the Qiankuan bag, Wenbai swept it with his divine sense for a while. His face showed joy, nodding his head. The quantity, quality, and vintage of the medicinal herbs all exceeded my requirements. This old man Qian can handle it. But as she smiled and laughed, her face suddenly turned gloomy. She took a few steps forward, bent over, and brought her nose to Suyun's chest to sniff, and then she frowned tightly and said worriedly, "Why do you have a bloody smell on you?" "The smell of human blood." "Perhaps you smelled it wrong. How could there be a bloody odor?" "I'm not injured." Suyun did not want Wenbai to worry too much, so he snorted and prevaricated. At the same time also cannot figure out. He left clearly deliberately checked. Body did not stain with blood. Wenbai is how to smell out? It's impossible to be wrong. And it's not your blood, Wenbai said with certainty, while glaring at Suyun in a sly manner. Our sense of smell as alchemists is very sensitive. Oh, actually, Su-yun hesitated, not knowing whether to tell the truth or find another reason to lie through. Forget it, Wenbai new mouth, eyebrows stretch, face hung up a faint smile. Cultivation immortal world. Fighting and killing is common. You did not get hurt is good, but next time, no matter what happens, do not hide, okay? The consequences we bear together. That's for sure. What kind of relationship are we? Ha ha, Su-yun laughed, and at the same time, he was glad that Wenbai didn't ask any further questions. After all, the person he killed was Chen Yang, and the entire Chen family was involved behind the scenes, so Wenbai knowing about it would only add to his troubles. Then what is our relationship? Wenbai suddenly stood still, facing the sunlight sideways, the end of the pavilion, lifting up the hair beside her ear with her green onion fingers, stroking it back, and smiling gently. At those words, Su-yun instantly froze, and he didn't know the answer to that question either. A neighbor? A friend? Or a resting partner? Or a deeper relationship? Thinking of this, Su-yun could not help but feel his heart throbbing, like something had sprouted. At this moment, Su-yun thought of the most appropriate word, so he smiled heartily and said, "Between us is the greatest revolutionary friendship." Oh, revolutionary friendship? Wenbai slowly bobbed her head, a bit of loss on her face, as if this wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. Yes, revolutionary friendship. That's the saying from my old homeside. It's an emotion that transcends the love between a man and a woman. It's much more intimate and much greater, Su-yun said excitedly. He hoped that he and Wenbai were more than just that ordinary relationship of childish love. Closer than a man and woman's private love? Wenbai blushed slightly and murmured softly, "It seems not bad, then we'll be a revolutionary friendship from now on." Su-yun stretched out his hand with an expectant face. The sun had set a little more, and the setting sun illuminated the two men as black silhouettes. Wenbai slowly stretched out her hand. Su-yun held her delicate and slender fingers. Her hand was stained with water. At first it was still a little cold, but soon it became warm. Su-yun shook his hand. "Now, we're comrades." At this moment, not to mention the heartbeat, the operation speed of the spirit core in Su-yun's chest was a few points faster. "Go, come over and look for a fight." Wenbai suddenly laughed with some excitement, then turned around, pulled Su-yun with his backhand and flew up with his imperial sword, yanking Su-yun into the air. Did I say something wrong? Suspended in the air. Su-yun's head was filled with fog, and he couldn't even use his strength to stand on the sword before he was thrown out by Wenbai. The height of 10 or so meters above the ground was manageable for Su-yun without the need to use his spiritual energy, and he landed smoothly on the hill within Sueju Peak that had already been flattened. After this place was leveled by him last time with the divine mighty imperial earth skill, it had the appearance of a few small squares, suitable for sparring. Wenbai landed on Su-yun's left side, retrieved his flying sword, and rolled up the sleeves of both his hands in an attitude of eagerness to try. He instantly understood Wenbai's intentions. "You were very unconvinced when you lost last time, weren't you? Then I'll practice with you again. It's a good thing that I'm not a soldier. Now no more, no less. Just after 3 days, I'm already very different from before. You're just waiting to beg for mercy." Wenbai used the most moving voice to give her harsh words. "Good, then I promise not to prioritize the use of the divine mighty imperial earth skill." Su-yun stood with his hands behind his back and said with a graceful posture, rather like a master, and then breezily said, "Come on." Wenbai's face was already ablaze with battle intent, but she didn't draw her sword. Instead, she put her flying sword away in her Qiankuan bag and touched out a dark golden elixir. This elixir looked unfamiliar and hadn't been seen before. Taking an elixir in the opening round. It's not so bad to do so in order to win. Su-yun was not in a hurry to make a move and inquired fervently. Wenbai put up an evil smile on his face, flipped his face and said with a serious face, "Su-yun, being gullible will pay the price." With that, she took the golden elixir in one gulp, and a golden light suddenly sprang up in her eyes, which was particularly conspicuous in the slightly dim environment. Along with the golden light appeared a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy, metallic in nature. It gave people a feeling of the sternness of swords clashing. Usually only when using metallic feats would people have such a feeling. "Su-yun, catch it." Wenbai showed a hard look on his face, as if he was gritting his teeth and holding on to something painful, stretching his tender lotus root-like arms out in front of him, his left hand grabbing the wrist of his right hand, and his right hand gesturing a sword finger, pointing in the direction where Su-yun was. But the fingers were trembling, like they were holding something back. Su-yun mimicked the gesture before instantly remembering what kind of action it was. Gunjin sword technique. To catalyze the Gangjin sword chi was such a hand technique. Could it be that Wenbai was trying to perform a metallic technique? But she was clearly a spiritual root with dual attributes of water and fire. so it was simply impossible for her to use a gong method with another attribute. Just as Su-yun was puzzled, a light golden sword shadow slowly emerged around Wenbai's body. At first it was still very flimsy, but after a few breaths, the sword shadow solidified and began to show its sharpness. I can't believe she actually let her cast it. Feeling the familiar fluctuation of the Gongfu spirit power, Su-yun was surprised, and judging from the aura emanating from the sword shadow, the power of this move executed by Wenbai was not weak. It could at least reach the level of late foundation establishment, far exceeding Wenbai's own strength of one level of foundation establishment. What kind of magical means is this? Spiritual roots were not only the ability to convert spiritual energy into various attributes, they also determined the cultivator's ability to control different attributes of aura, which was a divine soul level mystery. Not having a metallic spiritual root and still being able to perform the Gangjin sword technique was a strange thing that had never been heard of before. The degree of surprise was no less than Su-yun's ability to use a flying sword through the air with his chi practicing strength. In the blink of an eye, 10 or so solidified golden swords surfaced around Wenbai's body, the pressure gusting and ready to strike. Go! Wenbai shouted out a word as if his whole body was exerting itself. At the same time, more than 10 golden swords shot out, cutting through the air, tearing out the huffing and puffing sound of breaking wind. Su-yun did not dare to be careless and took out his 5-element sword for defense. Chapter 68, Little Lanji. Each golden light sword is twice as big as an ordinary flying sword. Looking at the power of the horrifying, Su-yun used the 5-element sword to perform the true flame protection before blocking all the gun gold sword gas. Instead of stopping, Wenbai on the opposite side intensified his efforts and took 2 more dark golden pills. The metallic spiritual energy aura around her body became even more intense, and soon, nearly 20 flying swords were created around her, growing a few more points in length, and I'm afraid that the power of this move was vaguely gaining momentum to cross into the Void Dam realm. Moreover, Wenbai seemed to have become much more skillful in the process of performing his feats. Even had the presence of mind to joke, I'll see if you can still catch it this time. And if you can't catch and run away, I won't laugh at you. Yo! It's a catchable move, but you need to use your full strength. Su-yun used the 5-element sword to execute the black rock armor. The basalt rock armor of early stage Void Dan strength was as tall as a 3-story building. Like a silent giant in the darkness of the night, the gun gold sword chi struck the armor, making loud bangs one after another but unable to break through the defense. The aftermath of the sword chi streaked around, cutting uncountable gullies into the ground and rocks. It was only at this time that Su-yun slowly said, "Understood. Good blah. You won. Still can't beat you." Wenbai instantly deflated. She had obviously used all her strength, but Su-yun still had a relaxed look on his face and knew that there was no need to fight again. "You're so impenetrable. With all your tricks, fear." These words caused Su-yun to cry and laugh. "It's already impressive that you can push me to this extent. So, what kind of magical elixir is this?" Speaking of pills, Wenbai's frustration was gone, trotting over to touch a pill and stuff it into Su-yun's hand. "I call this pill Gung-jin sword skill Dan. Isn't it very easy to understand? Just very lazy." Su-yun spat out, then carefully surveyed the elixir. The elixir was a dark golden color, like a dragon's eye, and the surface was covered with crisscrossed, sword-scarred lines. Other than that, there was nothing strange about it. Eating this elixir will release the feats? Su-yun would be skeptical and casually tossed the elixir into his mouth, ready to taste it himself. "No!" Wenbai quickly stretched out 2 slender jade fingers, intercepting the elixir in the air and snatching it back. "This elixir is different from ordinary elixirs. Your meridians won't be able to withstand it." A moment later, he pulled out a miniature version of the elixir and personally fed it into Su-yun's mouth. "This one is a small dose test piece during the development of the elixir, and the effect is consistent." Wenbai smiled with an expectant face, experienced the marvelousness of the elixir. Upon hearing this, Su-yun swallowed the elixir, closed his eyes and looked internally. Seeing that the medicinal power instantly dissolved in the stomach house and impacted along the meridians to all parts of the body. Even with such a miniature version of the elixir, the medicinal power released made the meridians fill up with some distension and pain. A moment later, Su-yun discovered the oddity. This medicinal power flowed spontaneously, and the lines of operation and changes in spiritual power were exactly the same as the spiritual power operation under the catalyst of the Gongfu when releasing the Gungjin sword technique. And it's all spontaneous, passive, like the medicine is pushing you to release the feats, and all you have to do is cooperate with the medicine. So Su-yun struck up the familiar hand technique and released the Gangjin sword chi, shooting it into the sky. After the medicine was consumed, the feeling of not being able to do anything faded away instantly. It's really hard to hold it in. It's better to release it in a burst of relief. It's no wonder that as a wood and fire dual attribute spirit root, you are also able to perform a metallic sword skill. So it turns out that it amounts to nothing more than a carrying medium for this feat. which is quite similar to a talisman. Not exactly. Wenbai pondered. Refining talismans is more about using divine thought means to seal the moves that have already been catalyzed into the talisman paper, whereas my elixir will also have to reenact the process of performing the feats within my body. So it's not the same in terms of principle. Just now you also saw that taking multiple pills, the power of performing feats can be stacked up. It's just that there are only 2 Gangjin sword technique pills that I can afford right now. You've created a whole new Dan Dao. Congratulations! Suyun was also happy for Wenbai and couldn't help but pull up her hands and look into her eyes. You really lived up to your name as a Dan Dao genius. It's only been a few days. Wenbai was shy for a moment as Suyun looked at her, avoiding her eyes, and said, "Not really. In fact, I've always had such an idea. It's only now that the road has really come through." Then his eyes lit up with excitement as he said, "Normally, after taking a pill, the medicinal power will go through a specific meridian and enter into a specific internal organ or the affected area to play a role. So each pill will have a specific route of operation for the medicinal power. And each strand of medicinal power is again a fusion and intertwining of complex spiritual power and other subtle breaths from various medicinal herbs, with infinite variations. Isn't this exactly the same as performing a gong method? So I cited a 3. First, from the familiar move of what attribute gongfu, adjust the proportion of medicinal herbs, restore the corresponding flow of spiritual energy, as long as the mastery of the subtleties of which, in fact, is not difficult. Come on, let's go for a drink and I'll tell you all about it." Taking advantage of today's happy, the two of them invited each other to the highest peak of Tsueju Peak's platform, where they set up tables and chairs and benches, made a few small dishes, and enjoyed their wine. Wenbai talked eloquently about the interesting things that happened during her development of the elixir, and even narrated the secrets in the elixir without the slightest bit of remorse. Although Suyun did not know the way of Dan, but the different paths were the same, and absorbing the experience of the Dan way, it was also not a small help for refining weapons. Speaking on the spur of the moment, Wenbai even let out a bold statement. "Although my new style of Gongfu Danmu is still in its infancy, in the future, I'm going to Danmuize even more Gongfu Danmu, not to mention the unusual 5 elemental techniques, even those with wind, thunder and ice mutated spiritual roots. As long as there are medicinal herbs with the corresponding attributes, theoretically they are all feasible. At that time, I'm going to use my own strength to perform 8 attribute techniques and impress people. This will help you, not to drag your legs." When saying this, Wenbai was shocked to realize that he had accidentally revealed his feelings, and his face was a little hot. Vaguely said, "Oops, how fat for? Today's wine a little on the head." Wenbai blushed red. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol or because of the words she just said, but I have to say, she was cute. Suyun couldn't help but snicker. When he laughed, Wenbai laughed along with him, actually laughing at me. "Drink." Another clink of glasses. Wenbai, this person loves wine. Either do not drink, or have to drink a good time. So, the stars. It is already late at night. The peak placed on the automatic fluorite lamps emit milky white light. Very cozy. She was drunk. Her posture was lazy, lying on her side on the table, tugging her Taoist robe a little loose, and the shoes on her feet were kicked somewhere, revealing 2 pink and white feet, buckled toes, muttering something under his breath. In fact, for the cultivator, the body of alcohol forced out of the body is very easy, but drinking is not the figure of a drunkenness. Suyun also took advantage of his drunkenness to have a good night's sleep. After the fall, the weather was cold and cool, and dewdrops hung on the weeds and leaves at the peak, flashing as countless points of light under the rising sun. A drop of slightly cold dew dripped on Suyun's face, and he instantly turned awake, raising his eyes to look grudgingly at the giant red wool rising in the sky, with the urge to turn off the sun. Oh no! Wenbai on the opposite side of the room suddenly had a jolt, instantly waking up. There was trepidation in the confused eyes. "What?" Suyun was also sleepy and asked worriedly, "Did the Dan furnace forget to turn off the fire?" Wenbai's head shook into a rattlesnake, then slapped his forehead and said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, there's something I forgot to tell you. Just yesterday, the outer door deacon Zhang Li came. He said that you have a distant relative to look for. Said to call what male? Son. Yes, Lan Ji, the orchid of orchids, the grass character Ji. Said to meet him at the concierge when you get back." Upon hearing this, Suyun stood up in a hectic manner. "Lan Ji, the hot man is back." Then he eagerly asked, "Did Zhang Li tell you what Lan Ji looks like?" "Your relative. You don't know?" Wenbai also did not know why Suyun was so anxious. First asked in doubt, and then shook his head. Zhang Li came suddenly and left quickly. Nothing else was said. Just as well. Suyun frowned. I guess that Zhang Li was a thief and had a guilty conscience. So he came and went in such a hurry. Previously withholding his spirit stones for refining weapons was fine. But he shouldn't have betrayed his information. Let's settle old scores with new ones. And more importantly, it was the promise of Lan Ji. After all, the divine mighty imperial earth skill was a heavy gift. Wen Bai, just stay at Sueju Peak and don't move around. I'll go and return. Suyun took out his 5 elements sword and prepared to set off. Wen Bai got up, straightened his clothes and said with a foggy head, "Where can I go? I still have to study the new style of Gongfu pills and refine some standing pills, but I don't have time to go elsewhere." "Don't mind it. I'm just afraid you'll come to pull the plug," Suyun said with a serious face. "Wen Bai, let's go." After saying that, Suyun immediately flew away with his sword, leaving Wen Bai alone there in a daze. "Just leave. You still have to make fun of me before you leave. Forget it. I don't care about you. Go make pills." Suyun did not stop hoofing it and soon arrived at the gatehouse of the mountain gate of the Falling Cloud sect. Generally speaking, the gatehouse is the place where the gatekeeper lives, but for the immortal cultivation sect, the mountain gate is where the face of a sect is located. Thus the mountain gate is repaired with extreme luxury. It is carved from the whole piece of white jade rich in spiritual chi, and the top is then paved with glazed colorful tiles, just like a palace like a lofty. The attached concierge is naturally of a high specification. Suyun landed in front of the gatehouse and walked up the steps, expanding his divine sense to search for Zhang Li's whereabouts, but only captured the figure of a young boy. The little boy was 11 or 12 years old, wearing the greenish-gray cloth clothes of mortals, slightly taller than Mu Ling, with a slim figure and unusually fair skin, but his features were as delicate as those of a porcelain doll, and he had a proper cute and positive face, but his eyes were dark and deep, with a composure that did not belong to a child, and with his hair down, he sat curled up in a chair in the gatehouse with an air of disdain for the rest of the world. He must be Lan Ji after taking over the body. Due to the trees covering him, Suyun was not able to directly see Lan Ji, and Lan Ji naturally could not see him. However, in Suyun's divine sense, Lan Ji was clearly staring at him, as if she was staring at him from across the room, and there was a grim smile at the corner of her mouth, which made one's scalp numb. But Suyun didn't even notice that there was being probed by divine sense. Quickly walking up the steps, crossing the gate and slowing down his steps, Suyun saw Lan Ji in the center of the house with his own eyes. Lan Ji came up with a reproachful remark. "Brother Su, you're late. I've been sitting here all night." "Ha ha, sorry, I was delayed due to some urgent matters." Suyun scratched his head. "Does urgent matter mean drinking?" Lan Ji used a small milky voice and said words full of resentment. "You know this too?" Suyun instantly felt incredulous. Upon hearing this, Lan Ji smiled helplessly. "You don't even have the smell of alcohol on you yet." "Yeah, ha ha, your nose is really smart. I guess you belong to the dog family." Suyun casually cracked a few jokes, and then instantly put away his joking mind and seriously said, "You're practicing chi at the first level, right? Being able to fly with a sword is enough at this stage. I didn't raise my cultivation too quickly because I didn't want to be too flashy," Lan Ji said as she looked out the door. "It's only the first level of chi cultivation. And the divine thoughts are so powerful I was actually unable to detect it." Suyun was still haunted by the matter of divine sense probing. "Naturally, I have a portion of a Yuan Ing level divine soul after all," Lan Ji said lightly, then jumped off the chair, pulled Suyun by the corner of his coat and headed out. "Let's go. Someone will be here soon." "Who? Is it Zhang Li?" That came just in time. The smile on Suyun's face instantly dispersed, pressed Lan Ji's head, and said in an icy tone, "Adults are fighting. Little children hurry to evade." "Brother Su, you have a grudge against Zhang Li?" Lan Ji, who had his head pressed down, shrugged his neck and looked up to ask. "Sort of," Suyun casually returned. "No wonder Zhang Li is deliberately avoiding you." "Brother Su." Lan Ji shook her head. "He was supposed to be on duty, but he switched shifts with someone yesterday, and it wasn't him who came." Then the words changed. "But I left a divine soul mark on him. If Brother Su needs it, I can take you to him. Walk." Suyun caught Lan Ji's collar like he was lifting a small milk cat and lifted him up. At the same time, he summoned the 5 elements sword, put Lan Ji behind him, and rose up with his sword, heading in the direction he pointed out. And due to the people he was carrying, Suyun didn't fly very fast. The green hills and the changing colors of the surrounding mountains, until they flew out a long way. They met the guard disciple who came over to take over the shift. Perhaps Zhang Li had explained. The visitor saw Suyun pulling an unfamiliar child, and did not say anything, but just arched his hand in an unusual way. And Suyun was somewhat surprised by the vastness of Lan Ji's divine thoughts. Is this the kind of divine thought that a cultivator of the first level of chi practicing should possess? The road was still far away, and Suyun couldn't help but be curious and at the same time asked with some concern. "Have you arranged for your afterlife? I mean, your original body." "It's still there. It rotted long ago." I guess it's a pile of white bones now, Lan Shi said in disbelief. Just very frank. At least take it to bury. Pile up a grave mound. You do not want to see what your grave grass looks like? Although Suyun also knew that the physical body was nothing more than a shell, Lanji's attitude towards her own body was still too cold. After all, she had been in a place for more than 10 years, and she actually didn't even have any feelings. I don't want to, but if Brother Su likes it, it's fine if I give you my body, Lanji said with a serious face. Not joking at all. Suyun was speechless. He didn't have any major illness. Afterward, Suyun was still puzzled and asked, "You disappeared for so long and no one noticed? Hasn't anyone ever been to the good deeds room?" Lanji shook her head and rubbed herself against Suyun's back. "Fortunately, there are no other dead people other than me in these days. It's also good. You're nominally dead anyway, so it's not appropriate for you to be in charge of the affairs of the good deeds room anymore." Suyun pondered, then frowned. "Are you joining the Falling Clouds sect right now?" "I'll try to ask the sect leader, but I can't guarantee that he'll give me face. If it doesn't work, I'll let Wenbai go again." "Brother Su, I suddenly don't want to join the Falling Cloud sect anymore." Lanji's tone was smooth and unhurried. Good or not, Suyun didn't care. Anyway, it was only a promise that Lanji would help solve the problem of his identity after taking over the body. Whether he was going or staying, he didn't care. The immortal cultivation world is so big. With the chances you've obtained, in time, you'll surely become a powerful party. Lanji was silent for a moment before her small face tensed and she exclaimed, "Brother Su, I want to hang out with you." Clam? Chapter 69 Big Sisters and Little Boys. Suyun first wondered if Lanji had other plans. With Lanji's calculating ability, it really wasn't easy to trust him. "Give me a reason. Brother Su, you are very strong. I like to be friends with strong people, and..." Lanji paused. The words were not even spoken before Suyun snatched the words. "That's not a valid reason, haha. I haven't seen you have any friends either," Suyun said with a cold snort. "Because no one else is worthy." Lanji's voice was low. "Brother Su, you are different from the others. I can sense that you will have immeasurable achievements. I'm afraid that if that elder Yuan Ing himself were here, he would have made this decision as well." As he spoke, Lanji hugged Suyun tightly from behind and pressed her face against Suyun's back. Although the current Lanji was still just a small child, I guess, it was still slightly strange to act like this. "Is it possible that you're so young that you have some kind of broken sleeve fetish?" Afterward, Lanji's brows deepened as she said in a narrative tone, "I can hear that the iron lump in your chest is already part of your meridians, and many of your incredible powers are similar means, aren't they?" Suyun's heart was startled, and a cold sweat could not help but rise on his forehead. There really isn't much of a secret in front of you, a pseudo-Yuaning master. This is an unpleasant feeling." He suddenly felt that it was even more important not to let Lanji stay around. "Brother Su, your heart is beating so fast, and your spiritual energy is quite disorganized. But don't worry, I have no intention of spying on your secrets, and I can't see through the divine sense restriction that you have set up." Lanji let go of Suyun, smiled softly and said in a flat tone, "My abilities all come from the inheritance in my divine soul, and you are different from me. You possess something that is unprecedented in the immortal cultivation world. It is something that truly belongs to you, and only to you." Even if Lanji had more reasons, Suyun could not be gullible and asked in a cold voice, "So what do you want?" "I want to help you because I find it interesting." Lanji frowned, but the corners of her mouth were turning upwards. Through the afterglow, Suyun glimpsed an expression on Lanji's face that might have been a smile, and momentarily puzzled. He said expressionlessly, "Let me think about it," and then nothing more. A long silence. "Just as well." Lanji shook her head helplessly with an old-fashioned look. "Since you don't believe me, Brother Su, then please ask Brother Su to abolish the divine mighty Imperial Earth technique on his own, and in that case, I'll leave immediately. If Brother Su really can't bear to do so, then I can do it on his behalf even if I overdraw my divine soul power." Suyun, ha ha ha, "I just said that I have to think about it again. I didn't say that I won't agree." Suyun laughed dryly, a cold sweat on his face, while he kept pondering in his heart. If he really didn't agree, maybe Lanji would really do something like that. Not to mention the fact that taking a man's hand was short. He really couldn't afford to give up such a superior technique as the divine mighty Imperial Earth technique. If Brother Su was still unsure, "I can swear by my divine soul. No, I can separate a portion of my divine soul and place it under Brother Su's control." Lanji looked like she had figured out some trick to make Brother Su believe, and with an excited face, she began to pinch and recite some phrases. "Just say it and do it. So decisive?" Suyun's eyes widened out of surprise. This person, Lanji, is a wolf exterminator. Even if Suyun did not know any divine soul means, he could still feel a dizzying and strange fluctuation, which was indeed a means targeting the divine soul level. Soon, Lanji from the center of the eyebrow peeled out a ghostly green shadow, floating in the fingertips, vaguely have a human form, but not the figure of a child, just can not see the face. Yuaning? This is a Yuaning. Suyun had always heard that ordinary cultivators' divine souls were chaotic and amorphous, and only by cultivating a Yuaning could the divine soul take on the appearance of the cultivator himself. This is the only way to become a unique being in the world. No, this is only a part of the raw soul in the metamorphosis, about 60% of the raw soul. If too much is stripped away, I'm afraid I'll perish on the spot, and from then on, my divine soul will dissipate, and there will be no more of it. Lan Ji, who was stepping on the sword, was floating, her face was pale, and her eyes had lost their light. They were hollow, and she said in a breathless voice, 60%, it's already the limit of what I can withstand. I hope that you don't think it's too little, Brother Su. Suyun stretched out a hand to hold Lan Ji, fearing that he would fall, while smacking his lips repeatedly. Being so hard on yourself, I'm convinced. The other hand gave a thumbs up. Although Suyun's understanding of the divine soul was extremely shallow, he knew that once the divine soul was involved, it was a non-trivial matter. The divine soul of a human being consists of 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the birth soul fetal light, the yang soul sharp spirit, and the yin soul spectral essence. The birth soul tire light is the main soul. The main life and death is the most important one soul. Lanshi stripped out is this soul. Yang soul sharp spirit, the medium of communication between man and heaven and earth, is also the essential existence that determines how a person's qualification is, where qualification is not only cultivation qualification, but also includes a series of traits such as intelligence, yin soul ghost essence, the main reproduction, cultivators reproduce offspring, is to use the ghost essence as a medium, fusion of the 2 sides of the divine soul, the birth of a new baby spirit. The essence of life is to survive and reproduce. And the addition of the young soul is what makes man called man. It can be said that the 3 souls are the fundamentals of man. The 7 pranas, on the other hand, are thief swallowing, corpse dog, filth removing, stinking lung, sparrow in, non-venomous, and voltaic vector, which correspond to the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and lust. At the same time, the 7 pranas correspond to the various physiological functions of the human body. For example, swallowing thieves in charge of human immunity. To support the positive to eliminate evil, corpse dog is responsible for the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and mind's 6th sense, in addition to the main metabolism of filth, and so on. Brother Su, please open your sea of consciousness, Lan she said with a miserable smile on her face, shaking and raising her arms, but with all her might she couldn't raise them above her head. Brother Su can rest assured, I won't use any tricks. That's natural. You even pulled out your raw soul. Su Yun frowned, momentarily crying and laughing, so he could only stick his head over. The raw soul that was stripped out was shaped like a fluttering flame, but it was pinched in Lanji's hand and pressed raw into Su Yun's forehead. A strand of living soul entered the sea of consciousness. Su Yun only felt a splitting headache. Even his consciousness floated as if it was a candle in the wind, as if it was going to dissipate at any time, and he nearly lost consciousness, but without a hint of crisis in his heart. He let Lanji act. Soon, Su Yun was brought into a sea of consciousness by this divine soul power, and his consciousness transformed into a shadow. Su Yun's sea of consciousness was empty and pale, unable to distinguish between far and near. The only references were only 2 vignettes. One was Su Yun himself, and the other was a silhouette in cyan color in the distance. That's part of Lan Ji's living soul? Su Yun drifted closer and gradually realized that something was not right. This virtual shadow in front of him was clearly a woman. The woman was dressed in a green-colored gauze. Her figure was slender. Her height was not even close to Su Yun's. Her face was pretty and serene, but she had the aura of a venerable person, so that people could not bear to blaspheme. I didn't realize that the Yuaning powerhouse Lan Ji was talking about was actually a female cultivator. Is it really the classic combination of an imperial sister plus a proper man? Su Yun looked around her for a while, somewhat unable to figure out whether Lan Ji's fused divine soul was more of the Yuaning female cultivator's part or his own. Abruptly, Su Yun's sea of consciousness shook as he vaguely heard someone calling out to him from a great distance. Brother Su. Su, come back and control the flying sword. Damn! Only then did Su Yun remember that he was still flying with his imperial sword. Returning to his senses, Su Yun found that the speed of his flight was much faster without realizing it. It should be because he had just subconsciously run his spirit core. At this time, although the speed did not reach the speed of sound, but with the current speed crashing into something, it would not be easy. And right in front of him appeared a solid wall of mountains, towering over them, soon to be crashed into. Hold on tight. Suyun adjusted his stance and lowered his body, and Lan Ji hugged him from behind. Stepping on the tail of the sword, Suyun imperialized the flying sword, turning upwards at right angles and eventually flying almost against the mountain wall before unloading his forward speed. Also had to concentrate on dodging pine trees growing out of the mountain walls. It was only after a few breaths that the two of them rushed up into the sky, after which Suyun quickly stabilized his flying sword. While Suyun was stunned, Lan Ji looked up to the sky and laughed. Although her expression didn't change much, she was indeed laughing. Ha ha, interesting. I'm sure it's fun to follow Brother Su around. It's the first time I've flown so fast. What a big heart. If we don't make it back in time, we'll be meatloaf. You know? Suyun said helplessly. Lan Ji didn't care. If Brother Su hasn't come out of the sea of consciousness yet, I'll make a move at that time. Don't forget, I also know the divine mighty imperial earth technique. Oh, it's not difficult to open a tunnel in the mountain wall. Suyun was not in much of a joking mood and casually responded. You're a cow. All right. He glanced at Lan Ji and realized that Lan Ji's state had recovered a lot. It was true that divesting the living soul was just putting his life in someone else's hands, but it didn't affect his strength and consciousness. I wonder if Brother Su can trust me now. Lan Ji tilted her head and asked. My living soul is in your sea of consciousness, so I am at your disposal. And with a single thought, you can make my living soul go up in smoke, and I won't have long to live then. I don't know. I have to try first. Suyun had a serious face as he prepared to close his eyes and enter the sea of consciousness. Lan Ji, with a black line on her face, reached out and held Suyun's shoulder, forcing a smile. Brother Su, there's no need to be like this. Some things can't be attempted easily. Ha ha, teasing you. Suyun guffawed and looked at Lan Ji sincerely. Believe you. But first things first, if you want to follow me, you have to listen to me. From now on, you'll be the oldest. Brother Su. That is natural. Lan Ji punched the bag. If it wasn't for the space on the sword being constricted, Lan Ji would have to be the one to make a big salute. However, Brother Su, I don't intend to use this Lan Ji's name in the future. I've decided to change my name to Su Bai, and when someone asks, they will just say that it's your and Wen Bai's son. Cough cough. Hearing this, Suyun almost choked on his own saliva. What the hell? I treat you as a brother and you want to be my son? How? Lan Ji trailed off, looking like she really had the idea. And for some reason, the moment Wen Bai was mentioned, Suyun could hardly hold himself. Ha ha, then I'll change my name. From now on I'll be called Jiang Mu, which is the name of my predecessor. Jiang Mu's deep eyes were filled with a trace of nostalgia. Perhaps for him, the Yuaning powerhouse that had merged into his divine soul was an existence that was also a teacher and a friend. Please, Brother Su, don't bring up the matter of Lan Ji in the past. I am Jiang Mu now, and only Jiang Mu. Okay? No problem. It was as if Suyun could see the female cultivator's silhouette behind Jiang Mu, as the woman stretched out her slender arms and embraced Jiang Mu in her arms. But you need to change your gloomy personality. Kids need to be kids. You've got to be sunny. I'll try. Jiang Mu grinned, stifling a strange smile. Hey, helplessly. He shook his head. Suyun didn't know whether it was good or bad to have taken in a little brother like this. Still, it's good to have one more person to face the crises that may befall us in the future. Not to mention that Jiang Mu was a strong person who made it difficult to figure out. Turning back, Suyun only began to pay attention to the surrounding scenery, and immediately frowned. Are you sure this direction is correct? It is already beginning to move away from the falling cloud sect. Jiang Mu nodded. That's right, Zhang Li He is running away. Humph, trying to escape. Hold on tight, Suyun said in a deep voice, his face already gloomy to the point where it looked like it was going to swallow all the light on his face. From above the five elements sword rose the deep-sea water shield, and his speed climbed steeply. Jiang Mu subconsciously hugged Suyun, and watched as the speed of the flying sword increased to a terrifying degree. And through the water shield, he saw the surrounding scenery retreating at a rapid pace, and eventually even the deep-sea water shield, which was known for its defensive power, was deformed by the wind. It was only a few dozen breaths of time before and after. Jiang Mu hurriedly reminded, Brother Su, you've flown over the top. At this moment, Zhang Li, who was running away in the mountains and forests below, was attracted by the boom coming from the sky, and he looked up only to see a light blue residual shadow speeding past. What followed was a series of breaking sounds. Which strong person's recluse light is it? He muttered to himself, and then began to bury his head in the road again. It wasn't until he ran out another 100 meters that he heard a burst of sound in front of him, startling a piece of fly, and the earth trembled. Zhang Li was like a scared bird, not daring to make a move, just staying in place and keeping an eye on the situation ahead. As the sound of trees pouring over kept coming, Zhang Lizai looked horrified and retreated a few steps in a daze. Something's not right. This sound is clearly coming towards me. Zhangli pulled his legs in the opposite direction and ran. But he could not escape Su Yun's pursuit. Su Yun used the divine mighty imperial earth skill to separate the earth so that the dense forest would give him a pathway for his imperial sword flight. When he had probed Zhangli with his divine sense, he meandered around to the front of Zhangli and headed towards him head-on. At the same time, Zhangli sensed that the source of the sound had arrived in front of him at an unbelievable speed. And soon, the dense forest in front of him swiftly parted from it, and a silhouette of an imperial sword appeared in the gap. No, it was two, and there was another behind the visitor. Ha ha, Zhangli, finally we meet again. Su Yun. Zhangli was instantly horrified beyond words. How is it that you're the one who's alive? Then wouldn't Chen Yang be? Looks like you really know something? Su Yun landed on the ground and the five elements sword flew into his hand as he forced his way towards Zhangli step by step. Zhangli, it's time to settle our score. Chapter 70, Death by Mediocrity. At this time, Su Yun's face was gloomy, his aura was fully open, although he was holding a flying sword. But in Zhangli's eyes and the black and white invincible with a weeping stick were no different. Both were asking for their lives to come. Su Yun, listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to reveal things about you to Chen Yang. The inner sect master uncle came to ask, so how dare I disobey? It was they who forced me to say it. Zhangli knelt on the ground, moving his knees, crawling to Su Yun and hugging his thighs. Su Yun, for the sake of how much I took care of you in the past, please let me go. More care? Humph. It's fine not to mention this matter. I didn't expect Zhangli to shamefully beg for forgiveness with this matter. Su Yun naturally wouldn't give a good face. Have some face, withhold so much of my refining labor fee, and still have the face to say it. What? You even know about this? Zhangli was greatly shocked, his body falling back as if he had lost his strength, his eyes fluttering. Didn't I all hook up with the ones in the refining room? How could you know? Just as Zhangli was doubting his life, Su Yun controlled the five elements sword and flew to Zhangli's neck, sticking close and already cutting a bloody mark. Don't move. Move and a head will fall to the ground. Instinctive magic treasure. Zhangli was horrified in his heart. How had he ever seen this scene? The little old man who was originally easily held by himself was a high-level person above the Void Dan realm. He didn't hold back. His crotch was wet. Su Yun pinched his nose in disgust. Answer me. Why did you run away? Zhangli fell into deep thought and replied in a daze. Chen Yang's men came to inquire about you, so I knew it was Chen Yang who was going to make a move against you. It so happened that this distant relative of yours came over to look for you. I took the opportunity to go to Tsueju Peak to have a look, and you really weren't there. So I guess that you're afraid that you're already in a bad way. I was worried that Chen Yang had killed you and was afraid that if things were revealed, he would come and kill me to silence me as well. So I packed up my things and fled out of the falling cloud sect in the middle of the night, and I had run all night. But I didn't think that I would still be able to be caught up by you. Su Yun couldn't help but be skeptical. How come you don't need to fly? The imperial sword flight is too attention-grabbing. It's better to run away in the forest to be hidden. Zhangli said tremblingly, and then changed his thoughts and said coquettishly, Su Yun, you're still alive. So doesn't that mean that I didn't harm you, and you will let me go, right? I will find a way to repay the spirit stones that I coveted from you. That's right, haha. If I kill you, I won't be able to get back the spirit stones I lost. Su Yun cupped his chin and thought, yes. I'll live so that I can earn enough spirit stones to repay you. Zhangli smiled fawningly, just as Zhangli was breathing a sigh of relief. Su Yun's brows wrinkled and she said in a cold voice, You haven't told anyone else anything about Chen Yang, have you? Naturally not. I'm thinking of escaping. How dare I tell others? Zhangli compensated with a smile. That's good. Su Yun skimmed his mouth and with a smile of good and evil, he said, But now that you know that Chen Yang planted himself in my hands, you can't live just the same. I'm sorry. You killed Chen Yang? After saying that, Zhangli was terrified and covered his ears. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. Seeing that he was caught in a situation of certain death, Zhangli's eyes were glazed over, and blood began to spread in his eyes. Bewitched? I don't know. I don't know anything. Pathetic. Lamentable. It's better to end your suffering as early as possible. Su Yun utilized his spiritual energy and prepared to give Zhangli a painful experience. Brother Su. Wait. Zhang Mu suddenly stepped out and stopped in front of Su Yun. Seeing this, Zhangli looked like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and begged. This little brother, please persuade Su Yun. I didn't neglect you yesterday. Please help me put in a good word. I swear I'll leave Falling Cloud sect from now on, and won't mention this to anyone. But when he saw the coldness seeping out of Zhang Mu's boyish face, his mood once again hit rock bottom. Zhang Mu simply ignored Zhangli and turned back to say, Brother Su, I have a secret divine soul technique that can do something to one of the 7 vampires, the Fuya, to erase its subjective consciousness and reduce it to a living puppet that does my bidding. It's not too late to kill him after he's repaid the money-losing spirit stones. Su Yundu had a chill. Still, you are ruthless. But since that's the case, there's no need to kill him in a hurry. It might be of some use. Brother Su, labor to bind his body. The process will be painful. Jiang Mu didn't say a word, only reaching out his hand to press Zhang Li's head. Hearing this, Zhang Li struggled repeatedly, but no matter what, he couldn't get rid of Jiang Mu's palm. Although this child in front of him only had the strength of practicing Qi Layer 1, the force on his hand was surprisingly large. No, I don't want to turn into a puppet. You'd better kill me. At this moment, countless tender yellow vines were born from the ground. Seemingly tender, but actually tough and incomparable. In an instant, Zhang Li was tied up tightly, unable to move the slightest bit, and his face was wrapped up, with only the nostrils for breathing and 2 terrified eyes left. The little boy in his eyes was as if he had been transformed into a Rakshasa, his form drawn up to the point where he stood between heaven and earth, bubbling with a ghostly aura. Jiang Mu slowly closed his eyes, and a strong divine soul fluctuation leaked out, causing even Su Yun, who was on the side, to be disoriented for a while, and Zhang Li's eyes were first filled with pain, and then gradually lost their emotions, from pain to fear, and then slowly turned into flatness, and finally empty, gray, without a trace of light. Jiang Mu withdrew his hand and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. It looked like the exertion wasn't small. It's done. Sensing that the force resisting the vines had disappeared, Zhang Li stopped struggling, so Su Yun undid the restraints, only to see Zhang Li slowly stood up, and then no movement, no expression could be seen on his face, truly becoming a walking corpse. Now Zhang Li will be at my disposal. Su Yun froze for a moment, her brows furrowed as she looked at Jiang Mu and asked tentatively, "You're not going to use this trick against me, are you?" "How can?" Jiang Mu sweated. Brother Su's divine soul is pure and unsullied, without any breakage. If I were to use this means against you, I'm afraid that I would be backfired on the spot, and my divine soul would be traumatized. Roar, you really did check it out. Su Yun was filled with displeasure and questioned. He. Jiang Mu squeezed out a dry smile. Sorry, get used to it. But that's exactly why I'm willing to pledge my life soul to befriend you, Brother Su, as well as the reason. Divine soul, pure. Su Yun recalled that the fifth elder had also said similar words to him, and at that time, he had used the immortal sword questioning heart technique. But Su Yun couldn't help but frown. But I've already killed quite a few people, and there hasn't been the slightest taint or blemish on my divine soul? Life and death is natural and heavenly. What is there to say about a tainted blemish? Jiang Mu explained in a rather sophisticated manner. Have you ever killed innocents indiscriminately and had a bad heart? Chen Yang and the others struck out first and took the blame. Fang Ming's words were also something I had no choice but to do in order to protect myself. Su Yun recalled the fallen souls who died at his own hands. And then there's Lan Ji, who was purely looking for his own death. Jiang Mu, Brother Su, can you go behind my back a bit when you say this? I said, where's Lan Ji? What are you excited about here? You're Jiang Mu. Su Yun pretended to be puzzled. Well, Jiang Mu lamented that Su Yun was really able to do what he said, no longer dwelling on the matter of the divine soul. Su Yun turned to survey Zhang Li. Does he have no human feelings like this? If it's just a pure machine, there's no way for him to continue returning to the Falling Cloud sect to work and earn money. So why don't we sell him to the Spirit Stone mines to work as a laborer? When Jiang Mu's mind moved, Zhang Li's expression instantly became animated again, and he arched his hand at Su Yun, speaking on his behalf. Nonetheless, Zhang Li went on to explain, I didn't erase his emotions. I just removed his personality. I can give him a personality again, and he will look like a normal person. But his behavior is under my control. Of course, I don't need to control him. He can act on his own. What a powerful tool. An out-of-body incarnation? This is simply the perfect tool, man. Su Yun looked at Zhang Li's familiar face. His surprise quickly faded and he said in a deep voice, it's also good. At least his consciousness isn't trapped in the depths of his divine soul suffering endless torture. At those words, Jiang Mu's original self was a bit surprised. You're taking pity on him? More or less. In the end he was just an unlucky person who was involved in an incident. Coveting a few spirit stones is not a crime punishable by death. Su Yun paused and continued. He died of mediocrity. At those words, Jiang Mu fell silent. If it wasn't for that Yuaning senior, he would be just an inconspicuous person among the mediocre masses. Let's go. You tell him to go back and continue to be his outer sect deacon and pretend that nothing happened. Saying that, Su Yun had already turned around and the five elements sword flew to his feet on its own. Jiang Mu subconsciously followed. One foot had already stepped onto the five elements sword, but was driven down by Su Yun. There's no rush to go back. You'll be riding the sword yourself. After saying that, Su Yun left Jiang Mu behind and rushed up into the sky. Brother Su. In the end, I'm only at the first level of chi cultivation. Flying this far, I can't afford it. Jiang Mu shouted from below, but waited for no response from Su Yun, and only heard a bursting sound of breaking air. Brother Su is really decisive, leaving when he says so. Jiang Mu looked at Zhang Li helplessly. Just as well, I can only rely on you. Su Yun returned to Tsueju Peak as fast as he could and sought out Wenbai, who was busy in his cave. Quickly, let me set up a divine thought isolation formation for your cave. Wenbai, who was in the middle of alchemy, was uncertain, and since he was busy controlling the fire, he could only look sideways from time to time. What are you up to again? Arranging some means to prevent divine sense from snooping. It's hard to prevent household thieves, Su Yun replied while carefully observing the pattern of Wenbai's cave. Family thief? I don't know what Wenbai thought of, but her face suddenly flushed, and her mind was in such turmoil that she couldn't even control the fire of the Dan furnace. Could it be that you are talking about yourself? Have you been spying on my washing from time to time? Now that your conscience has come to you, you have decided to change your ways and break your back once and for all? Su Yun? When did Wenbai's imagination become so rich? Su Yun was slightly stumped. What were you thinking? I mean defense against that distant relative of mine. Right ha? You still have a distant relative. Wenbai suddenly realized. Don't mean to smile, then used her divine sense to probe within the Dan furnace, shaking her head regretfully. Seeing that this furnace of elixir had already been refined and wasted because of the distraction just now, she simply turned off the fire to lower the temperature and got up to come to Su Yun's side. Where are the people? Soon. Defense is not an option. I'll set it up for you right away. After figuring out the pattern of Wenbai's cave, Su Yun immediately began to set up the formation. Because the unusual array and the fine ware pattern in the magic weapon are completely different quantum and scale, it does not need to be how fine the design, only need to be willing to pile up the material. The final completion of the array is absolutely enough to cover the entire mountain peak where Wenbai is. Soon, the macro level 3 talent's hidden heart formation was completed, and the spiritual power was provided by the spirit gathering formation, so that outsiders couldn't probe into the divine sense in the slightest, and it didn't affect Wenbai's release of the divine sense to make pills. After testing the formation, Su Yun thought about what had just happened and said with a guilty face, I'm sorry, letting you refine and scrap a furnace of pills, and why should I care? It's just an experimental low-grade elixir to release the bright flame palm. Wenbai tilted her head and bristled. She was not worried because of the wasted herbs, but felt that Su Yun was being out of touch. However, Su Yun still went to the Dan furnace out of curiosity and took out the refined and wasted pills to have a look. The unfinished bright flame palm pills were fire red in color, all made from fire attribute herbs, borrowing the fire attribute spiritual energy inside to release this move's feats. Due to the fact that it hadn't become a Dan, the top of the Dan body was covered with cracks, numbness, and it wasn't rounded enough either. Su Yun glanced at Wenbai and saw that she was checking the situation inside the Dan furnace, so he secretly took a lick on the elixir. Holy, that's hot. With just one bite, Su Yun felt a burning heat spreading from the tip of his tongue to his mouth, as if he had eaten 100 devil's chili peppers in a row. It had been a long time since Su Yun had felt such explosive spiciness. Spice is not a taste sensation, but a pain sensation with addictive magic. Wenbai looked at Su Yun's red face. The potion in his hand was wet and stained with saliva. He instantly knew what had happened. Aya, what are you doing? Why are you licking the elixir? The elixir has not become a Dan, and the medicinal properties have not been astringent. On the one hand, there is no medicinal effect, and on the other hand, the pungency of the herbs themselves has not been dispelled. Coupled with the fact that fire attribute spiritual energy is already scorching hot, the two meet. With your chi practicing flesh body simply cannot withstand it. Saying that, Wenbai began to busy himself. Wait, I'll boil some soup that clears heat and relieves spices. Only a few moments of effort. Su Yun's lips swelled into a sausage, which belonged to the human body's own reaction. With spiritual power cannot be dissolved, as is the basic physiological phenomenon such as breathing and heartbeat. Even if it was a foundation establishment cultivator whose flesh had been strengthened and cleansed, he would still be suffocated to death. It's just a matter of being able to suffer for a little while longer. However, Brother Su is glad that cultivators also have the physiological reactions of ordinary people. Otherwise it would be a lot less fun to understand. Like eating spicy. Wenbai, I'll take the rest of the wasted pills with me. I have another use for it, Su Yun said with difficulty as he topped his two big lips. You're still addicted to licking it, hey? Wenbai crossed his arms, his eyebrows squeezed into eights, and then he looked like I really can't do anything about you. Forget it, take it. Wenbai, you're so nice, Su Yun exulted. At first, he felt that the chili peppers in the immortal cultivation world were not flavorful enough, causing the hot pots to all be a little less divine, and now that he had harvested such a raw and spicy seasoning, There was a chance to arrange for an extra spicy version of the butter hot pot as well as the perverted spicy chicken wings. Seeing Suyun topped with a sausage mouth and an excited face, Wenbai looked on and was overjoyed. Ah ha 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 ha, goose 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 goose. Laugh out loud, goose calls. Wenbai laughed for a good while before it subsided a bit, but every now and then he poofed and popped out a few ha-ha-has. Soon, the soup to relieve the spiciness was also boiled. Wenbai held back from looking at Suyun's face and served the soup to Suyun, stifling a laugh. Quickly, drink the medicine. Don't you need to give your cave a formation as well? No need. I just need to increase the power of my spiritual energy output. The prohibition in the spiritual core in my chest is enough to cover the entire cave, and will be turned on when necessary. After explaining, Su Yunshin tasted a mouthful of soup. The medicinal soup that had just been boiled out was cooled by Wenbai's own mouth, and now it was just lukewarm, and there was a minty feeling of coolness in the mouth, and the burning in the mouth instantly dissolved a lot. The feeling coming from his mouth was icy, but Su Yun's heart was warm. Chapter 71: The Industrial Revolution. After the medicinal soup was finished, the redness and swelling of Su Yun's lips had healed to 7 or 8, looking just a little plumper. As soon as the bowl was dropped, the great formation of Tsueju Peak shook violently. It was someone rushing the formation. Su Yun went out to watch and saw 2 people sliding downward from the transparent light shield. It was none other than Jiang Mu and Zhang Li. Apparently it was Zhang Li's imperial sword that brought Jiang Mu back. Zhang Li was in front and collided with the formation barrier head-on, relying on his physical body to dislodge most of the impact to the point where his face was a bloody mess. But also do not shout and scream, when it is really a puppet of the feelings of Mordor. Brother Su, you didn't tell me that you have a formation here, Jiang Mu said as he climbed up and cleaned up his wretched appearance. You didn't ask either. Your divine sense is so strong that you don't know how to see for yourself? Su Yun spread his hands and said. He then controlled the formation and welcomed Jiang Mu in, while Zhang Li packed himself up expressionlessly and flew away of his own accord. What's going on with this Zhang Li? Wenbai couldn't help but wonder. It's fine. Hit stupid. It'll be fine after a while, Su Yun casually explained. By the way, this kid is called Jiang Mu, and will mix with me in the future. Then, Wenbai looked at the cute little boy in front of him, and couldn't help but go forward and rub Jiang Mu's cheeks. This is your distant relative. It's not easy to find this. Really cute. Just dark circles under the eyes are too heavy. Have to pay attention to rest. Seeing that Wenbai was so close to Jiang Mu, Su Yun was instantly enraged, pulling Wenbai away, separating between the two of them, and said in a bad mood, don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually a bearish child who is disliked by everyone, and the family sends him here so that I can fix him up properly and change those bad habits of his. Brother Su, why is this? Jiang Mu said with a bitter smile. Anyway, you come with me. As soon as Su Yun pulled Jiang Mu over and stepped on the flying sword, he turned back to Wenbai and said, you go back first. I'll teach him a lesson first. Wenbai took a look at the two of them, smiled sarcastically and said helplessly, good blah blah. Since it is your family matter, I can't control it. However, it doesn't matter if you strike harder. I have enough pills here. Ha ha. Su Yun passed over a you know me look, and a star flashed out of his eyes, flying towards Wenbai. Wenbai and Su Yun smiled at each other and mumbled, go go go. What she secretly pondered was, no wonder Su Yun wants to build a divine sense band for my cave. Originally because the person who is going to come is a bear child. Or maybe it will really give this bear child a peek. Wenbai then returned to his cave and continued his alchemy business. Su Yun then flew up with Jiang Mu. Brother Su, you're not really going to teach me a lesson, are you? Jiang Mu asked weakly. Are you stupid? Su Yun gouged Jiang Mu. I'm just trying to enrich your characterization so that you can integrate into this Tsueju Peak as soon as possible. After that, what you look like in Wenbai's eyes is all up to you. It's not impossible to be a bear who has to be taught a lesson by me. Originally, it's worthy of being Brother Su. Jiang Mu blew rainbow farts and then also started to get close. Wenbai she is the second oldest of our Tsueju Peak, right? What penis? I'm the penis. Su Yun replied seriously, while being oblivious to this little thought of Jiang Mu's. Jiang Mu. Soon, Su Yun led Jiang Mu around in a circle, giving a general introduction of the situation, and finally stopping in front of the mountain peak that he had shot into a sieve. You'll stay here. Su Yun coldly threw Jiang Mu on top of the mountain. Jiang Mu looked around and nodded slightly. With so many hollows in this mountain, it's a good place to place a hanging coffin. I didn't tell you to sleep in a coffin, so be normal, Su Yun said with a black line on his face. You are now a single spirit root of the earth attribute. It's not difficult to open a cave by yourself with the divine mighty imperial earth skill, right? Start. I'll watch. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Mu nodded and said, taking some elixirs that replenish spiritual energy should be fine. Start, Su Yun urged. Jiang Mu stopped speaking and began to perform the divine mighty imperial earth skill to open up the cave. At the same time, Su Yun also operated the divine mighty imperial earth skill, sensing the changes that occurred on top of the mountain rocks. And soon after, with a smile on his face, he secretly said, "Not bad. The gongfu given by Jiang Mu was a complete inheritance." He was afraid that Jiang Mu was hiding a hand, so he tried this. After consuming 2 chi replenishing pills, Jiang Mu opened up his cave. The cave entrance is square, built with a plaque that fits snugly against the stone wall and has warped corners on either side. How it looks, a tomb with a headstone. "You're hopeless, too netherworldly." Su Yun had a hopeless face and shook his head. Jiang Mu also knew that he was a bit of an oddball, and said somewhat apologetically, "Forgive me, Brother Su. I grew up in an environment like Yizhuang, and that's how I came to have such a unique architectural aesthetic." Then he twisted and turned for half a day, and finally said, "Brother Su, do you still have the corpse puppet that I gave you last time? Lend me one for an emergency. If I don't have any corpses next to me, I can't sleep. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. Although my realm is low, my divine soul consumption is not small. I can't sleep without it. Your quirk is perverted enough." Su Yun somewhat regretted bringing him into Tsueju Peak. Had he known that it would be better to just find a random place to place him? You don't want to turn Tsueju Peak into a second good deed room. Actually, this isn't my quirk. It's sort of a problem left over from the divine soul fusion. Jiang Mu explained seriously. At the beginning of that bout, the divine soul was unstable, and it needed to absorb the naturally collapsed divine soul power of the deceased from time to time to stabilize it. So much so that later on, when there wasn't a dead body emitting divine soul power around when you slept, it was difficult for your divine soul to rest in peace and you couldn't fall asleep. Bah! Bad luck. Su Yun heard a burst of discomfort, and then thought of something, asked, "I just ask, a corpse puppet is enough for you to sleep peacefully for how many nights?" It's true that nothing can be hidden from Brother Su. Depending on the corpse puppet realm, it's roughly from half a month to a year. Jiang Mu looked Su Yun in the eyes and said sincerely, "Just as well." Su Yun lamented, and could only say that it was as good as it gets. Su Yun then moved the corpse puppet that was used to test the spirit swallowing insect over. It wouldn't be used anyway. At the same time instructed, ugly words in advance. "In the Tsueju Peak, you have to be quiet. Want to find someone, shall not break into the cave, only obediently waiting outside the cave. If you want to go to find one by, need to be authorized by me. Understand?" "I see." Jiang Mu nodded respectfully. "Actually, I've always disliked walking around. Next, I'll go into seclusion to enhance my cultivation. Don't miss it, Brother Su. You worry too much." However, Su Yun just happened to have a huge amount of things to do, and when the time was right, it was time to refine the weapons in peace. The 3 of them at Tsueju Peak, all of them are otaku, and they are really like each other. Su Yun returned to his cave, closed the door, and started refining. Out of caution, the range of effect of the divine soul prohibition in the chest spread to the entire cave. The first thing Su Yun wanted to do was to refine the magic weapons used for sale, but he wasn't foolish enough to go out and refine them one by himself. Instead, he was prepared to engage in an automated production line. The original semi-automatic forging equipment is really too backward, and now that we have accumulated a lot of experience, we may be able to get some equipment with a high degree of automation. Modern industrial production can have extremely efficient production capacity, all thanks to the assembly line type of production. The production process is broken down. Each step of the process is actually very simple. Su Yun used the divine mighty imperial earth skill to open up a new massive cave chamber within the cave, drawing the production line design and arranging the location to house the equipment. An automated refiner production line can be roughly divided into 8 parts. Furnaces for melting iron, molds for pouring iron into sword blanks, machines for cooling and quenching sword blanks, press machines for hardening and forging sword bodies, photolithography machines for engraving the weapon patterns, injection machines for injecting the material for the weapon patterns, final packing machines, and conveyor belts for connecting the various processes. Su Yun first refined many logic spirit path modules to work with the sensors, which were used to realize various automated functions. Example: furnaces that automatically regulate the temperature of the furnace using an or that senses the temperature. A mechanical arm that automatically detects the form of the sword embryo and grabs it. Fully automated photolithography machines that could be adapted to different sizes of artifact patterns based on the shape of the sword body. And even the blazing crystals were automatically detonated. In short, Su Yun does not need to participate in the whole process. Like adding materials, transferring these fragmentary affairs are handed over to the automatic robotic arm to complete. All Su Yun needed to do was to make the sword body mold and design the artifact pattern. Although it is an assembly line product, it can also come in different shapes to meet the needs of cultivators with different body shapes. Just make several sets of molds and let the production line switch itself. Similarly, in order to fit the spirit root attributes of different cultivators, Suyun came up with a genius idea. He had designed a huge set of composite artifact patterns fused with 5 attribute artifact patterns, with as many as nearly 20 artifact patterns for each attribute, to ensure that the quality of the final product was not low. After the cultivator got a brand new flying sword, he only needed to run his own spiritual energy of various attributes and inject it into the flying sword. Corresponding attributes of the weapon pattern will be activated. Relatively, not activated weapon pattern will be automatically shielded, destroyed, and cannot be repaired, so as to reduce the circulation of flying swords, to prevent flying swords to be resold twice, and to limit the second-hand market can be avoided to avoid damage to the interests of Suyun as a manufacturer. After all, magic weapons and pills are different. Pills are consumables with a huge market, while the market for magic weapons is very limited. In order to maximize the benefits, Suyun tries to maximize the quality with the minimum cost. The material of the sword body is the most unusual refined iron. Only slightly added a little bit of Tianshan iron to enhance the strength by 20%, but the content is not more than 1,000th, and the impact on the cost is limited. The artifact pattern material used to conduct spiritual power was also an ordinary first-order material, and since the precision of the artifact pattern was far less than that of the 5-element sword, there was no need to use spirit-inducing gold, and by simply thickening the lines of spiritual power, it was possible to achieve notable power of spiritual power conduction with ordinary materials. There would be no bottlenecks even if a foundation establishment cultivator used it. Suyun also thought about developing some flying swords with the 3 variant attributes of wind, thunder and ice, but then thought about it. Those who possessed these 3 spiritual roots were invariably genius cultivators with a single spiritual root, and naturally, they would not be able to look at this kind of industrially refined spiritual weapon. The market is extremely limited and it is not cost-effective to start a separate edition. After spending 3 days, Suyun built the entire production line, powered by a medium-grade spirit core, and began trial production. The first few flying swords produced would always be scrapped due to various precision problems, and it was only after 4 scrapped swords were refined that the final debugging of the production line was completed, and the first industrial flying sword of the immortal cultivation world was successfully refined. Looking at the cloud mark on the sword guard, Suyun was happy in his heart. Not only was this a great accomplishment, it also marked the beginning of the industrial revolution in the immortal cultivation world. More importantly, it meant that in the future there would be a steady stream of spirit stones clamoring to pour into the wallet. After accounting for the cost of the production line and leveling it above 100 flying swords, the cost of a single sword would not exceed 3 lower-grade spirit stones, and the cost would only be lower in the future. And the quality of this flying sword at hand had steadily crossed into the ranks of medium-grade spiritual weapons. If it wasn't for the limitations of the materials, it might have reached the level of a top-grade spirit weapon. This flying sword could be described as a good value for money, which was also the reason why he dared to sell it at a 60% discount. According to the market price, selling it at a 60% discount, and then letting some profit to old man Xian and Yin Yang, one could also make a steady profit of over 100 spirit stones. At the speed of the production line, 1 hour would be enough to refine one. A day would be 12. In fact, there might be 13. A daily income of 1,300 spirit stones. This is something that one wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. For Suyun of the Kryptonite school, this would greatly enhance his strength. Of course, with this opening handle in hand, it had to be taken to someone important for tasting. Suyun pushed open the door and approached Wenbai. Today's Wenbai was surprisingly not refining pills, but was tending to the flowers and plants on the windowsill with an idle face. Suyun saw a pot of tea and a bamboo cup on Wenbai's table, and without even thinking about it, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup and gulped it down. Hey, this is my. Although Wenbai saw it, it was too late to stop it. His cheeks were slightly red, so he had to swallow his words back in his stomach, drinking the, "How come you didn't refine pills?" Suyun asked without a care in the world. "It's there. Just turned off the fire. It's being warmed up with the remaining fire." Wenbai bristled and continued to fiddle with his flowers and plants, muttering under his breath and saying with some concern, "I don't know how long this trip will take. Won't the medicinal herbs in my spiritual fields be wasted? This matter is simple. I will refine a new set of gadgets for you to take care of your spiritual fields," Suyun promised, then took out the cloud character number 1 flying sword and held it out to Wenbai. "Input your fire and what attribute spiritual energy?" Suyun reminded urgently. "For me?" Wenbai was touched for a moment and said with a sparkle in his eyes, "Thank you." Suyun shook his head. "No, this is a new flying sword to be taken for sale. Take it to you first to test it." "Oh, so," Wenbai grudgingly blinked Suyun for a few moments, somewhat dissatisfied with being treated as a tool person. When Bai's eyes changed, Su Yun naturally perceived. Smilingly said, "Ha ha, this and other ordinary spiritual weapons are not worthy of you. In the future high and low to get you a treasure weapon." Upon hearing this, Wenbai smiled happily again and gave a crooked smile. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I'm going to rely on pills to provide battle power in the future, so I won't be able to use magic weapons to fight, and the unusual flying swords will be enough for me. If there is a chance to step into the Void Dan realm in the future, let's talk about it when we need an intrinsic magic treasure." That's true. Su Yun didn't think of that. Since Wenbai's Gongfu elixir was pushing the meridians and passively casting the Gongfu, she could not actively control it, and then she could not inject the Gongfu's diffused spiritual energy into the magic weapon before finally casting it for another increase. No matter how high the grade of the magic weapon was, Wenbai couldn't use it. Originally, Su Yun still wanted to take Chen Yang's lower grade treasure weapon to Wenbai after recasting it, so he could only make further plans. "Then you will use this flying sword for now. It's a lot better than the sect's standard flying sword." Although Su Yun still had 3 other extreme spiritual weapons within his Qiankuan bag, their attributes did not match. Afterwards, Wenbai injected 2 strands of his own spiritual energy, 1 fire and 1 wood. Spiritual energy was injected, and the artifact patterns in the flying sword were channeled. And then a series of changes occurred, with the artifact patterns corresponding to the fire and wood attributes widening, while the artifact patterns of the other attributes melted and disconnected themselves. Noticing the change, a look of amazement surfaced on Wenbai's face. "This flying sword is alive? It's actually so magical." "Alive? That's a good description." And then, Su Yun briefly explained, and Wenbai kept nodding his head in uncertainty while listening. Saying goodbye to Wenbai and returning to the cave, the rest of the day was used by Su Yun to refine the machine for tending the spirit field. Finalize a self-propelled robot that looks like a crab, with a lower-grade spirit core as its energy source and a worry-free range. As long as the route is designed according to the rows and columns of the spiritual fields, simple tasks such as turning the soil, weeding, watering and so on can be completed regularly, and there is no need to worry about getting rid of pests, which are almost extinct as we step into the fall. After the approval of Party Wenbai, the agricultural robot was officially put into service. Although the little robot is clumsy, it is diligent and keeps busy in the spiritual field, which is its whole world. Chapter 72, Soul Crystals. After delivering the farming robot, Su Yun went to the flying sword production workshop to inspect the situation. There were already 5 finished flying swords laid out in a regular manner at the product pile, and Su Yun subconsciously put them into his Qiankuan bag. Such a subconscious action made him instantly sprout an idea as if he was enlightened. How can I automatically deposit the produced flying swords into the Qiankuan bag? Under normal circumstances, in order to use the Qiankuan bag, one must pass through the cultivator's divine thoughts in order to switch on and off the storage space and pick up and place items. Cold machines don't have God thoughts. In order to realize this idea, one needed to consult a high-ranking person in the field of divine souls, namely Jiang Mu. When he came to Jiang Mu's small tomb house, he knocked on the stone door, and it was a long time before he saw Jiang Mu open the door. His dark circles under his eyes had disappeared, and he looked much more refreshed. "Brother Su, what can I teach you?" Jiang Mu pushed open the door, surprised, and then invited Su Yun inside. "I came to ask for some advice." Su Yun glanced at the gloomy stone room, swallowed his saliva, but still walked in, while saying some polite words. "This cave of yours is quite big. There are 2 more ear chambers, and the coffin in the main chamber is actually made of gold nanmu. Grand. There is also this maid-styled Changming lamp. Really nice." Hearing these words, Jiang Mu revealed his delight. "Brother Su is flattering. I don't know what is the reason for Brother Su to come to my place." Su Yun didn't hide anymore, and said bluntly, "I wonder if Brother Mu knows of some means of controlling the Qiankuan bag to take and place items without the cultivator personally using his divine thoughts? Just call me Jiang Mu. I can't call you Brother Mu." Jiang Mu invited Su Yun to take a seat while saying, "This is simple. You only need to detach a strand of divine thought and inject it into the Qiankuan bag, and you will be able to control the activation of the Qiankuan bag according to your mind, taking and placing items at the desired moment. This I know. The means of dividing the divine thoughts chant, but only cultivators above the foundation establishment level can do it, and the divine thoughts don't survive long enough to take effect a limited number of times." Su Yun sat down on the cold stone bench and explained. At those words, Jiang Mu's eyes sank as he pushed over a plate of pastries commonly used as tribute and pondered for a moment. He then frowned and said in a daze, "With Brother Su's strength in practicing qi, perhaps there is only one means left." As he spoke, Jiang Mu pulled out a small pendant from his collar, in the shape of a flower petal, in the style of a necklace often worn by women, and at a closer look, it was actually a space artifact, and it was a high-level space artifact that could bind a divine soul. The space crystal on it was not as big as the one in Suyun's hand, but it was as big as a pea. This is Senior's storage space. After she was chased and injured, she hid this necklace, which contains all of Senior's relics. I later retrieved it. Jiangmu's eyes were slightly closed. His divine thoughts were unleashed, probing into the necklace. The pendant slightly lit up, spreading out bursts of strange fluctuations. Is this divine soul binding? Suyun stared with wide eyes, looking like he had never seen the world before. What surprised him even more was that the fused divine soul was able to unlock that Senior's storage artifact as well. A moment later, Jiangmu took out a strange dark blue crystal from it, the size of a fist, with an irregular form, like a deliberately chiseled and pitted sphere. Jiangmu looked at Crystal with eyes that looked like he was looking at an old friend. When I first met Senior, it was when I picked up this stone, and the remnants of Senior's soul lodged in it, relying on the warmth of this stone to remain. Then she tried to take over me, but ultimately failed. And we got along for a long time after that. But nowadays, this soul crystal will be of no use to me, so I'll gift it to Brother Su. Soul crystal? Suyun vaguely remembers having seen this word on top of some tome, and a moment later suddenly realized. Soul crystal. Sixth order heavenly material treasure. Soul crystal. With the collection of books of the Falling Cloud sect, it was no longer able to cover high-grade materials at such a level, and the few records that were written were just a few words. Then with a shocked face, you gave away such a precious thing just by saying so? You wouldn't be unaware of the value of a 6th rank material, would you? It can be sold for at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, but this is the relics that the Senior's soul had boarded, which has the reason to take it to sell. Jiangmu said smilingly. At this time his smile was no longer so hard and awkward. There was already some human warmth. It would be better to use it to fulfill Brother Su. It's as if I can sense in the underworld that she agrees with me on this. Upon hearing this, Suyun got up with a grave expression and bowed to Jiangmu Tuanduan. Brother Su, you're out of line. Jiangmu picked up Suyun in a panic. This is in honor of Senior. Suyun laughed. Then Suyun suddenly thought of something. His face instantly put on seriousness as he asked, Jiangmu, you actually want to avenge your predecessor, right? Naturally. Jiangmu nodded heavily, the hatred in his eyes thickening. But relying on myself may be hopeless for the rest of my life. But Brother Su can certainly do it. Then he gritted his teeth even more. That man. Damn it. It was scary to see a childlike person showing such an expression. With Jiangmu's chance not being able to do anything, Suyun didn't dare to make a promise, but still promised. I can only say that I'll try my best to give it a try. With your words, it's enough. Jiangmu directly plopped down on the ground and gave Suyun a big salute. What are you doing? Get up. Picking up Jiangmu, Suyun began to ask for advice about soul crystals. Soul crystals, as the name suggests, are crystals that can interact with the divine soul. The greatest use was naturally that it could be used to warm up the residual soul, while also having the wonderful use of being able to resonate with divine thoughts. Inputting divine thoughts in a special way could keep the soul crystal in a state of resonance with that divine thought, and by simply injecting spiritual energy, that divine thought could be released from within the soul crystal through resonance. After teaching this specific method, Jiangmu asked in disbelief, but what is Brother Su seeking this means to do? I can't think of any use for it. The divine thoughts produced by the resonance are weak and can't be used to replace the divine thoughts that the cultivator detaches to make formations or perform other means. Have your own wonderful use. Suyun lightly left a few words, while he himself ran away in a puff of smoke. Returning to the cave, Suyun excitedly pulled out the soul crystal. According to Jiangmu, a small particle of soul crystal particles that were thinner than a hair strand was divided. Then slowly probing into his divine sense, his mind moved slightly, generating a divine thought. And all of a sudden, a mysterious change occurred within this soul crystal, and it began to echo with Suyun's divine thought. And this thought of his was to let the Qianquan bag go and stow away the finished refining flying swords. Finding a Qianquan bag of the lowest order with 1 zhang of space, Suyun slightly modified its weapon pattern and embedded the resonated soul crystals into the weapon pattern. Subsequently, Suyun only injected a tiny strand of spiritual energy and did not utilize his divine thoughts. As he had hoped, a flying sword that had just been refined was stowed away by the Qianquan bag itself. It was the Qianquan bag that received a strand of divine thoughts emanating from the soul crystal, and following the guidance in the divine thoughts, it completed the entire process by borrowing the input of spiritual energy. Subsequently, based on the results of this test, Suyun designed a brand new artifact pattern. The core component was naturally the soul crystal, surrounded by other logical spirit paths that accompanied the soul crystal and were used to regulate the amount of spirit power input into the soul crystal and the frequency of input. The entire structure was called by Suyun Programmable Divine Mind Generator. Subsequently, Suyun then directly input the same divine thoughts on the soul crystal in the Qianquan bag, and the two resonated. and spiritual energy actually overflowed above the soul crystal. The whole process is actually reversible. Su-yun again used other thoughts of divine thoughts to convert the soul crystal resonance state, and still got the same result after testing again. That is to say, when the soul crystal receives a divine thought that corresponds to the resonance state, it can generate a spiritual power signal. In this way the soul crystals could then also be used as sensors. Su-yun redesigned another artifact pattern to include a spiritual power amplification line as a way to detect extremely weak divine thought fluctuations. This artifact pattern is known as Programmable Divine Mind Detector. The connection between spiritual energy and divine thoughts was thus opened in both directions, and this was called the interconnection of all things. These two patterns could be of great use in the future. Although Su-yun was inspired by the storage of Flying Sword's products, but ultimately did not add the automatic storage of the Qiankuan bag in the refining assembly line. Instead, he turned around and went out the door, taking the industrial flying sword that had already been refined with him, and headed straight for Falling Cloud Town. Su-yun still took the same old path through the immortal Crane Valley, and there was nothing unusual along the way. The town of Falling Clouds in the morning mist was still calm, just an ordinary mountain town. It didn't seem like Qianzhen had gotten all worked up over Chen Yang's death, or rather, Qianzhen had yet to discover the fact that Chen Yang and the others had perished. Su-yun walked into Falling Clouds town with a great deal of generosity and without a care in the world. Occasionally, he bumped into a casual cultivator who recognized him and would politely chat for a few moments. "Brother, didn't you say you wanted to sell flying swords? Why haven't you moved yet? The time has been set. Just come over to support the show then." Su-yun arched his hand and said. Then with a combination in his heart, he directly took out a Cloud Character number 1 type flying sword and held it in his hand to show it to the casual cultivator. "How about this sword of mine? Goo. Excellent quality medium grade spirit weapon." The casual cultivator's eyes went straight as he looked at it and wanted to touch it, but he was slapped away by Su-yun. "Just look and don't touch it, unless you buy it now." Su-yun held the flying sword and said with a wary face. Hearing this, the casual cultivator's eyes began to dart around. Is it really being sold at a 60% discount? A flying sword of this grade is a hot commodity on the market. It would cost more than 200 spirit stones. Seriously, buy it or not? I'll leave if I don't buy. Su-yun stated that he didn't have much patience and made a gesture to leave. Seeing this, the loose cultivator pulled Su-yun, clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, and began to bargain with Su-yun, eventually closing the deal at 150 spirit stones. The loose cultivator took out his savings, paid the spirit stone, and also got the flying sword as he wished, stroked the sword body, and the excited expression of picking up a big leak instantly appeared on his face. "Brother, I don't know what spirit root attribute is this flying sword? You're buying it without asking about the spiritual root attributes?" Su-yun questioned, pondering for a moment before realizing that this person wanted to be a second-hand dealer and take it for resale. He raised an eyebrow and reminded, "If you run your spiritual energy and input it into the flying sword, you'll naturally know." "Got it." The loose cultivator operated his peak chi practicing spiritual energy, and then poured the 3 attributes of gold, wood, and earth into the flying sword. He instantly perceived the changes within the flying sword, and while surprised, his face showed difficulty. This flying sword can adjust itself according to the user's spiritual root attributes? Originally, it had all 5 attributes? Precisely. Now this flying sword just perfectly fits your 3 attribute spirit root. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Su-yun said with a smile. "Ha! Surprised more than happy," the casualty said stiffly. "Brother, can I return it?" Originally, obtaining a magic weapon with perfectly matching attributes was a happy thing, but he only wanted to be a second-hand dealer, speculating to earn some spirit stones, and with this mess, the flying sword was not good enough to go out. It was quite difficult to find an underling with the same spiritual root attribute, and I'm afraid that if I were to sell it hard, I'd have to discount the price. "No, this flying sword has already turned into your shape. How can I be told to sell it?" Su-yun sternly refused. In the end, the loose cultivator could only accept this fact with a grudge and keep the flying sword for his own use. The loose cultivator had a face of meat pain, and was going to leave resentfully, when Su-yun called him out, threw out 10 lower-grade spirit stones, and laughed. "You are my first customer. Now forward this advertisement to your friends and family. You can get a favorable feedback rebate of 10 spirit stones. Do you have any intention to do so?" The loose cultivator instantly paused and obediently caught the spirit stone. "Don't worry. I'll take care of the matter of publicizing it. Good wine is not afraid of the deep alley. When everyone knows the wonders of your flying sword, we'll certainly come to the venue." Labor. Su-yun arched his hand in farewell, and then it's straight to the first merchant in the world. Su-yun came early and just happened to bump into Mu Ling coming out to hang up her front. Her eyes were sleepy and she used her fingers to ruffle her eyelids and opened her eyes wide to look at Su-yun. "Su-yun, Are you not looking for a fight again? Muyu yawned and said listlessly. I'm busy. No time to spar with you. Suyun skipped Mu Ling and drilled inside the store, but he saw a woman in red on his face. Yin Yang? Although the clothes on Yin Yang's body had changed styles, it was still a red dress with a much more conservative style, but it still had a different flavor. She had a bowl of porridge in her hand, and was stirring it with a spoon, blowing continuously out of her mouth, chasing it out, supposedly to feed Mulan the porridge. Although what was in the bowl was white porridge, the aura lingered. It must have been boiled with not bad immortal rice as well. Perhaps it was the means of dietary supplementation that Elder Qian had prepared for Mu Ling. Su Yun, what brings you here? Yin Yang's eyes were delighted as she put down her bowl and prepared to salute, but was directly stopped by Su Yun. Su Yun puzzled and asked, what are you doing? Yin Yang looked up, suddenly wondering, preparing a salute. I mean why are you here? Su Yun pondered, thinking that he hadn't asked Yin Yang to come over and babysit for Mu Ling. Just then, Mu Ling stretched her lazy waist and stepped over the threshold. Yin Yang picked up the porridge, went over and squatted her form, feeding the white porridge to Mu Ling's mouth. As she fed the kanji, she turned back and explained with a smile, you only said to let me wait, but I couldn't wait in vain, so I came over to see if I needed any help, and I ended up being caught by this little one cooking for her. When she said this, Yin Yang's tone was gentle, not complaining in the slightest, and even doting. And then I realized that little Mulan wasn't as scary as I had earlier thought, except for being a bit naughty, and that she was a cute and resourceful little girl. Su Yun sweated. A little girl? You can be your mother in terms of age, but they get along well is also a good thing. After all, is to work together. The relationship iron is naturally a good thing. Drinking the porridge, Mu Ling also did not forget to squint and glare at Su Yun, making a face. You're not cooking for me again, so I'll let you get down to it. Besides, I've let old man Qian guide Yin Yang in her cultivation. I didn't treat her badly. Very good. Su Yun did not have any opinion. Yin Yang being able to receive guidance from Elder Qian was also a good chance. Immediately after, Su Yun took out the 3 extremely high-grade spirit weapons that he had seized and set them on the table to the side. Let's see if there are any that suit your spirit root attribute. Pick it yourself. I'll come and change the model for you later. Without waiting for Yin Yang to speak, Su Yun directly went in and sought out Elder Qian in the backyard. He first took out a small sample of the Cloud Type 1 flying sword, and after introducing it, Elder Qian showed a satisfied expression. It's only been a few days, and you've refined so many medium-grade spirit weapons of superior quality. Little friend Su's refining skills are truly extraordinary. He. Fallacious praise. Su Yun smiled sarcastically. If he let Elder Qian know that these flying swords were only produced in a few hours, he did not know to what extent he would be surprised. Subsequently, Su Yun instructed Elder Qian that these swords remain in the store for display purposes only, and that they would still have to be sold a month later. It was immediately afterward that Su Yun stated the main purpose of this trip. Elder Qian, please exchange some more medium-grade spirit stones, Su Yun said smilingly. Medium-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Elder Qian looked puzzled and first asked in disbelief, is little friend Su in need of medium-grade spirit stones for a large transaction? Su Yun shook his head and uttered a word unheard of by Elder Qian. Elder Qian, have you ever heard of fire coverage? Chapter 73, The Real Undercard. Fire coverage? Elder Qian stroked his beard and pondered for half a day before slowly shaking his head. Unheard of. Su Yun's eyes sparkled as he began to sketch the blueprint he envisioned in his mind. Where I come from, there are 2 opposing battle strategies, poor for precision strikes and rich for fire coverage. I already have decent precision strikes. The only thing missing is some means of fire coverage. Elder Qian, you might as well think about the scene of unrelenting firepower being unleashed on the enemy. It can be said to cause heaven and earth to tremble, and the gods and ghosts to tremble with fear. Even if 1,000 armies were to attack, they would be annihilated in an instant. Qian Lao listened with some ambiguity, but could roughly understand some. Originally, it was a kind of art of war. Then he said with a gloomy expression, so, little friend Su, are you planning to exterminate any clan or dynasty? Su Yun keyed his head and smiled sarcastically. Had. I just said so. There is no hatred and no grudges. What is it to exterminate someone's whole family? There are some means that can be dispensed with, but they must be there. Saying that, a confident smile hung on Su Yun's face. A kind of arrogance that none of those heavenly prides of the sect had ever had. In short, little friend Su is in need of medium-grade spirit stones, right? Old man Qian said with some difficulty. It's just that I only have a few medium-grade spirit stones left on hand today. Elder Qian pulled out a small bag of medium-grade spirit stones. Only 15 of them, in addition to being used as currency for circulation. Middle-grade spirit stones are also an important material and cultivation resource. With my realm, The lower grade spirit stones are no longer enough for me to cultivate. So these are all that's left of the middle grade spirit stones I brought out. If little friend Sue is not too little, feel free to take it. Just, Qian Lao paused and said with some regret, only this much. I'm afraid it's far from being able to reach the level of overthrowing a clan. It's not enough to even think of inviting a Jindan real person to make a move. I just made an analogy. Didn't say that it had to reach the level of destroying people's clans. Su Yun cried and laughed. So Elder Qian was worried about this. That's good. Old man Qian immediately smiled with joy and graciously promised, if little friend Su needs it in the future, I'll leave more medium-grade spirit stones. Su Yun counted out 1,500 lower-grade spirit stones and handed them over to Elder Qian. Smiling, these are also enough nowadays. Only I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Elder Qian more in the future. No harm. It's just a trip. Elder Qian resumed his breezy appearance, and the joyful color of the party gradually faded and returned to calmness. After that, Su Yun begged old man Qian for some more small grains of space crystals and bid farewell. Back in the front hall of the store, Yin Yang was standing in front of the table with her hands hanging down. Mu Ling didn't know where she had run off to play, and the bowl of kanji was thrown on the table after only half of it had been consumed. The 3 swords on the table did not show signs of moving. Su Yun frowned slightly. Are these swords that do not fit your spiritual root attributes? These swords are all extremely high-grade spirit weapons, so you're really letting me pick them at random? Yin Yang asked incredulously, looking very restrained. Or what? Take a quick look. I don't have much time to waste, Su Yun said with his words, leaving Yin Yang no room to rebuff. Yin Yang hesitantly approached the edge of the table, running her spiritual energy, and began to test the swords, picking up one of them a few moments later, waving it around a few times, and said happily, this one is fine. The shape takes advantage of it. It has dual attributes of gold and fire. I have 3 attribute spiritual roots of gold, fire, and wood, so this sword is suitable, and I am a sword cultivator, majoring in the fierce gold and fire attribute. As she spoke, Yin Yang suppressed her joy and, cautious as a kitten, asked, is it really for me? It is every boss's duty to give their employees productivity tools. Take it at ease. Su Yun did not care in the slightest, but instead took the flying sword and pulled out the furnace and a host of refining tools on the spot, and began to remelt and forge the style of the hilt, in order to perfectly fit Yin Yang's not-so-large palm, and at the same time erase some of the features on the flying sword. The tinkling movement also attracted Mu Ling, who drilled out from nowhere and watched Su Yun's tapping movements intently, and did not disturb. Shortly afterward, the hilt went through its final hardening, leaving only some warmth. Yin Yang received the sword, felt the warmth in her hand, and after waving it recklessly a few times, she saw Su Yun pass in front of her. You're leaving without any other explanation? At those words, Su Yun also abruptly froze, in recalling whether he had forgotten something important, but the things that should have been done were done, so he could only casually say, by the way, small children can't be fed. If she doesn't eat obediently on her own, then fight. If you can't beat her, let me do it. Su Yun. Mu Ling howled a few times wistfully, I suspect you're targeting me. Whoever doesn't eat properly, target them. After Su Yun finished speaking, he ran out of the store in a puff of smoke, bulging with anger, like a swollen puffer fish. Mu Ling chased out a few steps and shouted defiantly at Su Yun's back, I didn't not eat properly, and then he returned to the house and gulped down the half bowl of white porridge that had already cooled. Finished with a dislike, white kanji is not as good as hot pot. Yin Yang, who was on the side, also muttered, there really isn't any killing and exterminating for me to do. Then what kind of henchman am I? Rushing back to Tsueju Peak without stopping, Su Yun lined up the spirit stones on hand inside the cave, totaling 17 medium-grade spirit stones and 2,705 lower-grade spirit stones. It wasn't much, far from what Su Yun had expected, but he still nodded with satisfaction. Coping with a small clan mission is enough anyways. Su Yun planned well based on the amount of spirit stones. The first and foremost plan was to refine 12 medium-grade spirit cores for backup, and 100 lower-grade spirit cores as well. With his technical prowess and divine sense power today, refining and completing these still took 3 days. After all, something as delicate as a spirit core was better to be carefully crafted. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable if the core exploded out of control when used. Subsequently, it took another 3 days for Su Yun to recast the Silver Moon and Wolf's Teeth using Tianxian iron as the material. Unlike previous manual bullet changes, this time Su Yun arranged for black technology. The programmable divine mind generator developed last time was put to great use. When using firearms in the past, Su Yun suffered from the tediousness of manually changing bullets, which delayed the battle. And secondly, the rate of fire of the firearms could not go up to produce the effect of fire suppression. But now there is a programmable divine idea generator. Combined with space crystals, You only need to stuff the storage space full of ammunition. Once the generator is activated, the soul crystal sends out divine ideas to control the storage space to take out the ammunition, and there will be a constant flow of ammunition automatically loaded. The components are refined to resemble magazines, with the space openings precisely aligned with the magazine of a firearm. Suyun called it a space magazine. This is the underlying technology that realizes the vision of fire coverage. The only downside would just be that it doesn't fit in the storage space and needs to be broken down and stored separately, which isn't a big deal. Both the Silver Moon and the Wolfsbane have also been redesigned in order to fit the space magazines, although the barrel of the gun was still the same crane leg bone as before. The outer metal was made of Tianshan iron, and the overall strength was dramatically increased. A lower-grade spirit core was added to provide the spirit power for the auto-loading, optimize the process from loading to firing, adopting 2 sets of mechanical plus divine thought firing system, which improves the reliability under high firing rate, and at the same time, the retention of the mechanical part also endows the gun with the kind of control feeling when firing. What's more, the thermal design has been modified to include a cooled wear pattern to ensure stable operation of the firearm. Traditional munitions rely on the explosive expansion of the chemical charge to do the work, which inevitably generates a lot of waste heat, and spirit nuclear explosion almost in the form of pure energy release energy. The efficiency of conversion into kinetic energy is much higher. Suyun's simple measurement, after obtaining the data, is between 90 to 95%. The energy conversion efficiency is several times more than the ordinary bullet. Even so, a lot of heat would inevitably be generated. So Suyun modified the heat dissipation system as a way to increase the rate of fire. Now that the gun's rate of fire has been increased, it's time to get on the real heavy firepower. Gatling Bodhisattva has a saying, one breath of 3,600 revolutions. Great kindness and great compassion for the world. It's the heavy machine gun that's a godsend for physical overkill. With the increase in strength, Suyun easily cut those 4 crane leg bones into 8 segments of regular and equal length. The leg bones were similarly refined to enhance their strength, and then they were covered with a layer of Tianshan iron to form a composite material to further enhance their strength. The rest of the steps were handily done, and Suyun refined the prototype in the shape of a Gatling. For heavy machine guns, it's the pressure that's the hard part. Suyun's solution was to use the flying machine pattern to make the heavy machine gun hang in the air like a flying sword. Then add the flying machine pattern whose direction of action was opposite to the direction of the recoil, and adaptively adjust the spiritual power output according to the rate of fire, in order to perfectly counteract the effects of the recoil. In this way, the heavy machine gun can also be as steady as an old dog, as if it were open. A few more details were added, and 2 more days passed. The finished heavy machine gun is black, long, thick and hard, solid and reliable, with an internalized killing mechanism, and the gag, thunder. Having guns is not enough. Ammunition is also a top priority. Suyun first unified the caliber of the slugs. Among them, Thunder and Wolf's Teeth's combat sections still used conventional fine iron warheads, and kinetic energy weapons were the most efficient means of dealing with some low-ranked cultivators. The specifications of the firing charge of both were also the same. Both were 1/20th of a lower-grade spirit core, capable of ensuring medium and close-range fire coverage. This type of bullet was designated by Suyun as Type 1 ammunition. As for the Silver Moon, this kind of long-range targeted sniping weapon, the bullet's firing charge can be larger. Compared to ordinary bullets directly doubled to 1/10 of a lower-grade spirit core. This type was designated by Suyun as Type 2 ammunition. In addition to the conventional ammunition, Suyun also equipped the Type 2 ammunition with high-explosive warheads refined from 1/10 of a medium-grade spirit stone, each of which had 10 times the power of a lower-grade spirit core. 10 lower-grade spirit cores exploding out of control at the same time. I'm afraid that not only one hill, but the entire Tsueju Peak would be razed to the ground. However, the medium-grade spirit stones on hand were limited. Such ammunition Suyun only refined 50 rounds, and the pile of materials was luxurious. The warhead shell was refined with Tianshan iron, to ensure that the spirit cores in it would not be detonated before hitting the target. This is the Type 2 change. The addition of weapons of mass destruction completes the last link in the network of all-round three-dimensional fire coverage. Gives Suyun the ability to strike at long range with a combination of point and face. However, ammunition was something that was consumed extremely quickly, and if it was refined manually, the production capacity would not be able to come up. So Suyun had to design and build another bullet production line for the production of conventional ammunition. The bullet manufacturing process was complex, with more than 80 procedures, ranging from the cutting of the spirit stones, the etching of the wear pattern, the assembly of the metal parts to the casting and polishing of the bullet head, and the list goes on and on, all of which were fully automated under the control of the Logic Spirit Path module. just to complete the design and construction of the entire production line and break through various technical bottlenecks one after another took 2 weeks. And Soo-Yun didn't know how many hairs he had gripped off. Baldness-inducing. The final result was satisfactory, and a production line with a daily capacity of 500 rounds of conventional ammunition was created. At this point, Soo-Yun's true bottom card was considered to have taken shape. It was not that the 3 firearms were so powerful. What was really powerful was a whole set of military-industrial system, including firearms design, manufacturing, ammunition automatic production line, and other various technologies. Guns can give mortals the ability to kill cultivators, but it's just a matter of bending your finger and pulling the trigger. You know, mortals are the majority in the world. This would upend the landscape of the immortal cultivation world, as long as there were enough spirit stones to promote this set of arms, not to mention overthrowing a mortal kingdom. Even a party of powerful immortal cultivation clans could be shaken. Of course, Soo-Yun did not have such crazy intentions right now. If it comes to that, there's no doubt that it will be an extremely bitter war. Now that the spear is sharp enough, the shield needs to be arranged immediately. Soo-Yun first disassembled Chun Yang's broken defense magic weapon and studied it, and only after he had enough certainty did he pull out the seapod crystals he had found last time. Unlike flying swords, defense spells were expendable items that could withstand attacks a limited number of times. Because the defense magic weapon is to use the spiritual power that already exists in the refining material as the energy source to unfold the defense means. Once the spiritual power in the material is exhausted, the magic weapon will be destroyed by itself. But it was different in Soo-Yun's case. He had such means as a spirit core. Defensive spells resisted attacks by relying on the divine wonders of the materials themselves, so Soo-Yun could simply use the seapod crystals as a shield generator, using the spirit cores as a source of spiritual power without consuming the spiritual power naturally contained in them. How to choose between only being able to resist 3 attacks and being able to resist countless attacks? Naturally, needless to say, with this in mind, Soo-Yun quickly refined the seapod crystal into a defense artifact. Figuratively speaking, this defensive artifact was like peeling open half of a cinnamon ball. Inside was the exposed half of a seapod crystal, colorful on the white glutinous base. Very nice. The metal outer skin was a dark golden yellow color, covered with densely packed spiritual lines. More interfaces for inputting spiritual energy than just the basic magecraft artifact patterns. If only medium-grade spirit cores were used as a source of spiritual energy, the shield supported might not be as much as 1/10 of the shield strength under normal refining means. But what if it was accessing 10 medium-grade spirit cores? As a 4th-order material, a defensive artifact made from seapod crystal in a standard form could withstand 3 attacks at the Jindan level. However, with a design like Soo-Yun's, as long as there was sufficient spiritual power, an ordinary Jindan cultivator would not even be able to break through the defense. Of course, this does not mean that the spiritual power contained in the sea pearl crystal itself cannot be used. Soo-Yun still left a backhand on this magic weapon. Can be broken at the cost of the sea pearl crystal? To release all the spiritual power in it, resulting in a shield strong enough to withstand even the full force of the peak Jindan cultivator's blow. Definitely a life-saving card. Subsequently, Soo-Yun inputted a small amount of spiritual energy, and a faint layer of transparent spherical shield protected him in the center. The shield was colorful, like a big bubble in the sunlight, looking like it would break at the touch of a button, but it was actually very solid. Soo-Yun also instantly understood the origin of this seapod crystal. The spirit beast technique of the deep-sea shark is the blister shield. I didn't expect that after the shark's inner dan transformed into a seapod crystal, it could still retain the qualities of a spirit beast's inner dan to release spirit beast techniques. It was truly magical. Soo-Yun then pondered if there was a way to release the spirit beast technique directly through the spirit beast inner dan. However, when Soo-Yun took out the inner dan and observed it for a few moments, he still dismissed the idea. No matter what means he used to probe, he was unable to probe even a trace of its wonders, so he had to stop for now. And this hypercrystalline defense phantasm on hand was actually just a semi-finished product, or rather, just a component. Chapter 74, Mecha Platform. Since so many means are now available, a combat platform is needed as a vehicle. It was like a defense spell. Chen Yang's defense spell was in the form of a pendant. It would easily be taken away and was not safe. Moreover, this hypercrystalline defense artifact could at most connect to 10 medium-grade spirit cores, so it couldn't be connected through 10 wires and then dangled. As a result, an exciting, if not a little crazy, idea was born. That is the refining of human exoskeletons, commonly known as mechas. There are many types of mechs that have appeared in movies and TV shows in the past life, and the one that fascinates men the most is not Iron Man's battlesuit. With the various means of the immortal cultivation world, it was not too difficult to refine. Moreover, for Soo-Yun, the role of the mech was more of a platform for integrating various means, and the protective role was secondary. since mecha was a field Su-yun had never been involved in before. He was not in a hurry and needed to work steadily and step by step rather than rushing out a shoddy half-finished product. Taking out the draft paper, Su-yun began to carefully deduce the design. Since the connection between the spiritual core and the meridians is in the chest position, everything is designed around the spiritual core in the chest. Su-yun decided to adopt a modular design, refining the chest armor first, which would also provide a focus point for the subsequent parts. Once you have an idea, everything will fall into place. He also did not know how many days and nights he had survived, but Su-yun refined a dark chest armor with Tian-shan iron. The exterior is angular and full of tough metallic aesthetics, while the interior fits the body perfectly, with multiple moving parts that don't interfere with movement. Furthermore, the honeycomb structure of the Tian-shan iron plate ensures strength without imposing much weight. The appearance of the chest armor was no different from ordinary armor, but the subtleties were all inside. There are 12 secret compartments inside, one for placing the C-pod crystal artifact, one for hiding the huge space crystal, and 10 grooves for installing spirit cores, and it is compatible with both medium-grade spirit cores and lower-grade spirit cores. The internal aura lines were so numerous that they could direct all the spiritual output from the 10 medium-grade spirit cores to the C-pod crystal magic weapon located at the center, which was used to provide impenetrable defense. It can also provide a constant flow of spiritual energy to other external spells, and it could also be indirectly connected to Su-yun's meridian above through that spirit core at his chest. In order to avoid too much spirit force and damage to the meridians, there is also an independent adjustable safety mechanism at the connection between the two, which is used to limit the amount of spirit force flowing into the meridians. Of course, there would be no shortage of various artifact patterns on the chest armor, and in addition to the ban on isolating divine thoughts, there were also a whole 8 flying artifact patterns that had flying cloud stones added to them, which could provide thrust in 6 directions, front and back, left and right, up and down, enough to provide the ability to fly at subsonic speeds. The most important thing is that it can greatly improve the flexibility of aerial maneuvers. Flickering are not a matter of course. The artifact patterns of the 5 spiritual root attributes were naturally available, and although most attacking feats could not be cast on the defensively shaped artifact patterns, many defensive feats could still be cast. The chest armor in the waist position, leaving the magazine mounting place, and place the Qianquan pouch of the gap. The overall will not look bloated. Wearing a robe just will look lanky. Su-yun stripped off his top and prepared to equip his chest armor. The chest armor opened and closed similarly to a vest, unfolding from the front seam to the sides, and could be flown into the air under the control of Su-yun's divine thoughts. He only needed to unfold his arms, and the process of putting it on would be completed on its own. When you first touch it, there's a cold touch coming from the metal, but after the self-heater pattern runs, it's just warm and sweet. More than anything, there was an inexplicable sense of security. As the metal components locked into place, the aura circuits within the chest armor were connected to the aura core in the chest. At the location of the ribs, 2 rows of a total of 10 ghostly blue diamond-shaped indicator lights lit up from top to bottom, indicating the 10 medium-grade spirit cores coming online in turn. Its aura was like an ancient beast that had been sleeping for a long time, opening its 5 pairs of eyes. Spiritual power connected. Su-yun was instantly able to sense 10 medium-grade spiritual cores with surging spiritual power, and with a single movement of his mind, he was able to manipulate the operation of the spiritual cores at will, and controlling the C-pod crystal magic weapon was naturally no big deal. It is an extremely wonderful and pleasant feeling. The smile on Su-yun's face was mixed with excitement as the breakthrough reached its peak. As long as they were connected to the meridians, the 10 medium-grade spirit cores, the C-pod crystal spells, the various artifact patterns, and the countless spiritual lines, one counting, all became part of the meridians, and controlling them was as easy as controlling one's hands and feet. It's like the feeling of human weapon unity of the original magic treasure, traversing the structure of the entire chest armor. Su-yun completed his self-check to ensure that the chest armor was functioning all right. After feeling this wonderful taste, Su-yun braved another bold plan. He was going to use spirit drawing gold to implant spiritual lines on the surface of his body, by exporting the spiritual power in the spiritual core through the spiritual power line. When using the external magic weapon, it can not only supply a continuous flow of powerful spiritual power, but also provide meticulous control to achieve the realm of human weapon unity. Su-yun decided to use the subcutaneous wiring method, leaving bare contacts at the locations where the spells needed to be connected. Practice makes perfect, and the design and refining of the spiritual lines took but a few hours. Su-yun melted the spirit-inducing gold and pulled it into extremely fine threads, which were then twisted into cables that were only a little thicker than hair strands to ensure flexibility. The cables were woven into a network, starting from the interface of the spirit core in the chest and spreading like tree roots to all parts of the body except the head. Although the cable is simple to refine, it is still not free from a lot of pain to be implanted in the body. Suyun removed all his clothes, dispersed the spiritual energy used to protect his body, condensed his wisp of sword intent that was not yet pure, and used his intent as a sword. And in just a moment, he cut longitudinal grooves on the surface of the fragile skin. It was covered in bloodstains, and the lines looked like eerie drawings outlined in blood. Suyun took advantage of the fact that the wounds had not yet begun to heal, and used his mind power to control the complicated cables to take their respective positions, burying them deeply under the skin. Eventually another true wood nourishing Yuan Dan went down, and the wound rapidly healed. Only, during the process, Suyun had to keep pressing the cable deeper into the wound with his nianli, or else it would be toppled out of his body by the growing flesh buds. It's no different than constantly tearing at the wound. Not long after, the wound recovered and wrapped the cables all in, but the cables were after all foreign objects. Suyun casually moved, pulling the whole body. The body was a burst of tearing and severe pain, and the skin around the cables keeps growing and itching, which is much worse than the pain. I'm afraid I'll be suffering from this pain and itch for a long time to come. And then Suyun cut the skin, exposing the contact, so much so that the skin around the contact could no longer heal. But fortunately, the contact was a porous structure, and the tissue could be slightly fixed when it grew in, so it would not cause the surrounding flesh to fester due to friction. Luckily, he had a strong heart. Anyone else might not have been able to stand such a tossing and turning. Only after the test, confirming that the cable spirit power was smooth, did Suyun begin to clean up the mess. After going to the spiritual spring inside the cave to clean off the blood, Suyun put on his clothes to cover the dark golden spiritual power lines that were hidden under his skin and began to plot his next step. But right at this moment, the stone door of the cave was snapped. Suyun simply straightened his clothes and went forward to open the door. Squeak! The thick stone door was pulled open, and the bright morning light shook his eyes a little, illuminating Wenbai's graceful figure. When Suyun looked at Wenbai's face, he found that her face could be described as smelly. Her eyes were grim, and her eyebrows had been raised into eights. Suyun, don't you even pay attention to the time? It's time to leave today. So fast. Suyun slapped his face in surprise. In the blink of an eye, a month had actually passed, and he still had the concept of time for the first half of the month. But later on, he was so busy, day and night, that he gradually faded out of time. I don't know what's gotten into you. Such an important matter is not even on your mind. Wenbai crossed her arms and said in a bad mood. Her skirt swung with the wind, and a fragrant breeze met his face, and Suyun instantly sobered up a few points. Only then did he notice that Wenbai had changed out of the inner disciple's grey Dao robe and put on a set of light orchid and white interspersed with a slimming sarong, which was clean and sharp and could set off her nicknamed physique, and her posture was a few more points more voluptuous. Generally go down the mountain to carry out the mission, are not easy to disclose the identity, and thus need to change the clan uniform, put on the unusual clothing. The general female disciples are how to look good, how to come, as long as it does not affect the shot, are available. Suyun looked mesmerized and couldn't help but say, you look really good today. Humph. Wenbai pouted, unable to strain a smile even though there was still resentment on her face. Don't think I won't be angry if you say something nice. Go pack up and get ready to go. Got it. Suyun guffawed, turned around, and was about to head towards the cave, but was pulled by Wenbai's slender hand, and stuffed an elixir into his hand. Look at your haggard appearance, shriveled up and covered in blood. I'm afraid that you're knifing your own body again, Wenbai said worriedly, but did not show any opposition. Suyun hurriedly retracted his hand to prevent Wenbai from seeing the spirit-inducing gold contacts on his fingers, or else he would have to be read to again. Don't worry, I have my own measure. See you later. Suyun waved his hand while swallowing the elixir into his stomach and smiled. Not bad. This elixir is even better than the last one. There is also this set of clothes. I sewed them for you in my spare time. They should fit. Wenbai took out another set of folded clothes from within his Jiankuan bag and stuffed them into Suyun's arms. I think that you don't have any clothes prepared for going out either. Thanks a lot. I didn't realize that you are beautiful and kind-hearted, can sing and dance well, and do women's read so well, as oily as you can be. Wenbai daintily glared at Suyun, saying goodbye to Wenbai. Suyun returned to the cave and went to the flying sword mass production workshop to put all the finished flying swords into the Jiankuan bag. There were 259 of them. The spirit power in the medium-grade spirit core built into the production line was exhausted, relying solely on the little bit of heaven and earth spirit chi that the spirit core drew on to forcefully support it, so much so that the production speed behind it was very slow, or else it could still have more output. If there were enough medium-grade spirit cores, Suyun would not mind keeping the production line running and getting money for him. He then shut down the production line. When he came to the ammunition production workshop, the ammunition production line was running at full speed. consuming more than 700 lower-grade spirit stones and outputting 10,000 out of 2 types of ammunition, with Type 1 ammunition being the main one. After all, with Thunder's rate of fire, no amount of ammo would be enough to make it work. Soo-yun loaded the ammunition produced during this time into the corresponding space magazines and mounted them in the waist position of his chest armor. There were 9,000 rounds of Type 1 ammo, over 1,000 rounds of Type 2 ammo, and 50 rounds of hand-refined Type 2 change. As for this production line, Soo-yun also dismantled and packed away. Perhaps there is a need for ammunition supplies. After picking up that Qiankuan bag of Chunyang's, he was now rich in storage space. After making all the preparations, Soo-yun changed into the set of Dao robes that Wenbai had sewn for himself. The white silk fabric was silky but thick, the sewing was exquisite and no threads could be seen, and the style of the clothes was handsome, which could be said to complement Soo-yun's appearance. And there was a kind of sword fairy-like ethereal and dusty temperament on it. Moreover, Wenbai had measured the clothes and sewed them perfectly according to Soo-yun's body type. It would have been very flattering, had it not been for the breastplate. As a result, it now appeared a bit cramped, but it didn't affect the activities. At most it was a bit uncomfortable, but in any case, it wasn't as painful as the kind of pain that the spiritual power cables were churning in the body. Even pain was something he could adapt to. Anything else naturally doesn't matter. Going out and releasing the fence of the chicken pen, letting a few chicken-shaped spirit beasts freely forage for food in the range of Tsueju Peak. They couldn't starve. There is a fence around the spiritual field, and there is no fear of them spoiling the elixir. And after that, there was just one more thing to arrange. Soo-yun came to Jiang Mu's tomb and found that his cave was wide open and Jiang Mu was not inside. Brother Su, this way. When he looked back, he saw Jiang Mu and Wenbai flying in the air with their swords, waving at Soo-yun in a fully loaded stance. Grinding, waiting for you for half a day, Wenbai yelled, not having much goodwill. But seeing Soo-yun wearing the clothes he had sewn, he was inevitably secretly happy. Soo-yun flew over, pulled Jiang Mu up, and said expressionlessly, just in time, you first come with me to Lokyun town. I'll send you to a place, and I'll have to run some errands along the way. Send me where? Aren't I going with you guys? Jiang Mu looked at Wenbai and asked in confusion. Sister Bai, didn't you guys communicate well? Sister Bai? When did you guys become so familiar? A sense of crisis rose in Soo-yun's heart, pulling Jiang Mu over and whispering in his ear. Didn't I tell you not to go to her easily without my permission? Jiang Mu nodded his head and said sincerely, yeah, but it's all because Sister Bai came over to me. Soo-yun, at this time, although Wenbai didn't know what the two were talking about, he had some guesses in his heart and misunderstood. Aya, you shouldn't treat Jiang Mu as a child either. With his strength, he can totally help. In fact, you can't educate a bare child by beating. You have to detach, let him go through more experiences, and he will naturally learn. Strength? Upon hearing this, Soo-yun couldn't help but think more. Fearing that Jiang Mu had revealed something to Wenbai, it was only then that he noticed Jiang Mu's change in realm. The third level of foundation establishment. It's only been a month. Soo-yun marveled. As expected, Jiang Mu, whose divine soul was already at the Yuaning level, had no bottlenecks to speak of in his cultivation, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was growing by leaps and bounds in a single day. However, Wenbai was unimpressed and did not feel surprised in the slightest, even a little bad. Your family is really remarkable. Successively produced 2 of your crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. One realm is only the 4th level of Qi cultivation, but the strength is unfathomable, and one is less than a month away from cultivating Qi from the 1st level of Qi cultivation to the 3rd level of foundation building. TSK, not to be envied. Soo-yun, it seems that Wenbai doesn't know the other meaning of crouching dragon phoenix. However, after careful consideration, Soo-yun felt that Wenbai had a point. With Jiang Mu's secretive and unpredictable means, it might be a powerful aid. But will the sect master's side allow us to bring an outsider? Soo-yun worried. I'll talk about this. Jiang Mu is your relative. The sect leader should be able to give you face. Wenbai covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 75, Proceedings. After thinking about it, Soo-yun still decided to bring Jiang Mu along with him to Falling Cloud Town. First letting Wenbai go to the clan square alone to gather, and in the meantime implement the matter of bringing Jiang Mu along. Until then, it was better for Jiang Mu not to show his face. The 3 of them flew out of the Tsueju Peak's Grand Formation, which automatically entered a state of confinement. Soo-yun and Wenbai looked at each other and smiled, and then split up. Soo-yun pulled Jiang Mu onto the flying sword and went straight to the Falling Cloud Town at full speed. The timing should work out. Soon after flying out, Soo-yun asked rather worriedly, if you appear in front of the sect leader, you won't be recognized by the sect leader as the one who took over the body, right? Brother Su can rest assured. My divine soul realm is higher than the sect leaders. Jiang Mu packed his bags, followed by a flurry of explanations. The realm of the divine soul is mainly in enlightenment. And even though I've only fused the remnants of my predecessor's soul, the enlightenment is still there. So be it. Suyun then had no more worries. Flying into the Lokyun town, today's Lokyun town could be described as bustling. A group of casual cultivators and even many disciples of the Lokyun sect were all crowded on the not-so-spacious street in front of the world's #1 merchant door. Meanwhile, quite a few people are still flocking this way. In contrast, the other stores looked exceptionally cold, with only the owner and servants left standing at the entrance, trying to solicit a customer or two. Certain bosses do not do anything. Will be convinced, also crowded into the crowd. Wadashi recently made a fuss about the Cloudword one-type flying sword in the end is what rare things. Such a pomp and circumstance was something that Suyun hadn't expected either. But instead of joy, he was a bit worried. People were crowded together in a chaotic cacophony, with no order whatsoever. Randomly catching a loose cultivator Taoist at the edge of the crowd, he asked, "Fellow Taoists, are you all here to snatch up the Cloud character #1 type flying swords? Why else would you come?" The casual cultivator said impatiently, and as he spoke, he tried to find a way to squeeze inside. "Is this Cloud character type 1 flying sword really that good?" Suyun said with some self-promotion. Upon hearing this, the loose cultivator glared at Suyun, and after a moment straightened up and shook his head. "No good. An unusual mid-grade spirit weapon only. I heard that it was made by a refiner who only practiced the 4th level of Qi. Can this sword be good? Why is that so?" Hearing this, Suyun pondered. Was there something wrong with the marketing at Yin Yan's place? How could the customers think so? The loose cultivator's words changed, and he persuaded bitterly. "Fellow Taoists, you'd better go. This kind of losing and being fooled thing, it's better to let my old brother me." Suyun. This person was clearly afraid that someone would snatch it from him and said this on purpose. Counter-Strike blacked out belongs to Iz. But there are still discerning people. Next to an old man unhappy said, "Do not listen to this man's nonsense. If he thinks this sword is not good, we'll still be here crowded around? Who wouldn't want to buy such a good and cheap flying sword? He's just afraid that people will come to steal it from you. He's already bluffed away a few friends. Don't talk nonsense. I think you're just a trust invited by the shopkeeper." The casual cultivator pointed his finger and retorted. But his words were insufficiently underpinned, and it was clear that he was a bit weak. The old brother was on fire and wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Suyun. "This fellow Taoist, don't be angry." He then fished out a minted coin and held it out to Lao. "Fellow Taoist, keep this. It will be of great use later." The cast coins were tokens that Suyun had refined a long time ago, and they were issued by drawing lots and used as credentials for purchasing qualifications. Suyun then politely arched his hand and led Jiang Mu to squeeze deeper into the crowd. Lao, on the other hand, stalled in place, surveying the mint. There is nothing peculiar about the coins made of fine iron, except that they are stamped with the word cloud. When he looked up again, a large and small group had disappeared into the crowd. Suyun, on the other hand, could easily squeeze into the crowd, because he had the divine might imperial earth skill, and only needed to stretch the ground under his feet, and the people on the other side of the ground flowed along with the ground, and without knowing what was going on, they were overtaken by Suyun. It was as if Suyun had formed an empty bubble in the crowd, passing through it unhindered. The bystanders along the way looked at Suyun in amazement. "Do you have any quality? Don't you know there's a line? Who's this guy? How did you squeeze in? I don't know what tricks were used, but he's got it, and you can squeeze ahead if you can." Suyun carried his hands behind his back and looked calm, not caring about the eyes of the onlookers, and there was no need to explain. Jiang Mu, on the other hand, carefully hid behind Suyun, avoiding the gazes of the crowd. He nai. Suddenly an angry curse exploded from the crowd, and a strong man with foundation establishment cultivation used brute force to push away the several people in front of him, also wanting to squeeze forward. "Hey, what are you doing? You're not a big deal with your foundation establishment cultivation? That's it. It's all messed up. Why is he allowed to jump the queue but not me?" The burly man pointed at Suyun as if he had the upper hand. Then he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go up to Suyun to ask for a statement. Just as he lifted his feet, he realized that his shoes looked like they were stuck to something, and as soon as he exerted his strength, his upper body fell out and actually fell directly into a dog's poop. "Who is using tricks to backstab me?" He was furious and cursed. Suyun stared calmly at this person and kindly advised, "Don't disrupt the order. Beware of losing your qualification for the lottery. Who do you think you are? Dare to backstab me? Looking for a fight?" The burly man's spiritual energy shook, his hands slapped the ground, and his 2-meter-tall lanky body actually bounced up and stood straight. Then he actually took a step forward and slapped his palm at Suyun. The palm wind was wrapped in spiritual energy and the wind pressure caused Suyun's hair to sway. At the same time, the surrounding weak scattered cultivators fled in all directions, and the venue became even more tumultuous. Suyun shook his head helplessly, thinking, it seems that the sales method needs to be improved, and on-site snatching should not be done. He ignored the incoming palm strike and casually turned around, leaving an opening. As the burly man took the last step, he suddenly seemed to step out of balance, losing his balance and plummeting towards the ground. In the end, it was just like falling water, blending into the ground and disappearing, without even stirring up a splash. The strong man was sent 100 meters away by Suyun. In an instant, the scene was silent, and the crowd was forced to re-examine this chi practicing 4th level Q jumper in front of them. Suddenly, someone recognized him. Suyun, he's the refiner of the cloud character type 1 flying sword. No wonder you can drill into it with impunity. It's not surprising that he was able to refine this kind of flying sword after solving that troublemaking Foundation establishment cultivator with a single move. At this moment, there was no need for Suyun to execute the divine mighty Imperial Earth skill, and the front naturally gave way to the duo. As the crowd dispersed, Suyun saw that Yin Yang and Mu Ling were guarding the entrance of the store, so he quickly walked up to them. Mu Ling still greeted Suyun with that sultry look. Why did you just come? This is a mess. Didn't we agree that it was the day of the division mission departure? I didn't come late either, Suyun said helplessly, but was more or less worse off. It was indeed his poor arrangement this time. He didn't expect so many people to come. Next to her, Yin Yang's face was grave as she buried her head and blamed herself. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not doing my job properly. No harm done. It's me who didn't anticipate this situation. Don't be burdened. After saying that, Suyun turned to look at the bustling crowd at the bottom of the steps. Although the ground had been marked with Q lines as he had intended, no one complied and they all stood in a messy manner. Sensing the words and guessing Suyun's mind, Yin Yang explained. Originally all issued number plates, but they are all unwilling to stand in order, not saying that they don't obey the order on the number. I also said that it is randomly selected. But, Suyun casually waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to explain. The scattered cultivators are mixed and unruly. The order is indeed difficult to maintain. So let's start with this today. Open the sale as planned. Counting the previous ones there is a total of 265 handles. So let's draw out 260 numbered tags. A bag of minted coins was also handed over to Yin Yang. Yes, Yin Yang arched her hand, before turning to the wooden box where the lots were drawn and began to draw lots. Jiang Mu, go help. Suyun pushed Jiang Mu out. Me? Jiang Mu was fidgety and more than a little socialized, but he still greeted Yin Yang and Mu Ling with a dry smile. My name is Jiang Mu, a distant relative of Suyun. The three of them got to know each other briefly. Yin Yang was checking Jiang Mu's cultivation, while Mu Ling swept his face a few times, using a means to isolate everyone's divine thoughts. You can do it, right? Suyun inquired Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu nodded his head but had a worried look on his face, presumably because he was afraid of exposing his means in plain sight. But he didn't refuse and did as he was told, slowly releasing a wave of divine soul fluctuations. Suyun tried to release his divine thoughts to probe the situation inside the raffle box, but it was as if the divine thoughts were filled with mist, and it was hidden a foot away from his body. The crowd offstage also noticed the abnormality and looked at each other. Only after confirming that the divine thoughts were all isolated did Suyun put his heart down. That's how you can convince them that the snag is fair and equitable. Mu Ling, where is your family's old man Qian? Suyun asked as he lowered his head and touched Mu Ling's head. Oops. Went out. Mu Ling moved Suyun's hand away and said unhappily, it says it's going to your clan. No wonder. Suyun deflated. If Elder Qian was there, with a strong person pressing down, the order would not be so chaotic. It's a good thing the group didn't have the guts to storm right into the store. Just why did Elder Qian suddenly go to the sect? Today happened to be the day of the departure of the division's mission again, and Suyun could not help but connect the two events. Suyun had to sell the flying sword as soon as possible. Since Suyun had just solved that burly man with a single move and killed the chicken to make an example of him, the people under the field did not dare to make any more trouble, and everyone realized that it was indeed sold through a fair drawing of lots, and order was sort of restored a bit. The flying swords for sale are the same as the ones previously displayed, priced at 130 spirit stones, with a limited number that will be sold by lottery, Yin Yang solemnly announced, with quite a bit of gravitas, and then he took a piece of paper from within the wooden box and read, 120. Ha ha ha, it's me. A lean old man jumped out from the crowd, shaking the wooden card of number 120 in his hand with an excited expression. Yin Yang casually burned away the note in her hand with a single fire and said calmly, after the drawing of lots is complete, purchase flying swords with this minted coin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu threw out a cast coin with his nimbus, sending it precisely to the man's hand. The drawing of lots went on in an orderly fashion, and Su Yun became a shirker. Start thinking about what works for your business. To be big and strong, there must be a mature business model. This small workshop model should not be. If there is such a chaotic situation again, it will be too much to affect his ability to make money. Although Su Yun had many ideas in his head, he still needed Elder Qian's help to realize them. I'll just have to get some more advice from Old Man Shen later. However, Yin Yang was shrewd and capable, and it was all smooth going forward, and in just less than half an hour, she had sold all of the 260 flying swords. The stall owner who had made the promise before was also present, only he was not drawn, but he still bought a flying sword from Su Yun and left in gratitude. Su Yun used the Qiankuan bag to divide and load the earned spirit stones. One bag was handed over to Mu Ling. Remember to take it to your family's adults. Don't ever sneak out 10 or so pieces of spirit stones yourself to buy sugar gourds. What's up? This store is all mine. I can spend it however I want. Mu Ling said defiantly. Yin Yang, this is your share. 10 spirit stones per handle of commission. Not too little. Su Yun handed over the Qiankuan bag. 10 spirit stones? Yin Yang asked word for word, somewhat doubting her ears. One handle? Yes. A total of 2,650 spirit stones. Su Yun said smilingly. Don't worry. I won't treat my employees poorly. Not to mention that you are still my #1 employee. Maybe if it gets bigger and stronger in the future, you can even share some of the original shares. Upon hearing this, Yin Yang did not be blindly courteous and collected the spirit stones, bowing her head and arching her hand with deep brows, her heart even more determined to bow and scrape for Su Yun. Many thanks, my lord. Just call the boss. Thanks a lot, boss. At this moment, Jiang Mu blinked his eyes and silently extended his own hand. Brother Su, is there one for me as well? Su Yun blanked Jiang Mu. What do you think? Well, Jiang Mu pitifully, sardonically withdrew his hand and awkwardly pinched his fingers. At this time, Mu Ling's divine sense probed into her Qiankuan bag and felt out 10 spirit stones, handing them to Jiang Mu. Don't call me Brother Su in one mouthful. He's a stingy person. I'll give you spirit stones to buy sugar gourds. Just call me Sister Shaoling. Mu Ling is treating Jiang Mu as a peer in appearance. Jiang Mu looked at Su Yun tentatively, and after receiving Su Yun's nod of approval, he gladly accepted the spirit stone. Many thanks, Sister Little Spirit. And then, Mu Ling pulled Jiang Mu into whispering. Su Yun cried and laughed for a while. The two little monsters actually established a childlike friendship. However, Su Yun's heart was comforted a lot when he saw the natural smile that started to hang on Jiang Mu's face. Jiang Mu, who was burdened with the inheritance of a Yuaning powerhouse, naturally didn't care about these 10 spirit stones, but they had a special significance. He thought that Jiang Mu hadn't had many friends since he was a child, and was regarded as a freak. Although he was quite sophisticated, it was all because he had hidden himself too deeply, so he must have been very lonely inside. There was still time now as well, so Su Yun simply gave Yin Yang a few words of explanation. While I'm away, you should pay more attention to the situation on the Falling Clouds sect and be a good eyesore. Yin Yang, aha. Then, Su Yun continued with the tone of a boss admonishing. At the same time, you should cultivate diligently. You can't not know how to forge ahead. Look at how long it's been. It's still only the 6th level of Qi cultivation. You're slacking off. Yin Yang. Finally, Su Yun said with a cheap smile. Never spoil Mu Ling. Beat him when you need to. Hearing this, Mu Ling's fingers tweaked her eyelids and made a face for Su Yun. Soon after, Su Yun bid farewell to Yin Yang and Mu Ling, and on the flying sword, Su Yun checked the more than 20,000 spirit stones inside his Qiankuan bag, and his heart settled down quite a bit. Spirit stones were more than just money. They were also capital to save one's life. Looking back, quite a few admiring casual revisions were flying away from Falling Cloud Town, and they were either delighted or regretful. In short, the town of Falling Clouds would return to peace, and then come back, again, for who knows how long. Gradually, the town faded into the pale blue smoke. Chapter 76. Bringing Jiang Mu back to the sex assembly area at full speed and approaching the main peak, Su Yun was shocked by the sight in front of him. 100 meters above the square, there was an extremely huge flying sword, or rather, a flying boat in the shape of a flying sword, suspended in the air. The flying boat is 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. The body is silver white, simple and atmospheric, no unnecessary design. The middle of the sword body is concave down a piece for carrying people. Standing down 100 or so people is also loose. Only in the position of the sword guards planted a handful of 4 seats, seated in the head of the door and the 2 elders. It was probably the flying magic weapon that the clan had purchased a large amount of secret silver some time ago and newly built. The quality of at least reached the level of top-grade treasure weapon. and even close to the extreme treasure weapon. The cost is not expensive, and this kind of large flying magic weapon belonging to the clan is a symbol of the clan's brand name, used to show the clan's heritage. Naturally shall not be sloppy. Suyun's eyes shone with envy, while he was also starting to deduce the refining method of this flying sword from the perspective of a refiner. But unlike unusual flying swords, the difficulty of refining a flying boat with such a volume can be described as geometrically increasing, and it is simply impossible to refine it with one's own strength, without the support of hard power. He began to examine himself and what realm he needed to wait for in order to cast a magic weapon of such volume. But if a complete industrial system is established and large mechanical equipment is used, there may be a ray of possibility. After all, in the previous world, even with the power of mortals, one could build a 100,000 ton displacement megaship. It just won't be any less difficult. However, now that the personnel had come together and were neatly lined up on the top of the flying boat in the direction of the headmaster, Suyun did not dare to delay, and flew off to report at fire speed, landing at the tip of the sword, and following the gaps in the teams on both sides to where the headmaster and the elders were seated. Even though the moment of agreement had not yet arrived, Suyun still had to face the resentful gazes of the crowd. This Suyun is so cheeky, making hundreds of us wait for him alone. Unorganized, unrecorded laws, treating our clan mission like child's play. Bah! Even though he has now become a Dan servant, he is still at the 4th level of chi practicing. Why does the sect leader still have to wait for him, with a child behind him? What nonsense! However, the man shut his mouth when he noticed Jiang Mu's foundation establishment Cultivation. That's alright. Although Suyun knew that he was not at fault, he was also aware of everyone's mood. They were all eager to go and kill the evil cultivators and build a career so that they could exchange for cultivation resources. Along the way, Suyun made amends kindly. Elder brothers and sisters, forgive me, forgive me. The group sentiment was sort of calmed down quite a bit. However, when Suyun saw Zhongli standing silently in the group, he actually felt a sense of consternation. Zhongli also spotted him, and Tuan Duan arched his hand, nodding and smiling. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Suyun felt that Zhongli's smile was mordantly soulful. Suyun subconsciously looked at Jiang Mu beside him and saw that his attention was all on the sect leader in front of him, so he didn't say anything. After a few more steps, he met Aiju and Alian, who were standing in the back row of a small group. Aiju turned around, curled up her hand, carefully waving. The smile on her face is sweet but not greasy. Alian on the side, the expression cannot be seen to be pleased, just slightly nodded accordingly. Their cultivation levels had all advanced a layer, so it seemed that the 2 months of hard cultivation had not been in vain. After all, they were in a parade, not to mention that they were not far from the headmaster, and both of them were restrained. Suyun glanced forward and saw that the sect leader was sitting in a solemn manner, and although his face was smiling amiably, Suyun did not dare to be too abrupt. Quietly groping, he slipped a small cloth bag into Azu's hand, which contained several bottles and jars of elixirs. It is! Aiju covered her mouth in surprise, not daring to speak too loudly. One buys refined pills, take them, it's a guarantee. Suyun patted Aju's shoulder and smiled. Make sure to come back safely. You take care too. Azu bent down and returned the salute. With that, Suyun and Jiang Mu crossed over the duo and walked to the front of the group. Beside the seats, there stood a small team of only 6 people, standing casually as well, without the need to neatly line up like the outer disciples. Besides Wenbai, there were 2 other familiar faces. Yun Yao was clearly among them, and was waving her hand towards Suyun, who was the princess of Ruegua, and it would be much more convenient to have her on this trip to Ruegua's imperial capital. Then there was Wang Fu, the captain of their squad, who saw Suyun and dryly squeezed out some smiles. As for the other 3, 2 men and 1 woman, they were unknown. Female disciple looks beautiful, small, but the body is first-class good, with fine branches hanging fruit is not too much to describe. Dress is also very bold, but her realm is not low, reached the late stage of foundation establishment. She held a male disciple's arm with a delicate gesture, intimate to the extreme, and cocked her head, surveying Suyun with a playful smile. The male disciple was tall and straight, with a handsome face. His hands were wrapped around his chest, his arms were exposed from his robes, his robust muscles were enough to be described as an explosion. Even if he didn't use his spiritual power, his brute force might not be small, and his realm was at the peak of foundation establishment, only 1 step away from the Void Dan realm. But the way he looked at Suyun made Suyun dislike him. There was a kind of contempt in his eyes and the upward curve of his mouth looked like he was snickering, or rather, they just gave off an uncomfortable vibe as a couple of dogs. Thinking about it for half a day, Suyun suddenly realized that this sense of vision is not a plastic surgery gold-digging woman with a love of fitness rich handsome well. Suyun hurriedly averted his eyes to prevent from being unable to hold it in and laughing out. And the rest of a senior brother to be a lot of goodness. The middle stage of the foundation cultivation, inside and out through a usual, wearing a common gray robe, placed in a group of mortals are not conspicuous between the kind of very low-key. Suyun didn't look at it much. At this moment, Wenbai was standing at the front, slightly shaking the half-palm that was exposed from her sleeve, smiling sweetly, and nodding slightly after meeting Suyun's eyes. Looks like it's a done deal. Suyun had just crossed his stride towards Wenbai's side when he heard a cough from Grand Elder Li Loathing. Turning back, the Grand Elder had a stern face and said without any good humor, "Suyun, how much longer do you want to catch up?" He. Suyun laughed awkwardly, then with a slip of his feet, he reversed his direction and arrived in front of the sect leader's seat, bending down and arching his hand. Disciple Suyun greets the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the Fifth Elder. "Be free, get up," the sect master laughed. Suyun only felt that he was held upright by a gentle force. "Is he that distant relative of yours?" the sect master said as he looked at Jiang Mu with measuring eyes. Reporting back to the sect leader, "He is none other than a distant relative of mine with a different surname. His name is Jiang Mu." Suyun looked at the sect leader and then looked back at Jiang Mu, drumming in his heart, hoping that it was really as Jiang Mu said and would not be exposed. Jiang Mu's brows furrowed as he solemnly fell to his knees, plopped down on the ground, and gave a big salute. Kid Jiang Mu greets Senior. "May, to have foundation establishment cultivation at such a young age. You can be considered a born genius. Do you have the will to join my Falling Cloud sect?" The sect master stroked his beard and said with great interest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu slowly raised his head, his face filled with apologies as he said, "Back to Senior. The kid already has a division. Please forgive me, Senior." "So be it. Since you have the intention to follow my Falling Cloud sect's disciples in their trials, naturally you are welcome. Enter the ranks." The sect master nodded slightly. Jiang Mu quickly climbed up and jogged to Wenbai's side. Seeing this, Suyun also put down his heart. He was afraid that the sect leader would notice something and then say that Jiang Mu had some kind of ill intentions. After saying that, the sect leader withdrew his eyes and looked at Suyun. His eyes slightly narrowed, making it inscrutable, and said in a tone that clearly carried a reproach, "Suyun, for so long your cultivation is still at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. The path of cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. You shouldn't be so lazy." Suyun's eyes turned, smiled confidently, and said with a face full of arrogance, back to the sect leader, "Realm is only a part of strength, and cannot be generalized. Yo, see how confident you are. Could it be that there is some big breakthrough? And tell me about it." The sect master curiously pursued. This. Suyun only said so in order to deal with the palmist's rebuke, but he didn't expect the palmist to actually pursue the question. Although his strength had increased tremendously during this period of time, it was all due to the immortal cultivation technology, which was insufficient for outsiders. There wasn't much progress in his own strength, and it seemed like the only gain that could be said to have been made was comprehending sword intent. Although it was thanks to the Fifth Elder's blessing, the comprehended sword intent was actually his own. Reporting back to the sect leader, thanks to the Fifth Elder's nudging, disciple has comprehended the sword intent. Sword intent? The sect master's eyes stared, and then stretched, somewhat in disbelief. Not only the sect leader, even the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder themselves were stunned. The sect leader and the Grand Elder looked at the Fifth Elder in unison, and the Grand Elder couldn't help but use his divine sense to transmit his voice to ask, "Senior sister, what did you nudge him on? Can you comprehend sword intent just by nudging him? Why don't you nudge me as well?" Fifth Elder Li Qingran frowned and shook his head. Apart from the questioning heart sword, I just left him a life-saving sword move between his forehead, or else I taught him a lesson with my sword intent, without ever nudging him. At this moment, the sect master joined the group chat. "Then is it possible that Kid Suyun comprehended sword intent through the sword you sent him?" Fifth Elder Li Qingran bowed his head and pondered for a moment, nodded his head in bewilderment, and replied with a divine sense voice transmission, "It's not impossible, but if this is how one can comprehend the sword intent, wouldn't Suyun be an unprecedented sword Dao wizard? No harm done." The sect leader angled his head and surveyed Suyun, smiled in satisfaction and transmitted, "Try it out and you'll see." Looking at the three people on the seat squeezing their eyebrows, Suyun was momentarily puzzled, but he was able to guess that they were using their divine sense to transmit sound. When one's strength reaches Jindan, one can transmit voice with divine sense and encrypt calls, and it only takes one party to set it up, and all parties can communicate smoothly, like a LAN. And I don't know what they were talking about. At this time, the sect master stroked the white hairs around his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Suyun, you said that you have comprehended the sword intent, but do you know that even I haven't yet comprehended the sword intent? To comprehend the sword intent, enlightenment, mindfulness, chance, and sword art are indispensable. In the huge Falling Cloud sect, only the fifth elder and the chief disciple Yibohu have comprehended sword intent. So don't talk big, otherwise you'll only make people laugh. As soon as these words came out, the crowd below also murmured, sneering mostly, just he still wants to comprehend sword intent? I'm afraid he doesn't even know a few moves in swordplay. Chapter mouth. I'm afraid that he has forgotten his identity as a Dan attendant. I guess he's drifted, even lying to himself. I really think everyone is Yibu Shio. At this time, the sneer of that high-flying disciple in the squad was even more intense. Small generation. I thought that the sect master let him join our squad because he really has some skills. I didn't expect that he would only make a big fuss. The sultry female disciple also said flirtatiously, it's just a Dan servant, but it's just a servant who follows senior sister Wenbai. Why should I care? Wenbai listened with displeasure, because she had seen Su Yun comprehend the sword intent with her own eyes. The rushing sword intent could not be faked, not tolerating others to denigrate Su Yun like this. She argued, it is not false that Su Yun comprehended the sword intent. I can testify to that. The female disciple sneered, Sister Wenbai is not deep in the world. Don't be easily swindled by a man. Not to mention that this Su Yun was originally a man who could speak well. This is something for all to see. Wenbai's temper came up and she clenched her pink fists, ready to argue with reason. At this time, Wang Fu, who was the squad leader, came out to conciliate. They are all companions. Don't get angry. And Su Yun saw that everyone's reaction was so drastic, mostly disbelief, and also gave him a whole lot less confidence in figuring out if what he comprehended was sword intent. In the midst of his thoughts, Su Yun held his breath and began to communicate with that sword heart of his. The sounds around him quickly faded away, and it was as if he was out of the cacophony, entering a divine realm. The sect leader sensed Su Yun's climbing chi and was overjoyed, summoning Wang Fu. Wang Fu, go and fight against Su Yun. Yes, Wang Fu led the order and stood opposite Su Yun, and the people around him also retreated, leaving a not-so-small gap. Su Yun only felt that the sword intent surging. Earlier on that some of their own questioning instantly disappeared. A wave of arrogance climbed to the extreme, as if there was a trend of breaking the sky. Do not put together in the eyes. This was the first time that Su Yun had fully activated his sword heart, and it was actually so subtle and had the effect of boosting his self-confidence. Wang Fu, come and fight. Su Yun's eyes abruptly became cold, and there was no one else in sight. That's how it looked. Frightened by Su Yun's aura, Wang Fu could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Senior brother Su, please. Without the need for further words, Su Yun directly drew his own 5-element sword. At this time, the sword intent has been brewed to the extreme. Fully introverted, the onlooker does not detect the sword intent. Many people just thought he was faking it and started to whisper again. These words were nothing more than a whisper to Su Yun as he stood with his sword in his hand, all of his sword intent pouring into his flying sword, and he only used the spirit core in the flying sword. He knew that it was enough. This sword, too, will be amazing. At this moment, the wind had risen in the high sky. Su Yun's white coat fluttered with the wind. The black sword in his hand was chilling, and he looked at Wang Fu with a bland expression. It was really like a white-clothed sword fairy. Su Yun thought to spread the sword intent to the entire arena through this sword, letting all the people have a taste of the sword intent, so that he could punch them in the face. But this would not be sword intent. Sword intent is the determination to cut through everything. The extreme, the concentration of a point, the overwhelming aura, the supreme sharpness. The heart of the sword is not to flaunt it. He internalized his sword intent to the extreme. Su Yun's hand gently lifted and casually waved, and the 5 elements sword cut through the air, bringing up a not-so-shocking sword sound. After that, there was no more movement. The sword looked like it had been swung out, and then again, it didn't. At this sight, the field erupted into laughter. Just this? Not even sword chi. And you're talking about sword intent. Ha ha, I feel that my unweaned cyborg brother at home can swing a wooden stick with more vigor than this. Su Yun is really still the same Su Yun. Forever trash. Su Yun withdrew his sword, unconcerned, and smiled in satisfaction. Right at this moment, Wang Fu suddenly felt a weakness in his legs and fell to the ground, trembling. He was the only one present who truly felt the sword intent. The sword intent was invisible, and even if that overpowering sword power just swept past him, he was as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If he ate this sword head-on, even he would die. Then, several peaks behind the square stirred, and in just a split second, the mountains slid down, and there was an unceasing roar. By this point, the room was silent. Chapter 77, Do you have a master outside? Although the tremor of the ground could not be transmitted above the flying boat, The smoke and dust that covered the sky had already filled over, as if it was going to capsize the flying boat. Luckily, the formation on the flying boat activated on its own, and a sword-shaped light shield isolated the smoke and dust. At the same time, the sect leader casually stretched out his hand, palm facing upwards, and unfathomable spiritual energy surged out as if it was a shocking wave, easily holding the nearly 10 mountains that were collapsing with earth attribute techniques, and then sending them back to their original positions. After a surge of rocks, the mountain regained its solidity. This tactic was similar to the divine mighty earth control technique, but the control of the earth and rocks was far from the divine mighty earth control technique's level of divine subtlety. Su-yun could not help but be even more curious about what kind of profound inheritance the divine mighty imperial earth skill was. I think the origin of that senior is not simple. However, when the dust settled, Su-yun looked at the peaks behind the square. His heart was cold, although the chopped-off peaks returned to the position, but not restored. The mountain shape became crooked. The mountain is not there. There are broken into pieces. One of them is still the tall and majestic Loch Yum-sek's main peak, the huge dark gray mountain rock from the middle of the split. Blood red Loch Yum-sect. The inscription was cut into 2 pieces. Crap! Su-yun said in his heart that it was not good, and that he had overplayed his hand. Destroying the main peak of the clan and the inscription was an offense against the majesty of the clan. Su-yun carefully looked at the sect leader, fearing that what he would usher in would be the sect leader's wrath. It was reasonable to say that he couldn't be blamed for this. It was the sect leader who authorized this fight. Fortunately, the sect leader did not become angry. Instead, he was smiling happily. Very good. Very good. My eye for people really isn't wrong. Su-yun, you are a person of great talent. The sect leader's fallacious praise. Su-yun dignifiedly arched his hand and did not show too much joy. It was good not to be punished. It's just a pity that, you have no intention of being my personal disciple. Of course, this position will always be reserved for you. Waiting in vain. The sect leader sped up his speech, a pair of deep eyes transmitting spirituality, and said rather amusingly. At the same time, the crowd of disciples present were even more stunned. The fact that the sect leader wanted to accept Su-yun as a personal disciple was truly shocking. But what was even more unbelievable was that Su-yun actually refused. The people present, from then on, did not dare to underestimate Su-yun, and many of them began to reflect on themselves, fearing that they had just offended Su-yun with their quick tongue. The sect leader then looked at the fifth elder, pondered for a moment, looked at Su-yun and smiled amiably. How about you worship under the fifth elder? She also has no disciples before her seat. Without waiting for Su-yun to rebuff, fifth elder Li Qinran instead smiled and waved his head first. People of sword cultivation do not distinguish between master and disciple. They only discuss the Tao of the sword. If you, Su-yun, are willing and would like to come to a sword sparring session, I'll be here to accompany you at any time. Seeing that the fifth elder did not give his face, the sect leader's face was a bit embarrassed and his expression froze. The sword idiot is really a sword idiot, and he's also too straight-faced. Su-yun's heart was happy. Still, the fifth elder, this person understood him. Thank you, fifth elder. I will definitely come to spar in the future. Cough cough. At this time, the grand elder on the side also slapped his smelly face. His eyes revealed a fierce light, and sized up Su-yun with naked, almost greedy eyes. Junior Su-yun, then how about worshipping under the old man's door? Although this sword intent of yours is pure, it is missing some of the thrill of killing. Upon hearing this, the sect leader nodded in satisfaction, quite pleased with the grand elder's actions. Once Su-yun put his head together, he sort of understood their intentions. They just had to hold him and bolt him into the inner gate, right? The inner and outer doors are different. Outer disciples were like contract laborers in a company, free to come and go, just coming to the sect to make a living. And the inner disciples are like the shareholders of the company, is a serious division heritage, and the clan with the advance and retreat, common honor and disgrace kind, not want to go can go. Su-yun had no choice but to politely decline. Thank you for your kind words, but I'm sorry for not being able to comply. Seeing Su-yun's unperturbed rebuff, the grand elder was somewhat unable to suppress his violent temper, pointing at Su-yun's nose and cursing. Yellow-mouthed child, don't give your face to me? Worshipping under me is an opportunity that how many people can only dream of. You are actually still unwilling. Ha ha ha. The sect leader reached out, smilingly placating. Senior brother, since Su-yun is unwilling, you shouldn't hold on to him. Perhaps he already has his own master's legacy? Otherwise, with only the heritage of our falling cloud sect's outer sect, how could he have such strength? Upon hearing this, the grand elder felt puzzled and wrinkled his brows at the sect leader, saying with a straight face, Sect leader, it was you who brought up the matter of accepting Su-yun as a disciple over and over again. Alright, I also accepted Su-yun in order to follow your wishes and then passed it on to you. How come it's still my fault? How can you pass that on? And the Hall of the Great Elders actually because of their own things to argue red face. Su-yun did not know what to say. Instead stayed like a wooden chicken, being punctured by the Grand Elders meaning. The sect master snorted. Senior brother, don't be angry. I just want to take the opportunity to test the reason why Su-yun is unwilling to worship the master. In an instant, the color of the sect master's face changed. His smile dissipated and was replaced with a dignified demeanor, hitting a straight ball and asking, So, Su-yun, why are you unwilling to worship under us? Is it true that you have another master outside? Since it had already been said, Su-yun had no choice but to go along with the conversation with a stiff upper lip. After all, the sect didn't stipulate that outer disciples couldn't have other masters. Reporting back to the sect leader. Exactly, Su-yun stood upright and said without fear. My masters are Galileo Physics Primordial Heavenly Father, Supreme Faraday Electromagnetic Induction Heavenly Father, Newton Origin of Gravity Heavenly Father, Einstein Four-Dimensional Spacetime Heavenly Father, Planck Quantum Realm Emperor, Infinite Schrödinger Sentinel Cat Divine Envoy, Oppenheimer Nuclear Bomb True Lord, Tesla Thunder True King, blah blah blah. Su-yun said a whole bunch of scientists who had made great contributions to human science. Su-yun has learned the scientific achievements of these people, counting the mantle inheritance, and there is nothing wrong with saying that they are their masters, and they can't lift up the coffin board to come out and deny it like Newton. Of course, Su-yun did not feel that he could bluff the sect leader with his casual remarks. He just wanted to use a euphemistic way to completely cut off the sect leader's thoughts of accepting him as a disciple. After saying that, the sect master stroked his beard in silence. The expression on his face was cloudy, but a hint of displeasure could be seen. A moment later, the sect leader let out a sigh of lamentation, and actually said with some relief, listening to the names of all the masters, they must also be the famous ones on the continent, so it's because I'm being abrupt and narrow-minded. The headmaster shook his head helplessly. In the end, the Falling Clouds sect is only a third-rate sect in a corner of the continent, and as the head of the sect, I am only a mere yawning cultivator. There are countless strong people on the continent, heavenly pride competing for streams. The vast immortal cultivation world is the stage for geniuses like you, and it is indeed a sin for me to presume to confine you to this tiny clan. Speaking of this, the sect leader apologized a bit, even laughing at himself. With so many master teachers teaching you, I can also rest assured. But, the headmaster's words turned. The momentum climbed. No matter for what reason. You to my Falling Clouds clan. That is my Falling Clouds clan disciple. 1. To exercise the duties of a disciple. 2. If there is anything on the cultivation of the unanswered questions, feel free to come to me or a group of elders of the Falling Clouds clan. Secondly, if there is anything you don't understand about cultivation, feel free to come and find me or the elders of the Falling Clouds sect, and we will definitely teach you everything. I only hope that in the future, no matter where you are, you will remember that you were once a disciple of a small immortal sect called the Falling Clouds sect. When he finished speaking, the sect master's eyes were slightly closed, and his mind could not be calmed for a long time. And Su-yun is just blaming himself right now. Very much so. The sect master is truly in love with talent. It was a pity that the immortal path was different, and the path cultivated by Su-yun was destined to not be understood by the world. He could not deceive the sect leader and a group of elders. He knew that his talent was not enough for them to value him so highly. Yes, sect leader. Su-yun knelt on the ground and performed a big salute on the end. Just at this time, the clan's chiming bell rang. The distant sound of the yellow bell echoed in the clan. Having entered the 6th hour, the sect leader slowly got up and flew into the air with a bunch of emptiness. Some crowning words were still to be said. All disciples listened to the order. This time, entrusted by the Rue Kingdom's royal family, to eradicate evil cults and kill traitors. I hope that all of you will devote your efforts to return peace to the people. At the same time, I also hope that you will not waste the rare opportunity to try out, hone your skills, and return in triumph. Thank you, sect leader. All the disciples stood and saluted. The auspicious time has arrived. Depart immediately. After saying that, the first elder also flew away from the flying boat with his sword, leaving only the 5th elder to pilot the flying boat and send the disciples to their destination. The flying boat slowly accelerated and soon moved away from the sky over the square, angling upwards into the clouds. A few moments later, the flying boat accelerated steeply and broke through the air, tracing a trajectory through the clouds as the boom echoed between heaven and earth. In the back, the sect leader and grand elder who watched the flying boat leave were silent for a long time. Do you think that their trip will go well? The sect master said with some concern. Why did senior brother say that? The grand elder asked in disbelief. According to the intelligence, the elders in that cult are only at the foundation establishment cultivation level. With the strength of Wang Fu and the few of them, what is there to worry about? The sect master slowly shook his head. If that were true, the ability of those cultivators in the Rue Kingdom's royal family would be completely sufficient to deal with it. So why would there be a need to send someone to my Falling Clouds sect to ask for help? And recently, Shinjin also came to pay a visit to my Falling Clouds sect, but he also happens to be the Rue Kingdom's protectorate chancellor. So it's hard not to make people think too much. Are you saying that the Rue Kingdom is going to be in turmoil? The Grand Elder couldn't help but think more about it, and his brows became more and more furrowed. Then the sect leader sighed sadly and slowly said, "The change of dynasties is a common thing in the world, far from being something that we immortal sect can control. I only hope that Shinjin can keep his promise and take care of my Falling Clouds sect's disciples. Don't let them get involved in the battle for the royal power, and then it's good. Other than that, we'll just turn a blind eye and close our eyes." But, the Grand Elder was about to speak, and after a moment still said with courage, "Then what is the purpose of you deliberately sending Yun Yao out? Seen your brother? She's the princess of the Rue Kingdom. If there's a real mess, not to mention Yun Yao, even Su Yun will be caught up in it. No harm done." The sect leader smiled coldly. "I just want to try that Shinjin's attitude. If he really dares to take action against my Falling Cloud sect's disciples, I don't mind flattening the Chen family. What's more, if Rue Kingdom is in turmoil, Yun Yao won't be alone. She will definitely go back to survive with Rue Kingdom. There are some destinies that can't be escaped. Senior brother has a high opinion." The Grand Elder's eyes also gazed with a vicious intent. In his heart, he thought the same as the sect leader. If Shinjin really dared to take action against the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect, he would have a justifiable reason to hone his way of killing. Then he suddenly thought of something and raised his eyebrows. "By the way, I see that the several Chen family children in the inner gate have all been missing for a long time. Are they related to the Chen family schemes?" "A few juniors, not enough to worry about." The sect master casually revived his sleeve. "Including Shinjin's only son, Chen Yang," the Grand Elder added in a low tone. "He has quite a deep enmity with Su Yun." "Involving Su Yun? In that case, even the sect leader didn't dare to take it lightly, and stared with a frown. "Just as well. I'll turn around and ask old San for clarification. He wouldn't even be unaware of his own disciples' movements, would he?" At the same time, the flying boat carrying 100 or so disciples was already far away. The flying boat had already entered a state of smooth flight. The speed had not yet reached the speed of sound, but it was not much slower. After all, it was such a big guy that it was already not easy to fly so fast. Moreover, this flying boat also has a protective light shield, and the person riding the boat will not be uncomfortable. And Su Yun had long since returned to the group and joined up with Wenbai. "Su Yun, what are you doing being so high profile? You even split the main peak. You're proud, aren't you?" Wenbai poked Su Yun's head and chided. Su Yun shook his head along with Wenbai's movements while explaining. "It's all in that atmosphere. Wouldn't it be disgraceful not to do something? It's fine in the sect, but when we get to the Rue Kingdom's imperial capital, we must keep a low profile, okay? Otherwise, it's not good if you attract people's cynicism and invite any trouble." Saying that, Wenbai subconsciously looked at the others in the group. Then he pulled Su Yun to the side and led Su Yun's gaze to the crowd. "Let me tell you about the team on this trip. Wang Fu, the leading senior brother, doesn't need to say much." Then pointing a slender finger at Yun Yao, she ended up realizing that Yun Yao was smiling and waving her hand over to the duo's side. She instantly gouged Su Yun wistfully and questioned, "You guys know each other?" "There were a few encounters during the Forbidden Land examination." Su Yun paused again. "She is a close friend of Li Su." "Oh." Wenbai skimmed his lips, then the corner of his mouth smiled inexplicably. "And I don't know why the sect leader didn't let Rizu take part in this operation. It's really a lot less fun." "Stop it, okay." Su Yun had a helpless face. Wenbai covered her mouth and laughed a few times before her face was plastered with Su Yun again, and she began to introduce a few other people. "That tall and handsome senior brother is called Wang Chong, the son of a worldly family. Although he is quite polite to me, I am most disgusted by this kind of foppish male. Playboy. Ah yes. I feel the same way." Su Yun echoed with satisfaction. "His Taoist partner is called Wu Cue. I don't know what her background is, but she specializes in charm techniques, so you have to be careful. Do you hear me?" Wenbai said in a stern tone. "That's natural," Su Yun casually promised. He could not look down on such a woman. "The last one called Huang. Huang, what came?" Wenbai suddenly some forgetfulness. A moment cannot remember the name of that person. Buckle his head to think for half a day before suddenly said, "Called Huang Jinbing. Yellow pancakes? Can this still not be remembered?" Su Yun was stunned. Then asked, "Then what?" Wenbai shook his head. "There is no then ah. He is very low-key, only said his name, thus I just don't have a deep impression of him." Su Yun could tell that he was low-key, but he didn't expect to actually be so low-key that he only said his name when introducing himself. Usually this kind of character was either an expert who acted in a low profile and deliberately hid himself, trying to play the pig and eat the tiger, either that or the deep-hearted old six, who is usually meticulous and then silently retreats behind the crowd when faced with danger. In short, all are destabilizing factors and all need to be treated with caution. Su Yun led one by, slowly walked over, pushed Jiang Mu away, nodded and smiled at Yun Yao, casually returned the salute to Wang Fu who came up to greet him, ignored the pair of lovebirds, and ran straight to Huang Jianbing. Senior brother Huang, long time no see. Su Yun arched his hand with a smile on his face. Long time ago? You know me before? Huang Jianbing's face was terrified, his mouth brokenly reading, It's over. It's over. I'm still not low profile enough, 1,000 precautions, but still stained with karma. Chapter 78 Entering the spirit realm for the first time. Hearing Huang Jianbing say this, Su Yun was even more confused. Just knowing his name caused such a great stress reaction? Not to mention that Su Yun was meant to say something polite. I just casually said that. Why are you reacting so strongly? Senior brother. No need to say more. Huang Mao has never been fond of socializing with people. Please stay away from me. Huang Jianbing quickly waved his hand as he stepped back. It would be rude. Su Yun did not have the good sense to say, if you don't like to socialize with people, you can stay in the cave. Why do you still come out to carry out the division's mission? The situation compels me. Huang Jianbing had already retreated to the edge of the flying boat, unable to retreat, and could only deliberately avoid Su Yun's eyes, explaining in a forceful tone, Su Yun, you don't have to continue pestering me. I don't want to get involved with a heavenly figure like you. People with outstanding qualifications are burdened with great karma. It's definitely no good to get caught up in it. Seeing Huang Jianbing and frightened rabbit-like, Su Yun is not good to be aggressive again, only backed up a few steps, faintly said, then as senior brother wishes. Just, from stepping into this flying boat, is already stained with karma, cannot be avoided. Su Yun, don't scare him. Wenbai pulled Su Yun back and complained. Su Yun scratched his head and casually replied, I'm just being honest. They're all teammates. They'll definitely get involved with us. Can't they just avoid it if they want to? This was something that Huang Jianbing naturally heard clearly, but he didn't show any other excesses and just fell into deep thought. And Wenbai pulled Su Yun past the duo of Wang Chong and Wu Siyue without his eyes even falling on the two of them. This feeling of being cold-shouldered caused Wang Chong to feel a wave of displeasure. His eyes complexly looked towards Su Yun. There was scorn in his eyes and a hint of ruthlessness. Then he really couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to sneer. Is this the genius character that even the sect leader has his eye on? Claiming that they are all teammates, but they don't even look at people properly themselves? What a big bully. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's feet lurched as he turned around and laughed. Earlier, didn't you all look at me with disdain? Su Yun then arched his hand and politely said, Senior brother Wang, senior sister Wu, each other. I can understand senior brother Huang. Some people are indeed not worth socializing with, so please stay away from me, both of you. After saying that, Su Yun looked at Huang Jianbing and smiled. Isn't that right, senior brother Huang? None of my business, none of my business. Huang Jianbing panicked and retreated to the corner. Hearing about the verbal argument, the fifth elder who was in his seat with his eyes closed to regulate his breathing only opened one eye. His eyes lightly swept over a few people, and then closed it again. In the end, it was the leader, Wang Fu, who stepped in to mediate. Gentlemen, we are both fellow disciples and teammates, so why make a scene? After Wu Siyue stared at Su Yun, she took Wang Chang's arm and followed suit. Senior brother Wang has a point. My family Wang Chong is arrogant and accustomed to looking at everyone with this look. If I let senior brother Su Yun misunderstand, I apologize on his behalf. Please forgive me. But, Wu Siyue turned her words around and posed to look at Su Yun. Senior brother Su Yun, isn't your out-of-sight attitude also at fault? Upon hearing this, Su Yun found it interesting. No matter what, since they were teammates, they still had to get by on the surface. They couldn't make it too stiff, so they had no choice but to clasp their fists. Senior brother Wang, senior sister Wu, excuse me, that's right. Wang Fu pushed the boat with the water and said, it's between teammates that they should be twisted into a rope. Completing the mission explained by the sect is the first priority. It's better for a few of you to put aside your personal preconceptions first, and get along with each other harmoniously. Seeing that Wang Fu, a hallowed void Dan cultivator, had already lowered his voice to such an extent, Su Yun had no choice but to oblige. Then it will be as senior brother Wang Fu said. I have no problem with that either. I am someone who honors the strong, and I hope that you will also show your strength in the mission, not just an empty frame. Wang Chang's eyes softened slightly. Good. In that case, let me explain about this mission. Wang Fu beckoned his hand and gathered his team members. So much for the squad coming together. Wang Fu looked at the seemingly united 7 people in front of him, and for a moment his head was big. A pair of worldly Taoist couples, arrogant and domineering, with an aura that is difficult to suppress, a weirdo who does not want to get involved in karma, who does not fit in, an honorable princess of the imperial dynasty, with an honorable status. There are 3 other talents that are outrageous. Wenbai himself is a Dan Dao genius who was the master's personal Dan method, and his so-called Dan waiter is even a great genius that even the master is looking at, as well as a random distant relative of Su Yun, who has a foundation cultivation at a young age. This family, dragging the family along, each one of them is not an easy target. It's a hard team to lead. A headache. I'll briefly talk about this operation, Wang Fu said with the vigor that a Void Dan powerhouse should have. I believe that you have already understood that this trip of 10,000 miles is to the Rue Kingdom to exterminate the forces of the cult. It's easy to talk about it, but the cult forces have been operating in Rue for years, all over Rue, and are deeply rooted and involved. There are 100,000 mortal believers in the cult, even more thousands of chi practicing evil cultists, and more than a dozen foundation establishment elders, while the cult master has never shown his face and his realm is unknown. Thus there are a total of 13 outer sect teams on this trip, traveling to various church strongholds to kill evil cultivators and rescue compelled mortal believers. 13 branches? 100 or so people? Wang Chong was still very attached to the mission, and asked with a grave expression, to deal with thousands of evil cultivators with just these people, isn't it too much to look down on the outer disciples of our falling cloud sect? Wouldn't they be going to get killed for nothing? Nonetheless, Wang Fu shook his head slightly and explained, although there are many evil cultivators in the sect, they are scattered in small and large strongholds all over the place, and the number of people in each place will not be many, not to mention that the Dao inheritance of evil cultivators is far inferior to that of the famous sects. With the strength of these disciples, it's completely sufficient to deal with it. Hearing this, Wang Chong did not say any more, and Su Yun pondered for a moment and said in disbelief, even so, but with these manpower, the role that can be played is minimal, and will not be able to completely eradicate the cult, so they're just a front, I guess, to disrupt the view and make it easier for us to move. What is said is very true. Wang Fu nodded his head at Su Yun. 1. They will attract the attention of the cult's senior management to create some momentum, and 2. The cult master is secretive, and while they clean up their strongholds, they will also scout for information for us, and then we'll find out the lair of the cultist master and kill him, uprooting the cult from its source. Although Wang Fu recounted the purpose of this trip, the exact implementation was not clear. Yun Yao asked with deep sorrow, Senior brother Wang Fu, then what should we do? We have to rescue my Rue Kingdom's people as soon as possible. We can't let them be bewitched by the evil cult anymore. I understand your feelings, but this matter cannot be rushed. We must remember to keep a low profile and not to frighten the snakes. Wang Fu pacified. We will take the lead to sneak into the Rue Kingdom's imperial capital, Smoke Cloud City, to scout for information first and act as we see fit, Wang Fu said, and as if nothing was said, see the opportunity to do so, rather than the outer door team is smooth. See the evil cultivators on the kill is. Yun Yao was jittery, and several times she wanted to ask something more, but she eventually gave up, hanging her hands, her brows deep. Wenbai stepped forward and hugged Yun Yao's arm. Yun Yao was at a loss for words for a while, but when she noticed the warm smile on Wenbai's face, her brows slightly relaxed. Not knowing what Wenbai had said, Yun Yao's face turned from cloudy to sunny. A few moments later joins Wen White, giggling. Both are beautiful women with cheerful faces, a truly beautiful sight. Many outer disciples were attracted to this side, regardless of gender. Su Yun moved his eyes away and found that the other few people had their own thoughts. Wang Chong and Wu Siyue had no scruples because of their strength. Huang Jianbing wimped back into the corner, put the hood on his Dao robe, glared warily at Su Yun, and began to lean on the edge for a nap. Wang Fu, on the other hand, was still gloomy and somewhat afraid to meet Su Yun's eyes. Su Yun was uneasy in his heart and always felt that Wang Fu had something to hide. Jiang Mu, what do you think? I feel like those tactics of yours are quite like evil cultivators too. Su Yun lowered his head and tried to ask Jiang Mu's opinion. Jiang Mu had a black line on his face. Then he directly sat down and patted the empty seat beside him, signaling Su Yun to sit as well. When Su Yun sat down, Jiang Mu mysteriously said, Close your eyes. Close your eyes? Although Su Yun had doubts, he still did as he was told, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. Instantly, Su Yun only felt a strong divine thought invade his sea of consciousness, but it was not aggressive, leaving one with no thoughts of being on guard. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Su Yun's consciousness appeared in a white space, where there was also a tall woman's silhouette. Sea of consciousness? Su Yun looked around and saw Jiang Mu's figure beside the woman. He couldn't help but be a bit irritated. You enter my sea of consciousness without saying a word? Are you polite? Brother Su, don't misunderstand. I'm just borrowing Senior's living soul and projecting my own consciousness over. It's the same thing as divine sense voice transmission. You don't need to worry. You can drive me away with a casual movement of your mind. Jiang Mu stood next to the woman and said blandly. His childish frame was small, just reaching the woman's waist, and he craned his neck to see the woman's features. Senpai is really good looking. Good looking is good looking. But you entered my sea of consciousness just to take a look at your senior? Su Yun felt puzzled. That's not appropriate. Jiang Mu came back to his senses, looked at Su Yun, and smiled. Brother Su, you didn't want to ask me about the cult. It just so happens that when I was a child, the small town I lived in had traces of cult activities. Speak in detail. Su Yun collected his mind and washed his ears. Originally, he thought that Jiang Mu would narrate what he knew, but Su Yun did not expect that his pale sea of consciousness suddenly changed and evolved into the night of a small town. The green-clothed senior had already disappeared, leaving only Su Yun and Jiang Mu, standing in the middle of the crowded street. This? An illusion? Su Yun looked around. The strange experience of holographic projection in general made him quite curious. It's not exactly an illusion, but a projection of consciousness, or known as the spirit realm. Everything here is constructed by me in your sea of consciousness in accordance with the scene in my memory, and it's a bit similar to the dream realm, Jiang Mu explained. But Su Yun could hardly agree. The solid ground under his feet was so real that he couldn't bear to stomp his feet a few times, and even had the feeling of numbness in his legs. Dreams aren't this real. With that, the scenery changed. Shapes and figures of all shapes and sizes around them began to dissipate. Houses were flattened by invisible forces. Weeds and rice broke through the cracks in the bricks of the pavement, and in an instant, they were green, and the streets were transformed into farmland. The grass then rose into large trees, and the surrounding area became a dense forest again, and the scene eventually came to rest in front of a small, dilapidated courtyard in the middle of nowhere. This one-handed maneuver looked at Su Yun in disbelief. You can actually play with my sea of consciousness at will? Su Yun was surprised. It's just some means at the level of the divine soul. Everyone can do it. Even mortals, only if they can't master the subtleties of it. It's just a nebulous dream. It won't be this real. Saying that, Jiang Mu slowly walked towards the small courtyard. Su Yun followed up, and at the same time, he opened all his 5 senses, trying to find out the bugs of this spirit realm world. He stepped toward a stone, and the sensation of choking came along with the pain. Looking up, dark clouds half hidden the moon. The light was soft, not harsh. The night breeze came through, brushing the back of his bare neck, a little cooler, driving some of his hair to flutter haphazardly, itching and shivering. It also rustled the dead leaves in the distance. Approaching the small courtyard, a stale smell pierced his nostrils, vaguely resembling the smell of corpse rot, but not too strong, like cured bacon. Either way, the world is surprisingly real. Jiang Mu could naturally detect Su Yun's tentative movements, so he smiled and explained, Brother Su, there's no need to try again. With my Yuaning realm's understanding of all things in the world, this spirit realm world will be incomparably real, and you won't be able to detect a break. These words deeply touched Su Yun. He looked at the moon and the sky and contemplated for a moment. Then an excited smile appeared on his face. I've heard of lucid dreaming before, and that mortals are able to control the dream world to a certain extent. So does that mean that I can also control the spirit realm world? Yes, but with your understanding of the world, I'm afraid it's difficult to mold the complete world. Jiang Mu spoke truthfully, while also wondering why Su Yun was so excited. Teach me how to do it. Su Yun shook Jiang Mu's shoulder and said, I'll hand over the authority of this realm to you, and you'll be able to understand it by yourself. Said this, Jiang Mu paused. But, Brother Su, I have to remind you first, in the future you must not use the spirit realm at will. After all, constructing the spirit realm is extremely taxing. With your realm, I'm afraid that constructing such a huge spirit realm god soul will not be able to eat it, and I'm afraid of damaging the god soul. Don't worry, I'm just using it to deduce something, Su Yun said with a smile on his face in anticipation. If he mastered this kind of means, in the future, when doing scientific research, he would not need to laboriously sketch the drawing paper, and only need to sink his consciousness into the sea of consciousness and construct the spiritual realm to deduce. It would be countless times more efficient. Brother Su, when I hand over the authority to you, do not create anything new, but feel free to control the existing objects. Jiang Mu frowned and urged again. After all, it's in your sea of consciousness. The slightest mistake will be the end of all things. Remember, Su Yun also tried to calm his mind. Subsequently, the two of them fell into a calm between them. Su Yun seemed to hear the sound of his own breathing, but obviously, in the sea of consciousness as a body of consciousness, He was not materialized the ability to breathe. It was all a psychological effect at work. But for a long time, Su-yun did not even notice the change, and opened his mouth to ask, "How is it still?" Before the words were finished, Su-yun's mind was flooded with a huge flow of information. Everything in this spirit realm world. Wind movement, cloud shadows, a falling leaf, mayflies screeching in the soil, pedestrians on the street, and dozens of corpses laid out in the small courtyard in front of him. The world of this town is more than 10 miles square, and beyond that, it's a blur. But even if it was just the confines of a small town, with all the control of the spirit realm world in his hands, it held up his soul. The good thing is that in the end it held up. The feeling of being in control was mesmerizing, and in an instant, he left the pain behind. He felt that he was the god of this spirit realm world, worthy of being Brother Su. You actually grasped it so quickly. Judging from Jiangmu's surprised expression, he wasn't kissing ass. However, he was not able to control the two men's conscious incarnations throughout the spirit realm world, and it was true that the spirit realm was constructed of dead things, and living things could not be manipulated. However, as Jiangmu said, this world was constructed extremely real, even though small creatures as well as mortals were perfectly restored. From the large organs and internal organs to the small blood vessels and veins were constructed. The finesse is far from the hollowed-out models in the game, but those tissues, organs, and veins of the human body are presented as a whole, and are not made up of a single, very tiny cell. That is, thinking of this, Su-yun's eyes were filled with horror, as if he had discovered something unimaginable. There is not even the concept of a cell, so the people in the immortal cultivation world know even less about what an atom is. Chapter 79, The Chaos Cult. This is the difference in perception. Cultivation of the immortal world is more oriental, a sensual, philosophical, empirical perception of the world, focusing more on the image than on the thing itself. If the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and the seasons change, it will be understood as a change of yin and yang, rather than a movement of the sun itself. The scientific concept is a kind of rational thinking, which emphasizes on getting to the bottom of the matter, exploring the essence after the phenomenon, and focusing on things. The same variation of the sun is seen as an astronomical phenomenon caused by the planets rotating around the star and the planets rotating. It is impossible to tell which of the two concepts is better or worse, but both are correct. Today's Su-yun was able to understand that the world was both material and spiritual. On the material level, science is king, while on the spiritual level, it is undoubtedly still the world of immortal Taoism. So, this spirit realm world is the ultimate in your understanding of all things in heaven and earth? Su-yun asked curiously. Ran also. It's not just me. It's Senior's comprehension of everything in the world. Jiangmu patted his chest and said rather proudly. Su-yun couldn't bear to hit him either. His understanding of this world was still very shallow yet, not to mention the aura level, at least on the material level. From Jiangmu's perspective, the immortal cultivation world's knowledge of the bottom of the material world is almost blank, and its understanding of all things natural is based on the theories of immortal cultivation. They will not understand the beauty of the material world. Naturally, they do not know that the vast universe is filled with endless gigantic celestial bodies and even cosmic monsters like black holes, nor will they understand the microcosm, what quantum effects are. Not bad, Su-yun casually coped. Thanks for the compliment, Brother Su. Jiangmu smiled proudly. However, right now Su-yun was topped with a splitting headache. It was really not pleasant. The pain of the physical body could be tolerated, but the pain of the divine soul was really difficult. After handing back the control authority, Su-yun felt a sense of relief. It was true that with this point of his soul realm, it was difficult to manage such a huge and complicated spirit realm world. However, after a short attempt, Su-yun had already realized the mystery of it, to say the least, and dreaming is the same thing. What you think is what you get. What is in your mind can be visualized, and how real it can be depends on your own enlightenment. Of course, he had mastered how to get consciousness into the sea of consciousness. Retracting his mind, Su-yun reached out and touched the small courtyard's rotten wooden door. The wood has been so badly eroded by rain that it is whitened and the surface is furred. Didn't you say about the cult? Why did you bring me to the righteous village where you used to live? After saying that, Su-yun pushed the door to enter. Jiangmu wasn't surprised that Su-yun could know this, but led him to the morgue where the bodies were stored. And look at the 5 bodies. Nothing abnormal. I just looked. Su-yun observed the corpses in front of him once again with his naked eyes. Their expressions were horrified. They all suffered pain before they died, and although they were withered and thin, they were not traumatized, because the spirit realm does not diffuse the divine soul level. Jiangmu looked at Su-yun's eyes with a hint of trepidation in his seriousness as he said, as you know, when I first fused with the divine souls of my predecessors, I needed to absorb the dissipated divine souls of the departed from time to serve as sustenance. And when they were sent here, not long after they died, their souls were already 10 to 1. It was sucked out of them while they were still alive. The more he said, the more gloomy the expression on Jiang Mu's face became. Without exception, they all believed in a cult called the Chaos Sect. Chaos Cult. Chaos Cult. Suyun dumbfoundedly repeated these 3 words a few times, his brain working frantically as he pondered over the connection. A moment later, he suddenly understood why Jiang Mu had shown that expression of surprise, even fear, and he likewise didn't dare to play childishly as he pondered. Could it be that there is a Yuaning or above powerhouse in this Chaos Sect who has just finished seizing his soul? Sucking in other people's souls is to restore strength? It is also the case that the divine soul is damaged and this is used to repair the damage to the divine soul. Or it is simply the case that one is practicing an evil method that sucks up the divine soul and raises one's cultivation level. Again, it's only a Yuaning and above powerhouse that can do this. Jiang Mu's brows tightened, his eyes dark. With what I know, these are the only possibilities. Suyun stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. He always felt that there were other possibilities, or hoped that there would be other possibilities, but after thinking for half a day, he couldn't come up with any other explanations, and in the end, he only had to compromise and conclude that there was the inference of the existence of Yuaning cultivators. If the cult that we're going to eradicate this time is the Chaos Cult, then it's really a troublesome matter. After all, there are Yuaning cultivators. Besides, with 100,000 believers, how much divine soul power must be sucked out of him? Jiang Mu slowly shook his head, misgivings surfacing on his face. That's not much. One chi practicing cultivator's divine soul power is enough to be worth dozens or hundreds of mortals. 100,000 mortal believers. Not much. Suyun's spirit light flashed, suddenly thought of a problem. His eyebrows twisted, and then stretched. If it's a Yuaning cultivator, what's the need to suck the mortal's divine soul? Randomly catch a few Jindan cultivators, hold and suck on it. How strong is that divine soul? Perhaps it's for the sake of not attracting attention? When one's cultivation reaches the Jindan level, one is a renowned figure everywhere. Thus the sect master chose to establish a cult to absorb the followers and slowly eat away at their divine souls, accumulating less into more. Jiang Mu nodded slightly, but then shook his head. This reasoning couldn't convince himself. Obviously it's still more ostentatious and troublesome to establish a cult, not like the style of a Yuaning powerhouse. Suyun couldn't figure it out either, and pondered for a moment. One can only know the inside story after personally investigating. All in all, no matter what, we can't be careless. Act cautiously and check with Wang Fu first. Good. Jiang Mu nodded slightly with Suyun after taking one last look at the familiar small courtyard in front of him. With that, the two's consciousness detached from Suyun's sea of consciousness. Suyun slowly opened his eyes. The complex thoughts in his eyes were hard to hide, and his brows followed. What's wrong with you guys? Wenbai half bent over with his hands behind his back, worriedly surveying Suyun's expression. The two's faces were very close to each other. Suyun could feel the warmth coming from Wenbai's face. He spread his face and smiled. There is no harm. I will talk to you in detail later. Suyun got up, patted Wenbai on the shoulder, led Jiang Mu, and sought out Wang Fu. Wang Fu spread the one-person long and wide map of Ruegua on the ground and was mulling over the arrangements for the operation. The Rue Kingdom has a vast territory. Suyun estimated that it was even bigger than the Huaxia Kingdom in his previous life. The Falling Cloud sect was located at the edge of the Rue Kingdom. Further out, it was a circle of even more vast forests, mostly dangerous land where spirit beasts were entrenched, at least for mortals. It was not an exaggeration to say that this trip to the Rue Kingdom's imperial capital was 10,000 miles away, and Suyun paid special attention to the vast lake to the northwest of the Rue Kingdom's imperial capital. After all, it involved a relic, and he himself still held the token to open the relic in his hand. At this time, Wang Fu looked up and saw a tall and a short two people, abruptly smiled and politely said, Master Suyun, and little brother Jiang Mu. Although Wang Fu has virtual Dan cultivation, but now do not dare to despise the two people in front of them. Look at people can not only look at the immediate realm, but to put the vision of the long term. Do not deceive the young poor. Not to mention the duo's current strength was not low. Suyun then left it at that, and Wang Fu realized that the child in front of him also gave off a feeling of not being able to see through him. What can I do for you too? Suyun didn't hide anything, and expressed his thoughts directly, saying with a grave expression, Senior brother Wang Fu, is the cult we're going to exterminate called the Chaos Cult? Exactly. Wang Fu was quite surprised and pulled the two to another corner of the flying boat, lowering his voice and asking, How did you know? I had planned to inform afterward. Suyun and Jiang Mu looked at each other in dismay. Then Suyun reminded him, Jiang Mu has heard about the Chaos Cult before. This is the reason why I am unwilling to tell you in advance. Wang Fu's smile stagnated, but he didn't see any panic at all. He just said with some concern, the Chaos Sect has been rumored to be divine in the folklore. It is said that the Chaos Sect leader has heavenly strength, and doesn't put us immortal sects in the slightest bit of regard. And he also put out the word that he can make mortals without spiritual root qualifications become immortals. In my opinion, if it's true that the sect master's strength is so extraordinary that he can turn mortals into immortals, as rumored, then why do the elders of the sect only have the foundation establishment cultivation level? And why is the sect master so slow to show up? Wang Fu said indignantly. It must be a bluffing trick. Then, Wang Fu looked down to the team of 100 people below and said helplessly, if someone knows the rumors, and then with people who are not strong-minded, believe in these nonsense, and be afraid, it will definitely disturb the military, which is why I chose to conceal it for the time being. When they see what the Chaos Sect is like with their own eyes in the future, they won't believe it anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Wang Fu had a point, but they did possess unparalleled intelligence. Su Yun still said with a serious face, Senior brother Wang Fu, believe it or not, this mission may not be as simple as we thought it would be. It might be dangerous. Ow! Wang Fu frowned, looking at the two with a somewhat strange expression. Senior brother Wang Fu, I am serious. Su Yun was helpless for a while and could not help but sigh. There was no way he could tell the truth and explain why. Wang Fu's face abruptly turned gloomy. Since you all think so, it seems that it is indeed not a catch-22. I will be more cautious and careful, and when I notice that the situation is not right, I will report to the sect leader with a summoning talisman. It will have to be so. Su Yun arched his hand. After all, it is still only two people's speculation. There is no tangible evidence, such as further investigation to know the truth. Can do, only more careful. At this moment, Su Yun noticed the fifth elder's watching gaze. The two of them met their eyes. The fifth elder, who was casually leaning on his seat, just smiled shallowly, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Yun slapped his head. How could he have forgotten about this great god? He pulled Wang Fu and asked in a low voice, the fifth elder came here to support us at any time. Right. Nonetheless, Wang Fu bobbed his head in a small way. The fifth elder is only sending us forward to our destination with her sword, and when the time comes, she will return to the ship. To be so. Su Yun frowned and had to give up the idea of hugging the fifth elder's thigh. But now there is nothing to do. Su Yun touched the side of the fifth elder alone. Oh, the fifth elder. He still felt like what he had to say was a little hard to say. The fifth elder looked at Su Yun's lust for words and smiled warmly, patting the seat next to him. Sit down and speak. It's not appropriate. Su Yun's scalp tingled. The seat next to the fifth elder was the seat where the sect leader had just sat. What's with the politeness? The fifth elder could not help but use a huge force to pull Su Yun to the position of the sect leader, and without even being able to resist, Su Yun sat upright in the comfortable chair. This drew a flurry of sideways glances from the bystanders, as looks of surprise, horror, trepidation, and sneers flashed from different faces. But after all, it was the fifth elder who pulled him up, and the crowd didn't dare to say anything, only that they couldn't help but start speculating about the fifth elder's intentions. But only the fifth elder herself knew that she didn't mean anything else. She just wanted Su Yun to have a place to sit and sit so that she could talk. And even without the gazes of the crowd, Su Yun himself was on edge. What if someone ratted on him when the time came and said that he had offended the majesty of the sect leader? Su Yun, what's the matter? Just say it. Fifth elder Li Qingran was unimpressed and sidled up, curious like a little girl on a long trip. Fixing his mind, Su Yun asked in a serious tone, Fifth elder, did the sect leader send you to Royal Flying Boat to escort us forward on our mission? Right. Otherwise I should be at the sword tempering peak right now honing my sword moves. The fifth elder nodded and responded. So, Su Yun, entangled for a moment, slowly spoke. That is to say, it is you who is imperializing the flying boat, making a flight. Yes. Otherwise, can the flying boat still fly by itself? The fifth elder was a bit confused, not knowing why Su Yun would ask this. Su Yun nodded. That's good. And then he rolled up his sleeves, and his posture was a bit more casual. Fifth elder, is the consumption of spiritual energy high for imperializing such a huge magic weapon? Quite high. Requires at least the Void Dan realm to be able to barely use it. If it is to carry out such a long distance flight, even I am a bit overwhelmed, and I need to meditate to recover some spiritual energy before I can go back and forth. The fifth elder explained the situation one by one. Ow. Fifth elder, you are at the peak of Jindan, which is equivalent to... Su Yun began to mentally calculate something. Immediately afterward, he continued to ask, then how is the spiritual energy injected? Is it by contacting through the spiritual energy as in the case of Imperial flying swords, or is it by transmitting the spiritual energy through the air as in the case of the original life magic treasure? This flying boat is not my original magic treasure. Although with my realm, I can also inject spiritual power across the air, but the loss is too great. 1 out of 10. So I still supply spiritual power through contact and imperialize the flying boat to fly. Saying that, the fifth elder pointed to the seats underneath him while saying, from any of these seats. So it's relying on spiritual power sockets. Su Yun nodded in realization, and then not without thinking. Just now, the fifth elder said that this flying sword was not her original magic treasure, so he might be able to control this flying boat as well. As long as he was allowed to imperil it once, he would be able to reverse deduce the artifact patterns in the flying boat, which would be very beneficial to improving his refining level. Later on it might be possible to pay tribute to this extraordinary boat. Secondly, he also wanted to test whether or not the spiritual power wires implanted in his body could withstand it if the 11 cores were fully opened. It didn't take much spiritual energy to use it for a short period of time, so he dwelled on it for a while, but still made up his mind and said without knowing what to do, Fifth Elder, I have a presumptuous request. This flying boat, can you lend it to me for fun? Of course not. The fifth elder couldn't help but shout out with a stern face. The disciples were also jolted when they heard the fifth elder react so violently. Chapter 80 Dangerous Driving. Su Yun, by all rights you shouldn't be such an illiterate person. The fifth elder rebuked with a serious face. The lives of 100 or so people cannot be easily joked about. If the flying boat formation fails, these outer disciples will be instantly swept away in the midst of such high-altitude turbulence, and won't be able to fly with their swords at all, and at that time, even I won't be able to save them. Upon hearing that Su Yun wanted to command this flying boat by himself, the crowd below who had already relaxed suddenly tensed up again. Those who were afraid of death had already pulled out their flying swords, ready to bolt at any time, and tremblingly said, Su Yun, if you really want to do this, I'll jump off the boat immediately. There may still be a way to live. Even if you have comprehended the sword intent, your strength is not bad, and you are still handsome. You can't disregard our lives. Fifth Elder, help! I don't want to die yet. Seeing that everyone had already panicked to the point of saying everything, Su Yun frowned and resumed weighing his own strength, and after a moment, he nodded confidently and looked at the fifth elder. Fifth Elder, don't worry, I'm fully certain. No way. The fifth elder bobbed his head with a frown. Then his brows stretched and he smiled abruptly. Unless you can prove that you have the ability to command this flying boat. Ha ha, fifth elder, it's still you who understands me. Su Yun laughed heroically. There was an uproar from below, and they all looked at the fifth elder in disbelief. Fifth elder, confused. Done and done. I'd better jump off the boat first. Fifth elder is simple-minded and was fooled by this Su Yun. Even Yun Yao whispered to Wenbai, is this person, Su Yun, usually so feisty? I believe he has the ability to do so. He won't joke with everyone's lives. Wenbai said calmly, not questioning Su Yun in the slightest. Then he better be that strong. Oh. Yun Yao deflated, thinking in her heart that she shouldn't have asked Wenbai that question. At the same time, Su Yun's two sleeves shook, revealing his arms, and the dark golden lines were exceptionally eye-catching. The five elements sword flew out of the Qianquan bag on its own and was held in Su Yun's hand. The spiritual energy connected and the feeling of unity of man and sword made him feel a surge of pleasure. Under the eyes of all, Su Yun also no longer hid. On the sword, chest armor, a total of 12 medium-grade spirit cores were running at full power. The spirit power was gushing out crazily. The spirit power fluctuation that leaked out was enough to leave the onlookers dumbfounded. And then he pointed his sword towards the sky. The manic majestic spiritual energy transformed into a giant water dragon flying out from above the black sword. There were 9 of them, each over 10 feet long, which was already considered the limit of this move's technique. Ow ow. The 9 water dragons circled around each other, forming a layer of water dragon shield of water current agitation on top of the huge flying boat. Even if the shield on top of the flying boat failed, it could still protect the crowd unharmed. Seeing this scene, the disciples were nothing but dumbstruck and shocked. Is this the 4th level of Qi practicing? I'd believe it even if I said it was the Jin Dan realm. What secret is Su Yun hiding? This one-handed operation. My people look silly. Some people transformed into fanboys and became Su Yun's fans. Mu Chang's people will always be there. What a strong means. Su God, Su God, Su God. Others simply wanted to kiss ass. And so in a single voice, the entire crowd chanted, Su Shun, Su Shun. He had completely forgotten the rebuke he had just given to Su Yun. Su Yun, what kind of monster are you? Wang Cheng couldn't help but gulp, and in addition to disbelief in his eyes, there was also some unwillingness mixed in. His arrogance as a heavenly pride was pressed to the ground by Su Yun and rubbed hard. Su Yun, Wu Siyue's mouth softly recited. At the same time the hand holding Wang Chang's arm subconsciously loosened. Wang Fu wiped the cold sweat on his face, and Huang Jianbing's body in the corner shrunk again, and Wen Bai beamed, shattering his mouth. How did your strength skyrocket to this level again? Hey, how am I going to catch up with you, ah? Yun Yao on the side was filled with confusion. Surging? Is this person's strength progressing so fast? Right. Wen Bai looked in Su Yun's direction, with a surfeit of laughter in her eyes, and said softly, he always has endless layers of marvelous means that are inscrutable. It is the Cow S. Yun Yao's eyebrows were deep, not knowing what he was thinking. At the same time, Su Yun let out a long breath. Now it seemed that his set of spiritual energy system easily withstood the test of running at full capacity, and even had the potential to overclock. How about it? Fifth Elder? The Fifth Elder looked at the golden lines on Su Yun's body with interest, and the strange magic weapon he was wearing naturally could not escape the Fifth Elder's scrutiny. Unprecedented means, unseen, unknown, so amazing. Then with a bright smile, he sat up and walked slowly away. Over to you. The moment the Fifth Elder stopped supplying spiritual energy, the flying boat began to sway, its speed instantly slowing down, and the people on the boat sensed that they were slowly sliding in the direction of the tip of the sword, and that it was the flying boat that was plummeting downwards. White blue. So sudden. Su Yun hurriedly sat on the seat, put his hand on the armrest of the seat, and input spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was naturally absorbed and flowed into the artifact pattern. Su Yun closed his eyes and concentrated. His divine mind was fully open as he began to try to comprehend the maneuvering method of the flying boat. In just a few breaths of time before and after, the flying boat had turned into a stalling downward trend. The disciples were in a state of panic, and those who had no place to grab could only hug each other and cry and howl. On Su Yun's side, he was not in danger, and when the spiritual energy flowed through the entire flying boat, with his reserve of refining knowledge, it was enough to instantly understand the control method of the flying boat. Immediately after the 12 spirit cores were turned on at full power, the indicator lights on his chest armor glowed brightly, and the ghostly blue light faintly came out from the white clothes he wore, looking at it with an unusual beauty. Soon, the flying boat stopped its descending trend, while everyone started to suffer from overload. It was good that everyone was a cultivator. If they were mortals, I'm afraid that they would have been pressurized by several times the gravity and fainted instantly. Afterward, Su Yun began to pull up, and it only took a few breaths of time to bring the flying boat back to cruising altitude, entering a smooth flight state, and the protective array was activated normally, supporting the shield. The water dragon shield was dispatched by Su Yun. There was a burst of joy from the crowd, and they all looked as if they had been robbed of their lives. Su Yun actually did it, used spiritual energy to bring up such a huge flying boat. He's only at the 4th level of chi practicing. This is nothing short of a miracle. So God, drop God forever. Su Yun was naturally happy, but he just hadn't had time to show it yet. His mind was all on the flying boat. After controlling the flying boat, Su Yun realized that this flying boat is actually a solid secret silver pimple, not the kind of keel plus mask structure of the ship. It is reasonable to say that with the structure of the unusual flying boat immortal ship refining, the speed is much faster, and the driving up can be much easier. It would be strange for the spirit power consumption not to be high when making a solid, huge hunk of metal fly. Secret silver is just an unusual second-order material. The density is not low, and the strength is only slightly better than fine iron. Probably because of the need to use this solid casting method will be selected as the main material of secret silver. The use of other high-order materials, the cost will be more expensive. A large number of other high-grade materials had been incorporated into the secret silver to enhance its strength and keep it from breaking, and that was what made it such an extraordinary quality. And, of course, the wear pattern is crucial. It must be that this flying boat was refined under the auspices of the Third Elder, and the artifact patterns used were some high-grade artifact patterns that were far from being comparable to those that Su Yun had mastered, and were not even of the same order of magnitude. In the end, artifact patterns and circuits were only similar. They could not be said to be the same, and an artifact refiner needed to have a good grasp of spiritual power to create advanced artifact patterns. The more high-end wear pattern, the more difficult to perceive its existence. Just like using a cell phone, the user only need to tap a few times. You can search the internet to the young lady, and will not care about the complex technical principles of the cell phone system, processor, signal baseband, and even the entire network system behind it. The same is true for wear patterns. Cultivators only needed to inject spiritual energy to achieve a certain effect, without caring to how the artifact pattern worked and how the spiritual energy flowed in the artifact pattern. The artifact patterns in the flying boat were already so advanced that they were self-contained and natural, so naturally no one would care. This is what Su Yun lacks. His methods can only be described as refined. but not deep. Of course, scientific thinking was his unique secret weapon, and he was also able to pick out the many drawbacks of this flying boat's artifact pattern design, and could use a better method to achieve the corresponding function, and it could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Afterward, Su-yun began to dive into the various artifact patterns. It was a pity that the spiritual power interface was not compatible, and it was impossible to connect the flying boat to the meridians, otherwise it would have been able to control it comfortably, and it would not have been as difficult as controlling it with divine thoughts, and it would have been quicker to comprehend these weapon patterns. Half an hour later, Su-yun broke away from the state of arcane comprehension and nodded his head in satisfaction, stating that he had already learned enough this time, and it would be impolite to learn more. Actually, it's mostly about the money. Just this half an hour's effort had burned away a tenth of the spiritual energy in the spirit core, which combined was one more medium-grade spirit stone, although there are only 100 or so lower-grade spirit stones, but the middle-grade spirit stone is after all a scarce thing, with a piece of less apiece. I just hope that when the time comes in the Rue Kingdom's royal capital can be exchanged for some. Su-yun summoned the fifth elder who was chatting with Wenbai and the girls and smiled. Thanks to the fifth elder for making it possible. I'll trouble you for the next. Not playing a little longer? The fifth elder leisurely walked over and stopped 2 steps in front of the seat. Not coming. The wallet hurts. Su-yun dryly laughed. Get up. As he spoke, the fifth elder slowly walked over to the seat and only gently leaned his fingers on it. Su-yun disconnected his spiritual power output and cautiously got up, preparing for the short bumps that would come, but the flying boat continued to fly smoothly without a single stutter. Fifth elder's means of weapon control can be considered exquisite. Su-yun could not help but marvel. Compared to weapon defense, you are still far from it. The fifth elder laughed lightly, then sat up in his seat and waved his hand. There's nothing more for you to do here. Go! Many thanks to the fifth elder. Su-yun respectfully arched his hand in farewell. Returning to the pile, Su-yun wanted to ask Wenbai what the fifth elder had said to them just now out of a melon-eating mindset, but Wenbai just smiled and said, no comment. Looking towards Jiangmu. Jiangmu also shook his head repeatedly. Women's topics. They don't let me listen to them either. I closed my 5 senses. Well, Su-yun said resentfully. However, this fifth elder really has no attitude, and does not have the same face as her, namely Qingran, which is cold and indifferent. It was even less like the other few, who had to be on their end, especially that Yunmu fourth elder. Thinking of this, Su-yun couldn't help but remember that woman and grabbed Yun Yao and asked, how has Lai Su been doing lately? Upon hearing this, Yun Yao took a look at Wenbai's face and confirmed that there was no problem before graciously saying, she's quite fine. She's now taking the opportunity of building her foundation to comprehend the third elder's lineage of the emotionless Tao. Emotionless Tao. Why do I think of the fourth elder's cold face when I hear this word? Could this be the downside of the emotionless Tao? Su-yun pondered. It's not appropriate to say it's a disadvantage. Sometimes being ruthless is an advantage instead. As the saying goes, if you are ruthless in your heart, you can draw your sword and have a god. Cold-faced killing god. Sounds awesome. Yun Yao said with a yearning face. Upon hearing this, Su-yun pondered for a moment and bristled. If emotions are rejected, what difference is there between it and a machine? More or less frustrated. The next time I see you, I'm afraid that the lively and lovely neighborhood girl, Lai Su, won't exist anymore. Subsequently, Su-yun collected his emotions and sat down on the ground, sinking his consciousness into the sea of consciousness by himself. Spirit realm is it? Let me give it a try. The projection of Su-yun's consciousness in pure white space said. With a thought, he first conjured up a small cube with a surface filled with a gray and white lattice, which was the initial model in all 3D modeling software. Su-yun also has not shallow attainments in modeling software. Pondering the spirit realm, he is also ready to follow the process of modeling and rendering. It's just weird to look at the initial little squares with no material and no shadows. So Su-yun used his imagination and put his favorite material on the small square, the not-so-pure transparent material of spirit stones. Soon then cast a warm orange point light source, and the cube was shadowed. But the shadows and refraction were stiff, with no diffuse reflection, no subsurface scattering, let alone the realism that comes with global illumination. He pondered for a few more moments, and after continuous calculations, striving to restore the real physical process, he finally managed to complete a fairly realistic transparent spirit stone cube. After a shallow attempt, Su-yun mastered the basic techniques, and other in-depth play could be explored later. Next, one needed to ride on the heat, deducing and absorbing the results just obtained from the flying boat's artifact patterns. With just a thought, a perfect flying boat prime model appeared in the spirit realm of the sea of consciousness, and since it didn't need materials, light, shadows, and other messy things, it didn't consume too much divine soul power, saving thinking resources. You can try your best to restore the flying boat artifact pattern to a very fine level. It also leaves more energy for deducing artifact patterns. Not long after, Suyun was considered to have benefited from eating through most of the artifact patterns on the flying boat. In the future, using the spirit realm to deduce artifact patterns and design artifacts, compared to hand drawing, the efficiency can be said to increase exponentially, which is the role of the productivity tool should have. Suyun had a premonition that many of his ideas could be realized in advance. After the business was done, Suyun was still reluctant to leave this marvelous spirit realm, where it was as if he was the creator, the god. He steeply plotted an idea that he didn't know what to do with. He wanted to try to restore the complete and real secret silver flying boat in the spirit realm. It's not just about the appearance, it's about the inside, follows real physical laws, has real spiritual properties, and preferably the artifact pattern is still able to operate in the spiritual realm. To control so many details at the same time was undoubtedly a harsh test for the divine soul. As a simple example, it is like visualizing a moving car in your mind, not only to think of a shell, but also at the same time to imagine the action of the fuel pipe spraying fuel, the gasoline bursting to push the piston to move, the power transmission to all levels of gears on top of each other, and then drive the wheels, friction on the ground, and propel the car to move forward in the whole process. Its difficulty can be imagined. Chapter 81, Pig Brain Overload. To be authentically reproduced, one must first start with the lowest level of architecture and construct the laws of physics as the laws of one's spiritual realm. It is well known that there are four fundamental forces in the universe: the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, and the gravitational force. Conceiving gravity with the mind is simple. Nothing more than applying a force between objects that decays with distance, a force that is easily simulated. Just rely on your imagination. However, for this small piece of Suyun's spirit realm space, the gravitational force between objects was negligible, so he simply constructed a simple downward gravity. As for the electromagnetic force, it is actually similar in nature to the gravitational force, except that there is a distinction between positive and negative charges, but at the macro level, there is no need to show it for the time being. As for the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, and even less need to manifest it at the macro level. With his divine soul realm, he can't accomplish such a subtle calculation, so Suyun simply focused on the construction of matter. Thanks to the tireless search for the composition of matter by successive generations of scientists in his previous life, Suyun's understanding of the nature of matter far exceeded that of cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. Matter is not a homogeneous whole as perceived by the theories of the cultivation world, similar to an empty box, but consists of much finer structures. Quarks, as the smallest known elementary particles, with different properties form hadrons such as neutrons and protons under the action of the strong nuclear force, both of which in turn form the nucleus of an atom, which in turn attracts electrons to form an atom. In simplified terms, an atom is the smallest unit of material composition, even if the internal composition of matter is so rich, but because the volume of the atomic nucleus only accounts for a very small part of the atom, and even the electrons are mostly wave function state, so the internal atom is actually empty. In the exploration of the divine mind, naturally cannot be found in the mystery. It will only be thought that the material interior is a piece of nothingness, an empty box that has nothing. What holds matter together is actually the electromagnetic force between protons and electrons in an atom, and even friction and elasticity at the macroscopic level are a manifestation of the electromagnetic force. The mass of matter, on the other hand, is provided by the static mass of the nucleus and the portion of energy that pins neutrons and protons firmly in place. But if you really want to follow the rules of the real world to restore the material in the spirit realm, Suyun must be pig brain overload inevitable. He also had to back off and try to start building with the atom as the smallest unit. Again, it was still the same small square, and Suyun concentrated his thoughts and began to make gradual progress, evenly dividing the small square into smaller basic units from the inside. 2 for 1, 4 for 2, 8 for 4, 64 for 8. The number of small squares being divided was almost exponentially increasing. Suyun gradually felt overwhelmed. At first he could still endure it, but the further he went, the more difficult it was to maneuver with his mind, and it's nowhere near that scale of an atom. At this time, the divine soul has begun to emit tearing paroxysms of pain. The feeling of the sky spinning came, and the consciousness began to blur. Before fainting, Suyun only had one thought. Sure enough, I'm still too big for my britches. With today's realm wanting to have creator-like means was truly a whimsical thought. I don't know how long. Suyun regained consciousness. A warm and soft feeling came, along with the woman's faint fragrance similar to the fragrance of flowers. Sure that it was from Wenbai. Opening his eyes, the light was not harsh. What came into his eyes was Wenbai's sweet and gentle smile. Wake up! Only then did Suyun realize that she was lying in Wenbai's arms. To be precise, she was leaning on top of Wenbai's knee pillow. How long have I been unconscious? Suyun asked as he continued to lie down. Look for yourself. Wenbai's small face suddenly changed color and said with some grumbling. As soon as Suyun turned his head, he saw that the flying boat was empty, and the group of outer disciples had long since disappeared. What? It's just us. Suyun sat up straight and accidentally bumped into the bulge on Wenbai's chest. Duong. He didn't care, but Wenbai's face reddened from blushing. Suyun began to think, to take a detour to send more than 10 squads to their destination. It would not be possible to do so without 2 days. Simply attempting to deduce and restore the internal structure of matter had emptied his divine soul power and fainted for 2 days. If he really wanted to create real objects in the spirit realm space, what realm would be needed to do so? Suyun was getting a little frustrated. Without waiting for him to say something, Wenbai crossed her arms, her face ashamed and annoyed, and said in a bad mood, Suyun, don't you have anything to explain? Fainting all of a sudden. If not for Jiang Mu saying that you just had a depletion of your divine soul power, I would have thought that you were dead. Just a small deduction of something. Ha! Suyun didn't know how to explain it, and it ultimately failed. There was nothing to say. At this moment, Jiang Mu shook his little head melon, and said in disbelief, it shouldn't be. Although Brother Su's strength is not bad, but after all, the divine soul realm is low, and his understanding of everything in the world should be quite shallow. Even if he is constructing the spirit realm, it's not possible for this kind of situation to occur in which he was instantly emptied of his divine soul's power. Little kids go aside. Suyun didn't want to explain too much. He wouldn't understand even if he said it. Turning to Wenbai, he began to comfort her. Allah, I have my own measure. There won't be a next time. But why is your face so red? Humph. Nothing. Wenbai covered her face and her nose spewed out a hot breath, avoiding Suyun's eyes. But the more she avoided it, the more her mind could recall what had just happened, and her face became hotter and hotter, like a boiling kettle, straight up hot. Suyun only thought that it was because she was angry and failed to control the fire spirit root in her body, and her spirit power was disorganized. Afterward, Suyun ascended to the sword tip position of the flying boat and stood with his hands on his head, overlooking the scenery in front of him. Apparently it had almost reached the Rue Kingdom's imperial capital, and now that the flying boat had descended to a height below the clouds, there was pale earth as far as the eye could see. Only the sky was cloudy and there were thunderclouds brewing ahead. Heavy black clouds covered the undulating mountains and plains. Cloud waves churned. Thunder dragons rolled and swam in them, and the swords of both heaven and earth were drawn as if they were about to go to war at any moment. Only a glimmer of light was visible on the very far horizon. When he came back to his senses, the flying boat had already entered the range of the thunderclouds. Bursts of thunder exploded in the surroundings, and the lightning arcs kept striking on top of the flying boat. But fortunately it was resisted by the shield. But this was the first time Suyun had been so close to lightning. That kind of strong power made Suyun's heart yearn for it, and he could not help but recall the piece of purple thunder crystal that he had purchased from Elder Chin last time. Perhaps it is time to tame this manic energy. Suyun sat on the ground and his consciousness entered the sea of consciousness once again. This time he did not dare to try something beyond his ability. Instead he honestly deduced the new magic weapon design. Soon after, Suyun got up contentedly and stretched. After mastering the spirit realm, the speed of scientific research multiplied, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a technological explosion. At the same time, it also exposed the drawback of Suyun's own lack of realm, using the spirit realm, or relying too much on divine soul strength. The easiest way to raise divine soul strength was actually to break through the cultivation level. It seems that this fourth level of chi practicing realm of mine is still too weak, so let's just make a random sudden break. Suyun turned back and shouted to Wenbai at the end of the sword. Wenbai, a pill to help breakthrough. Alright, Wenbai agreed painfully, casually took out a light blue elixir, used spiritual energy, a jade finger flick, across a distance of 100 meters, threw the elixir to Suyun. The elixir presented a warm light blue color, like a blue flower, with the flow of spiritual energy and a haloed layer of light. It had actually reached the level of a peak third-order elixir. This is the nurturing spirit breakthrough pill, which can open the bottleneck of breakthroughs in the realms below foundation establishment, and is also quite beneficial to breakthroughs in the realms above foundation establishment. Suyun stretched out his 2 fingers and easily intercepted the elixir, observing it for a moment before taking it. Feeling the medicinal power dissolve away, Suyun began to run his cultivation technique, not even needing to enter the state of meditating on the nascent soul. It was because he didn't need to borrow heaven and earth's spiritual chi to make a breakthrough. He only needed to call upon a bit of the spiritual energy in his spiritual core at will. The spiritual energy in the spiritual core was already pure and condensed enough that it didn't need to be refined again and could be directly poured into the Dantian's inner sanctum. With a thought, the surging spiritual energy in the spiritual core surged out, rampaging through the long-hungry meridians until it converged into the Dantian. Suyun's dusty realm that had been sealed for a long time began to loosen. Subsequently, the physical body, meridians, and even the divine soul began to draw in spiritual energy and gain strengthening. Suyun duly increased his spiritual power output to meet the demands of realm advancement. It was just that Suyun was the most refuted of the 5 elemental spiritual roots and needed to draw in 5 times the amount of spiritual energy to complete the breakthrough. However, 5 times the difficulty of a breakthrough does not result in 5 times the strength, and the 5 elemental miscellaneous spirit roots are instead a drag, broad but not refined, and there will be interference between the different attributes, resulting in a poor switch of spiritual attributes, which will in turn make the execution of feats sluggish. This was one of the reasons why the 5 elements heterogeneous spiritual root was known as the worst spiritual root. Cultivation was slow, not to mention weak. The only benefit was that he could learn a few more techniques. Luckily, Suyun had a spirit core, so he did not have such concerns. Only, Suyun realized that his realm breakthrough was imminent, but his meridians and divine soul didn't seem to be sucking up enough spiritual energy. There was always no harm in letting them suck up more spiritual energy, so Suyun deliberately suppressed the realm, and only let the realm breakthrough continue when the spiritual energy was no longer consumed by them. Soon, Suyun broke through to the 5th level of Qi practicing. After that, it's still the same method. At this time, several teammates have long been surrounded. In their eyes, Suyun stood and broke the realm, and all the way up. No sign of stopping, even take the 5th, 6th and 7th layers of Qi practice, until the peak of the 9th level of Qi practicing. Breaking through 5 realms in a row? Even the absolute top single spirit root geniuses don't have this cultivation speed, Wu Cus said in surprise, having some difficulty believing what was happening in front of her. Hearing Wu Cus' exclamation, Wang Chong was a bit unhappy, but it's only the Qi practicing realm. If he can break through 5 realms in a row even at the foundation establishment stage, I'll be willing to be his follower. And Yunyao slightly bobbed her head, sighing, what kind of monster is Suyun in the end? I practiced hard for 2.5 years to reach the peak of Qi cultivation. Did he use this for even an hour? Oh, you're strong too. Don't compare yourself with others. Compare yourself. Wenbai covered her mouth and laughed, and Suyun was consolidating his cultivation. After this breakthrough, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the difference between a miscellaneous spirit root and a single spirit root was actually not as huge as everyone thought, at least in terms of meridian width and divine soul strength. The crux of the problem lay in the portion of spiritual energy absorbed by the physical body, meridians, and divine soul during the breakthrough. Due to the fact that the ability of the miscellaneous spirit roots to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was much weaker, the vast majority of the spiritual energy flowed to the Dantian, taking it to impact the shackles and break through the realm. What was left? There was very little spiritual energy that could be used to strengthen the physical body, meridians, and divine soul, and after several breakthroughs, the gap continued to accumulate, which was what led to the huge gap in final strength. And the last thing Suyun lacked was spiritual energy. It can feed the flesh, meridians, and divine soul. Suyun was confident that in these aspects, there would not be much of a gap between him and the talented cultivators with single spirit roots. Only, Suyun will not foundation establishment realm cultivation techniques. Today's portion of the breakthrough can only end here. In fact, the remaining potency of the elixir is still enough to break through 1 or 2 more layers upwards. I can only turn back and look for a suitable foundation building cultivation technique. Breaking away from his cultivation state, Suyun realized that he was being surrounded by people, and could not help but frown, shaking his head and sighing, hey, only a few of you are there. It would be great if all those 100 or so people were there. Crowd, you still don't think you've made enough of a splash, do you? Yunyao said as she gave Suyun a blank look. Why? I just want everyone to observe the process of my breakthrough so that I can comprehend something that will be beneficial to my future breakthroughs, Suyun said sheepishly. Wang Fu took a step forward, detached himself from the crowd and slightly arched his hand. Congratulations to senior brother Suyun for his successive breakthroughs. It can truly be said that he is 5 in a row of extinction. Truly a rare genius cultivator of the continent. I don't dare to dare. It's still senior brother Wang Fu's profound cultivation. I'm still far behind. I need to cultivate hard and keep catching up. The two began to commercially blow each other up. Only, all of a sudden the sky brightened up, and the flying boat flew out of the large area of thunderclouds and saw the deep blue sky again. The Rue Kingdom's imperial capital, Smoke Cloud, has arrived, Yunyao said as she looked ahead with somewhat complicated eyes. Although this is the place where she grew up, but again in her homeland, or let her heart seek to generate some unspeakable feelings. Suyun turned around and could vaguely see the magnificent Smoke Cloud City appearing on the horizon. It is rumored that Smoke Cloud City has a wall of 500 miles, 10 million people under its jurisdiction, a water system of 1,200 miles within the city, and a peak of 1,000 feet into the sky, which is the location of the Imperial Palace, and is also a heavenly paradise with plenty of spiritual charm. This peak now towered above the horizon, standing out above the vast plain like the crest of an electrocardiogram, and below the flying swords, starry towns were sparsely visible. After thinking for a moment, Suyun looked at Wang Fu and said, "Senior brother Wang Fu, the flying boat is too noticeable. Why don't we just go to the imperial capital on our own with our swords, and we can also poke around the nearby towns to get some information first?" "Yes, listen to you," Wang Fu nodded. Suyun, he was speechless for a moment, and only after a few moments did he smile sarcastically. "Senior brother Wang Fu, you are the leader. Ha ha ha, almost forgot." Senior brother Wang Fu used to smile to demonstrate his embarrassment. He also found that he was a bit too superstitious of Suyun, without a bit of the temperament and mastery that a leader should have. He then fixed his mind and showed a solemn face. "It's actually just that senior brother Suyun and I happen to coincide with each other's ideas." Pausing for a moment, "Senior brother Suyun, go inform the fifth elder." "Yes, senior brother Wang Fu." Suyun respectfully attached himself and arched his hand. Suyun found the fifth elder and explained his intentions. "Just right. At first I was worried about where to land such a large flying boat." The fifth elder beamed. And then the flying boat suddenly stopped, and Suyun stumbled and almost fell. "That's a hard break on the fifth elder." Suyun then hesitated for a moment and said with a light smile, "Fifth elder, really don't want to stay in Smoky Cloud City for a while? Smoke Cloud City is notoriously prosperous. Don't you want to experience the city life with all the lights and wine? It's also good to pick us up when our mission is over, so you don't have to run back and forth." "No." The fifth elder waved his hand carelessly. "You have your tasks, and I have my duties as well. As far as your little mind is concerned, how could I not know? Ha ha ha, worthy of being an elder." Suyun had also wanted to request the fifth elder to sit in Smoke Cloud City so that he could provide support at any time, and also press down on this Roy Kingdom's dark and turbulent situation. Now it will have to stop. You just want to play with this flying boat again. It's hard to let someone play with it at will when it's an important weapon of the sect. The fifth elder had an expression of knowing the end. Well, Suyun smiled helplessly. The fifth elder was really sword-centered and had no calculations in his heart. Chapter 82, The Crooked Strike. However, since the fifth elder had another mission, it was not good for Suyun to ask about it. A moment later, the secret silver flying boat landed in a depression near a town from the clouds, and its silver-white appearance had a natural concealment effect that would not attract attention. The forest is deep and secluded. The blue water curves back and forth, and it's quite quiet, so you can hide your tracks silently. All of you proceed with caution. I will wait for news of your victorious return." The fifth elder stood on the tip of his sword and looked down at the members below who were each flying with their swords, saying, "Many thanks to the fifth elder." The crowd replied in unison, arching their hands. With that, the flying boat took off into the clouds, coming and going without a sound. "Let's go." In the air, Suyun gently jumped, collected the five-element sword, and fell towards the ground. "You're going to walk?" Wunbai opened his mouth to ask, but likewise jumped after him without a moment's hesitation. Suyun gently stabilized his stance and said in a graceful manner, "There is a path for the villagers here just ahead. Go and take a look at the village." The crowd did not know what Suyun meant, but half of the team, including Wang Fu, chose to follow Suyun, and the remaining three had to follow. "It's just a doubt in my mind." Above the forest path, 8 people walked into 2 lines. 3 people at the end of the team. Huang Jianbing pulled Wang Chong. "Suspicious, Wang's senior brother. What do you think this Suyun means? Scouting for information. It's not good to fly directly to the town? He, making a fuss." Wang Chong snorted, then looked at Wu Siyue and asked, "What do you think? It doesn't matter if it's a trick, or if it's really something." But senior brother Wang Fu was all but following Suyun. "So what can we do?" Wu Siyue catered. Similarly, Yun Yao in front of her also had quite a few questions. "Suyun, why would you choose to take this countryside path? It's not good to fly directly to the town and ask someone?" Suyun paused and turned back to look at the crowd. "Yun Yao, you're a princess of a country, senior brother Wang Fu. You're from a cultivation family, Wenbai. Although your family is not considered to be a family, but it's also a prestigious family, which is why you've come out to be so gentle, virtuous and dignified and beautiful. Like a little fairy that doesn't eat earthly fires." There's also Jiang Muyu. Although you're an ordinary citizen, but you also reside in the middle of the town. And your family elders are at least considered to be government officials, are at least considered to be working in the government. Only I am from a remote mountain village, and I also realize that the only country folk are simple but foolish, kind and at the same time small-minded in chewing the cud. If I were the leader of a cult like the Chaos Sect, I would definitely be prioritizing brainwashing such unenlightened townspeople. But why don't you just fly into the village and find someone to ask? Yun Yao spread her hands and said, expressing her incomprehension. Su Yun smiled helplessly. You've been the princess of Ruegwa for too long. You're out of touch with the masses. If you fly over there, it's a condescending, human gesture, and they don't want to bother with you. Can you still bully them? What we want is to reach out to the masses and communicate on an equal footing. You have to learn. Finally, Su Yun made a point of reminding, when you meet someone later on, make sure to tighten your breath. Don't let people see that you're a cultivator. It's still senior brother Su Yun who is more knowledgeable. Wang Fu was able to clap his horse's ass even with this. Where? Some shallow experience is all. Just watch my eyes later. Su Yun waved his hand full of unconcern, and then Wang Fu sought out the three who were lagging behind and gave an explanation, leaving them without temper. After walking for a while, there are more paths, and in the distance you can also see the green smoke rising from the low farmhouse tiled houses. Occasionally I see a few people busy in the fields. Such a familiar countryside scene gave Su Yun a sense of affection. Su Yun sought out a gray-haired old woman who was tending her tea fields. Her hunched body was not sharp. Laboring for a while, she had to put her hoe down and rest for a while. Without saying a word, Su Yun went over and picked up the hoe and began to busy himself for the old woman. Ouch! Young man, what are you doing? The old woman was astonished beyond measure, especially after seeing the rest of the party. Although they didn't wear sect clothing and their breath had been concealed, the regular clothes they wore were also flashy and extraordinary, far from the coarse cloth and linen clothes of the common folk. My wife wouldn't dare to bother you young masters and ladies. Auntie, don't worry, I am also a commoner, their servant only. This time I came just as a guide, to bring them to enjoy the countryside scenery came. Su Yun smilingly said, having stayed in the city for a long time, I occasionally like to cultivate some sentiment. So that's it. The old crone nodded slightly, but her heart was still drumming and her brow was furrowed. Then Su Yun said somewhat apologetically, actually, it's like this, a few of us are also tired of walking, so we want to find a place to beg for a drink of water and a light meal. Don't worry, the payment won't be less for you. Although the old crone did not have any bad intentions, she was naturally happy to hear that there was a reward. Good to say. If you do not mind, then follow the wife home to deal with a bite. Son, let's finish this first. Su Yun agreed with a full mouth. Su Yun reiterated, I'm talking about this is a rare farm experience program. Wenbai was the first to understand and went up to start pulling grass. Wang Fu then began to greet him. Yes. Listen to him. Didn't you all clamor to experience life at first? Many people don't want to work, but are ultimately forced to deal with a few random moments. The old woman's tea field is not big, just 1 acre and 3/4 of land. Now is not the season for tea production. Just clean up the weeds of the farmland, loosening the soil, in order to have a good harvest in the coming year. Several people quickly finished their labors. Thank you all. The old woman bent over and brought the crowd toward her small farmhouse. Su Yun carried the hoe and Wenbai carried the dustpan, following behind him. Wenbai also took advantage of the old woman's lack of attention, to perform a trick to take care of the spiritual field. Will be the tea field ground deep hidden pests are cleaned up, and so on next year Qingming tea production season. This tea field will definitely have an unexpected harvest. Yun Yao and Jiang Mu also followed slowly. Only the remaining 4 were left behind. Wu Siyue has always been pampered, and after some labor, she complained, pulling Wang Fu and complaining, elder brother Wang Fu, look at what the Su Yun is doing, farming and going to Immortals' house to eat. Don't forget all about our mission. Look at his bossy demeanor. It's really disgusting, Wang Chong said in dissatisfaction. Wang Fu frowned and aggravated his tone. Senior brother Su Yun must have his reasons. If you guys are not convinced, you can personally go and find him to argue. Upon hearing this, several people were silent. For one thing, they couldn't beat Su Yun. For another, Su Yun's current status was different from the past, and offending him would definitely not have a good time. After all, even the Void Dan Realm's Wang Fu was obedient to Su Yun. In the end, Huang Jianbing leisurely said, I do think Su Yun has his reasons. After all, this kind of great genius, even if not to stay in the karma will naturally come to the door. And then, Huang Jianbing quickly chased towards Su Yun. Wu Siyue was stunned for a moment. Doesn't this Huang Jianbing regard Su Yun as a flooding beast, avoiding it? Why is he still actively chasing after him now? These words were naturally heard by Huang Jianbing, who put in a voice, since some karma cannot be avoided, it would be better to enter the center of the storm. The center of the storm is the wind and waves. The crone's small yard was not far from the tea fields. The smoky house. A group of people entered the small courtyard. The later few people disliked the chicken poop all over the courtyard. Su Yun and the others didn't care. The old woman brought the crowd into the hall, set up a circle of bamboo stools around an old table full of dents, served a clay teapot, poured tea, and greeted the crowd as they sat down. Su Yun looked around and found a room with a big red she character pasted on the door, not even stained with much dust. Then noticing that a shrine was set up in the center of the hall, with no incense or tribute, and covered by a red cloth, rather oddly, he couldn't help but frown. Only then did he sit down. Homegrown tea, although not golden, but also sweet and mellow. I hope you do not mind. The old woman smiled and said, treating several people kindly. Su Yun tasted a mouthful and felt that his lips and teeth were fragrant. Although this tea did not have much aura, the flavor was still okay. Good tea. Ha ha, it's good that you like it. The crone laughed in satisfaction, putting down his teacup. Su Yun then asked, Granny, who is busy in the kitchen? Your son and daughter-in-law? It's my old companion. He can't do farm work because of his weak legs, so he can only take care of some household chores, the old woman said with a bitter face. Your juniors are not around? Su Yun pursued in an urgent tone. So unfilial? Making you all live such a hard life. I just have a son who just got married not too long ago. Now the couple is seeking the immortal path, so they can't care about us old folks. When they achieve the path to immortality, our days will naturally be better. Seeking immortality? Su Yun's face was grave. When did spiritual root qualification become so common that a couple from a mortal family also possessed the qualification? Some of the royal families in Smoke Cloud City didn't even have spirit root qualifications yet. Which immortal sect is seeking and what Tao is being asked? Su Yun suppressed his emotions and asked. Let's see. The old woman fell into deep thought, but her face was quite proud, and after a moment, she slowly said, Where exactly? I don't know. Wife, I don't understand. I just remember that it was an immortal master wearing a black hooded cloak who came to the door on the very day of the wedding, and said that my son and daughter-in-law were both heavenly, and that they were wizards of the cultivation. Before they could enter the bridal chamber that night, he took them away, although they left in a hurry, but after all, it's immortal destiny, so I didn't object. I only hope that they can cultivate hard and achieve immortal master as soon as possible, so that they can pick up our old couple to enjoy the happiness. Su Yun and Wenbai looked at each other in disbelief while looking at Wang Fu's eye color, and everyone detected something strange. Su Yun then asked, Then congratulations to Granny. I wonder what kind of spiritual root your son and daughter-in-law have, and what are the specific qualifications? Spiritual roots? While the old woman was happy, she looked skeptical. What is a spiritual root? Su Yun sank in his heart. The first step of the serious sect to accept people is to test the spiritual root. No spiritual root, but also what to cultivate the immortal. Unless it is, maybe, their family has really met that cult. Seeing the crowd's reticence, the old crone walked rather proudly to the shrine, drawing gazes from the crowd. However, my son did send back a statue of the god a few days ago, saying that by worshipping it from time to time, he might also be able to win the favor of the five-eyed true god and grant him immortal destiny. I don't have any hope for the old lady, but you youngsters can still try. With that, the crone pulled down the red cloth on the shrine and a black statue came into view. This statue is wrapped in a hooded robe in the shape of a humanoid creature. Said humanoid creature because its image is really strange, and its name Five-Eyed True God. The face of the part of the five eyes long crooked, distorted, as if broken up after randomly arranged. The five senses were distorted, as if they had been scattered and randomly arranged. The body is also only vaguely humanoid, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a human doll made by stuffing internal organs and debris into clothes and sewing them together. There are also unnameable and disgusting tentacle-like structures sticking out from the cuffs and collar. Watch as the SAN drops like crazy. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that they had indeed encountered the chaos cult, and the deity worshipped by the chaos cult was the five-eyed true god. Su Yun had only wanted to ask Damsel for some information to see if there could be any clues. As a result, I really met the missionary activities of the chaos cult by mistake. Finally Wang Fu couldn't help but ask, Auntie, do you know where your son has gone? I do not know. But also the last time back a trip, leaving the statue of God will go. More do not know where to go, but the person who seeks immortality will have their own destiny. The old woman smiling, full of happiness. Su Yun saw it, but it was extraordinarily difficult. Laughing, she said, Ma'am, why don't you go to the kitchen and help master with his work, and we'll pay our respects here. Good. Remember, a sincere heart is a good heart. Be pious. The old woman smiled kindly and turned to step into the kitchen. Immediately, Wang Fu looked grave as he unfolded a one-way soundproof array disc and looked at Su Yun in surprise. Senior brother Su Yun, how did you know that there are traces of chaos cult activities here? I don't know. I just want to inquire about some village gossip. Gossip rumors to come. Su Yun keyed his head and said, and did not make a pretense of obscuring this credit. I told you. Su Yun is someone who has great karma wrapped around him. Karma will naturally come to him. Huang Jianbing said rather smugly. Su Yun didn't care about any cause and effect. He only felt that Huang Jianbing was praising him. At this time, Wang Fu came up to the statue of the five-eyed true god, carefully examined it for a moment, and slightly shook his head. Very unusual obsidian. Can't see anything fishy, and no reaction with the divine mind. It's probably a souvenir that the chaos cult sends to its followers, to be used for worship. Not necessarily, didn't the elder woman say? To worship, to be pious. Saying this, Su Yun lifted up his robe, knelt squarely on the ground, kowtowed downwards, reciting the name of the five-eyes true god in his heart, and also gave birth to the idea of intentionally converting to the chaos sect. A moment later, Jiang Mu frowned, the corners of his eyes raised as he looked toward the bizarre statue in the shrine in front of him, transmitting his divine sense to Su Yun. He said, Brother Su, there are divine soul fluctuations on this statue. I can't help it. It's sucking the power of my divine soul. Su Yun replied in his mind, but it's not strong. It's the kind of level that any mortal can withstand, and after worshipping it for a long time, it will be a bit weak at most. However, can you determine where the statue is sending the divine soul power? It doesn't seem to have existed in the statue, but rather just disappeared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu also knelt down reverently. I'll try. This is? Seeing another person kneeling, Wang Fu wondered, can kneeling really reveal something fishy? Groveling before an inexplicable statue. What a disgrace to our clan. Wang Chan led Wu Siyue and retreated to the side, sneering coldly. Try and see. Remember to be pious. Su Yun did not say much. Without saying a word, when Bai and Yunyao knelt next to Su Yun, Wang Fu and Huang Jianbing also knelt down successively. And then, several faces successively revealed an unbelievable look. And it was at that moment that footsteps came from outside the house, and it sounded like there were quite a few people. Su Yun turned around and looked at a group of men, women and children, all recent townspeople. Yo, it's really lively today. So many people have come to worship the five-eyed true god Na. A young, strong man with dark skin said. There were two children with big eyes, hiding behind the adults. Timid but very well behaved and cute. Chapter 83, Waiting for the Rabbit. The few people kneeling in the small group all sensed something fishy, and there was no need to continue kneeling, not to mention that the house was not big, so they made room for the new townspeople. Retreat to the courtyard with the one-way soundproofing array disc. Looking at the men, women, and children in the house who were kneeling in devotion, Su Yun had a saddened look on his face. I had thought that the chaos cult was like a phoenix feather, and I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find it. But I didn't think that I would be able to meet so many believers by casually searching for a family, and I'm afraid that this chaos cult has already sprung up all over the place like a rainbow. That's not quite true. What if it's you, Su Yun, who is blessed with good fortune and just happens to meet it? Huang Jianbing coldly interjected. All in all, it's good to find traces of the chaos sect. Wang Fu was also deeply worried. However, what kind of means is this statue of the chaos sect? Neither is it a magic weapon. Why can it still suck the power of a person's divine soul? It can't even detect where the power of the divine soul has gone. Wang Chong and Wu Siyue didn't kneel down and were a bit surprised when they hadn't personally seen such secretive means. Su Yun looked at Jiang Mu, who also shook his head in denial and transmitted. The divine soul power that was sucked away was like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Even I couldn't detect where it went in the slightest. Perhaps this is the reason why the chaos sect wants to absorb so many congregations. Su Yun analyzed while replying with his mind. They want to draw a constant stream of divine soul power, and they are planning for the long term, so we can't let them continue to absorb the congregations. And Wang Fu and Su Yun coincided with the same idea, and stood in front of the crowd. Fighting spirit, Chaos Sect relies on this statue to suck the power of people's souls. We can't let it add to Chaos Sect's power for the Chaos Sect's master. Wait for me to smash it. Senior brother Wang Fu, calm down, and observe for a while. Su Yun drew himself up and stopped in front of Wang Fu. Inside the house, more than 10 people were kneeling on the dirt floor in a regular manner. Their posture was humble. Their bodies were close to the ground, too low to be low, too pious to be pious. The words were mouthed, and it was impossible to hear what words and phrases they were, except to discern that each person was chanting something different. In the morning, the people who came to worship successively got up. One by one, The face is pale. The spirit is floating. Just now when they came to be still bright and energetic, a moment's effort is so disheveled, as if staying up for a few all-nighters. Although the divine soul power sucked by the idol was not much, it was only for cultivators, while for mortals it was not a small drain. At this time, the old crone came out with 2 plates of dishes, saw the room full of people, and looked out of the room, instantly showed a difficult face, complaining, "You all crowded out the honored guests, so where do I put my face?" The strong man among them said in dissatisfaction, "I say, wifey Lu, why don't you simply put the statue of the five-eyed true god in the village's ancestral hall, which will also make it easier for everyone to make a pilgrimage to the shrine." "No, it also saves everyone from bothering you," my son said. "The immortal master has specially explained that this five-eyed true god venerable statue is invited back, and must not be moved easily, or else the true god will be angered, and smite our village, and everyone will be unable to bear the consequences." The old woman put down the 2 plates of dishes and anxiously said. Then, a white-haired, stooped old woman stood up with her walking stick and angrily struck the ground a few times with it, chiding, "Lu, I think you just don't want other families to be chosen by the true god as well, and you want to break our immortal path." But the old lady's body was already weak, and was also sucked away a lot of soul power. So excited, but even a black eye, planted on the ground. "But don't blackmail my wife." The crone panicked and went up to tend to it. The others began to blame as well, and the house was in disarray. With that, the old lady turned awake, cursed some more, and let herself be assisted outside. A group of people cursed and left, one of them inexplicably cranky. Even the beginning of the well-behaved children are a little disobedient to parental discipline. Began to mischievous fight. The noise did not stop until they walked away. It seems that this idol can also influence one's mind and stir up negative emotions. Suyun cupped his chin and pondered. Jiang Mu added from the sidelines based on what he had seen and heard. Being sucked by the statue of a god's soul power will give people an illusion of communicating with the gods. Thus they continue to enjoy themselves even if they know that they will be laboring and hurting their souls after worshipping. At that moment, the old crone was full of apologies and welcomed all the people outside the house. "I'm really sorry to make you all look at the joke. Ever since they learned that I have a five-eyed true god venerable statue here, they have come over from time to time to pay their respects, and they couldn't even stop them." "They, the believers, were not given idols?" Wang Fu asked in a skeptical tone. "I don't know much, but I heard my son say that only formal believers can be rewarded with a statue of the five-eyed true god. Perhaps they don't have enough merit to be recognized by the five-eyed true god and are not considered official believers." As she said this, the old crone was more or less proud. Wang Fu looked at Su Yun with a saddened face, wanting to speak, but in the end, it only turned into a helpless shake of the head. While the old woman went back to the kitchen to continue her work, Wang Fu led the crowd to discuss. "This old woman also doesn't know the movement of the chaos sect, so it's useless to stay here any longer. So we might as well follow another group of people and see if we can find some clues. What do you think, senior brother Su Yun?" Wang Fu's fawning face drew a wave of dissatisfaction from Wang Chong and Wu Siue. At this moment, Su Yun's attention was still on top of the bizarre idol, and there was no way for him to not care about the old crone's words just now. He then murmured, "What would happen if the idol was moved out of position?" "You mean?" Wang Fu's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly understanding Su Yun's meaning as well. "Right." Su Yun slightly amplified his voice and turned back to the crowd. "What the Chaos Sect's evil cultivators are strictly forbidden to do, we will do." "Got it." Yun Yao, who was closest to the idol, nodded her head slightly, first furtively glancing in the direction of the kitchen before standing on her tiptoes and reaching out to reach the idol. Suddenly, the house shook slightly, the tiles clanked, and a few strands of dust drifted down from the beams. "The five-eyed true god discovered it before we even touched it? Is this his warning?" Yun Yao cocked her head in astonishment. Wenbai covered her nose and laughed softly. It was Su Yun who used a spell to move the entire courtyard. "There are still such means?" It was Su Yun's strange means that surprised Yun Yao more than being discovered by the five-eyed true god. "If I could control it more delicately, there wouldn't be such a big wobble." Su Yun was not amused. Instead, he was a little lost. Che Yun Yao gave Su Yun a blank look. At this time, the old crone hurriedly drilled out of the kitchen. First looked to the five-eyed true god venerable statue. Hanging Heart fell down before looking at the crowd concerned. "Are you guys alright?" It's fine. Su Yun waved his hand slightly and laughed dryly. "It's good that it's okay." The old woman smiled amiably. Somehow, there was a sudden earthquake. It's never happened in this area before. Su Yun put on a smile. "You're busy." The crone returned to the kitchen and continued to work, and soon the kitchen smelled. After the twists and turns just now, the crone was ready to eat after half an hour. Coarse grain buns and a few light peasant dishes, the only meat dish being fried bacon. The bacon was still taken down from the beams with Su Yun's help. There were only 2 pieces in total. Su-yun took one piece, cut it in half, and hung half of it back up. You guys feel free to eat some? It's all rough tea and rice. I don't know if you city people are used to eating it. The old crone watched from the edge of the table, full of reluctance, but still squeezed a smile and said, and then slowly retreated back to the kitchen. It was only at this moment that Su-yun saw an old white-haired man with a smile poking his head out of the kitchen. He smiled back. For a moment, Su-yun was wondering if this was the immortal cultivation world? Even though the world of immortal cultivation is wonderful, it is only for cultivators with spiritual root qualifications. The mortal people, the humble, remain humble, and the poor, remain poor. Even if monks have the ability to move mountains and fill up the sea and call the wind and rain, they don't seem to have done anything to help mortals. It was no wonder that the Chaos sect was able to expand so rapidly in just a few years. They are the ones who take advantage of the mortal's desire to seek immortality. Because for the majority of mortals, becoming a monk is the only way to live a good life. Looking at the table full of food, Su-yun had a bad taste in his heart, but still picked up the bowls and chopsticks while greeting. Eat? Why don't you guys eat? This. Wang Fu looked at Su-yun and said with a leathery smile, after building the foundation, you don't need to eat anymore. Besides, we were just trying to find an excuse. We don't need to really eat. Wenbai picked up his chopsticks and feasted. Even if you build a foundation, food can still be enjoyed. At the same time she ordered Jiang Mu. What are you waiting for? You need to eat more if you want to grow your body. Okay. Jiang Mu was reluctant, but he still picked up a steamed bun, chucked in the vegetables, and started nibbling. But after the oily flavor of the bacon exploded in his mouth, he did a double take and chucked a few more slices in. As for the others, most of them disliked this kind of mortal food with no aura and hesitated to move their chopsticks. Su-yun didn't care. 3 people were enough to divide up the not-so-many dishes. After finishing his meal, Su-yun was not prepared to stay much longer. After saying hello, he was ready to leave with the crowd. Before leaving, he left 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Wenbai, on the other hand, threw an elixir in as he passed by the water well in the courtyard. The elixir was diluted with well water just enough for mortals. After the crowd left, the old crone looked at the shining stone on the table and froze for half a day before she realized. This is a spirit stone? So much. Wifey, I can't afford it, yo. The old woman hurriedly chased out, but when she reached the door, she looked around, but she could no longer see Su-yun and the others. The group that left the courtyard stopped under a persimmon tree 100 meters away and concealed themselves. Wang Chong copied his hand and sneered inexplicably. He, leaving spirit stones for mortals. You're really kind. But what's the use of being kind? Kindness is the most useless thing in the immortal cultivation world. Su-yun pretended to be puzzled and snapped his head. Isn't it natural to pay for dinner? I just don't have any change. In other words, I'm rich and I'm happy. Chong Wang. In fact, I think Su-yun did the right thing. The people are suffering. More compassion is deserved. Yun Yao nodded in agreement. But, Su-yun frowned. You are the princess of Ruegwa. They are your subjects, ah. The foot of the imperial city is still so. In the end, Su-yun didn't dare to say too much. Yun Yao was silent. Everyone present was silent. In order to ease the embarrassment, Wenbai hugged Su-yun's arm and smiled sweetly. Su-yun, I guess you must have another purpose for leaving them spirit stones. Still you understand me. Su-yun was overjoyed. Then the corners of his mouth turned up. I don't know if moving the idol's location will attract the attention of evil cultivators, but if the evil cultivators are lurking near the village, they will definitely come to the door because of the spirit stones. Ha! Wang Chong shook his head with a teasing face. I thought you could have some high tricks. Are evil cultivators dogs? You can find them by smelling the spirit stones? It's only a mere 10 lower grade spirit stones. Hey, how old are you? So unsteady. Su-yun helplessly spread his hands. I haven't even finished my words. In fact, the 10 lower grade spirit stones given to the crone were mixed with a lower grade spirit core that had its metal components and spirit power output interface removed. But the main function was still there, and there was not much difference in appearance between it and an ordinary spirit stone. Immediately after that, he extended his hand and pretended to snap his fingers, but in reality, his mind moved, causing a certain spirit stone in the distance to release its spirit power in order to create a strong fluctuation of spirit power. This kind of pure spiritual power fluctuation released by spirit stones was very attractive to cultivators, and usually came from heavenly treasures or large quantities of spirit stones. This wave of spiritual power fluctuation, Wang Fu closed his eyes and began to think. At first glance it will make people think that there is a heavenly treasure out of the world, but in reality there is not much spiritual charm, just like the spiritual power drawn from the spiritual stone. That's right, but the attraction is enough for those evil cultivators in the district chi practicing stage, Su-yun explained from the side. Wang Fu nodded his head slightly and could not help but marvel. I think this must be another one of senior brother Su Yun's some marvelous means. And then what do we do? Don't just think about kissing ass. Su Yun did not have the good sense to say, how are you a leader? Aren't you guys going to find that wave of people just now to get information? Go on. Why are you all standing guard here? Su Yun has a big problem with Wang Fu as a leader. Ah yes. Wang Fu slapped his head and called on Wang Chong, Wu Siyue and Huang Jianbing to go and scout for information. The ranks were naturally divided into two factions. Su Yun, who was stationed in the same place, suddenly idly picked a large yellow-orange persimmon from the tree with his mind power and nibbled on it. Next it's a keeper. Equally pleasant were Wenbai and Jiang Mu. Wenbai sat down and leaned against the persimmon tree, took out an inner sect alchemy tome and began to study it, while Jiang Mu looked at the persimmons on the tree and gawked. The only one who was preoccupied was Yun Yao, standing behind Su Yun, her posture twisted, struggling with something. Just say what you have directly, Su Yun said as he nibbled on a persimmon. In fact, what you just said is right. This princess of mine is not competent, has always been on high, failed to understand the people's feelings, and also said what to save the people in deep water and fire, are all empty words. Saying that, Yun Yao aggravated her tone. Su Yun, if it's possible, I'd like to invite you to serve in the imperial dynasty. You'll definitely be able to make Rui Kingdom a better place. Let the people of the world have a better life, and you won't be treated poorly. The cultivation resources given won't be less than that of the clan. Is there an establishment? Su Yun turned his head and joked. What? Yun Yao's face showed suspicion and she could not help but tilt her head to look at Su Yun. Ha, nothing. Su Yun laughed awkwardly, then collected his laughter, casually threw away the persimmon that was half gnawed away, and said seriously, however, with all due respect, I'm already Wenbai's Dan servant, so naturally, I have to be wholeheartedly devoted. As for the people of this world, I have the means to make them better off and will do so. Somehow, Yun Yao was convinced of Su Yun's words and believed that Su Yun would be able to do it. At the same time there is loss, and Wenbai, who was reading a book on the side, suddenly flushed red and raised her arms, covering her face with the book. Chapter 84, The Power of the Crowd. And Jiang Mu was equally concerned about what Su Yun had just said, and after gazing at him in a daze for a few moments, he walked over to Su Yun's side and said in a flat tone, why do you care so much about the people's livelihood in the world? Mortals are nothing but ants in front of cultivators, because I have been a mortal for the vast majority of my life. I know the humility, the insignificance of mortals. Likewise, I also know the greatness of mortals. Su Yun gave a smile full of unconcern and casually spoke as if he already had an answer in his heart. Even in the immortal cultivation realm, there are tens of thousands of mortals, and they are the cornerstone of the immortal cultivation realm. Moreover, never underestimate the power of mortals. One day, mortals will no longer labor for a living. They will also be able to move mountains and fill in the sea, be able to soar freely in the blue sky, and even be able to travel between the 9 heavenly planets. Don't be surprised when that time comes. If this was said from someone else's mouth, Jiang Mu would never believe it, but if it was said by Su Yun, there was not a single doubt in his heart, and he fully believed that Su Yun could do it. The process of waiting was always boring. Su Yun asked Jiang Mu to keep an eye on the situation over there, while he himself sank into the sea of consciousness and began to construct a spirit realm for deduction and research. Seeing Su Yun sitting cross-legged again, not knowing what he was busy with, Yun Yao, bored, looked for Wenbai, who was reading a book, and sat next to her, saying, what do you think this Su Yun, sitting cross-legged and not cultivating, is doing? To do some refining means, Wenbai said perfunctorily and absent-mindedly while pondering over the words and phrases on the Dan Dao textbook. Boring. Yun Yao skimmed her mouth, and then glanced at the books in Wenbai's hands for a few moments, only knowing that they were about alchemy. Anyway, those evil cultivators won't necessarily come that fast. I see that the surrounding autumn scenery is beautiful, so why don't you stop reading? And why don't the two of us go to enjoy some fun first? Boring. Wenbai slowly bobbed his head, not even looking up at Yun Yao. Defeated, Yun Yao could only turn her face away and sulk alone, complaining in a low voice. Che two weirdos. So her gaze had to be directed at Jiang Mu, who was sitting on a tree branch. Come play with your sister for a while, little brat. Important matters are at hand. I'm sorry for not being able to comply, Jiang Mu said hopelessly, his tone low, the end of his voice drawn out by him. Seeing that all three of them were ignoring her, Yun Yao was in a lost mood, enchanted. It's better to follow Wang Fu and the others, than simply lay flat. I don't know how long after that, but I only know that Yun Yao has already slept for 2 sleeps. Abruptly, Jiang Mu frowned and jumped down from the tree, pushing Su Yun awake. There are people coming, a man and a woman, with a cultivation level of the middle stage of Qi practicing. It's so much faster than I expected. Suyun stood up and looked in the direction Jiang Mu was pointing to. Only his divine thought range was far less than Jiang Mu's, and he couldn't spot the abnormality. It was even more so for Yun Yao, who was also at the peak of chi practicing. Where? Yun Yao slapped her face, forcing herself to wake up. This is not there either. Wen Bai collected the tome and came to Suyun's side, saying seriously, what do you need me to do? Nothing needs to be done. Suyun smiled and said, with a lightness in his eyes, already having a well thought out plan. With that, the four hid behind a haystack and surveyed the situation ahead. Since the visitor was a cultivator, unusual concealment techniques were no longer enough. Jiang Mu pulled out a formation disc and activated the formation, covering the several people, isolating their breath as well as concealing their forms. Soon, 2 black dots rolled over behind the mountains in the distance, and the imperial swords flew closer. The two were intimate, like 2 butterflies flying together. They were the right kind of Taoist couple, but both are so ordinary looking that they might just be handsome in each other's eyes. When they arrived at the crone's small courtyard, they landed on the ground in unison and stepped in front of the courtyard, not daring to go in to disturb them. The duo's discussion was heard from afar. Huang Lang, it's right that this is the place where the spiritual power fluctuations are emanating from, but this is clearly a small farmhouse. How could there be heavenly treasures? The woman said in a complaining tone. Qin Yang, the fluctuation of spiritual energy can't be wrong. Perhaps the farmers here have accidentally picked up some treasure. Let's go in and take a look, and think of a way to get something. The man touched the woman's face and comforted her. The woman took a few steps back and shook her head vigorously. Well, it's not good. After all, it's something someone picked up. You're still a good person, Qin Yang, but we are not robbing. Randomly give some silver money. Enough for this family to live a good year. The man scratched the woman's nose, kindly advised. Heavenly treasures left in the hands of mortals are also buried, is not it? Meanwhile, Suyun had a black line on his face. He really couldn't stand these mushy two anymore and yelled, come over you two. He used the divine mighty imperial earth technique to suck the two into the ground, then transported and moved them behind himself, all in the twinkling of an eye, only to see 2 heads drilling out successively from the mud behind Suyun, like 2 gophers, their mouths stuffed with mud, their expressions horrified, not knowing what had happened. The mud continued to chrysalis, eventually just showing their shoulders. Yun Yao was once again convinced by Suyun's tactics. She squatted down and curiously poked the woman's head. Is this the Chaos Sect's evil cultivator? It doesn't look too bad. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression was embarrassed and then filled with anger. She tried to struggle a few times, but found that the unusual dirt actually became unusually strong. No matter how hard she tried, she could not shake it in the slightest. It was instantly deflated. They are not those evil cultivators. Have you ever seen anyone come to a familiar place and still hesitate at the door? Suyun clasped his hands and explained from the side. Perhaps they are loose cultivators who are in seclusion in the nearby mountains, attracted by the scent of heavenly treasures, but it can't be left to its own devices. At the same time, Huang Lang spat out the mud in his mouth and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Seniors, we're not some Chaos Sect evil cultivators, and we have no intention of coveting the heavenly treasures here, so I beg you all to spare us. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Suyun laughed, ready to take this opportunity to make some good inquiries. Perhaps the loose cultivators here could know something about the Chaos Sect. But when Huang Lang heard this, his face turned white as if the sky was falling, and he cried out in pain. Senior, we really don't have any ill intentions. Please be magnanimous. Then his tone intensified and begged for forgiveness. Actually, it was her. Everything was her responsibility. She didn't want to come here to look for treasures, and she was the one who coveted the heavenly materials and treasures. If Senior is willing to let me go, this Dao couple of mine is at your disposal. Ha! And a windfall. Suyun also did not expect this man would be so shameless, not a bit of manly bearing, and the woman called Qin Yang, with tears seeping from her eyes, struggled even harder. Feeling Qin Yang's position of making a strong effort, Suyun loosened her bonds and made her whole. A loud slap followed, and Huang Lang was branded with a deep red bloody handprint on the left side of his face, which swelled up to half a pig's head with the naked eye. Looking at Suyun all subconsciously covered his face with phantom pain. At this point he felt the time was right to ask Qin Yang something now that should garner a sincere answer. Suyun was just about to open his mouth when Jiang Mu suddenly reminded from behind. There's someone again. This time it should be the evil cultivator, right? Both of them are wearing uniform clothing, black cloaks with hoods, just like the idol. Finally, Suyun had to take it seriously, rebinding the duo in the ground and standing by. This time the duo also quickly came into view, and they landed and headed straight for the house without a moment's hesitation. But the spirit core that released the fluctuation of spirit power didn't show any signs of movement. so it was obviously not running towards the heavenly treasures. A moment later, one of them held the five-eyed true god's venerable statue towards the back of the house, while the other carried out the shrine and placed it on top of the spatial location where the statue had been before the house was moved, and the two of them collaborated in placing the statue in place. Suyun passed a look to Jiang Mu, who instantly understood and left divine markings on the two evil cultivators, making it easy to track where they were going. With Jiang Mu's divine soul realm, the two chi-practicing evil cultivators couldn't even detect it, and the behavior of the two men placing the idol could not help but make Suyun think more. Placing the idol in a specific location seemed like some kind of formation device. This is part of some kind of formation, Suyun suddenly realized, but he knew nothing about it, not even that the idol was the eye of the formation or a very small part of it. But then Suyun thought of how every official believer would be gifted with an idol. According to known data, the Chaos Cult believers were 100,000 and were spread across the Rue Kingdom. If that was the case, what a large formation it would be, big enough to cover the whole of Switzerland in. Suyun instantly felt that this idea of his was ridiculous and scary. Formation? Yunyao was uncertain, while rolling up her sleeves and leaping into action, eager to prove that she was also useful. Then what are we waiting for? Capture them and ask them clearly. Suyun held him down and said in a deep voice, let them go so that we can find out the Chaos Sect's stronghold. Soon, the two evil cultivators placed the idol properly, and also called the crone. A burst of finger pointing, but fortunately in the end did not make things difficult. Finally, the old crone's words stuck into Suyun's heart like a needle. Two immortal masters, please treat my son and daughter-in-law better, and if they really can't cultivate, call them back. Naturally, all that was ushered in was the indifference of the two evil cultivators. The evil cultivator duo left with their swords, but didn't take the spirit stones with them. They really only came because the idol was moved. Only when they disappeared into the sky did Suyun signal Jiang Mu to disarm the array disc, manipulate the spirit core within the compound with his divine thoughts, stop releasing spirit power, and then use his thoughts to take it back. As for the two people on the ground, they were purely innocent people passing by, and Suyun did not make things difficult for them, releasing their restraints. It happened suddenly, so I apologize to you both. It's just that somehow he broke up a marriage, and he's sorry. Qin Yang gave Huanglang another hard beating and arched her hand at Suyun, saying, thank you senior for letting me see this dogman's true colors. No harm done. Suyun did not know what to say. Dare I ask senior, those two people just now are the Chaos Cult evil cultists that senior spoke of? Qin Yang wrinkled her eyebrows and asked curiously. What? You recognize? Suyun asked suspiciously. Qin Yang shook her head and said, I've only heard occasional rumors of the Chaos Sect, but they can fool mortals. They can't fool us cultivators. How can they have the means to allow mortals to cultivate as well? Seeing that senior has a righteous face, he must be a strong person from a famous sect, and he must have come here to purge this Chaos Sect. If senior has something that can be used by me, I, Chi, am willing to serve, as a kind of repayment to senior for letting me recognize the true face of this person. This was comfortable to hear, and this Chi was also a person with a quick mind. Suyun's eyes twinkled as he mused. You should have seen that idol as well. If you see a similar idol elsewhere in the future, you can come and find us and be rewarded for your achievements. Thank you senior. Chi was satisfied and arched his hand, and Huanglang got up from the ground and hobbled to Suyun. Hey, senior, I can help too. The same goes for you. Bring the news on merit, but the reward is halved. Suyun sneered at the man and said. At this time, Chi kicked Huanglang out of the way and respectfully inquired. Senior, I don't know where to find you in the future. Suyun looked at Yunyao. Seeing her tilting her head with a puzzled face, she reminded in a bad mood. This is your territory. Give an address à pour. Yunyao's reaction was half a beat slower. Then she broke her fingers and pondered. The palace? No. Ordinary people can't get in. Then Wang Yun Pavilion? It still doesn't work. After half a day of agonizing, Yunyao still reported an address within Smoke Cloud City. Upon hearing this, a brief surprise crossed Chi-Chi's face, but it subsided in an instant, and he respectfully replied, yes, if you have any friends or family that you can mobilize, the reward will definitely not be less, Suyun assured in a sincere tone. Gotcha. It is sad to see that the couple of Dao then flew separately. Suyun, why did you entrust them with your help? Aren't they just two passers-by? Yunyao asked in disbelief with a stern face. Do you know what is meant by the power of the masses? Suyun casually asked and then stopped ignoring Yunyao. And then, Suyun looked to the other end of the village, which was the direction that Wang Fu and the others had gone before. How long have they been gone? Suyun asked with some concern as he saw that it was getting late in the day. Reasonably, it wouldn't take so long if you were just going to find out some information. When Bai approached, the same worry on his face. 2 hours and 3 moments. Any more should be back. It can't be something happened. It shouldn't be. Maybe it's just delayed because of something. When he said this, Soo-yun did not have a bottom in his heart, but only convinced himself so. Senior brother Wang Fu was after all a void Dan powerhouse, seemingly out of tune and without an opinion. But in fact, his heart is like a clear mirror. He won't act recklessly. At the same time, the heart also silently spit out the lack of means of communication in the immortal cultivation world. If the previous life encountered such a situation, make a phone call. A question will know. The means of communication in the immortal cultivation realm, besides the carrier pigeons used in the mortal world, were nothing more than communication talismans, or divine thought communication. The summoning talisman was not only expensive, but also had many restrictions. The number of times is limited, and it is not convenient enough. The only benefit is that it uses chi to transmit. The transmission distance is farther. Exactly how far, Soo-yun also do not know. As for divine thought transmission, the short distance one is the divine thought transmission that only the strongest people above Jindan will do, and the long distance one is the means to manipulate the chi of those with higher cultivation level. Jiang Mu's means of tracking the location with his divine idea imprint was to utilize the chi, but he could only manage to locate it, not communicate. All of these were still far away for Soo-yun, but he actually had a better means now: wireless communication. Chapter 85, Psychic Virus. The immortal world has not discovered the existence of electromagnetic waves at all. Not to mention that the light seen is electromagnetic waves in the visible spectrum. And naturally, there will be no means to shield it. That's why electromagnetic waves are ghost-like in the immortal cultivation world. And they won't be noticeable. Secure, efficient, with high bandwidth and long reach. It's perfect for communication. And the cultivation world is a blank slate for electromagnetic wave communication, with the full frequency band available. Electromagnetic wave bands were also kind of a precious resource, and now they all belong to Soo-yun. However, long-distance electromagnetic wave communication relies on communication base stations or satellites for wide area coverage. It's a pipe dream to build a complete communication network now, and there are a number of technical difficulties that need to be overcome one by one. But like the walkie-talkie, this short-range means of communication, the principle is simple, the refining is convenient, although the distance is limited. To deal with the immediate use of the scene is enough. Need to refine some more back to make it easier to use the team voice. But now, the other four were not seen coming back, and there was no means to notify them. Soo-yun decided not to wait for Wang Fu and them, and left a letter at the same place, stating the purpose and the place and time of the rendezvous. The imperial sword flew away. The flying speed of the two evil cultivators was not fast. Soo-yun and the others pressed their speed and followed from afar. With Jiang Mu's divine soul imprint, there was no fear of losing him. It was just that the evil cultivator was quite cautious, going around and around in circles before heading straight for a small town. His chi disappearing into a nondescript building that appeared to be a tavern. All doors and windows were sealed shut except for the front door, which was open, and a small 3-story building in such a remote location had even set up a means to cut off the breath. It was important to realize that the formation for severing chi was another notch higher than the formation for isolating divine thoughts, and the consumption of laying the formation was much higher. The four of them hid behind the porch of the house in front of the restaurant, taking out array discs to conceal their whereabouts. Even the aura is isolated. It seems that this place is really a stronghold of the Chaos sect. Soo-yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the unassuming house in front of him, without even a signboard. There doesn't seem to be anything peculiar at first glance. This is, after all, the town at the foot of the imperial city, far more prosperous than that small town in Falling Clouds. Some mortals from the south and north of the sky who come over to do business or cultivators who are not very well off will choose to stay in this kind of town. And it's not far to go to the imperial capital. Yun Yao, who was leaning on the side of the pillar, looked around, her brows gradually sinking. This is Qixia Town, one of the major towns outside of Smoky Cloud City, a necessary place for mortals to enter the city. I didn't expect that this kind of territory would also be infiltrated by the Chaos cult. The garrison city guards don't seem to be functioning as they should, not to mention a small town. I'm sure there are Chaos cult strongholds within your family's Smoke Cloud City. It's just that they have always acted stealthily and have not drawn attention to themselves. Soo-yun did not doubt the ability of such cults to infiltrate in the slightest. TSK, that's really ed up. Yun Yao sked, when Bai shrugged his nose, a thoughtful look hanging on his face. Sure enough, there is a medicinal odor wafting out from the house across the street, so it might be a medical center. And look at the gourd hanging on the door. It's clearly the sign of a folk medical center. To be precise, it's ostensibly a medical center, Soo-yun added. For cultivators, there were pills to heal their wounds, but for the general public, They could only use herbal soups to treat their illnesses. The prescription is said to be a crude Dan prescription. Do not need to use alchemy techniques into Dan condensed medicinal power, not to mention the many changes in the Dan Dao. Just need to follow the recipe of herbs a stew. As for the efficacy of the medicine, it was all related to the spiritual energy content of the herbs. Mortals couldn't afford to use spiritual medicines, but unusual herbs also contain spiritual power. The fact that what should be a medical center that was supposed to help the world with a hanging pot was used by the chaos cult as a stronghold for harming people was really outrageous to Su Yun. Without waiting for Su Yun to speak, Wenbai became furious first and clenched his fists in indignation. These people have defiled the pill Dao. Truly abominable. Why don't we go and end this stronghold? Kill all the evil cultivators. Free those compelled subjects. Yun Yao, always impulsive and easily angered, said indignantly, that's for other teams to do. We're here to find the sect master and remove the chaos sect from its source. We must not act rashly before finding the sect master's trace. Su Yun said calmly and coolly, thinking for a moment in his heart. He already had a plan, but he was afraid that Yun Yao would bar him and added, you can't act rashly even if you find the sect leader's trail, but without waiting for the plan to be implemented. Sudden and unexpected circumstances disrupted his scheming, only to see a carriage turn into this alley, windy and fiery. In the uneven stone road speeding, the frame are going to shake the frame that way, eventually stopped at the door of the medical center across the street. The carriage down a person, plus the driver, 2 people from the carriage to carry out a stretcher, tied to a stretcher, is struggling and twitching, mouth stuffed with strips of cloth, tendons rippling, seems to be in a frenzy. This is a believer kidnapped by the chaos cult? Wenbai spoke in a low voice. Otherwise, they are all mortals, and the person on the stretcher is obviously sick. It really looks like they came to the medical center to be cured. Su Yun was not quite able to figure out the situation right now, and could only continue to observe. The 3 went in and came out within a quarter of an hour. Only unlike at the beginning, there were now 3 people walking out. The one who had been on the stretcher going and lying down and coming out upright. Although he looked a little weak, he was able to walk with assistance. Could it be that he's really here to heal? But the evil cultivator clearly disappeared in here. Wenbai had some difficulty believing the sight in front of him. An ordinary medical center would not have set up such a tight array, so he could only look at Su Yun with bated breath, wanting to know what Su Yun meant. After meeting Wenbai's eyes, Su Yun thought for a moment and laughed. Not necessarily. The symptoms of the one on the stretcher just now. Su Yun always felt déjà vu. Yun Yao's head turned and nodded slightly with certainty. Is it possible that the chaos sect is strapped for cash and had to rent the boundaries of this medical center to act? Yes, it must be like this. Our Smoky Cloud City's property prices are not cheap. That's more for you to worry about. Su Yun disliked in a bad tone, and then he collected his breath and tried his best to restrain the fluctuation of his spiritual power as he walked into the middle of the street in a big way. Stopped the 3 who were about to get into the carriage. In a delighted and eager tone, he asked, Dear brothers, can this place really cure this kind of disease? Just now I saw that this brother's illness is exactly the same as my friend's. Seeing that someone was suffering from the same disease, the driver of the car who was assisting the person eagerly recounted. I only heard about it at first, and sent my young master here with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse, but I didn't expect that this place could really cure it. You should quickly send your friend here as well. After contracting this heart loss epidemic, you'll end up dying as painfully as 1,000 ants eating your heart. Seeing results so quickly, I wonder what kind of panacea the doctor prescribed. Su Yun impatiently asked after him. No need for any medicine. The immortal masters here have unique means to drive away diseases. We can't say. You will know when you go there. Then the driver thought of something, slightly mumbling, paused for a while to add, just here the charge is quite high, to 100 lower grade spirit stones. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. Then he stifled a sigh. If you can't come up with that kind of money, it's better to finish your friend off before it's too late, and you don't have to suffer. At this time, that young lord had the breath to urge the driver to leave, and Su Yun arched his hand to say goodbye. After the carriage left, Su Yun muttered, 100 lower grade spirit stones. Is that much money? Putian hospitals have opened up to the immortal cultivation realm? Returning to Wenbai's side, Su Yun looked at Wenbai with a frown on his face. You heard it too. Aha. Wenbai nodded, the same inextricable gravity surfacing on her pretty face. This lost heart epidemic is the epidemic mentioned in the mission. It spreads quite widely, and when bitten by a sick person, as long as they see blood, they will be infected. Yes? Why don't I know? Su Yun revealed a look of reminiscence. You were dizzy then, Wenbai added with some grumbling. Ha ha ha, you continue. Su Yun snorted. Wenbai then slightly swung his head. In fact, the intelligence only said that there was a heartbreak epidemic, and the symptom was epileptic bloodthirsty, gnawing on people, and finally dying violently. But it did not mention anything about being related to Chaos Sect. So it seems that this epidemic is inextricably linked to the Chaos Sect. All in all, there is a need to make a break for this stronghold. Soo-yun was not in a good position to make any judgment, and could only practice makes perfect. It would be best if he could successfully probe the news. And if not, even if a fight occurred, in terms of strength, he would not be weak. He was just afraid that the situation would be too complicated to instantly kill all the evil cultivators, letting one or two go, and letting the wind out. But just at this time, the street suddenly broke into a thin figure, stooped, ragged, leaning on the crutches, difficult to move forward, behind the back of a bundle into a large dumpling-like child. The child, with only his head missing, had a piece of bamboo in his mouth, tied behind his head with a rope. The thick heather had also been bitten to the point that cracks appeared, and the teeth in his mouth were horribly bared, with a lot of blood coming out of his lips, and the heather has long had dried and congealed scabs of blood on it. This woman is carrying a child? Yunyao's kindness was so great at this time that her heart ached for her subjects, and she was about to break away from the formation and go forward to help, but she was stopped by Soo-yun with one hand. Do you see where she is going first? Soo-yun said in a deep voice. Is it to the medical center? Yunyao looked in the direction of the woman's gaze, which was clearly the small building where the Chaos Sect's evil practitioners were entrenched. Her child should also be infected with the heart loss epidemic, wanting to come to seek treatment. Soo-yun finally failed to say. The heart has long known the end. Wen Bai, who had been silent for a long time, also asked in disbelief. Soo-yun, aren't we going to help her? It's my duty to cure the heart loss epidemic. Wait first. Soo-yun dryly said two words. They couldn't make a move yet. Although the woman on the opposite side was struggling with her steps, she was nearing the door of the medical center, and she didn't know where the strength came from, but she suddenly sped up her steps, crossed the threshold, and disappeared into the darkness inside the store. A few people dared not breathe a word, waiting for what happened next, but things did not go as Soo-yun expected. Soon, the woman and her child were thrown out by two strong men clad in black robes respectively. The woman was sprawled on the ground. Her face and arms were grazed with several bloody marks. While she tried to check on her child, she crawled and hugged the thighs of one of the strong men, begging, please, all the immortal teachers, do me a favor and save my child. She's only 8 years old. If you can't take 100 spirit stones, you won't be saved for any number of years. The burly man's face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, and his tone was cold. Save first, I'll pay back this 100 spirit stones even if I have to spell out my life. The woman refused to give up, not letting go even if she was kicked and beaten. Get lost, a mere peasant woman. I don't think you'll be able to earn so many spirit stones in your lifetime. The burly man cursed, then with a heavy kick, he kicked her to the center of the road. The two then dug into the house without looking back. Yunyao, go ahead and save the people, Soo-yun said calmly. Only at this time, even with the urgency of the situation, Yunyao still gave Soo-yun a blank look first and said somewhat angrily, you're happy to see people suffer, aren't you? Then regardless, he rushed over and carried the unconscious woman, while picking up the wrapped child and coming this way. Wen Bai beside him was momentarily puzzled. Soo-yun, what do you mean by this? Are you sure you can cure the heart loss epidemic? Soo-yun asked with difficulty, squeezing out a smile. It's not easy to say if you don't diagnose it yourself, Wen Bai said with a shallow shake of her head. That's exactly why. If we go straight to stop her and say we can try to save her child, will she believe us? Soo-yun looked into Wen Bai's eyes and frowned. Wen Bai pondered for a moment and said with a sad face, she might think that we are holding her child back, because next to it is the medical center that can treat the heart loss epidemic. Still, you are smart. In that case it will surely cost more words, and it would be bad to attract the detection of evil cultivators. Soo-yun laughed gently. There are times when giving someone despair is the only way to make them cherish the hope in front of them even more. Wen Bai nodded silently and smiled bitterly. When Yunyao brought the two back, Soo-yun glanced at the medical center and brought a few people to find a tea house, asking for a secluded box and placing the child on a recliner. The woman, who had just been dazed from the fall and was now confused with a few people to the tea house, went over to lie on top of her own child and looked at the people warily. What do you do? Wen Bai revealed a kind smile. We are passing cultivators. Seeing that your daughter is infected with the heart loss epidemic, we might be able to try to save her. A friar? Immortal master? The woman was still very wary. She couldn't tell the difference between immortal and mortal, but seeing that several people were all dressed very well, she then asked skeptically, why are you guys being kind and saving people? Could it be that you're also charging 100 spirit stones? Lower grade spirit stone against the mortal silver is 1 to 100. Ordinary people can earn 2 to 300 silver a year is considered the upper level. After deducting expenses, a year is not much balance. Most of the general public cannot afford such a high price. Don't worry, don't take a penny, Wenbai is not in a hurry. Narrated, we traveled down the mountain, not to be chivalrous, and I cultivate is the Dan Dao. More diagnosis and treatment of some patients is also a kind of cultivation. With Wenbai's gentle and lovely smile, it was hard not to let people unload their defenses, and the woman would believe it. If all of you immortal masters can really save my daughter, who I will repay even if I'm a cow or a horse. The woman then stepped aside to allow Wenbai to go forward and diagnose. Wenbai similarly utilized the means of pulse numbering, which allowed him to use his divine mind to investigate the situation within the patient's body. As a result, Suyun saw Wenbai's face darken with flesh. I saw countless strands of weird spiritual energy in her bloodline. These spiritual forces are slowly eroding her divine soul, and are reproducing like living creatures. And then Wenbai took out a silver needle and made a point at the girl's fingertip, releasing a drop of blood. Said blood, but it took on a strange black color. This weird spiritual energy can be released through the blood and infect others. Listening to Suyun's description, a word inexplicably popped up in Suyun's mind: spiritual virus. The term psychic virus is an apt description of this disease-causing psychic energy. Chapter 86, Communication Weapons. But unlike unusual viruses, which infect the physical body, spiritual viruses erode the divine soul. But such a tactic could not help but make Suyun worried. Once the divine soul was involved, it was the domain of high-level cultivators. Suyun looked at Zhang Mu and gave a slight nod, signaling to leave it to him to probe again. I'll try. Zhang Mu glanced at the bystanders, then closed his eyes and released his divine thoughts. His control of divine thoughts was extremely exquisite, able to condense the vastness of his divine thoughts into a very small strand and probe into the girl's body. But as the divine thoughts went deeper, Zhang Mu's face also turned ashen, and the child's tender face revealed the deep gravity of an old man. Then he shook his head. The use of this spiritual power that erodes the divine soul is extremely exquisite, and his comprehension of the divine soul is far higher than mine, and at my caliber I am not able to use such means. The originator behind the heartless epidemic, or the chaos sect master, is a tall man. Hearing Zhang Mu even utter such a statement, Suyun's heart was filled with horror. Everything seemed to be heading for the worst, but he still tried to calm himself down and looked at Wenbai, his gaze like a torch as he asked, can it be cured? Although Zhang Mu had made this spiritual power sound so appalling, Wenbai's brows stretched and he said with certainty, yes, although the infected person's spiritual energy is bizarre, this intensity of spiritual energy can only have an effect on mortals, and all cultivators can luckily weed it out on their own. I'm certain that I can refine pills that will rationalize the qi and completely remove the sickness and evil. That's what I mean too. Zhang Mu nodded along. Which bit of you meant that? Suyun was filled with black lines. I can't perform this move, but I didn't say that I can't neutralize it. Zhang Mu was a bit confused as to why Suyun's tone was so heavy, and immediately afterward, he looked at Wenbai while brushing away the drop of black ebony blood blotting out from the girl's fingertip with his finger. Thinking, he said, I understand what you mean. But if we just remove this spiritual power, it actually treats the symptoms but not the root cause. The divine soul is already infected, and it will breed this weird spiritual power again afterward. I can't believe it's still a retrovirus? Suyun could not help but be surprised. Retroviruses, as RNA viruses, can insert their genetic sequences into the host's genes, proliferate as host cells divide, and also bypass the body's immune system. Therefore, if you want to cure insanity, the potion also needs to have the effect of calming the spirit and purifying the soul. Zhang Mu went on to say, I have a tome at hand that catalogs quite a few pills that involve the divine soul level, but I don't happen to know the method of alchemy, so I'll leave it to you to study and see if you can choose its subtleties to be used in curing the heartlessness epidemic. Wenbai's eyes lit up and he and Zhang Mu hit it off, while Zhang Mu took out the tome and handed it over to Wenbai to study. There are no words on the cover of the tome, and the yellowing is serious. Perhaps it is an ancient book with a long history. But after flipping through it, a look of surprise gradually appeared on Wenbai's face. This tome is quite profound and marvelous. Unusual herbs can actually have such wonderful uses. There are also quite a few medicinal herbs that target the divine soul recorded in detail, as long as it's useful. Zhang Mu nodded slightly, relieved. But there is one thing I don't understand about the divine soul, asked Wenbai. So, it should be like this. Zhang Mu explained. The two began to work together to develop a pill to eradicate the heart loss epidemic. While Suyun pondered the connection between the heart loss epidemic and the chaos sect, eventually it was concluded this epidemic in the mortal world was a means of enrichment for the cult. Since the heart loss epidemic was spread through spiritual energy, while cultivators could easily resist it, mortals could not do so and had to beg for help. It was easy for an ordinary cultivator to clean up the exogenous spiritual energy in his own body, but it was difficult to help others, especially mortals who were unable to operate spiritual energy on their own. Thus, For the majority of mortals, only the medical center set up by the Chaos sect was able to treat the heart loss epidemic. Asking for 100 lower-grade spirit stones, not to mention mortals, was a huge sum of money for the previous Su Yun. However, there are a lot of mortals, and there is no lack of gentry. Naturally, they are happy to spend money on healing, and maybe after being redeemed by Chaos cultists, they will become believers. The Chaos cult's self-directed drama is really disgraceful. Blocking the spread of the epidemic has just become a crucial part of the purge of the Chaos cult, but it was too early to say, and further plans could only be made when Wenbai's elixir had progressed. Wenbai had already pulled out the furnace in a spacious location and started to refine the Dan. Su Yun naturally couldn't be idle and was just about to prepare to enter the sea of consciousness when he was pulled to the side by Yun Yao. Yun Yao looked in Jiang Mu's direction from time to time and asked in a low voice, "This kid, Jiang Mu, is actually that old grandfather in the ring you talked about before, right?" He regained his body. Su Yun? At that time, a made-up excuse. This Yun Yao actually believed it. That's what we're saying. From his subtle insights into divine souls to his rather sophisticated way of doing things, what part of him looks like an 11 or 12-year-old kid? Yun Yao spoke with vigor, and really let her round it up. "Don't talk nonsense. It'll upset Senior later." Su Yun pretended to be mysterious and lowered his voice. "He wants to be a child right now." "Sure enough, I guessed it." Yun Yao's eyes widened and she was just about to ask other questions when she was exasperated by Su Yun's words. "Guess what? My ass. You quickly go and pacify that woman. Don't think of something messy." Su Yun did not have the good sense to say, and then stopped ignoring her. Yun Yao nuzzled her mouth with an unhappy face, then revealed a deep expression of pity for the world's living beings, and went over to invite the old woman to another room, and began to pacify her. And Su Yun's conscious avatar breezed into the sea of consciousness and began to create the spirit realm, which was used to deduce the design of a magic weapon that utilized electromagnetic wave communication. Due to the lack of a complete digital technology base, all Su Yun could do now was a basic analog signal walkie-talkie. It only needs to transform the acoustic signals into electrical signals, and then into electromagnetic waves of a certain frequency to be sent out, and then after filtering and amplification at the receiving end, it can be restored to a clear sound signal. This kind of walkie-talkie has a simple structure. With the cultivation world's refining means it is easy to be able to refine. The main structure does not even need to use to the aura material. Just use ordinary white iron. Brass can be. And for the power part you can use purple thunder crystals. Purple thunder crystal was a kind of crystal that could release a directional electric current by inputting spiritual energy. And together with the abundant spiritual energy in the lower grade spirit core, the combination of the two could be used to power a walkie-talkie for a lifetime. South floating batteries and all that. All to the side. With the memory of his previous life, the circuit prototype of the walkie-talkie was deduced in an instant. As for the appearance of the form, it was designed by Su Yun in the style of a single earphone, which could be hung on the ear, convenient for use in activities, while retaining the traditional volume button, send button and FM knob. It also incorporates the divine mind control to ensure that you can send your voice even when you can't spare your hands. After completing the design, Su Yun detached himself from the sea of consciousness and saw that Wenbai was still putting medicinal herbs into the Dan furnace, estimating that the time was still early, so he pulled out the materials and started refining the communication spell. These unusual metals, no need to use the furnace, with the fire attribute gong method can be melted, and then use the divine mind to shape out the circuitry and the main components, and finally use the cork to carve out the outer shell. Only used less than half an hour to refine 8 monaural walkie-talkies. And Su Yun gave them a nice name, 1,000-mile transmitter. Counting the cost of the spirit core as well as a small grain of purple thunder crystal, the cost of the entire machine was no more than 2 lower-grade spirit stones, and when more advanced communication equipment was developed in the future, this 1,000-mile transmitter could be massively popularized, and it was extremely commercially valuable. After the refining was completed, Su Yun acted like a little kid and ran over to find Wenbai, who was busy, and hung a 1,000-mile transmitter on her left ear. Put it in two-way free talk mode with the power turned up to maximum. This was set by Su Yun according to the maximum carrying capacity of the metal antenna inside the 1,000-mile transmitter. Su Yun, what are you doing? What is this? Wenbai felt the device hanging from his ear and was a bit uncomfortable, but he still complied with Su Yun's wishes and did not take it off. 1,000-mile transmitter. Being able to communicate with each other even from thousands of miles away. Unimpeded. Su Yun said excitedly and did not explain too much. And then he tuned the channel, turned around and rushed out of the house, and flew off into the distance with his sword. Immediately, the sound of a person speaking came out of Wenbai's headset, and although there was a tiny distortion, it could be clearly heard as Su Yun's voice. How was it? It's amazing, right? At those words, Wenbai abruptly turned his head, but he only saw the wide open door of the room revealing half of the sky, and Su-yun had already transformed into a small black dot flying away. Su-yun, is that you talking? Wenbai tried to reply. Of course it's me. The voice coming out of the transmitter clearly expressed Su-yun's smug emotions. You can try to get Jung-mu to use some means of isolating his divine thoughts and chi. In that case, I won't be able to hear you anymore. Will I? Wenbai said as he looked at Jung-mu. But there is no harm in trying, Su-yun said with confidence. The means of communication using electromagnetic waves is beyond the cognizance of those in the cultivation world, and it is by no means possible to block electromagnetic waves. Since the sound in the headset wasn't small, Jung-mu could hear it as well. He nodded slightly and took out the array disc, which he used to isolate his divine thoughts and chi. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the 1,000-mile transmitter. I told you, how can there be a means of communication that does not use divine thoughts or chi? Even if it is a high-grade transmission talisman, wouldn't it still be isolated? Wenbai said with a somewhat lost tone. In fact, in her heart, she still hoped that Su-yun could really have the kind of magical means he described. You don't trust me that much, huh? Su-yun's somewhat lethargic voice came out of the headset. Wenbai looked at Jung-mu, who nodded his head, confirming that the divine thoughts and chi had been isolated, and only then did Wenbai explode with joy. Su-yun, you're so powerful. What kind of bizarre means is this? It's really incomprehensible. Even Jung-mu lowered his head and fell into contemplation, and after half a day of thinking, he only shook his head helplessly. Worthy of being Brother Su, truly a strange man. General not just, there will be more amazing means in the future. Stay tuned, not to mention the call, even. Su-yun's words suddenly paused, and only some irregular murmurs remained in the headset. Wenbai frowned lightly and looked at Jung-mu face to face. She cried and laughed a little. How come Su-yun doesn't stand up to compliments? A moment later, after a shrill murmur, Su-yun's somewhat awkward utterance came out. Ha ha ha, I announced that the 1,000-mile transmitter is officially renamed the 100-mile transmitter. 100 miles? Wenbai's eyes still widened in shock. You can communicate from as far as 100 miles away? Let alone 100 miles. Even 10,000 miles is possible, Su-yun proudly said, and then began to mutter some inexplicable words. Unfortunately, even if the output power of the purple thunder crystal can still be significantly increased, the transmitter is limited in size and can only do so much. You guys keep busy. I'll be back after a stroll. The headset fell into dead silence, and Wenbai put away the 100-mile transmitter and proceeded to refine the pills. Soon after Warm White's pills came out of the oven, Su-yun returned to the house. Where did you go? Wenbai asked curiously. Check the situation of the merchants in Qixia town, Su-yun said nonchalantly while receiving the elixir handed over by Wenbai. Tried? Waiting for you. Together, Wenbai skimmed his lips and said in a breezy manner. Just right. Su-yun came to the little girl's side, used his sword intent to cut a small gap in the girl's fingertip, and used his mind power to first draw out a drop of ebony blood, holding it above his palm. Over to you. Aha! Wenbai nodded his head in response and untied the bamboo joints that the girl was biting in her mouth, while taking out an elixir and feeding it into the little girl's mouth before filling it with some tea. Wenbai refined into the elixir is only the size of a green bean, is taking into account the physical tolerance of the mortals to deploy the dose. Otherwise the medicine is too strong, but harmful. As the elixir entered her stomach, in just a few breaths of time, the rise and fall of the girl's chest became calm. Her expression faded, and even the cloth bag that was originally propped up and bulging dried up. The girl's reddened eyes slowly closed, as if she were peacefully sleeping. It worked? Su-yun tried to ask. Jung-mu first probed with his divine thoughts before nodding his head. Brother Su, the disease-causing spiritual energy has been completely eradicated, and the infection of the divine soul has been cured as well, so you only need to recuperate a little and you'll be fine. Wenbai, as expected of you, you live up to your name as a genius of the Dan Dao. Su-yun did not spare any praise. Ha ha, General. In fact, the main credit still lies with Jung-mu. Without his understanding of the divine soul, what I can do is just to remove these lost heart epidemic spirit power. I can't eradicate it. Wenbai was matter of fact and not greedy for credit. Su-yun patted Jung-mu's shoulder and laughed. Good job. Keep up the good work. Brother Su is flattering. I should have done it. Jung-mu was clearly happy, but didn't dare to be too obvious. What is the cost of that one elixir? This was the question Su-yun was most concerned about. It's not much. A furnace of pills is around 100 pills, and if you only count the herbs, you'll need 20 spirit stones. Wenbai suddenly frowned. You don't still want to make money with this elixir? I'll make a small comment. It's not appropriate to make a national fortune. Nonetheless, Su-yun shook his head, while in his heart, he began to do the math. There are many patients. If you want to completely eliminate the heart loss epidemic, You have to eradicate all of them. The spirit stone investment will not be small. If the cost is too high, you can only make other plans. But then, he had an idea in his mind, and a meaningful smile hung on his face. Looks like, I'll have to turn around and discuss with Yun Yao. Immediately after, Su Yun focused his gaze on the drop of blood above his palm, frowned, and pondered. But right now, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger's son? Why don't you? Su Yun, are you not trying to contract the heart loss epidemic? Do not take such a risk. Wenbai grabbed Su Yun's wrist and shook his head to remind him. TSK, that's right too. Saying that, Su Yun turned his head towards Jiang Mu. Then let you take the risk. Jiang Mu. Chapter 87, Deep in the Tiger's Den. Su Yun also stopped teasing Jiang Mu and directly explained with a smile. Jiang Mu, I'm not trying to trap you, but this matter is only appropriate if you do it. You are needed to pretend to be a patient and bring us in to blend in. And most of all, it is to rely on you to detect the means by which the evil cultivators treat the heart loss epidemic, and to know your enemy. I see. Jiang Mu nodded his head in response, very much agreeing with Su Yun's idea. Took the drop of blood and sucked the lost heart epidemic spirit power into his body. And then Su Yun checked the condition of the little girl, sleeping her calm, breathing steadily, not far from waking up. Waking up is estimated to feel a nightmare during this period of time. Su Yun untied the cloth bag used to bind the little girl and carried her out of the room, handing her over to the old woman. The old woman noticed the change in the girl at a glance, and with a softening of her feet, she fell to her knees, and, setting the girl aside, began to kowtow one to the other. Knock knock knock. The wooden floor of the tea house's second floor was knocked and shaken. I have nothing to offer the village woman for the great kindness of the several immortal masters. I only ask that I can work as an ox for all of you. Yun Yao helped the woman up with one hand. Auntie, get up. This is what we should do. And then Yun Yao looked at Su Yun and the other three and said gratefully, I thank you on behalf of all the people of Ruequa. No harm done. Su Yun casually waved his hand, and then asked Wenbai to take the remaining pills to the old woman, instructing, Auntie, these pills you go back and take them to the other patients of the heart loss epidemic. 1 pill per person. Don't be greedy for too much, and after you take the pills, you are guaranteed to get rid of the disease. This is what I need you to do. Many thanks, Immortal Master. I thank Immortal Master for his great kindness on behalf of the entire village, old and young, the old woman said with a trembling tone. When the old woman left, Wenbai looked toward the woman's hobbling back as she carried the girl away, and couldn't help but worry. A bottle of elixir can only save 100 people, but up and down the Rue Kingdom, I don't know how many more sick people there are. There's nothing hidden about this Dan formula of yours. It can be made public, right? Su Yun looked at Wenbai and looked at her with solicitous eyes. They are all unusual herbs, and the refining techniques are not peculiar. Naturally there is no problem. Wenbai nodded his head and smiled serenely, but he also understood Su Yun's meaning and frowned lightly. But even if the formula is announced, someone needs to refine it. Not to mention that there are many patients, and the medicinal materials are not a small expense, and then distributing it to each patient is even more difficult. Can we do it? Thus, this matter must only be left to Yun Yao. Su Yun turned his head towards Yun Yao. She was quite surprised and shook her head into a rattle. I can't do that either. Isn't it silly? Su Yun did not have the good sense to say, and then mentioned, behind you is the entire Rue Kingdom royal family, and it is your Rue Kingdom subjects who are suffering. It is necessary for you to return to the palace. Submit the formula for the elixir. Have the alchemists in your palace work around the clock to rush the elixir, and at the same time, have the subordinate officials around the country count the number of sick people and report them regularly so that the elixir can be distributed. But we must remember to prevent local officials from misreporting or withholding information, and those who are ineffective in preventing epidemics and those who withhold the elixir privately will be severely punished as a warning to others. When the epidemic is completely extinguished, the Dan formula can be released to the public to prevent the epidemic from backfiring. But until then the Dan formula must be strictly guarded so that no one takes advantage of it to profit. At that time, you will personally supervise them in refining the pills. Su Yun's words caused Yun Yao to stare blankly, and then she nodded her head sluggishly. Her eyebrows could not help but sink. Wenbai quickly copied a Dan formula, while indicating the key points in refining, and handed it to Yun Yao. Su Yun, who was on the side, interjected and reminded, remember to put the words warm white on the elixir. When the elixir is seen by the disciples from other teams, it might be able to be of some help. Wenbai looked at Su Yun's side face, and his heart inevitably fluctuated a little. Good. I'll keep that in mind. After storing the Dan formula in her Chinkuan bag, Yun Yao touched out a bunch of talisman paper. Nah, a summoning talisman. It'll be convenient to get in touch when the time comes. Transmission talisman. Suyun bent down and angled his body to look at the cross-section of the talisman paper. Estimating the thickness of the talisman paper, there must be 20 to 30 sheets in this pile. It should be enough. Blah. Not enough for me to get some more? Yun Yao said, full of unconcern, as if she wasn't talking about a summoning talisman, but a pile of straw paper. You keep it. I have something better. As he spoke, Suyun took out a 100-mile transmitter and handed it to Yun Yao. Take it. What is this? Yun Yao fiddled with it for a while, unable to play with it. 100-mile transmitter. Suyun had to show Yun Yao how to use it. As long as you stay in the Imperial City, we will naturally be able to contact you at that time. It's truly magical. Yun Yao's tone was gloomy as she silently withdrew her summoning talisman. Yun Yao, such a heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. Suyun looked at Yun Yao's eyes and said sincerely, that's natural. After all, it's my Ruegua's matter. As a princess, I should do it. Yun Yao grinned, dryly squeezing out a smile. Then, she took out her flying sword and would walk away without leaving, turning back to look at Suyun with a deep brow. Are you really not considering coming to serve in my Rue kingdom? Suyun smiled, but it was still the same. I appreciate your kindness. That's fine. Yun Yao guffawed, casually raising her arm and shaking her palm. Then you guys be careful. After speaking, she turned around and left, heading straight in the direction of the imperial capital. A moment later, Wenbai said thoughtfully, Suyun, you actually deliberately sidetracked Yun Yao, didn't you? Right. Suyun didn't deny it, and dryly nodded his head in response. After all, she is a princess, and only has a cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of Qi cultivation, so letting her go would be too risky. Aren't you also at the peak of the 9th level of Qi practicing? Wenbai covered her mouth and joked, can I be the same? Suyun raised an eyebrow. Let's go to the Chaos Sect's stronghold to explore. Remember, keep a low profile, our purpose is to spy on information, not to raise the stronghold. Suyun returned to the house to pick up the cloth bag just now, flipped it over and wrapped Jiang Mu in a ball, bundling it as he asked, doesn't the lost heart epidemic spiritual power affect you at all? Shouldn't you know that very well, brother Su? This little bit of spiritual power is in no way able to affect my sanity. Jiang Mu obediently cooperated, being casually manipulated by Suyun, looking a little cute in his antics. Then it's time to test your acting skills. Suyun finished the finishing touches and tied a bow on the cloth bag. Wenbai, let's go and seek treatment at the door. With those words, Suyun carried Jiang Mu, who was bundled into a mummy, on his shoulder. Jiang Mu, please start your performance, brother Su. Jiang Mu was quite embarrassed, after which he still clenched his teeth and began to wriggle and struggle. Seeing this, Wenbai stifled a laugh and reminded, you still have to clench your teeth and howl out. Ow, his howl. Jiang Mu feels that he has lost his face and wants to die. Returning to the entrance of the medical center, Suyun and Wenbai glanced at each other, each getting into a state where the feelings of anxiety and grief instantly hung on their faces. Suyun carried Jiang Mu, and Wenbai supported him from the side, and hurriedly rushed inside. The two men said in different words, someone help. I beg the immortal master to save my compatriot brother. Save our son. Suyun, Wenbai, oops, didn't negotiate that one. Inside the store program an ordinary drugstore is the same, just dim abnormal. Behind the counter there is a man on duty, wearing an ordinary coat, but not chaos cult cultivators of the kind of black robes, maybe outside to hide people's eyes and ears of the eye line. Speak clearly, is it a cyborg or your son? The man's eyes were cold as he questioned. Son. Suyun had to go along with Wenbai. A moment of anxiety, said the wrong. Understand. See, you are not very old. Perhaps it is a whim to make a mistake, and afraid of people gossip. Only lie. The man guessed on his own. Then the corner of his mouth hung up cold. Since you can find here, surely also know that there is no 100 spirit stones, not cure. Of course I know Immortal Master's rules. Suyun showed a bitter smile on his face and took out from his sleeve the spirit stones that he had already prepared and carried in a cloth bag and threw them over. After counting the spirit stones, the man reached his hand under the counter and pulled down the mechanism, and one of the store's walls suddenly cracked from it, splitting into two halves, revealing a passageway leading underground. The passage was pitch black, with only a dim oil lamp lit at the corner. Go inside and be treated yourself, the man said without looking at the people. Thank you, Immortal Master. Responding casually, Suyun and Wenbai exchanged glances and drilled into the passageway one after another. It was greeted by an inky breeze that blew in stale air and the smell of grease from the oil lamps. Wenbai was uneasy in her heart and could not help but take Suyun's arm as the two of them walked slowly towards the depths. And Suyun tried to release the divine idea, but the divine idea can only probe out less than a foot away from the body. Outwardly in the divine idea is a thick mist, The good thing was that it didn't interfere with accessing and placing items through the Chinkuan bag. Follow the descending steps to the end. Turn a corner, and you're in front of a huge cavernous room, with passages leading elsewhere on either side. Two black-robed evil cultivators stood guard under the two oil lamps at the doorway, and when they saw the visitors, they reached out to stop them and began to survey the three. Due to the existence of the prohibition, the evil cultivators could only use their naked eyes to survey them for a while, not being able to see the uniqueness, and defaulting to the fact that they were mortals. It was just that the two of them greedily lingered for a moment longer as their eyes traced over one by. Go in! The two evil cultivators made way for the passage, but after Su-yun carried Jiang Mu through the doorway first, the two stopped one by. Hey, the woman has to go this way. Immortal Master, she is my wife. We are together. Su-yun asked with feigned caution. Women can't go in, they only have to wait in the room next to them. Otherwise you're just messing with the rules. Do you guys still want to cure the heart loss epidemic? One of them said in a threatening tone, and one by suddenly touched his left ear, slightly lifted a bit of hair, revealing the 100 miles transmitter, nodded slightly and said, You go quickly, don't worry about me. Saving our son is important. That's right, it's still the lady who knows her stuff. Another evil cultivator said with a wicked smile. My wife, I will come for you later. Wait for me. Su-yun could only bow his head in response, turn around and carry Jiang Mu on his back, and continue walking inside. And the faces of the two evil cultivators were clearly showing sycophantic smiles of treachery. When Su-yun walked away, the two evil cultivators led one by and disappeared into the darkness of the passageway. Su-yun also found a chance to put on his communicator and adjusted it to free call mode, and the sound of messy footsteps that echoed in the narrow space was instantly heard in the earphone. This was followed by Wenbai's gentle voice. Two immortal masters, where are you taking me? Then came the lewd voices of the two evil cultivators. A place where you can get comfortable. Hey, ahem, that's the paradise of ultimate bliss that you can only go to if you believe in my lord. I saw that your wife is quite intelligent, so I made an exception to take you there. There's such a magical place? One by feigned ignorance and said quaintly. Right, I, the Chaos Sect Master, was born in response to heaven's fortune, and with the Lord's will, I have come down to the earth to save the world from suffering. That is, to bring the laboring people to the paradise of ultimate bliss to enjoy. The evil cultivator said lewdly. Good, One by said calmly, not flustered in the slightest, and as Su-yun listened to this, he had already cursed the two evil cultivators 100 times in his heart. However, he wasn't worried about One by. A few evil cultivators with low strength couldn't threaten One by. Attention returned to his eyes. The cavernous chamber ahead was so wide that he couldn't see the end of it, and the ceiling was nowhere to be seen on it. Only the light of the oil lamps on the red-painted support pillars, which were only present every other pillar, could allow him to find the direction in which he was traveling. Divine sense could not be used, and Su-yun could only use his steps to calculate the distance, or else he would be completely drowned by the endless darkness and lose his way. And Jiang Mu's hissing had stopped. Keep screaming, Su-yun reminded in a small voice. Brother Su, and let me slow down, Jiang Mu said back helplessly. Then you're always ready to get into the act. And then, Su-yun found that there was an increasingly strong smell of lamp oil drilling into his nose. Only a large number of burning oil lamps would release such a strong smell, but there wasn't much light visible ahead. It was not until he approached that Su-yun realized that there was a circular fence in front of him, and within the fence there were several circles of the same curved fence, layered on top of each other before all the gaps were blocked without revealing a single ray of light. Su-yun was like walking through a labyrinth, bypassing the fence and arriving at the center. As his eyes were already used to the darkness, when he saw the oil lamps, his eyes were shaken by the light, and after he had adapted, the focus of his eyes fell on the statue of the five-eyed true god, which was surrounded by oil lamps. This evil god idol was several times larger than the one enshrined in the crone's house, and was even a head taller than Su-yun. If a mortal were to suddenly see such a godly statue, he would certainly be bluffed into a state of awe. And the circle of oil lamps outside the statue of the evil god didn't really have much light, especially since the black smoke emanating from it had been in the enclosed underground space for so long that after the eyes adjusted to it, they would only feel that the place was dim. Consequently, after observing for a while, Su-yun saw another evil cultivator seated below the evil god statue, with black robes and a black god statue behind him. The evil cultivator was almost perfectly blended into the darkness. Only two eyes reflected the orange firelight. With a dark expression and a rather inscrutable stance, he should be the head of the evil cultivators in this one stronghold. Outside of the oil lamp, were several circles of kneeling worshippers, not dressed in black robes, should just be ordinary worshippers, not evil cultivators, but all very pious, can be said to be 5 bodies, and mouth recited incomprehensible words and phrases. It was just that these people were both male and female, not what the two men guarding the door said they were, and there was naturally no need to say what was in their minds. Further outside, there was a circle of curved enclosure walls, with black-robed evil cultivators standing in all 8 directions, and the shadows cast on the stone walls made it easy to detect their presence. 2 of them were quite familiar, the 2 who had appeared at the crone's house. Healing? The head of the evil cultivator in the very center suddenly said sorrowfully, "Yes, losing my mind. I'm sorry to trouble Immortal Master." Suyin bowed his head and said, "Send the patient over." Evil cultivator said in an icy tone that didn't seem to carry an ounce of emotion. Suyin carefully stepped over the oil lamp and placed the grimacing Jiang Muping in front of the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator only glanced at it and concluded, "It was just infected not long ago, and it came quite quickly." Suyin was afraid that the head of the evil cultivator would discover the clues and was already communicating the spiritual power in the spirit core with his mind. Fortunately, the head of the evil cultivator didn't notice any abnormality, and made a movement of stroking the top to Jiang Mu, and then the evil god statue behind him emitted a strange fluctuation, which was ancient and heavy, and actually had a sense of having traveled through the vicissitudes of countless years. Just as Su Yun was about to see what was going to happen next, a scream from one by came out of his earpiece. Ah! This was followed by the incessant sounds of fighting.